The seven-leaf clover martial soul emerges. Is there a cheat master even more powerful than Tang San hidden in the Douluo era? The sword god's quote directly shocks the scene. One leaf can break the sky. How about 7 leaves? With this momentum, Tang San's blue SilverGrass would feel 3 points shorter. Mo Wentian has been traversing for 6 years. His whole family makes a comeback. His father became a level 41 battle soul sect. His sister is already a 38 level soul master mentor at 18. This luck. Isn't it like they opened a family cheat, holding his sister's fragrant embrace? He turns around and complains about his father's sweaty stubble. This little clever guy just arrived at the martial soul branch and cuts in line. Who told him his dad is a Viscount battle soul sect? The old man with white hair directly gives him special privileges. The kids waiting in line are dumbfounded. The original text states, father's level 41 battle soul sect might not be much in Tianzhou City, but don't forget he is still a Viscount. This is not an ordinary awakening, it is clearly a big shot using backdoor connections. I dare say, once this 7-leaf clover martial soul appears, the whole Tianzhou City will be shaken 3 times. In the next chapter, at the martial soul awakening site, are you ready to see what shocking abilities the 7-leaf clover will unleash? The 7-leaf clover actually hides 3 characteristics. Innate level 7 soul power. The martial soul hall tried to recruit him on the spot, but was rejected. The old man looked at Mo Wentian's martial soul and shook his head. Isn't it just a mutated little grass? Mo Wentian secretly rejoiced. This 7-leaf clover can heal, poison, and control. Its roots are tougher than a giant sword, with 2 more leaves than blue SilverGrass. Its functions are directly tripled. As soon as the crystal ball is pressed, it shines brightly. Innate level 7 soul power. The old man instantly changed his expression. Join the martial soul hall. Resources are guaranteed. Mo Wentian directly waved his hand. No, I want to go to the Royal Academy. This move left the kids in line dumbfounded. Level 7 soul power plus mutated martial soul. And he doesn't want to go to the martial soul hall. Who knew that this 7-leaf clover hides a big move? Although limited to level 79, like the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Each leaf has a special ability. Healing, toxins, and control. Once soul skills are assigned in the future, he might even be able to play with title Douluo. The original text states, 7-leaf clover, also known as 7-leaf fairy, lucky clover, has weak toxins, and is also a traditional Chinese medicine, treating with poison. This is not just grass, it is clearly a mobile poison doctor and control king. I dare say, once his soul ring is up, Tang San's Xiantiangong will have to think twice. In the next chapter, at the Royal Academy registration, are you ready to see how the 7-leaf clover dominates his peers? The 7-leaf clover turns out to be a degraded version of the 9-leaf fairy grass. Innate level 7 soul power wants to venture into the sunset forest. His sister hugged Mo Wentian anxiously. Isn't it the green leaf grass? It's okay. Sister will protect you. Mo Wentian raised his little fist and shouted, I am a control system, the kind that is unbeatable in Unknown. When he revealed his martial soul at home, his father jumped up. Is this the 7-leaf clover, degraded from a 9-leaf fairy grass? The ancestors of the Mo family were incredibly powerful. They consumed the 9-leaf fairy grass. The iron rod martial soul transformed into a long sword, almost became a title Douluo, just because the harvesting method was incorrect. He got stuck at level 89 and regretted it for life, leaving behind a saying, when the 9-leaf fairy grass appears, the title Douluo will show up. Mo Wentian hugged his sister's thigh and acted cute. Take me to the sunset forest. His sister, a 38 level soul master, was shocked. What do you want to do? I want a soul ring beyond the age limit. This kid is too bold. The first soul ring for ordinary soul masters lasts a maximum of 100 years. But he dares to challenge the limit. You have to know, his dad is from the battle soul sect. Even he does not dare to let him take this risk. He just seeks help from his sister. Because his sister loves him. She might agree to this crazy request. The original text states, I want my sister to take me to the sunset forest in a while to obtain my first soul ring. As for the age limit of the soul ring, my sister needs to consult my opinion to obtain it and cannot make decisions on her own. This is not just looking for a soul ring, it is clearly playing with life and cheating. I dare say this trip to the sunset forest, the 7-leaf clover will definitely cause a big stir. In the next chapter, encountering soul beasts in the sunset forest, are you ready to see how Mo Wentian secures an overage soul ring? Each leaf of the 7-leaf clover hides a shocking ability. The 7th leaf actually represents unwavering love. His sister patted her chest and guaranteed, I'll handle the soul rings before soul master. Mo Wentian secretly laughed. Although this seven-leaf clover has many limitations. Every time he breaks through a level and unlocks a seal. Each leaf grants a skill. Faith, hope, love, luck, wealth, reputation, true love. Collecting all 7 leaves turns it into 9 leaves, directly transforming into the strongest martial soul. The next day, his sister took him to the auction house. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they were stopped. The guards brandished long weapons. Show us your credentials. This scene was more exaggerated than the martial soul hall. There must be treasures inside that can allow the 7-leaf clover to evolve. At the dinner table, his sister boasted about the soul beast meat. Mumbling, "It's 100 times better than the academy's," Mo Wentian joked. "When I grow up and cook for you, you work for me." His mother directly threatened, "If you dare to lead your brother astray, he'll immediately find you a husband." His sister instantly wilted. This family hierarchy is quite clear. Who would have thought? This 7-leaf clover comes with its own luck. Even better than Tang San's blue SilverGrass at transmitting information. Once the soul ring is up, it can attack, control, and heal. It is sure to turn Douluo continent upside down. The original text states, once it advances to the 9-leaf clover, all 9 soul rings will be applied. The martial soul will unlock all restrictions and undergo a transformation. Mo Wentian still doesn't know what it will become, but its effects and power will definitely not be weaker than any top martial soul on the continent. This is not just a martial soul. It is clearly a combat aircraft among potential stocks. I dare say this trip to the auction house will definitely yield something that allows the 7-leaf clover to soar. In the next chapter, encountering rare treasures at the auction house, are you ready to see how Mo Wentian secures the evolving fairy grass? The Soul Master sister takes her 6-year-old brother to the auction house, revealing her soul ring and directly crushing the guards. As soon as they arrived at the door, a knight brandished his sword. "Show us your credentials," Mo Yudi sneered. 3 soul rings in yellow, and purple whoosh rose. The guards immediately knelt on one knee. "Forgive us, Soul Master." This scene directly left Mo Wentian dumbfounded. Once inside the auction house, his sister hugged him and grinned. "Little one, let sister hold you and see clearly." Mo Wentian's face turned red. He was shouting in his heart, "This is my real sister." As soon as the auctioneer came up, he unleashed a big move. 1,000-year snow silkworm. Detoxifies all poisons. Starting bid, 50,000 gold soul coins. His sister immediately wilted. "We only have 50,000. That's not enough to seed at a wealthy merchant nearby," directly shouted 150,000. The money was thrown. Mo Wentian's eyes went wide. He secretly made up his mind. "I must make money and get the best resources for the 7-leaf clover." Who would have thought? Sister is 18 years old, a 38th level soul master. All thanks to Mo Wentian's concocted medicinal bath. In 3 years, she leveled up by 8 levels. Her physical strength is almost comparable to a soul king. If this medicinal bath is mass-produced, I fear that all the soul masters in the Douluo continent will go crazy fighting for it. The original text states, Mo Wentian wasted countless spiritual herbs and finally succeeded in developing a medicinal bath that promotes soul power training, and most importantly, it can enhance physical strength. This is no medicinal bath, it's clearly a cheat god water. I dare say, there will definitely be treasures suitable for the 7-leaf grass appearing soon. It just depends on whether they can snatch them up. In the next chapter, the Tianqing grass appears. Are you ready to see how Mo Wentian picks up bargains with 50,000 gold soul coins? A 6-year-old child spends 10,000 gold soul coins to buy junk. It turns out to be the divine level inheritance of Master Gohong. In the auction house, no one dared to want the broken ring. Mo Wentian looked at the leather scroll and was stunned. It was written in traditional Chinese characters. Master Gohong's soul-crossing diary clearly stated, "I am a Dan master from the Eastern Jin dynasty, soul-crossed into Douluo to become a titled Douluo. There's Taoist divine skill, lifetime pill formula in this ring." At the moment of raising the bid, everyone laughed at him. Sister pretended to pull him back. "Are you crazy? Buying a piece of junk for 10,000 gold?" Only Mo Wentian knew. This ring has a space big enough to hold a mountain. The techniques inside are more powerful than the Xintian skill, and the pill formula can refine immortal-grade herbs. The host was stunned, confirming 3 times before dropping the hammer. Who would have thought that the treasure obtained by 30 soul masters and 5 soul kings from the Tiando auction house will be picked up by a 6-year-old child, just because he understood the Chinese characters that no one else recognized? Later, the cat girl in the iron cage cried like a pear blossom in the rain. The audience stared with wide eyes. But Mo Wentian was focused entirely on the ring. This wave of luck. The seven-leaf grass is shining wildly. It's likely to take off right there. The original text states, "This ring is a similar divine-level space soul guidance device that I obtained by chance when my lifespan was nearing its end. Although I don't know its specific function, the recorded techniques inside are several times stronger than the Taoist techniques I practiced and should also belong to the Taoist category. This is not picking up a bargain, it's clearly a stroke of luck. I dare say, once he opens the ring, Tang Sex's ultimate skills will have to take a back seat. In the next chapter, the ring opens to reveal its true form. Are you ready to see how Mo Wentian obtains divine-level techniques? The ring hides the immortal grade Tianqing grass. A 6-year-old child bids 110,000 to save the cat girl, and the 7-treasure glazed tile school immediately tries to snatch him. As soon as the divine ring was opened, Mo Wentian was stunned. Over 10,000 cubic meters of space filled with gold soul coins. In the center, the Tianqing grass radiated immortal light, surrounded by 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, all pilgriming towards it. This thing, when used by healing-type soul masters, will directly make them divine on the spot. Even more explosive were the techniques in the thatch cottage. Unnamed divine skill, celestial immortal body technique, eye of breaking illusions, green tide hand. As soon as the beams entered his mind, he learned them all instantly. This inheritance is even more outrageous than Tang San's Xiantian skill. Seeing the cat girl about to be auctioned off by a rich merchant, Mo Wentian blurted out, 110,000. Sister turned pale. Where do we get that much money? Suddenly a handsome man spoke up. 120,000, 7-treasure glazed tile school. Give me some face, this scene. Must be Ning Fengji coming, who would have thought? Master Gohong's ring could not only hold living things, but also hide Taoist ultimate skills. Mo Wentian made a killing this time. Don't mention 110,000. Even $1 million would be worth it. The original text states, "This is the immortal grade herb Tianqing grass, which is of no less use to healing-type soul masters than the top-grade miraculous mushroom Tongtian. Chrysanthemum is to assault-type beast soul masters. This is not picking up a bargain, it's clearly having a golden finger. I dare say, with the Tianqing grass and the unnamed technique, Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass is going to be against the heavens." In the next chapter, the 7-treasure glazed tile school extends an olive branch. Are you ready to see how Mo Wentian responds? A 6-year-old child pulls out 130,000 gold soul coins to bid for the cat girl. The 7-treasure glazed tile school's master is shocked. Ning Fengji smiled and offered a step down. 120,000, should I bid for you? Mo Wentian directly shouted. 130,000. Sister turned green. Where's the money? Our family doesn't have that much. The next moment, Mo Wentian poured out a mountain of gold soul coins from the ring. The service staff's eyes went wide. This is no child, he's clearly a hidden tycoon. Who would have thought? This money is the leftover change left by Master Gohong. The gold soul coins in the ring are enough to buy half of Tiando City. Bidding for a cat girl is for him like spending $1 to buy a bottle of water. The grand finale of the 1,000-year soul bone appears. Starting bid of 2 million gold soul coins. Mo Wentian didn't even look. Let's go home, knowing when to stop. This vision is much stronger than those nobles fighting like crazy. On the way, he directly took his sister and the cat girl shopping for clothes, spending hundreds of gold soul coins without batting an eye. The cat girl went from crying to smiling like a blooming flower. This transformation left passers-by dumbfounded. This little brat is too impressive. The original text states, when Mo Wentian took out a mountain of 130,000 gold soul coins, the service staff and his sister were genuinely surprised. This is not spending money, it's clearly showing off wealth to save someone. I dare say, with this divine ring as a cash machine, what Mo Wentian is going to do next will definitely be more explosive than bidding for the cat girl. In the next chapter, he goes home to refine pills and cause trouble. Are you ready to see how the 7-leaf grass evolves with the Tianqing grass? In half a month, he levels up twice. A 6-year-old with level 9 soul power, and he's taking the 9-heart begonia soul master to break into the sunset forest. Mo Wentian directly passed the unnamed technique to his whole family. His mother broke through to 30th level soul master in just half a month. Even the cat girl could learn a simplified version. This technique is simply a family bucket cheat. Even Tang San would be dumbfounded as soon as he mentioned going to the sunset forest. Sister patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, I brought a tough one." It turned out to be Yi Lingling, 9-heart begonia martial soul, the rarest healing type in the whole continent. Only one is passed down each generation, and most two are alive. Having her is like bringing a mobile blood bag. Mo Wentian had already guessed it was her. His mouth almost grinned to his ears. The combination of 7-leaf grass and 9-heart begonia. One controls the field with poison and healing. The other has full healing power. This combination for soul hunting. I fear even 1,000-year soul beasts will kneel, while others cautiously break through to level 10. He's doing well, directly calling on his 38th level soul master sister top-tier healing support. The target is definitely not simple. Perhaps they will challenge the limit of soul ring age, the original text states. Through hard training and the pills he developed, Mo Winshen's soul power finally successfully broke through 2 levels, reaching level 9. This is not training, it's clearly sitting on a rocket. I dare say, in the Sunset Forest trip, his first soul skill will definitely blow the sky apart. In the next chapter, with a soul ring in hand, are you ready to see how outrageous the first soul skill of the 7-leaf grass is? The 9-heart begonia soul master actually sleeps in the same tent as a 6-year-old child. The Sunset Forest hides the ice and fire duality. Yi Lingling ran over, her face flushed. My cousin didn't come. Can I join you guys? Mo Winshen's eyes widened. This is the future top-tier healing support. 20 levels at just 9 years old. Once the 9-heart begonia martial soul is activated, the healing power will be maxed out. As soon as he entered the Sunset Forest, Mo Wintian started thinking about Douluo ideas. Where could the ice and fire duality be hidden? You have to know. The immortal grade herbs in that place can directly allow the 7-leaf grass to break through its limits. Even more powerful than the Heaven Star grass of Master Guhong. That night, they set up camp and squeezed into one tent. Yi Lingling blushed all the way to her neck as she looked at Mo Winshen's back. Just 9 years old. She already has stunning beauty. What looks like that? When she grows up, she might mesmerize the entire Douluo continent. Mo Winshen's calculations were clanging. First helping Yi Lingling find a healing-type soul beast, and then picking up a resilient soul ring for himself. His mother's 3rd soul ring was also aimed at a 1,000-year speed soul beast. This trip will strip the Sunset Forest bare. The original text states, don't look at Mo Wintian being less than level 10, but after practicing the nameless techniques, martial arts, and internal skills, his actual combat power is not inferior to that of an average great soul master. This is not just about finding a soul ring, it's clearly about forming a team to farm a dungeon. I dare say, the first soul beast they encounter after dawn will definitely be pressed to the ground and rubbed. In the next chapter, the soul beast appears. Are you ready to see how absurd the first soul skill of the 7-leaf grass is? It turns out that after Yi Lingling fell asleep, she became a bit restless, mixing up the bed like at home. And because they were sleeping in the same tent, the distance between them was quite close, her delicate legs resting on Mo Winshen's stomach. When Mo Wintian woke up, although he tried to move gently, he still woke Yi Lingling. However, Yi Lingling was shy and pretended to be asleep, only daring to open her beautiful eyes after Mo Wintian went outside. Chapter 7. 9-Colored Deer. Mo Wintian jumped out of the tent and quickly climbed to the top of a giant tree. Sitting cross-legged, he fell into meditation. After circulating his soul power according to the nameless technique for a full cycle, Mo Wintian stopped cultivating. He began to practice the martial skill, Eye of Breaking Illusion. The practice of Eye of Breaking Illusion is similar to the Purple Ultimate Demon Eye. Eye techniques generally achieve the best results when aided by the first ray of purple energy. At sunrise, however, besides relying on purple energy, the Eye of Breaking Illusion can also be enhanced by improving mental power. With recent practice, Mo Winshen's Eye of Breaking Illusion had reached the entry-level stage of illusion. The Eye of Breaking Illusion has 5 levels. The first level, Illusion, can perceive some superficial things and weaknesses. The second level, Breaking Reality, can perceive the essence of material things. The third level, Breaking Illusion, can dispel all illusions. The fourth level, True Eye of Breaking Illusion, can launch mental attacks against opponents if hit. Even a title Douluo will suffer some injury. The fifth level, Light of Breaking Illusion, is at the divine level mental realm, which is beyond Mo Winshen's understanding at this time, and even the ability is unclear. As the golden crow rose, the purple energy gathered around Mo Wintian and was gradually absorbed by him. When the last trace of purple energy was absorbed, a golden light flashed in Mo Winshen's eyes. His vision expanded infinitely, and suddenly Mo Wintian discovered 2 9-colored deer, one large and one small, appearing in the southeast direction. The 9-colored deer is a rare soul beast, naturally possessing extremely strong healing abilities, as well as considerable speed. That IT is perfect for Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia. If they were unaware of the theories published by the master, perhaps Mo, Wentian, and the others would have to look for other plant-type healing support soul beasts. But with Mo Wentian's understanding of martial soul theory, he believed his familiarity with the Douluo continent novels in his past life was still superior to the master's overall knowledge. Moreover, the nine-colored deer is also a relatively rare soul beast, and its healing support abilities will definitely be powerful. Target discovered. Wake up quickly. The target is 600 meters southeast. Mo Wentian jumped down from the giant tree and shouted seriously into the tent. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind passed, and the first to appear was not his sister, a level 38 battle soul sovereign, nor his mother, a level 30 support soul master, but the only level 20 healing soul master, Yi Lingling. Whoosh whoosh. Another gust of wind passed. Wow, Lingling, your reaction speed is so fast. It seems I need to practice my alertness more. Mo Yudai looked at Yi Lingling in surprise. Why Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red, but she didn't speak. It was because she had already woken up, not because her reaction was fast or her alertness was strong. What's wrong? Wentian, did you find a suitable soul ring? Mother Dong Ruoling also came out, asking curiously. Yes, we are lucky. Let's go quickly and stay hidden. The target is about 600 meters southeast. Mo Wentian said with a smile, then used the celestial evading technique to rush forward first. The others quickly followed, being careful not to startle the nine-colored deer soul beasts. As the scenery changed, they found the view ahead became even more beautiful and enchanting. The scenery before them was no less than the beautiful scenes of the Star Do Forest scene in the Douluo continent anime in Mo Wentian's past life. In front, a large and a small nine-colored deer were drinking water from a flowing stream. The IT was also fortunate for Mo Wentian and the others that they camped not far from where the nine-colored deer came to drink water every morning, allowing them to discover the traces of a nine-colored deer. The nine-colored deer is entirely nine-colored and emits a faint glow all over, especially at night. It becomes even more beautiful and enchanting. However, its attack power is not strong. Its speed is extremely fast. In terms of strength, a 1,000-year nine-colored deer is even inferior to a 500-year ordinary soul beast. But it possesses unparalleled speed and extremely strong healing recovery abilities. Mo Wentian cautiously introduced to everyone along the way. Be careful approaching. Don't startle them. Mo Wentian whispered. It's so beautiful and cute. Are we really going to attack them? Yi Lingling looked at the colorful deer ahead, feeling a bit reluctant. I also don't want to attack them, but the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts is unavoidable. At least we are currently powerless to change this reality. These two soul beasts are also the most suitable for you and Mom right now, with the larger one being around 1,000 years old and the smaller one around 700 years. Mo Wentian, seeing the reluctance in her eyes, comforted her. Mo Wentian was never a kind person, especially in the survival-off Thefidus Douluo continent. But for those who are kind at heart, he always held an appreciative attitude, which is why he patiently advised her. Alright, Yi Lingling was also a reasonable person, unlike some young ladies from big sects who were willful and reckless. Likewise, Yi Lingling's mother was a powerful soul sage. Although she was only a healing type with relatively low combat power, she also understood that obtaining a soul ring does not necessarily have to be from plant type or animal type soul beasts. Almost all the major forces above Contra are aware of the limitations in obtaining soul rings. It's just that they haven't studied it as thoroughly as the master. This is a public secret among the major forces. Just as everyone was preparing to summon their martial souls, the nine-colored deer seemed to sense impending danger and raised its head to look around vigilantly. Go, sister, Mom will empower you. You must use your strongest soul skill without hesitation. Don't let them escape, that I will support from the side, Mo Wentian said with a serious tone. Although the nine-colored deer had no combat power, its speed was extremely strong. Mo Wentian didn't want to fight personally at level 9. Even though his physical strength allowed him to compare with a great soul master without a soul ring, he lacked attacking soul skills and was temporarily no match for the 1,000-year nine-colored deer. Even the nine-colored deer soul beast, which had little attacking power, was not something Mo Wentian could stop at this moment. He could only assist and create disturbances from the side. Power the green leaf. Dong Ruoling summoned the green leaf GrassMartial soul and empowered Mo Wentian and Mo Yudai. Mo Wentian instantly felt an increase in his physical strength by about 10%, using his lightness skill to block the nine-colored deer's escape route. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Howlblade. Mo Yudi summoned the third soul skill of the Crimson Flame Sword Martial Soul and first attacked the larger nine-colored deer. Countless sword blades, mixed with subtle flames, shot towards the 1,000-year nine-colored deer like wind blades. A scream came, and the large nine-color deer was knocked 5 meters away by a single strike. After waiting for a few seconds, he stood up and ran away without looking back, heading straight towards Mo Wentian. At this moment, the little deer had also been crippled by Mo Yudi, unable to move. Mo Wentian, using his lightness skill of the celestial exile, dodged past and activated the true hand of the azure waves, striking with both hands like crashing sea waves directly at the legs of the Millennium nine-color deer. Indeed, with the combination of the celestial exile's lightness skill and the true hand of the azure waves, the heavily injured Millennium nine-color deer was unable to evade and had its fore and hind legs broken by Mo Wentian. It fell to the ground, unable to move, and Mo Wentian was preparing to approach and capture the nine-color deer. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the nine-color deer's legs seemed to have recovered. As it stood up and limped forward, Mo Wentian felt a twinge of reluctance upon witnessing the scene. Even ants cling to life, let alone soul beasts. However, Mo Yudi didn't care about that much and directly rushed forward to grab the nine-color deer. At this moment, the speed of the nine-color deer was such that even Mo Wentian could easily catch up, not to mention Mo Yudi. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. If you don't kill soul beasts, others will. If some powerful soul beasts encounter weak humans, they will not show any mercy either. Mo Yudi returned, holding the nine-colored deer upside down, and said to Mo Wentian, "You might understand." Mo Wentian realized he needed to change his previous mindset. In this world of the survival of the fittest, if you don't kill soul beasts, you cannot become stronger. So sympathy is one thing, but killing is still necessary. Right now, he was not in a position to change the rules of Douluo continent, nor did he have the obligation to do so. All he could do was to minimize the killing of soul beasts as much as possible. P.S. Congratulations to this book for receiving a site message and about to sign a contract. To repay the support of readers, after the successful signing, there will be 2 extra updates, with at least 3,000 words per day. Chapter 8. Yao Ma Yilingling reluctantly closed her eyes, holding a dagger in her hand. Her beautiful big eyes dared not look at the small deer with hatred. In the end, she opened her lovely eyes again and ended the small deer's life with the dagger in her hand. A dazzling yellow halo lit up, and Yilingling coldly closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Mo Yudi, watching from the side, had a look of approval. She thought back to her own performance when she acquired her second soul ring, and even she was not as good as Yilingling. Not far away, Dong Ruoling, although only level 30, handled the situation with ease and efficiently ended the life of the 1,000-year nine-colored deer, with a purple soul ring lighting up from the deer's corpse. Seeing that the two had entered the state of absorption, Mo Wentian and Mo Yudi were also vigilant, watching their surroundings. Absorbing a soul ring cannot be taken lightly. One must be cautious of the surroundings. If one fails, they could be seriously injured, or worse, have their martial soul shattered and die. Fortunately, after 2 hours, Yilingling completed her absorption, and her mother Dong Ruoling was nearing the end as well. After cultivating an unnamed internal skill, her mother had built a solid foundation, and there was no saying of regression in martial soul cultivation. Over time, the accumulation was immense, and the cultivation of the unnamed skill was also incredibly fast. Suddenly, Dong Ruoling's complexion changed, alternating between pale and green, looking quite unwell. Something's wrong. Mom is encountering difficulties in absorbing the soul ring. Mo Yudi said anxiously, looking worriedly at her mother. Mo Yudi's personality, although decisive in killing, is very good to his family. He is quite relaxed in front of his family, like a child. However, when facing problems, he still doesn't like to think too much. He just fights with his sword, far from the calmness of Mo Wentian. Don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, Mother is encountering an opportunity, Mo Wentian said confidently as he looked at the special power gathering above his mother's head. Sure enough, after a short tea time, Dong Ruoling's complexion gradually began to recover, and energy started to gather at the top of her head. Above her head, a pair of antlers gradually formed. Mo Wentian couldn't help but smile at his mother's appearance at that moment. Dong Ruoling looked strikingly similar to the support character Yao Mei from a tower defense game Mo Wentian played in his previous life. His mother, now in her 30s, exuded the charm of a newly adult young girl. Indeed, this was an external spirit bone, as rare as a 100,000-year spirit ring. According to statistics, external spirit bones rank second on the Douluo continent's list of spirit master dreams, very rare, with abilities that can enhance as the spirit master's strength grows. Montauk Vencian. with a knowledgeable demeanor, said, "Wow, so beautiful. Oh no, after we go out, others will definitely not think that my mom and I are mother and daughter, but rather sisters." Mo Yudi had completely lost the decisiveness and coldness she showed while hunting spirit beasts and had returned to her usual carefree personality. "Yeah, so cute. I want one too," Yi Lingling said enviously, looking at Dong Ruoling, who had finished absorbing the spirit bone and was now standing. They were the same spirit beast, but only Dong Ruoling had obtained the antlers. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. Wanting it but not being able to get it. Mo Wentian remembered a joke from his previous life and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Yi Lingling to be so honest, saying whatever was on her mind. Why are you all looking at me with such strange expressions? What is going on?" Dong Ruoling was taken aback and looked at the three of them with a puzzled expression. "Well, take a look for yourself." Mo Yudi took out a mirror from the spatial soul guide and handed it to her mother, saying, "Wow, is this me? What's going on?" Dong Ruoling looked at her young and beautiful self in the mirror with astonishment. The pair of deer antlers that had appeared on her head made her look even younger. "Yes, Mom, you're not mistaken. If I'm not wrong, this is exactly the treasure that soul masters dream of, an external soul bone. Before I successfully obtain a soul ring, you need to learn to control it as soon as possible and see if you can hide it. Otherwise, it's too conspicuous. And if someone sees it, it will definitely attract the attention of those lurking in the shadows." Mo Wentian said with a serious expression. This concern is not unfounded. Although this soul bone with antlers resembles some decorative features on female soul masters, let's not forget that mother is not a soul master. And if you look closely, you can see the differences between the two. It's better to be safe than sorry. The four of us must keep today's events to ourselves. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. After hearing this, Mo Yudi glanced at Yi Lingling and said seriously, "Yes, I will definitely keep it secret, not even telling Mom." Yi Lingling also nodded seriously, assuring them, "Mom, what soul skill did you acquire? Tell us about it." Mo Wentian, noticing the atmosphere was a bit serious, changed the topic. The auxiliary ability of my third soul skill is acceleration, which can increase the speed of soul masters below level 40 by 10%. Dong Ruoling said with a happy expression. That's pretty good. The effect is already quite strong. Although it's far from the auxiliary ability of the continent's #1 auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile, it's still well above the level of ordinary auxiliary soul masters, Mo Wentian said, feeling happy for his mother. Finally, Yi Lingling also reported the effect of the soul ring skill she had just acquired. Unlike Dong Ruoling's auxiliary ability, Yi Lingling's soul skill is the healing ability of a 9-color deer, which can heal even broken legs, provided they have just been broken and no body parts are missing. The 9-heart begonia excels at healing, with only one ability, regardless of how many soul rings it has. It only has one soul skill. This is precisely what makes it terrifying. Its ability is a range-wide healing. The degree of healing is controlled by the soul master's will. The higher the level and the more soul rings, the broader the range that can be healed. No one asked Dong Ruoling about the soul skill brought by the external soul bone, and Dong Ruoling did not actively mention it. But Mo Wentian knew that the uniqueness of external soul bones is far stronger than that of ordinary soul bones, so the acquired soul skill would definitely not be weak. Mo Wentian did not know whether he could obtain an external spirit bone in the future, nor did he think about taking Tang San's external spirit bone. The 8 spider lances. Adhering to the principle of a Buddhist-like development, Mo Wentian did not want to provoke anyone. However, if someone dared to offend him or his family, he would never show mercy. 5 days later, Mo Wentian sat cross-legged on a giant tree, absorbing the last trace of purple energy. A flash of golden light sparkled in his eyes, and the soul power within his body flowed rapidly through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Suddenly, Mo Wentian felt as if something had shattered within him, and then the soul power that had been flowing rapidly slowed down, followed by an instant release of all the pressure. Mo Wentian's 7-leafed grass martial soul was automatically summoned from within his body. At this moment, the 7-leafed grass martial soul was exquisite and translucent, displaying a myriad of colors. If it were a flower instead of a piece of grass, it would undoubtedly seem extraordinary. However, it is just a piece of grass, and in the continent's common knowledge, grass-type martial souls are not as impressive as flower-type ones. Grass-type martial souls are not uncommon, most of which belong to the control system, but very few grass-type martial souls have managed to break through to the title Douluo level, while there are quite a few flower-type martial souls that have. The shortcomings of grass-type martial souls are evident. They are afraid of fire-type soul masters, as can be seen from the original work featuring Ma Hongjun and his series of plant-type martial souls. Flower-type martial souls are different. A well-known example is the chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall, whose martial soul is a heavenly flower, the rare and marvelous chrysanthemum. Chapter 9. The 100-year ghost vine. In the early morning, the dawn was radiant, like scattered fragments of gold, bathing people in warmth. During these 5 days, the four of them had not been idle. They had been searching for suitable soul rings and had explored several areas where soul beasts suitable for Mo Wentian's soul ring were active. Because Mo Wentian's requirements for the first soul ring were relatively broad, soul beasts like the mandala snake and plant-type soul beasts like the ghost vine were quite suitable for his need for resilience, making them easier to find. Of course, this is in the Sunset Forest. If it were in the Stardow Forest, the time required would double. Although the Stardow Forest has a greater variety of soul beasts, the areas where soul beasts are active are also larger and more dangerous, making them harder to find. Now that he has broken through to level 10, it is time to set out. Mo Wentian muttered to himself before jumping down from the top of the giant tree and arriving in front of his mother and sister. Wentian, was that soul power fluctuation just now your breakthrough? Mo Yudi asked with a look of surprise. Yes, I finally broke through to level 10. Let's get ready and head to the area where the ghost vine is active, Mo Wentian said happily, looking at the three of them. His mother said nothing, only looking at her son, who had always been a source of peace of mind since childhood, with a look of satisfaction. Yi Lingling, who was nearby, also looked at Mo Wentian. Their recent interactions made her, who was 3 years older than Mo Wentian, feel a sense of illusion, as if Mo Wentian were the older brother, knowledgeable about everything related to soul beasts. In reality, Mo Wentian was someone who knew a little about everything, but was not particularly proficient in any one area, which could only fool a young girl. Aside from studying alchemy and medicine, most of his time was spent learning about soul beasts. He also had his own unique insights into the theory of soul masters. Although the Master S theory states that soul power can be increased without obtaining a soul ring, Mo Wentian did not fully agree. It is true that soul power can be increased, but the speed of improvement is definitely not as fast as after obtaining a soul ring. If the level is low, it may not be obvious, but you can make a comparison. Training at level 10 for 1 hour versus training at level 90 for 10 minutes. Which do you think will yield a greater quantity of soul power or a more refined quality? Without a doubt. Not to mention the speed of soul power improvement after hitting a bottleneck is far less than the training speed after obtaining a soul ring. The amount of soul power gained from high-level training compared to low-level training can also widen the training speed gap of some geniuses. This can be seen from Tang San, who only increased 19 levels in his first 6 years, while in the later stage, he gained dozens of levels in 5 years. Although the early learning of knowledge about soul beasts and later adventures contributed to this, it also shows that the Master S theory somewhat hindered Tang San's early training speed. Even though Xintian Gong may not be as effective as the internal skills in the unnamed techniques, it is still a top-tier internal skill method that can significantly increase training speed. With the innate full soul power training speed plus Xintian Gong, it is only comparable to the level of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, who worked hard to cultivate, which shows this point, especially considering the time wasted on obtaining soul rings along the way. Mo Wentian gave himself a thumbs up, marveling at his own cleverness. Although it may seem like just a small time difference, every time he acquired a soul ring, if luck wasn't on his side, it could take up to a month at night. If he rushed to the soul beast forest to obtain a soul ring whenever he was close to a breakthrough, he wouldn't waste training time. If he could reach level 20 faster than others with the same talent, then continuing this way after level 90 would mean a gap of nearly 5 levels. The time spent acquiring 9 soul rings would take at least around 9 months. Therefore, if he could judge his training speed and bottleneck situation, there would be no need to wait until after a breakthrough or after training for a period to come back. That would be a complete waste of time. Of course, this is also because Mo Wentian didn't need to consider the strength of his physical body. However, he felt that in the early stages, Tang San didn't need to worry about these things either. This is also one of the reasons Mo Wentian didn't go to Nodding City to seek Master as his teacher. In his previous life, while watching Douluo continent, Mo Wentian felt that in the early stages, a woman influenced Tang San's speed of cultivation breakthroughs, both in the early and later stages. Just look at how Tang San's breakthrough speed improved after Xiao Wu's death. It wasn't until he arrived in Douluo continent and deepened his understanding of soul masters that he reached the correct conclusion. It wasn't that women influenced men's speed of attack. Tang San didn't slack off, only focusing on romance. It was all delayed by the study of soul beast knowledge and the master's not entirely correct conclusions. It wasn't incorrect, but one could only say that the master was of a lower level and lacked understanding of higher levels. Wen's soul power may be lower, but it does not hinder his broad perspective and deeper understanding of the continent. Soon, the four arrived at the territory of the ghost vine. Unlike ordinary soul beasts, plant-type soul beasts rarely had the ability to walk on the ground 1,000 years ago, and even if they could, it would come at a great cost. There is gain and loss. Even though the ghost vine is a 100-year soul beast, it is much stronger than the typical 1,000-year soul beasts that are not good at combat. The group did not dare to be careless. When they were 50 meters away from the ghost vine, they summoned their martial souls to ensure they could unleash their maximum combat power instantly, hoping for a quick resolution. Look at this third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Howling Blade. Before Dongruoling support could enhance Moud's attributes. The impatient Moud used her third soul skill to attack the ghost vine. Although the ghost vine is a 100-year soul beast, its toughness surpasses that of 1,000-year soul beasts. It is entirely black, but its body is covered in greenish-blue patterns, giving it an air of mystery. Indeed, upon seeing Moud's attack, the ghost vine sprouted countless tendrils from its body, intertwining to form a wall of plants. Although it did not completely block Moud's fire attribute attack, it consumed most of the power of the third soul skill and only sustained minor injuries. Such strong toughness. It was able to withstand most of the fire attribute attack. Montag veen Xian exclaimed in surprise. The power of the green leaves. The speed of the green leaves. But Mother steadily bestowed attributes on Sister. Sister, don't use the third soul skill anymore. Save your soul power for the final blow. When Tion's third soul skill has a large consumption. For soul beasts with strong control and attack, one cannot use full force like against the 9-colored deer. Alright, first soul skill, Flame Crying Sword Dance. Moud reacted and realized that the method used against the 9-colored deer was not applicable to the ghost vine. Seeing that the strongest attack did not work, she decided to engage in a war of attrition, using the first soul skill that consumed the least energy. The flame wind sword martial soul of her sister was unleashed with the first soul skill and began to dance, moving like a fairy in the fire and the wind, combined with the banished immortal step. In no time, countless roots of the ghost vine were sliced apart by the flame wind sword martial soul. Haha, is that all? Look at how powerful I am. Moud was completely unable to fight back against the ghostly vine she had struck, and couldn't help but glance at Wentian. However, before Moud could react, the severed part of the ghostly vines suddenly grew back in an instant, becoming even thicker and more flourishing, sweeping towards the few people. Damn it, this is parasitism, the step of the banished immortal. Wentian grabbed his mother and Yi Lingling, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Without a target, the ghostly vines all retracted and began to wrap around Moud from all directions. With no way to retreat, Moud was instantly bound tightly, as the vines lashed out, piercing her fair skin. Moud suddenly became disheveled and in a state of distress. It hurts so much, I'm dying of pain. Damn ghost vine, I'll fight you to the end. Just as Moud was about to forcefully activate her third soul skill, a beam of light descended upon her, and her injuries instantly improved. 9-heart begonia, absolute healing. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Yi Lingling used her area-wide healing soul skill on Moud. With her silver hair and the beauty of the 9-heart begonia, her charm was magnified infinitely at that moment. 9 colors, 9 hues, attributes doubled. The mother was not to be outdone, her antlers emitting a faint light. 9 colors, enchanting and beautiful. Moud instantly felt a surge of power throughout her body. Her strength and speed doubled, and even the consumed soul power was restored by about half. Except her death, third soul skill, Scarlet Flame Wind Howling Blade. The flame wind sword in Moud's hand instantly enlarged several times and unleashed fiery blades attacking the ghost vine's main body. Puff, puff, puff. The ghost vine's main body was instantly left in a state of devastation. Moud, still unable to hold back her hatred, retracted her martial soul, fighting with bare hands, delivering punch after punch directly to the body of the ghost vine, which visibly shriveled and became flat at an observable speed. When Tian saw the situation and quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! If you don't stop, my soul ring will be gone." He thought to himself, sure enough, the ancients did not deceive me. It's better to offend a petty person than to offend a woman. When a woman gets violent, where is there any place for a man? Montag reluctantly retracted her fist. How dare you cut my skin? You must be tired of living. Mo Udai proudly kicked the ghost vine again. Mo Wentian wiped away a cold sweat upon seeing the situation, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that the ghost vine was just a plant-type soul beast. If it were a beast-type soul beast, it would probably be even more tragic. After changing her clothes, Mo Yudi came to Yi Lingling and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lingling. If it weren't for you, we definitely wouldn't have dealt with this troublesome guy so easily." Looking at Mo Wentian, who was preparing to absorb the soul ring not far away, Mo Yudi couldn't help but say with lingering fear, "Ah, no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. I didn't really play much of a role along the way." Yi Lingling didn't expect this carefree sister to come specifically to thank her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke. "Hee, let's not be polite. From now on, you're my sister. If anyone bullies you, just come to me, and I'll help you get back at them." Mo Yudi suddenly smiled and affectionately said while holding Yi Lingling's arm, "Sister." Yi Lingling, who had always been accustomed to being alone, was also moved and embraced Mo Yudi. Do not ask about the operation of fate and the nameless technique. Sitting cross-legged around the ghost vine's corpse, I begin to absorb the soul rings. Chapter Ziche, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Mo Wentian used his own soul power to guide the soul ring, summoning the martial soul 7-leaf grass. Initially, Mo Wentian estimated that the age of this ghost vine would be around 400 years, but exceeded his prediction, reaching 499 years, just 1 year short of breaking 500. Confident in the strength of his body, Mo Wentian did not believe he would encounter any accidents. This age was also just right for Mo Wentian to verify whether his guess was correct, and whether the limit of the soul ring was closely related to the strength of the physical body. The first leaf of the martial soul 7-leaf grass automatically bloomed when Mo Wentian reached level 10, just waiting for the additional soul ring. A hint of black began to emerge on the leaf, and a circle of yellow soul rings appeared around it. Mo Wentian did not notice that after the first leaf of the 7-leaf clover bloomed, his physical strength had increased significantly, surpassing twice that of ordinary martial souls gaining soul rings. Suddenly, the roots of the 7-leaf clover martial soul began to change, becoming more resilient, and slowly taking the shape of a sword. The quality of the martial soul received a great enhancement, especially in terms of its resilience. After the first leaf of Mo Wentian's martial soul was infused with a soul ring, its quality actually improved. The soul skill obtained from the first soul ring was also incredibly powerful and very practical, similar to Tang San's fifth soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. Moreover, the consumption was minimal, and with more training, this state could be maintained for a long time. Mo Wentian speculated that the changes were brought about by the first soul ring, but he was unaware that this was exactly the ability granted to him by the first leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Although each leaf has its own limitations, each one provides Mo Wentian with a special enhancement of abilities. Every time he acquires a soul ring from a leaf, the quality of his martial soul improves. The fact that the first soul ring can grant a powerful soul skill that alters the form of the martial soul is one of the benefits brought by the blooming of the first leaf. Mo Wentian didn't know this. He felt that although the 7-leaf grass couldn't be considered a useless martial soul, it wasn't exactly good either. Its attributes were too complex, encompassing healing, toxicity, and resilience. In terms of quality, it could only be considered average, and due to its plant nature, its weaknesses were quite apparent, making it slightly lower than average. However, what Mo Wentian didn't know was that although the 7-leaf grass was weak, it had its unique aspects. The 7-leaf grass martial soul was the only one in the Douluo continent that could grow, which was why there were so many restrictions. "So, what soul skill did you obtain?" His mother, Dong Ruoling, asked with concern, and everyone turned to look at Mo Wentian, who had stood up. "It's considered an attack-type soul skill. Look, the first soul skill is Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword." Mo Wentian directly unleashed his first soul skill. The 7 leaves of the 7-leaf grass martial soul merged into one, transforming into a sword hilt, while the roots became a slender blue sword. The slender sword was entirely blue, with a dazzling black pattern running through the center of the blade, extending from the hilt to the tip. Why should a young man not carry a curved saber to conquer the world and seize the mountains? 1,000 miles of yellow clouds under the white sun. The north wind blows, and the snowflakes fall. Do not worry that there are no friends on the road ahead, for who in the world does not recognize you? Mo Wentian held a long sword, combining the techniques of the true hand of the azure waves with the steps of the exiled immortal, dancing the sword in his hand while reciting poetry inspired by his feelings. Although only 6 years old, his body was strong from years of training, making him appear more mature than the average 9-year-old child, resembling a graceful young man. In the Douluo continent, where spiritual energy is abundant, humans are generally precocious. Wow, so handsome. No wonder he is my brother, Mo Yudi. Although Mo Yudi, next to him, didn't understand poetry, she felt a vivid imagery arise as she listened. Such famous lines often evoke emotions, and even those who don't understand poetry could not help but be captivated by Mo Wentian, dressed in ancient-style brocade, wielding his slender sword and reciting verses with a fairy-like grace. Mo Yudi couldn't help but have stars in her eyes. Yi Lingling was also completely mesmerized by the scene. Who wouldn't like someone with looks, talent, and ability? Their mother, Dong Ruoling, watched her son dance with the sword in the wind, a smile on her lips. Understanding her son's ambition to become a battle soul master, now coming to fruition, feeling immensely gratified. My first soul skill is called Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. It inherits the toughness attribute of the Ghost Vine while gaining a parasitic skill. Mo Wentian retracted his martial soul and walked over to say. As for why his martial soul transformed into a slender sword, that was naturally due to the enhancement ability brought by the first leaf of the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Although his martial soul was different from his parents, Mo Wentian never doubted it, especially since even his sister's martial soul was different from their parents, having undergone mutation. Otherwise, even with the foundational spiritual liquid that Mo Wentian researched to assist her, she wouldn't have her current soul power level. Now, after the mutation, Mo Wentian's martial soul itself possessed toughness, and when combined with the toughness of the Ghost Vine, the quantitative change brought about a qualitative transformation. When he used his soul skill, the martial soul would turn into the Ghost Vine sword. Since he was fortunate enough to inherit the parasitic ability of the Ghost Vine, it was not wrong for him to call it the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. It's quite handsome. What poem did you just recite? Teach me, so next time I summon my martial soul for a battle, I can recite a line too. Mo Yudi approached, enviously saying, Do you think your flame wine giant sword is suitable for such elegant verses? Mo Wentian rolled his eyes. I don't care. You better come up with a powerful line for me, or I won't come to help you when you obtain a soul ring next time. Mo Yudi said with a mischievous grin. All right, I'll think of something for you when I have time. I really don't know what to do with you. Mo Wentian couldn't understand why his sister had two completely different personalities when hunting soul beasts compared to usual. That's more like it. Who told you to be my little brother? It's best to bully the younger brother early, otherwise it won't work later. Although Mo Yudi said that, she was genuinely good to Mo Wentian. You two are really a pair of live treasures. Dong Ruoling said gently with a smile. Sister Mo and Wentian have such a good relationship, Yi Lingling said quietly, looking at the brother and sister with envy. Haha, sister. You have a good relationship with her too. Mo Yudi seemed to notice the envy and a hint of disappointment in Yi Lingling's eyes, and she kindly hugged Yi Lingling's arm. Mo Yudi is like this. Although she seems carefree, she is always very attentive in life and can observe subtle changes in people's emotions. Sister's the best, Yi Lingling happily whispered to Mo Yudi. After regaining some soul power, Mo Wentian said to his mother, Dong Ruoling, Mom, I'm going over there to take a look and observe the terrain. It is said that there's a treasure here that produces a lot of medicinal herbs. If I can find it, Dad won't have to go out hunting soul beasts so often, and we will have enough herbs for cultivation. Why not let Yudi follow you? It's getting close to the core of the sunset forest, and what if you encounter danger? Dong Ruoling said worriedly. No need, Mom. You all wait for me here. I'll be back soon. After my breakthrough, my Jishin lightness skill has also improved a bit. Generally, ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts, as long as they're not fast, may not be able to catch up with my speed. Mo Wentian refused and explained to ease his mother's worries. Mo Wentian is not exaggerating. Most 1,000-year soul beasts are indeed enormous, and he certainly can't match the agility of Mo Wentian, who possesses the Jishin step. How could one expect to grow stronger without taking risks? Well then, don't delve too deep into the core, stay safe, and shout for help if you encounter danger. Dong Ruoling thought about it too. The speed of the Jishin step is indeed astonishing, because they were hunting soul beasts. Mo Wentian and his companions were getting close to the core of the sunset forest. According to the plot, the location of the ice and fire too, I should be between the outskirts and the inner core. All she needs to do is scout around, and no one would suspect her. Even if she were discovered by the poisoned Douluo, he wouldn't take the life of a 6-year-old child without knowing her intentions, right? Mo Wentian thought somewhat recklessly that, although there was some truth to it, it was indeed a bit risky for him. Even Tang San, who was over level 30, needed the 8 spider lances to enter the valley's depths, where the ice and fire Yin-Yang I was located. Even if Mo Wentian discovered it now, he wouldn't have the ability to go in, even with the help of the Transcendent Step, without soul power above level 30. It would be difficult to descend to the valley's bottom, let alone adapt to the environment within the ice and fire Yin-Yang I. After half a day's searching and recalling the storyline, Mo Wentian discovered 3 similar terrains and marked them on the map. He did not venture deeper, activated the Transcendent Step, and quickly returned to the camp of the others. Did you find it? Mo Yudi asked with an expectant look. No, but there are a few similar places. I don't have a strength to enter them yet, so we should explore them once my strength increases, Mo Wentian explained with some disappointment. The two of them were not worried about Yi Lingling leaking information. After these days of contact, they both regarded Yi Lingling as a trustworthy partner. Since that's the case, let's set off back to Heavendo City, Dong Ruoling said gently to the 3, showing no signs of disappointment. Okay, the 3 replied in unison. Although Dong Ruoling looked young and beautiful, she always maintained an elder's demeanor in front of the 3. They all respected her words greatly. P.S. Viewing more ads in your browser is not considered freeloading. Thank you. It's better than piracy. Thanks for the support from readers on Chidian Reading. Chapter 11. Heavendo Royal Junior Academy. After arriving in Heavendo City, the group split into 2 paths and returned home. It is worth mentioning that Yi Lingling's home is also in Heavendo City. Her mother is a noble and a healing-type soul sage. However, they indeed belong to a reclusive family that does not engage in worldly matters, and apart from her mother, there are no other combat powers present. Healing types do have combat power, but it is far inferior to other levels. Because Yi Lingling's mother was at a critical juncture in her breakthrough, she did not have time to accompany Yi Lingling in obtaining soul rings, and within the family, there were only the 2 of them, which is why they had to trouble her distant cousin. Sister, are you going to take me to the academy to study in a few days? After returning home, Mo Wentian asked his sister Mo Yudi. Smart. In another month, the Heavendo Royal Junior Academy will start admitting children who have just awakened their martial souls. Although it's not far, I want to take you early to familiarize yourself with the environment. Moreover, I also need to teach the new students and must prepare in advance. Mo Yudi said proudly, as she was quite proud of being a teacher at the Heavendo Royal Junior Academy. 3 years ago, Mo Yudi did not have the strength of a level 38 battle soul, but was less than level 30 as a great soul master. After benefiting from Mo Wentian, she often used the medicinal baths and potions he researched to enhance her strength. Over the years, her power had advanced rapidly, placing her among the top ranks in the entire junior academy. If she were in any ordinary junior academy, she would already be a vice principal level figure. Hey, then you have to let me be in your class, or else if I need to take a leave someday, it would be a hassle, Mo Wentian said somewhat reluctantly. What? You want to be in my class just to take leave? Not because of my strength. Mo Yudi widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Mo Wentian. Well, haha, just as an example, if he... Mo Wentian scratched his head awkwardly, secretly cursing himself for accidentally revealing his true thoughts. Sister is not someone easy to provoke. A few days later, Mo Wentian has broken through to a small level, reaching the 12th level of soul power. Because he absorbed a soul ring that was above his level, he was close to breaking through to level 12 after the absorption, making it a natural progression. Now, Mo Wentian is just over 6 years and 2 months old, having broken through even earlier than Tang San, who had full innate soul power at the age of 6. This is also a benefit of training his body early and obtaining soul rings ahead of time. Of course, it is also related to the body refining liquid invented by Mo Wentian. In his previous life, he had some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, which gave him the courage to experiment and achieve results. Let's go. Have you packed everything, Wentian? We're going to find Lingling. We agreed to leave the city together and head to the Heavendo Royal Junior Academy. Mo Yudi has been frequently visiting with Yi Lingling these days, and their relationship has been improving, which Mo Wentian has become accustomed to. Yes, I've packed everything. Montauk Vencian replied calmly. Young master, please take care of yourself. The cat girl maid, Dodo, who was standing nearby, looked at Mo Wentian with an unwilling expression and said, Mo Wentian could only nod helplessly. He wasn't going very far, just going to the Tiendo Royal Junior Academy outside the city for school. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? The Tiando Royal Junior Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy were essentially the same institution, just divided into different areas. Although it was not far from Tiando City, the round trip still took 2 hours. Therefore, in order to better focus on his training, Mo Wentian decided to stay in the academy and wouldn't be returning home often. As for Yi Lingling, from what Mo Wentian had learned during this time, he also knew that she was a student at the Tiando Royal Junior Academy as well. Unlike him, she was a first-year student while he was in the 3rd year. During this time, Lingling had also gotten along better and better with Mo Wentian's family. You must take good care of yourselves. There are some food supplies I prepared for you in Wentian's spatial ring. If Yudi gets hungry, just ask Wentian for some. Dong Ruoling said, gently touching Mo Wentian's head with reluctance. Although she knew Mo Wentian was more mature than most children, she couldn't help but worry since he had never been away from her side since he was little. Don't worry, I'm already this big and a mentor now. Why are you still so nagging? Mo Yudi said impatiently. Mom, don't worry, I will take care of myself. Mo Wentian said obediently, unlike his sister. He really enjoyed his mother's nagging after living a second life. Wentian is still good, unlike your sister, who is always so reckless. Only your father can handle her. Dong Ruoling gently stroked Mo Wentian's face and looked at Mo Yudi. That's just how it is. Every time I leave, I have to be reminded about this and that. Mo Yudi mumbled, her tone clearly a bit sulky. All right, be careful on the road, Dong Ruoling said, feeling soft-hearted as she saw her daughter relent. Okay, Mom, we're leaving. Mo Wentian, although he had the spatial artifact ring, still carried a small bag on his back. After all, soul-guided devices are also rare items, and it's better to keep a low profile when one's strength is insufficient. After leaving, the two walked a distance into the inner part of Heaven-Do City and stopped in front of a hotel. You're here. Come on, let us go in. The food is just about ready. Yi Lingling, who was waiting at the entrance, showed a delighted expression, stepped forward, and hugged her sister, saying to Mo Wentian and the others, Lingling, I told you not to treat us. Why are you still making such a big deal out of it? It feels too formal. Mo Yudi complained, but her body honestly told everyone that she was hungry, and she directly pulled the two of them into the private room that Yi Lingling had booked. The dishes were delicious and abundant, truly a feast fit for an emperor. After the waiters left, only the 3 of them remained, and Mo Yudi no longer cared about her modesty, devouring the food without any image of a mentor. Yi Lingling understood her sister's personality well, and seeing this, exchanged glances with Mo Wentian and smiled. In the blink of an eye, a considerable amount of the delicious dishes on the table had already been consumed. Haha, that's how my sister is. She says no, but her body is very honest. A typical foodie, a food soul, a foodie needs a bowl to eat. Mo Wentian laughed heartily and joined in on the feast. Cool me. I'll raise my cup with tea instead of wine, to toast my sister and Wentian, thanking my sister's family for helping me obtain a satisfactory soul ring. After eating a bit, Yi Lingling stood up and said, No need to be so polite. You also played a big role. Mo Yudi quickly swallowed the food in her throat and raised her cup filled with juice. It's different. Even without me, my sister could defeat Ghost Vine. Yi Lingling insisted. Come on, no more talking. From now on, we're good friends, and good friends don't need to be so polite. Come on, cheers. Mo Wentian said boldly, but he also picked up the cup filled with juice, while the fine wine on the table was sadly neglected by the 3 of them, which was indeed a bit out of place. After satisfying their hunger, the 3 set off together towards the Heaven-Do Royal Junior Academy outside Heaven-Do City. An hour later, they stood in front of a magnificent gate. Mo Wentian looked up at the 8 large characters above his head. Heavenly Royal Junior Academy. The Heavenly Royal Academy has 3 doors, backed by the rear mountain, which is also the simulated training environment. The main entrance is the Heavenly Royal Senior Academy. The left side is the Intermediate Academy, and, at this moment, the 3 of them entered through the large door on the right. Upon entering the gate, what caught their eyes were the magnificent buildings, with intricately carved beams and painted pillars lining both sides of the road, and a staggered layout where pavilions and towers appeared at regular intervals. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh, truly a royal establishment, with immense financial investment. Considering the simulated training environment, if it were to be completed in a short time, it would probably cost over 100 billion gold soul coins. However, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy has reached its current scale through historical accumulation, so it cannot simply be summarized in terms of gold soul coins. Even the Heaven-Do Empire, with so many years of accumulation and continuous financial input, must have invested at least over 10 billion gold soul coins. Chapter 12. The Time-Space Divine Fate rings soon. Mo Wintian was escorted by two beauties, one tall and one short, to the new student accommodation. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found it to be a four-person room, quite spacious, similar to the conditions of his previous life in university. Choosing a sunny spot by the window, Mo Wintian set down his luggage and took out the prepared new blanket from his divine-level spatial soul guide. After the two girls helped him set it up, they agreed to come back later to invite Mo Wintian for dinner and then left. Fortunately, it was still early before classes started, and no one saw Mo Wintian's good fortune. Otherwise, he would surely be the envy of others. One must not underestimate the jealousy that children can have in this regard. In his previous life, children of this age would pay special attention to their appearance when they saw pretty girls, especially in the more precocious Douluo continent, where the attraction between the sexes also applies to children. This bed position was quite good. Upon waking up in the morning, he could practice the eye of breaking illusions right in bed. Mo Wintian looked at the angle and noticed there was a skylight above, which made him quite happy. One must say that the benefits of a top-floor dormitory are evident. With 4 beds distributed in 4 corners, everyone had their own space, and, aside from the bed, there was also a 3-meter radius. It could be called a luxurious dormitory. This also showcases the enormous expenses of the Royal Academy. In the original work, the dilapidated Shrek Academy invested no less than $1 million, and ultimately, due to insufficient funds, sought to ally with the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which makes sense. If it weren't for Tang San's exceptionally strong cohort, along with the support of the Heaven Do Empire, Shrek Academy would definitely not have grown to the point it did 10,000 years later. It might have even closed down right after Tang San's generation. The relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's loyalty to love, also touched Mo Wintian's heart. He could sacrifice his life for her, self-mutilating to extract bones. And she could burn her own life to sacrifice soul rings for him. The friendship among the Shrek 7 monsters also made Mo Wintian, who had few friends in his previous life, envious. Love is a light. Friendship is a shadow. When the light goes out, you find that all around you are shadows. Friends are the ones who can give you strength in the end. However, after arriving in the Douluo continent, Mo Wintian's attitude towards Tang San changed to one that lay somewhere between a rival and a confidant. The stubbornness of Douluo's Tang San, the romantic excess of Do Po's Xiao Yin, and the self-centeredness of Wu Dong's Lin Dong. All of these are understandable. No one is perfect. He couldn't say he disliked Tang San, nor could he say he liked him. Therefore, Mo Wintian wouldn't actively try to befriend Tang San, nor would he seek out trouble by becoming his enemy. Tang San was the goal he aimed to catch up to, especially before gaining the opportunity of the divine-level spatial soul guide. Mo Wintian once thought he might be left behind by Tang San for a lifetime. Now, Mo Wintian was confident he could walk ahead of Tang San. Opportunities should be seized when they arise. If heaven grants you something and you do not take it, you will be held accountable. If you were to take Tang San's opportunities, Mo Wintian could no longer go to Shrek to follow along, relying on others and carefree on the path to becoming a god. Mo Wintian also has no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall in the later stages. However, the grievances between him and Tang San can only be said to be a matter of differing positions. Who can determine good and evil? What is considered right or wrong is up to your judgment. The mountain is a mountain, the water is water. The mountain is not a mountain. The water is not water. The mountain is still a mountain, the water is still water. After seeing through everything, after understanding the essence, what does it matter to all things? After seeing through, what can the so-called right and wrong do? What about good and evil? What one does is merely to survive, living according to what one has seen and understood, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, without modern electronic devices for entertainment. Mo Wintian, aside from researching pills and learning about spirit masters, can only cultivate to pass the time. The word cultivation must be something countless modern people dream of. Now that he has the opportunity, how could he waste it? After breaking through to the 12th level of spirit power, the speed of cultivating spirit power seems to have slowed down a bit. Wouldn't future breakthroughs be even slower? After circulating a few cycles of energy, Mo Wintian stood up and said, at this moment, he looked at the sun outside, which was already left with only the afterglow. Just a few cycles took almost half a day. It must be said that cultivation is a slow process. With his recent cultivation, Mo Wintian feels that his cultivated spirit power is more refined than that of ordinary spirit master's meditation. The speed of my current spirit power cultivation is probably equivalent to that of a fully innate spirit power's cultivation speed. But because the spirit power is more refined, the future breakthrough speed in spirit power cultivation may be slower than that of an ordinary fully innate spirit power. But it should still resemble that of an innate 8th or 9th level spirit power in terms of cultivation speed. Mo Wentian judged based on the speed of soul power cultivation and the purity and quality of the soul power. Just as he was preparing to go downstairs to wait, there was a knock on the dormitory door. When he opened the door, it was Yi Lingling and her sister. Wentian, let's go. I'll take you to get familiar with the cafeteria first, and tomorrow I'll take you to the registration office, Mo Yudi said directly to Mo Wentian. The floors in the Douluo continent are referred to as buildings, but they're more like villas, with the tallest not exceeding 5 stories. Although they are grand and magnificent, they're still far from the spectacular skyscrapers of his previous life. The unique architectural style and exquisite decorative carvings are the characteristics of the Douluo continent. The dormitory has a total of 3 floors. Mo Wentian and the others quickly went downstairs, enjoying the scenery of the academy while familiarizing themselves with the environment. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the cafeteria, which had a total of 3 floors. The food on the first floor was generally cheaper, suitable for ordinary small nobles to dine, while the second floor had some private rooms with more luxurious and expensive dishes. The third floor was for teachers to dine, with dishes similar to those on the first floor, but completely free for teachers and their family members. Here is your black card, which serves as proof of my teacher status. In the future, you can use this card to have free meals on the third floor. To celebrate Wentian's arrival at the academy for study, I will treat you all to a free feast. Mo Yudi introduced the 2 people. Although it was said to be 2 people, in fact, it was an introduction for Mo Wentian himself. Well, let's go. Mo Wentian took the card without caring whether it was free or not. Having something to eat was enough. Yi Lingling seemed to think of something, her face turning red. She didn't refuse and followed Mo Wentian upstairs. Behind them, Mo Yudi noticed this and smiled slightly. At this moment, there were very few people on the first floor, with only a few scattered groups. The appearance of the 2 girls only attracted the attention of a portion of the people. Arriving at the window on the third floor to get food, Mo Wentian swiped the black card, and the enthusiastic lady serving the food filled several plates for the 3 of them along with a large bowl of soup. Mo Wentian kept watching the cafeteria lady's hands, wondering if they would shake like in his previous life, but fortunately they did not. There was tenderloin, bok choy, mapo tofu, and stir-fried garlic stalks with meat. Of course, these were names Mo Wentian gave to the 4 dishes based on their ingredients, along with a seaweed egg drop soup. The rice was plentiful, with 4 dishes in 1 soup. If the cafeteria lady's hands didn't shake and there was more meat, Mo Wentian would have been even more satisfied. However, since it was free, why have so many demands? It was free for teachers, and if he wasn't full, he could get more. Not bad. The taste of the cafeteria food was decent. Although it wasn't as delicious as his mother's cooking, it was still pretty good. Come on, Lingling. Let me show you what my mom makes. Mo Wentian took a bite and thought the taste was all right, then took out 2 food boxes from his spatial soul guide. Mo Wentian's soul guide is divided into 2 parts. One part can cultivate living things like medicinal herbs, while the other part is used for storage, where the items inside are in absolute stillness. Mo Wentian once thought that this god-level spatial soul guide, which would definitely appear tens of thousands of years later, was obtained by Tang Wulin, who acquired the time-space divine shuttle of the Holy Spirit's space storage artifact. Moreover, he gained the opportunity for the unnamed technique from it, so Mo Wentian named it the time-space divine fate ring. Opening the food box, it was still steaming and fragrant. It was exactly Mo Wentian's favorite braised pork and stewed pig's trotters. This was made from the meat of a 10-year-old beast, the pig-like beast, and the pig's trotters, and his mother put in a lot of effort. Mo Wentian placed the food box on the dining table, and the 3 of them eagerly started tasting it. It was fatty yet not greasy, lean yet not tough, delicious, delicious. Don't grab, this pig trotter is mine, and this one is mine too. This piece is tasty, mine, mine, all mine. 4 big pig trotters, a large bowl of braised pork, and 4 dishes with a soup, along with 3 bowls of white rice, were quickly consumed. Just like that, the 3 rice-eating champions finished their meal in 15 minutes and left the cafeteria. They left the auntie dumbfounded, standing there, thinking to herself, wow, 3 big eaters have come. It looks like I need to prepare more dishes next time. On the way back, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the college, the 3 of them relaxed and carefree. Mo Wentian looked at the two girls who were rubbing their stomachs and couldn't help but ask, Lingling, do you and your sister usually eat this much? Hmm? A crisp voice came from his sister, and Mo Wentian sensed the killing intent in her gaze, quickly shutting his mouth. No, I couldn't help but eat a little more, because Annie's braised pork is just too delicious. Ye Lingling aplanet cieli. Oh. Mo Wentian didn't continue to ask, and was just about to chat about something else, when an untimely voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this the young lady Yi? What's this? Found a backer? No wonder you dare to refuse my invitation for dinner. The owner of the voice was a dandy young man around 13 or 14, flanked by several lackeys, clearly a child of a wealthy noble family. P.S. Wishing all readers a happy new year in 2021. May all the regrets of 2020 be the groundwork for future surprises. Also, thanks to contracted editor Su Mu and editor Peng Lai for their recognition. Today this book will be sending contracts and will sign soon. Thank you all for your support. 2020 was not easy. Wishing everyone a prosperous 2021. Chapter 13. The Third Prince of... What do you want? I don't like you. So why should I go eat with you? Yi Lingling coldly snorted, her expression also turning cold. Oh, your temper is getting better. I like it. Brothers, what do you think? The young man looked at Yi Lingling with a lewd expression, and suddenly, his gaze swept over to Mo Yudi, revealing a strong desire for possession. Good looking, but she's the girl the boss has his eyes on. We little ones dare not look too much. A weaselly young man grinned lewdly at the two girls. Where do these monkeys come from? Get out of the way. Are you the clowns invited by the monkeys? If not, please step aside. If yes, please also step aside. We don't have time to play with you. Mo stepped forward to block the view of the group of wealthy young men. Monkey, he actually knows your name. Do you know each other? A confused, not so bright muscular young man asked. You idiot. I told you to think more often, but you never listen. Get lost. Don't embarrass me, the flamboyant young man said, slapping the muscular young man's head. Kid, do you know who we are? We are students of the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. By the looks of you, you're at most a student of the Intermediate Academy. What? Want to meddle in our affairs? A well-dressed, seemingly refined young master said arrogantly. Linyu, why are you wasting so much time with this kid? He dared to call us fools. Today, I'll make him regret it. Brothers, beat him up. The flamboyant young man's attitude towards this young man clearly improved, but he still angrily ordered his subordinates. Which of your ears heard me insult you? I just asked if you are or aren't, so don't block the way. Mo and Tion said fearlessly. With Mo, you die around. These people are just a bunch of clowns. Oof. Mo Yudi snorted coldly, her momentum erupting as 3 circles of soul rings in yellow and purple appeared around her body. What do the students from the Advanced Academy still want to teach me, a teacher from the Junior Academy? After saying this, she activated the Jishin step and charged forward. Summoning her martial soul, she fiercely slapped the backs of the few advanced students with the back of her flame wind sword. Thud! BF50. Woo! Don't hit my face, it hurts. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the few of them couldn't even summon their martial souls before Mo Yudi gave them a severe beating. After the 3 left, only a young man named Lin Yu was still able to stand, and he was actually a soul master, though he had just recently acquired his soul ring. This young man approached the roguish youth with a concerned expression and asked, Third Prince, are you okay? It seems we kicked a steel plate this time. I didn't expect that girl to be so strong. The roguish youth sprang up like a carp, stood up, rubbed his bruised and swollen face, and said angrily, how dare she hit me? I'm going to get that woman. Teacher, I haven't played with this before. It turns out this third prince is Xue Tao, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. Knowing he was no match for Mo Yudi, he pretended to be injured, lying on the ground, motionless like a dead dog, waiting for people to leave before standing up. Sister, why didn't you go a little harder? That person was clearly pretending. Mo and Tion, somewhat confused, asked, A lion does not care about the barking of wild dogs. These noble offspring who rely on their family background, if they hit too hard, will provoke some shameless old dogs to entangle them. Mo Yudi spoke meaningfully, that's right. That leader just now seems to be some prince. His family background must be extraordinary. Yi Lingling also agreed. However, what the 3 of them didn't know was that he was actually Xue Tao, the third prince of the Tiando Empire. Of course, even if he knew, Mo Wentian wouldn't care. He was just a guy who wouldn't live past 3 years. However, Mo Wentian did have a bit of doubt about the soul master beside the third prince, as there seemed to be a hint of evil in his soul power. But he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it might be a problem with a martial spirit. After all, the quality of a martial spirit doesn't determine a person's character. But being able to bully fellow students alongside a wastrel like the third prince probably meant he wasn't a good person either. After sending Mo Wintian back to his dorm, the two girls were just about to leave when suddenly the dorm door was pushed open. A fat guy walked in, and from Mo Wintian's perspective, this fat guy was no less than the character Ma Hong-joon from the anime in terms of physique. Sorry, I didn't expect someone was in the room. Is this room 306? The fat guy shook his backpack behind him, his chest jiggling, and asked with a silly smile upon seeing the two girls in the room. Yes. Yi Lingling looked somewhat displeased at the fat guy's chest and nodded. The fat guy had an innocent look, scanning the room with a naive expression. His jiggly chest posed little harm, but was highly insulting for a girl of Yi Lingling's age. Wintian, we're leaving. Make sure to get along well with your roommate. Mo didn't pay much attention to it. After saying a word to Mo Wintian, he left with Yi Lingling. Wow, brother, are these two sisters your sisters? The chubby guy looked at Mo Wintian with envy after the two girls left. Mo Wintian looked up at the fat boy's physique, his mouth twitching slightly. Is this really a 6-year-old kid? He looks more mature than myself. However, this round physique does indeed look quite pleasant. The big one is not the small one. Mo Wintian tried her best to blend into the circle of her age and replied succinctly. They're so beautiful. I really envy you for having an older sister, said the chubby one with a look of envy. Mo Wintian just smiled and nodded, then sat down to meditate and practice an unnamed technique. After the finished speaking, he saw that Mo Wintian only gave a slight nod and did not respond to him. He wasn't angry, and after tidying up a bed close to Mo Wintian, he practiced his soul power for a while before collapsing into a deep sleep. Level 11 soul power, not bad, should be a genius with innate soul power above level 8, but after all, he is still too young to keep going after such a short time of cultivation. Mo Wintian's soul power operated for a full cycle before he opened his eyes and glanced at the fat man. At this moment, the fat man was still sound asleep. Mo Wintian did not ask about the time, as it had grown late, and he lay down to sleep. The moonlight spilled in, and the stars shone brightly in the sky. The two spent their first day at the Heavendoe Royal Academy in this manner, drifting off into dreams. P.S. Thanks to book friend Mo Chi for the 5 recommendation votes, and Huang Ji for the 4 recommendation votes, as well as the various 1, 2, and 3 recommendation votes. Thank you very much for your support, and Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 14. Second floor of the cafeteria as the night faded. The sky brightened. Heavendoe Royal Academy, Dormitory 306. Creak. With a creak, Mo Wintian opened the skylight and carefully looked towards the fat guy's bed. Who? The faint sound of snoring continued uninterrupted. He was sleeping quite soundly. Mo Wintian helplessly said. He snored all night. Although he was young and his snores were small, they still affected his rest if he wasn't used to it. Fortunately, Mo Wintian had long been accustomed to it. When he used to share a room with his parents, his father's snores were truly loud, and compared to that, this snores were like a light drizzle. Seeing the sleeping soundly, Mo Wintian sat on the bed. The skylight was large, providing a clear view of the entire sky. Feeling lazy to practice on the roof, he directly sat on the bed and began to cultivate the Eye of Breaking Delusion. At this moment, the Eye of Breaking Delusion was at the mid-stage of the first layer, able to see through soul masters with a soul power lower than his own. For some enemies' moves, he could also identify some obvious weaknesses and had the perception of a dragon, able to sense a person's goodwill or malice. Mo Wintian places great importance on the cultivation of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, which trains one's mental strength. When a soul master reaches level 40, if their physical level is sufficient and their mental strength can reach that of a level 50 soul master, they can attempt to break through the limit of the soul ring and obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Only by acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring earlier than others can one compensate for the innate shortcomings of their martial soul, surpass peers, and become extraordinary, stunning everyone. For example, the continent's top auxiliary martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, the number 1 assault-type beast martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the strongest assault-type weapon martial soul, the Hao Ian Hammer, all belong to the highest quality martial souls. Of course, the quality of martial souls varies among individuals, but even the lowest quality Hao Ian Hammer is considered among the top-tier martial souls. Not to mention the even higher quality divine martial soul, the 6-winged angel. My martial soul quality is equivalent to average, not too bad, but the drawbacks are quite obvious and the limitations are despairing. Currently, I must find a way to compensate for the gap in innate martial soul quality. Otherwise, even with the help of the unnamed technique. My achievements will be limited to before becoming a super title Douluo. Mo Wention's eyes absorbed the gathering purple energy, but his mind was focused on his plans for the future. The first two restrictions of a martial soul were relatively easy to break, so he could temporarily set aside those thoughts. He recalled the ice and fire duality eye. Mo Wention's heart was filled with passion, but due to his current strength, he couldn't enter the search. However, there was another feasible method, which was to befriend Douluo. He wasn't sure if, by the time his strength was sufficient, Douluo would discover him early and set up a poison array. He needed to prepare in advance to deal with it. Mo Wention did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he entered the time and space divine fate ring with his consciousness and began reading the books left by his master Gohong on alchemy. An hour later, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Mo Wention guessed it was his sister and the others coming to call him for a meal. When he opened the door, he found only Yi Lingling standing there, holding a food box. Sister went back first. Let me bring you breakfast. After you eat, don't wander around. Focus on your cultivation. I'll be leaving now, Yi Lingling said, her face a bit flushed, before quickly running away. It turned out that at this moment, Mo Wention was not wearing a shirt. At such a young age, his physique was already well defined. If someone said Mo Wention was 10 years old, no one would find it strange, though it would be better if he were a bit taller. After running downstairs in one breath, Yi Lingling rubbed her warm face, quickly shook her head, and left with a wry smile. It turned out that Sister had instructed Yi Lingling to wait for Mo Wention to finish his meal and then take him out for a stroll to familiarize him with the academy. Sister was busy preparing for classes a month later, which is why she tasked Yi Lingling with this duty. Just like that, a month passed quickly. Mo Wention gets to enjoy breakfast delivered by beautiful girls every morning, and occasionally they go to the dining hall together. A chubby guy from the same dorm, Pang Run, also benefits from Mo Wention's luck and gets to eat some of the breakfast delivered by the girls. Girls have the privilege of freely entering boys' dorms, while boys, good luck trying to enter theirs. The chubby guy is aptly named Pang Ren. During this time, two new roommates join them. One is Mo Chi, who has an innate soul power of level 7 and possesses a control-type martial soul, the ruler. The other is Song Shui, who has an innate soul power of level 6 and a defensive martial soul, the water spirit turtle. Notably, the chubby guy's martial soul is actually a mutated martial soul, the Crimson Flame Exploding Bear, with an innate soul power of level 9. The group gets along quite well. Based on Mo Chi's suggestion, they established a ranking. Mo Wention as the leader, the chubby guy as number 2, Mo Chi as number 3, and Song Shui as number 4. Noon. The weather is no longer as hot as before. Some trees in the academy are showing signs of shedding leaves. Boss, let's go to the dining hall for a meal. The new semester starts officially in the afternoon, the chubby guy said with a flattering expression as he approached Mo Wention, chuckling. Cut it out, chubby. Wanting to eat is just an excuse. You just want to bring the boss along to eat for free, Song Shui said disdainfully. Nonsense. How can eating be called eating for free? This is called saving expenses, the chubby guy replied seriously. Of course, he isn't someone who lacks money for meals. Although his family's financial situation is not as good as Mo Chi's and Song Shui's, he still comes from a minor noble background. All right. Since school starts today, I'll take you guys to the second floor of the dining hall for a feast. Mo Wention said arrogantly. Boss, when did you become so generous? This isn't like your style, inviting us to a dinner that's not free. Mo Chi humorously looked at Mo Wention and said, Haha, today my sister forced me to treat you all, so I had no choice. Hee, you guys are benefiting from my sister's connections. When we go, if you meet the beauty she brings, make sure not to embarrass me. All right, let's go and enjoy the feast. Mo Wention felt particularly warm about this kind of teasing between roommates. Damn, I was wondering why the boss stopped taking us out for free dinners. Turns out he wants to treat the teacher to a meal. Mo Chi understood and said, regarding beautiful women at their current age, they clearly had no interest. Whether we go or not, it's fine if we don't. Mo Wention pretended to be angry and said directly go. Go he, why not go? It's not easy to have a meal with the boss, right, fatty? Ha! Mo Chi laughed heartily and said to the chubby guy and Song Shui beside him. Yes. Ha! The four of them laughed and chatted all the way. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Mo Udai and Yi Lung had been waiting for a long time, and with them was a purple-haired girl who seemed to be around 12 years old. Chapter 15. Du Guyan. Hello. My name is Du Guyan. I am Ling Ling's distant cousin and also a good friend of Udai. The purple-haired girl introduced herself, extending her hand to Mo Wention. Hello. My name is Mo Wention. I'm a friend of Ling Ling and the younger brother of Mo. You die. Mo, when Tian replied politely, shaking her hand. Thinking of Du Gubo. Mo when Tian also wanted to befriend this precious granddaughter of Du Gubo. Hello, sisters. The three usually talkative roommates, now in front of the beautiful girl, were unusually shy. Even the usually steady Mo, Chi, could only say, hello, sisters. Haha, you don't have to be polite. Come on, today is your official start of school. I will treat you to a big meal on the second floor. Mo you die, said generously after seeing these adorable future students, and then led everyone upstairs. On the stairs, Mo you die pulled Mo when Tian closer and whispered in his ear, I'll treat you, pay the bill. Mo you die couldn't help but complain about her wealthy brother at her heart, always remembering Mo when Tian's wallet. Spending over 100,000 to buy a cat girl as a maid at home. If she didn't know her brother well, she would definitely think he was just after her looks. Fortunately, Mo you die could see that her brother was probably just curious and felt pity for the cat girl. If she had the means, she would also choose to buy her. But she didn't know that the real reason Mo, when Tian bought the cat girl, was that she resembled a cat he had in his past life, which had a pitiful little gaze. That cat had been a remedy for Mo when Tian to heal from emotional pain, which is why he was willing to spend so much without a second thought. However, she underestimated the wealth in Mo when Tian's spatial soul guide. He had secretly exchanged quite a few gold soul coins for black cards under different identities. Mo Wentian privately even suspected whether his cheap master had some kind of obsession, accumulating so many gold soul coins without depositing them into the Imperial Bank. The luxury of the second-floor restaurant was no less than that of some large hotels in Heavendo City. This was Mo Wentian's first time entering the second floor. The decoration was lavish, and the embellishments were exquisite. Even the tableware seemed to be carved from porcelain jade, crystal clear. The menu in the private room only had 3 types of sets available: VIP set, Supreme set, and Supreme Emperor set. I'll have a Supreme Emperor set. Mo Yudi opened her mouth to announce the Supreme Emperor's package. Upon seeing the price tag, Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. 99.99 gold soul coins. VIP package. 999 gold soul coins. Supreme package. 99.99 gold soul coins. Supreme Emperor package, 19999 gold soul coins. Wow. I've heard that the cafeteria of the Tiendo Junior Royal Academy is the best in the academy, and the prices on the second floor are outrageously high. Even some scions of prominent families dare not come here often. Today has truly opened my eyes, said Song Shui, his expression extremely shocked. 19,999? That's enough for my expenses for several years. The chubby boy also looked incredulous. Mo Chi was not surprised by this, while the 3 girls seemed used to it, as if they already knew about the prices here. Sister, isn't this a bit too expensive? Mo Wentian asked. Though he was rich, he didn't spend money like this. Don't jump to conclusions, it's definitely worth it, Mo Yudi said with a mysterious smile. First served were some desserts, which were no different from dining at other hotels. Here it comes. 1,000-year soul beast, 8 treasure chicken. Duguyen was also amazed at the dish brought by the waiter. Miss, you have a good eye. This is the specialty dish of today's Supreme Emperor package. The waiter bowed and said, Soul Zune. Mo Wentian observed the fluctuations of the waiter's soul power with his, sensing a hint of the same aura as his sister, Mo Yudi. It turned out that even the waiter was a soul master. The second floor of the restaurant was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Mo Wentian thought in shock. 8 treasure chicken, with crispy skin and tender meat, boneless, is suitable for young nobles during their foundational training, as it is rich in energy and can enhance soul power after consumption. 100-year soul beast, red refining snake gallbladder. Made from the gallbladder of a top-quality 100-year soul beast, is quite large and cleaned well, although eating it raw would yield better results. The medicinal properties remain intact even after being cooked by the chef, and with the delicious sauce he personally prepared, it looks incredibly appetizing. 10-year soul beast, boar beast front leg meat. Its surface is golden and crispy, looking not greasy at all, with more lean meat than fat. It seems to be delicious, as if it were roasted over a low flame and then steamed in an oven, especially with the addition of cumin and chili, making it irresistible. 10-year soul beast, bull front leg meat. The chewiness of the beef is particularly tasty and delightful, especially when paired with fine wine. Fruit juice can also be an option, but lacks the thrill of drinking from a large bowl and eating meat in big chunks. Mo Wentian and several of his roommates all widened their mouths. This meal should cost no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. It really is worth the price. Soul Beast meat has a certain amount of energy that can help low-level soul masters who are stuck at a bottleneck to advance. One Tians of the second floor is that it's not simple. After a meal, everyone's relationships have improved quite a bit. As for One Tian's few cute and shy younger brothers, Yudi and Yi Lingling treat the three girls as younger siblings. Sister Yin Yin, I heard that your grandfather's poison skills are unparalleled in the world, and you also have quite a bit of research on spiritual medicines. I have admired you for a long time. When Tian saw that everyone had started to eat, and the atmosphere was lively, as if they were unintentionally drawing closer to each other. He praised, "That's right, my grandfather is currently on the verge of breaking through to the 90th level title Daw. Otherwise, I would introduce you to him." Regarding One Tian's compliment, Yin didn't think much of it. After swallowing the delicious food, she regretfully said, "What a pity. I have some knowledge about this and am very interested. Once Senior Dugu comes out of seclusion, I will definitely pay a visit in person, and I hope Yin Yin will introduce me." Hearing that Dugabo was preparing to break through to title Daw, When Tian looked regretful, unsure whether he regretted not being able to visit in person or regretted that Dugabo might have already discovered the ice and fire yin yang and gained opportunities to prepare for the breakthrough. "Okay, no problem," Yin casually replied. Since One Tian's younger brothers were still young, everyone had juice instead of wine. They enjoyed their meal and drinks. "Cool me. I raised my tea instead of wine. Let's have a toast. I hope the sisters will take care of us in the future." Emochi was much better than Fatty and Song Shui. Although he was also shy, he was quite polite once familiar, raising his teacup to toast the girls. After eating and drinking to their fill, 2 hours had passed. The three girls, as seniors and teachers, led the four of them on a shortcut to report for class assignments. Yudi is the class teacher of Class 2, so the four of them were assigned to her class. The three chubby ones were all excited, thinking that good days were about to come, until after the start of school, the three realized that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 16, Devil's Sister. In the night sky, the bright moon hangs high. In dormitory 306, after completing a full cycle of soul power operation, I looked at my three roommates who were already sound asleep. When Tian smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, feeling quite satisfied that he had finally broken through to level 13, achieving one level in a month. Although it was largely due to the spirit beast meat, especially today's 1,000-year spirit beast, the 8 treasure chicken had significantly boosted One Tian spirit power at level 12. Noticing that his sleeping roommate was undisturbed, When Tian once again sank his consciousness into the space-time divine fate ring. Upon entering the space where living beings could be stored, he found that the Tianxing grass at the center was nearing maturity. He thought to himself that by the next time he returned home, it would almost be ready to mature. The Tianxing grass, for support-type spirit masters, was far more effective than control-type and attack-type spirits, especially within the plant-based auxiliary category. In simple terms, the martial spirits in Douluo continent are divided into beast martial spirits and tool martial spirits. However, tool martial spirits are further divided into 2 main categories, plant-type and weapon-type. Some well-known examples include the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup, Haotian Hammer, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Beast martial spirits are divided into humanoid and beast type. The humanoid type is also called the main body martial spirit, while beast types are more common, with famous examples such as the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the evil white tiger. There are also more unique types like angel martial spirits and the ghost martial spirit of Ghost Douluo. Each has its strengths, but among the tool martial spirits, the plant type branch, especially grass type martial spirits, has generally low capabilities. No matter how much they mutate, there has never been a powerful title Douluo among them. Until Tang San's emergence, the bloodline of the 100,000-year spirit beast, the Blue Silver Emperor, came into existence, and after consuming 2 immortal-grade plants with water and fire attributes, he achieved dual immunity, thus changing the situation. The Tianxing grass before him is a type of immortal-grade treasure for support-type spirits, capable of enhancing the auxiliary abilities of plant-type spirits and allowing for a second awakening of the martial spirit. It is somewhat useful for him, but it does not have as significant an effect as his mother's Baikeo martial spirit. When Tian was thinking about the celestial herb in the ice and fire duality eyes and understood that celestial herbs could not be absorbed multiple times. Only the most suitable one could better exert the herb's medicinal effects. This celestial grass should be used by his mother. Although she had broken through to the soul sovereign realm and, with the help of the unnamed technique, faced no obstacles in the soul sect, she was getting older and had limited potential. However, taking this celestial herb still held the potential for her to advance to title Douluo. Mo Wintian did not ask about the world's decisions. At this moment, he had already determined that the Eye of Ice and Fire had been discovered by Douluo and claimed for himself. This immortal great herb was likely the only one of its kind. However, Mo Wintian was confident that, with his deep understanding of the plot and the alchemy skills passed down from Gohong, he would not be limited to the Soul Sage realm. Soon, Mo Wintian's consciousness circulated in the space, checking for any opportunities he might have missed. After a quarter of an hour, he felt a wave of weakness in his spirit. This was the first time he had stayed in the time and space divine fate ring for such a long duration. Without thinking much, he exited the space, lay down, covered himself with a blanket, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as the golden crow rose, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was pleasant. In his dreams, Mo Wintian felt a warmth on his forehead. With a sudden start, he sat up. "What are you doing?" Mo Wintian stood up and asked in confusion. "We noticed you woke up so late for the first time, and we were about to wake you up, thinking you were sick," the chubby guy said worriedly. What time is it now?" Mo Wintian looked at the sun in the sky. It was almost noon. "Hey, Ling Ling sent you breakfast, seeing that you weren't awake. She instructed me not to wake you, and then left," Mo Chi said, pointing his head towards the breakfast on the table in the center of the room. "Oh, I'm Yufine. I went to bed a bit late yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, classes are starting officially today, right?" Mo Wintian changed the topic and said, "Yes. We were just about to wake you up to go with us. Otherwise, if we leave you behind, we're afraid Teacher Yudi will beat us to death." Song Shui joked. Then let's hurry up." Mo Wintian, who knew his sister well, nodded in agreement. As they walked on the road, they ate the breakfast that Yu Lingling had sent over. Mo Wintian's mental power secretly converged above his eyes, and he suddenly discovered that the Eye of Breaking Illusions had actually broken through to the first layer of the Great Perfection realm. At this moment, his mental power was no less than that of a newly advanced Great Soul Master. Could it be? The Time and Space Divine Fate Ring can also enhance mental power. Mo Wintian pondered for a moment and then understood where the problem lay. He realized that he had only consciously exited the Xinyuan ring space and felt particularly tired. After taking a nap, his mental strength had made a significant breakthrough. Therefore, Mo Wintian concluded that the Xinyuan ring had the effect of training mental strength. As long as one's consciousness remained in the space for an extended period, reaching the limits of mental strength, it could achieve the effect of training mental strength. Mo Wintian felt a surge of excitement, but he did not know that the reason for such a significant breakthrough this time was entirely due to his first encounter. It was this initial experience that allowed his mental power to make such a tremendous leap. Although there would still be significant effects in the future, they would never be as drastic as this change. "It's time, Class 2 of the first year," Mo Chi reminded. Reporting. The three of them said in unison at the door. At this moment, the classroom was already filled with students, about 30 in total, with only 4 connected seats in the front row remaining empty. Mo Wintian was still a bit unaccustomed, staring blankly at the scene. Since everyone was present, let's start our first practical class, Mo Yudi on the stage said with a cold expression. The students below all shivered in unison. Even Mo Wintian seemed to feel a chill in the air. Soon, the 32 students of Class 1 arrived at the practical class venue one by one. The venue was empty. It was surrounded by a large area of lawn. The first class of the new semester was a practical class. Only Mo Yudi could do something like this. Montak Vencian. Mo Yudai seems to not recognize Mo Wintian, coldly calling out his name for the first time. 2. Mo Wintian replied helplessly, "Report your martial soul and soul power level." "Yes, Mo Wintian. My martial soul is the mutated 7-leaf clover, and my soul power is at level 13. Mo Wintian didn't know what his sister wanted to do, but he knew she wouldn't harm him. So he cooperated and said, "Hiss." A gasp was heard among the students. Impressive, reaching level 13 at just over 6 years old. She must be a soul master with full innate soul power, a more knowledgeable student exclaimed in shock. Well, good, next Mo Chi. Mo Yudi was slightly surprised, but not shocked. Adjusting her expression, she coldly called out again. Mo Chi, Wuhuan ruler, soul power level 8. Mo Chi didn't expect Mo Yudi to be so serious during class. He quickly stood up and imitated Mo Wintian's serious demeanor as he said, "Not bad. Next, Fat." "Oh no, Pang Ren." Mo Yudi almost shouted it wrong, but corrected himself. "Pang Ren, he mutated martial soul crimson flame, exploding bear, soul power level 11. The chubby boy didn't care at all about the laughter from his classmates around him, and with a silly grin, he announced his current soul power level. Many classmates who had mocked his size instantly fell silent. Mo Yudi began to call out names in order. The new students were all sitting on the lawn, and only those whose names were called could stand up. Gong Aoshue, Martial Soul, Ice, Snow Proud Spirit Zither, Control System Level 11 Soul Master. A beautiful girl with snow-white hair glanced at Mo Wentian and proudly raised her head to speak. Montak Vencian was momentarily speechless. Children are just proud and unwilling to admit defeat. Although everyone was surprised, they didn't lose their composure too much with Mo Wentian setting the example. Next, Xia Yunqi. Xia Yunqi, Martial Soul, Colorful Crane, Level 11 Support Spirit Beastmaster. A shy and cute girl stood up, saying timidly, "Well, not bad. It seems there are still some geniuses among you. However, those with lower soul power shouldn't be discouraged. As long as you work hard and practice diligently, you will definitely achieve something." Mo Yudi saw some dejected students and couldn't help but encourage them. Sure enough, some of the downcast children instantly became filled with fighting spirit. Young children may not always listen to their parents, but they definitely believe that what their teachers say is right. Today, in the first class, a practical lesson. I will select the top 10 soul masters or soul warriors among you to battle against me. Mo Yudai looked at Mo Wentian and smiled. Seeing the teacher with a beautiful smile, the top 10 soul masters felt no sense of cuteness at all and shivered in unison. The devilish reputation of this female teacher had long spread throughout the junior college. A level 38 battle spirit master, she was among the best in the entire junior college. Due to frequent absences and a love for practical classes, she was assigned to the first year as a new teacher for training. The college's intention was for her to temper her personality and properly teach the first-year freshmen. However, unexpectedly, the first class turned out to be a practical lesson. As expected, Mo Wentian was the first to stand on the competition stage, with only Song Shui from the dormitory group managing to escape unscathed. The Tiando Junior Soul Master Academy mainly recruits students from various noble families, as well as a small number of wealthy or ordinary families. Therefore, the innate soul power of the students is generally above level 5. The awakening time for these students' martial souls has been no more than half a year, and there are about 10 students whose soul power has reached level 7 or above. Bang! Duong! It hurts! Ouch! After a flurry of chaos. Unsurprisingly, among the 10 who took the stage, except for 2 females and Mo Wentian, everyone else had bruises on their faces, and even Mo Wentian was rubbing her backside. Ouch! The teacher's sister is really ruthless. Mo Chi, with a bruised face, secretly glanced at Mo Wentian, who was rubbing her backside, and said, "You'll get used to it. Montak vien xian comfortet, vuvu." Big Boss, is the younger sister so violent since childhood? The fat man didn't have any particularly big changes, only that his face was 3 points chubbier than usual. It's okay. It should be because she became a mentor that she's so strict. Mo Wentian is not really afraid of his sister, although he was often bullied by her when he was young. Boo-hoo, boss, you really got us into trouble. Why did you insist on joining your sister's class? The chubby guy looked utterly despondent. Meanwhile, his sister was looking at Mo Wentian with an innocent expression. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh at his miscalculation. His sister must have reported that it wasn't because she taught well that the student entered her class, but rather because it was easier to take leave in her class. This was a blatant display of authority. At this moment, the 32 students looked at Mo Yudi with obvious awe, and it was estimated that if Mo Yudi said 1, no one would dare to say 2. Mo Yudi looked at this scene with satisfaction. The effect was quite obvious. She had to thank Duge Yan for the strategy she devised. If Mo Wentian knew that all of this was Duge Yan's idea, he would definitely stop thinking about quickly concocting the antidote for the snake poison of the martial soul he was afflicted with. Glancing at the faces of others, Mo Wentian touched his backside and thought to himself that it seemed his sister was still reluctant to hit him. Chapter 17. Martial Soul Restrictions. Thus, Mo Wentian did not get to stay comfortably in his sister's class as he had hoped. There was a practical class every other day, and the cultural knowledge classes were equally rigorous. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of other junior college classes, this class led by Mo Yudi was packed with a tight schedule. It was uncertain whether it was because Mo Wentian was in this class that his sister, who usually disliked teaching, seemed to have fallen in love with the role of a mentor and was tirelessly dedicated to it. 2 years later, in this session, Class 2 under Mo Wentian boasts the best practical experience in the academy, earning the nickname of the Devil Class. Over a year ago, after Mo Yudai broke through to the Soul Realm, She gave the troublesome third prince, Shui Tao, a severe beating, whether it was the butterfly effect or not. The third prince, who was supposed to be secretly killed by Shui Qinghe, is still alive and well to this day. Shui Tao can be considered the biggest villain in the eyes of the 32 students in Class 2, relying on his status as a prince. He does as he pleases and takes pleasure in bullying the students of Class 2, even more arrogant and overbearing than the leader of Class 1, the fourth prince. The students of Class 2 have always disdained the demeanor of these two princes. Mo Wentian didn't like to show off. He spent all his days either training or training, as if he was possessed. In the first year, when bullied by Class 1, Mo Wentian would step in to help the students of Class 2, earning him the title of boss from them. Over the past year, with the increase in practical experience, Class 2 successfully surpassed Class 1, which was known as the genius class, in overall strength. However, until 3 months ago, Mo Wentian had often been absent from classes and was frequently untraceable. It turned out that he had encountered a bottleneck in his training. Despite having reached level 20 soul power, he was unable to fuse with a soul ring. That day, his mother, who had consumed the Tianxin grass and successfully advanced to Soul Zone after a second awakening of her martial soul, and his father, who was at level 45 as a Battle Soul Zone, along with his 42-level Battle Soul Zone sister and 30-level Battle Soul Venerable Yi Lingling, went to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings. Everything went smoothly, and his mother also advanced to level 41 as a support soul zone, acquiring her fourth soul skill that enhanced soul power. However, when Mo Wentian attempted to obtain his soul ring, the Baiko unexpectedly failed to fuse with the second soul ring. Mo Wentian suddenly remembered the restrictions of his soul ring. 7-leaf clover. The leaves usually have 7 pieces, arranged alternately at the top of the stem. The leaves are long, oval-shaped, with a single stem and no hair. It contains weak toxins that can clear heat, detoxify, and reduce fire, using poison to counteract poison. It is said that each of its 7 leaves represents different meanings. The first leaf represents faith. The second leaf represents hope. The third leaf represents love. The fourth leaf represents luck. The fifth leaf represents wealth. The sixth leaf represents reputation. The seventh leaf represents true love. Mo Wentian speculated that the reason he could obtain the first soul ring was due to the fortune he gained from the time and space divine fate ring, which filled his heart with the belief in becoming a god and the conviction that he could surpass Tang San. The reason he could not obtain the second soul ring was due to a lack of hope in his heart. For a long time, although his relationship with Dugu Yin had grown closer, only 6 years had passed since Tang San appeared in Heavendo City. Despite having met Dugu Bo during this time, he still had not gained the trust of Dugu Bo. This left him feeling somewhat lost. The divine herb seemed far out of reach, and the limitations of his martial soul made him feel restless. In this state of disappointment, he failed to absorb the soul ring. Fortunately, in the past 3 months, Mo Wentian had put aside his martial soul cultivation and focused on studying various medicinal texts, successfully finding a way to resolve Dugu Yan's martial soul issues. Dugu Bo's problem was relatively easy to solve. He just needed to use auxiliary medicines to force the toxins into a soul bone, which would perfectly resolve the issue. However, Dugu Yan's problem was more difficult to tackle, and since Mo Wentian rarely had time to study alchemy and cultivate in the dark arts, his understanding and application of medicines were not as good as Tang San's when he met Dugu Bo in the original story. In fact, dealing with the weaker toxins affecting Dugu Yan was even more challenging. Once he resolved Dugu Yan's martial soul issues, he would surely win the favor of the old poison master, and at that time, when he made his requests, he would definitely not be refused. Mo Wentian thought happily. At that time, even if it wasn't as he guessed, using the effects of the supreme immortal herb and the magic of the ice and fire duality eyes to achieve a second awakening of his martial soul would definitely allow him to successfully absorb the soul ring. Mo Wentian felt an infinite hope in his heart. Once I heal Sister Yin Yin, I will definitely make that old poisoner Dugu Bo pay, and I must personally take him to obtain the soul rings. Mo Wentian held the elixir he had refined in his hand, thinking resentfully. Dugu Bo was unaware that the celestial items in his medicinal garden were being coveted by others, and due to the limitations of their martial souls, even he had been targeted, which was truly innocent. Only Mo Wentian would dare to think of having a level 91 titled Douluo personally accompany him to obtain his second soul ring. Since he didn't know Dugu Yan's whereabouts, Mo Wentian went to Yi Lingling's dormitory. After a short while, Yi Lingling happily ran out. "Wentian, why are you here? You finally remembered to look for me. I've been trying to find you recently, but you're never around." I don't know what you've been up to. Yi Lingling pouted playfully in front of Mo Wentian. At this point, Yi Lingling was almost 12 years old, developing quickly and looking beautiful, with her silver hair neatly cascading down her back. Unlike the aloof and reclusive personality of Yi Lingling in the original novel, due to the influence of Mo Wentian and his sister, she had not become introverted and solitary due to the tragedy of her family's martial soul, but instead had developed a cheerful personality. I'm looking for you for an important matter. I found out the reason why my martial soul can't absorb soul rings, and I came to ask for your help this time. Mo Wentian straightforwardly said, "Great, how can I help you? I will definitely do my best." Indeed, Yi Lingling, as always, was understanding and happily replied. Over the past 2 years, Mo Wentian's height had already reached close to the nearly 1.70 meters of Yi Lingling. As they walked along the road of the Tiando Intermediate Academy, Mo Wentian explained to Yi Lingling the reason for his martial soul limitations. Just as you said, the world is vast and full of wonders, and there are such strange martial souls. Then your third soul ring must be. Yi Lingling suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but blush and fall silent. It should be just as you think. Mo Wentian guessed that he would likely need to understand love, or possess love, in order to obtain the third soul ring. As for the requirements for the fourth soul ring, Mo Wentian thought he was not lacking, with the time and space divine fate ring being the best proof. Only reputation and true love were not so easily resolved. He was unsure if the reputation from obtaining first place in the Soul Master competition would be enough. He would have to wait and see. One step at a time, there would surely be a way when the time came. Mo Wentian couldn't help but think of the limitations of his 6th and 7th spirit rings. At this moment, he had a strange feeling, as if the restrictions of the 2nd spirit ring on his martial soul had already diminished significantly. He believed that after healing Douluo Yen, he would definitely be able to successfully absorb the spirit ring when he met Douluo again. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling was absent-minded, lost in her own thoughts. In their world, time always seemed to pass so quickly. Soon, the two arrived at a special dormitory of the Advanced Academy. After a while, a unique girl with purple hair and green eyes, Douluo Yen, came out of the dormitory, looking like she had just bathed. At that moment, Douluo Yen had a certain charm about her, exuding a unique allure. However, compared to Yi Lingling standing beside her, it was the more innocent-looking Yi Lingling that captured more attention. "Lingling, what do you want from me?" Douluo Yen asked in confusion. At this moment, Douluo Yen and Yi Lingling were not only best friends, but also teammates in the same battle team. Their common mentor was Qin Ming, who graduated from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming selected 7 people from the Intermediate and Advanced Academies to form the first team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. "It's Wentian who has something to discuss with you," Yi Lingling said, looking at Wentian. Yen, I want to ask you to go back home and inform Douluo about something. Just tell him that I found a way to heal the flaws in your martial soul." Mo Wentian looked at Douluo Yen's purple hair and green eyes and said, "Over the past 2 years, aside from my training, I've often shared meals with you and the others, and our relationship has become as close as siblings. I don't have any problems, but since you asked, I'll mention it to Grandpa again. He dotes on me the most and will definitely not refuse. So you can rest assured." Douluo Yen clearly still did not believe Mo Wentian's words, but she still agreed. "Yen, I also think what Wentian said makes sense. Look at others. No one has such unique purple hair and green eyes. Only you and Senior Douluo, one with purple hair and green eyes, and the other with green hair and green eyes," Yi Lingling supported. All right, I believe you, okay?" Douluo Yen said with a wry smile. 3 days later, in Tiando City, at Douluo's mansion. "What? You really created a remedy that can solve Yenner's martial soul issues?" Douluo said in shock. It's important to know that a year ago, Mo Wentian met with Douluo and immediately claimed he was sick, causing Douluo to nearly beat the brat to death. Although Douluo believed that Mo Wentian was right about the fatal flaws in their family's martial soul, otherwise Douluo Yen's parents wouldn't have died young, he didn't believe that Mo Wentian had a solution. At that time, Mo Wentian's understanding and application of medicinal materials were far inferior to his own. Since he was a friend brought by Yenner, naturally, he couldn't be treated like Tang San. Therefore, Douluo didn't pay much attention and regarded Mo Wentian as a child who knew a little about pharmacology and was just playing around. At that time, Mo Wentian, after receiving a beating, lost the desire to continue the conversation. After all, to shamelessly approach someone to treat their martial soul issues and then get beaten up was too much for him to bear. Who would have thought that 3 days ago, his well-behaved granddaughter came to plead with him again, seeing this ignorant little brat? This kid, at such a young age, was said by Yinner to be under 9 years old and already at level 20, showing quite a bit of talent. It wouldn't hurt to give him a chance. Douluo feigned surprise but secretly held an attitude of trying it out, stroking his chin and thinking, "Yes, here are 3 pills that I set aside for my cultivation, which took me nearly 3 months to refine." Compared to Yinner, who is not deeply poisoned, taking 1 pill every 10 days will allow her to clear the poison of the green phosphor snake after a month. As for whether Douluo would feel an itching sensation between his ribs on cloudy and rainy days, lasting for an hour, occurring once from noon to midnight, and experiencing a stabbing pain in the head and soles of the feet late at night, Mo Wintian said with an air of confidence. He thought to himself that he wasn't afraid of this old toxic person not complying. As expected, Douluo was instantly shocked. "Good boy, you actually guessed this correctly. I'll trust you this once. If you can really cure me and Yinner, I will agree to 3 conditions that do not go against my principles." Douluo promised with a look of astonishment. "Sister Yin Yin and I are good friends, so I will definitely be able to cure her. As for those 3 conditions, let's consider them as a reward for treating you, Senior Douluo. How about that?" Mo Wintian's eyes turned, and he said with a serious expression, "Haha, kid, your mind isn't bad. I agree." Douluo stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Douluo also knew that his granddaughter had a good relationship with this kid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Mo Wintian. Mo Wintian's mouth revealed a smile, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. If he didn't take advantage of this old poison master, he wouldn't be Mo Wintian. He must let Douluo understand where the saying, "Don't provoke the old man, nor underestimate the young and poor" comes from. The issue with Senior Douluo is relatively easy to solve. It only requires a soul bone. Following the spiritual medicine on this prescription and utilizing my unique soul power operation route, I can store the poison in the soul bone without affecting the senior's mastery of poison. Mo Wintian handed over a prescription and said, "Wonderful. How did I not think of this? Ah, this little brat fell for your little trick. I do have soul bones, and even without your special soul power operation route, with this prescription, I can successfully force the poison into the soul bones." Douluo, looking regretful, slapped his forehead and confidently looked at Mo Wintian. "Haha, come on, Junior. Let me demonstrate the operation route of soul power for you now." Mo Wintian approached Douluo, and his soul power penetrated into Douluo's body, operating along a special route. This special route was Mo Wintian's application of the extraordinary meridians of the human body, which could accelerate Douluo's absorption of toxins from the soul bones throughout his body. Douluo sat cross-legged, and after a quarter of an hour, he excitedly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Indeed, it works. With your prescription, I am confident that I can eliminate the drawbacks of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor Spirit within a month. In that case, I will take my leave, and I will visit again in a month. At that time, I will have something to ask." Mo Wintian stood up to take his leave. "Well, I don't have much to give you either. Seeing that you're skilled in pharmacology, this treasure pouch can store living things and has its own space inside. It should be helpful to you. I have little use for it, so I'll give it to you." Douluo did not try to keep him and took out a delicate small medicine pouch. Mo Wintian may have better options, but adhering to the attitude of not passing up a good deal, he still accepted it. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that the 3 chubby guys were not there. Having been together for 2 years, their bond was undeniable. They were solidly good friends. Mo Wintian sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate his soul power. Although he couldn't break through, he could still accumulate and increase some soul power through cultivation. During this period, he had relaxed his soul power training a bit, so he had to work twice as hard to make up for it. Mo Wintian darkly thought, although a class has several teachers, there is only one homeroom teacher responsible for leading the students in the class, and this role lasts for 3 years, from 1st grade to 3rd grade. So now, Mo Wintian's homeroom teacher is still his sister, Mo Yudi. Peace. I couldn't sleep at midnight, and I kept thinking about changing the contract status soon. So I exploded in advance and wrote 2 big chapters totaling nearly 8,000 words. I hope I can get some recommendation votes for support. And after the contract status changes, those with monthly tickets can also leave a few for this book. Hee. Chapter 18. The Butterfly Effect, 10,000 updates seeking votes. Boss. Today you don't know. If it weren't for Teacher Sister appearing, our Class 2 would have almost been beaten down by the 4th Prince and his people from Class 1. Song Shui said with a face full of anger and relief. Yeah, boss, the 4th Prince has been extremely arrogant and tyrannical lately, just like his brother, the 3rd Prince. The chubby boy said, his honest and timid personality showing a bit of fear. I understand. After a while, I'll personally find Shui Beng to settle the score. As for the third prince Shui Tao, I believe he won't dare to appear in the junior college during this last year. Mo Wentian said indifferently. After dealing with the third prince, another fourth prince popped up again. More than a year ago, the third prince led some senior students to bully people like the chubby boy in class 2. The few of them could say they both hated and feared the third prince. Fortunately, the third prince was afraid when he saw Sister Mo Yudi. He had the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage, only daring to bully students like them. Once Mo Yudi was not around, even Mo Wentian would sometimes be blocked, leading to fights. Although they were all senior students, relying on his immortal step, Mo Wentian had not suffered losses, but the chubby boy and the others were often left with bruises. Moreover, the school did not prohibit such phenomena. Instead, it somewhat supported it, claiming it encouraged competition among students. Mo Wentian didn't know whether the fourth prince was truly being arrogant or if he was intentionally putting on an act due to the peculiar death of the second prince. However, Mo Wentian knew that once he gained power, he would never help such a scoundrel ascend to the throne like Tang Xin did. Because of the butterfly effect, the third prince, who should have died, was still alive. What Mo Wentian didn't know was that when Xueqing sent someone to eliminate the third prince, seeking revenge for Mo Yudi's beating, was often getting beaten up instead. He would show up at the junior academy, bullying students, and after failing to gain any advantage, he would then bully boys and girls at the senior academy, inadvertently showing off a playboy demeanor, which happened to save his life. Until 3 months ago, when Mo Yudi, who had broken through to the Battle Soul sect, went to the senior academy and gave him a severe beating. His sister estimated he would need at least half a month in bed. He hadn't dared show up at the junior academy since then. It's not good to appear. I heard that the third prince, Shui Tao, was severely beaten not long ago and has been lying in bed for half a month. Could it be that the boss sent someone to do it? Mo Chi, who was well informed, looked at Mo Wentian with a mix of excitement and suspicion. I don't have that kind of ability. It was all done by my sister. Mo Wentian recalled the scene of Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and his sister ganging up on Shui Tao, feeling a secret delight. With Dugu Yin around, the third prince could only suffer this hidden loss. Because Prince Xueha had a good relationship with the poisoned Douluo and didn't dare let them offend Dugu Yin and the others, so he couldn't use any underhanded methods. Wow, truly impressive. Teacher is domineering. Teacher is mighty, even daring to hit the third prince. The chubby boy looked like a little fanboy, raising his chubby fist and shouting, "Amazing! Amazing! No wonder you're the teacher." Mo Chi and Song Shui also looked at him with great admiration. "Let's go eat. I'm happy tonight, so I'll take you to the second floor of the restaurant." Mo Wentian was feeling joyful today, thinking about the solution to the martial soul problem, and recalling the mountain of gold soul coins piled up in the divine fate ring that had been exchanged for quite a few black cards. He couldn't help but say generously, after all, what people fear most is not having money to spend, but having money with no place to spend it. No one wants to die with money left unspent. Thinking of the financial limitations represented by the fourth soul ring, Mo Wentian decided it was time to plan his future path carefully. "You guys go ahead to the restaurant and wait for me. I'll go call my sister," Mo Wentian instructed before heading downstairs to his sister's residence. At the restaurant's first floor, near the stairs, Mo Wentian and the 3 girls saw a commotion in the crowd ahead and approached to find themselves instantly enraged. It turned out that the fourth prince, Xu Weibing, had brought people to block the passage on the second floor, believing that the 3 country bumpkins, including Fatty, were not qualified to dine there. "Fatty, who hit you?" Looking at the slap mark on Fatty's face, Mo Wentian's cold gaze swept over Xu Weibing and the others. Fatty's personality was completely opposite to his martial soul. He was not one to stir up trouble, especially in the presence of the fourth prince of the empire. So he averted his gaze somewhat and looked towards the fourth prince. "It's you, Xu Weibing, very good. Montag Venxiang glangst et Montag Chi," who nodded in confirmation that it was indeed Xu Weibing's doing. Mo Chi was well informed, although he didn't know what his family did. It seemed that he wasn't particularly afraid of Xu Weibing, so he nodded and said, "It was Xu Weibing's doing. I was just discussing it with him when you guys arrived." Sister Mo Yudi and the lonely Yin hadn't spoken either. It wasn't appropriate for them to intervene in the children's scuffle. Yi Lingling, however, tugged at Mo Wentian's hand with some concern. Mo Wentian patted Yi Lingling's soft, boneless little hand, signaling her to be at ease. His entire body erupted with soul power, and before Shui Beng could react, a shadow flashed by. Shui Beng was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall, with his face swelling up like a toad. "Boom! You dare hit me? Don't think that just because you have your sister, You can do whatever you want. I, Mo Wentian, will make you pay for this. Shui Bong, not noticing the furious Dugu Yin behind him, threatened Mo Wentian with an angry expression. Oh really? I can do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Mo Wentian coldly laughed and said to his sister and the nearby Fatty, Let's go, sister, Fatty. We're going upstairs for a feast. Oh, okay. The Fatty quickly replied, feeling deeply touched. What, do you look down on the three of us? You dare threaten our Wentian. Mo Yudi said playfully as she passed by the standing Shui Bong. Youpft. Upon seeing Mo Yudi, Shui Bong didn't dare to speak harshly. After all, Mo Yudi was someone highly valued by the three committee members. His gaze shifted to Dugu Yin behind Mo Yudi, and Shui Bong's eyes narrowed again, falling silent. With his backing's granddaughter present, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant even if he had 10 times the courage. It wasn't until the group left that Shui Bong cursed loudly. A bunch of useless fools, get lost. Get the hell out of here. What are you looking at, Scram? The onlookers quickly dispersed. Boss, should we look for? A sycophant with a sinister expression was about to curry favor. Get lost. Find your mother. Useless trash. Just mentioning it made Shui Bong feel a wave of powerlessness. After going upstairs, they returned to their usual spot. Over the past 2 years, this wasn't the first time Mo Wentian treated everyone, but the third time he invited them to the second floor for a meal. Everyone knew about Mo Wentian's wealth and was not at all polite. Bring me a Supreme Emperor's set meal. Even Mo Yudi was unaware of where Mo Wentian got so much money. Mo Wentian privately exchanged a portion of his gold soul coins at the money exchange. And now he has no less than 1 million gold soul coins in his card. Good. Welcome. These fruits and desserts. Please enjoy. Your set meal will be ready soon. A female soul master waitress said respectfully with a smile. The kitchen on the second floor of the restaurant is very mysterious and never allows outsiders in. It is rumored that the second floor is contracted by a hermit family called the Nye family. Every day, a large amount of soul beast meat is sent to the kitchen on the second floor. The business is not only aimed at the students of the Tiando Royal Primary Academy, but also at all soul masters in the Tiando Empire. Although it doesn't have booming business every day, there is still a steady stream of patrons. Soon, the waitress responsible for serving dishes brought out exquisite dishes made from soul beast meat. The first dish of the Supreme Emperor's set meal is made from different 1,000-year soul beast meats. I haven't seen this dish before, Dugu Yin said with some confusion while looking at the others. This dish is called 7 Orifices Exquisite Heart, made from the heart of a 1,000-year 7-colored deer. The waitress introduced with a smile. Mo Wentian and the others had no objections. Soul beasts were natural enemies of humans. Apart from those that transformed into human-like beings after 100,000 years, other soul beasts were merely food for humans. It's important to understand that just as humans eat soul beasts also eat humans. The so-called righteousness and evil are merely different stances. Soon, the dishes were ready. The food here was still so delicious, and the speed of serving was very quick. Mo Wentian took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. Of course, I heard that the cooks here come from hermit families and possess unique culinary martial souls, which greatly enhance the taste of the food. Dugu Yin was the only one, besides Mo Wentian, who was still savoring her food slowly. Her sister and Yi Lingling had already disregarded their image and were grabbing food alongside the others. I must take the opportunity to see how they cook. Mo Wentian expressed his interest. All right, haha, let us eat quickly, or we'll just be left with soup. Dugu Yin seemed to enjoy this atmosphere and also joined in the food scramble. Mo Wentian couldn't help but smile, not minding it at all. This was his true nature. After dinner, everyone discussed that they would take advantage of Mo Wentian being promoted to a Grand Soul Master to give him a good scolding as a wealthy person. Even Yi Lingling, who usually supported Mo Wentian, stood with him this time. Since the 3 girls said they weren't good at drinking, everyone agreed to not drink alcohol this time, only having juice. They decided that when Mo Wentian was promoted to a Grand Soul Master, they would definitely let him taste the fine wine together. Mo Wentian didn't really believe the words of the 3 girls. The girl from his previous life claimed to be bad at drinking, but that was basically a lie. When it came to drinking, she could easily take down 3 big men by herself. Chapter 19. Evil Soul Master. The next day, the entire academy was buzzing about the incident where the 4th prince had been defeated in an avalanche yesterday. Class 2, led by Mo Yudi, became famous once again, and the leader of Class 2, Mo Wentian, also gained significant fame, earning the title of Prince Slayer. The little brothers of Class 2 felt an immense sense of pride, walking with their heads held high, full of confidence and vigor. Mo Wentian finished his training with the eye of breaking illusions in the early morning, and in the evening, his consciousness sank into the time-space divine fate ring to cultivate his spiritual awareness. Usually, when there was nothing to do, his consciousness stayed in the time-space divine fate ring, unless he could no longer hold on. Recently, Mo Wentian had rarely attended classes, and Mo Yudi had also relaxed the management of the class. After finishing the morning class, there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so she gave the students a holiday to freely cultivate. That afternoon, Mo Yudi arrived at Mo Wentian's dormitory door. "Hello, teacher. Are you looking for the boss?" "The boss is inside, still cultivating." The three chubby students stood up in unison and respectfully said, "Well, there's no need to be so polite to me after class. I have something at home, and I'm taking Wentian back. If he doesn't come to class tomorrow morning, just inform the classmates that they can cultivate freely," Mo Yudi said in a friendly manner. She had a good relationship with Mo Wentian's little brothers privately, but in class, she was all business. "Yes, teacher, we guarantee to complete the task." The chubby student stood up straight first, looking as if he was saying, "You could trust me with this." Wentian, are you done with your cultivation?" "Good, I have something to tell you. You need to come home with me." Mo Yudi's expression was somewhat unhappy, as if she was hiding something. Mo Wentian, seeing the situation, couldn't help but nod in confusion. After entering Heavendo City, his sister, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly spoke with a heavy tone. "Have you heard of evil soul masters, Wentian?" "I've heard of them." "Why, sister? Did you encounter one?" Mo Wentian asked, puzzled. "No, it was Dad who encountered them. Father was seriously injured, and his soul hunting team was wiped out. If it weren't for your Xianbu helping him escape, he might not have survived," Mo Yudi said, her voice filled with lingering fear. "What? How is Dad now? Is he okay? Did Uncle and Aunt die?" Mo Wentian was shocked and hurriedly inquired about his father's and the uncles and aunt situations. "I've already had Yin Yin escort Ling Ling home in advance to treat Dad. With Ling Ling's martial soul's special properties, as long as it's not a fatal injury, he can recover quickly. Don't worry," Mo Yudi reassured him, but the worry in her eyes didn't diminish at all. Mo family residence. "Mom, where's Dad? How's it going?" Mo Wentian asked anxiously to Dong Ruoling, who was waiting at the door. "It's okay, he's resting inside. However, we need to pack up and move," Dong Ruoling said, glancing reluctantly at the little courtyard where she had lived for nearly 20 years. "Why do we have to move? Where are we going? Is it the Evil Soul Master?" Mo Wentian asked with some confusion. "Yes, the Evil Soul Master is vengeful and is the most evil organization on the continent. This time, when my team went to the Stardoe Forest to hunt soul beasts, we accidentally discovered a stronghold of the Evil Soul Master. Including me, there were a total of 7 people. Your other uncles and aunts have surely been brutally killed by the Evil Soul Master. Only I managed to escape using your lightness skill, but I was severely injured. After Lingling's treatment, I've finally improved and stabilized my condition," Mo Jun said as he walked out of the room, his eyes filled with hatred. Mo Jun's team consists of strong partners from his childhood, 4 males and 3 females, all at the soul sect level. After 30 years of bloody battles and 30 years of soul hunting, their bond is undoubtedly deep. Now that they are separated by life and death, Mo Jun's father must be feeling very tormented. Mo Wentian had met these uncles and aunts before, and hearing that they might have already passed away filled his heart with great sorrow. "Why did you come out? You should be resting and recovering," Dong Ruoling said with a look of reproach, clearly worried about her father Mo Jun's injuries. "I'm fine now. I owe it to that girl Lingling for saving me," Mo Jun explained with a hint of sadness on his face. "Mother, where are Yin Yin and the others?" Mo Yudin asked, not seeing Dugu Yin or Yi Lingling. "Lingling exhausted herself after treating your father, so I let her rest and recover in your room. Yin Yin was entrusted by her father to go to Dugu's residence to report the news about the Evil Soul Master." Dong Ruoling replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "What? This is ridiculous. Mom, how could you let her go back home alone? The Evil Soul Master must have already infiltrated Tiando City to pursue Dad. If anything happens, how are we going to explain it to the poison Douluo?" Mo Yudian said with concern. "Dad, you should still have the strength to fight, right? My sister and I will go after Sister Yin Yin and notify the poison Douluo. No matter how bold the Evil Soul Master is, they won't act in the noble district, and it's not so easy for high-level Evil Soul Masters to infiltrate Tiando City." Mo Wentian analyzed while looking at Mo Jun and his sister. This area is home to some middle and small nobles, and, if a battle occurs, the surrounding noble powerhouses would be enough to deal with the Evil Soul Master. Hmm. Although it will affect future training, I can still exert the battle power of a soul master. You guys don't worry. Go quickly. I should have considered this more and not let her go back to report to the poison Douluo early. Mo Jun also realized and spoke with a serious tone. Mo Wention and Mo Yu Dai hurriedly made their way towards the poison Douluo's residence. On the street leading to the Douluo mansion, in a deserted alley, several figures were engaged in battle. It's poisonous. Everyone cover your mouths and don't breathe. This little girl is covered in spikes and isn't easy to deal with. A group of masked men were confronting a woman with light purple hair and black eyes. Several of them were at the soul master level. Dugu Yin was using the venom of the green phosphor snake to hold them off, but she still couldn't break through the encirclement. Just as it seemed she would be captured by the masked men, she shouted, "Who are you? Why are you capturing me? My grandfather is the renowned titled Poison Douluo." Seeing no way to escape, Dugu Yin threatened them with the Poison Douluo's name. "Huh, Poison Douluo, I'm so scared. You're just the weakest titled Douluo. If you offend the organization, no one can save you." The leader of the masked men dispersed the poisonous mist with his soul skill and laughed heartily. "You, seeking death." Dugu Yin, feeling humiliated and angry, shouted. Third soul skill, purple poison of the green phosphor. In her fury, Dugu Yin unleashed her strongest soul skill. Third soul skill, storm tornado. Third soul skill, rage of the crimson flame. Third soul skill, rampaging bull charge. The 5 men in black did not hold back either. One soul master used a storm tornado to blow away the snake venom, while the other 4 attacked Dugu Yin, but they did not aim for vital points. Their goal was to capture Dugu Yin and coerce the poison Douluo into serving the organization. Green Wave Hand. Mo Wention and Mo Yudi arrived just in time to see this scene, using their celestial step and true hand of the azure waves to block an attack. The third soul skill, Scarlet Flame Wind Hellblade. Mo Yudi summoned her martial soul and used her third soul skill, slightly slower, but still managed to block all remaining attacks, forcing the attackers to retreat. "Who are you to dare oppose the great evil god?" The masked leader threatened as he looked at Mo Yudi, who was at the soul sect level. "Ha! I don't believe in any so-called evil god. So don't threaten me with something you fear. It's useless." Montauk Yudi replied coldly. She was filled with anger towards the evil soul masters, as those who had grown up with her were her father's teammates. "How dare you insult the great evil god? Boss, let us take them down together." One of the masked men shouted in anger at Mo Yudi's insult to his faith. "Retreat." The masked leader glanced at Mo Yudi's flame wind sword martial soul and said cautiously. But one of the masked men hesitated. "Shut up, I said retreat." "Follow orders." The masked leader turned and left. The quality of a martial soul can be roughly judged by its appearance. The innate soul power of sword-type martial souls is generally not lower than level 5, and their quality is astonishingly high, definitely among the top tier. Seeing the flame wind sword martial soul, the masked leader recalled the recently famous demon sword fairy in the imperial capital. Level 41 battle soul sect. Invincible under the battle soul king in the imperial capital. It's not that there are no opponents in the capital, but the demon sword fairy is undefeated against all below the battle soul king. Her agile movements, mutated martial soul, flame, wind sword, and skilled combat experience are the reasons for her invincibility. At the age of 20, achieving such accomplishments with innate level 6 soul power, the demon sword fairy Mo Yudi has become an idol in the eyes of countless mid and lower tier soul masters. "Sister Mo, why didn't you chase them down? Why did you let them go?" Dugu Yin said with a pale face, somewhat unwilling. She was also full of confidence in Mo Yudi's strength. "Sister Yin, it's not that I don't want to keep them, but the longer we stay, the more dreams we have. No one knows how many evil soul masters are lurking in the dark. The priority is to notify Senior Dugu first." Mo Wention explained from the side. "All right, then let us hurry." Dugu Yin thought for a moment and agreed, quickly leading the two to the Dugu residence. Chapter 20. The Eye of Ice and Fire, Dugu residence. Mo Wention reported to Poison Douluo about the matter of the evil soul masters and expressed the hope that Poison Douluo could report it to the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall, under the leadership of Bibi Dong, has begun to lose its impartiality and is no longer the cradle in the hearts of the vast majority of ordinary soul masters, it remains the greatest enemy of the evil soul masters and the most feared existence. As long as the Spirit Hall exists, evil soul masters will not dare to emerge from the shadows for even a day. They can only lurk in the darkness, acting like rats. In the original work, one important reason for the absence of evil soul masters is the looming presence of the Spirit Hall. Mo and Tian does not believe that the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Tang San in the early stages can be categorized as right or wrong. It can only be said that their stances are different. The Spirit Hall has its advantages, such as eliminating evil spirit masters and discovering civilian spirit masters, among other things. 2 days later, the Empire, in conjunction with the Spirit Hall, publicly declared that they had eradicated a large stronghold of evil spirit masters. However, the reality was that there were only a few small cats left in the stronghold, and most of the higher-ups had already departed. The speed of the evacuation deepened the Empire's upper echelon's vigilance towards the evil spirit masters. Although there were only 2 or 3 small cats, they still managed to capture a soul sage and over a dozen soul kings, which can be considered as having dismantled an evil spirit master stronghold. And Mo Jun's contributions were significant. Mo and Tian's family moved away from their original residence on a snowy night, the Great Emperor, to express gratitude for Mo Jun's intelligence and consider their safety, spent a huge sum to have professional soul masters build a luxurious mansion overnight across from the residence of the poisoned Douluo, which was gifted to the Mo family for their living. Additionally, Mo Jun was promoted to the rank of Viscount, and the first-generation Earl receives a monthly subsidy of gold soul coins from the Empire. Most family at the dining table. The atmosphere is heavy, and the air is filled with a sense of sadness. You shouldn't keep a straight face. The fact that our family can be safe and sound is the greatest blessing from heaven. It's better not to hunt soul beasts, so I don't have to worry all day at home. Mother Dong Ruoling seemed dissatisfied with Dad's behavior and couldn't help but say, "Oof, what does a woman know?" Mo Jun was in a bad mood and just let out a soft hum to express his dissatisfaction. "Dad, your title has been upgraded to Earl, so you don't have to go out hunting soul beasts anymore. Just stay home and accompany Mom." Mo Yudi looked at her father's eyes, which still couldn't hide the sadness, and couldn't help but change the topic. With a pleading look, she said to her father, "Sister, the Snow Knight Emperor has promoted your title to Count, which is not without considering your potential as the Sword Fairy." Mo and Tian is also deliberately diverting his father's attention, hoping he won't remain immersed in sadness. The young lady is now an idol in the eyes of most girls in the entire Tiando city. Catgirl Dodo looks at Mo Yudai with admiration and praises her. "Let's eat. The delicious food won't stop your mouths." Mo Jun noticed the children's intentions and pretended to be touched. He said, only love and good food should not be disappointed. Let's eat." Mo Wentian chuckled to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Young master, eat slowly and leave some for me. I also like this braised pig trotter." Catgirl Dodo was also a little foodie, adorably competing with Mo Wentian for the food. Dodo's martial soul is a special existence between beast martial souls and body martial souls, making soul power cultivation difficult. Even with a relatively high innate soul power, it is hard to achieve great success. With the help of Mo Wentian's unnamed technique, she has only managed to reach the 17th level soul master realm in the past 2 years. Being a little maid isn't too low a status. If given the opportunity, Mo Wentian might also strengthen her a bit. Although Dodo is older than him, Mo Wentian still regards her as a younger sister because he is an adult soul and doesn't have any other intentions. Mo Wentian is naive, but only when it comes to his parents and relatives. After finishing dinner, Mo Wentian came alone to the Duga mansion. On the way, although it was not yet the end of the month, it was only a few days away, so it was better to obtain the second soul ring in advance. The appearance of evil soul masters made Mo Wentian feel a bit worried. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian arrived at the Poison Douluo's mansion. In the Poison Douluo's study, the old man looked at Mo Wentian, who walked in with a rosy complexion and laughed heartily. "Kid, can't wait any longer, huh? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Speak, what are your conditions? As long as they don't violate the principles, I will definitely help you fulfill them." Although it wasn't yet the end of the month, Dugabo had already forced out most of the toxins, and his granddaughter Dugayen had even eliminated the disadvantages of her martial soul. Even her abnormal purple hair with green highlights had turned into a normal color of black mixed with light purple. Senior Dugui. Mo and Tian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Dugabo, who said, "Hey, don't call me senior. Your personality suits me well, and you helped me and Yin eliminate the drawbacks of our martial souls. Just call me Old Poison or Big Brother." Poison Douluo was naturally carefree, unlike other titled Douluos, and didn't have much of an air about him. Then I'll just call you Old Poison." Mo and Tian recalled Yin Yan's green scale snake Poison and dared not call him Big Brother anymore. Moreover, even though Dugibo appeared to be harmonious and friendly, he was still a genuine titled law, deserving of the respect that comes with it. even if he was humorously referred to as the weakest title Douluo. However, since he had such expectations, it was hard to refuse. Ah, that's right. Go ahead. I, the old poison master, have always been true to my word. As long as it can be done, I will make it happen. Douluo said with satisfaction. Well, actually, for the old poison master, my first condition isn't a big deal. You just need to nod in agreement. Mo Wentian said somewhat shyly. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. Poison Douluo said curiously. I heard that old poison has a medicinal garden, and I want to enter the garden to pick some spiritual herbs to treat my father's illness. Although my father's injury has healed, his martial soul has been damaged. If it isn't treated quickly, he'll reach the limit of Soul King. Strangely, Mo Wentian felt that he wasn't stealing the celestial product from Douluo, but rather it felt like he was seizing Tang San's opportunity. I thought it was something serious. No problem. I'm in a good mood, so I'll agree. You can use whatever is in the medicinal garden. Don't be polite with me, haha. But kid, your news is really well informed. I just acquired that treasure not long ago, and you already knew about it. Douluo said generously. Well, thank you so much. Old poison. In the future, when I concoct pills that aid in soul power cultivation, I will definitely not forget you. Unlike Tang San, Mo Wentian had the means to refine celestial products into pills, maximizing their effects. Well, then I'll be waiting for you. Douluo said nonchalantly. Continue with your second request. Douluo continued. I want to create a force, so I hope old poison can help me manage it. Mo Wentian finally revealed his intentions, wanting the old poison master to work for him. No, I've been using my freedom. I can't stand being constrained. Change the conditions. The poison Douluo directly refused. First, listen to my conditions, then you can refuse. It's not too late. I won't restrict your freedom usually, and I'll provide you with a monthly subsidy of 100,000 gold soul coins. You just need to serve me for 10 years. After 10 years, you can choose to stay or leave. It's up to you. Moreover, this force currently only includes you, me, and my family. In the future, the number won't be too many. You only need to occasionally ensure their safety before their soul power grows. No one can command you. Even my orders as the sect master must seek your opinion. Your status is equivalent to that of a supreme elder, and your responsibilities are like that of a safety consultant. I'll provide you with cultivation resources, definitely allowing you to break through your current realm. After 10 years, if you still want to leave, it's entirely up to you, and I will not stop you. Mo Wentian knew that Douluo would not easily agree, so he continued to lower the conditions and tempt him. Furthermore, if there's something I don't want to do, even you as the sect leader cannot force me to do it, nor can you teach me how to do things. I will do whatever I want, and you have no right to interfere. Douluo adjusted his beard, looking smug as if his scheme had succeeded. He remained skeptical about Mo Wentian's claims of improving one's realm. However, because Douluo had privately discussed the miraculous effects of Mo Wentian's pills with him and confirmed their ability to enhance levels and strengthen the foundation, Douluo still had some expectations in his heart. All right, it's a deal. Mo when he could see clearly what kind of scheme he was plotting. However, having boarded a pirate ship, he still wanted to get off. Mo winning could only say that even if one were a titled Douluo, it was just overthinking. Mo Wentian has too many methods to get Douluo to submit. You little brat, quickly tell me your third condition. Douluo, seeing that Mo Wentian agreed without even thinking, instantly lost his smug expression and said somewhat displeased, I haven't thought of the third condition yet. But you should accompany me to your garden first to fulfill the first condition. By the way, while you're at it, catch me a control-type soul beast that has been around for 800 or 900 years, preferably one that is also highly poisonous. Mo Wentian began to exercise the privileges of his sect leader, allowing Douluo to obtain soul rings for himself. Good boy. Does this count as the third condition? You didn't say that I had the obligation to obtain soul rings for you. Just agreed, and before I even get paid. You want me to work? You did say that I'm only responsible for your safety. Douluo said, somewhat dissatisfied. The existence of a titled Douluo is not so easily swayed. Mo Wentian thought about it and realized that he couldn't be too greedy. He wanted the horse to run fast, but also didn't want it to eat grass. Since that's the case, he added a third condition. Whenever the core members of the sect need to obtain a soul ring, he must unconditionally help them acquire it. Don't worry. Apart from my family, the core members will not exceed 10 people. Mo Wentian quickly arranged the path for obtaining the soul rings before the soul saint. This is about right. It's settled then. Let us go. Old man will take you to the medicinal garden. After saying this, Douluo, somewhat proudly, quickly led Mo Wentian out of Tiando City. In the sunset forest, outside the ice and fire duality eyes, two figures, one large and one small, flickered. Upon arriving here, Mo Wentian discovered that it was a cliff he had not entered during his previous explorations. With Mo Wentian's current level of soul power cultivation, he could not enter such a high cliff alone and could only rely on poison Douluo to take him in. Chapter 21, Time-Space Prison. Mo Wentian and Douluo arrived inside the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the air was thin and the spiritual energy was dense. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's soul power far exceeding that of ordinary people, his strong physique, and the protective unnamed technique, he definitely couldn't stay there for long. Fortunately, on the way, they encountered a 935-year-old soul beast, the Medusa snake, which was currently hunting. At this moment, the Medusa had already been beaten into a non-human form by the poison Douluo. Oh no, the snake form. The ninth spirit ring of the poison Douluo came from the 80,000-year-old Medusa snake king, so Douluo felt a bloodline suppression over this 900-year-old Medusa snake. After being beaten, it didn't dare to move a muscle, filled with fear. The Medusa belongs to the snake-type soul beasts and is the queen among them, meeting the requirements for control type. Moreover, it possesses potent venom. It was undoubtedly the best choice for Mo Wentian's second spirit ring. To encounter such a rare soul beast can only be described as a sign of good fortune for Mo Wentian. In this moment, the disappointment of not being able to obtain a spirit ring dissipated without a trace. Heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest. Those who work hard are not let down by heaven. Based on Mo Wentian's strong insistence, Douluo had no choice but to believe that Mo Wentian could adapt to the environment of the Eye of Ice and Fire. And he brought the half-dead Medusa soul beast and Mo Wentian into the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Eye of Ice and Fire had one side red and the other side snow white, with some crystal-like minerals sticking out of the ground and countless rare herbs. The air was filled with rich life energy, making it a paradise for plant-type soul beasts. That is a 1,000-year-old snow silkworm. So many snow silkworms. A 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. That S stars spirit grass. Before he could absorb the spirit ring, Mo Wentian saw plenty of top-quality medicinal materials and spiritual herbs, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as one of the three great treasures, a wholesale market for divine-grade herbs. Mo Wentian looked at this blessed land filled with spiritual herbs with some emotion. We're the three great treasures. Don't worry about that for now. The things are right here. They won't run away. Let's quickly solve your spirit ring issue. This little snake is about to give up. Douluo initially asked out of curiosity, but seeing the Medusa on the verge of death, he reminded. All right, let's get the spirit ring first. Mo Wentian picked up the dagger and struck a Medusa's 7-inch position with one blow. A deep yellow soul ring floated up from Medusa's corpse. Without hesitation, he sat down, circulated his soul power, and began to guide and absorb the soul ring while sitting cross-legged. Who am I? And where is this? Mo Wentian's consciousness appeared in a bottomless dark space. Endless darkness, filled with black holes. Each black hole seemed to contain immense terror, among which there were 9 gigantic black holes. No one could answer Mo Wentian's questions. He walked and walked until he was nearly exhausted, when suddenly a light appeared in a passage ahead. Believing that where there is light, there is an exit, Mo Wentian gathered his last bit of strength and finally stepped inside. After countless years, he had finally waited for someone destined to arrive. An old yet indifferent voice echoed in Mo Wentian's mind. Who? Who are you? Where are you? Where is this? How did I end up here? Mo Wentian was a bit panicked and asked several questions in a row. The owner of the time-space key. There's no need to panic. This is the illusionary prison in the endless time and space, holding countless powerful beings from the birth of the world until now. I am one of the 9 supreme beings, the Void Sword God, suppressed by this time-space prison 1,000,000 years ago. I am on the verge of disappearing without a trace, formless and intangible, existing only in this small space, unable to be free. The aged and indifferent voice, having noticed Mo Wentian's panic, explained what this place was and introduced itself, but there seemed to be little emotion in the voice. Since you are so powerful, why are you locked up here? Mo Wentian stabilized his emotions, intrigued and puzzled by the mysterious person's words. At the dawn of time and space, the space-time prison already existed, shrouded in mystery. Even for a supreme being like me, who is undying and unextinguished, once I surpass the limit of 10 billion years, I cannot escape the suppression of the space-time prison. Every day, My lifespan is drawn away by the space-time prison in the endless void until it is completely depleted. To encounter a possessor of a space-time key before my lifespan runs out can be considered a blessing from the river of destiny. The presence of the mysterious voice this time carried some emotional fluctuations. It felt as if the entire space could sense the changes in its emotions. What is a space-time key? Could it be the space-time divine fate ring? Did it bring me here? Mo Wentian asked in confusion. Is it really the time-space divine fate ring? He chuckled. That's quite fitting. There are 9 time-space keys scattered across different universes. Although it appears to be an ordinary spatial ring on the surface, it represents the beginning of the entire luck of a universe. Luck is formless and intangible. Aside from the favored child of the world, the owner of the time-space divine fate ring and those close to them will also be influenced and become favored ones. This divine fate ring represents the luck of our third universe. The aged, mysterious voice seemed to reflect back like a ray of light, filled with kindness. The third universe? Does that mean the Douluo continent belongs to the third universe? Mo Wentian muttered to himself. I don't know where the Douluo continent is, but the auras carried by people from different universes are distinct. At the beginning of the world, there were only 9 universes coexisting. From you, I can sense a strong aura of the third universe. However, strangely, it seems that your soul also carries the aura of the origin of the universe. The mysterious voice said with some confusion. Could it be? The world of the past life is not as simple as it seems. Mo Wentian thought of a sentence he saw online before, saying that in that world, the small blue planet is the origin of all things in the universe. What is the origin of the universe, and why have I come here? Mo Wentian asked in confusion. The origin of a universe is the place where the universe was born, the center of the 9 great universes. I was once the strongest of the third universe, and this time-space key was a significant support for my growth. Naturally, there's a way to guide you here. This is not the true location of the time-space prison, but rather a consciousness projection space created by me using the time-space key based on the location of the time-space prison. The mysterious figure answered Mo Wentian's question and explained why Mo Wentian appeared here. Are you guiding me here to let me inherit your legacy? Mo Wentian asked calmly. That's right. Do you wish to? The mysterious figure immediately asked. I do. Mo Wentian had a strong premonition that if he declined, he would be instantly sent away, missing out on such a great opportunity, so he spoke directly. It is your honor to inherit the legacy of the Void Sword God. Although your talent is lacking, your fortune is acceptable. You are qualified to inherit my legacy as the Void Sword God, inheriting the sword of the God of Void. You will once again shine with your own brilliance, causing the time and space to tremble, making the universe pause. After the mysterious voice finished speaking, a beam of light shot deep into Mo Wentian's mind. In Mo Wentian's mind, countless memories of basic sword techniques emerged, along with some experiences from the Void Sword God as childhood. After watching them once, Mo Wentian's emotions seemed to become indifferent. Only after you ascend to the realm of divinity can you truly receive a part of my inheritance. You are still far from being able to bear the power of my legacy. What appears in your mind now is merely the essence of my sword techniques from when I was weak. Although they're all basic moves, they are extremely suitable for you at this moment. The true inheritance has been sealed for you, and I have also concealed the aura of the key to time and space. Before you grow stronger, no one will perceive its preciousness. Focus on cultivating your nameless technique and the eye of breaking forgetfulness. This is a perfect foundational technique and also the key to unlocking the inheritance. I look forward to you fully opening the inheritance in the future. The voice grew weaker and eventually disappeared completely from the world. The completely vanished Void Sword God did not undermine Mo Wentian's confidence, but he understood that the probability of Mo Wentian reaching his own realm was extremely low. He said it was still somewhat possible, but it also depended on the strength of fortune. However, what level he could reach, even he could not predict. Perhaps he would stop before the realm of divinity, or perhaps he could reach the realm of a divine king, or even achieve his own realm. Mo Wentian's consciousness seemed to be pulled by something, and after a sudden sharp pain like a needle, in an instant, his awareness returned to his body. Mo Wentian discovered that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the Medusa soul beast. It felt as if everything that had just happened was an illusion, but the sword techniques that now appeared in his mind proved that it was not an illusion. However, Mo Wentian did not know that the foundational sword techniques of the Void Sword God, learned in his childhood, were not something he could master at this moment. In the future, if Mo Tian's mental strength was not strong enough. Each time he watched, his personality would be influenced by the profound meanings within the sword techniques, becoming colder, more indifferent, and more like still water. Only by disregarding everything in his heart could the sword in his hand unleash its perfect power. Of course, this was said because of his insufficient mental strength, which made him susceptible to influence. When mental strength reaches a certain level, it will not be affected by the sword in hand. After checking his internal soul power level, he found that he had already reached the peak level of 21, which is the benefit of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level. The second leaf of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul brought a tremendous enhancement to his mental strength, making Mo Tian's mental power far exceed his soul power level, which would greatly benefit his future path to becoming a god. In addition to the changes in mental strength, another gain was that his physical strength was doubled, and the quality of his martial soul was further improved. Mo Tian discovered that almost every time he absorbed a soul ring, his physical strength would increase significantly, which was definitely not comparable to an ordinary soul master's advancement. This was also due to the uniqueness of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul. The improvement in the quality of the martial soul made him have even more expectations for the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul. Chapter 22. Celestial Grade Immortal Herb. Mo Tian felt that his physical strength was still somewhat lacking in absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, but it was definitely not by much. As for the absorption of the second soul ring, Mo Tian actually wanted to attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring beyond his level. But he encountered the rare 900-year soul beast Medusa, which was not inferior to a 1,000-year soul beast and was even more suitable for him. How about it, little monster? You're truly a genius, able to absorb soul rings beyond your level at such a young age. Douluo was initially prepared to forcibly interrupt Mo Tian's soul ring absorption if he failed. He did not expect Mo Tian to absorb it so easily. I have been practicing my body since childhood, and my mental strength is not weaker than that of a typical high-level soul master. So absorbing soul rings below 1,000 years is not too difficult for me, Mo Tian said nonchalantly, which made Douluo grit his teeth in irritation. Although the experience in the illusion space had broadened Mo Tian's horizons and allowed him to see a wider world, he did not feel the slightest bit of arrogance. Instead, he understood his own weaknesses even more, especially with the special restrictions on his martial soul rings. He was destined to not cultivate as rapidly as the protagonists in other novels. However, his growth potential was absolutely the best in Douluo continent. With each soul ring he obtained, the quality of his martial soul would increase by 1 level. If this continued, Mo Tian estimated that after becoming a soul emperor, the quality of his martial soul could reach a level similar to that of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even so, you do live up to the name of Little Monster. It seems my choice was not wrong. Douluo still praised him, sounding quite relieved. All right, old poison, everything is settled. I will cultivate here for a while and study the herbs around. You go back and notify my parents for me. Don't let them worry. Just tell them I'm in seclusion for cultivation and remember not to forget to bring me food. Mo Tian said, as if he were the master of the herb garden, starting to usher Douluo away. Hee, you little monster, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Just make sure not to destroy the herb garden. By the way, what are the 3 great treasures you mentioned? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but you haven't told me yet. Douluo suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Oh, I forgot to mention it. It's nothing important, haha. Do you see that red and blue pool? That is the core of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which is one of the 3 great treasures, along with the Qian Kuan Asking Love Valley and the Lake of Life, collectively known as the 3 great treasure bowls. Among them, the ice and fire yin-yang eye is the weakest, but it is the most suitable holy land for plant-type soul masters to cultivate. Mo Tian spoke with some joy about the origins of the 3 great treasures, feeling happy about having one of them. Oh, I didn't expect this herb garden to have such a history. No wonder the quality of the medicinal materials is so good and their growth speed is so fast. It seems I've been quite ignorant. This benefits you, kid. I'll take my leave now. Douluo sighed after hearing this, but did not show any reluctance. His figure flashed, and he left directly. This place is indeed suitable for plant-type soul masters to cultivate. It truly deserves to be a holy land for plant-type soul beasts. The air is filled with elements of ice, fire, and life, and even without using immortal herbs, it can greatly increase the ice and fire immunity of plant-type soul masters. Mo Tian said to himself with some delight after checking the surroundings. Following the core of the ice and fire yin-yang I, Mo Wentian began his exploration and discovered a total of 13 mature, immortal-grade medicinal herbs. Among them was a top-tier immortal herb that had never appeared in the original work, growing beside the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang I, inside a huge rock, relying on the rock to exist. It could be said to be extremely well disguised. If Mo Wentian hadn't deliberately searched for this top-tier immortal herb as recorded, he definitely would not have found it. Its name was nine-leaf immortal grass, also known as nine-leaf SilverGrass. It can enhance the quality of a martial soul, as long as the form of the martial soul is close to a sword shape or a weapon martial soul. It can cause the martial soul to mutate into a sword body form. The records did not mention whether plant-type martial souls could turn into sword martial souls. Mo Wentian did not particularly care. With his first soul skill, even if it were a root grass cultivated to a profound level, he could still slash through the heavens and destroy stars. The remaining 12 herbs were all immortal-grade herbs that appeared in the original work, namely 8-petal immortal orchid, autumn water revealing dew, fiery apricot peach, octagonal profound ice grass, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, chilok tulip, heartbreak red, water immortal jade skin bone, strange mushroom sky-connecting chrysanthemum, snow swan kiss, and 9-tier purple ganoderma, among which there were 2 9-tier purple ganoderma. In the original work, one was given to Master to break through the level 30 limit of the martial soul, and the other was used to revive Xiao Wu. These top-tier immortal herbs are basically unseen in the outside world, with only a few special immortal herbs being exceptions, but they would never all appear together. In the special environment of the 3 great treasure bowls, ordinary plants cannot grow because they cannot adapt to that special climate. But the 3 great treasure bowls are the birthplace of all rare plants. Moreover, they allow these rare plants to grow in a time span shortened by 10 times. The medicinal effects are immense. Generally, once a soul master consumes them, they can undergo earth-shattering changes, completely altering their physique and enhancing their talent, making it not difficult to even become a god. Even a single immortal herb can be more valuable than a 10,000-year soul ring. In the original work, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong could be said to have compensated for their martial soul defects with immortal-grade medicinal herbs to achieve godhood. If one encounters a suitable immortal herb, a single suitable immortal herb can create a divine being. Without immortal herbs, whether the Shrek 7 monsters can become gods is a question. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, but it quickly disappeared. After all, this was a gift promised by Douluo and had nothing to do with Tang San and the others. Although he had watched the Kunit several times in his past life, without personal contact, no one understood Tang San's character. He couldn't just refrain from picking immortal herbs or giving them to Tang San because of slight guilt. If he did that, he would be a fool, and he might even be interrogated by Tang Hao in a small dark room about the origin of the immortal herbs. After deciding in his heart not to strike Tang San too hard after he grew stronger, he would go easy on him. Mo Wentian did not plan to get involved in the grievances between the Spirit Hall and Tang San, provided that the Spirit Hall did not provoke him. Otherwise, the sword in Mo Wentian's hand was not to be trifled with. Mo Wentian firmly believes that what he holds in his hand is a sword. Ever since he received the childhood memories of the Void Sword God, he feels that there is only the sword in his hand, and no other things are allowed to exist. Even a blade of grass in Mo Wentian's heart is also a sword, not to mention the existence of the immortal grade 9-leaf immortal grass. As for women, they only affect the speed of drawing the sword, influenced by the mindset of the Void Sword God. Mo Wentian becomes even more diligent in his cultivation and more devoted to the sword. What I need now is the immortal grade Wangchuan Qiushui Du, which can increase the cultivation speed and level of my Eye of Breaking Illusions, making it the best choice for enhancing mental power. Mo Wentian felt as if he had been influenced by the memories of the Void Sword God, becoming much more mature and composed. According to the inheritance records left by his master, the old man Gahong, who had passed away many years ago, no, it was the legacy of his master, combined with the special technique for harvesting celestial products passed down from the Mo family's ancestors. He transplanted all these celestial products into the time and space divine fate ring. In an instant, Mo Wentian felt that the spiritual energy of the ice and fire duality I seemed to have thinned out a bit. Mo Wentian knew that the ice and fire 2 instruments I was hiding a great secret, but it was beyond his current ability to explore. After selecting some top-tier spiritual roots and herbs, Mo Wentian sat down next to the ice and fire 2 instruments I. At first, He felt a bit uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing, but as he slowly adapted, he took out the W-ing Chu Enchi Shu L he had harvested. On the surface, W-ing Chu Enchi Shu L appeared ordinary and unremarkable, with the herbs being entirely emerald green. Strangely, in the middle of the emerald green herbs, there were 3 snow-white leaves, each with a few droplets of water on them, resembling the dew left behind in the early morning after dawn. The effect of W-ing Chu Enchi Shu L, when consumed, could bestow the ability to see through all kinds of extraordinary objects. Although the method of consumption was similar to how Tang San took the dew, what Tang San didn't know was that the rarity of W-ing Chu Enchi Shu L was not just due to the essence contained in the dew. The herb itself was equally important. According to the records of the herbalist Guhong, the essence of W-ing Chu Enchi Shu L has a special technique that allows the essence on the leaves to be consumed while ensuring that the herb does not wither. Mo Wen then used a special soul power to perform a hand seal on the spiritual item in his hand, imprinting a unique mark onto the root of the herb. Before acquiring a soul ring, Mo Wen would not have been able to perform this special technique, but now, with soul power far exceeding that of an ordinary level 21 soul master, it was not a problem at all. The Ice and Fire 2 instruments I did not appear to change much. It only lost a few dozen herbs, which was insignificant for the entire Ice and Fire 2 instruments Mo Wen did not empty the entire medicinal garden like Tang Sin did. He only took some mature, celestial products and top-grade spiritual herbs. He even saw a few immature, celestial products. It seems they were the few types that appeared in Douluo second middle school, but Mo Wen did not pick them in advance, allowing them to grow here. After leaving seeds and planting them in the medicinal garden within the time and space divine fate ring, he carefully consumed the dew of the Wang Chuan Qiushui and began to sit cross-legged to cultivate the eye of breaking illusions. Chapter 23. 3 years after absorbing the Wang Chuan Qiushui dew, Mo Wen did not rush to absorb the celestial products. The eye of breaking illusions had also reached the perfect level of the second layer of the void-breaking realm. A week later, Mo Wen returned to the Tiando Royal Academy with Douluo. Little monster, I'm going to see Yin Yin first. Remember to invite me to the second-floor cafeteria for dinner tonight. Douluo said casually, as if talking to an old friend. Mo Wen said on his way back that he would treat everyone to a meal for his breakthrough. Douluo, still childlike at heart, also hoped to join the young people's gathering and remarked that it wouldn't be too much to treat them to a meal after taking so many precious medicinal materials from him. Mo Wen naturally hurriedly replied that not to mention 1 meal, even 10 meals would be no problem. If Douluo knew the effects of these celestial products, I wonder if he would be so angry to know that they were only worth 10 meals. All right, I definitely won't forget. You and Sister Yin stay together. In case I can't find you later, I'll head back to the dorm first. After Mo Wen finished speaking, he parted ways with Douluo and headed towards the junior college dormitory area through the right gate. Boss, you're finally back. Did you break through? What soul ring did you get? As soon as he entered, Fatty stood up excitedly and hugged Mo Wen, asking joyfully. Mo Wen pushed aside the lump of meat in front of him, not as enthusiastic as before, and said with some disdain. The second soul skill comes from the 100-year-old Medusa soul beast, Medusa's Gaze, a control-type soul skill. In battle, it can immobilize soul masters below Soul Sage for 2 seconds. What? Only 2 seconds? What kind of soul ring did you absorb, boss? Song Shui asked, somewhat dissatisfied due to his shallow experience. You idiot, 2 seconds is already top-notch. Didn't you hear it's for soul masters below Soul Sage? Immobilizing for 2 seconds in battle can allow for many actions. If I'm not mistaken, as the boss's soul power increases, it wouldn't be impossible to restrict those above Soul Sage, right? Mo Chi said irritably, as if he was quite knowledgeable about these matters. Mo Wen just nodded lightly. Boss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You got the soul ring. Why do you still look unhappy? The chubby guy asked foolishly. No, it's getting late. I'll take you guys to the second floor of the restaurant to eat. I might not come back very often in the future. Mo Wen knew that this might be due to the slight influence from recently comprehending the sword technique, which had made his personality a bit cold, so the chubby guy felt that he was unhappy, and he couldn't help but explain. Mo Wen didn't realize that if he continued to immerse himself in the essence of swordsmanship, he would fall even deeper. However, it wasn't a big deal. As long as he strengthened his mental power after mastering the basics, it wouldn't affect him. Boss, you're not going to take leave again, are you? Mo Chi said with a face full of disbelief. Mo Wentian had taken quite a few leaves in the past 3 years, and it was always his 3 companions who had to ask for it. Yeah, and this time it's even longer. But I will still come back occasionally to take a look. After all, I'm still a student of the Tiando Academy, Mo Wentian explained reassuringly. Mo Wentian has already decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, and the place for his seclusion is the Eye of Ice and Fire. In the evening, at the cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Junior College, the second floor of the restaurant is still brightly lit. In a large private room, Mo Wentian's family of 4, along with their cat girl Dodo, 3 roommates, and the 2 granddaughters of Douluo, as well as Yi Lingling, all gathered around a large table. This time, Mo Wentian ordered 3 sets of the Supreme Emperor's Banquet. He also prepared drinks to celebrate his breakthrough in surpassing the limit of the second soul ring of his martial soul. However, by the end of the night, only Mo Yudi and Yi Lingling remained sober at the table. None of them used their soul power to expel the alcohol, so even the old poison Douluo was sprawled on the table, unable to get up, while Mo Jun was already dead drunk and had been taken by his wife to the top suite on the second floor of the pre-booked cafeteria to rest. Fortunately, Duguyin was still somewhat sober and managed to shakily return to her room to rest. Mo Wentian found himself back in the suite the next morning, having only his sister and Yi Lingling left. Finally unable to hold on, he collapsed on the table, lightly snoring. The next day, he discovered that he had returned to the private room from yesterday, where he found the 3 chubby friends still sound asleep under the table. He couldn't help but sigh in pity. Poor little thing, unloved and uncared for, a single dog. Time flies, and years pass swiftly. It has been 3 years since Mo Wentian first arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. 3 years ago, after taking the essence of the Autumn Water Elixir, he returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. His broken illusion, I had successfully advanced through the 3 levels of junior high and reached the perfection of the second layer of the Broken Void Realm. But he had yet to break through to the 3rd layer of the Broken Illusion Realm. During this time, Mo Wentian gave the rare mushroom Heavenly Chrysanthemum to his father, who was in the assault system. Although it was not the best fit, the rare mushroom was more suitable for beast martial souls compared to the assault system's weapon martial souls. However, with the help of the nameless technique, it could still exert its maximum effect. Mo Wentian did not keep the nameless technique to himself. His family also practiced it. In Mo Wentian's eyes, it was merely a profound soul power cultivation method. But after being drawn into an illusion by the Void Sword God, he realized that the nameless technique was not as simple as it seemed. Although it couldn't compensate for martial soul deficiencies like celestial herbs, it was undoubtedly the greatest talisman on the path to becoming a deity. His sister, Mo Yudi, also took the 8-petal immortal orchid, and both of their levels had now reached the Soul King realm. Given their innate levels, it would have been impossible for them to reach the 50th level Soul King realm so quickly. One could say that the family was a typical grassroots noble. But just one opportunity had led to tremendous changes for everyone except Mo Wentian. If Mo Wentian had not come to the Douluo continent and created the bone marrow bath, his sister might have been at most level 30 now, and his father would not have broken through to level 40. The opportunity of the celestial grade items had also propelled the family's cultivation to new heights. Mo Wentian sometimes thinks that this is not much different from those who were frustrated in their previous lives. The only difference is an opportunity, a chance to soar. The flaws and limitations of his own martial soul are akin to the difficulties encountered in his past life. If not resolved, one cannot break through these challenges for a long time. Once resolved and broken through, the mood will be immensely joyful, but soon new challenges and difficulties will arise. After consuming the celestial grade 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot hairpin, Mo Wentian's martial soul flaws were compensated for, and after a year of cultivation, he successfully reached the 30th level Soul Master Realm. For 3 years, Mo Wentian has only focused on practicing sword techniques, without deliberately seeking love for the sake of cultivation. Now that the effects of the celestial grade medicine have been fully absorbed, he wonders if consuming the 9-leaf sword grass will elevate his martial soul and eliminate its limitations. Mo Wentian looked at the solid shackles on his martial soul and couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. However, he didn't dare to take the risk, fearing that absorbing the 9-leaf sword grass would further strengthen the restrictions. Moreover, every time he couldn't help but want to absorb it, that feeling became even more intense. When obtaining the soul ring, Mo Wentian encountered a new difficulty. The 3rd leaf of the 7-leaf grass, which symbolizes love, was unable to empower the soul ring for a long time. It paused for 2 years. During these 2 years, Mo Wentian gradually became taciturn, without complaints or any sense of relief. After leaving the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, Mo Wentian arrived at the academy, the Heaven Do Royal Advanced Academy. Now, Mo Wentian was over 12 years old, with his soul power level of 30, which definitely classified him as a genius. Thus, he was admitted to the Advanced Academy ahead of time. Yi Lingling had once invited Mo Wentian to join the Heaven Do Royal Battle Team, but he declined her offer. Mo Wentian plans to form his own battle team, the Demon Gate Team, but it's still in the initial stage with only Fatty and Mo Wentian. In addition, a new assassin organization has emerged on the continent, Mo Wentian's Mo Gate. Now, besides the Douluo family, there is also the Yi family, and of course, the 4 members of the Mo family are indispensable. Yi Lingling's mother is also a 74-level healing soul saint. 6 years ago, Yi Lingling obtained her soul ring with Mo Wentian because Yi Phoenix was in seclusion, breaking through to the 70-level soul saint realm at that time. With Douluo Bo's involvement and Yi Lingling adding fuel to the fire, for some unknown reason, Yi Phoenix, who has always been naive about the world and yearns for a hermit life, surprisingly agreed to join Mo Gate. On the continent, the influence of Mo Gate quickly rose, and its scale continued to expand. Although it is still not as renowned as the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, due to the presence of the poison Douluo, its top-tier combat power is even stronger. Mo Min is quite special. It never targets ordinary soul masters, only evil soul masters, assassinating them. Over the years, many evil soul masters have been killed, yet the number of evil soul masters continues to grow, with those hidden in the dark gradually coming to light. As a result, Mo Min has faced hatred from some soul masters who have been persecuted by evil soul masters, as well as from those who consider themselves just. Mo Min's actions do not distinguish between good and evil, only right and wrong. Over time, Mo Min has gradually been labeled as a demon sect by some who claim to be righteous. Mo Wentian didn't care. The demon sect is just the demon sect, and a name is merely a code. Those self-proclaimed righteous soul masters, no matter how glamorous they appear, are ultimately just rotten inside. What difference is there between hypocritical people and evil soul masters? Chapter 24, The Demon Sect. Mo Wentian found Yi Lingling, who was preparing to go to the Great Soul Arena to participate in the Great Soul competition. Now 15 years old, Yi Lingling had blossomed into a graceful young lady. With exquisite features, long silver hair cascading like a waterfall, and dressed in a flowing silver and white robe from the Magic Merchant Association. She was pure and elegant. Even Mo Wentian, with his current composure, couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. However, due to the influence of the sword's essence, Mo Wentian had become incredibly dull when it came to emotions. Yi Lingling was pleasantly surprised to see Mo Wentian. In her heart, the two of them were her best friends. Naturally, she was happy to see him after a few days and was about to say something, but Mo Wentian directly spoke. Lingling, I need to talk to you. Well, if you only come looking for someone when you have something to discuss and forget about them when you don't, it's no wonder you are still single. Oh, okay, what is it? Although Yi Lingling had some opinions about Mo Wentian's behavior, she still responded understandingly. Aren't you all training in the Great Soul Arena for the Advanced Soul Master competition? I want to join you for a while. Mo Wentian stated his purpose. Let me discuss it with Teacher Qin Ming. Yi Lingling felt a bit delighted, thinking that Mo Wentian wanted to join the Tiando Royal team. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Mo Wentian recalled that he still needed to form the Magic Soul Sect team and wanted to ask the well-informed Mo Qi to help find suitable talented students from the academies. Mo Wentian was still very strict about the talent requirements, so Mo Qi and Song Shui could only be eliminated. However, over the years, with the help of some top-tier spiritual herbs provided by Mo Wentian, their 3 roommates had also reached the level of Great Soul Masters above level 20. Among them, only the chubby one was at level 29. Of course, this was largely due to the contributions of Mo Wentian's nearly immortal grade spiritual herbs. The 4 of them had always lived together, only moving from dormitory 306 in the junior academy to dormitory 302 in the senior academy, still in a 4-person room. Boss, haha, why are you back? How long are you planning to stay at the academy this time? At the door, Mo Qi was just about to go out when they met. It shouldn't be too long. I need your help with something. Mo Wentian said straightforwardly. No problem. I said your business is my business, and your family is my family. Mo Qi responded eagerly, his face full of gratitude. Mo Qi's family was a large noble family with a significant status in the Empire and was responsible for the Empire's intelligence. However, despite being born with innate level 7 soul power, Mo-Chi had not been valued because he had an older brother who was 3 years older and had innate level 8 soul power. A year ago, Mo Wentian gave Mo-Chi a top-tier spiritual herb, which, although primarily aimed at strengthening the foundation, helped Mo-Chi break through from level 18 to level 20, making his family take notice and earning him respect from his parents. Mo-Chi felt deeply grateful to Mo Wentian. Help me look for talents with innate soul power above level 8. I want to form a team to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition. They should be around my age and above level 20. Mo Wentian was not just looking for teammates. He was also seeking a backbone for the future of the magic sect. Only soul fighters above level 70 could be considered core strength. Generally, without opportunities, those with innate level 7 soul power would definitely reach level 79, and breaking through level 80 would require chance. Those with innate level 8 soul power would surely reach level 89, while only those with innate level 9 soul power could become titled Douluo. However, Mo Wentian had ways to help level 89 soul fighters break through, which is why he was looking for talents above innate level 8. Well, there are only 3. Mo-Chi looked at Mo Wentian with confusion. Which 3? Are you talking about Ling Ling and Sister Yin Yin? They have their own teams. Mo Wentian asked, puzzled. No, the chubby one is one of them. And then there's Gong Aoshue and Xia Yunqi, who were also admitted to the senior academy early with us. It seems you usually focus only on cultivation and rarely pay attention to our classmates in this session. Moki analyzed confidently. These 2 have always viewed you as their goal, and if you personally invite them, it's quite likely to succeed. However, Gong Aoshue might be a bit troublesome. This woman is as proud as her name suggests. Moki elaborated. Oh, those 2, I do have some impression. Mo Wentian recalled them. After all, he was still the class leader of Class 2. Although he couldn't remember them clearly, he generally knew them. Where are they now? I'll go find them and discuss it. Mo Wentian asked curiously. You should ask Teacher Mo. Several of the faster cultivating students in our Class 2 have been upgrading alongside Teacher Mo's promotion speed. Teacher Mo knows best. They're all her students. Mo-Chi expressed that he was unsure, suggesting that Mo Yudi would know more about the girls' whereabouts. He wasn't a pervert and didn't have the habit of stalking girls. So how could he know where they lived? Mo Yudai has advanced to Soul King, and like Mo Wentian, has gone to a higher academy. But one is a mentor and the other is a student. Oh, then I'll leave first. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh at how he had become so focused on his cultivation that he even forgot something so basic. The wonders of the fundamental sword techniques and principles of the Void Sword God were truly remarkable. Over the years, the sword techniques and principles in Mo Wentian's mind not only greatly enhanced his combat abilities, but also made his emotional intelligence somewhat dull. If it weren't for Wang Chuan Xiuxie, Mo Wentian might have already become foolish by now. Although the management of the demon sect was initially structured and established by Mo Wentian, after fully dedicating himself to the sword path, it has been managed personally by Mo Jun, who temporarily took over the duties of the sect leader. At first, Mo Wentian's family was somewhat worried about his transformation, but they gradually became more at ease. Sigh, I don't know what's wrong with the boss. He's become more and more silent in the past 2 years. Mo-Chi looked at Mo Wentian's back and shook his head in confusion, muttering to himself. Montaku dis pesona domitoi. Mo knocked on the door. Who is it? Wait a moment. A clear and pleasant voice came from inside the house. It's me, sister. Mo Wentian didn't know what was going on inside and said, Ask Tien, why don't you come in yourself? Mo Yudi was still as warm and friendly as ever to Mo Wentian. She pushed the door open and found her sister wrapped in a bath towel. Although it was tightly wrapped, her wet hair and rosy cheeks indicated that the girl had just finished bathing and hadn't had time to change. I'll go back to my room to change clothes first. If there's anything, I'll tell you later, sister, Mo Yudi said, and then went to her bedroom to change. Okay, Mo Wentian, having nothing to do, took a good look around his sister's residence. He found it had 3 rooms and 2 living areas, along with a large bathtub that almost occupied the space of a whole room. The living room was filled with some feminine items, and apart from those, there were various weapons like knives, guns, and clubs. At 24 years old, Mo Yudi was still single. According to their mother, Mo Yudi had experienced love once before she turned 15, or rather, a crush. They both loved each other but dared not confess. Until the incident with the soul ring, when a man who came out of nowhere was eaten by a soul beast while trying to save Mo Yudi, who couldn't bear to kill the beast. Since then, Mo Yudi had never been in love again. Although her personality remained unaffected, she became exceptionally brutal towards soul beasts and enemies, always leaving them unable to move before she would relent. This led her to particularly enjoy real combat, showing a tendency towards violence. Coupled with her beauty and strong abilities among the youth, she earned the title of Mo Yudi, the Sword Fairy. Speak up, my little shopkeeper. You wouldn't come here without reason. What do you need my help with? Mo Yudi said as she emerged in a black brocade robe. I want to ask you to bring 2 people into the Demon Gate. These 2 are your students, and if I go myself, I might be rejected, so I would like you to accompany me, Mo Wentian said frankly. It's Gong Aoshue and Xia Yunxi, right? Among my students. Only these 2 have the talent that would catch your eye. Mo Yudi directly pointed out Mo Wentian's intentions, knowing exactly what her brother was up to. Mo Wentian said, Sai, I really don't know what to do with you. With that expressionless look on your face, when will you ever find a girlfriend? It's giving me a headache. Mo Yudi looked like she was deeply concerned. Well, all right, let's go. I'll take you to find them. Mo Yudi said helplessly. Inside a girls' dormitory, 2 beautiful young girls were talking about something. Outside the door, Mo Wentian followed Mo Yudi here. Chapter 25. Ao Shui Yunxi Ao Shui. You're already level 28. That's amazing. I'm only level 26. You're really impressive. Xia Yunxi said enviously to Gong Ao Shui in the room. It's nothing, you're a support-type soul master, so your cultivation will naturally be a bit slower. As a control-type soul master, I will naturally progress a bit faster, but I still can't compare to the teacher's younger brother, the girl said somewhat dejectedly, though her face still showed pride. Yeah, but I heard that the teacher's younger brother has an irreparable flaw in his martial soul, and he fails to obtain soul rings every time. I've heard he's been stuck at level 30 for almost 2 years now, Xia Yunxi said regretfully. So with our innate full soul power talent, we will definitely surpass him in the future, even if he is a rare genius in soul power cultivation. Gong Ao Shui said confidently. Oh, is that so? I dare say that if I hadn't come today, your future achievements would definitely be far less than mine. But since I came today, you still have hope of catching up to me. Mo Wentian's voice came from outside the door. He wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. It was just that the 2 girls were speaking without any concealment, so Mo Wentian naturally heard everything clearly. These talented individuals can apply for their own cultivation residence, and the 2 of them lived in an independent courtyard filled with beautiful flowers and grass. Teacher, why are you here? Xia Yunxi looked up and saw her teacher, Mo Yudi and Mo Wentian, her face instantly turning red. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be caught discussing someone behind their back. Teacher, Gong Ao Shui politely greeted Mo Yudi first before turning to Mo Wentian and asked, Mo Wentian, what did you mean by what you just said? Do you look down on us? Not at all. I just have confidence in myself, Mo Wentian replied nonchalantly. You, Fine, Then tell me why you think we'll never catch up to you if I don't come, Gong Ao Shui said, feeling frustrated. This did seem different from looking down on herself, but it was still unpleasant. Because I'm here this time to invite you to join my force. As long as you agree to join, my force will provide you with cultivation resources you don't have, so you'll have hope of catching up to me, Mo Wentian said, managing to control his emotions and speaking calmly. What force can provide us with cultivation resources we don't have? Even without your help, I can quickly catch up to you, Gong Ao Shui said confidently. Xia Yunxi looked apologetically at Mo Wentian, her face filled with regret. Mo Wentian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He looked at Mo Yudi. Seeing that Mo Wentian was not going to let her go easily, Mo Yudi had no choice but to step forward and say ahem. Aoshue, you should know that 10 years ago, I was just an ordinary soul master. However, after Wentian turned 4, my cultivation has never stopped growing. Well, we naturally know this. The teacher is an idol in the eyes of our generation of female students. But what does this have to do with joining Wentian's forces? Summer Yunxi, who was beside her, asked curiously. Gong Aoshue also looked at Mo Yudi, wanting to hear her explanation. Of course it has something to do with it. That is because the teacher joined the forces mentioned by Wentian and obtained rare cultivation resources, which is why she can continue to progress. Although Mo Yudi did not answer fully, she did not deceive the 2 girls either and looked gratefully at her brother. This is indeed my sister being modest. This also relates to my sister's hard work and cultivation. I can't say that the resources provided by my forces can make you advance as rapidly as my sister, but they can certainly bring about significant changes in your future as soul masters. Mo Wentian in order to win over the two girls, concentrated his mental strength, and finally managed to control his personality affected by the sword's essence. Well, I don't know what kind of forces you're talking about, but if it really can be like what the teacher said, I agree to join your forces. Gong Aoshue, eager to become stronger, trusted Mo Yudi's words, which she had known since childhood. I agree too. Summer Yunshi looked at Mo Yudi's eyes, which seemed to be filled with little stars, eagerly wanting to join the demon sect. My forces are the rapidly developing demon sect on the continent, and the strongest among them is the titled Douluo, known as the Poison Douluo, Douluo. You will definitely not regret today's choice in the future. Mo Wentian finished speaking in one breath, and his eyes turned cold again. Demon sect. I see. Only the mysterious demon sect could cultivate a genius like the teacher. Gong Aoshue said, somewhat surprised. No wonder the teacher's title is the Demon Sword Fairy. It all makes sense now. Summer Yunshi's every word seemed to revolve around Mo Yudi, as her admiration for her seemed to be ingrained in her bones. Well, since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. In the future, you can come to your sister for cultivation resources. After saying this, she turned and left. What? You're leaving just like that? I thought you would take us to meet the legendary base of the demon sect. Gong Aoshue said, somewhat dissatisfied. You two are not qualified yet. By the way, I have formed a battle team called the Demon Soul Battle Team. You two will need to practice team coordination with other team members, so be prepared. Farewell. After Mo Wentian finished speaking, he disappeared with a few flashes. Don't mind him. Wentian is currently cultivating a special self-created soul skill, and his mental strength needs to be fully focused on his consciousness, which is why he seems a bit cold. Today is already very good. He said quite a bit to win you over. Mo Yudi apologized to the two girls. It's okay, teacher, we don't mind. The two girls exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other. This is the spiritual medicine that Wentian gave me, made from the highest grade spiritual herbs, which is very effective for soul power cultivation. You can take it with peace of mind. There are no side effects, and it can also strengthen your foundation. Mo Yudi handed each of the two girls a pill and explained. The two girls happily accepted it and swallowed it without any suspicion. Mo Yudi can be said to be the most trusted person by them besides their family, which is why they are so unhesitating. The two women sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy. After absorbing it, they would at least be able to level up by 2 levels. The reason Mo Wentian trusted the two of them so much is also because Mo Yudi has a very good relationship with them, which is why he is so at ease. This contains the essence of 9-grade purple fungus, which Mo Wentian spent a celestial-grade purple fungus and dozens of top-tier spirit herbs to refine. There are a total of 9 pills, with the 3 fat guys each taking 1, and each of the 2 women also taking 1. Yiling Ling and Du Guyan also each took 1. Due to the immunity to celestial-grade items after consuming them, Mo Yudi and the others who had consumed celestial-grade items could not utilize the residual medicinal power until they had digested it. The last pill Mo Wentian decided to give to Du Gubo. After all, Du Gubo has been dedicated to the development of the demon sect and has made significant contributions. Mo Wentian even thought that once he has the ability to protect himself in the future, he might also give Du Gubo a celestial-grade item to change his aptitude. Mo Wentian returned to Tiando City, not going home, but entering Du Gubo's mansion. Chapter 26, The Great Soul Arena. Old Poison, here is your pill. I'm leaving. He arrived at Du Gubo's study, and without waiting for Du Gubo to speak, he directly threw out a pill and left gracefully. Sigh, this little monster, I wonder if this is good or bad. Du Gubo looked at the disappearing figure of Mo Wentian, then stared blankly at the pill in his hand, and said with some concern, since the little monster sent it to me personally, it must not be an ordinary pill. Du Gubo regarded Mo Wentian as a close friend despite their age difference. Although Mo Wentian had become quite indifferent in the past 2 years, it was only in words. His actual actions were still quite touching. Knowing that Mo Wentian's pills were beneficial for cultivation, Du Gubo swallowed it directly. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, and the bottleneck of his 91st level soul power actually loosened. Not daring to hesitate, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his soul power. An hour later, Du Gubo opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. In recent years, although Mo Wentian had often sent him some pills, their effects were far inferior to this one. However, it had allowed Du Gubo's soul power to reach the peak of level 91, and now, after taking this pill, he had directly broken through the bottleneck of level 91, reaching level 92. Incredible, a pill that can help a title Douluo advance. It seems I need to remind the little monster. Douluo stood up, speaking to himself with a serious expression. In fact, Douluo was completely assuming. If he didn't absolutely trust or have confidence in eliminating others before they exposed themselves, Mo Wentian would never have given such a magical pill to someone else. These 9 pills were concocted by Mo Wentian 2 years ago, and their interactions over the past 2 years had allowed Mo Wentian to fully trust Douluo, which is why he gave him the last one. Mo Wentian returned home, and Catwoman Douluo began to busily attend to him, making hot water, cooking, and asking about his well-being. His parents were not home, as they were dealing with matters related to the Demon Gate. After finishing his meal and taking a hot bath, Mo Wentian sent the clingy Douluo away and lay down on his bed. He entered the space-time Divine Fate Ring with his consciousness to exercise his mental strength while learning the basic sword techniques from his memories. Although these sword techniques were fundamental, they contained the essence of swordsmanship. If his mental strength was not strong enough, he might fall into endless darkness and be unable to escape. Mo Wentian was not without emotions, but they were buried deep within him. Some subconscious behaviors still showed concern for his family and friends. However, he mostly appeared indifferent. Since he was still studying sword techniques, his mental strength consumption increased more than threefold. Once his mental strength was nearly depleted, Mo Wentian finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, it was the last time the Tiando team would compete in Tiando City. After the competition, Qin Ming would lead the Tiando team to other cities for soul fighting training, eventually reaching Soto City to encounter the Shrek's 7 monsters. Mo Wentian was aware of this timeline, so he decided to train with the Tiando team for about a year and a half, ultimately to witness the future Shrek 7 monsters. Most importantly, he wanted to see what was special about Tang San, the child of destiny. Mo Wentian's indifferent personality does not affect his decisions or actions, and this is also thanks to Wang Chuan Xiushui's efforts. Mo Wentian is now close to reaching the 3rd level of the Broken Illusion realm, with his mental strength nearing a breakthrough, having reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, equivalent to the soul realm of a soul king. If it weren't for his insufficient physical strength, Mo Wentian would even consider a 10,000-year 3rd soul ring. However, Mo Wentian truly does not want to settle for love, so he can only go out for more training, hoping to encounter love. Everyone longs for love, and even Mo Wentian, like most men, hopes for multiple wives. But Mo Wentian is inherently a contradictory person. He desires love, yet does not want to compromise. In his past life of over 20 years, plus the current 12 years, he is now 32 years old and still single. Moreover, this damned sword technique has made his emotional expression rather unsatisfactory. Currently, among the girls Mo Wentian has encountered, only Yi Lingling is still single. As for the 2 younger girls who just joined the demon sect, Mo Wentian has no interest in them at all. They're too young and are automatically ignored. Lost in thought, Mo Wentian realizes that his emotions have unexpectedly fluctuated. Perhaps spring has arrived. The 3rd leaf, symbolizing love, might bloom during this trip to Soto City. He looks at the handsome man approaching him, well-dressed with a neat appearance and short hair that makes him look particularly spirited. It is none other than Qin Ming, the youngest soul emperor on the continent since Tang Hao, and also the teacher of Yu Lingling and her companions. Hello, I am Qin Ming, Lingling's teacher. I know you. Montauk Vencian. Behind Qin Ming are 7 people, led by Yu Qianheng, the first team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Hello, Montauk Vencian replied lightly. Wentian, you're here, that is great. Yi Lingling came over and took Mo Wentian's hand affectionately. Mo Wentian's ice-cold heart seems to have melted a bit, and his expression has become more human. I would like to join you all in the soul fighting competition. Mo Wentian went straight to the point. This, Teacher Qin Ming. Yi Lingling looked at Qin Ming with a pleading expression. All right, Lingling, I have my own plans. If you want to participate in the soul battle with our Heavenly Fight Royal team, it's not impossible considering your and Yin Yan's faces, but you must have certain strength. What do you think? Qin Ming interrupted Yi Lingling's words and looked at Mo Wentian. How do you want to prove it? Mo Wentian directly asked. He challenged my team to a one-on-one soul power duel. If you win, you can stay and participate in training together. If you lose, you can still learn with us. But you won't be able to participate in soul fighting training. Qin Ming didn't intend to make things difficult for Mo Wentian. He just wanted to see Mo Wentian's strength. If his strength was sufficient, he could still join the training of the Tiando battle team. If his strength was insufficient, then he had no right to allow someone to join the Tiando battle team's training. All right, Who among you will face me in a one-on-one soul power duel? Mo Wentian looked at Yu Tianheng and the others. Wentian, you don't have to look at me. I won't fight you, otherwise Grandpa might scold me again. Yin said somewhat indignantly. It turned out that last time she was about to spar with Mo Wentian, she was stopped by Douluo and got scolded. What she didn't know was that Douluo's intention in preventing her from battling Mo Wentian was for her own good. Mo Wentian's current strength of his martial soul is not to be taken lightly. Although it is still the 7-leaf grass martial soul, the increase in quality is significant. It has merged the ultimate ice and fire attributes of the flame apricot and the 8-angled ice grass, making the current 7-leaf grass impervious to water and fire. Incredibly resilient, and each leaf contains potent toxins and healing effects, especially the leaves that are enhanced by soul rings. These leaves can regrow after being plucked and have excellent healing properties. The rhizome is not only as tough as a sharp sword, but also contains toxins comparable to those of the Medusa snake, which is no less potent than the Bailin snake. If someone is cut by the rhizome and cannot consume the leaves of the 7-leaf grass to detoxify, they won't die, but will be weakened for several days after exhausting their soul power, unable to cultivate and suffering from loss of appetite. This can be described as a very unpleasant effect. Since you all are not willing to take action, then I will do it myself. Yu Tianheng, seeing that his teammates do not want to offend Yin and Yi Lingling's friends, has no choice but to take action personally as the captain. Yu Tianheng has a noble status, outstanding talent, and his appearance is no less impressive than Mo Wentian's. Mo Wentian was exceptionally cute as a child and has become even more handsome now. Hee, Tianheng, you must go easy on him or else looking at Lingling. You might end up with some trouble later. Yin joked playfully with Yu Tianheng. Yin, I want to talk to you anymore. You should think carefully about your lover, or you might end up unable to get out of bed after being beaten by Wentian. Yi Lingling pouted slightly, pretending to be angry as she retorted to Yin. Of course, it was just a playful banter between close friends and shouldn't be taken seriously. At this moment, Yin had already confirmed her relationship with Yu Tianheng. All right, Lingling, I'm helping Wentian plead his case, and you still dare to make fun of me. No way. I must have Tianheng teach Wentian a lesson to get back at someone. Yin feigned anger and glanced at Yi Lingling, deliberately saying to Yu Tianheng beside her, You, humph. Yi Lingling snorted coldly, then suddenly thought of something and cautiously approached Mo Wentian to remind him. Wentian, be careful. Captain Yu Tianheng's martial soul is the #1 assault-type beast martial soul in the continent, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. He's almost at level 40 and is purposely suppressing his soul power to participate in Soul Master level soul fights with us. When you battle, definitely don't clash head-on with the captain. I believe you can defeat him. Thank you. Mo Wentian was somewhat moved that Yi Lingling could help him instead of her team. Yi Lingling took Mo Wentian to register for a soul fighting identity token. The name was aptly chosen as Tianwen. Soon, the soul fighting arena arranged a match for the two. Watching the teams battling on the soul fighting stage, Mo Wentian couldn't help but marvel at the variety of martial souls. One side of the stage was the Silver Soul fighting team, the Evil Ling team. At the Soul Sovereign level, the captain, Xie Ling, had the martial soul of the Evil Demon Tiger, a level 39 attack type soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The vice captain, Xie Tian, had the martial soul of the Millennium Ghost Vine, a level 37 control type soul master, also with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The other 5 members were all soul masters above level 35. Tianheng and his team had once lost to them when they had just entered the Soul Sovereign rank. However, unlike those soul masters who had long mixed in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, the members of the Tiando Royal team were still very young. Seeing Mo Wentian's curiosity, Qin Ming couldn't help but introduce him. Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. Sir, your soul fighting is about to begin. Please proceed to the preparation area. A servant approached Mo Wentian and Yu Tianheng respectfully. Generally, the Tiando Grand Soul Fighting Arena would not arrange matches for ordinary individuals, but Qin Ming was different. He was someone entrusted with important responsibilities by the 3 committee members of Tiando Academy, specifically summoned to train at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Mo Wentian and the others quickly arrived at the single combat soul preparation area. They were puzzled about how Yi Lingling and her teammates, Yin and the others, managed to get to the front row of the cheering section. They picked up the cheering sticks, cracked sunflower seeds, and started eating candied hawthorns. Mo Wentian and Yu Tianheng exchanged a smile and stepped onto the stage. Mo Wentian, with a 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, is a level 30 battle spirit sovereign, with 2 yellow soul rings. Mo Wintian did not specify whether he was a control type or something else, because even he couldn't tell what type his martial soul belonged to. Yu Qianheng, with the martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, was a 39th level assault type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Yu Qianheng also introduced himself with a fist salute. After all, it was just a sparring session, not a real battle. Otherwise, Mo Wintian wouldn't foolishly announce his soul skills and levels without knowing the opponent's abilities. Chapter 27. The Flying Sword shocks the audience. The next duel was between Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Tiando Royal Team, and Tianwen, a new soul master from the Tiando Empire. Would their match provide us with a different visual experience? Now I announce that the soul fighting officially begins. Please let both sides introduce themselves. The host stood on the soul guidance device designed for martial soul duels, flying around the arena. The scene shifted to the audience below. Who is this kid named Tianwen? I haven't heard of him before. A chubby businessman below asked his companion with a puzzled expression. I don't know, but according to my cousin's second wife and granddaughter's boyfriend, this kid named Tianwen privately challenged Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Team and just registered his identity. The companion proudly introduced his connections. The few people nearby couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Look at this. Is this something a person should do? The audience below instantly became enthusiastic. Starting to place bets. Mo Wintian had odds of 110, while Yu Qianheng had odds of 5. Betting on Mo Wintian would yield 10 times the reward if he won, while betting on Yu Qianheng would only yield 1.5 times the odds. This kid looks like a pampered young master who has never been in real combat. He definitely isn't a match for the genius Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, especially with a 9-level difference in soul power. This battle is completely one-sided. It seems this bet could earn a lot. A tall, thin businessman who bet 10,000 gold soul coins on Yu Tianheng said to his friend. I also bet 5,000 gold soul coins on Yu Tianheng. This Grand Soul Arena can't be that foolish to open such a bet. The friend looked confused. Hearing this, the chubby businessman directly went to the counter and said, I bet 30,000 that Tianwen wins. You mean Tianwen wins? The counter lady looked up to confirm again. Yes, is that not allowed? The chubby businessman said confidently. It's allowed, okay. I'll process it for you right away. Here as your proof. Please keep it safe. After the beautiful counter lady finished processing, she respectfully handed the proof to the businessman. In a mysterious private room. Your Excellency, the Demon Lord, as per your request, the betting has been established. Only a few have bet on Tianwen winning, mostly those hoping for a fluke. Only one businessman bet 30,000, but 1T have much impact. This time, less than 100,000 gold soul coins were bet on Mo Wintian winning, while there were a full 5 million gold soul coins bet on Yu Tianheng winning. A manager from the Tiando auction house respectfully reported to a masked figure. You may leave. Go tell the high-ranking officials of the Tiando Empire about the origins of the Hell Team from the SilverGrass Grand Soul Arena. Send people to assist in eliminating the Hell Team. The masked figure in a black robe sat there, without any movement. Only a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, Your Excellency, the Demon Lord. The manager carefully closed the door and withdrew. On the arena, Mo Wintian and Yu Tianheng both stepped out of the preparation area. Hearing the host's words, they summoned their respective martial souls. Mo Wintian, martial soul 7-leaf clover, 30th level soul master, with 2 yellow spirit rings. Mo Wintian performed a fist salute, announcing his martial soul level. Yu Qianheng, martial soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, 39th level assault type soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Yu Qianheng also returned the salute earnestly, announcing his martial soul level. The soul fighting begins. The beautiful host approached the soul guidance device on the fighting platform, and as it rose into the air, she shouted, Hey ya! Mo and Tian and the other person were not polite at all, and they rushed towards each other right from the start. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several moves. Be careful by Tao's hand. Mo Wintian displayed the Azure Wave True Hand and reminded him, Hey, Yu Tianheng, not summoning his martial soul and being somewhat careless, was almost knocked off balance by a palm from Mo Wintian. Third soul skill, Thunder's Wrath. His pride would not allow Yu Qianheng to lose to a kid whose soul power was far inferior to his own. He summoned his martial soul and unleashed Thunder's Wrath. His entire body was filled with electric light, as if a giant dragon was roaring silently. Watch out, Wintian! Yi Lingling, watching from below, couldn't help but shout in worry, not even realizing that her concern for Mo Wentian had long exceeded that of a friend. First soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Although the noise was loud, Mo Wentian still heard Yi Lingling's concern. He nodded slightly, not daring to be careless, and after summoning his martial soul, he instantly changed its form. A slender azure sword appeared in his hand, and the sword body transformed, with two ice and fire patterns appearing alongside the black lines in the middle. Two leaves, imbued with soul rings, transformed into sword tips, with two yellow circles exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching. Second soul skill, Gaze of Medusa. Not interrupting Yu Tianheng forcefully, Mo Wentian waited until Yu Tianheng unleashed it before using his second soul skill. Hey, bang, hot go. The energy contained in Thunder's wrath was so immense that it could actually enter my body through the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Luckily, my 7-leaf clover martial soul is resilient enough. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Mo Wentian was sent flying a few meters away, but steadied himself, secretly analyzing in his heart. Yu Tianheng was also restricted for 2 seconds, unable to move, with no chance to pursue. Thunderous Might. Once Yu Tianheng regained his composure, he struck again at Mo Wentian. Celestial Step, Azure Wave Hand. Mo Wentian chose not to confront head-on this time. Instead, he used his lightness skill to evade the attack, and struck toward Yu Tianheng's back from the side with the palm. His movements were graceful and incredibly fast. Yu Tianheng didn't have a chance to react, and instantly felt as if a wave had crashed into him, pushing him back 3 meters. I underestimated you, he thought. Now, I will take this seriously. Dragon Transformation. Yu Tianheng set aside his previous disdain and began to respond with all his strength. In an instant, his left arm transformed into a dragon, and his power surged several times over. Mo Wentian could only activate the Immortal Step and use his sword techniques to defend. However, to outsiders, it appeared as if Mo Wentian was more at ease, with the fine sword in his hand resembling countless swords forming an impenetrable defensive wall. Mo Wentian's soul power, although far superior to that of an average soul master, had not yet reached the level of soul sect, and he did not dare to bet that his soul power was deeper than that of Yu Tianheng. He could only passively defend, hoping to deplete some of Yu Tianheng's soul power, and then deliver a fatal blow once the soul power was nearly exhausted. Sure enough, as Yu Tianheng found it difficult to break through, he began to feel anxious. Damn it, he is not as fast as Mo Wentian. And no matter how strong he is, it won't help if he can't keep up in speed. In a private box, in the audience, Tianheng still could not let go of the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, not being able to match his opponent's speed. The best strategy was to remain still and respond to changes, but being so anxious meant defeat was already decided. Qin Ming, witnessing this, couldn't help but think to himself. The teammates beside him looked nervously at the arena. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin below the stage couldn't help but ask Yi Lingling beside her with some concern. Lingling, will Wentian hurt Tianheng? No, Wentian knows how to control himself. This time, Yi Lingling set aside her worries and began to comfort Dugu Yin. The second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Seeing that Yu Tianheng's soul power had been significantly depleted, Mo Wentian directly unleashed his second soul skill, his figure flashing as he struck out with the Azure Tide True Hand, instantly sending the bewildered Yu Tianheng flying. Before he could get back up, Mo Wentian's sword flew out, astonishing everyone, and the long sword sharply pierced towards Yu Tianheng's face. You lost. Cough, cough. Yes, I lost. Yu Tianheng coughed a few times, looking somewhat vacant as he watched the sword transform into 7 leaves and return to Mo Wentian's body. Although he still had the strength to fight, he was not one to accept defeat easily. It was just that his pride made it hard for him to accept. With little soul power left, and his physical stamina severely depleted, he wouldn't have been unable to withstand Mo Wentian's palm and be sent flying otherwise, which gave Mo Wentian the opportunity. Mo Wentian's soul power consumption was also severe, but fortunately, his stamina remained abundant, which is a benefit of having trained his body since childhood. Congratulations to the T-on-1 contestant for winning this soul fighting competition. The host, a young lady, was still in shock, her mouth agape, not expecting that such an exciting duel would suddenly end with a victor. What a ridiculous blue electric Tyrannosaurus. It caused me to lose so many gold soul coins. Impossible, impossible. How could T-on-1 defeat the genius of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? My gold soul coins. The sounds of despair were everywhere, incessant, while those who had won by chance pretended to comfort their losing companions with sad expressions. Yi Lingling pulled Douluo Yin into a private room. They discovered that Mo Wenshint and Yu Tianheng had already returned to the room. This time, your soul fighting was spectacular. Especially you, Mo Wenshint. I declare that you are qualified to train with the Heavenly Do Royal Team, temporarily as a substitute for Team Heavenly Do. Qin Ming announced, as everyone gathered. However, aside from Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin, who looked at Mo Wenshint with congratulations, the others all had unhappy expressions. Although Douluo Yin was worried about Yu Tianheng's condition, she was also unclear why Mo Wenshint felt happy. Mo Wenshint didn't say anything, just nodded and then said, "Since there's nothing wrong, I'll take my leave first. Lingling, Yin Yin, what about you? We're fine too. I'll accompany you home. Let Yin Yin stay and talk to the captain." Yi Lingling said, "Yes, we need to talk. A man can be proud, but he shouldn't be overly proud. Excessive pride is foolish," Mo Wenshint said, seemingly referring to Yu Tianheng in the corner of the private room. Yu Hum, team member Osro, had a good relationship with Yu Tianheng and stood up to say something, but remembering the relationship between Mo Wenshint and Yi Lingling with Douluo Yin, he could only sit back down and snort coldly to himself. "Remember to get ready tomorrow morning. Come to the training base with Lingling to find us. We're leaving the Tiando Empire tomorrow to participate in the soul fighting in other cities," Qin Ming said. He didn't say much. He was quite pleased with this arrangement, as appropriate competition could encourage the team members to work harder in their training. Mo Wenshint didn't care about what the other team members thought, nodded, and walked out. If they held a grudge against him for defeating Yu Tianheng, then they were not worth his concern. He left the Grand Soul Arena with Yi Lingling. The sky was dim, but the lights were bright. Walking on a quiet path, Yi Lingling had a look of hesitation on her face. "What's wrong, Lingling? Don't ask the heavens, just ask the way." Asking the heavens, you came to the Heavenly Fight Royal Team because... Yi Lingling hesitated and said, "Why?" Mo Wenshint looked at Yi Lingling with a confused expression. It's because... Oh, it's nothing, annoying fool." Seeing Mo Wenshint staring at her, Yi Lingling couldn't help but shyly stomp her foot on the ground. Mo Wenshint thought that Yi Lingling was scolding herself as a fool because she was influenced by the sword intent, so he didn't argue. You go back by yourself. I'm almost home. See you," Yi Lingling said somewhat resentfully. After saying that, she left without looking back. How inexplicable. Mo Wenshint scratched his head and murmured to himself, "P.S. The writing isn't particularly good. After all, I've only written over 600,000 words of novel and have just graduated from the novice stage. I hope everyone can be understanding and supportive. If you can see this, it means you've already engaged with it. There is a low point here in the story, but the writing has improved quite a bit after this section, especially after the 70 chapters were published, which has shown significant progress. Keep it up. Thank you for your support. I hope for full subscriptions." Chapter 28. The lilies of my hometown have bloomed. I applied for a new book cover and was hit by some bad luck from the Lily Master. I don't know if I can survive. As a fellow newcomer, this should be different from other books that have been affected. Please support with recommendation votes. Friends with book tokens don't need to tip. You can invest to earn returns. If the number of investors reaches 100, the author's work will receive a slight recommendation boost. This book really needs recommendations to accumulate readers. Several author friends have also given chapter recommendations, especially the Lily Master, for which I am very grateful. I ask for recommendation votes. Leave a hee-hee. This book needs your support even more. Monthly votes are also very important, but I won't indulge in hopes for that. Whether this book can achieve good results or reach several million words depends on you, brothers. Please help with investments. You can invest after reading for just 10 minutes on the same day. Follow-up investments require book tokens, but there are also 3 free investment opportunities available. Chapter 29. The Journey of the Fighting Soul. Mo Wenshint returned home. He lay on the bed, not cultivating or doing anything inappropriate. He couldn't help but recall his experiences over the years, from the moment he was born to learning the written language of Douluo continent, to crying for gold soul coins to buy medicinal materials, to researching body-refining medicinal baths, awakening his martial soul, obtaining treasures at the auction house, gaining opportunities, and then facing the restrictions of martial soul rings, encountering evil soul masters, and planning for the ice and fire yin-yang eyes celestial products. Until he obtained the inheritance of the Void Sword God, his journey, while not always smooth sailing, could be considered quite fortunate. Although Mo Wenshint's current state of mind would not be easily affected, he couldn't help but think about Tang San, who was likely close to level 30 now. In another year, Tang San would be heading to Shrek Academy to study. Although he didn't plan to fawn over Tang San, he still wanted to experience it for himself. Now, Mo Wenshint was almost 13 years old. Unless he went to Soto City immediately to register for the Shrek assessment, it would be impossible after some time. However, Mo Wentian had no intention of entering Shrek. He didn't understand what the point of entering Shrek was. Undeniably, the achievements of the people from Shrek were significant in the end. Although they had training from masters and others, he had the same opportunities in his own demon sect. Even better, their ability to become gods was undoubtedly greatly attributed to the celestial products. Now that he had celestial herbs with him, going to Shrek would only bring discomfort. Except for the celestial products consumed by family members and the one used for refining celestial product pills. Mo Wentian kept all the others to research how to refine them into celestial product pills to maximize their effectiveness. The next day, Mo Wentian bid farewell to the little maid Douluo, the poisoned bow, and started his wandering soul-fighting journey in the big city with Qin Ming's team. Outside Tiando City, on the road, inside the carriage. Lingling, where's our first stop? Mo Wentian didn't even realize that he was speaking more in front of Yi Lingling. His mental focus was sharper, afraid of saying something wrong and making Yi Lingling unhappy. The Great Soul Arena in Silv City. Yi Lingling seemed to still be angry with Mo Wentian, but she still answered simply, "Oh." Mo Wentian noticed Yi Lingling's unhappiness and weakly nodded. Huffed. Seeing the usually indifferent Mo Wentian act this way towards her, Yi Lingling couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Of course, this is assuming there is such a beautiful pig in the world. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The teacher's goal is to have us first train in the major cities of the Tiando Empire, then head to the Xingluo Empire for soul fighting training, and finally go to the more famous royal big cities for further training. Yi Lingling gave Mo Wentian a detailed introduction to the upcoming objectives. Mo Wentian only knows that the Tiando royal team will go to Soto City, but he doesn't know exactly when. For what he hears, Mo Wentian guesses that Soto City is likely one of the last few stops. Wentian, have you really never been outside of Tiando City? On the side, Douluo noticed that Mo Wentian had been silent all the way, only occasionally chatting with Yi Lingling. Looking at Yu Tianheng, who was playing around with Osro and others, she couldn't help but feel a bit bored and said to Mo Wentian, who was curiously admiring the beautiful scenery along the way, it's my first time. Mo Wentian thought about it and realized that at nearly 13 years old, apart from the Sunset Forest, the Tiando Royal Academy, and Tiando City, he had not been to any other places. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but fortunately, the current Mo Wentian is slow to react and doesn't think too much about it. Then next, you should let Lingling accompany you to explore a bit more. Although Douluo is also a member of the demon sect now, she doesn't know that Mo Wentian is the sect leader. She thinks of him as just a genius cultivated by the demon sect. Due to the relationship with the poisoned Douluo, she treats Mo Wentian like a younger brother. Yi Lingling's family is also unaware, not knowing who the leader of the demon sect is. In the eyes of these members of the demon sect, Mo Wentian is a genius favored by the demon lord, who is the manager of the demon sect, while Douluo is the publicly recognized title Douluo of the sect. The current Wentian is always dazed and not fun at all. The Wentian from his childhood was much cuter, and I don't want to play with him. Yi Lingling deliberately pouted, looking at Mo Wentian, whose gaze was still fixed outside the window, and couldn't help but continue the conversation. Mo Wentian withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Lingling. Hee. What's wrong with Wentian? Is the scenery outside beautiful? Or is our Ling even more lovely? Douluo teased with a mischievous smile from the side. Yin, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Yi Lingling said shyly, stamping her foot and pouting. They're all beautiful. Mo Wentian still treated others with indifference. Even the familiar Douluo did not seem very enthusiastic. However, Douluo, who was already familiar with Mo Wentian's personality, had no intention of letting him off the hook and continued to smile with interest. Then tell me, what's so good about it? The scenery is good. The people are good. Mo Wentian was taken aback, his emotions becoming even more apparent. What's so good about people? Douluo glanced at Yi Lingling, whose figure was already taking shape, and with a half-smile continued to ask, looking at Mo Wentian. Seeing this, Yi Lingling suppressed her shyness and also looked at Mo Wentian with a flushed face, her gaze fixed on him as if she really wanted to know what he thought. The two women looked at Mo Wentian like a couple of big gray wolves, and in an instant, Mo Wentian's mind cleared, briefly shaking off the influence of the swordsmanship's profound meaning. He couldn't help but think to himself, the women outside the city are like tigers. People are good, but their hearts are even better. Montauk Vencian nodded affirmatively. This answer is about right. There aren't many girls as beautiful as Lingling from our family, who are also kind-hearted, so you should seize the opportunity. If you wait too long, there will be nothing left. Du Yin kindly reminded. Du Yin knew how many suitors Yi Lingling had rejected over the years, never interacting with any boys, maintaining a considerable distance even from boys in her team. Yet she was very caring and close to Mo Wentian. 2 years ago, Mo Wentian's personality changed dramatically due to the influence of swordsmanship mysteries, becoming very indifferent towards everyone, even losing the warmth he used to show to his sister Mo Yudi. The only one he treated without much change was Yi Lingling. Although he claimed to be immersed in self-created soul skills, few believed it, thinking that something had gone wrong with his martial soul cultivation, and he was using that excuse to avoid worrying his family. Yi Lingling understood the limitations of Mo Wentian's martial soul. He had previously mentioned the restrictions of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul to those close to him. This strange martial soul was unheard of by Yi Lingling and the others, so they naturally thought it was this odd martial soul that affected Mo Wentian's character. However, seeing that Mo Wentian only became indifferent in speech but still thought of his friends and family when it came to good things, they didn't mind too much. What are you saying? What do you mean there's nothing left? You're the one with nothing left? Oh right, you already have nothing left, don't you? Yi Lingling looked towards the approaching Yu Qianheng. You brat, Tianheng and I are completely innocent. Du Yan's face turned slightly red as if she remembered something. Just a little. You tease me. Yi Lingling smiled brightly, not saying anything more, and looked at the approaching Yu Qianheng. The carriage was large, powered by 300-year-old soul beasts known as gale horses. It could seat more than 10 people and had plenty of space. So Yu Qianheng was unaware of the conversation between the three. We're almost at Silver City. Yinner, let's prepare to get off and walk into the city. Yu Qianheng did not intend to make a grand entrance into the city like other members of prominent families. Using 300-year-old gale horses to pull the carriage was merely to save time, leaving the coachman behind. Qin Ming led 8 team members to get off the carriage and walk into the city. After inquiring a bit, they learned about the Grand Soul Arena in Silver City. They arrived at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, preparing to register Mo Wentian as a substitute member of the Tiando Royal team. Mo Wentian had no objections. Although he had defeated the captain Yu Qianheng, he was still a newcomer and did not intend to participate in the high-level Soul Master competition with the Royal Fighting Team. He only planned to compete in the Great Soul Arena, where status did not matter. Chapter 30. The Life and Death Battle of the Erasure Team. Hello, miss. Please add a substitute member to my team. Qin Ming tossed a token to the waitress and said, Esteemed Soul Emperor, hello. You possess the special privilege to register a substitute member. This is your identification proof. Please keep it safe. The waitress respectfully bowed and returned the token to Qin Ming. Typically, the number of registered team members is fixed, but some special high-level soul power groups have the right to increase their team members. No matter where it is, some individuals will have various privileges. As the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent after Tang Hao, Qin Ming was valued by the Snow Knight Emperor, so he had this privilege. Mo Wentian, take out your identification proof. Qin Ming looked at Mo Wentian and said gently, Hia. Mo Wentian took out his identity token, still sparse with words. However, he was clearly much more polite towards Qin Ming. Respect must be maintained to the end. One must have respect for the strong. Although Mo Wentian's personality was influenced, he had never looked down on the strong. Even towards the familiar Douluo, Mo Wentian remained close yet respectful. As long as someone was stronger than him, he would hold them in respect, of course excluding enemies. No matter how strong the enemy was, if they dared to harm his family or friends, he would let them know what wrath meant, with blood spilling everywhere. Moreover, he was not just an ordinary man. He was the leader of the demon sect, not inferior to the ruler of a kingdom. This could be called the wrath of the emperor, which could lead to the death of millions and bloodshed across the land. Qin Ming took the token and handed it to the service lady at the counter. After a moment, the service lady returned the Fighting Soul token representing Mo Wentian's identity. Thank you. Could you please show me the information for tonight's Silver Fighting Soul team at the Soul Master level? You're welcome. This is what we should do. Here is all the information for the Silver Fighting Soul team participating in the Soul Battle tonight. Is there anything else I can assist you with? After handing the information to Qin Ming, the service lady looked at him with hopeful eyes. That's all, you can go now. After receiving the information, Qin Ming briefly reviewed it and called all 8 team members together, saying, Tonight, there is a Silver Fighting Soul team, the Erasure team, with all members above level 38. It would be great for your training. I suggest you initiate a life and death battle. Consider it. Only 7 of you can participate, and I will arrange for the other to watch closely. I have no objections. Yu Qianheng expressed his agreement. The other team members also nodded in response. Yi Lingling looked at Mo Wentian and said to Qin Ming, "Teacher, I am a healing type, so I won't need to participate. With Wentian and their strength, they will definitely be able to defeat the Erasure team. Even if they get injured and lose, they can jump off the arena to concede. And I can heal them promptly no matter how serious the injury. That's fine. I will arrange for you to be in the closest position on the sidelines. My goal is to let you see blood," Qin Ming said seriously. Everyone nodded solemnly. Apart from Yu Tianheng, none of them had really seen blood before. Mo Wentian also expressed no objections. At his current level, as a soul master below level 40, he wouldn't say he is invincible, but he can definitely stand unbeaten. Even if he encounters difficulties, with the help of the Celestial Step, his teammates will not be in any life-threatening danger. There are two types of life and death battles. One is a no-holds-barred fight where any means and weapons can be used, and it must result in either your death or mine. The other type also involves life and death, but allows for the option to jump off the stage and concede defeat, making it a battle with more freedom, where only martial souls can be used to fight. Mo Wentian and his team chose this latter type. Although Mo Wentian's swordsmanship has reached a good level, he has never seen blood, which is also an important reason for his passive defense against Yu Tianheng. This battle can be said to be Mo Wentian's first real fight. Aside from battling soul beasts, different from the practical training his sister and Douluo provided, it is a battle where carelessness could lead to life and death. One must not be careless. Soon, Qin Ming assigned detailed tactics to everyone. Wentian is the fastest, even quicker than typical agility-type soul masters of the same level. His first soul skill can maintain the sword form for a long time, has high attack power, and makes him the most suitable main force alongside Tianheng. The vice captain, Douluo Yan, a level 38 control-type soul master, will use poison to restrict the opponent's movements and is responsible for protecting the safety of other teammates. Osro and Yufeng, as agility-type soul masters, are also capable of self-protection and will be responsible for supporting and restraining the members of the Erasure team. The Shimo brothers, as defense-type soul masters, will be responsible for holding their opponents back. After Wentian and Tianheng deal with their opponents, they will assist you in personally eliminating them, showing no mercy. Your enemies, the Erasure team, are even more brutal than the fierce teams that have long participated in unregulated life and death battles. Although they are only a soul master level team, they take pleasure in killing during regular life and death battles and love to see the despair on enemies' faces when they surrender but cannot. The team members responded seriously in unison. The next match features the renowned Tiando Royal Silver Fighting Spirit team from Tiando City, an extremely powerful team composed entirely of soul master elites, along with the Erasure team, which has achieved 36 consecutive victories in our Silvis Grand Soul arena. Please take a look at the introduction on the big screen. The host of the Fighting Spirit competition is a male soul master, sitting on a flying soul guide device, holding a horn-like soul guide in one hand and pointing at the big screen to introduce. Captain Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, level 39 Assault-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain Douluo Yan, Martial Soul Emerald Scale Snake, level 38 Control-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member Osro, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, level 34 Agility-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member Shimo, Martial Soul Xuanwu Turtle, level 36 Defense-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member Shimo, Martial Soul Xuanwu Turtle, level 35 Defense-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member Yufeng, Martial Soul Wind Bellbird, level 34 Agility-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Substitute Team Member Mo Wentian, Martial Soul 7 Leaf Clover, level 30 Control-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. My goodness, I just looked at the information, and it's incredible that this is not even the strongest combat power of the Tiando Royal team. Are they overconfident, or do they have confidence in themselves? As there is even a formal team member named Yi Lingling, a level 39 healing-type soul master with the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, who is not participating in this competition. The host exclaimed in surprise. Hooray! Go Tiando team! The Tiando Royal team will surely win. The audience below instantly ignited with passion, especially those gamblers betting on the Tiando Royal Team's victory, who shouted even louder. Now, let us take a look at the introduction of the Erasure team. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm ignited, the host added fuel to the fire, continuing to point at the screen. The Erasure team will surely win. Hooray! Go for victory! The cheers from the supporters of the Erasure team were even stronger than those of the Tiendo Royal team, echoing continuously. Then they all turned to the big screen. Chapter 31. Using their own strategy. The host announced the teams for the Fighting Spirit competition to the audience. Erasure Team Captain, Roman, Martial Soul, Hell S Trident. Level 39 Assault Type, Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Rosa, Martial Soul Yellow Sand Wasp. Level 39 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Substitute Team Member, Swayfoam, Martial Soul Ice Flame Bird. Level 34 Assault Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Wow. So the Erasure team also has substitute team members, and this time a new member actually stepped onto the stage. Team Member, Rodin, Martial Soul Crimson Flame Shield. Level 39 Defense Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Luo Hao, with 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring. Team Member, Luo, with 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring. The Erasure team surprisingly did not let any support type Soul Master participate, indicating they likely changed their strategy upon seeing our lineup. Qi Ming looked at the opposing team members facing each other on stage and felt a slight sense of relief. Now, I announce that both teams will summon their martial souls. The fighting spirit begins. The host, with a pair of black martial soul wings behind him, flew into the air away from the battlefield after finishing his words and the soul guide podium. Both sides arranged themselves in formation, summoned their respective martial souls without hesitation, and began to choose their opponents. Go! Attack! Both sides dared not be careless, and as soon as they took the stage, a real team battle erupted. Yu Qianheng faced off against the opposing captain, Roman, while Du Guiyin confronted the vice-captain, Rosa. Mo Wentian did not face off against the weakest soul master, Swayfoam, but instead encountered their defense-type soul master, Luo Dan. Both sides matched up against their respective opponents. Although the members of the Tiendo Royal team were not as powerful in soul power as the opposing soul masters, their soul ring configurations were superior. Qi Ming, who was analyzing from the room, decided that he would rush out to concede if anything went wrong. He could not bear the safety of these children, each of whom had a distinguished background. The defense of the opposing defense-type soul master relied entirely on the giant shield in his hand, which did not have much inherent defensive capability. With Wentian's attack power and speed against the opposing defense soul master, there was no problem at all. It seemed this child had a very unique insight, able to quickly analyze the most suitable opponent for himself. There should be no issues here. With Wentian's speed and attack power, the opposing Qi Yin shield's flames could not even touch Wentian, and he was likely to be the first to resolve the battle unexpectedly. Seeing Mo Wentian choose the Soul Master with the Qi Yin shield martial soul as his opponent, Qi Ming nodded in appreciation. The arena was enormous. With a distance of nearly 100 meters around, the audience seats could accommodate around 60 to 70,000 spectators. The seats were fully occupied, and Yi Lingling was watching from the closest position to the arena. Right behind her was the VIP box of the Tiendo Royal team. Qi Ming, not at ease with Yi Lingling watching alone, stepped out and came to her side. Haha, kid, you still haven't stopped drinking milk, have you? A plant-type martial soul daring to provoke me. A defense-type soul master with fiery attributes truly does not know how to live. Luo Dan mocked from the opposite side. Mo Wentian looked at the crimson flame shield martial soul opposite him. His expression unchanged. Only a hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha! With my strength, I can completely defeat the soul master with the crimson flame shield martial soul. Since he thinks his fire attribute can restrain my martial soul, why not play along with him, catch him off guard, and end the opponent as quickly as possible? Mo Wentian's mental power would break free from the constraints of the sword intent during battle, merging with his consciousness, making his mind exceptionally clear, as if he was born for combat, lacking only a true life-and-death battle. Looking over at Yu Tianheng, he was also engaged in a fierce confrontation with the opposing team leader. Oomph, kid, you even have the leisure to watch your teammate. Just wait to die. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Storm. Defense-type soul masters do not necessarily have poor combat abilities. On the contrary, some defense-type soul masters also possess impressive offensive capabilities. Mo Wentian looked at the flame storm surrounding Luo Dan, his expression serious. Without hesitation, Mo Wentian unleashed his first soul skill. The first soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. The two sides engaged in battle. The other team members also restrained their opponents, but it was obvious that aside from the captain and vice-captain, as well as Mo Wentian, the others were all in a passive defensive stance. The Shura team's moves were extremely fierce. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Mo Wentian did not directly use the Exile the Mortal step, but even so, his speed was not inferior to that of agility-type soul masters of the same level. Second soul skill, Shield Flame Light. Luo Dun saw that he couldn't keep up with Mo Wentian's speed and instantly used his second soul skill. Countless fiery illusions formed from the shield and charged towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian's eyes flashed with surprise as he waved his long sword to block the soul attack. Haha, kid, you fell for it. No matter how you change your form, you are still a plant-type soul master. Prepara 2D. Luo Dun's face showed a ruthless expression as he licked his somewhat dry lips and laughed heartily. Then, countless sparks began to emerge from Mo Wentian's long sword, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Crack! A sound of something burning and breaking came, and the ghost vine parasitic sword shattered into countless pieces, with charred marks on the surface. Seeing this, Luo Dun no longer hesitated and charged directly in front of Mo Wentian, using his third soul skill, crashing directly towards Mo Wentian's head. If this hit, Mo Wentian's head would definitely burst open. Third soul skill, Earth Charge. You're the one who fell for it. Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword, Parasitic Exiled Immortal Step. Mo Wentian revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth and leaped into the air. The shattered sword body of the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword instantly reassembled into a brand new Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword and flew into Mo Wentian's hand, who was descending from the sky. Thud! A flash of blood light passed, and the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword pierced straight into Luo Dun's head from top to bottom. I forgot to tell you, my martial soul is the 7-leaf grass, and it's fire-resistant. After landing, Mo Wentian looked at Luo Dun, whose eyes were wide open in death. Thud! Upon hearing this, Luo Dun instantly closed his eyes and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Mo Wentian showed no mercy. Since the opponent wanted to put him to death, he would not hold back either. Luo Dun, despicable. You all must die. The captain of the Shura team, seeing his kin being killed, instantly erupted in rage and actually forced back Yu Qianheng, known for having the strongest beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. His strength was astonishing. The enthusiasm in the audience was ignited. Wow, so thrilling, so powerful. Tianwen, so strong. This Tianwen is amazing. He actually killed the level 39 defense type, Soul Master Luo Dun at a higher level. Yes, this Luo Dun is also very formidable, capable of forcing back a Soul Master of the same level. His martial soul quality must be quite high. You must be ignorant. According to insider information, the entire Shura team comes from a mysterious family with considerable power. This is going to be interesting. An informed audience member couldn't help but interrupt. Regardless of what outsiders said, Qin Ming under the stage seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised. Since he dared to act against the Shura team, there must be the Empire's backing. Kid, you're finished today. You 1T leave the stage alive. Even if you somehow survive, the Luo family 1T let you go. Luo Dun showed no fear. Even though one member of the team was gone, they still appeared confident. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family fears nothing. Yu Qianheng replied coldly, not paying any attention. Seeing this, the other team members also stopped and rearranged themselves into a new formation. Mo Wentian slightly noticed Luo Min's expression, but a look of helplessness appeared on his face. His teammates had just been fully engaged with their opponents, thinking their soul power was severely depleted, when in fact they had barely consumed even a third of it, wasting a great opportunity for an attack. The purpose of this soul battle was to draw blood, and seeing Luo Dun lying on the ground, his upper body split in two, the teammates' faces turned pale. However, since the battle wasn't over, they all forced down their urge to vomit, their faces pale. This state was indeed not a good opportunity for offense. Chapter 32, Crisis Hee. Kid, are you backing down? Do you dare to come out and have a one-on-one duel with us? Luo Min, seeing the expressions of the members of the Tiando royal team, suddenly put away his anger and looked at them with cold mockery. Hee, if it weren't for the one-on-one duel, I think we would have already dealt with you. Montak Vencian Mokit. Seeking death. Let's go together and kill that kid first. After saying that, he led the other 6 teammates straight towards the center of the crowd, where Mo Wentian was. At this moment, among the 6 teammates, aside from Duge Yin and Yu Qianheng, who looked slightly better, only Mo Wentian maintained his usual expression. Mo Wentian did not hesitate at all, activating his ethereal steps. His long sword like the legendary Dugan 9 swords, impenetrable in defense, with no flaws. Oof. What are you doing? Hurry up and help Wentian. The first to react was Dugan, who shouted to the crowd, and only then did they realize what was happening, quickly blocking their opponents. This time, the enemy had advanced alone to capture Mo Wentian. Duguyan's snake poison took effect, restricting the movements of the 6 opponents. Mo Wentian and the others quickly consumed the prepared antidote. With his second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze, taking advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, Mo Wentian unleashed his second soul skill, restricting a fast attack soul master who was attacking Yu Qianheng. Mo Wentian simultaneously looked at Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng did not disappoint Mo Wentian. Without hesitation, he directly transformed into a dragon, extending a claw that instantly exploded the head of the fast attack soul master opposite him. The scene was extremely brutal, with blood splattering everywhere. Damn it, don't hold back, come on. Let them see our means. Luo Min could only watch helplessly as Luo Min's head shattered like a watermelon under Mo Wentian's sudden attack. Soul Fusion, Hell Wasp Fork. Luo Min and Luo Sha surprisingly performed a soul fusion, combining their soul powers into a larger weapon, the Hell Wasp Fork. The area around the weapon was filled with swirling yellow sand, and the sharp tips of the trident resembled the stinger of a wasp. The cold light was piercing, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. Not good. I didn't expect them to have a soul fusion technique. Below the stage, Qin Ming and Yi Lingling both looked tense, with Qin Ming prepared to concede at any moment to save his teammates. Duguyan and the others released their soul skills, trying to block this attack. Without waiting for the opponent to launch their assault, Mo Wentian shouted, "Use all your soul skills with all your might. Don't let them fuse completely." Without daring to hesitate, they all attacked Luo Min's soul fusion skill. Mo Wentian was faster, activating the celestial step as the ghost vine parasitic sword flew toward Luo Min, attempting to interrupt their soul fusion with his flying sword technique. Oof. Dream on. The other 3 members of the Shura team quickly intervened. Hee, you fell for it. Second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian instantly activated the celestial step, appearing behind Luo Sha, simultaneously using the true wave hand and his second soul skill. Not good. Luo Sha, be careful. Luo Min exclaimed in shock. Too late. True wave hand. With that, Mo Wentian's hand instantly transformed like ordinary waves, quickly gripping Luo Sha's neck. And under the gathering of soul power, Luo Sha's neck twisted like a twist of dough. Thunder's fury. Yu Qianheng seized the opportunity and instantly punched Luo Min away, preventing him from getting up. The 4-sided Xuanwu tortoise shells of the Shur brothers separated and swiftly crashed toward Luo Min, forming a field that instantly severely injured Luo Min, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to rise, just as Mo Wentian was about to raise his sword and deliver the finishing blow. A flying soul emperor suddenly soared into the air, shouting, "The Shura team concedes." The Shur brothers, Osro, and Yufeng all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces turning pale. Yufeng couldn't hold back and began to vomit to the side. Even Yi Lingling below the stage, no longer tense about her teammate's safety, turned pale as well. Mo Wentian stepped down from the arena. Although his soul power was significantly depleted, he wasn't physically affected. "Are you okay, Lingling?" Mo Wentian asked with concern towards Yi Lingling. "I'm fine." As soon as Yi Lingling finished speaking, she saw a bit of blood accidentally smeared on Mo Wentian's palm, and she retched again. "Wentian, you won't find a girlfriend like this. Hurry up and wash your hands." Although Duguyan's face was slightly pale, it wasn't her first time experiencing this, so she still had the energy to pay attention to Yi Lingling's condition. Okay. Mo Wentian looked at the drop of blood on his fingertip and reacted. No one knew what happened after this soul battle. All they knew was that the next day, all members of the Shura team, except for the owner of the Ice Flame Bird Martial Soul, Sui Feng, and the other Luo surname members, along with that Soul Emperor leader, were found dead outside Silver City. In the morning, on a large carriage leaving Silver City, Mo Wentian asked Qin Ming beside him, "Teacher, where are we going next?" "To Blaze City," Qin Ming replied. "Teacher, do you want us to compete with the team from Blaze Academy?" Yu Qianheng said in surprise. Blaze Academy is one of the 5 major elemental academies. Their strength cannot be underestimated. So, I want you to encounter them early to enhance your combat experience and familiarize yourselves with each other's strengths, which will help with your teamwork, Qin Ming explained. "Yes, don't worry, teacher, we will definitely win," Yu Qianheng and the others promised, patting their chests. Although Qin Ming nodded in agreement on the surface, he felt a hint of worry inside. After defeating the Shura team, Yu Qianheng had obviously become more arrogant, but not wanting to dampen their enthusiasm. Qin Ming could only shake his head helplessly. The proud son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Qianheng, was clearly not easy to persuade. Only by being defeated by a soul master weaker than him might shatter his pride and make him realize his mistakes. Mo Wentian didn't say much. After this battle, he truly integrated into the group, and his strength was recognized by everyone. Along the way, everyone was either cultivating their soul power or chatting during their leisure time. Very happy, he looked at Yu Qianheng and Dege Yin, who were whispering not far away. Wentian, when are you planning to obtain your third soul ring? Asked Yi Lingling, who was bored and turned to Mo Wentian. Huh, didn't I tell you? The restriction for my third soul ring hasn't been lifted yet. Mo Wentian withdrew his focus from understanding the sword technique and looked at Yi Lingling with confusion. Oh, then, have you thought about when it might be lifted? Yi Lingling said, somewhat frustrated. Well, I think it should be soon, Mo Wentian replied, feeling a vague premonition in his heart. Yi Lingling nodded happily in response. Mo Wentian was puzzled, wondering why women were so changeable. Not understanding, he could only sigh again. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. If the current women saw Mo Wentian's expression, they would definitely shout straight man, iron straight man, and I would call you the strongest reinforced concrete iron straight man. Chapter 33. A chance encounter with Zhu Zhuqing in the city of Blazing Fire. At the Blazing Fire Academy, a special group of guests arrived today, led by Qin Ming. The members of the Tiando Royal Battle Team represented the Tiando Royal Academy and issued a challenge to the Blazing Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental colleges. In no time, the news spread and caused a sensation throughout the city of Blazing Fire. The Blazing Fire Academy accepted the challenge. Lingling, you need to be on the field for tomorrow's battle, and the Shurjia brothers are also essential. However, remember, this is just a friendly match between academies. Although we must give our all to show the strength of our Tiando Royal Advanced Academy, we must also keep in mind that friendship comes first and competition second. We can't go as hard as we did at the Sylv's Grand Soul Arena, Qin Ming said, holding the challenge letter with an expression of expectation. Addressing Yi Lingling and the others. Wentian, this time I plan to let all 8 of you participate in the soul fighting together. The Blazing Fire Academy has already agreed. Do you have any strategies or plans to share with everyone? Qin Ming didn't ask the team leader Yu Qianheng, but instead turned to the one with the lowest soul power, Mo Wentian. Clearly, Mo Wentian's calm demeanor and outstanding insight during the battle at the Sylv's Grand Soul Arena had successfully caught Qin Ming's attention. I don't have. Mo Wentian's words directly embarrassed the members of the Tiando Royal team. It was just too straightforward. Ahem, cough. Qianheng, do you have anything to say? Qin Ming awkwardly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and asked Yu Qianheng. Fortunately, after spending some time together, they had grown accustomed to Mo Wentian's way of handling things. They also understood that Mo Wentian's personality wasn't meant to make Qin Ming uncomfortable. On the contrary, Mo Wentian had always treated Qin Ming with great respect. Ahem, based on the intelligence from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, I analyzed that the Blaze Academy has always looked down on the Plant System Academy, which is also one of the 5 elemental academies. Among them, the vice captain of the Blaze Academy's team, Huowu, is very powerful, comparable to Huowu Shuang, but her personality is extremely proud. Although she has a woman's body, she harbors the ambitions of a man and is the absolute core of the Blaze team. My suggestion is that I directly confront the opposing team's captain, Huowu Shuang, while the other team members each hold back their opponents, and Mo Wentian should face their vice captain, Huowu. We can use her contempt for plant system soul masters and her proud character to lure the enemy in, giving them a fatal blow without her knowing about Mo Wentian's martial soul's fire immunity. This will completely defeat the core of the Blaze Academy's team. Yu Qianheng analyzed a seemingly good strategy, summarizing it as the tactic of capturing the leader first when catching a thief. It seems, Qianheng, you have made quite a bit of progress lately, being able to analyze the most suitable strategy based on the enemy's character flaws. That's already very good. However, this time the main purpose is to spar, so we should try to avoid any verbal disputes as much as possible. After all, this is their territory. Qin Ming instructed with a hint of unease. Understood. Several team members responded in unison. That night, in a luxurious hotel in Lihua City, after dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Mo Wentian was about to return to his room, just as he used his room card to open the door. A shadow flashed by, and someone unexpectedly entered his room before him. Search over here. You all go search over there. Don't let her escape, otherwise. We want to be able to explain to the young lady. A group of black-clad masked men forcibly stormed into the hotel, but fortunately, this group of black-clad individuals was also cautious and did not dare to rush into the guest rooms. Mo Wentian quietly took out the room card and walked inside, closing the door behind him. He had heard of the hotels in the Demon Gate industry, even though they were from the Douluo Empire. Not seeing the person he was looking for, he hurriedly left. He wasn't sure if someone was hiding in the dark corners of the hotel, try to lure out the person they were searching for. A chill swept over him, but feeling no killing intent, Mo Wentian remained still. Suddenly, a young girl in dark purple clothing, with a curvaceous figure, a cold demeanor, and a beautiful face, held a dagger against her waist and said, "Don't speak. I mean no harm. I just want to stay for one night to avoid my enemies." Mo Wentian ignored the dagger behind him and lay down on the sofa, stretching lazily. After a while, he said, "Hey, why didn't you tell them about my whereabouts?" The aloof girl, wearing a pair of cat ear hair accessories, looked at Mo Wentian curiously after familiarizing herself with the surroundings. "There's no reason. You just remind me of my maid." Mo Wentian spoke without hesitation. Seeking death. Even if you save my life, you cannot insult me like this." The cat-eared girl sliced through the air with her hands like sharp blades, ready to strike Mo Wentian with her claws. "You're not my opponent." Mo Wentian finished speaking, and his figure flickered like a ghost, returning to his original position, but now he held a pair of cat ear hair accessories. Looking at the aloof woman opposite him, one could see her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, beautiful and captivating like an extraordinary beauty. "You, pervert, bastard, philanderer, you. The aloof woman did not move. From the earlier scene, she could see that she was not a match for the slightly handsome man in front of her. However, in line with a woman's nature, even if she couldn't win, she still felt the need to scold him a few times. She opened her mouth to curse Mo Wentian, but after a couple of insults, she realized she didn't know how to continue cursing. It's not like that now. Mo Wentian thought that the cat ear hairpin was real, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be fake. What was different? It was baffling. Mo Wentian didn't seem angry and made no further moves, causing the woman to look at him with a sense of confusion as she calmed down. "It's nothing. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that my maid is a cat girl, so I said you look a bit like my dodo." Perhaps attracted by the woman's appearance, Mo Wentian rarely broke free from the influence of his swordsmanship's profoundness. "Oh, so you made his name Dodo. That's a nice name. Thank you for taking me in and not driving me away." Once the woman realized that Mo Wentian had no ill intentions, she also breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her guard a bit. "No need to be polite. Those men in black don't seem like good people. Rescuing you was just a small effort on my part." After breaking free from the influence of the profound meaning, Mo Wentian seemed to have improved his emotional intelligence. At least he wasn't so direct in his speech, which could be quite jarring. "Anyway, I must thank you. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Zhu Zhuqing from the Douluo Empire. Those people in black were sent by my sister, and they've been chasing me all the way." The girl seemed grateful to Mo Wentian, introducing herself but still intentionally or unintentionally probing into his background. Zhu Zhuqing, nice to meet you. My name is Mo Wentian. You can call me Wentian. I'm from the Heaven-Do Empire, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. I'm here in the city of Blazing Fire just to broaden my horizons so you don't need to worry too much." Mo Wentian was somewhat surprised and answered her question, reassuring her. He wasn't too surprised by this result either. After a brief interaction and understanding, it wasn't difficult for Mo Wentian to guess that the girl in front of him was Zhu Zhuqing, one of the 7 monsters. Chapter 34. The 8-person team's soul fight. After Zhu Zhuqing responded, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious as she watched Mo Wentian fall silent again. "How about I sleep on the sofa? You can go to your room," Zhu Zhuqing tentatively suggested, feeling a bit shy. "No need. You go to the bedroom. I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. The bathroom is in the bedroom, so if you want to take a shower, just do it yourself," Mo Wentian reminded her. After saying this, he directly sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to cultivate his soul power. Seeing that Mo Wentian was resting in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy, but considering she hadn't had time to shower for so long, she still went into the bedroom. Before long, the sound of dripping water could be heard from the bedroom. Mo Wentian never expected that the soundproofing outside this luxurious suite would be so good, while the soundproofing inside would be so poor. It wasn't until an hour later, when the sound of running water disappeared, that there was finally no more noise. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, women are a different species from men. When a man takes a shower for more than 20 minutes, his friends might say, you're taking quite a long time, really cleaning up well. If it exceeds half an hour, they would ask him, what? Why are you taking so long? If it goes over 50 minutes, the response would be, make sure to take a break. However, when a woman showers for an hour or so, it seems perfectly normal. Perhaps it's because they have a larger surface area. To this, the single Mo Wintian expressed, I don't understand. The next day, early in the morning, Mo Wintian brought back breakfast outside the hotel and said to Zhu Zhuqing, eat while it's hot. When are you planning to leave? Those men in black don't seem to have left yet. Mo Wintian kindly reminded her, but he did not offer to help. Thank you. My soul power injury is almost healed, so I will leave this afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing replied somewhat coldly. This is a healing pill and another pill for cultivating soul power. There are no side effects. If you trust me, take them before you leave. If you don't, you can skip it. All right, I'm leaving. I have to participate in the Soul Arena competition at noon today, so I need to prepare in advance. Mo Wintian couldn't tell if it was because he had no immunity to beautiful women or if it was because Zhu Zhuqing was one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Whenever he faced Zhu Zhuqing, he seemed to break free from the influence of his swordsmanship insights, just like when he faced Yi Lingling. He felt that it was more due to Zhu Zhuqing's identity as one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was determined to leave, he did not stop her. However, with Mo Wintian's keen eye, it was not hard to see that Zhu Zhuqing was seriously injured and not as healed as she claimed. For some reason, Mo Wintian directly ignored Yi Lingling, the top-tier healing soul master companion, instinctively not wanting to let her misunderstand. Mo Wintian placed the elixir beside the food and then closed the door and left. He arrived at Yi Lingling's residence and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, Yi Lingling, as if just finished bathing, peeked out with a slightly damp little head, wrapped in a bathrobe. Although it was tightly secured, this kind of temptation was even more lethal. Mo Wintian, you're up so early. The soul fighting starts after noon. No need to hurry. Come in and sit down. I'll go change clothes, Yi Lingling said, leading Mo Wintian into the guest room. She then shyly ran into her bedroom, closed the door, leaned against it, covered her chest, and with a slightly flushed face, patted her developing chest. Although there was still some gap compared to Zhu Zhuqing, it wasn't too far off. She didn't know what she was thinking. About half an hour later, Yi Lingling appeared in a silver-blue retro wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, wearing cloud boots, adorned with exquisite hair accessories, and her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. Her beauty was exquisite to the extreme. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was known as one of the Shrek 3 beauties, fell short compared to Yi Lingling. Mo Wintian was slightly lost in thought, but quickly shook his head to regain focus. Lingling, let's go. The teachers might have already left. Qi Ming had gone to the Flame Academy earlier to discuss matters with the teachers, and he was likely already on his way to the Grand Soul Arena. As for Duge Yin and Captain Yu Qianheng, they were on their honeymoon, so they had no time to call for you. The others also discreetly left together. Those who understood knew what was going on. Although Yi Lingling still appeared reclusive in front of outsiders, she seemed like a different person in front of familiar faces, being exceptionally well-behaved and understanding. The two of them stopped by a snack street, where they enjoyed some local delicacies from the Flame City. Unfortunately, one of the specialties, barbecue, was not open in the morning. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the streets of Flame City and bought some necessities. Unlike typical novel scenarios, they did not encounter any troublesome people or things that disrupted their world together. They arrived at the Grand Soul Arena of Flame City. The arena featured a red, Central European architectural design, with tall and imposing walls, embodying the style of ancient gladiatorial arenas. Welcome everyone to the Flame Grand Soul Arena. Today's Soul Battle will feature a team competition between the Royal Advanced Academy of the Tiando Empire and the Advanced Academy of Flame City. Let us wait and see. Next, we have a song and dance performance for the audience. Thank you all for coming to watch, said the host, who was filled with anticipation as she addressed the packed audience. Wow, awesome. Yi Lingling eagerly pulled Mo Wintian toward the Grand Soul Arena. At this point, the song and dance performance had officially begun, and the atmosphere was lively, filled with noise and chatter. They arrived at the preparation area and found that everyone was already gathered. As the two entered, others looked at them with ambiguous expressions, and Duge Yin came over teasingly. Oh, isn't this our little beauty and the cool little handsome guy? Why does everyone look so happy? What have you two been up to? Yin Yin, what are you thinking? We just went out for a meal, that's all. We didn't do anything. Just ask Tian if you don't believe me. Yi Lingling quickly explained. Mo Wintian nodded in agreement. Oh, what meal could take so long? It's almost noon. Yin continued to tease them with a playful grin. Why are you interrogating us like we're criminals, Sister Yin Yin? Mo Wentian interjected as he noticed Yi Lingling's awkward expression. Oh, you even know to protect the girl now. Wentian, you've been performing well lately. Yin smiled even more brightly at Mo Wentian. Seeing this, the other teammates also curiously gathered around to watch, proving that no matter where they were always onlookers. Let us just watch the performance. We're about to start the soul battle. Mo Wentian quickly changed the subject. Since they had already discussed tactics yesterday, everyone turned their attention to the performance on stage. Although they were in a private box, the walls were made of a hard, glass-like mineral, allowing those inside to see outside, while the outside couldn't see in. Behind the soul battle stage, there was a huge projector-like soul guide device that didn't hinder the viewing experience for the audience seated further away. The dancers were all slender and possessed extraordinary beauty, and Mo Wentian couldn't help but marvel that there truly were no unattractive women in the Douluo continent in the anime world. After the song and dance performance, the host excitedly announced from the flying platform, "Next up is the thrilling team soul battle moment. Please welcome the members of the Tiendo Royal Team and the Flame Team to the stage." Mo Wentian and others saw this and also walked out of the private room, heading to the backstage and walking towards the arena from the outside. The fire team on the other side did the same. The spotlight also shone on the members of both teams, while the audience below was cheering like a tidal wave for the team they supported. Mo Wentian stood in front of Yi Lingling, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Qianheng at the forefront. Compared to the already grown Yu Qianheng, Mo Wentian was slightly shorter in stature and did not possess Yu Qianheng's striking appearance, but in terms of temperament, he surpassed him, each having their own strengths. Below, the host excitedly announced, "Now, both teams, please summon your martial spirits to show mutual respect and enter the martial spirit introduction phase." Since this was a friendly match reported by the Joint Soul Arena, both sides were relatively amicable. Chapter 35, 9 Heart Begonia Tian Do Royal Team Captain, Yu Qianheng. Martial Spirit Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Level 39 Attack System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Yin, Martial Spirit Emerald Python, Level 38 Control System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Mo Wentian, Martial Spirit 7 Leaf Grass, Level 30 Control System Great Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Spirit 9 Heart Begonia, Level 38 Healing System Auxiliary Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Luo, Martial Spirit Ghost Leopard, Level 34 Agile Attack System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The Blaze Fire Team, on the other hand, all possessed fire attribute martial spirits. Both sides took their positions, and the soul battle began. The female referee finished her statement and stepped away from the soul battle platform. "Let the battle begin," Yu Qianheng declared, charging directly towards Huowu Shuang. Mo Wentian faced off against Huowu, a very beautiful woman with dark red wavy long hair, exquisite features, captivating eyes, a tall stature, and a well-proportioned figure. At this moment, she was surrounded by a glow of her martial soul, radiating a faint red light. As a control-type soul master, how dare you, a plant-type soul master, confront me, a fire-type soul master? You truly don't know the meaning of danger. Huowu was indeed as proud as the intelligence that Yu Qianheng had gathered suggested, looking down on plant-type soul masters. First soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Mo Wentian, as always, first changed the form of his martial soul. To be honest, he still preferred the sword, the feeling of having a sword in his hand. The first soul skill, Fire Flame, Yeni. Fire Dance, also used her first soul skill, and Mo Wentian was instantly surrounded by countless flames. Fortunately, this kind of flame didn't cause much damage. It was just a bit stronger than ordinary fire, infused with a little soul power. However, Mo Wentian still pretended to be afraid of the flames, wielding the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword to keep the fire away from his martial soul. On the other side, Yi Lingling was protected in the middle by the Graphite brothers, countering the attacks of the 3 fire-type soul masters opposite them. As long as she was injured, Yi Lingling could heal completely with just a wave of her hand, making it seem effortless. The confrontation between Yu Qianheng and Huowu Shuang was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Dugian's green scale, Serpent Poison, had the upper hand, suppressing the opposing soul masters. The third soul skill, Fire Resistance Ring. Seeing that she couldn't hit Mo Wentian, Fire Dance directly used her third soul skill. Mo Wentian, however, had little fear. He deliberately slowed down the swinging speed of his long sword and aimed it at Huowu's waist. Suddenly, a ring of fire firmly locked onto the Ghost Vine parasitic sword. The fire ring began to squeeze and shrink, and the Ghost Vine parasitic sword seemed unable to withstand the pressure of the fire ring, shattering into countless pieces with a bang. Mo Wentian seemed to be injured, spitting out a bit of fresh blood and looking pale. Admit defeat. Second soul skill, Flame Tornado. After saying that, Huowu rushed towards Mo Wentian without hesitation, and countless flame tornadoes appeared around her, the power of the flames being several times that of the first soul skill. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a faint smile, as expected parasitism. The second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. The Ghost Vine parasitic sword instantly reassembled into a sword body and flew into Mo Wentian's hand. Caught off guard, Huowu was instantly controlled, and in a fluid motion, the long sword was turned and rested against Huowu's neck, a seamless display of skill. You lost, Mo Wentian said. You're playing tricks. Huowu snorted coldly. You lost. Mo Wentian continued. You just wait, I won't give up so easily. After saying this, Huowu directly jumped off the stage. Mo Wentian looked at the Sure family brothers and others, noticing that they were all safe and sound. Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial soul left the audience in awe. No matter how injured the team members were, they could be quickly healed. Sure Mo and the others fought recklessly, completely without concern for their lives, forming a perfect defense network with Yufeng and Osro to protect Yi Lingling. Mo Wentian knows that without himself, the core of the team would not be the control systems Du Guyan, nor the strong attack systems Captain Yu Tianning. Instead, it would be Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling is absolutely the core of the team. As long as they protect Yi Lingling, there will be no worries in team battles. In the original work, when fighting against Shrek until the end, the only one still standing on the stage was Yi Lingling. Although her combat power was almost zero, her ability to provide area healing made her the best support and the most essential part of the team. Seeking death. Mo Wentian's expression suddenly changed, and he used the celestial step to activate his second soul skill. He then waved his sword, instantly turning a sensitive attack type Fire Soul Master across from him into a bald man. Completely unreasonable. Seeing this, he still felt unsatisfied and kicked and punched the lewd man several times to vent his anger. Serves him right. Yi Lingling snorted upon witnessing this. It turned out that this sensitive attack-type Soul Master had taken advantage of the wind controllability of the flying system, and, while Mo Wentian was distracted, rushed in front of Yi Lingling, attempting to grab her chest. However, instead of grabbing any other part, he chose to grab her ample clothing. Mo Wentian instantly flew into a rage, no longer hiding his strength. He unleashed the celestial step and executed his swordsmanship with such finesse that he shaved the opposing Soul Master down to a bald head, leaving not a single eyebrow behind. The guilty Soul Master dared not move anymore and could only endure a brutal beating from Mo Wentian. Get lost. Mo Wentian kicked his opponent off the stage once again. Although it seemed like he used a lot of force, in reality, it was just skillful strength. No swelling from injuries, just a bit of a bruised face, looking quite frightening. At this moment, Mo Wentian still had enough soul power to unleash his second soul skill 2 more times. He was preparing to do so while looking at the team members, who stared at him as if he were a devil. It was as if they were saying, our heads can be severed, our blood can flow, but our hairstyles must not be messed up, as they all looked at Mo Wentian in fear. Why are they looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Mo Wentian asked Yi Lingling beside him. You don't have flowers on your face, but you look so cool just now, Yi Lingling said happily to Mo Wentian. Ahem. Mo Wentian glanced at the teammates beside him, who had expressions as if they hadn't heard anything, and awkwardly coughed twice without answering. He then looked at the other opponents and said, you should concede, or else. Mo Wentian looked at the person below who had just stood up, their head shiny and their face swollen like a ball, or rather like a head. The people across from him all shook their heads in fear and retreated. Even Huo Wushuang, who had already stopped fighting, stepped back and said, we admit defeat. You win. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. The Blaze battle team collectively admitted defeat, although there were reasons for Huo Wu and another team member being eliminated. It was undeniable that the members of the Blaze battle team looked at Mo Wentian with trepidation. That lightning-fast speed, the extraordinary swordsmanship, and the bizarre soul skills left people defenseless. Could this really be something a level 30 soul master could achieve? The audience was not angry. Mo Wentian's extraordinary swordsmanship and lightning-fast speed while slicing apples had truly amazed many spectators, making it seem only natural for the Tiando royal team to win. However, some disgruntled gamblers were cursing under their breath, but they didn't dare to cause trouble. At the entrance of the hotel, Mo Wentian was about to return to his hotel room when a fiery red figure approached him. Chapter 36. Untitled chapter. The cat went missing and only returned the next morning. I don't know if it was in heat, but it was limping a bit, although there were no obvious changes to its reproductive organs. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can tell me if the cat was violated? It's really troubling. With such a strong male cat at home looking for a female, it's bad enough, but now an 8-month-old female cat is also out looking for males. Isn't being a house cat good enough? Chapter 37. The cat went missing. Mo Wentian. Is it convenient for you? Come with me. I need to talk to you. The woman approached Mo Wentian with a somewhat cold and domineering demeanor. This. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling with difficulty and said, "It's fine. You go with her." Yi Lingling, however, generously replied, "Okay, then I'll go." Mo Wentian followed Huowu down a small street, knowing Huowu's personality and what she was going to say due to his familiarity with the plot. However, he didn't know that after he followed Huowu to the small street, Yi Lingling stomped her foot in frustration and angrily walked back to her place. "You really went when I told you to go. What a blockhead. You're strong. But next time we meet, I won't be lenient. I will definitely defeat you. You have to wait for your sister to challenge you." Huowu pinned Mo Wentian against the wall, acting like an older sister teasing her younger brother. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Mo Wentian said lightly as he pushed Huowu away. "Oomph, are you even a man?" Huowu huffed in frustration upon seeing this. "No, I'm still just a boy." Mo Wentian answered Huowu straightforwardly as he walked toward the hotel entrance. Interesting. So you're Mo Wentian, huh? This young lady is really interested in you." Huowu watched Mo Wentian's back and muttered to herself with some curiosity. "Wow, just hearing that he's a boy makes her interested, just like some women in my past life. But a woman like that, Mo Wentian wouldn't fall for. The first time is too precious. How could he give it to a woman he doesn't have any feelings for? So it's destined to be useless, even if she is interested." Back in his hotel room, Mo Wentian found that the food in the lunchbox and breakfast had been eaten and cleaned up, but he couldn't find Zhu Zhuqing. His first reaction was that the cat was lost. He called her name, but no one responded, and he searched the room. Suddenly, Mo Wentian noticed a note under the leg of the coffee table, and 3 black lines appeared on his face. Is this something a person would do? Mo Wentian bent down to pick up the note. It read, "Congratulations. You have found the message, which shows that you have been earnestly looking for me. Thank you. Mo Wentian, you are a good person. I have already taken the elixir, and my soul power has increased by 1 level. Thank you, I'm going back now. If fate allows, I will come to Heaven Dose City to find you. Next time, it will be my turn to treat you to a meal." Zhu Zhuqing. Huh, this little cat is quite interesting. A good person card? She even knows how to be grateful. Not bad. Montag Vencian smilet VYLY. He wasn't too worried about this, as Zhu Zhuqing, being an agile attack-type soul master, could only be caught by someone like him, who possessed a unique skill at the same level. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's phantom spirit cat martial soul also had the effect of concealment. Opening the door, Mo Wentian arrived at Yi Lingling's door, hesitating to knock. Just as he turned to leave, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Yi Lingling seemed to have known Mo Wentian was coming and had been waiting. "Mo Wentian, you're here. Come in and sit down." Yi Lingling showed no sign of anger, remaining as gentle as ever. After Mo Wentian sat down comfortably on the sofa, Yi Lingling casually asked Wentian, "Did that woman come to you for something?" "No, not really. She just seems interested in my strength, and said she wants to defeat me next time we meet." Montag Vencian replied honestly. "I see." Yi Lingling seemed to be deep in thought. It is said that girls understand girls better. When a woman starts to show interest in a man, it marks the beginning of love. Montag Vencian answered seriously. The still young Mo Wentian did not know that women, including girls, are usually the gentlest beings in front of the objects of their affection, although there are some who genuinely are. However, without 3 to 5 years, you can hardly understand their inner thoughts. Given Yi Lingling's jealous personality, Mo Wentian would definitely become a henpecked husband in the future. "Lingling, I want to go out and train alone for a while. Once I have enough experience, I'll go to Soto City to establish a business, and then we can meet up at the Great Soul Arena in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom." Mo Wentian realized that after participating in 2 soul battles, His performance had been exceptionally outstanding, as if he were naturally calm. He felt that staying in the team wouldn't yield much benefit, and it would be better to train alone for greater personal improvement. With his speed and agility, he didn't need to worry about safety. If he wanted to escape, even a Soul King wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The Soul King level is already considered rare expertise in the Douluo continent, and most people in the continent are ordinary. Even among Soul Masters, ordinary Soul Masters make up the largest proportion. Huh? Soto City? Why do you want to wait for us there? No, why are you leaving? Do you dislike me? Yi Lingling first expressed her confusion, and then realized that Mo Wentian wanted to leave the team to train, asking with a mix of innocence and sadness. No, silly girl. What are you thinking? Didn't I just say? I just want to go out and train. Staying here doesn't mean much for my breakthrough in soul power. Besides, I will still come back to meet you. Mo Wentian quickly explained, not wanting any sad expression to appear on Yi Lingling's face. Who said it doesn't mean much? Well, then why must you meet me in Soto City? Yi Lingling was about to say that staying here was absolutely the best place for him to break through his soul ring limits. However, it was too blatant, and since they hadn't clarified their relationship, the shy Yi Lingling had to give up and instead asked why they would meet in Soto City. Because there is a strong team in Soto City, and I'm afraid you won't be their match, so I need to go to Soto City to protect you. Mo Wentian finally expressed a romantic sentiment. How annoying. Who needs you to protect me? Then, make sure you don't be late. Yi Lingling's face instantly turned red. Her heart raced, and while she said it was annoying, she felt sweet inside. A girl as innocent as this is rare. Boys should not let go when they encounter someone like her. Yeah, don't worry. The demon sect has some business tasks that require me to go to the Barak Kingdom first, and I will wait for you in Soto City. Mo Wentian also wasn't just talking casually. His father, Mo Jun, wanted him, as the sect leader, to take more responsibility for the demon sect's business and strive to expand their commerce beyond the Heaven Do Empire, establishing a foothold in some stronger kingdoms. Although the demon sect was developing rapidly, it was still expanding outward based on the Heaven Do Empire. Now, they had entered a bottleneck phase, and further expansion could only be achieved by reaching out. Yeah, the Demon Lord is really something. With so many people in the demon sect, he specifically uses you. Yi Lingling couldn't help but complain, as one was a behind-the-scenes sect leader, and the other was an ordinary talented member. It wasn't that Mo Wentian didn't want to tell Yi Lingling, but the demon sect was in a developmental stage and needed a strong background to support it. Without a background, Mo Wentian could only rely on Douluo and his mysterious identity as the sect leader to intimidate enemies. Well, perhaps the Demon Lord has his intentions and concerns. Mo Wentian recalled the changes in his father over the years, and he couldn't help but understand as he walked to the window. The two didn't speak further, standing by the window, gazing at the night sky of the Blaze City. The unique red architecture added a touch of beauty, allure, and grandeur to the night sky. Chapter 38. Solo training the next day. After discussing the situation with Qin Ming, Mo Wentian left the team to train alone. He traveled along the edge of the Stardow Forest to the surrounding towns, heading north, hoping to find suitable opportunities to break through to level 30. However, he had no luck along the way. He recalled his desire to establish his own team and noticed many talented individuals, but most of them didn't catch his eye, either due to insufficient innate soul power or poor character. That day, Mo Wentian arrived at a town where the atmosphere was filled with a sense of slaughter. He was shocked and, after some investigation, suspected that this place resembled the entrance to the City of Slaughter. Mo Wentian did not linger for long, as he felt that his current strength was still somewhat weak. He planned to return and check again when his strength was more comparable. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Shura God, it would definitely shorten his growth period significantly. Even if he couldn't obtain it, the power of the killing field was worth Missouri Wentian's special training here. Such a field, with its oppressive and restrictive nature, was undoubtedly the most suitable for swordsmen. As one of the 3 law enforcement gods of the Divine Realm Council, the Shura God was also one of the few divine kings in the realm with top-tier combat power. Before he fully awakened the inheritance of the Void Sword God, the Shura God was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Leaving the small town, Mo Wentian continued northward, practicing and training along the way. Half a month later, he arrived at Gongxin City, a city in the Xinghua Empire. Indeed, it was Gongxin City, known as the Metal Capital. Mo Wentian felt that he needed a sword sheath, one to carry the Ghost Vine Parasite Sword, which was transformed from his martial soul, the 7-leaf grass. Only by keeping the sword body present for a long time could Mo Wentian better comprehend the sword intent and control the time spent training with the transformed Ghost Vine Parasite Sword. Mo Wentian's goal is to keep the Ghost Vine parasitic sword form of his martial soul for a long time. Therefore, a sword sheath is essential, which is why Mo Wentian came to Gongxin City, known as the Metal Capital. In the original work, this is where Tang San procured rare metals in the later stages. With his current peak second layer ability, the void-breaking power of the Eye of Illusion, he can certainly achieve results no weaker than those of Tang San at that time. Mo Wentian has a feeling that the moment he breaks through to the Soul Master and obtains the Soul Ring is when the Eye of Breaking Illusions reaches the third level of the Breaking Illusions realm. The reason he has been unable to break through to the third level until now is largely due to the limitation of his soul power, level being too low. Mo Wentian's perspective has changed compared to the past. He is no longer overly concerned about the level of soul power, but rather focused on future achievements. Everything he does now is to prepare for what lies ahead. The third leaf, symbolizing love, cannot be forced, but it will come in due time. Love, whether good or bad, will eventually be possessed or experienced when the time is right. The fourth leaf symbolizes wealth, and Mo Wentian is unsure how to evaluate it. So he took out most of his possessions from the time and space Divine Fate Ring to establish the influence of the demon sect, using money to generate more money. The money-making ability of the demon sect can be said to be only second to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Mo Wentian's consciousness, although influenced by sword intent, is not foolish. He is just emotionally blunt and speaks in a rather indifferent manner. Over the years, the business operations of the demon sect have adopted many modern commercial tactics and introduced some daily necessities that have never appeared in the Douluo continent. Backed by the toxic Douluo, although these profitable items have attracted the envy of many forces, they can only let it go. Selling candied hawthorn, selling ice cream, authentic devil instant noodles produced by the demon sect, selling lamb skewers. As Mo Wentian approached a snack street, he felt a sense of returning to his past life. Items like ice cream and instant noodles do not exist in the Douluo continent. They were all brought out by Mo Wentian through the demon sect. As he walked along, he had a little to eat and was browsing to see if there were any other delicious items. Suddenly, Mo Wentian noticed a moving stall ahead that was selling tofu. Selling tofu. The person selling tofu was a disheveled, ugly man who was cutting tofu with one hand while using the other to wipe his nose, then went back to serving tofu to customers, instantly ruining Mo Wentian's appetite and making him feel nauseous, leading him to distance himself from the snack street. Upon reaching the center of the city, he found that blacksmith shops were as numerous as the hairs on a cow, with rare metals and unrefined ores being sold everywhere. Ores are similar to gambling stones from his past life, existing as a double-edged sword for ordinary people. They can bring wealth or poverty, heaven or hell. Arriving at a shop, he glanced around and realized that as long as he got close enough, he could still discern the energy levels inside with his broken, illusory eyes. Although Mo Wentian's spiritual power is not yet at the Soul King level, without specialized eye techniques, one would not be able to see through the contents of the ores without the soul realm of a limit Douluo. Mo Wentian had looked at dozens of pieces in a row, consuming a considerable amount of mental energy, and discovered that 3 of them contained rich energy. 2 were large and 1 was small, and the small one actually had even denser and purer energy. Boss, how much for these 2 pieces? Mo Wentian intentionally revealed the desired appearance, asking about the 2 slightly larger pieces next to the smaller one. This gentleman has an eye for value. These 2 pieces have been appraised by experts and are guaranteed to contain considerable metal, priced at a firm 3,000 gold soul coins. The boss is a middle-aged man with a sharp nose and a shifty look, clearly a schemer. It's too expensive, even if there are rare metals inside. They would be worth at most 5,000 gold soul coins. Mo Wentian shook his head and said, "That's not right. You should think like this. Even if it's 5,000 gold soul coins, you can still earn a lot." The unscrupulous merchant's eyes turned, and he continued to deceive. "Forget it. I'll just buy a smaller one." "How much is this small one?" Mo Wentian said, 500. "Just take it if you like it." The unscrupulous merchant's interest instantly dropped. Seeing his youth, he initially thought he was an easy target, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a seasoned player. This is 500 gold soul coins." Mo Wentian took out 500 gold soul coins and handed them to the unscrupulous merchant. How much for a bundle deal?" Mo Wentian stopped beating around the bush and spoke directly. 2,000 gold soul coins. Although he understood that it was impossible to trick Mo Wentian, Seeing that Mo Wentian had chosen 2 large pieces again instantly piqued his interest. He didn't dare to ask for a higher price and offer a price that was roughly similar. Even so, it could still be considered a small profit. Mo Wentian is indifferent. You might make a small profit, but I will never incur a loss. Mo Wentian directly took the small ore and put it into the space-time divine ring, preparing to store the larger one as well. Suddenly, a group of people walked in from outside, led by a young man dressed elegantly, who appeared to be a formidable soul master. Wait, brother. I also have my eyes on these 2 pieces of ore. I wonder if you could part with them. I am willing to offer double the price to purchase them. The young leader said with great poise. Sorry, I also want them. Not for sale, Mo Wentian directly refused. Kid, you're asking for trouble by refusing to sell. My brother is willing to pay double the price, and you dare to push us away? A thin young man behind him pointed at Mo Wentian with a cold snort, but was stopped by the leading young man. Shut up. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. Sorry for the disturbance. The leading young man turned and left with his subordinates. Quite perceptive, Mo Wentian murmured as he retracted his faint killing intent. On the other side, among the departing youths, the thin young man said, Brother, why didn't you let me continue? That kid is really lacking in tact, daring to refuse your request. The leading young man replied, If you had continued, we might not have been able to walk out that door. When you pointed at that kid, I felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He spoke heavily, relying on this feeling to avoid countless dangers in the past. But it can't just end like this, the thin young man said unwillingly. Even he felt a chill down his spine earlier, as if a sharp sword was pointing at him. Don't worry, since he dared to offend me. It won't be so easy to let it go. This is our territory. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Looking at that kid's appearance, he is probably here for the first time in Gongxin City. We have plenty of opportunities to play with him. The elegant young man's demeanor shifted from grace to a ruthless expression. Clearly, Mo Wentian's sword intent had provoked his anger. But it was undeniable that such individuals were not good people to begin with, and this display was simply a revelation of their true nature. Mo Wentian didn't pay much attention to this little episode and found a hotel that looked quite nice, paying a month's deposit. Mo Wentian planned to stay here for a while longer, buying more ores and gathering some rare metals to forge a sword sheath in the form of a martial soul. Chapter 39. Controlling opponents to the point they can't move. Back at the hotel, in a neat and elegant suite, Mo Wentian slowly broke open the 2 large ores with soul power and a dagger. 10,000-year soft silver mother. 10,000-year cold iron. Indeed, they're good things. Mo Wentian looked at the millennium-quality soft silver mother and millennium cold iron in his hand, and couldn't help but praise. He cautiously decomposed the last relatively small, or, what is this? This is actually the legendary treasure from the South China Sea, the 10,000-year soul beast deep-sea silvery mother found in gold and stone. It is said to be an essential material for making the storm pear blossom needle and the Buddha's fury tang lotus, and is simply the best material for crafting the core of the 7-leaf grass sword sheath. Mo Wentian was taken aback as he gazed at the flawless gem before him. The gem was completely emerald green and semi-transparent, weighing as much as 10 pounds. Coupled with some other precious materials, it could undoubtedly be crafted into the most perfect sword sheath. This kind of luck was perhaps unmatched even by Tang San. Indeed, as the Void Sword God had said, the secret of the time-space divine fate ring was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was related to the fortune in the universe. Even if it was not the source of fortune in this universe, it must be a key component belonging to the core of fortune. However, due to the hardness of the deep-sea sinking silver mother, an ordinary blacksmith would not be able to forge it. The status of the Blacksmith Association was low, far inferior to the Soul Master Association's Wuhuan Temple. Only in this city, known as the City of Steel, could it hold a bit of status. If it were just about forging ordinary materials, it wouldn't be difficult to find a suitable blacksmith. But this incredibly hard metal could only be handcrafted by legendary master blacksmiths. In that case, he could only search for the materials first and see if there would be any opportunities later. Among the 3 great master blacksmiths in the Douluo continent, aside from Tang Hao, who should currently be following and protecting Tang San's growth, the other 2 were the titan from the Liu Gao family and Li. Among them, Liu Gao was the true god of forging. Although he was only at the Soul Sage level, his forging skills surpassed those of the other 2, and he was the president of the Blacksmith Association, which could easily be summoned with the power of the demon sect. However, Mo Wentian knew that because Liu Gao was only at the Soul Sage level, he might not be able to forge the essence of the deep-sea sinking silver mother. Therefore, He also needed to consider the other two. To be safe, Tang Hao was more suitable. As Tang Xin mentioned in the original work, the silver mother of deep-sea, sinking silver could not be melted by flames. Only a powerful expert with enough strength could soften it through absolute power and skill, thus forging the desired sword sheath. When Tian wanted the sword sheath to be made of a material that was hard enough to accommodate the energy of the martial soul, ensuring that even when he advanced to the title Douluo level, or even higher, it could still be used in battle without being eliminated. If he was going to do it, he wanted to do it to the best of his ability. This sword sheath not only had to withstand the power of the martial soul's soul power, but also serve as an extraordinary weapon. When Tian, just like yesterday, arrived at the blacksmith shop again, continuing to gather wool and look for ores that might contain rare metals. Instead of starting from where he had looked yesterday, he ventured into areas he hadn't explored before. This time, luck was not on his side. There was only one ore whose energy far exceeded its actual value. The boss, seeing a familiar face, knew he couldn't cheat him and didn't raise the price indiscriminately. Thus, when Tian bought the raw stone for 800 gold soul coins. When Tian was about to take away the sizable raw, or when he unexpectedly encountered the group of people from yesterday again at the store, seemingly lurking on purpose. Sensing that there were 3 high-ranking soul masters hidden in the shadows, when Tian felt that the newcomers meant trouble. Sure enough, the young man with an air of grandeur said, "Kid, you think you can just buy what we want and leave our territory?" Behind him, a lackey looked at When Tian with a confident expression. "Ah, no rudeness allowed, my friend. I am Gung Tian, the son of the city lord of Gongxin City, a level 35 strong attack-type soul master. May I have the honor of asking you to open your raw stone here, so we can have a look?" Gung Tian made a seemingly gentle but subtly threatening self-introduction. "Not much," When Tian replied. "I'm a level 30 control-type soul master. Do you have any advice to give?" When Tian did not give this hypocrite any face, his expression cold and his tone indifferent, directly refusing and stating his position. You don't know what's good for you. He's just a control-type soul master who has barely crossed level 30. I thought he was something special. Don't all of you step in. Let me handle this ignorant brat myself." After finishing his words, Gung Tian stopped hiding his intentions, summoning his hammer-type martial soul and advancing towards When Tian. As the son of the city lord, Gung Tian was boastful but extremely afraid of his father. He usually put on an air of elegance and civility, but was only a facade. His father, having had him later in life, was strict yet doting, understanding his personality and knowing that he had a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Gung Tian offending anyone and let him be. Originally, he thought When Tian had some skills, so he didn't dare to offend him directly yesterday. He specifically waited for When Tian and, upon receiving news, brought along 3 high-ranking guards from the city lord's mansion for protection, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. You are overestimating yourself. Seeing that there was no room for reconciliation, When Tian no longer held back, summoning his martial soul and using his first soul skill to change its form. With a step of the immortal S-walk, the long sword in his hand flipped, moving as fast as lightning, and Gung Xen, who had rushed in unprepared, instantly became bald. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Everyone attacked together. Gung Xen felt a chill on his head, touched it, and found it was incredibly smooth, even making a sound when he rubbed it. He immediately went mad, pointing at When Tian. "If you dare to make noise again, you'll die." When Tian shot a sharp glance at Gung Xen, and before his words fell, his figure instantly appeared behind Gung Tian. Gung Tian immediately dared not move. The few followers behind him didn't even dare to breathe. "This young master. Please spare my young master. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves. How about we each take a step back and avoid conflict?" At this moment, 3 soul sect members stepped out from the shadows, led by a middle-aged man who looked somewhat serious as he observed the ghost vine's parasitic sword in When Tian's hand. You can leave now," When Tian said. When Tian didn't want to cause trouble and didn't plan to leave Gongxin City until he had collected enough rare metals. Although the materials for the sword sheath would suffice with just these 3 types, When Tian wanted to conserve them and gather more varieties of rare metals to create a 9-colored sword sheath. "Young master has good skills. You don't seem to be a control-type soul master, do you?" The middle-aged man at the forefront looked at the sword in When Tian's hand, wondering if he could dodge it if it were aimed at his throat, but he was unsure of its attack power. If the attack power was sufficient, these people together wouldn't be a match for him, so it was best not to offend such talent. They understood their young master's character. He must have been provoked somehow, which made him unhappy, and since they weren't confident, they sought help from the lady. However, they were instructed that if it wasn't a villain, it would be enough to teach a lesson and let off some steam without making a big fuss, which is why that scene just happened. Being able to incapacitate an opponent is exactly the hallmark of a control type, isn't it? Montag Vencian retorted. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Big brother, is this how your control department evaluates things? All right then, young master. I truly apologize. Since it's like this, we will take our leave for now. I will definitely bring my young master to your residence to apologize properly another day. The middle-aged man was left speechless by Mo Wentian's words. He approached Gung Tian and apologized to Mo Wentian. No need. Just don't disturb me again. Mo Wentian turned and left the blacksmith shop. The owner of the shop had long been scared and was squatting at the back door. Seeing this, he dared to come out and continue his business. Chapter 40. Goodbye. Zhu Zhuqing. And so, 3 months passed in a row. Mo Wentian wandered around different raw stone shops every day, secretly taking most of the precious gold and stones. After 3 months, his mental strength had grown even more substantial, and the distance he could detect raw stones had increased, along with the quantity. Over these 3 months, every raw stone shop in the metal city that contained gold and stones had been cleared out by Mo Wentian. On the surface, this seemed to have no impact, but the actual consequences were significant. The name of Metal City would likely become a misnomer over the next 3 years. With the rare gold and stone materials Mo Wentian had obtained, it would not be impossible to create 109 colored sword sheaths, let alone just one. However, if we only consider quality, adding over 10 pounds of deep-sea silver mother to make the sword sheath would allow for at most a few sheaths. There wouldn't be more. Mo Wentian planned to keep the excess materials as the foundation of the demon sect, although the current value of these golden stones was not excessively high. In the future, with the rise of the Tang sect, the proliferation of hidden weapons, and the emergence of soul-guiding devices, these materials would surely become extremely rare and precious. That day, Mo Wentian originally planned to return to the Tiando Empire, but thinking of the cat, thinking of Zhu Zhuqing, that sexy little cat girl, he suddenly felt that since he was already there, he might as well go take a look. After all, they were friends, and if he was not mistaken, at this time, Zhu Zhuqing might be heading to the Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. There was a good chance she would encounter danger on the road, so it would be better for him to help and go together to the Barak Kingdom, making the journey less dull. And so, early that day, Mo Wentian rented a horse-drawn carriage and headed to the capital of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City. Compared to the grandeur of Tiando City, the architecture of Xingluo City leaned more towards exquisite luxury and magnificence. The strength of the Tiando Empire's royal family was far inferior to that of the martial prowess-admiring Xingluo royal family, relying instead on the tall city walls and the mediation of the Spirit Hall, allowing them to coexist peacefully over the years. Upon entering the city and returning the carriage at the post station, Mo Wentian casually approached someone on the road and asked, "Hello, could you tell me how to get to the Zhu family?" The young man replied, "You must be from out of town. You've come to the right person. I've lived in Xingluo City since I was a child, so I know the Zhu family very well. The Zhu family has been intermarrying with the royal family for generations and is the most powerful family besides the royal Dai family. Just go straight ahead and then turn right. The largest mansion near the palace is the Dai family." The passerby was very friendly in introducing the Zhu family to Mo Wentian, as anyone who could establish a connection with the Zhu family was undoubtedly a powerful soul master, which explained the warmth of his response. "Thank you." Mo Wentian expressed his gratitude and slipped him a gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin was roughly equivalent to over 1,000 yuan in his past life, enough for a poor family's expenses for several months. The man was instantly overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him, then glanced around to see if anyone was watching before quickly putting it away to go home and cook for his wife and buy nutritional supplements for his son. Upon arriving at the Zhu residence and confirming the location, Mo Wentian did not go directly to visit. The original text did not specify Zhu Zhuqing's status within the Zhu family, but it was likely that Zhu Zhuqing, who had been fighting for her life and freedom, did not hold a very high position. After some inconclusive inquiries around the area, Mo Wentian went to a restaurant with a very unique name, Tianwai Feixian, Celestial Fairy from Beyond. This was one of the properties of the demon sect. At the counter, Mo Wentian's expression was indifferent, but his words during the conversation with the counter staff were quite humorous. "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Little chicken stews mushrooms. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon." After repeating the code twice, Mo Wentian was led by a servant to the backyard. In a room, the servant asked, "My lord, what instructions do you have?" Those who knew this code were core figures of the demon sect. Although the restaurant owner was only a soul master, he was the representative of the demon sect in the Xingluo Empire. The hierarchy of the demon sect did not depend on soul power levels, and seeing Mo Wentian so young yet already at the soul master level, with remarkably pure soul power, they guessed he must be a key cultivated talent within the sect, hence their courtesy. "Help me find out about the Zhu family's second young lady, Zhu Zhuqing, and any recent news." Mo Wentian stated his purpose directly. "Yes," the restaurant owner replied, then took him to a secret room to begin reviewing the files. This was indeed the intelligence hub of the demon sect within the Xingluo Empire. After a short while, he said, "My lord, the second young lady of the Zhu family went out for training half a year ago and returned 4 months ago. During that time, her soul power increased by 2 levels, and she is now a level 29 Great Soul Master." That's quite an improvement. It seems that it's not just the effect of the elixir. She must have worked hard on her own cultivation. Mo Wentian was surprised that a mere foundational elixir without any heavenly properties could bring about such a significant change in Zhu Zhuqing. He remembered that at this time in the original story, Zhu Zhuqing had only reached level 27 or 28 after going to Shrek Academy. Now, the second young lady of the Zhu family had suddenly disappeared this morning, and the Zhu residence was sending people to search for her. However, the information from the demon sect revealed that among those searching, many were sent by the eldest young lady of the Zhu family to hunt down the second young lady. They were still searching in Xingluo City and might still be active within the city. "Do we need to send people to investigate?" the restaurant owner asked, noticing that Mo Wentian seemed to know the second young lady. "No need. You've done well. I'll report back to headquarters and give you a bonus." Without waiting for him to understand what a bonus meant, Mo Wentian had already left. Mo Wentian suspected that Zhu Zhuqing was likely to leave from the East Gate and head to the Barak Kingdom, so he waited on the main road outside the city, not worried about her safety within the city. The city was filled with many eyes and ears. Even Zhu Zhuqing's sister, as the crown princess, would not dare to bring the family's struggles into the open. Sure enough, after dark, 10 miles outside the Xingluo Empire city, in a forest, a figure swiftly passed by, followed closely by several other figures. Mo Wentian, who was lurking in the distance, noticed the commotion and hurried over. Mo Wentian's 7-leaf clover martial soul can now maintain the form of the ghost vine parasitic sword for a long time without consuming much soul power. It is wrapped in a piece of cloth and hung on his back. Like a qualified swordsman, he keeps his sword close at hand. As the leaves of the 7-leaf clover, symbolizing love, stirred restlessly, Mo Wentian was no longer deeply contemplating the mysteries of swordsmanship, so his mental focus remained relatively concentrated. He activated the exiled immortal step and secretly followed the figures ahead. After traveling a few more miles, the slender figure ahead, realizing they could not escape, stopped and shouted loudly behind her. "It was she who sent you. Huh? Why aren't you running anymore?" "No one sent us, little girl. Go ahead, scream. Even if you shout your throat out, no one will come to save you." The leader was a masked soul master at the soul respect level, and the other masked soul masters were all at the great soul master level. "Hee. Besides my good sister, no one should come catch me," the woman in black said with a desolate smile. This slender black-clad woman was the Zhu Zhuqing that Mo Wentian was looking for. "Enough with the nonsense. Since the second miss has been recognized by you, you won't escape today." Several black-clad individuals instantly surrounded Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quickly summoned her martial soul to respond, and a dangerous battle ensued. Chapter 41. Celestial Grade Elixir. Zhu Zhuqing was facing 5 opponents alone. Relying on the advantage of her martial soul, she wouldn't be captured by them for a while. Suddenly, at that moment, the leading agile attack type Soul Respect took advantage of Zhu Zhuqing being busy fighting against the other 4 soul masters and unleashed his 3rd soul skill to ambush Zhu Zhuqing, who was in battle. "Watch out!" Mo Wentian, hidden in the shadows, quickly shouted a warning. Although the warning was timely, Zhu Zhuqing could only rely on her body's flexibility to slightly shift left, avoiding the fatal strike aimed at her neck and heart. With a loud bang, Zhu Zhuqing was directly knocked to the ground. The clothes on her thigh and chest were hit by the soul skill, leaving several bloodstains on her fair skin, clearly visible. However, those streaks of blood were particularly striking under the light of the moon. "Are you okay?" Mo Wentian activated the exiled immortal step and arrived in front of Zhu Zhuqing, helping her up with concern. Wentian, how did you get here?" "I'm Fine. Help me up. Hurry, let's go." Zhu Zhuqing struggled to get up, But before Mo Wentian could refuse, she spat out a mouthful of blood, unsure if it was due to her heavy injuries or her excitement at seeing him. "Don't worry, I'm here." Mo Wentian did not let Zhu Zhuqing get up. Instead, he wrapped one hand around her waist, with one hand holding the sword and the other supporting her. Zhu Zhuqing's pale face instantly showed a hint of color. She struggled slightly, but when she realized she couldn't break free, she allowed herself to lean into Mo Wentian's embrace. Which girl doesn't have a crush? And which girl doesn't hope that when danger arises, a prince on a white horse will appear to save her? Even someone as aloof as Zhu Zhuqing. For someone of a similar age who had saved her and helped her increase her soul power by 2 levels. She couldn't help but feel a fondness growing in her heart. "Kid, I advise you to leave quickly and not meddle in others' affairs. Wanting a hero to save a beauty comes at a cost," said the masked soul master in the lead, seemingly concerned for Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian is not a novice in the martial world. Encountering such a thing is unlikely to let him leave unscathed. "Oh, I'm curious what price needs to be paid." Mo Wentian looked playfully at the several men in black across from him. Completing the mission is important. Don't waste time talking to them. Let us go together and catch them. Not a single one should escape." One of the men in black behind him, seemingly unafraid of the leader, directly interrupted the conversation. The price is your head." The leader of the men in black was the first to summon his martial spirit and charge forward. "1 white, 2 yellow, hee, with this little strength. You dare to boast? You don't know the meaning of death." Mo Wentian looked at the soul master with the highest soul power opposite him and said coldly. The 4 black-clad men behind him also had a soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow. But the black-clad man who interrupted the leader's conversation had a configuration of 2 yellow. In a battle of such strength, there was certainly no suspense. Holding Zhu Zhuqing, he leaped forward, sword in hand, and the shadow of the sword, illuminated by the white moonlight, swept through the crowd like lightning. Zhu Zhuqing was horrified to find that the 5 black-clad men seemed to be frozen, completely motionless. Thud, thud. 5 heads then fell neatly, and blood gushed from their necks like a fountain, particularly conspicuous in the night. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly taken aback. Sorry, I couldn't hold back," Mo Wentian said, feeling a bit embarrassed at startling Zhu Zhuqing. "It's fine. Thank you for saving me once again." Zhu Zhuqing pushed Mo Wentian away, sitting cross-legged on the ground, regaining her aloof demeanor. Well, it was just a coincidence. If someone else had encountered it, they wouldn't have stood by either. "This pill is for you. It will help with your injuries and also enhance your martial soul's quality." Mo Wentian felt a special connection when he was with Zhu Zhuqing, which helped him break through the limitations of his 3rd spirit ring. As time passed, Tang Sen had already turned 12 and was close to reaching level 30. If he didn't break through soon, he would likely miss many opportunities. In his previous life, while reading the novel Douluo, Mo Wentian admired Zhu Zhuqing's character, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, strong and brave, with a kind heart. Her kindness could be seen when she defeated her sister in the later stages, not treating her sister the same way her sister had treated her. Therefore, when he was with Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian felt this way. Additionally, having set aside his swordsmanship training, the 14-year-old Mo Wentian was just starting to experience feelings of affection. And with Zhu Zhuqing being so beautiful, it was inevitable that he developed some fondness for her. However, it was merely a fondness, far less profound than his feelings for Yi Lingling, though Mo Wentian himself had not realized it. Being relatively upright, Mo Wentian didn't do anything inappropriate. Even when Zhu Zhuqing was showing some charm, he simply handed her a pill. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately her desire to become stronger prevailed, and she put in her mouth. Mo Wentian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to take it, which showed he still believed in himself. If he were unwilling to accept it, thinking it was some kind of love potion, he would have left without hesitation. He wouldn't force himself to be friendly to someone who was indifferent. After Zhu Zhuqing swallowed the elixir, she summoned her martial soul and began to cultivate. She gradually felt a slight warmth in her lower abdomen, and the wounds on her body started to itch. After a while, she discovered that the wounds had disappeared. Her soul power also increased by 1 level, reaching the same level as Mo Wentian. "How do you feel?" Mo Wentian stood up without saying a word, and Zhu Zhuqing spoke. It should be noted that even Mo Wentian didn't have many of this kind of elixir, as it was a top-grade celestial pill refined from half a stalk of Chihuahua tulip and the remaining stalk of 9th-grade purple Ganoderma as the main materials. Mo Wentian only had 6 pieces in his hand. I've reached level 30, and I feel like my martial soul has undergone a change. As if it has evolved for the second time. Zhu Zhuqing said, somewhat incredulously, her curiosity about Mo Wentian's identity growing immensely. Evolution is not the same as a second awakening. It's an evolution based on the original martial soul. Similar to how the 7-treasure glazed tile ascends to the 9-treasure glazed tile. It seems to be just as I thought. Mo Wentian said happily. What? You weren't sure this change would happen beforehand? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. That's not it. A change was certain. It was a pill made from a semi-rare immortal-grade herb combined with countless top-tier spiritual herbs. Mo Wentian couldn't dare to say that Zhu Zhuqing was his first experimental subject. He only knew there would be benefits beforehand. But he didn't expect that while the immortal-grade pill couldn't increase soul power by 6 or 7 levels like a whole immortal-grade herb, the improvement in martial soul quality was undeniable. What is an immortal grade? Zhu Zhuqing asked, confused. An immortal grade is the divine level among spiritual herbs, requiring 10,000 years to mature. One immortal grade can change a soul master's destiny. Mo Wentian explained in detail to Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you for giving me such a precious pill. I really don't know how to repay you. Would you be willing to be my friend? Zhu Zhuqing, who was usually cold and lacked affection, said tenderly to Mo Wentian, feeling moved. No need to be polite. Haven't we already been friends? Does that mean you didn't consider me a friend before? Sigh. How sad. What a pity for such a good pill. Who made you get it to me? I didn't force you. All right, it's not too late to consider me a friend now. After getting familiar, Mo Wentian witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's proud side as a woman. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing did not summon her Yum-ing spirit cat martial soul. If she had, she would have discovered that the Yum-ing spirit cat was undergoing a more thorough evolution, until it evolved into the Yum-ing dark spirit cat. The power of the immortal grade pill was not merely about enhancing the martial soul's quality and a bit of soul power. The next morning, both of them, having rested well, did not mention where they were going, but also did not suggest parting ways, and they set off eastward together, heading towards the direction of the Ballot Kingdom. Chapter 42. Worse than beasts on the road from the Douluo Empire to the Ballot Kingdom, on a desolate path. A man and a woman were traveling together. Their pace was not fast, but it was evident from their every move that they were not ordinary people. Both were soul masters with considerable soul power, and they were none other than Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, who were heading to Soto City in the Ballot Kingdom. Wentian, how did you end up outside Douluo City? After a night of rest, Zhu Zhuqing, whose injuries had healed, calmed down and asked with some confusion. Well, I came to the Douluo Empire for some matters, and after finishing my business, I happened to pass by Douluo City. I unexpectedly heard that the second young lady of the Zhu family was missing, and thinking back to the people who captured you last time, I was worried something might happen to you, so I decided to rest near the East Gate, hoping to encounter you. Mo Wentian thought carefully about his words and slowly explained. The reason he wanted to go to Xinghua City was also to see if he could encounter Zhu Zhuqing. In his previous life, while reading novels, he had always felt a deep sympathy for Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, in his past life, he was just a homebody, a bit of a LSP, and although he had been in one passionate relationship, it ultimately ended in failure. Well, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to care so much about my safety. But meeting you means my luck isn't too bad, Zhu Zhuqing playfully said, changing her usual aloof demeanor in front of Mo Wentian. Haha, of course. I'm the inheritor of the God of Fortune, and those who know me will have good luck, Mo Wentian said, half jokingly and half seriously. So full of yourself. Let's hurry up. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, not in the mood, and began to run and leap forward. Sigh. Why is it that when I say the truth in a different way, you still don't believe me? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Zhuqing's back, shaking his head helplessly, and quickly caught up. Before long, Mo Wentian caught up to Zhu Zhuqing, who was waiting for him ahead. After walking a distance in silence, the two continued on their way. Mo Wentian couldn't help but ask, Zhuqing, would you like to get a soul ring first before heading out? No need to trouble you. I want to go to Shrek Academy to study first. The teachers there will help me get it. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused. Oh, Shrek Academy? Are you also going to Soto City? Mo Wentian feigned surprise and asked. How do you know Shrek Academy is in Soto City? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Mo Wentian with suspicion, trying to see if he was intentionally trying to follow her to Shrek Academy. Because my family's business is expanding towards Soto City, so I naturally know about Shrek Academy there, Mo Wentian said half-truthfully. The inexperienced Zhu Zhuqing couldn't see through his words at all. Now, Mo Wentian was already 14 years old. Although he may have seemed somewhat immature when he first arrived in Douluo continent due to not having fully developed, even with the memories of his past life, his behavior had become more mature after practicing the swordsmanship essence. His state of mind was firmly grasped. While he wasn't exactly like an old man, he could be considered a seasoned individual who remained unperturbed by praise or criticism. It's difficult for ordinary people to perceive what he was truly thinking. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing seemed a bit disappointed. No matter where they are, women are like this. If you say you're deliberately getting close to her to go to Soto City together, she would think you have ulterior motives. If she determines you're not trying to get close to her, she would feel disappointed. So, women are indeed a contradiction. Even Mo Wentian could only understand that women are like this, but he didn't know why they were this way. By the way, why do you want to go to Shrek Academy for school? Why not stay at Xingluo Imperial Academy? Mo Wentian asked curiously, seemingly wanting to know Zhu Zhuqing's reason for going to Shrek Academy. I originally wanted to see a scumbag, but now I no longer want to. I just want to become stronger and for freedom. I heard that Shrek Academy is a monster academy that only accepts geniuses, and the teaching staff is very strong. Zhu Zhuqing spoke honestly without any intention of hiding it from Mo Wentian. That makes sense. Being suppressed by your sister everywhere in the Xingluo Empire, you definitely can't calm down to practice properly. With the relationship between the Zhu family and the Xingluo royal family, it's also not easy to go to Tiando Imperial Academy. Shrek is indeed a good place to go. Mo Wentian did not try to change Zhu Zhuqing's mind, although neither of them realized it. They had unknowingly become confidants who could talk about anything. Mo Wentian felt that the third leaf of the seven-leaf clover was showing signs of blooming, but something always seemed to be missing. Therefore, he had not reaped any rewards. In fact, Mo Wentian did not realize that although he had no ill intentions, the influence of his memories from his previous life led him to unconsciously get closer to Zhu Zhuqing, making his feelings not entirely pure. Furthermore, their relationship had not developed to the level of love. Zhu Zhuqing agreed, then showed an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Montauk Vencian notice zu Zhuqing's hesitation. I want to know which academy you study in. You seem to be the most powerful peer I've ever met. Even the crown prince isn't as impressive as you. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit hesitant at first, but thinking of becoming stronger, of freedom, and of love, she gathered the courage to ask. Well, I'm a student at the Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. As for why I'm so impressive, it has little to do with the academy. It's all because I'm a genius. The academy just provides me a place to learn the theoretical knowledge of soul masters. Mo Wentian shamelessly said, sounding a bit like an old woman bragging about her melons. You're being inappropriate again. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and made a sound to cover her inner shyness. How am I being inappropriate? I'm just speaking the truth. Why don't you believe me? Since Mo Wentian's mental power unexpectedly broke free from the influence of the swordsmanship's essence, he had not entered a state of comprehension again, so naturally, he was not affected and had turned into a cheerful and talkative demeanor. All right, I believe you. You genius. You are the most powerful genius. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes, considering it a new understanding of Mo Wentian, realizing that his character was not one to boast excessively. Thus, the two of them walked along, stopping and starting, and what was originally supposed to be a month-long journey had turned into a month and a half, yet they still had not reached Sotowa City. Just as they entered the territory of the Balik Kingdom and passed through a small village, Mo Wentian sensed something was wrong. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Be careful, I'll go ahead to investigate. Mo Wentian instructed Zhu Zhuqing, and with a flicker of his figure, he entered the village. Inside the village, there were severed limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Infants, pregnant women, the elderly, children, and some robust young men who had met even more tragic ends. It was like a scene from hell on earth. Upon reaching an alley, he found it filled with the corpses of young women, their faces showing extreme terror, their bodies completely unclothed. Vague traces of what had happened could still be seen, and Mo Wentian's face turned ashen. Help! Help! Who will save me? You are all devils. Beasts, devils. Woo. A woman's desperate cry, filled with rage, echoed from underground in a distant house. You really are hiding. Why aren't you hiding anymore? I didn't expect to encounter such a gem in this countryside. Luckily, after the adults finished with the blood pool, they all left. Otherwise, such a beauty wouldn't be available to us. Brothers, I'll go first. You all line up. Don't fight with me. A series of lewd voices followed. Yes, boss. There were a few scattered voices behind, probably around 5 or 6 people. Mo Wintian did not hesitate, and with a flick of his wrist, his spiritual power surged forward like a flood, discovering that there were only soul masters below the level of soul respect. However, the energy of these soul masters contained a kind of evil energy. Evil soul masters. Montag Vencian instantly shouted in Anga. The banished immortal has come here. Who is it? It's a soul master. Let's go quickly. Don't worry about this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures in black suddenly sprang out from the basement. Chapter 43. Chung Zi, want to leave? You have to get past me first. Mo Wintian, holding his sword, looked grimly at the 5 men. Seeing the 2 yellow soul rings on Mo Wintian's martial soul sword, the leading evil soul master let out a slight sigh of relief. Attack, solve this quickly, and leave immediately. You scum, you're worse than beasts. Wintian, do you know who they are? Zhu Zhuqing, also with a pale face, arrived beside him. It was evident that this was her first time experiencing such a scene. Evil soul masters, Mo Wintian said seriously. Another one has come. Hurry up and finish this quickly, or we won't be able to leave if the Spirit Hall people find us. A masked man, seeing Zhu Zhuqing fighting alongside Mo Wintian, had no time to appreciate her beauty. Evil soul masters live in the shadows, and being discovered means certain death. Cough, cough. 2 benefactors, hurry and leave. I'll hold them off. Go find a strong fighter from the Spirit Hall. You're no match for these evil soul masters. At that moment, a staggering figure emerged from the basement. It was the woman who had called out. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, but she managed to cover her important parts. The woman was a soul Zune, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, but she was severely injured and stood fearlessly in front of Mo Wintian and Zhu Zhuqing. The woman's martial soul was a special 4-eared monkey martial soul, the 4-eared clever monkey. She was likely a speed-type soul master. No need, they can't escape. Mo Wintian said confidently. Masters, we are also following orders. Why not let us go? We won't interfere with you. The leading evil soul master, seeing the situation becoming increasingly tricky and the other party appearing so confident, couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. If it were just one person, they could encircle him, but with 3 people, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The earlier girl had already caused them to expend a lot of soul power. Now, with 3 people, even if one managed to escape and attracted more powerful soul masters, they wouldn't be able to escape. Not to mention that these 2 young soul masters might have strong protectors behind them. He couldn't help but soften his tone. Dream on. The 3 spoke in unison. How dare you bully us so much? If you won't let us go, we'll fight to the death. Exactly, attack. 2 black-clad, masked men, unable to contain their killing intent, summoned their martial souls and charged forward. The other 3 companions also prepared to surround them. The fish may die, but the net won't necessarily break. Zhuqing, I'll give you one to practice on. The other 4 are mine. Mo Wintian's figure flashed in front of the woman in the carved shirt like a ghost. With the coordination of his second soul skill, the ghost vine parasitic sword in his hand severed the heads of 2 black-clad men in succession. The strong attack system within the control system was terrifying. Just as Mo Wintian said, controlling and eliminating the opponent when they cannot retaliate is what the control system is all about. A control system that renders the opponent immobile is indeed powerful. The long sword flipped, and the sword shadows flew, shining so dazzlingly under the blazing sun. Blood light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, only one of the 5 evil soul masters remained, who was also at an absolute disadvantage under Zhu Zhuqing's assault. One blow was all it took. The strength of these low-level evil soul masters was generally weaker than that of ordinary soul masters, relying on abnormal means to enhance their soul power with limited potential, not to mention compared to geniuses like them. The second soul skill, Underworld 100 Claws. At the moment Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her soul skill, the already significantly depleted evil soul master was instantly cut into countless fragments by the sharp blades. Mo Wintian and Zhu Zhuqing did not leave immediately. Instead, they found some tools and dug a huge pit. The woman in the hollow shirt, who had recovered a bit from her injuries, also helped with the digging. When they buried the villagers, it was done with care. Mo Wintian also learned the name of this village, Chengjia Village. This surviving female soul master is the most outstanding talent in the history of Chengjia Village. The martial spirits of Chengjia Village are mostly ordinary monkeys with little combat power, relying on their agility to hunt for a living. Even those with soul power only have 1 or 2 levels. This woman's martial spirit underwent a mutation. Her speed became extremely fast. and her attack power was not weak, possessing innate level 9 soul power, making her an absolute genius. Her name is very elegant, Cheng Zi. After burying these bodies, both Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing wore a trace of sadness on their faces. They are not overly compassionate, but encountering such events still provoked anger from the depths of their hearts. Giving these people a proper burial and using the heads of a few minions to honor them is the only thing they can do for these villagers. Cough, cough. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would be like the ordinary uncles and aunts. These despicable evil soul masters and I are irreconcilable. Cheng Zi staggered to Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing to express her gratitude, and as she spoke of the villagers being brutally murdered by evil soul masters, tears of hatred flowed from the corners of her eyes. Well, no need to be polite. Anyone who encounters such things within their capabilities would not stand by. As humans, there are certain bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Mo Wentian said with deep feelings, I still don't know the honorable names of the two benefactors. In the future, Zi will certainly repay you. Cheng Zi did not look down on the two just because they were 2 years older. On the contrary, she was very grateful and respectful. Mo Wentian, this is my friend, Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian introduced. Are they really friends? Cheng Zi looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Mo Wentian, finally showing a faint smile on her face. Well, I don't know if you have a place to go, but if you don't, I can introduce you to a place where you can often deal with evil soul masters. If you want to take revenge, it will be more convenient and easier. Mo Wentian saw that her soul power and temperament were both quite good and wanted to cultivate her into the demon sect. I had already graduated from Balak Academy in advance and returned home to bring protection to my hometown, but unexpectedly encountered evil soul masters slaughtering villages. I had to hide in the basement, but ended up being discovered. Thanks to your benefactor, as long as you say a word, I am willing to serve under your power. Cheng Zi seemed to understand people's hearts and immediately saw Mo Wentian's intention. You must have heard of the forces that have emerged in recent years on the continent, specifically targeting evil soul masters, right? Mo Wentian didn't speak, but looked at Cheng Zi and said, could it be? The benefactor is someone from the demon sect. Cheng Zi speculated. Montag Vencian was Solmavat so heist. Cheng Zi was indeed exceptionally intelligent. No wonder she could graduate from the Royal Academy at such a young age. This is my identity token. After you arrive in Tiando City, go to any industry of the demon sect and find the person in charge there. They will arrange your position. You just need to focus on your cultivation. When the demon lord assigns tasks, you can execute them. Besides tasks targeting evil soul masters, the demon lord generally won't assign other tasks, Mo Wentian said as he handed over a token. The token was entirely black, with the character Mo engraved in Chinese on one side and the character Mo inscribed in the language of Douluo continent on the other side. Here is a pill for cultivation. You know the pills sold by the demon sect, right? This one is not sold to the outside and is a top-tier pill. If you're lucky, it can help you break through to the next level of soul power and has healing properties, Mo Wentian added as he handed over a top-tier spiritual pill. Thank you, benefactor, Cheng Zi said with a grateful expression. For someone who had just saved her to bring such a precious pill, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. Cheng Zi didn't know whether to say Mo Wentian was generous and carefree or lacked experience, but with such kindness directed at her, all that remained was endless gratitude. Mo Wentian, who had long perfected the second layer of the eye of breaking forgetfulness, certainly understood this. Being at the pinnacle of the void realm allowed him to clearly perceive a person's character. Chapter 44, Spirit Hall, Suyuntao. At the entrance of the desolate village, Mo Wentian and Cheng Zi, who had both taken the elixir and healed their injuries while breaking through their realms, waved goodbye. Until we meet again, I believe we will see each other soon, Mo Wentian said with a mysterious smile. Yes, benefactor, until we meet again. Cheng Zi turned back with a slight smile, her expression exuding unique charm and heroism. Mo Wentian stole a glance, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes, before quickly shifting his gaze. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, keenly noticed this scene and seemed a bit distracted, pondering something. The bodies of the villagers from Cheng family village were all gathered together by the three of them and buried in the ground, which could be considered a final resting place, with 5 heads of soul masters above the great soul master level offered as a tribute. Mo Wentian felt he had done all he could. However, his hatred for the evil soul masters was even more pronounced. The 3 of them, having collected their emotions, left the village together. Cheng Zi parted ways with the 2 and headed towards the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven-Do City. We should leave soon. If we don't, it will be troublesome. The Spirit Hall is likely to send someone to check the situation, and it would be bad if we are misunderstood. Mo Wentian said to the distracted Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing responded coldly. What's wrong, Zhuqing? You seem to be in a bad mood. Mo Wentian sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yes, there is. No. All right, then let's hurry and leave. Mo Wentian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to become irritable, and decided not to argue, thinking it must be that time of the month. Someone's coming. It seems we can't leave for now. Just as Mo Wentian was about to depart, he noticed over a dozen Great Soul Masters in the standard uniforms of the Spirit Hall approaching from not far away, wearing Great Soul Master level badges on their chests. Mo Wentian did not leave immediately. Leaving at this moment would only lead to suspicion. Who are you? Have you seen any traces of the Evil Soul Masters? What happened in the village ahead? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? The leader of the Great Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall stopped Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, questioning them as they had just exited the village and did not appear to be Evil Soul Masters. We are students from Senior Academy of the Heaven-Do Empire, just passing through. As for the Evil Soul Masters, we only encountered a few small fry at the Soul Master level, and they have already been dealt with. Mo Wentian spoke candidly, not out of fear of these Soul Masters, but rather to avoid trouble. He believed in facing issues without fear, that sometimes it's better to be a passive observer and develop quietly. Avoiding unnecessary trouble was the way to go. Mo Wentian's personality can't be described as good, but it is definitely suitable for growing up in the Douluo continent. Compared to Tang San, who is a troublemaker, Mo Wentian is already quite low-key. When Tang San was born, the 100,000 old blue silver emperor Yin was discovered by the Spirit Hall and sacrificed to death. Tang Hao was severely injured, and Qian Xuanji was mortally wounded and died after being ambushed by Bibi Dong. When he met Xiao Wu, she sacrificed herself in the middle stage. And although due to the protagonist's halo, all the close ones were eventually resurrected, it cannot be denied that the events around Tang San are indeed quite dramatic, with the world revolving around him. The master took Tang San as a disciple, and as a result, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was completely wiped out. Although it has nothing to do with Tang San, his family was the only one among the three major sects that was completely destroyed. Tang Jian, a level 99 limit Doa, encountered Tang San and died, and the Shura God inheritance was handed over to Tang San, partially because Tang San destroyed the city of Slaughter. The Sea God Island High Priest, Poseidon, provided Tang San with the inheritance of the Sea God position and died. The Spirit Hall offended Tang San, resulting in its complete destruction. Although most of these events were not directly caused by Tang San, it cannot be denied that they are all connected to him. Those close to Tang San are either unlucky or fortunate, like the unfortunate Sunghui Academy from the Spirit Hall and the fortunate Shrek 7 monsters. The major events happening in the entire Douluo continent basically revolve around Tang San. Saying he is a troublemaker, Mo Wentian feels he is not wronged. Perhaps this is the reason for the protagonist's halo. He inherently attracts trouble, but always manages to turn danger into safety. Mo Wentian, although his fortune was not weaker than, and even far surpassed, Tang San's, was not as troublemaking as Tang San, apart from being connected to an evil soul master force. He only had grievances with the third prince Xue Tao and the fourth prince Xue Bong. However, ever since they learned about Mo Wentian's relationship with Douluo, this pair of unfortunate brothers would avoid Mo Wentian at all costs, treating him with utmost respect, and even if they were beaten, they did not dare to retaliate. At this moment, someone in the crowd entered the village to investigate the situation. Seeing that Mo Wentian and his companion did not look like evil soul masters, but rather like academy students, several soul masters from the Spirit Hall had no doubts. The leading young man continued his investigation and asked, "Did you solve this? What is your name? If it is truly as you say, the Spirit Hall will definitely reward you." Sujun Dao. Check if the information regarding the soul awakening of students from the Tiando Royal Academy is correct. The leading soul master seemed to be the head of the group and spoke to a soul master behind him. Mo Wentian, a level 30 control-type battle soul master. Mo Wentian did not care about any rewards. He only stayed to cooperate with the Spirit Hall's investigation because he feared trouble. Okay, leave it to me. While I was in Nodding City of the Tiano Empire, I was responsible for collecting information on soul awakenings. Boss, you really picked the right person. This soul master had a decent appearance, but his battle soul was somewhat amusing. It was a lone wolf battle soul that looked very much like a dog. He dared to come in front of Mo Wentian only after summoning his battle soul. Nodding City? Su Yuntao, I've heard so much about you. Mo Wentian exclaimed in surprise, recalling who Su Yuntao was. The name of the toolman Su Yuntao was indeed well known, and he never expected to encounter this strongest toolman. The divine awakening master here. He decided in his heart that if he had the time, he would definitely secretly recruit Su Yuntao to work for the demon sect, specifically responsible for awakening the battle souls of the children of people in the demon sect. He would offer 10 times the treatment of the spirit hall just to hire this strongest toolman. However, it was also acknowledged that this person was somewhat blind, so he would need to find someone to work with him in the future. I didn't expect that my brother has heard of me. Brother, you are indeed a genius student of the Tiando Royal Academy. Truly impressive. To be only 14 years old and already at the Soul Master Realm. Poor me still doesn't know when I can break through to level 30 with my battle soul, 7-leaf clover. Su Yuntao pulled out a thick book from somewhere and quickly flipped through a few pages, and surprisingly, he really found Mo Wentian's information. Mo Wentian also summoned the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul in coordination. This shows that the Martial Soul Hall has an exceptional ability to control information regarding soul masters. It's just average. I believe you will break through in the future, Mo Wentian said dismissively. What's taking so long, Su Yuntao? You're still dawdling while I asked you to check something. If you keep talking nonsense, just go back to your nodding city and awaken your martial soul. You've been responsible for the martial soul awakenings in Flamestone City for so long and haven't discovered any good talents. And now you're still hesitating over checking some information. The leading Grand Soul Master behind him, who is also a level 29 Grand Soul Master, spoke impatiently to Su Yuntao. If it checked, boss. Look, he is indeed a student of the Tiando Royal Academy and also a genius soul master. Su Yuntao hurriedly turned back, holding the book in his hands. At this moment, the personnel from a martial soul hall who went to investigate the village also came out. Boss, the investigation is complete. There are no living people left in this village. Only some large new graves, which probably hold many buried. We also found the bodies of 5 evil soul masters and some severed heads. Here, as their token. A Grand Soul Master from the Martial Soul Hall bent down and handed over a token inscribed with the character for evil. Chapter 45, Rose Hotel. It seems it really is the work of evil soul masters. Su Yuntao, make a record of this. We'll report back first. The young soul master in charge instructed as he saw that the investigators had returned, directing others without doing much himself. Mo Wentian secretly muttered to himself. Could it be the son of the city lord? All right, boss, Su Yuntao nodded and bowed, feeling that it was indeed contrary to his title as a divine awakening user. After all, many protagonists who crossed over to the Douluo continent had to go through his hands to awaken various innate full soul power martial spirits, destined to become future deities. The people from the spirit hall quickly disappeared without a trace. Once Su Yuntao saw they were all gone, a hint of imperceptible disappointment appeared on his face. Yuntao, if you're not doing well in the spirit hall, you can try the demon gate. This is my token. Take it with you, and your treatment will be dozens of times better than in the spirit hall. Mo Wentian was left with only Su Yuntao. He took out a token representing his identity from the time and space divine fate ring and threw it to Su Yuntao, saying, All right, thank you, brother. I can't stay any longer. I will definitely go seek refuge with the demon sect. Su Yuntao was initially taken aback, but then reacted quickly and kept it close, saying, You should know that with Douluo Bo in charge, the current demon sect reputation is not at all inferior to the lower 4 sects. Moreover, unlike other sects, the demon sect is a rising force and is still growing rapidly. Currently, the forces on the continent are relatively clear, the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. The Wuhuan Temple and the 2 great empires, the demon sect and the evil soul master forces. Aside from these major powers, there are only the various kingdoms and universities, which are slightly weaker forces. Do we still need to cooperate with you on any investigations? Mo Wentian also politely asked, No, brother. I can fill in these details myself. I don't want to trouble you anymore. Su Yuntao quickly waved his hand, indicating that he could handle it. Well, then we are leaving. May we meet again by chance. Mo Wentian said goodbye after digging a corner of the wall. See you, brothers. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal. You should go and spend some time with your sister-in-law, or she might get angry. Su Yuntao looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was kicking stones by the roadside, and said ambiguously to Mo Wentian, No, she's not my sister-in-law. She's a friend. Mo Wintian quickly explained, well, it's just a matter of time. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you, you need to hurry up, brother. The proportion of talented female soul masters on the continent is far less than that of male soul masters. Many high-level soul masters are already quite old and still single, without any descendants to leave behind. By the time I want to find someone, it might be too late. Sujuntao Ernest Baist Moventian. Mo Wintian agreed verbally, but inwardly he was muttering, aren't you single too? With this attitude, after leaving Nodding City, you should be thinking about marrying your ideal goddess. Sighing, he thought, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only regret it when you're old. Su Yuntao sighed, as if confirming Mo Wintian's thoughts. Indeed, a wife should be nurtured from a young age. Otherwise, it might be difficult to find one when they grow up. After leaving Changjia village with Zhu Zhuqing, it took them just 2 days to arrive at Soto City. Soto City, a city with Central European architectural style, primarily featured silver and white colors, with other colors accentuating it, adding a beautiful veil to this Central European city. After inquiring about the enrollment time for Shrek Academy, they discovered that there was still some time before the plot began. Although Mo Wintian did not plan to participate in the plot, he still needed to seize these time points. Upon entering the city, Mo Wintian said to Zhu Zhuqing, who was following him, let's find a hotel to stay in first. They searched several hotels, but all the rooms were fully booked, leaving only one room available. Mo Wintian seriously suspected that the waiters at these hotels had misunderstood something. What should we do, Wintian? It seems there's only one room left. How unfortunate. Why don't we just randomly find a hotel instead? Zhu Zhuqing, unable to distinguish the tricks of these hotels, said foolishly, thinking it was really that coincidental. Well, let's go then. Mo Wintian doesn't want to look anymore. Just casually check it out. At worst, I can sleep in the living room. It's not like I haven't done it before. Rose Hotel. Mo Wintian looked at the name of the hotel in front of him, feeling a bit speechless and frozen in place. Well, there's no need to ask. There's only one room left. Such an elegant name. Let's stay here today. Zhu Zhuqing thought Mo Wintian was talking to her and couldn't help but exclaim, just don't regret it. Mo Wintian thought to himself, that little girl isn't afraid, so why should a big shot like him be scared? After glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's youthful face, Mo Wintian secretly retracted his earlier thought about her being a little girl. Zhu Zhuqing remembered something, and a flush appeared on her face. Upon entering the hotel, the interior decoration was very luxurious yet still charming. Various flower decorations, precious utensils, and some unknown adult products on the counter, which even Mo Wintian had rarely seen in Tiando City. Please book us 2 rooms. Mo Wintian directly tested the waiter and said, hey, I'm really sorry, sir, but we only have 1 luxury suite left. The waiter was just about to agree when he caught a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing behind Mo Wintian and instantly apologized. Is there really only 1 room left? Mo Wintian asked again. Yes, there's only 1 room left. The waiter said ambiguously in a strange tone. Then let's take a room. It's not like we haven't stayed before. No need to dawdle. Zhu Zhuqing said directly. Indeed, once a girl has her first time, she won't care about the second, third, or even more. All right, miss. Here is your room card. A total of 100 gold soul coins as a deposit, valid for 10 days. You need to come to the counter to pay again when the time is up. The waiter glanced at Mo Wintian with an odd expression, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. Come here. Mo Wintian threw out a small bag filled with gold soul coins. The waiter weighed it and confirmed that the quantity of gold soul coins was definitely more than enough. After receiving the room card, the 2 of them arrived at the door of the room, which had Red Ocean written on top. They didn't encounter any glitch plots or characters like Daimu Bai. Upon entering the room, they saw the floor covered with roses, and in the center of the hall, there was a huge heart shape made of roses. Mo Wintian looked around and sadly discovered that none of the rooms had doors. Several rooms were interconnected, with only a large red soft bed 3 meters wide. A hint of blush subtly appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Nowadays, girls mature much earlier than boys. Although Mo Wintian was more experienced in some matters, he probably understood this aspect less than Xiao Wu. Even when compared to Zhu Zhuqing, he wasn't much better off. Ugh, how are we supposed to stay here? Should we check out? Mo Wintian said with a confused expression. No need, let's leave it at that. I trust you. Zhu Zhuqing said with a blushing face. Mo Wintian didn't know that Zhu Zhuqing's trust in him meant believing that he was a blockhead. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if he would turn into a demon on the spot. The big bed was more than enough for the 2 of them, but after lying down, Mo Wintian couldn't sleep left or right, feeling as if a fire was burning in his lower abdomen. He simply sat up on the bed and began to meditate with his legs crossed. Zhu Zhuqing, who was pretending to be asleep beside him, shook her head in disappointment upon seeing this. She had made her feelings so obvious, yet this blockhead didn't even notice. The night quickly passed in this way. The next morning, as the sun rose, Mo Wentian didn't go out to absorb the initial purple chi of the sun. His broken illusion had already reached a bottleneck, and absorbing more purple chi was useless. However, his long-established biological clock still woke him up on time. Chapter 46. The Worker, Douluo. After waking up, Mo Wentian saw that Zhu Zhuqing was still asleep and went to the bathroom. Looking at the transparent glass-like bathroom wall, Mo Wentian gritted his teeth and decided to quickly take a shower. The heat from last night, combined with a night of cultivation, left him with some sweat stains on his body. He felt uncomfortable and sticky if he didn't wash up. He rushed into the bathroom, changed into flip-flops, grabbed a bath towel, and started taking a cold shower. Within 10 minutes, Mo Wentian finished washing up, quickly changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out of the suite. Mo Wentian didn't notice that after he left, a faint blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's sleeping face. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Mo Wentian called a waiter over. "Hello, what breakfast do you have here?" Mo Wentian never spares himself when it comes to food. "Yes, we have steam buns, dumplings, soy milk, and tofu pudding for breakfast, fried dough sticks, spicy soup, 8 treasure porridge. These delicious breakfasts all come from the demon sect, passed down from the demon sect." The waiter skillfully introduced. Mo Wentian was incredibly surprised to find that the influence of the demon sect had reached Soto City. It seemed that under his father's leadership, the demon sect was becoming more powerful than ever. Although these items were all created by Mo Wentian, he never expected them to penetrate into the lives of ordinary people. "I'll take 2 servings of each and have them delivered to the Red Ocean Suite. I'm going out for a bit and we'll be back soon." Mo Wentian tossed down 2 gold soul coins and left the hotel. The waiter, seeing Mo Wentian so generous, hurried off to prepare his order. After leaving the Rose Hotel, it wasn't long before Mo Wentian arrived at a tavern, which, unlike luxurious hotels, appeared more ancient and substantial, exuding an elegant ancient style. It is one of the main enterprises of the demon sect, and the Penglai Tavern is the exclusive trademark of the demon sect. The Penglai Tavern in Soto City occupies a vast area and was built according to the requirements stated in Mo Wentian's letter. Since the tavern does not open in the early morning, Mo Wentian did not reveal his identity this time when meeting with the informant. Instead, he used a special soul guide device at the side door of the tavern to notify Douluo to come to Soto City using the unique communication method of the demon sect. Fearing that Douluo might be unwilling to come, Mo Wentian even conveyed a specific message. The confidentiality of this information was naturally very high, not in the language of the Douluo continent, but most of the high-ranking members of the demon sect could understand it. "I have arrived in Soto City, Old Poison. Please come quickly. If there are any loose cultivator friends, you can call them along too. There are matters to discuss that concern the major affairs of the demon sect. It must be reliable. There are benefits for you. Please make sure to come." Montauk Vencian. Indeed, Mo Wentian wanted to make a big move this time. He still had 5 top-grade immortal pills, 1 for Yi Lingling, 1 for his mother, and he planned to give one of the remaining 3 to Douluo, leaving 2 without an owner, which made him think of expanding his influence. He wanted to add another title Douluo to the demon sect, and Douluo was currently the only one he could contact within the title Douluo circle. If Douluo could bring a title Douluo to support him, Mo Wentian would not mind persuading him to join the demon sect and rewarding him with an immortal grade pill. Although the energy of an immortal pill might not necessarily allow a title Douluo to break through, it would definitely help in the evolution of their martial soul and enhance their potential, making it more effective than directly consuming immortal grade herbs. However, unlike immortal grade herbs, pills can be reused, but once potential reaches its peak, they're no longer suitable for consumption. Mo Wentian had taken 3 immortal grade herbs, and his current potential was no less than Tang Sands at that time. Combined with some ordinary top-grade pills, he refined himself. Mo Wentian was confident he could help a title Douluo break through their realm. Mo Wentian planned to stay in Soto City for a long time, until half a year later when Yi Lingling's Tiando Royal team came to battle Shrek before returning to Tiando City. One reason was to witness the talents on the continent, and the other was to meet the Shrek 7 monsters. Mo Wentian felt it would be a pity not to know the Shrek 7 monsters after coming to the Douluo continent. The third reason was also because of Zhu Zhuqing. However, since he established the Demon Gate, and in the future, Tang Sin would also establish the Tang sect. It destined their competitive relationship, making it impossible for them to come together. But this did not hinder Mo Wentian and Tang San from getting to know each other, nor did it mean they would become enemies. The two had no grudges, and Mo Wentian would not randomly go against the Spirit Hall or Tang San. However, if someone truly provoked Mo Wentian or his family, regardless of who it was, Mo Wentian would not hold back, such as against evil spirit masters. Over the years, countless evil spirit master strongholds have been eliminated by the Demon Gate. There might not be many title Douluo-level existences among the evil spirit masters, but the number of high-level soul masters, according to the investigations by the Demon Gate over the years, was definitely above the 3 major sections. After an investigation by Douluo, it was discovered that evil spirit masters worshipped evil gods, and the evil gods could forcibly break through the soul master's realm by consuming their potential. Therefore, the number of soul masters was definitely not small. If the evil spirit master's forces were not fragmented and disunited, the number of soul masters among them would definitely not be less than that of the Spirit Hall. Of course, the title Douluo level would not go to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed in the dark by the Spirit Hall for so long. At the same time, if Mo Wentian wanted to find Tang how to forge the 9-color sword sheath, he also needed a title Douluo to provide protection. Otherwise, materials could be snatched and lives could be at risk, as one could never be sure if Tang Hao, as a divine craftsman, might covet treasures. Although Tang Hao was currently seriously injured, he was still in the ranks of Super Douluo at level 95. Over the years, Douluo had consumed celestial grade elixirs and significantly increased his strength, advancing to title Douluo at level 93, but he was definitely not Tang Hao's opponent. That was why Mo Wentian said that if he had some well-connected rogue friends, he would call them over. Mo Wentian planned to strengthen Douluo again before going to find Tang Hao. The timing was just right. He could catch up with Tang Hao before he left. After finishing his tasks, Mo Wentian leisurely returned to the Rose Hotel. Upon entering the Red Ocean couple suite, he found that Zhu Zhuqing was already awake, and the table was filled with breakfast food, some of which were originally from the Douluo continent, and some were brought by Mo Wentian through the Demon Gate. Why haven't you eaten yet? You don't need to wait for me. Mo Wentian felt warmth in his heart, but said, "It's fine, I'm not hungry. The waiter said you would be back soon, so let's eat together." Zhu Zhuqing smiled and habitually said. The two had known each other for almost a year now, and during that time, whenever they had meals together, Zhu Zhuqing would wait for Mo Wentian to sit down before starting to eat. During meals, Zhu Zhuqing never said much. Although she was not the type to eat slowly and gently, she was as pleasing as a gentle breeze and light rain. There are still 3 months until Shrek starts. I have things to do during this time. Zhuqing, are you willing to join my forces? I can't always accompany you, but after joining my forces, I can take you along for some things. I will bring people to help you obtain your 3rd soul ring. Montag Vencian unterstützt zu Zhuqing's Pläne. So he took the opportunity to propose joining the Demon Gate. Having consumed celestial grade elixirs, Zhu Zhuqing's potential was now beyond that of the original work. All right, I am willing. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate and said seriously, I am willing. No need to be so serious. The Demon Gate is quite free inside. I have a good relationship with the Demon Lord and can request for you to have the greatest freedom, apart from not being able to join other sects. There are no other requirements. Mo Wentian did not want outsiders to know his identity as the leader of the Demon Gate. Before the Demon Gate became powerful, being the leader of the Demon Gate was an unintentional source of mysterious deterrence. Well, don't put me in a difficult position. If it doesn't work, then... Zhu Zhuqing had not finished speaking. There is no not working. A man cannot say not working. Mo Wentian directly interrupted. This time, Zhu Zhuqing's voice was as tiny as a mosquito's, and she did not speak further. Chapter 47. Overseas Island. While Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for Shrek to start, outside the Douluo continent, on a small island. Tens of thousands of mid to low-level soul masters live there. In a grand hall, several people in black clothes knelt on the ground, their faces filled with reverence, as if they were kneeling before the god they believed in. I heard that the Shura team was silenced by the people from the Tindo Imperial Academy a while ago. A young man dressed in white, with white hair and looking about 15 or 16 years old, spoke coldly. Holy Son, please calm your anger. Besides the Shura team, a few evil spirit masters who stayed behind to clean up in Chengjiao village after we left a few days ago have not returned. They may have already been exposed. A black-clothed person knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. Useless. It's one thing for the others to be useless, But I didn't expect even Luo Min and Luo Sha to be discovered and not escape. When can we live openly under the sun of the continent? The young man mocked indifferently, but when mentioning the Shura team's captain and vice-captain, Luo Min and Luo Sha, his expression clearly changed to one of anger, mixed with some desolation. Holy Sun, please don't be angry. As long as the faith does not perish, the evil spirit masters will endure forever. The black-clothed people kneeling on the ground fervently said, "Get out. All of you get out." The white-haired youth became even angrier upon hearing this. What great authority! If you can't even maintain this level of composure, how can I entrust the future of the evil spirit masters to you? A middle-aged man, also dressed in white with white hair, slowly walked in from outside the hall. Step by step. Seeing this, the black-clothed people became even more fervent. "You all can withdraw now," the white-haired middle-aged man said to these black-clothed people indifferently. "Yes, great offering." The black-clothed people slowly retreated, and the white-haired middle-aged man sat down behind the holy sun, raising his hand to deliver a crisp sound. Slap. "Why did you hit me?" The white-haired youth had no ability to dodge and was sent flying with another slap after saying this. "Why are you angry? Why dare you disrespect the evil god?" The middle-aged man did not answer his question, but asked coldly. Hee. Spit. "In your eyes, there is only your evil god. Do you still have me, your son, in your heart?" The holy sun stood up, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm and stubbornly looking at the white-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, Luo Shang's heart was filled with infinite desolation. Two of his good friends, who had grown up together, had died suddenly, while he could only shrink back on this increasingly soulless island. Sigh. "Son, I know you're sad about the deaths of Luo Min and the others. As a father, I wish to avenge them, but as the spokesperson of the evil god, I bear an important mission and cannot leave the evil god island. The tiger, despite its ferocity, does not consume its own cubs, how much less so with humans." Although the white-haired middle-aged man would not allow anyone to desecrate the evil god in his heart, and knew that those who did would surely die, he couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion when he saw Luo Shang, with blood at the corners of his mouth and a stubborn expression on his face. "Since you can't leave the evil god island, then let me go. Whether I live or die is none of your concern." Luo Shang continued to look defiantly at the man. "As the chosen heir of the evil god, how can you easily leave the evil god island?" "No, I do not agree. You cannot leave the evil god island." The white-haired middle-aged man, who was the great offering Luo Feng, replied without a second thought. I've had enough. I will no longer let you control me. I won't stay in this inhumane place unless you kill me today." Luo Sheng also stared defiantly at the white-haired middle-aged man, with a hint of death in his eyes, completely unconcerned about the difference in strength. "Saw what's wrong with staying on the evil god island? Even soul saints and soul Douluo level powerhouses treat you with utmost respect. You can have anything you want. Why do you still want to go out?" The white-haired middle-aged man, understanding Luo Sheng's character, seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He dared not force him anymore and could only advise him earnestly. "Why? You don't understand me at all. You ask why? Luo Min, your disciple, my brother in my heart, died at the hands of the enemy. You don't think of revenge. Can I not go?" Luo Sheng shouted in anger. "Enough. Don't you know the rules of the evil god island? The great offering cannot step out of the evil god island even until death." The white-haired middle-aged man, Luo Feng, said sternly. You can't go out. Can you not send someone out? In the end, you are still afraid of the revenge from the two great empires and the Wuhuan Temple. A small demon sect has made you, a dignified 99th level limit Douluo, powerless. You are afraid that the evil soul master organization will be destroyed in your hands. Luo Shang disdainfully pointed out the reason Luo Feng did not dare to seek revenge. Luo Feng fell silent. It must be said that he was indeed afraid. He feared the destruction of the evil soul master organization and the punishment of the evil god. He was not afraid of his own death, but he feared the wrath of the evil god, which could implicate his only son, Luo Shang. If it weren't for the inability to leave the evil god island, the power of the evil soul master was not any less than that of the Wuhuan Temple, and the evil god island was also a holy place in the hearts of the evil soul masters. However, with the suppression of the Wuhuan Temple and internal conflicts, the evil soul master forces had split into two parts. One was the evil soul master force led by the second offering, hidden in the dark corners of the continent, and the other was the orthodox faction of the evil god island, the Luo family's great offering Luo Feng. Originally, Luo Feng's son, Luo Shang, awakened innate full soul power and became a dual martial soul possessor at the age of 6, gaining the recognition of the evil god. He was the most promising leader to unify the evil soul master organization and lead them out of darkness. Luo Sheng, who had gained the recognition of other offerings, including the second offering, could be said to be the future of the evil soul masters. However, he coincided with Bibi Dong, a dual martial soul possessor who rose to become the pope of the Wuhuan Temple, and the evil soul master organization could only remain in the shadows. Moreover, the emergence of the demon sect was suppressing the evil soul master forces everywhere. Luo Feng, who was deep in thought, suddenly changed his expression and turned to Luo Sheng seriously, saying, "All right, since that's the case, I agree to let you leave the evil god island. However, you must promise me that after you reach the 80th level soul Douluo realm, you must return to the evil god island to inherit the legacy of the evil god." Huh? Okay, as long as you let me leave the evil god island, I will agree to anything. Luo Sheng did not expect that his usually stern father would actually agree to let him leave the evil god island. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to his senses and promised. Thus, the 52nd level dual martial soul possessor and the holy son of the evil soul master organization, along with his battle team, secretly arrived on the continent. Unbeknownst to Mo Wentian, who was leisurely strolling in Soto City with Zhu Zhuqing, danger was gradually approaching the members of the Tiando royal team, as well as himself and the demon sect. The demon sect was powerful in itself and might be able to avoid this calamity. However, if they specifically targeted the Tiando royal team and himself, it could prove to be extremely tricky for Mo Wentian. Even the danger to life was not impossible. Chapter 48. Tang San and Xiao Wu. Time flies, and years pass like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed since they arrived in the Douluo continent. On this day, at the Rose Hotel, a girl with a ponytail and long legs, resembling a rabbit, arrived with a sunny boy of ordinary appearance. "Hello, do you have any rooms available?" The boy politely asked the receptionist at the front desk. "Hello, yes, we do. We have the top-notch suite here." "You know." The receptionist winked at the boy. However, the boy seemed to not understand what was meant. "Great. Xiao Wu, there's a room available. We finally don't have to sleep on the streets." The boy was none other than Tang San, who looked delighted as he spoke to the blushing Xiao Wu behind him. "Yes, that's right, Xiao San. We finally found a hotel that ISNT fully booked." Xiao Wu quickly replied, seemingly trying to conceal something. Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, who were dining not far away, saw everything clearly. Knowing that Tang San would come, Mo Wentian couldn't miss this scene. From the moment Xiao Wu bounced in, with her unique hair accessory and pink dress, Mo Wentian was sure that this was Xiao Wu and Tang San. Mo Wentian saw the change in Xiao Wu's expression as she entered. Mo Wentian thought to himself, 100,000 years of Rogue Rabbit is solid proof. But he sarcastically said, as expected, he's a blockhead. Next to him, Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "Are you talking about yourself?" Am I?" Mo Wentian awkwardly touched his nose and said, "To be honest, Mo Wentian, who has set aside swordsmanship training, is indeed more enlightened than someone like Tang San, who is just a blockhead." From his second day after arriving at the Rose Hotel, Mo Wentian opened another room called Blue Demon, directly opposite Zhu Zhuqing's. It would be a lie to say he wasn't attracted to Zhu Zhuqing. However, compared to Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian actually prefers Yi Lingling a bit more. So, he can only choose to deliberately maintain some distance from Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian didn't know how to break the restriction of the third soul ring of his martial soul. What does love mean? Is it physical, or is it spiritual, or perhaps both? If it's spiritual, Mo Wentian felt that he already understood. He could clearly feel that he liked Yi Lingling now and knew that he absolutely did not want Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai to become a couple. Although he couldn't be sure of Yi Lingling's feelings, Mo Wentian just liked her, without any reason. He himself didn't understand it. If childhood friends didn't count as a reason, it could only be because feelings developed over time. Mo Wentian swore that it absolutely couldn't be because of lust. Without asking Yi Lingling for her consent, Mo Wentian didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. However, things often didn't go as smoothly as expected. Tang San politely said, "Could you please help us book 2 rooms?" I'm really sorry, but we only have 1 room left here," the male receptionist said, as unprofessional as ever. "Xiao Wu, what do you think?" Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a troubled expression. "1 room is fine. It's not like we haven't stayed together before. Didn't we sleep together in Notting City since we were 6? Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. "All right then, please, let's go through the check-in process." Tang San handed over a bag of gold soul coins. The receptionist gave Tang San a room card. Just then, "Wait a minute. You're new here, right?" Don't you know the rule that you always have to leave one room for me? Go call your manager over, the blonde man said, turning to the receptionist. The receptionist looked awkwardly at Tang San. A noble-looking figure with blonde hair was hugging two twins on either side. This brother seems to have come first. Tang San said gently. So what? The blonde man replied nonchalantly. Before Tang San could speak, Xiao Wu, as the leader of the Nodding Junior Academy, felt wronged and stepped forward, putting her hands on her hips. What's so great about you? Just because you have some money? The blonde youth chuckled coldly. Very good. Little girl, you have quite the temper. Dare to talk to me like that? I see you are soul masters too. Come on, let us see who gets kicked out today. They didn't notice Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting not far away eating. She had been staring at them since the blonde man entered, showing disgust as she watched him hug the twins. Upon hearing about the rule of always leaving him a room, her expression seemed to turn indifferent, with a hint of sadness that was hard to detect, and her body unconsciously moved a little closer to Mo Wentian, as if seeking a sense of security. Xiao Wu showed no intention of retreating and was preparing to confront them. Tang San reached out to stop Xiao Wu. He observed the surroundings and stepped forward, blocking Xiao Wu, ready to say something. A figure in professional attire stepped in front of the blonde man, smiling as he said, Hey, Dai Xiao, let's talk this out, okay? My little business can't take this kind of disruption. Hey, Manager Wang, you guys are really getting good at business. Every time I come, there's only one room left, Dai Mubai said meaningfully. Hee Dai Xiao, please don't say that. The new subordinate doesn't understand the rules. I'm sorry, I'll arrange a room for you right away, Manager Wang said with a forced smile. Dai Mubai didn't speak and looked at Tang San. This room was booked by Dai Xiao, so you two might want to choose another place, Manager Wang said awkwardly to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Why? We won't let you. Just because you have a little money, you think you can bully us? I'll beat him into a pig's head, Xiao Wu said unhappily. She pouted, hands on her hips, 7 parts cute and 3 parts charming. Now that you want to let it go, it won't be that easy, Dai Xiao said with a slightly angry expression, slowly stepping forward to block the two. You two should apologize to Dai Xiao, and this matter can be settled. Don't be stubborn or... Manager Wang hurriedly advised. Stop wasting words. I'll take care of all the losses, Dai Xiao said impatiently. Manager Wang had no choice but to step aside. Xiao was about to step forward again, but Tang San reached out to stop her once more. Let me handle this. Why? I can do it myself. I want to beat him into a pig's head, Xiao Wu asked unhappily, pointing at Dai Mubai. I said I would always protect you, Tang San said seriously, looking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu instantly became obedient, her face slightly flushed, as even her bunny ear hairpin seemed to shyly droop its ears. No need to argue. I said you could go together. Dai Xiao interrupted their sweet talk. Tang San's expression turned cold as he looked at Dai Mubai. Then be careful, Xiao Wu said worriedly to Tang San. Tang San slowly walked to the center of the hall, preparing for a fight. Please advise. Dai Xiao leaped forward and engaged in a round of combat with Tang San, who had unleashed the Xinyu hand and found himself at a disadvantage. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the hall. Haha, with such little skill, you dare to be arrogant? You two have disturbed my meal. The voice expressed no discernible emotion, and it was Mo Wentian, who was dining not far away. Chapter 49. Love Blossoms. Mo Wentian had long, jet-black hair and bright, expressive eyes. Although his looks couldn't be described as extraordinarily handsome, they were comparable to Dai Mubai's. His unique black hair was neatly tied back, adding a touch of carefree elegance. What's wrong? Does his brother want a medal? Dai Mubai withdrew his gaze from Tang San and focused on Mo Wentian. Not at all, but you interrupted our meal. If you want to fight, let's go outside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Mo Wentian showed no signs of giving Dai Mubai any face. Since Mo Wentian met Zhu Zhuqing, the plot had already changed, ensuring that Dai Mubai and he wouldn't become good friends. Sorry, I apologize for disturbing you. How about we go outside to fight, Dai Xiao? Tang San used his purple extreme magic eye to see that Mo Wentian's level was even above his own, and the perceptive Tang San also sensed a strong sense of threat from Mo Wentian. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing behind Mo Wentian, he noticed her soul power was also above his and Xiao Wu's. Not wanting to cause trouble, he politely apologized. After all, they were in the wrong. Dai Xiao, meaning Dai Mubai, didn't pay any attention to Tang San. You are Zhu Zhuqing? What are you doing here? Dai Mubai, having seen Zhu Zhuqing before, was incredulous upon seeing her following Mo Wentian. How I am here is exactly how you are here. What is wrong is it not allowed? Zhu Zhuqing said, unusually flirting as she clung to Mo Wentian's arm. You, Dai Mubai was furious, but had no words to say. After all, he had his own issues to deal with, and his fiancée, he caught him red-handed. However, not knowing whether it was revenge or a change of heart, he turned around to embrace the twin sisters in his arms and said to Zhu Zhuqing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. It's better not to have you. Seeing that the two no longer had the interest to continue fighting, Mo Wentian remained silent, simply feeling the softness on his arm, his heart in turmoil. It was a struggle between pleasure and conscience. If I say one more word, I can make you unable to speak for 3 days. Do you believe it? Mo Wentian said to Dai Mubai, feeling a bit displeased. Looking at Mo Wentian, who was defending him, Zhu Zhuqing's determination became even more apparent. Choosing Mo Wentian was indeed the right decision. What does it have to do with you? Boring, let's go. Darling, we're off to a hotel. Dai Mubai, however, was not in the mood to waste time anymore. Offending 4 people at once made him feel a little tricky. Dai Mubai shouldn't have received such a beating. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would definitely not be Mo Wentian's match. Hey, why are you so arrogant? Even if you helped us, we wouldn't thank you. Xiao Wu stepped forward and said to Mo Wentian, no need to thank me. Who thanked you? Self-important. Let us go. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, huffed, and pulled him into the hotel suite area. Mo Wentian has a good impression of Xiao Wu, but not in a romantic way. It's more about their personalities and loyalty towards love. Mo Wentian cannot love Xiao Wu as solely as she loves Tang San, with only Tang San in her eyes, but that does not hinder his appreciation for Xiao Wu. At the same time, Mo Wentian lacks the heart of a rabbit knight. After all, who wouldn't want to hold one person's hand, choose a city to grow old in, and stay together until white-haired? However, these dreams are destined to be unfulfilled after the turmoil that follows in his Douluo continent journey. He can only choose to continuously grow stronger. But everything changed after he met Zhu Zhuqing. All of it became mere talk. He could only imagine, yet it did not prevent him from appreciating this kind of love. After spending these days together, Mo Wentian's heart was quite contradictory. On one hand, his adolescent self eagerly desired Zhu Zhuqing's closeness. On the other hand, he was very resistant because of Yi Lingling, creating extreme inner conflict. This kind of mentality, in his past life, would undoubtedly be seen as typical of a scumbag. Let us go, let's get a room. Zhu Zhuqing beside him seemed to have been stimulated in some way and made up her mind. Not waiting for Mo Wentian to refuse, she pulled him to the Red Ocean suite. Once the two entered the room, they could not help themselves. The red carpet and the soft bed resembling a sea of roses set the scene. They first removed their outer layers and then began to lick ice cream. Afterward, they learned how cats wash their faces. Finally, they got straight to the point, targeting the essentials. Mo Wentian didn't know if he was dreaming. Everything felt so surreal. Everything that needed to be done was done, and even what should not have been done was done. The goddess from the novel of his past life was now playing with him. After an hour, the two, tired from playing, fell into a deep sleep. Everything that needed to be done was completed except for the last step. What happened in the room was unknown to outsiders. They only knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were sleeping next door, woke up the next morning with eyes as dark as panda eyes. Although the soundproofing of the wall was excellent, it only applied to ordinary people. For sensitive soul masters, the close distance rendered it ineffective. Unlike his past life, the world of the Douluo continent was still more inclined towards the feudal society of China, so anyone over 12 was basically considered an adult, which was different from a miserable state of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Mo Wentian woke up feeling refreshed in the morning, no longer avoiding Zhu Zhuqing's closeness. The two of them met in the City of Fire, got to know each other outside the City of Stars, and then became familiar in the City of Soto. Unknowingly, more than a year had passed. They had grown from young boys and girls into young men and women. Although they had not completely transformed, they had done everything they needed to do, with only the last step remaining. Perhaps people on the Douluo continent mature earlier. Mo Wentian is now about 1.8 meters tall, and even Zhu Zhuqing is around 1.7 meters. With their slender figures, you understand, so I won't elaborate further. Mo Wentian came to the front hall to order food. Although Zhu Zhuqing was a level 30 soul zone, she was still a girl. After specifically ordering red date porridge, bird's nest porridge, and various foods to replenish energy and blood, she returned to her room. On the way back, she saw Tang San and Xiao Wu just coming out of their room. The two avoided Mo Wentian's gaze, as if they were hiding something. Back in the room, Mo Wentian saw Zhu Zhuqing still fast asleep and gently covered her with the quilt. which had sagged a bit at the bottom. Sitting cross-legged beside her, he began to meditate. At this moment, the seven-leaf GrassMartial soul seemed to be very happy, swaying left and right. Mo Wentian learned from the information conveyed by his martial soul that the third leaf, representing love, had finally bloomed. This meant that Mo Wentian could finally obtain his third spirit ring. After such a long accumulation, combined with the medicinal power of the three immortal herbs, Mo Wentian's spirit power was now on par with that of a high-level soul master. After obtaining the spirit ring, breaking through would definitely not be as simple as just reaching level 31. After practicing for a week, just as Mo Wentian was about to go out, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, he found two female attendants holding various exquisite and nourishing sweet porridge. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just woken up, shyly hiding under the covers and refusing to come out. After the two attendants set the breakfast on the dining table in the suite and left, Zhu Zhuqing still covered her head with the quilt and wouldn't come out. "Hey, it's not like you haven't seen me before. Hurry up and get up. I've ordered delicious sweet porridge for you. Come on, get up, I'll feed you." Mo Wentian chuckled and said, "Don't. Be obedient. You turn your back. I'm getting dressed now. If you don't turn around, I'll be angry." Zhu Zhuqing said, somewhat embarrassed and angry. All right. Mo Wentian noticed Zhu Zhuqing obediently turning away. After getting dressed, Zhu Zhuqing sat beside Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian wanted to feed Zhu Zhuqing, but she coldly refused. "Don't ask about it. It's like a monk at a height of 2 zhang who can't make sense of it. It's you who takes the initiative, it's you who is shy, and it's still you who is distant. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, yet Mo Wentian is still wholeheartedly by her side, caring for her. He has the image of a good man. If you don't spoil your own woman, how can you comfort others? Do not ask the world to make a decision. No one can harm them. Otherwise, even if it costs one's life, one must make those who harm them pay the price." Chapter 50, Soul, Emperor Stronger. Tomorrow is the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing, considering various factors, still decides to study at Shrek. Just as the two were waiting for a break, Douluo sent a message to Soto City. However, Mo Wentian did not appear, but met secretly, giving the poison Douluo 3 top-grade immortal pills. One was given to Douluo, one to Douluo's friend, and the last one was a reward for crafting the 9-color sword sheath for Tang Hao. Although his friend was only an 89-level soul, Douluo, he was not someone Mo Wentian could directly control. Therefore, it had to be done secretly through the poison Douluo. At the same time, enough rare goldstone materials were provided to the poison Douluo so that after he and his friend took them, they could go trade with Tang Hao. Having obtained the opportunity of the ice and fire yin yang, Tang San's potential would definitely not be as great as in the original work. But for certain reasons, in a potential conscience, he still offered one immortal pill. The main reason was still the prideful heart. As how could there be no rivals on the path of cultivation? That would be too lonely. Mo Wentian speculated that Tang Hao might give Tang San a dose, or they might share it equally. However, none of this mattered to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian going to see Tang Hao by himself does not guarantee safety. Even if he meets the poison Douluo's friend, he can only do so as a junior, which is too oppressive. In front of a title Douluo, if he gives you 3 points of death, you will definitely not survive to 5 points. Currently, Mo Wentian clearly does not have the ability to protect himself in front of a title Douluo, so he will try to avoid the meeting as much as possible. That night, the two of them, like glue, experienced some indescribable events. The next morning, Mo Wentian got up early to prepare various nourishing foods and porridge for Zhu Zhuqing. In fact, with Zhu Zhuqing's physique as a soul master, she didn't really need these, but considering it was Mo Wentian's kind intention, she didn't refuse. When they arrived outside the city, they happened to encounter Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were traveling together. "Huh, love-struck ghost. Why are you two also heading outside the city? Are you students of Shrek Academy too?" Xiao Wu said to Mo Wentian without any hesitation. "Ahem, Xiao Wu. This big brother, I apologize, my little sister has been spoiled by me since she was young." Tang San coughed to remind Xiao Wu and then apologized to Mo Wentian. "It's fine, I don't mind." Mo Wentian, free from the influence of the sword intent, finally felt like himself. His temper was unusually good as well. Of course, if it were a man giving himself such a nickname, he might not have been so polite. "Hey, love-struck ghost, what's your name? Who told you to be so sentimental? You didn't even tell me your name." Xiao Wu pouted adorably and said angrily, "My name is Mo Wentian." Considering that Zhu Zhuqing would stay at Shrek Academy, Mo Wentian chose not to offend Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Nice to meet you. I am Tang San. Please take care of me." Tang San introduced himself with a serious expression and cupped his fists. Em Xiao Wu. As in the dance. This sister is so beautiful. What is your name? Xiao Wu happily introduced herself, and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Xiao Wu, you got that wrong. Zhu Qing is not older than you. Mo Wentiandao said with a hint. Tang San and the other two looked at Mo Wentiandao in surprise and confusion. Tang San was surprised that Zhu Zhuqing was already level 30, while he was not yet at that level. Xiao Wu thought her identity had been discovered, but after looking around, she felt it wasn't the case. She looked down at her already developing two small buns and then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's large figure, instantly feeling unhappy. Zhu Qing was only just 11.5 years old, but she was developing faster than the others, you know? Mo and Tian looked at Tang San with an understanding gaze that men share. Tang San instantly turned red with embarrassment. Scoundrel. Lovesick fool. Third brother, let's go. We can't let him corrupt us. Xiao Wu pulled Tang San to leave. Xiao Wu, wait. Mo brother is just joking. Mo brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're also heading to Shrek Academy, right? Tang San confirmed. Yes, but I'm taking Zhu Qing there. I'm a student of the Royal Advanced Academy of Tiando. Montauk Vencian explain it. You are a student from the Imperial Capital Academy. No wonder. Tang San was startled. It turned out he was a student from a prestigious academy. He then relaxed, feeling that he could still surpass Mo Wentian in the future. From his appearance, it was also evident that Mo Wentian was older than him. Yes, I should be about 2 years older than you. Mo Wentian seemed to see through Tang San's heart and explained, Zhu Qing is really impressive. She's only 11.5 years old, should be 2 months younger than me, yet her rank is even higher than San Ji's. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy. Tang San couldn't help but tease, Xiao Wu, if you hadn't been slacking off and always playing around, you would have reached level 30 by now. You want to talk? I'm ignoring you. You're always forging too. Xiao Wu replied, unhappily. All right, but we're different. Forging is also a form of cultivation, Tang San said helplessly. Soon, the four of them arrived in front of Shrek Academy. Looking at the long line and then at the dilapidated academy plaque, they all showed puzzled expressions. Sangu, the Master Wu and Ti have been deceived, right? What kind of academy is this? It's so rundown. Xiao Wu murmured discontentedly, staring at the plaque of Shrek Academy. Tang San hesitated a bit, but didn't speak instead. He looked seriously at the teacher in charge of registration. He had never encountered such a powerful presence. This old man was the strongest he had met since arriving in Douluo continent. Mo Wentian also looked at the Shrek Academy teacher, Li Yusong, who was in charge of the registration. He knew that this teacher had the martial soul of a dragon-patterned staff and was a soul emperor with a level over 60. At that moment, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute ahead. I advise some opportunistic people to go back quickly and not waste their registration fee, as it is non-refundable once registered. The three characters Shrek and Shrek Academy represent a kind of monster soul beast, meaning they only accept monsters. What is a monster? A monster is a student who is more talented than a genius, with the minimum standard being to break through to the Great Soul Master level before the age of 12. If you haven't reached the Great Soul Master level or are over 12, it's better to go home quickly. After saying this, a circle of soul rings appeared on his body. White, yellow, purple, black. He was indeed a 6-ring soul emperor. You are committing fraud, using power to intimidate people. I refuse to believe that there is someone who can break through to the Great Soul Master level before the age of 12. A middle-aged man with a child, although terrified, rebutted for the sake of gold soul coins. Mubai, it's up to you. Li Yusong said to the blonde youth not far from him. Okay, teacher. What? You still don't believe me? I, Dai Mubai, am 14 years old, a Shrek student, and a 37th level assault-type battle soul master. Dai Mubai looked disdainfully at the middle-aged man who showed some fear on his face and released 3 soul rings. Yellow, purple. Alas, I'm out of luck. Let's go. Dad will take you to another academy. The middle-aged man, seeing this, dared not cause further trouble and left with his child. Witnessing this scene, some others who did not meet the standards also gradually withdrew. This was the case at Shrek Academy, and it was the same elsewhere. The written rules clearly state that those who do not meet the age requirement will not be allowed to participate in the assessment. Yet some people still came hoping to take advantage of the situation. The registration fee of 10 gold soul coins is quite a lot for ordinary people, but no one feels sorry for them. Soon it was Tang San's turn to test his bone age. Chapter 51. Shrek Academy. Admissions Office. Although it's called the Admissions Office, it's actually just a temporary pavilion set up in front of the village. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue SilverGrass, Innate Full Soul Power. Level 29 Great Soul Master, age 12, huh? Blue SilverGrass. The teacher in charge of the reception, Li Yusong, looked up in surprise at Tang San. Yes, teacher, it is Blue SilverGrass. Does that count as a monster? Tang San said calmly. Yes, but I'm very curious how Blue SilverGrass can cultivate so quickly. Come here. Child, let me check your bone age. After saying this, he touched Tang San's hand. Huh? You have practiced the soul skill on your hand. Li Yuzong exclaimed in surprise. Then extend your calf. Let me take a look. Okay. Tang San complied. Yes, you're indeed 12 years old. You can go to the next stage now. Li Yusong said after checking. Wait a minute, teacher, we are together. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Mo Wintian did not wait in line. He thought it would be fine to go in and have a look. But joining Shrek Academy was out of the question, especially since he did not meet the age requirement. Huh, good. I didn't expect many little monsters to come this year. The dean will be so happy he won't be able to sleep. Li Yusong glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and was generally able to tell their level, so he was astonished. Xiao Wu then stepped forward and filled out the information. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone, Charming Rabbit, Innate Full Soul Power, Level 29 Great Soul Master. Another Innate Full Soul Power. When did Innate Full Soul Power become so common, like cabbages, with buy one get one free? At this point, Li Yusong was already numb with astonishment. After checking Xiao Wu's palm, he nodded. She is even younger than Tang San. After saying this, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Mo Wintian beside him. Are you also here to register? Looking at you, you should both be over the age requirement of 12, right? However, if your soul power exceeds that of a soul master, I could ask the dean for an exception considering you are together. Li Yusong said to Mo Wintian and Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wintian was not angry and spoke in a calm tone. Teacher, I am not the student who wants to sign up. She is. Some things cannot be judged just by appearances. Next to him, Zhu Zhuqing's cold face revealed a hint of blush that was not easily noticeable. That's right. Teacher, Zhu Qing is only 11.5 years old. A few months younger than me. Little Wu chimed in. Well, since that's the case, come over and register. Li Yusong also felt he had been a bit absolute. Zhu Zhuqing, 11.5 years old, Martial Soul, Nethercat, Innate Level 9 Soul Power, Level 30 Soul Master. 11.5 years old, Level 30 Soul Master. Li Yusong exclaimed in surprise as he read Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level. It is known that generally, the younger the age, the higher the soul power and the greater the future achievements. Li Yusong had already been surprised many times today. He then turned to look at Mo Wintian, who was watching the drama, as if he were looking at a gold soul coin. This young man, I see you have extraordinary bones, and your soul power is not inferior to your companion. How old are you this year? Can you let me test it? If the age difference is not too great, I will personally help you plead with the dean. Thank you, but no, I already have an academy. I came this time to accompany Zhu Qing to see what the living and dining environment is like. Montauk Vencian politely declined. Well, that's really too bad, Li Yusong said with disappointment. At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from the side. I thought you were some kind of genius. But you don't even dare to test it. Afraid of embarrassment, are you? At this time, Dai Mubai looked at Mo Wintian with eyes full of anger. A seasoned player who often lingers among flowers. How could he not notice Zhu Zhuqing's changes? Since Tang San arrived, Dai Mubai had been paying attention to Zhu Zhuqing's transformations. Now, seeing Mo Wintian, how could he not understand? If you want to compete, I don't mind accompanying you to the end. Mo Wintian looked at Dai Mubai and said. 2 deep yellow soul rings appeared on his body, with a faint hint of purple on the second ring. The level of soul power was evidently that of a soul sovereign. Come if you dare. Who's afraid of whom? After saying this, he also released 3 soul rings, his momentum not yielding much to Mo Wintian. At this moment, Dai Mubai was very angry, feeling a surge of green energy above his head. What kind of behavior is this? Step back, Mubai. Shrek Academy is not afraid of trouble, but we also do not provoke it easily. Do you not understand any rules doing this in front of the academy? Li Yusong beside him scolded sternly. I'm sorry, teacher, I lost my composure. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, retracted his martial soul, and said apologetically. Mo Wintian also retracted his martial soul upon seeing the situation. It's better to avoid trouble if possible. The famous saying of Shrek Academy's dean, Flender, is that a soul master who doesn't provoke trouble is not a good soul master. Mo Wentian agrees with this, but he would add another line. If there's trouble, don't be afraid. If there's no trouble, don't provoke it. In the blink of an eye, even the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul appeared on the continent. The little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong, also passed the first round of the assessment. Teacher, can I go in with Zhu Qing to take a look? Once things settle down, I'll leave, and at the same time, I would like to discuss sponsorship matters with your dean on behalf of the demon sect. Mo Wentian noticed that there weren't many people around and requested the Yusong. Since it wasn't an investment, but rather a sponsorship matter, the dean would likely be willing to discuss it with you. However, the dean is not at the academy right now and won't be back until tonight. You should go in and keep your partner company for now. When the dean returns, I'll inform him to find you. Thank you. Mo Wentian certainly wouldn't sponsor her for nothing. He was just considering that Zhu Zhuqing will be studying here for a while. And without any background and not having a good relationship with Dai Mubai, he needed to find her a backing. Mo Wentian is not afraid of being betrayed by Flander or facing unfavorable circumstances. Douluo and his friend are currently waiting in the shadows of Shrek for Tang Hao's appearance. Although Douluo does not understand why Mo Wentian is so certain that Tang Hao will show up, he still has no doubts and follows Mo Wentian's instructions to wait early in the morning in the shadows. After all, everyone has their own secrets. He also wonders if Tang Hao, hidden in the shadows, will end up fighting with the old poison. Thinking of Douluo, Mo Wentian can't help but wonder if they would discover each other in advance and end up in a fight. However, he quickly considers that with the poisoned Douluo, who has consumed a top-grade elixir and advanced to a 94th level title Douluo, along with a friend who has just become a titled Douluo, even if they aren't at their peak, they should be able to protect themselves against a wounded Tang Hao. That's right. Yesterday, Douluo's friend was originally only an 89th level soul Douluo, but after consuming the elixir given by poisoned Douluo, he successfully broke through to become a titled Douluo. Douluo assures that this friend is absolutely trustworthy, having known him since childhood. Chapter 52, Soul Sage. The assessment consists of 4 stages. In the second stage, everyone is informed that they can directly skip to the 4th stage. During this time, they encounter an uncle selling sausages. Mo Wentian recognizes this uncle as Oscar, one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters, with innate full soul power in the food system. Additionally, there's a little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile school who also enters the 4th stage early. When entering the 2nd stage, Oscar sells sausages to Mo Wentian, but for some reason, Dai Mubai does not remind everyone and seems distracted, not knowing what he is thinking. Although Mo Wentian knows how Oscar sausages are made, he doesn't mind at all and buys 10, giving 1 sausage each to Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong. He keeps the rest for himself, holding 2 in one hand, while Zhu Zhuqing is also forcibly given 2 sausages by Mo Wentian from a space-time divine fate ring. He takes out seasonings like cumin and chili powder to sprinkle on them, and starts eating them with great enjoyment. Oscar's sausages can be eaten like this? Dai Mubai's expression is strange. Although he secretly resents Mo Wentian for stealing his fiancée, he can't help but feel curious about Mo Wentian's eating manner. Since no one mentions the scene of how Oscar summoned the sausages, the hungry crowd quickly finishes off the warm sausages in their hands. Mo Wentian knew how the sausage was made, but it wasn't hard to swallow. This sausage was clean and not some dark cuisine. It was just that the incantation was a bit lewd. Arriving at the 4th level, he saw a middle-aged strong man who looked like a teacher, lounging in an old armchair, basking in the sun. Oh, there are quite a few little monsters this year. It seems Flander won't have to worry about finding the Monster Academy anymore. He'll probably be so happy he can't sleep. Right, Mubai? The stout middle-aged man stood up, clasped his hands together, loosened his joints, and shook his neck as he spoke. Well, okay, Teacher Zhao Wuji, good luck to you all. Dai Mubai said with a sympathetic look at Tang San. Come on, you 5, come at me together. As long as you can hold out for a stick of incense this time, you pass the assessment, Zhao Wuji said without any hesitation. Teacher Zhao Wuji, that cool kid isn't from our academy. He is here to discuss sponsorship for Shrek Academy with the principal. Dai Mubai reminded from the side. Oh, kid, you're looking for the principal? He's not here. You look young, and your soul power is decent. Why not practice with these students and me? Zhao Wuji's tone softened a bit upon hearing it was about sponsorship, but he couldn't help but say, all right, I'm happy to accompany you. Mo Wentian was struggling to find an excuse to participate in the competition. He couldn't bear to see Zhu Zhuqing harmed in any way, even during the assessment. Well, I'll give you half a stick of incense time to discuss tactics and get to know each other. If you can't pass my test, even if the dean comes, you won't be able to stay, Zhao Wujia said, looking at Mo, Wentian, and the others. A few of them nodded. Tang San was the first to introduce himself. My name is Tang San. My martial soul is Blue SilverGrass, and I'm a level 29 control system soul master. You can call me Xiao San, just like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu as in dance. My martial soul is the soft bone charm rabbit, and I'm a level 29 attack system soul master. Xiao Wu said playfully. Hello everyone. My name is Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glaze tile, and I'm a level 26 support system soul master. Xiao Wu, you guys are amazing. You've cultivated to the soul elder realm so quickly. Ning Rongrong said politely, showering compliments. Zhu Zhuqing. My martial soul is the nether cat, and I'm a level 30 agility attack system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing stated, remaining aloof even towards future classmates. Mo Wentian was somewhat worried that his butterfly effect would prevent Zhu Zhuqing from integrating into this group. Hello everyone. My name is Mo Wentian. I am older than all of you, and Zhuqing calls me Brother Tian. You can also call me Brother Tian like she does. Zhuqing is the youngest among you all, only 11 and a half years old. I can be considered a level 30 control-type soul master, so I'll leave the tactical arrangements to you, Tang San. Montak Vincian, although he has some tactical research, deliberately gave Tang San a face and said, all right, since that's the case, I won't be polite. The auxiliary ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower is rarely matched in the world, so Rongrong, you are our top priority. Zhuqing is the fastest, and will take turns with Brother Tian to protect your safety. Xiao Wu and I will pair up. One is a strong attack system, and the other as a control system, focusing on the main attack, while Tiange and Zhuqing support from the side. As long as we hold on for the duration of a stick of incense, it counts as our victory. Tang San did not understand Mo Wentian's martial soul, which is not as simple as a control system, so this arrangement was quite reasonable. In Mo Wentian's words, if you prevent the enemy from moving, that is the control system. It is even more puzzling than the strong attack system. All right. But I heard from my dad that teacher Zhao Wujia seems to have been a soul emperor powerhouse 10 years ago. In the dark of night, a person managed to escape the siege of 16 soul emperor bishops from the Spear Hall, successfully breaking through the encirclement, disappearing without a trace for decades, and is likely now a soul sage powerhouse. Even after disappearing for decades, he is infamous on the continent, known as the Unmoving King, with a martial soul of the great strength diamond bear, which has extremely strong defense, but is not good at speed. I didn't expect he would actually be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong introduced Zhao Wujia's background and the characteristics of his martial soul to everyone. I didn't expect the opponent we are about to face to be a soul sage powerhouse. I thought it would be similar to the soul emperor powerhouse teacher Li Yusong, who was in charge of enrollment outside the door. It seems we need to be extra careful, Tang San said solemnly. The 5 discussed their soul skills and worked out a more detailed strategy, with Mo Wentian also offering some of his insights. Everyone couldn't help but feel enlightened. Little monsters, how's the discussion going? Time's up, let's start. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles. Let me loosen you up a bit, Zhao Wujia said, taking out a stick of incense, placing it on a nearby table, and provocatively addressing everyone in the open space. The group remained silent, their expressions serious as they looked at Zhao Wujia. They formed their formation and summoned their martial souls. The 7 treasures are famous, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Ning Rongrong first boosted Xiao Wu and Zhuqing with 2 enhancements. Xiao Wu, seeing that Zhao Wujia had no intention of attacking first, Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu. Received, 2nd soul skill charm. Xiao Wu suddenly activated her 1st soul skill against Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia's eyes only hesitated for a moment, and before he could react, Tang San's 1st soul skill followed closely. 1st soul skill bind. I'll add some fire for you. 2nd soul skill Medusa's gaze. Montak Vincian. Seeing Zhao Wujia momentarily caught off guard and bound like a dumpling, couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. Before Zhuqing could come forward to assist, Xiao Wu. 1st soul skill waist bow. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to use her 2nd soul skill, waist bow. In an instant, she appeared above the motionless Zhao Wujia and executed the waist bow. Ah. It hurts like hell. Zhao Wujia instantly transformed into a small boat shape, with his head nearly touching his thigh, letting out a miserable cry. Once the 2 seconds of strong control time passed, before Zhao Wujia could break free from the restraints of the blue SilverGrass, 2nd soul skill, Underworld 100 Claws. Zhuqing's Underworld 100 Claws attacked, in succession, instantly dealing another 100 damage to Zhao Wujia's sturdy body. 2nd soul skill Medusa's gaze Xiao Wu. Mo Wentian used his second soul skill again and felt the soul skill instantly disappear by half, quickly shouting, "Self-created soul skill, 8-section throw." In an instant, Mo Wentian felt a significant reduction in pressure, while the poor Zhao Wujia was being mercilessly tossed around in the sky by Xiao Wu. This was the most ferocious throwing technique in Xiao Wu's soft skills. Once the first throw was executed, there was almost no chance of resistance. With a thud, Zhao Wujia was kicked face down to the ground, his face in the dirt and his dignity as a soul sage completely gone. Dust filled the air, and the fall looked quite painful. Suddenly, an astonishing pressure emanated from Zhao Wujia. The blue SilverGrass on his hands and feet instantly shattered into countless fragments. Very good, very good. You have successfully angered me. Next, I will show you what true combat from a man looks like. Zhao Wujia said with a fierce expression as he looked at the group. Although these soul skills caused little real damage to Zhao Wujia, they were extremely insulting. The expressions of the group turned serious. They never expected that such a perfect combination would only inflict some superficial injuries on Zhao Wujia. Mo Wentian was not afraid. In the original story, Zhao Wujia appeared fierce but was kind-hearted and wouldn't truly harm anyone. However, he still looked solemnly at Zhao Wujia. Although there wouldn't be any fatal injuries, it could easily lead to a beating. Even knowing he was outmatched, Mo Wentian still stepped forward, standing in front of Zhu Zhuqing. The martial spirit in his hand transformed into the form of the Ghost Vine parasitic sword. With a sword in hand, Mo Wentian felt confident that he could rely on his speed and swordsmanship for defense, as well as the cooperation of Tang San and the others to protect himself. Of course, it would be even better if Tang San could use hidden weapons. Chapter 53. Hidden Weapons and Sword Techniques Strike Together. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong quickly enhanced Mo Wentian's power and speed. Xiao Wu, step back. You all protect Rongrong. Tang San also stepped up bravely, coming in front of Xiao Wu. Why? I can protect myself. Xiao Wu replied, unhappily. I said, I will always protect you. Tang San patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, and she obediently began to slowly retreat to Ning Rongrong's side. 7 treasure, glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong saw this and quickly gave Tang San another support boost. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious as she looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Am I invisible? You little brats. Zhao Wujia's voice came over. Why not call us little bear cubs? Xiao Wu muttered, as her thought process seemed different from others. Second soul skill, great strength diamond palm. Zhao Wujia glared at Xiao Wu, no longer daring to be careless. He summoned his martial spirit and directly used his second soul skill against the closest Tang San. Not good. Mo Wentian was taken aback, activating his self-created defensive sword technique. 7 sword gate to rescue Tang San. Ghost Shadow Mist. Tang San was not idle either. He hadn't expected Zhao Wujia to suddenly launch an attack with his soul skill. So he quickly activated Ghost Shadow Mist and Xin Yu Hand to defend. Bang! Skrik! Tang San's jade hand clashed with Mo Wentian's Ghost Vine sword, and they skillfully used this move to retreat together. However, Zhao Wujia saw that the two were too fast and had no intention of pursuing them. Although he could catch up, it would be troublesome, so he adopted a different tactic. Ignoring Mo Wentian and the others, he chased after Ning Rongrong and her companions. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Before the two could react, Zhao Wujia cunningly smiled and used his gravity soul skill to restrict their movements. Ignoring Mo Wentian and the others, Zhao Wujia directly used his fourth soul skill, position tracking. He locked onto Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, and the fourth soul ring shot out, directly ensnaring the unsuspecting Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu together. Once caught by the tracking effect, they could be pulled closer within 100 meters using the jumping force. The two were instantly bound together by the soul ring. They gasped for air, unable to breathe, and couldn't help but scream. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. 2 anxious voices rang out simultaneously. Haha, the time isn't up yet. It's only been half a stick of incense, and you're already giving up? Zhao Wujia looked at the incense and saw it was only halfway burned, laughing heartily. Let go of Zhuqing, Xiao Wu. Come at me. Another furious voice echoed in unison. Mo Wentian and Tang San exchanged surprised glances at the same time. Puff. Ha. You two little guys are quite in sync. Since that's the case, let them go first. As long as they withdraw from the battle. You two little loaches will have to fight me openly. No running away. If you can last until the incense burns out, it will still count. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. All right. The two replied in unison. Splash. Sure enough, the soul rings flew back to Zhao Wuji, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instantly fell from midair. Mo and Tian and Tang San quickly embraced their respective little lovers. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were clearly injured and needed rest. Daimu Bai, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These two were showing off their affection right in front of him, and to make matters worse, one of them was his fiancée. Although he hadn't seen her much, she was still, at least in name, his fiancée, which made Daimu Bai feel quite complicated. Rong Rong, come over and support Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Mo Wentian said with a bad expression. Ah, be careful, good brother. Mo Wentian stuffed a healing pill into the mouths of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. One for each. Only then could the two of them rely on Ning Rongrong's body to barely stand. Tang San's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was the first time he had seen a healing pill in the Douluo continent. However, he didn't rashly ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Xiao San, don't hold back. I know you still have tricks up your sleeve. Mo Wentian said solemnly. Tiange, you too. Seeing that Mo Wentian actually used the precious healing elixir to heal Xiao Wu, I felt very grateful and couldn't help but call out to Tiange. Don't be like a woman dragging things out. If you keep stalling, the incense will almost be used up. Zhao Wujia, seeing this, interrupted the two of them unhappily, and even took out another stick of incense, broke it into 2 pieces, and lit it again. What is this? The two were left speechless. You two little monsters are so difficult to deal with. If I don't use my martial soul's true form, it's really hard to handle you two little monsters. Let's get started. After replacing the incense, Zhao Wujia quickly returned to the center of the arena and said, all right, Xiao San. Mo Wentian's eyes moved slightly as he directly said, second soul skill, Parasite. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji was wrapped up again by the blue SilverGrass. It turned out to be the seeds left behind when the blue SilverGrass was shattered just moments ago. 7 swords break. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment, but then directly used his strongest self-created soul skill. The long sword in his hand unexpectedly grew several times larger and split into 7 blades, 2 of which appeared sharper than a real sword martial soul. He thrust it fiercely towards Zhao Wujia's chest. Tang San, not knowing where he got so many hidden weapons from, shot them towards Zhao Wujia like a rain of pear blossoms. His soul power was controlling the hidden weapons as if it were free. Damn, is he trying to take my life? First soul skill, Immovable King Body. Instantly, it burst through the control of the blue SilverGrass, unleashing a strong golden light that rebounded the attacks received within 3 meters around him. Fortunately, Mo Wentian's long sword and Tang San's hidden weapons relied on weapon damage, not direct damage. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. However, Mo Wentian's figure was like a charm, executing the celestial step, while the sword of faith and the sword of hope among the 7 swords remained unaffected, directly piercing through Zhao Wujia's 2 thighs. Ah, damn, you little brat. You're so ruthless. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia immediately clutched his bleeding thighs. Luckily, Zhao Wujia's immovable king body had strong defenses. He only suffered 2 small holes on the edge of his thighs and was unable to advance further. There's something even harsher. Be careful, Teacher Zhao. Seeing this, Tang San didn't hold back either. Before his words fell, several golden needle-like hidden weapons had already flown to Zhao Wujia's face. Ah, dumb. Sinister. Ah, it hurts so much. Zhao Wujia's 4th soul skill was immediately dispelled, and he hurriedly covered his face with his hand, but it was too late. Several needles pierced through his defenses, embedding themselves in his flesh. Cursing in pain, he let out a series of screams and fell to the ground. Ugh, you guys are impressive. Next to them, Daimu Bai watched in astonishment. A person known for his defensive capabilities, Zhao Wujia, was actually breached by these 2 little kids today. Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, unsure if he couldn't get up out of shame or if he was really in too much pain, rolling on the ground. Tang San went over to retrieve the dragon whisker needle, and Mo Wentian also handed Zhao Wujia a healing pill, but Zhao Wujia still couldn't get up. Covering his face with both hands, upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that Zhao Wujia's face was covered in bruises. Teacher Zhao, time's up. Can we say we passed? Tang San glanced at the burnt incense and asked, there will be plenty of opportunities to fix you in the future. I'm leaving, Mubai. Take them to get familiar with the dormitory. After saying that, he quickly ran off, but it was also a tacit acknowledgement that they had passed the assessment. The few of them exchanged smiles and went to check out the dormitory. At this moment, Dai Mubai no longer wanted to show hostility towards Mo Wentian. His gaze towards Mo Wentian and Tang San was filled with caution. These two are too ruthless. They hit people without hitting faces, and they scold without exposing weaknesses. Each one is more ruthless than the other. Chapter 54. Late night, in the woods the sky was darkening, and the moon was about to rise. Shrek Academy. Principal's office. Principal of Shrek, I am here representing our demon sect to sponsor Shrek Academy. Of course, this is also because Zhu Zhuqing, a disciple of the demon sect, will be studying here in the future, so we decided to sponsor Shrek Academy with 50,000 gold soul coins for free. Mo Wentian said to the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, who was sitting opposite him, thank you so much. The magic sect truly deserves its reputation as one of the top forces on the continent. I have long admired the magic sect, and I never expected to be able to reach a cooperation with your esteemed sect today. It is truly an honor. Flinder, looking like a shrewd businessman with retro glasses and a waxy complexion, was speaking politely, but in his heart he thought, what a good fortune this is. It seems I am in luck. If there's unexpected wealth, I won't refuse it. He considered that forming a real partnership with the magic sect wasn't impossible. The magic sect could acquire Shrek Academy and initially invest 5 million gold soul coins to develop Shrek Academy. I wonder what the dean thinks about this. Mo Wentian sat across from the dean's desk with a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if 5 million was a trivial matter to him. My God, 5 million? Are you sure it's not 55? But forget it. These teachers at Shrek Academy are used to being casual and don't like to be constrained. My dream is to make Shrek Academy flourish, with the purpose of educating others. I don't want it to become a means of profit for capital. Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement. 5 million, not 500,000. Indeed, when a big shot lets slip a little, it becomes the lifelong goal of poor folks like us. Mo Wentian had long anticipated that Flanders would respond this way. One of the reasons for Flanders' financial strain in the original work is his reluctance to provide talent for the kingdom, which leads to a lack of investment. The terms can be discussed gradually. My intention is not to turn the academy that emerges from Shrek into a tool for the Magic Gate. It is all based on voluntary participation, and moreover, not everyone can enter the Magic Gate. I can guarantee that Shrek Academy will be granted the title of Advanced Academy, allowing Shrek's students to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, and I will provide a simulated training environment. Dean of Shrek Academy, you will still be the dean, and all expenses of the academy will be covered by the Magic Gate. You will still be the dean and can hold a 10 stake in the academy. After deducting expenses, you will also receive a monthly living allowance of 3,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? Will you consider it? Mo Wentian's voice seemed to be filled with magic, and at this moment, Flander had already begun to fantasize. He showed no sign of being a soul sage. He had envisioned himself becoming the headmaster of the continent's top academy, receiving the awe-filled gazes of thousands of students, and returning to his office to find his desk piled high with gold soul coins, with two beautiful maidservants attending to him. Hey, cough, pardon me. I have no objections, none at all. That sounds pretty good. I agree with what you said. However, we still need to discuss the specifics with the other teachers tomorrow. As for the salary issue, these Shrek teachers need to have a living expense of over 1,000 gold soul coins a month. If you agree, I will call them to negotiate tomorrow, and we can handle the transfer procedures for the specifics. Flander didn't forget to take a jab at the end. Sure, even if you don't say it, the Demon Gate won't treat the teachers of Shrek Academy poorly. Mo Wentian expressed that he had no objections, but in fact, he had his own considerations. Acquiring Shrek Academy, if Shrek Academy could still become the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent, as in the original story, then his reputation as the behind-the-scenes boss would definitely not be poor. Unlike the identity of the leader of the demonic sect, his strength was insufficient and his previous identity could not be exposed. Once exposed, it could lead to instability among the lower ranks. However, the identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of Shrek Academy could be revealed, and once it was exposed, it would definitely be known throughout the continent. In this way, the restrictions of the 6th soul ring would surely be broken. The 6th leaf of the martial soul 7-leaf clover represents prestige, fame, and status. Bang! Zhao Wujia. In the room not far away, the window of Zhao Wujia's room, where he was applying medicine, suddenly opened. Two unfamiliar soul power fluctuations emerged, which could only be sensed by soul masters above the rank of soul sage. Who is it? Zhao Wujia thought it was an old enemy coming to find him, and, fearing it would affect the academy's students, rushed out to the back mountain outside the academy. Flinder, who was negotiating with Mo Wentian, also changed his expression and summoned his martial soul, the four-eyed cat eagle, to chase after them. Mo Wen Tian had long suspected this and did not dwell on the past. It was merely Tang Hao seeking to settle scores with Zhao Wuji to establish his authority. He dealt with the younger one before confronting the elder. Mo Wen Tian was unaware that waiting in the back mountain were not just Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, but also the poisoned Douluo, who had secretly completed a deal with Tang Hao. Tang Hao was familiar with this friend of the poisoned Douluo, making the transaction proceed exceptionally smoothly, without even a competition taking place. Old Jack, why are you here? We're going to deal with this little bear. What do you want to do here? Tang Hao, cloaked, seemed to know the poisoned Douluo's friend very well. I can't stand by while our demon sex genius is bullied. Besides, I watched that kid Xiao San grow up. It's only right for me to teach him a lesson, replied old Jack, who, with his hunchback figure, was neatly dressed and had his hair meticulously groomed, standing in stark contrast to the disheveled Tang Hao. Indeed, he was old Jack from Holy Soul Village, now a 90th level titled Douluo. After speaking, both turned to look at the poisoned Douluo. Old Jack was about the same age as Douluo, and their soul power was not much different. However, old Jack had withdrawn from the Soul Master world due to his spirit being damaged, choosing to retire in Holy Soul Village. When he encountered the seriously injured Tang Hao, he saved both Tang Hao and his son under the search of the Spirit Hall, utilizing the privileges of being a village chief to give him a new identity. This was also why Tang Hao lived in Holy Soul Village, and why old Jack dared to reprimand the titled Douluo Tang Hao. It was partly because, despite his damaged spirit, his strength was not much weaker than the seriously injured Tang Hao at that time. Moreover, the reason Tang Hao allowed old Jack to scold him was also due to the fact that old Jack was his lifesaver. That little monster is an important figure in our demon sect. If he gets bullied, how could I, the visible first powerhouse of our demon sect, not come? The poisoned Douluo said as he noticed both of them looking at him, stroking his beard. How many titled Douluo does your demon sect really have? I never expected you, old Jack, to also be one of them. Tang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the mystery of the demon sect as he looked at the two. There's no way to repay the grace of rebirth, so I can only serve the demon sect. Otherwise, my old friend might one day throw a few poisonous snakes into my bed in Holy Soul Village, giving this old man a scare. Huh. Old Jack seemed particularly happy. Now, he had been at the Soul Douluo level for over a decade and had nearly lost hope, but unexpectedly, he could still break through to the titled Douluo realm. How could he not be happy? As the three were talking, a loud voice came from nearby. Get the hell out here, you bastard playing tricks. Oomph. Little bear, we are out now. What are you going to do about it? The poisoned Douluo stepped forward first, his 9 soul rings appearing, scaring Zhao Wuji so much that he shivered, feeling as if his feet were filled with lead, unable to move. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Before he could catch his breath, Tang Hao and old Jack stepped forward, each step accompanied by a soul ring, exuding an even more intimidating aura. Chapter 55, Stardew Great Forest, Shrek Academy. In the back mountain woods, Zhao Wuji looked at the 8 best soul rings surrounding Tang Hao and old Jack, thinking it would end there. But then, a dazzling red circle appeared around Tang Hao. Zhao Wuji instantly broke down, feeling the pressure from the 3 titled Douluos. Flinder couldn't help but wonder if titled Douluos were as common as cabbages. 3 lords, I don't know what brings you to Shrek. Flinder has not been a good host. Please forgive me. Is there a misunderstanding? Flinder guessed from the green glow that the strongest visible figure of the demon sect was the poisoned Douluo, looking at one of the shining martial souls. He was even more shocked. I have met Lord Hao Yin. W what? Hao Yin, Lord. I didn't do anything wrong to offend the 3 lords. At that moment, Zhao Wuji felt like he wanted to die. Nothing wrong. You did very well. However, after beating that little brat, the old ones naturally need to come out and talk some sense. It's been a long time since we've stretched our muscles and bones. Don't you think, little bear? Tang Hao said in a strange tone, his aura instantly forcing Zhao Wuji to stagger. I was wrong, Tang-san. Please spare me this time, lords, I won't dare again. Zhao Wuji hurriedly bowed and apologized. Even if I don't deal with you, for Xiao San's sake, you still need to consider the opinions of this lord and the poisoned Douluo. You have offended not just anyone, but the son of the Demon King and his future daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji hurriedly looked at Flinder. Flinder, you can't just leave me out of this. Well, just bear with it. I can't help you, but rest assured, the 3 lords won't take your life. You're tough-skinned. Just let the 3 lords vent their anger on you, Flinder said without a hint of loyalty. Don't worry. Haha, we won't use our martial souls. Just help you stretch your muscles. The poisoned Douluo chimed in, not afraid of trouble. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's heart was in ruins. These seniors really had no sense of martial ethics, bullying this young man. Then, in the back mountain woods, there were continuous cries of agony, like the howls of ghosts and wolves. Was it a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Flender mourned for Zhao Wujia. He had heard about the matches during the day, where a few little brats had beaten Zhao Wujia, who was careless. Although a few students were accidentally injured in between, his own injuries were much more serious. Zhao Wujia wanted to stretch his muscles during the day, and 3 titled Douluos were now very understanding. Very sympathetic, helping him stretch his muscles at night. This treatment was unique in the entire continent, and he couldn't help but sigh about how difficult it was to manage this batch of students, each one scarier than the last. Tang San and Xiao Wu were clearly together, with a father who was the youngest titled Douluo in the continent, a direct disciple of the #1 sect, Haotian sect. Ning Rong was the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the #1 supporting sect in the continent. Even Zhu Zhuqing was a genius from the continent's most promising new top sect. Seeing Mo Wentian capable of representing the demon sect and acquiring Shrek and letting the poison Douluo vent his anger for him, his identity was certainly not simple. There wasn't a single ordinary person. Flender felt overwhelmed. In the temporary lodging room of Shrek Academy, after listening to an hour of cries, Mo Wentian finally fell into a deep sleep with a strange expression. The next day, in the morning, Dugabo pulled Mo Wentian out of bed. "Little monster, you sleep so comfortably. While I, the old poison, am helping you vent your anger, you're here sleeping like a log. Come on, let's go get your 3rd soul ring." Dugabo had known in secret that Mo Wentian could obtain a soul ring. "Why aren't you sleeping? I don't want to enter the state of comprehending sword techniques. Let's go, and by the way, bring Zhuqing along." As Mo Wentian was preparing to go with the poisoned Daw to the Starred Doe Great Forest to obtain a soul ring, he remembered Zhu Zhuqing, who hadn't obtained a soul ring for a while and had wasted quite some time. He couldn't help but say, previously, he didn't agree to let Mo Wentian help because they weren't close enough. Now, not only had she joined the demon sect, but she had also developed a relationship with Mo Wentian. Well, that's fine. You really are something, managing to snag a wife without making a sound. I used to think your personality was like mine, always worried you couldn't find a girlfriend. Seeing that Mo Wentian was emotionally dull, the Douluo had indeed put in a lot of effort. After spending so much time together, he had already come to regard Mo Wentian as his own grandson. How could he possibly refuse to help his future granddaughter-in-law obtain soul rings? Mo Wentian brought Dugabo to Flender's office to discuss the situation regarding Zhu Zhuqing obtaining her soul ring, with all the teachers present. Flender had already discussed with these teachers and was willing to accept the sponsorship from the demon sect. Dugabo was somewhat surprised that all the teachers at the academy were extraordinary, with the lowest being Soul Emperor level. It's worth noting that even among the Soul Emperors in the demon sect, they are not common. Having met the poisoned Law, we have already discussed and are willing to cooperate with your sect, so when should we? Ahead that, Flender said with a sly smile, rubbing his fingers. "Oof, you don't need to ask me about such trivial matters. Just discuss it with the little monster," Dugabo said with a grim expression. On the way, Mo Wentian shared his plan with Dugabo, who naturally knew about the investment in Shrek Academy. Over the years, Dugabo had been thriving, becoming well-known among titled Douluos and had privately defeated his old rival. Naturally, he did not suffer injuries like in the original story, nor was he saved by Prince Shuaha. However, asking him to come up with 5 million gold soul coins was clearly something he couldn't manage, and Flender's request made him feel embarrassed. Ahem, such trivial matters can be discussed with the dean. There's no need to trouble the poisoned Douluo. Ahem, don't ask, it was better not to say anything. After saying it, I found that poisoned Douluo's expression became even worse. Yes, sorry, your majesty said. Flender was a bit confused, but he quickly agreed. This is the academy's initial funding, a total of 5 million gold soul coins. You can handle it as you see fit. I believe in Dean Flender's ability to maximize the money. Mo Wentian did not linger on this topic for long and directly handed 5 black gold cards to Flender. Holding the 5 gold cards in his hands, Flender was overwhelmed with excitement and said, "Thank you, young Master Mo. I will definitely not disappoint the cultivation of the Demon Gate." Having obtained the gold soul coins, Flender regarded himself as a member of the Demon Gate without Mo Wentian's consent. "It's fine, just work hard. I believe Shrek Academy will thrive in our hands. By the way, Dean, if there's nothing else, I'll first accompany Tidal Douluo Poison and Zhu Zhuqing to the Star Doe Forest to obtain the 3rd soul ring." Mo Wentian didn't want to show off in front of this group of soul saints and soul emperors, feeling too oppressed, so he took the opportunity to suggest leaving. 2 days later, at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, 2 men and 1 woman, an old man and 2 young ones, arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Chapter 56. Saint Sun Luo, Sheng Little Monster. Your martial soul is indeed strange, with so many limitations. Only you can cultivate so quickly and still have time to study swordsmanship. If it were me, I really wouldn't know how to cultivate properly. It's been quite a while since you've advanced to the Soul Master realm, and this time, after obtaining the Soul Ring and breaking through, it definitely won't just be a simple breakthrough to level 31. After entering the Douluo forest, Douluo was still so relaxed and laid back, and he couldn't help but admire Mo Wentian's powerful talent. Old Poison, you're almost a super title level powerhouse, yet you still envy me, a mere Soul Master. This really leaves me a loss for how to respond. Mo Wentian was in a good mood, chatting and laughing with Poison Douluo along the way. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile, feeling incredibly proud that her lover could earn the praise of a title Douluo. The two stayed within a meter of Poison Douluo, so they didn't have to worry about safety at all. Let's quickly find a suitable soul ring and head back. Old Jack must be waiting anxiously in Heaven Do City. We had already agreed to go deep into the Sunset Forest to get him the 9th soul ring. For you, little monster, I made him wait alone in Heaven Do City. Poison Douluo instructed and began to speed up, while Zhu Zhuqing and Mo Wentian also quickened their pace to keep up. The sky was getting dark, and the moonlight on the Douluo continent was bright. As night fell, the Douluo forest was peaceful. Of course, this peace was merely a superficial illusion. The hidden dangers often lurked beneath the calm surface. As they gradually entered the central area of the outskirts, Douluo's expression began to turn serious. You must remember, when entering the Douluo forest for training without protection, always pay attention to the movements around you. Don't be careless. At the same time, be cautious when encountering other soul masters. Do not approach unfamiliar individuals. The most dangerous things here are not the soul beasts, but the soul masters. At least half of those who died while hunting soul rings in the Douluo forest perished at the hands of their fellow human soul masters. There are no imperial rules here, nor are there any restrictions from the Spear Hall. The only rule here is survival of the fittest. Poison Douluo took the time to educate them along the way. Yes, we will be careful. Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently. Someone's here, be cautious. You two stay here. I'll go check the situation. Douluo suddenly changed his expression, sensing that there seemed to be a camp 100 meters ahead, with quite a few soul masters inside, including 3 powerful soul Douluos, and there was even a familiar trace of evil energy in the fluctuations of their soul power. He instructed Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing to wait while he went forward to assess the situation. All right, you be careful too, and try to avoid any conflict. Mo Wentian's soul power was far beyond that of ordinary people, and he obviously sensed something. Even if he wanted to leave now, the opposite side would notice and come to check, so it was safer for the Poison Douluo to go alone, which could also pressure the opponent with his momentum, making them dare not act rashly. If he brought along his 2 burdens, it would only lead to underestimating him in case of conflict. After all, the opponent had many people, and even if their side had a title Douluo, the 2 of them would still give the opponent a handle to grasp. You all hide your aura well. Douluo also went to investigate with a serious expression. Odison, I must thank you for helping me break through to the 41st level soul zone realm this time. A charming girl of 17 or 18, who seemed to have just broken through, thanked a handsome young man in white with white hair. The white-haired man appeared to be about the same age as Mo Wentian. No need. I brought you out not to help you obtain soul rings, but to have you accompany me in seeking revenge. You should quickly advance to Soul Zone. That is the greatest gratitude to me. I want to ensure nothing goes wrong and lead you to defeat them personally with absolute advantage, and then use the heads of all members of the Tiando royal team to honor the spirits of my Luo men. The white-haired man said hatefully. What kind of person? The 3 soul Douluo suddenly looked around warily, guarding Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng also looked seriously at the hiding place of the Poison Douluo. It turned out that the Poison Douluo heard him say he wanted to use the members of the Tiando royal team to honor something for Luo men. This is serious. After all, Douluo was the vice captain of the Tiando royal team, and even Mo Wentian was a substitute member of the Tiando royal team. Realizing that he had accidentally exposed their whereabouts, the Poison Douluo simply walked out. A circle of soul rings appeared around him. Title Douluo, one of the soul Douluo stepped forward and cupped his fists in inquiry, with 8 best soul ring configurations appearing on him. The Poison Douluo secretly thought that Tang Hao and Old Jack setup was quite impressive, with substantial pressure. He hadn't thought of it before, but on the surface, he maintained a dignified demeanor. Humph. What I do doesn't require your questioning. This area is set by me. If you want to hunt soul beasts, go to another area. The poisoned Douluo said unreasonably with a snort. Senior, this doesn't seem to be righteous. We were here first. Luo Sheng, the Holy Son, said with a somewhat displeased expression. It seemed he was not overly worried. My words are righteousness, whether to yield or not. Do I not have the face as a dignified titled Douluo? The poisoned Douluo originally wanted to fight and check the strength of the few people. But seeing that the leading young man seemed fearless and was actually the center of this group, he was worried that if a fight broke out, he might not be able to control the situation and take care of Mo Wentian and the other two. He couldn't help but change his mind. All right, since you say so, we'll give you face. I am Luo Sheng. I hope the senior 1T spread what you hear today. Otherwise, the forces behind me also have title dual level combat power and it can fight with you. Luo Min was polite and measured, appearing to take a step back. But his words were not without a hint of threat, and his momentum was not weak at all. Oomph. You dare to threaten me. The poisoned Douluo was displeased. It seemed he was being given face, but it felt like being patronized. We dare not. We will leave. Although it seemed they didn't dare, they actually retreated with grace, quickly packing up their camp and leaving the area in the opposite direction. After the poisoned Douluo saw this group leave, he pondered. There were 10 people in total, 3 elders and 7 youths, all about 17 or 18 years old. Their soul powers were not weak, with 4 being soul zones and 3 being soul kings. Their talents were not inferior to his granddaughter Douluo. Only a little monster could surpass them, but at most, they could reach the Soul King realm at this age, similar to those 3 Soul Kings. Among them, the Holy Son was one of the 3 Soul Kings. It seemed that the little monster had encountered opponents, although this group also had the aura of evil soul masters. Their soul power did not show any signs of being forcefully enhanced, indicating some connection with evil soul masters. Douluo muttered to himself. Returning on the same path, Douluo felt it necessary to remind Mo Wentian. Chapter 57. The third soul ring in a relatively secluded place behind a giant rock. Zhu Qing, you wait here. I'll go see the situation. With my speed, I can. What can you do? Young man, you have no patience. You are still too impetuous. It seems you need more training. Before Mo Wentian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the somewhat stern voice of the returning Douluo, clearly dissatisfied with Mo Wentian's performance. Well, I was just worried that something might happen to you. Old poison. Mo Wentian couldn't help but explain. What unexpected things could happen to me? Forget it. I can't be so impetuous in the future. Hearing Mo Wentian's words, Douluo felt a bit moved and couldn't bear to lecture him any further. It could be said that Mo Wentian, as the current leader of the demon sect, only controlled most of the sources of elixirs and the economy of the sect, and was merely a nominal leader now, with almost no real power. Of course, it was also because Mo Wentian was too lazy to manage, taking the role of a hands-off manager. Core members, Father Mo Jun, the Demon Lord, the actual controller of the demon sect, a formidable figure not to be trifled with. Core members, Sister Mo Yudi, the Sword Fairy, who Mo Wentian felt he couldn't provoke since she had been bullied since childhood. Core members, Mother Dong Ruoling, the logistics head, who was gentle, but still not someone to be provoked. Core members, Title Douluo Poison Douluo, the strongest in the demon sect, truly someone not to be trifled with. As for Old Jack, Yi Lingling, Yi Phoenix, and Douluo, they could only be considered internal members. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Mo Wentian awkwardly scratched his head. Puffed. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the usually composed Mo Wentian in a moment of embarrassment. Old poison, what was the situation earlier? Mo Wentian felt even more awkward and couldn't help but change the subject. Don't worry, it's fine now, but who knows about the future? In front of us is a team of 3 Contra and 7 talented soul masters, based on the fluctuations in their soul power. They seem to be closely related to the evil soul masters. I just scared them away. Douluo said somewhat proudly. Scare them away? What happened? Mo Wentian could not help but question. Douluo then truthfully told Mo Wentian and the others everything he had heard and what had happened. These people are indeed unfamiliar. They should be reclusive individuals, perhaps closely related to the evil soul master organization. They probably do not know your background either, after all. You only revealed your soul ring without summoning your martial soul. Otherwise, things might not have ended so peacefully today. The Stardow Forest is fraught with danger, and no one knows when peril will strike. Therefore, that so-called Holy Son might have considered that fighting you would cause unnecessary trouble, which is why he chose to retreat. It seems we should inform Lingling and Yin Yin ahead of time. Let's start searching for suitable soul rings overnight, and bring old poison with us to speed things up. Mo Wentian analyzed based on the words of the poison Douluo. Although Mo Wentian sometimes underestimated his opponents and overly relied on his lightness skill, he had to admit that in terms of speed, he was still far inferior to the title Douluo. All right, let's go. After speaking, Mo Wentian took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, while Douluo held Mo Wentian's hand. The three of them linked together, heading inward, with Douluo leading. They were indeed much faster than if they were walking on their own. Along the way, Douluo avoided many unsuitable soul beasts. With the mental strength and speed of a title Douluo, the search speed was quite fast. 2 hours later, Douluo suddenly stopped. Shoo! Douluo made a gesture for silence, pointing his finger towards two soul beasts that were fighting not far away. After enveloping himself in soul power, Douluo continued. This is actually a soul beast over 1,000 years old, the dark spirit cat tiger, able to contend with a top-tier soul beast. The ice flood dragon with over 4,000 years of age. It seems some kind of mutation has occurred. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fast. Yes, both of these soul beasts are top-tier. One excels in speed, while the other is known for its defense. Mo and Tian couldn't help but interject as he saw the situation. The three of them looked over and found that the two soul beasts were currently unable to harm each other. However, it was still evident that the ice flood dragon was at an absolute advantage. Yet, for the time being, it still couldn't take down the dark spirit cat tiger, which excelled in speed. Zhuqing, your soul ring has been found. The dark spirit cat tiger's rank can be said to be above that of the nether spirit cat. Perhaps your martial soul can take this opportunity to undergo a second evolution. The other one is also good and qualifies to be my third soul ring. Mo and Tian knows that Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is evolving after taking the top-grade immortal pill, but the process is relatively slow and requires time. Now, this opportunity can greatly shorten that process. Well, I also think this soul beast is very suitable for my third soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing also has a kind of illusion. Ever since she saw this dark spirit cat tiger, her martial soul seems to be stirring with energy, and even the speed of evolution has increased significantly. Old poison, stop dragging it out. These two soul beasts have very suitable ages and are both top-level soul beasts. You need to take action. Mo Wentian was suddenly caught off guard by the ice flood dragon, which struck him with a sweeping tail. After stumbling to his feet, he showed signs of defeat and couldn't help but express his anxiety. Alas, young people are always so impetuous. Leave it to me. I'm just a worker in this life. Didn't expect your luck to be so good. Poison Douluo couldn't help but speak with a hint of self-deprecation and envy. He knew that with Mo Wentian's current physique, he could potentially absorb even a soul beast that was 6,000 years old. But the quality of soul rings and soul skills isn't solely determined by their age. A top-tier soul beast of 4,000 years could still provide soul skills that surpass those of an ordinary 6,000-year-old soul beast. The dark spirit cat tiger also belonged to the top tier of soul beasts and was extremely lethal, one of the best assassins among soul beasts. With incredible speed and formidable attack power, it was not afraid of other soul beasts that were stronger than itself and often managed to defeat stronger opponents in battle. Poison Douluo was not careless and directly unleashed his martial soul, the true form of the Emerald Scale Serpent King. With a massive sweep of his serpent tail, he also executed a sweeping tail strike, sending the ice flood dragon crashing into a nearby boulder, breaking several giant trees along the way. The true form of the Emerald Scale Serpent turned around and bit the dark spirit cat tiger, releasing a cloud of toxic energy. The dark spirit tiger immediately became weak and gasping for breath. Quick, kill it. I've lost control a bit. Douluo reminded Zhu Zhuqing, who was still in a daze nearby. Oh wow, that's amazing. Is this the power of a title Douluo? Zhu Zhuqing came to her senses and exclaimed in shock. Mo Wentian handed over a finely crafted dagger, which was clearly made of extraordinary material. Zhu Zhuqing was about to step forward to end the life of the dark spirit cat tiger, but she noticed the pleading tears in its eyes, which made her hesitate. Zhuqing, Mo Wentian, well aware of the rules of this world, couldn't help but remind. Zhu Zhuqing was also not soft-hearted. With a puff, a dazzling purple soul ring floated up from the soul beast. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. 10 minutes later, on the other side, the poison Douluo quickly finished the battle as well, dragging over the ice-scaled phosphor beast's single horn with both hands. He was cursing, damn, this guy really is tough. My hands are sore from it. With a thud, dust rose everywhere. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Fortunately, there were a few meters of distance from Zhu Zhuqing, who was absorbing the soul ring. Otherwise, the dust would have been unbearable. Mo Wentian coughed a few times and cast a somewhat resentful glance at the poisoned Douluo. Huh. Sorry, not intentional. Come on, let's quickly end this guy's life. Mo Wentian, considering the soul ring, chose not to argue with the old man. Of course, the real reason was that he couldn't defeat him. Otherwise, he would definitely make him understand why the flowers were so red. He took out a gleaming dagger from his ring and plunged it into the 7-inch position of the ice flood dragon's body, which was filled with a pleading look for a quick end to its life. This ended the life of the pitiful soul beast, whose eyes were filled with a desire for liberation. This shows just how tragic the ice flood dragon was under the attack of the poisoned Douluo. Chapter 58, 2 Soul Bones. The purple soul ring lit up, and Mo Wentian sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. Mo Wentian was not planning to use the 9-leaf SilverGrass right now. Perhaps for other martial souls, taking celestial grade items earlier is better. But the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul is different. So far, he has only utilized the poison and resilience properties, and although its healing ability is not weak, it has remained unused, except for being able to detoxify his own martial soul. Therefore, it has rarely been employed. After consuming 3 celestial grade items, Mo Wentian's 7-leaf GrassMartial soul now has an exceptionally solid foundation, compensating for its shortcomings. However, the medicinal power accumulated within him is too strong, making it insufficient to take another celestial grade item in a short period. If he were to forcefully consume it, with Mo Wentian's body strength, he wouldn't explode and die. But he would lose most of the medicinal power of the 9-leaf SilverGrass, which he naturally wouldn't want to waste. Celestial grade items can be reused, but their medicinal power is too potent. Typically, an ordinary soul master can only handle the power of 1 celestial grade item at most. The 2 celestial grade items Mo Wentian consumed, the Autumn Water Dew and the Ice Fire, clearly do not fall into this category, primarily serving to strengthen his foundation. However, the soul power enhancement from consuming 3 celestial grade items is still above that of a single celestial grade item, thus accumulating quite a bit of medicinal power. Now is clearly not the right time to consume more. As the nameless technique operated, his soul power began to draw on the soul rings, slowly absorbing the energy within the soul rings. 2 hours later, Mo Wentian successfully absorbed the 3rd soul ring safely, and the 3rd leaf of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul bloomed, granting him a marvelous special ability. His sword intent entered an unknown and extraordinary realm, and Mo Wentian was still uncertain if this was a special ability brought by his martial soul. In this state, cultivating soul power would yield results several times greater than usual. He also finally comprehended the last ultimate move, the Annihilation Sword technique. But he would not use it unless in a dangerous situation, as using it would mean a life or death scenario. He named it the Annihilation Sword technique, believing that soon he could completely refine it into a systematic skill. At the same time, Mo Wentian harbored some speculation about the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, believing that its future achievements were limitless. Just as Mo Wentian speculated, the 7-leaf grass brought him various abilities. The first leaf enhanced his soul skill capabilities, allowing his first soul skill to gain a similar effect to Tang San's 5th soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. The second leaf granted him the ability to break through mental power limitations, significantly increasing his mental power, raising it 2 major levels above his soul power without consuming the Autumn Water Dew. The ability of the 3rd leaf was even more astonishing, though it was latent. It doubled his comprehension and, by chance, allowed Mo Wentian to grasp the threshold of the 1st realm of Sword Realm, the Ruthless Realm. When the 3rd leaf bloomed, an imperceptible beam of light quietly entered Mo Wentian's mind. This beam brought about a change in abilities, which was the doubling of his comprehension. Mo Wentian suddenly felt much clearer in his mind, standing up with a sense of regret, unaware of the blessings he had. "What's wrong, Brother Tian?" Zhu Zhuqing asked worriedly as she rushed over. It turned out that more than an hour ago, Zhu Zhuqing had finished absorbing her soul ring, and, knowing that Mo Wentian was absorbing a soul ring of a higher level, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Therefore, she had been keeping an eye on him, and when she saw his expression of regret after finishing, she couldn't help but ask, "It's nothing, Sai. My 3rd soul skill is not bad. It's a range-based control soul skill that can grow. but the range is a bit short within a 4-meter radius. It slows down the speed of all enemies of the same level by 30%. For every 10 levels of soul power I gain, the delay effect increases by 10%. The higher the enemy's soul power, the worse the effect, with 1 tier for every 10 levels. Mo when Tion shook his head and explained, so strong. Doesn't that mean that once Brother Tion reaches level 90 and becomes a title Douluo, he can use soul skills on title Douluo of the same level to delay and slow down their speed by 80% within the range of the soul skills? Zhu Zhuqing said, in surprise. Yes, that's one way to understand it. However, the difference between each level of title Douluo is vast. It has to be within the same small level. Levels above and below 95 are like heaven and earth apart, so there are still differences, said the poisoned Douluo who came over to join the conversation. Alas, what a pity. Mo when Tion shook his head and sighed. You should be content. Your soul skill, which has the potential for growth and is similar to domain control, is absolutely top-notch. You've really hit the jackpot, yet you're still not satisfied. Douluo said enviously from his side. Mo when Tion shook his head, looking quite displeased as he said, you guys misunderstood. I'm actually quite satisfied with this soul skill. Although the range is a bit small, combined with my self-created sword technique, it is definitely the best life-saving soul skill. In team battles, it is something the opponent cannot surpass. What I sigh over is that with my outrageous luck, I didn't even get an external soul bone. That's really disrespectful. External soul bone? Tiangu, what is an external soul bone? Is it a soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing said curiously from the side. External soul bone is a very special and rare type of soul bone. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary soul bones. According to statistics, external soul bones rank second on the list of soul master's dreams on the continent, only beneath the 10,000-year soul rings. You really dare to think about it. I have cultivated to the title Douluo realm and have only obtained 1 soul bone, and that is already incredible luck and great character. You still dare to hope for an external soul bone. The poisoned Douluo had a look as if he thought you were dreaming, and took the opportunity to show off his own character. Indeed, soul bones are extremely rare, and external soul bones are even more so. Douluo was originally just a loose cultivator who relied on opportunities to cultivate to the title Douluo realm, and being able to obtain a head soul bone over 70,000 years old is indeed something to be proud of. Mo and Tion did not refute, but he still felt a bit unbalanced in his heart. It was fine that he didn't know that Tang San would obtain the external spirit bone 8 spider lances at level 30, but now that he knew, he couldn't help but have some expectations. Moreover, he was aware that his mother had obtained an external spirit bone at level 30 as well. Mo Wentian had indeed considered taking Tang San's 8 spider lances, but the Stardow forest was so vast that searching for them was simply a fantasy. Confidently, Mo Wentian thought that if even his mother could obtain an external spirit bone, then getting one for his 3rd spirit ring shouldn't be too much to ask. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He mused that it seemed opportunities had to be fought for. Relying on luck, such an elusive thing, was truly unreliable. Oh, right, let's see if these 2 soul beasts left behind any soul bones. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Mo Wentian's poor mood and shifted the topic, pointing at the 2 soul beast corpses. It made sense. Some soul bones might not be visible, so it was worth a look. Maybe they could find a piece of soul bone. Douluo also thought it was possible and moved closer to the dark spirit cat tiger to start examining its bones. First, he checked the head and found no soul bones. Then he examined the arms, spine, and torso but found nothing. Mo Wentian wasn't so troubled. His eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at the corpse of the dark spirit cat tiger with his piercing gaze, and he couldn't help but brighten up, exclaiming in surprise, "Your luck isn't that great, old poisoner. Let me try dissecting it. Oomph. I'll give it to you, but there are 2 more spots. I don't believe that with my luck, I can't find a soul bone, while you can." Douluo confidently tossed his dagger and said, Mo and Tion would never engage in a battle without assurance. Now, with the eye of breaking illusions successfully advancing to the early stage of the 3rd layer, his soul power has reached level 34, marking a significant leap forward. The soul power accumulated over 2 years has finally erupted, and his foundation has become incredibly solid. He directly picked up the dagger and aimed for the right leg bone. After severing the flesh, a remarkably intact right leg bone's soul bone emerged, radiating colorful light, making it particularly noticeable in the dark. A soul bone of over 1,000 years, not bad at all, quite complete. Zhu Qing gave it to you. An old poisonous creature. You have no objections, right? Mo Wentian picked it up and played with it for a moment before casually throwing it to Zhu Qing, saying, "Be careful." "Who?" Douluo waved his hand, ready to say it was no problem, just a 1,000-year soul bone. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded, and a huge whip-like martial soul actually shot towards the soul bone. Douluo, caught off guard, did not summon his martial soul and was forced to take a step back. The soul bone was also swept away by the long whip. Haha, since you all don't care about this soul bone, I'll gladly accept it. A dark-type soul bone. The Holy Sun should like it, right? Thank you. A figure in black on a distant giant tree laughed triumphantly. Seeing this, Douluo quickly stood in front of Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing, looking ahead. He saw a figure in a black robe, dressed similarly to that group of evil soul masters, and his expression turned heavy. The newcomer was unexpectedly also a titled Douluo. Oof. Sir, sneaking an attack is not the act of a hero. Do you dare to have a one-on-one duel with me? Douluo did not dare to step forward to test him, fearing that the opposing soul master might not adhere to martial ethics and take Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing hostage. He tried to probe with his words, using the aura of a titled Douluo. No, I am well aware that I am no match for the poisoned Douluo's great name, but I believe it won't be difficult for me to leave. Farewell. This soul bone shall be considered the interest for the past few years of the demon sect constantly destroying my evil soul master strongholds, The figure in the black robe seemed to have some special hidden aura technique of his own, disappearing in a few flashes. Poison Douluo instantly got up, wanted to chase after him, but Mo Wentian held him back. With a helpless shake of his head, he said, "This person has stealth soul skills and should have been observing for quite some time without us noticing. Even if you catch up, you might not necessarily find him. Moreover, there's an even better soul bone here." Mo Wentian looked at the corpse of the ice serpent phantom dragon beside him and said, "What? There's another one?" Douluo exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing also put away her disappointed expression and looked at Mo Wentian with joy. Sorry, Zhuqing, I was careless just now. That person should be a titled Douluo who happened to pass by, and they are part of the Evil Soul Master organization. This soul bone is for you." Mo Wentian patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder to comfort her. "No, I don't want it, Tiange. This is yours. I can't take it." Zhu Zhuqing knew that if the soul ring and soul bone came from the same soul beast, the effects would be better than having them separately, so she firmly refused. "You guys don't give in yet. This is really infuriating. 2 soul bones, that damned evil soul master. I will make them pay for this sooner or later. Little monster, hurry up and see if there are any soul bones. Let us not end up with a false alarm." The poisoned Douluo next to them spoke with some dissatisfaction about the soul bones. Although a 1,000-year soul bone was nothing much to him, having it snatched away in front of him made him feel very bad. Chapter 59, Right Arm Bone. Despite saying this, the two still believed in Mo Wentian, and since they found the soul bone with the first strike, they were sure he had a special method to sense it. Both of them looked at Mo Wentian with anticipation, hoping that he could indeed reveal a soul bone. Mo Wentian had just vaguely sensed the energy fluctuations at the right hand bone of the ice dragon, and fortunately, he didn't say anything out loud. He was still quite concerned about the soul bone that had been taken away. He had always been the one to take things from others, but unexpectedly, after a day of hunting geese, he was now pecked in the eye by one. He secretly remembered this grudge against the evil soul master. With the enmity between the demon sect and the evil soul master, even without this particular grudge, a battle between the two would eventually occur. Moreover, there is that so-called holy son of the evil soul master. According to Douluo, that holy son was about the same age as him and was already a 52nd level Soul King powerhouse. Mo Wentian also felt a sense of urgency. Next year is the senior soul master competition for the entire continent. And this evil soul master team, led by the holy son, is surprisingly not weaker than the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. However, Mo Wentian still maintained a winning mindset. With the 6th leaf of the martial soul, the limitations of soul rings, reputation, and prestige. Wouldn't it be easy to win a championship? Mo Wentian did not know that the limitation of this soul ring was a test imposed by the heavenly path of this universe on him. His ancestral star in his previous life was exceptionally unique, being the origin of the 9 great universes, which concealed an unknown bloodline deep within his soul. Since he descended onto the Douluo continent, the trajectory of the world had already begun to undergo unknown changes. Breaking through the dragon arm, a soul bone glowing with 7 colors slowly floated up, its brilliance extremely dazzling in the darkness. It was indeed the right arm bone of the ice flood dragon. It even contained 4 sharp claws, which were more complete than the right leg bone of the dark spirit cat tiger. Quickly put away. After we leave the Douluo Great Forest, we will absorb it. Let's go. Douluo, seeing the soul bone so complete, nearly twice as complete as a typical right arm bone, couldn't help but vigilantly look around, fearing that another evil soul master would come to snatch it away. Truly, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Even a title Douluo is no exception. That works too. Mo Wentian agreed and put away the soul bone, pulling Zhu Zhuqing along as they began to make their way back. At dawn, the three finally exited the Douluo forest. The early morning light shone on their faces, and even Mo Wentian felt a sense of returning to another world. 2 days later, in Soto City. Along the way, Mo Wentian had already sent a message to teacher Qin Ming of the Tiando Royal Academy, explaining the situation regarding the evil soul master. Mo Wentian also sent Zhu Zhuqing back to Shrek Academy for her studies. On the way, he said, Zhuqing, don't always have that cold demeanor at school. You should learn to communicate more with your classmates and build good relationships, understand? Mo Wentian knew that these days should be when Flander finished teaching Ning Rong, and they practiced soul fighting in Soto City. After that, they would break through level 30 and head to the Douluo Forest together to obtain soul rings. Nowadays, Shrek Academy could be said to be his own industry. These talents, with a little cultivation, still have the potential to become gods. A normal person wouldn't choose to make enemies with such individuals, right? So how about I build a good relationship with Dai Mubai? A playful smile appeared on the cold face of Zhu Zhuqing as she said, You dare. Anyway, except for Dai Mubai, you must keep your distance from that scumbag. Mo Wentian's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he spoke. Of course, he knew that Zhu Zhuqing was joking with him, but he just couldn't stand this kind of joke, showing that he was a bit jealous. As for Dai Mubai's character, Mo Wentian couldn't say he liked him, but he didn't particularly dislike him either. He appreciated Mo Wentian's loyalty, but he really couldn't stand his flirtatious nature. It might be that this type of person, in essence, has decent character, but due to the education they receive from a young age, their thoughts are different from others, leading them to be irresponsible and flirtatious everywhere. Although Mo Wentian couldn't say he was infatuated, he would definitely not be frivolous. He took women seriously. All right, I was joking, just teasing you to make you dislike my cold demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing said proudly. Indeed, women's thought processes are different from men's. Shrek Academy. Why has the main entrance changed after going out for a while? Could it be that the dean thinks the old entrance was too outdated? Although she said she didn't want Mo Wentian to dislike her cold appearance, Zhu Zhuqing was actually making an effort to change. Here, they were, standing in front of the entrance of Shrek Academy, and seeing the change in the Academy's plaque, she playfully teased, maybe Dean Flinder has had a change of heart. Mo Wentian couldn't help but smile when he remembered Flinder's stingy demeanor. In fact, his purchase of Shrek Academy was partly to find a backing for Zhu Zhuqing. Without Dai Mubai's connections, Zhu Zhuqing was the only one among the Shrek's 7 monsters without any support behind her. As for her family, it was better left unmentioned. The other thoughts about fame and talent were merely products that arose after this idea, as Mo Wentian was used to maximizing benefits. After sending Zhu Zhuqing back to the girls' dormitory, Mo Wentian did not stay, but instead went alone to the principal's office. When he knocked and entered, he found both Flinder and Zhao Wuji, the 2 deans, present. Both deans are here. What could this be about? Mo Wentian looked at Flander, who seemed to be writing a letter, and couldn't help but ask, Mo Xiao, you're back just in time. I just discussed with Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and we decided to invite a master with rich theoretical knowledge to teach the kids. I'm writing the letter now, look. Flander stopped writing and raised his head to see Mo Wentian's opinion. You have full authority over the Academy's matters, so there's no need to ask for my opinion. Mo Wentian knows that the theory master mentioned by Flinder must be his good friend Yu Xiaojing, although he doesn't particularly like the master's character. The master's theories do have some effect on these low-level soul masters, so there was no intention to refuse. Thank you for your trust, Mo Xiao. Right now, Shrek is still in the stage of making losses, but don't worry, Mo Xiao. Once we start making money, the Magic Sec 9, we teachers of Shrek Academy. Flinder patted his chest and assured, there's no problem with how Flander arranges these dividend issues. Well, I just came to see if there's been any progress from the dean in the past few days. The issues with the college's building can wait, but the accommodation and meal issues must be prioritized and cannot be neglected for the students of the college. Mo Wentian revealed his purpose for coming this time. He planned to enter seclusion for a period of time, until Yi Lingling's team arrived in Soto City. Therefore, he decided to convey everything that needed to be conveyed. as Mo Wentian was reluctant to treat his woman poorly. All right, young Master Mo, don't worry, I will go to Soto City tomorrow to contact the best food supplier. Flander had a pained expression on his face, but inside, he felt like he was bleeding. This was simply digging into his flesh. As a stingy person, Flander was reluctant to eat or wear anything himself, and now he had to change the Academy's meals. How could he not feel the pain? Well, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Dean Shrek. After saying this, Mo Wentian left Shrek Academy, preparing to return to the Magic Sect's stronghold in Soto City to absorb the right arm bone of the Ice Flood Dragon. Chapter 60, Yi Lingling's arrival back at the Magic Sect's residence in Soto City, the Peng Lai Tavern. The backyard was spacious, and the person in charge arranged a very good room for Mo Wentian. After entering, he dismissed everyone. He did not want anyone to disturb him, and only after ensuring safety did he take out the right arm bone of the Ice Flood Dragon. Although it was not yet 5,000 years old, it belonged to the top-level soul beast, the Ice Flood Dragon, and it came from the same soul beast as his third soul ring. Moreover, compared to other right arm bones, it was relatively intact, so he decided to use it. Mo Wentian did not, like other time travelers, disdain even a 10,000-year soul bone. It should be known that even a 1,000-year soul bone is extremely rare. Where would one find so many 10,000-year soul bones to absorb? Mo Wentian has low requirements for soul bones in the limbs, as long as the soul bones are suitable. Only for the head's wisdom soul bone and the torso's soul bone are the requirements relatively high. The wisdom soul bone can increase mental strength, which is very helpful for becoming a god at level 100. A strong torso bone can connect with the remaining soul bones on the body, forming a complete set of soul bones. Just like Tang San after level 60, when the external soul bones directly formed a set of armor. 1 month later, Montauk Vincian, after exiting his seclusion, let out a long sigh. His soul power was now definitely no less than that of a soul king. The sword techniques he had created in the past were also refined by him. He was not without the strength to fight against the soul king. Mo Wentian has been staying at the Peng Lai Tavern during this time, except for one visit to Shrek Academy to check on Zhu Zhuqing's training. Shrek Academy is different from other academies. Although it is no longer the dilapidated place it used to be, the rural atmosphere of the academy can still be discerned. The villagers' homes in the village have collectively moved away to nearby villages, and Flinder spent quite a bit of gold soul coins on this. He also hired many villagers to handle some of the academy's chores, such as trimming flowers and mowing grass. The villagers not only did not refuse, but were quite happy to help, since the number of students this term is still relatively small. Even though the entire village has been acquired to expand into Shrek Academy's grounds, the usual training areas have not changed and are still not utilized. Flinder has been genuinely worried about this for a long time. In the backyard of the Peng Lai Tavern, Mo Wentian's accommodation conditions are quite good. Although it lacks the elegance of the Rose Hotel, it has an added touch of poetic charm compared to it. The architecture of the restaurant and the rooms in the backyard leans towards an ancient style that emphasizes seclusion in the mountains and forests. The Peng Lai restaurant also covers a considerable area and has a huge backyard, complete with bamboo groves, flowing water, and rockeries, everything one could ask for. Mo Wentian still prefers this style of residence. Knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Please come in, Mo Wentian said. I have seen the higher-ups. There are 2 girls looking for you at the restaurant, claiming to be members of the Tiendo Royal team, the restaurant owner respectfully said. The owner of the Peng Lai restaurant was surprisingly a Soul King expert, a small overlord in Soto City. Due to its large area, unique dishes, and exquisite wine brewed from bamboo, along with an elegant environment, the Peng Lai restaurant's business was gradually thriving in Soto City. The Peng Lai restaurant only offered delicious food and wine, as well as unique tea, but it did not provide accommodation, which left some soul masters who liked this style feeling dejected. No matter what those soul masters said, they were unwilling to let these soul masters stay in the backyard for a night. With the support of the demon sect, no one dared to cause trouble at the Peng Lai restaurant. In the backyard, apart from the restaurant owner and a few core members, only Mo Wentian could stay there, and he was in the most central position. Arriving at the front of the restaurant, the owner led Mo Wentian to an elegant private room. Although it was called a private room, it was actually just a kind of bamboo wall, open at the top and without doors, semi-enclosed. It was a quiet area for tea and dining, suitable for discussing elegant matters, with a dedicated area for drinking and having fun. Here, there is a soundproof soul guide device invented by the demon sect. Outside the room, unless one was at the soul Douluo level or above, it was impossible to eavesdrop on the conversation. This was also one of the reasons why the Peng Lai restaurant was so popular. Wentian, you finally came. If you didn't Lingling would have gone to find you. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed Douluo Yin, who stood up to greet him and patted Mo Wentian's shoulder teasingly. Yin, what nonsense are you talking about? Weren't you also eager to see Wentian? Oomph. How dare you say that to me? Yi Lingling retorted, unable to resist looking at Mo Wentian with a face full of longing. The members of the Tiando royal team were all looking at Yi Lingling with expressions of "this is delicious. I'm looking for Wentian for other matters. But I don't want someone mentioning Wentian every day. I remember who it was that dreamed about Wentian yesterday and called his name in their sleep." Douluo Yin began to reveal Yi Lingling's secrets. "All right, enough teasing Lingling, haha. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well. I've already broken through to the 34th level of the Soul Master realm and will soon catch up with you," Mo Wentian gently said to Yi Lingling. But in his heart, he felt a bit uneasy, not knowing how to face her. Neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Yi Lingling were the kind of people who could share a husband. His desire to have both of them was indeed a heavy burden. If they were to meet, it would definitely be a battlefield. Fortunately, Yi Lingling was a healer, otherwise, Mo Wentian really didn't know what kind of scene would unfold after their meeting. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling's relationship, although not explicitly stated, is something that everyone is aware of. Could it be that you understand? Yi Lingling habitually nodded, and then suddenly realized and said. Mo Wentian glanced at the other members of the Tiando royal team, signaling them not to disclose the limitations of their soul rings. Everyone looked at Yi Lingling with puzzled expressions. "What do you understand? What do you understand? We all understand, right?" "Ha!" Douluo Yin quickly interjected with an ambiguous smile. Douluo Yin also understood that this was not the place to discuss such matters. Although they had a good relationship with these teammates, they were all talented individuals from different factions, representing their own interests, so it was better to avoid exposure if possible. "Ah, yes, we all understand, huh?" Yufeng and the others also chimed in teasingly. "All right, everyone stop messing around. The reason we came to find Wentian this time is to let everyone know that our journey of soul fighting is about to reach its final stop in Suatawa City. I have decided to replace Osro in the final Battle Soul competition and let Wentian take the stage to work with you to complete the last soul fighting match. After that, we will return to the Tiando Royal Academy to prepare for the Continental Elite Advanced Soul Master competition. You have no objections, right?" Understood. We have no objections." The Tiando Royal team had been together with Mo Wentian for more than half a year, and they all understood each other. So there were no objections. There is one more thing that needs to be confirmed with Wentian. "Yin, you can speak." Qinming gestured to Douluo Yin to speak. Teacher Qinming, this matter needs to be confirmed with Wentian, as I was just thinking of asking him. It's about the evil soul masters. Do you all remember what happened at the Silver Soul Arena?" Douluo Yin said gravely to everyone. "Of course, we remember. That was the first stop after we left the Tiando City Soul Arena." Yu Tianheng replied in agreement. "The Shura team. The existence behind those people is the evil soul masters. Now, among the evil soul masters, a very powerful team has emerged to seek revenge for them, which includes 3 soul kings whose strength is not inferior to that of the Spirit Hall." Douluo Yin succinctly summarized the situation. The other teammates also understood what Douluo Yin meant. Everyone's expression turned serious. "That's right. Although the evil soul masters will stop at nothing, according to what Poison Douluo heard, they should be planning to use those dark methods against us only after defeating the Tiando team. However, we also need to pay more attention to our safety and try not to go out alone." Mo Wentian added. Everyone understood what the dark means referred to. It was nothing more than stripping bones and drawing blood, refining it into human flesh elixirs. This was the consistent style of the evil soul masters. However, what the crowd did not know was that the strength of the group, led by the Holy Sun, was genuinely cultivated by themselves, unlike other evil soul masters who acted in such ways. It was not to say that the Holy Sun and his group were kind-hearted. On the contrary, they would condone their subordinates to do such things. They refrained from doing it themselves simply out of disdain, having absolute confidence in their own talents. The crowd, sitting on the smooth wooden benches, shivered. Having never eaten pork, they had at least seen pigs run, right? If it weren't for the Martial Soul Hall suppressing them, the evil of the evil soul masters would have long turned the entire Douluo continent into a living hell. Upon learning about the strength of the Holy Sun and his companions from Douluo, Mo Wentian could not help but speculate whether the evil soul masters had long been as strong as the Martial Soul Hall, having plotted for a long time, but had to retreat because people like Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, and Tang San had all become gods in the later stages. His crossing over had caused a butterfly effect, which had prematurely exposed the evil soul master forces. In fact, Mo Winchen's speculation was quite close to the truth. It was precisely because he established the demon sect and targeted the evil Soul Master forces at every turn, and together with the Tiendo Royal Battle Team, killed a hidden evil Soul Master team in the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena. The captain of this team, Roman, was someone the evil Soul Master Holy Sun regarded as an older brother since childhood, only expelled from the evil God Island due to his mistakes. The emergence of the evil Soul Master Holy Sun already indicated that the evil Soul Master forces would not develop in the dark as in the original story, but would inevitably fight to the death with the demon sect. Alas, it's all my fault for dragging everyone into this trouble with the evil Soul Master forces. I will definitely ensure everyone's safety during this time, and once we return to Tiendo City, we will be safe. The evil Soul Masters would definitely not dare to show their faces in Tiendo City. According to Winchend, since they want to defeat us first before seeking revenge, their pride and competitiveness must be extremely strong. I suspect they might look for opportunities to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, to defeat us on the competition stage, and even. Qi Ming did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. Since the evil Soul Masters chose to emerge, they would likely no longer fear the current Martial Soul Hall, and might take their lives on the competition stage. Evil Soul Masters have existed since ancient times, experiencing both prosperity and decline, but they have never disappeared. Mere evil Soul Masters, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is not afraid at all. Yu Qianheng saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces and snorted coldly. Yes, just a bunch of rats. They only engage in dirty deeds in the dark. My Yu family will not be afraid either. Yu Feng echoed. Seeing this, the others also rallied their spirits. Winchend, do you have anything you're hiding from me? Yi Lingling looked at Mo Winchend, who was still silent, as if thinking about something, with some suspicion. No. How could I have anything to hide from you? Mo Wintian secretly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly denied it. He had just been wondering if Zhu Zhuqing would also be affected by his butterfly effect, leading to any safety issues. He didn't expect Yi Lingling to be so sensitive. They say a woman's sixth sense is very strong, and indeed, the ancients did not deceive him. Oh, all right, I believe you. Tomorrow we will battle the Shrek team. This is our last soul fighting match. Here are their player profiles, and we've already looked them over. Do you want to take a look? Yi Lingling picked up a document from the table and handed it to Mo Wintian. Well, I've been in Soto City for a while now and have a relatively good understanding of the Shrek team. Let me introduce you to some precautions. Otherwise, if we are careless, we might very well lose to them. Mo Wintian did not refuse and took the opportunity to continue, adding some information with a pen as he spoke. Wintian, are you underestimating us too much? Do you know? Ling Ling and Yin Yan's soul power levels have already caught up with mine. They are now soul masters at level 39 and are about to advance to level 40 soul sect. With you and me together, dealing with a team of soul masters at most level 37 should not be a losing situation for us, right? Yu Qianheng patted Mo Wintian on the shoulder and said. Mo Wintian thought about it. Zhu Zhuqing is indeed stronger now than in the original work, but she will no longer perform the martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mu Bai. With her martial soul having changed, Zhu Zhuqing's current talent is no less than that of Dai Mu Bai, and even surpasses him. Naturally, the martial soul fusion technique cannot be performed, and even if it could, Zhu Zhuqing would likely not agree to it. However, the only difficult issue remains the problem between Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. Well, that's true, but we should not be careless. In addition to Shrek's Captain Dai Mu Bai, we also need to pay attention to the Vice Captain Tang San. Captain Dai Mu Bai's true identity is the second prince of the Star Luo Empire. With a martial soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, a level 37 assault system battle soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. His talent is extremely strong, and his combat power is not weaker than that of the same level blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Vice Captain Tang San, nickname Thousand Hands Azura, martial soul, blue SilverGrass. A level 32 control system battle soul master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. This Tang San is extremely skilled at breaking poison techniques, proficient in pharmacology, and possesses unique skills. Yin Yin, you need to be especially careful of him. Mo Wintian appropriately reminded them, and also provided information on the real names of the Shrek 7 monsters. However, he did not mention Zhu Zhuqing's situation, which was quite tricky, especially considering Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit skill, which even Mo Wintian found difficult to deal with. Therefore, Mo Wintian had been conflicted about this. If he didn't participate, he wouldn't be able to defeat Tang San. He wanted to see if he could change the plot and defeat Tang San in advance. But if he participated, he feared it would be problematic for Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing to meet. Thus, Mo Wentian decided to compete while wearing a mask. For this, he specifically took out a 9-colored sword sheath, which perfectly resembled the Wuhuan Ghost Vine parasitic sword, crafted from deep-sea silver mother and 9 rare precious metals by the poison Douluo. Tang Hao. Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? Haha, it's really hilarious. Wentian, you too. A blue SilverGrass Wuhuan actually needs me to pay special attention. And what's this about breaking poison skills? With just his first spirit skill, he probably won't be able to handle it, said the somewhat dissatisfied Douluo with a laugh. Yeah, Wentian, what's so noteworthy about a blue SilverGrass Wuhuan? Agreed, you foam beside her. Oof. Yinzi, what Wentian said is not wrong. Even if Wentian didn't say it, I would remind you all to be extra careful. It's one thing for you foam to be careless, but you, as the vice-captain of the Tiando Royal team, should not be so negligent, underestimating your opponent. I can guarantee that with such a mindset, you will definitely lose. Having confidence is good, but you cannot be careless. You should know that the Shrek team was only a registered Iron Fighting Soul team a month ago, and now, just a month later, they have been awarded the Silver Fighting Soul Medal, which shows they have exceptional capabilities. Duvian stuck out her tongue and shot Mo Wentian a glare, but she didn't dare to refute Qin Ming. Although the Tiando Royal team members, except for Yi Lingling, were all proud individuals, they respected Qin Ming wholeheartedly, not just because he was their teacher, but also because his strength was worthy of their respect. According to the records of the Wuhuan Hall, he was the second youngest Soul Emperor, second only to Tang Hao, and one could say that Qin Ming was their goal to strive towards. Yes, what the teacher said is right. However, we need to add another point to our considerations, which is their support, Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling, unlike the others, approached Mo Wentian and opened the information, saying, Mo Wentian only felt a faint fragrance, like a woman's body scent, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Beside him, Yi Lingling seemed to sense something, her face slightly flushed, but she still looked seriously at the team members. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Last name Ning? Could she be a direct descendant of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, known for possessing the world's #1 support-type martial soul? Beside him, the extraordinary Yu Tianheng murmured, recalling where he had heard it before, and after remembering, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, if she really is Ning Rongrong, then there is no mistake. I have seen her a few times in Heaven-Do City. She is not only from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, but also the daughter of the sect's leader, the most outstanding genius of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect. Although she is still young, with the special distraction control method of the direct descendants of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, she should not be underestimated either. Yi Lingling added, understanding the support system. After learning about Ning Rongrong's background, Yi Lingling shared it with everyone. Meanwhile, on the other side of Soto City, the same scene was happening in the hotel where the Shrek team was staying, as Ning Rongrong was also introducing Yi Lingling's uniqueness to her fellow Shrek teammates. After hearing Yi Lingling's introduction, Duvian and the others also became cautious. Moreover, from Mo Wentian's words, it seemed that he was quite familiar with the Shrek team, placing even more importance on Tang San, who appeared to be the key figure among them. The few of them discussed the formation for tomorrow's battle and were just about to pack up and head back to the hotel to rest when Mo Wentian and Qin Ming spoke up simultaneously. Wait a moment. Teacher, you go first. Mo Wentian said awkwardly. Well, there's still one thing you need to pay attention to. This battle is different from before. It's a friendly match, and you can't hurt your opponents, especially you, Yin Yan. Do you understand? Qin Ming really cares about his Shrek Junior students. Why? Teacher, Duvian asked in confusion. There's no reason. You'll understand after your match is over. Qin Ming didn't answer Duvian's question and left it hanging. However, for Mo Wentian, who knew the truth, it was just a lonely tease. It's getting late. Teacher, you all shouldn't go back to the hotel today. Stay in the Penglai bamboo forest for the night. I've already had the owner prepare new silk quilts. Mo Wentian just smiled. Seeing that Qin Ming was not speaking, he stood up and said to the few people. Mo Wentian was certainly not doing this for those people. He simply hadn't seen Yi Lingling for too long and wanted to find an opportunity to talk to her. Just talking, nothing more. A few team members instantly looked delighted. One must know that the elegant environment of the Penglai restaurant, along with the picturesque bamboo forest in the backyard, is a beautiful experience that many soul masters dream of staying in for a night but cannot attain. Now, they were actually invited to stay for a night. It is said that the harder something is to achieve, the more it is cherished. The Penglai restaurant has captured this psychology. They never allow outsiders to stay, except for important guests, which has indeed attracted the attention of many soul masters. Qi Ming just nodded and didn't refuse. They already knew that Mo Wentian had a mysterious background and a close relationship with the owner of the Penglai restaurant, so they had long been looking forward to this. See, I told you Wentian would let us stay in the Penglai bamboo forest for a night. Now do you believe it? Du Guyan looked, looking as if she had already guessed it. She had known for a long time that the Penglai restaurant belonged to the demon sect, and that Mo Wentian joined the sect earlier than she did, holding considerable power. Yes, Yin Yin, you really are perceptive. The Shimo brothers, who looked rough and sturdy, surprisingly also enjoyed such an elegant place. Praised Du Guyan with admiration. The backyard of the Penglai restaurant was indeed the Penglai bamboo forest, featuring mountains and waters within the bamboo forest, with a bamboo pavilion at intervals. After arranging everyone, Yi Lingling was naturally assigned to her own bamboo pavilion. Each pavilion had 3 or 4 rooms, and she was given one close to Mo Wentian's. After everything was tidied up, Mo Wentian took Yi Lingling to the rooftop. The rooftop was covered with a layer of straw matting. Mo Wentian, with nothing to do in his free time, loved to stargaze in such an environment. And now, with a beautiful companion, it felt even more wonderful. Wentian, I miss you so much. The two were half sitting on the rooftop, with Yi Lingling leaning against Mo Wentian's back, suddenly expressing her feelings sincerely. I miss you too. Mo Wentian was initially taken aback, but soon realized that all his actions had definitely been noticed by Yi Lingling. Now, it was just that she had taken the lead in breaking the ice, and he responded with deep feelings. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a cold and icy figure flashed through his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Mo Wentian knows his own heart. The person he first loved in this life is still Yi Lingling. Although the two have known each other since childhood and are very close, they have never broken through the last barrier. Later, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing, a character he admired and liked from his previous life while watching Douluo, and he was naturally attracted to her, leading to a relationship. Mo Wentian felt a sense of emotion in his heart. As a man, he yearned to love only one person until old age, to stay loyal to just one person for life. But in the end, he couldn't resist temptation. He could only blame the allure of embracing 2 at once. However, he vowed in his heart to treat these 2 well for a lifetime and not to attract other women. Thinking this way, the 2 sat in silence, not speaking, both gazing at the bright moon and stars in the night sky. One was lost in thought, contemplating how to embrace both and get them to accept each other. The other had no distracting thoughts, enjoying the rare warmth. Chapter 62, Torturing Tang San, Part 1. The 2 talked on the rooftop, opening their hearts and expressing their longing for each other. It was only until midnight that they returned to their rooms to sleep. Their relationship was officially established. The next morning, everyone arrived at the Soto City Seoul arena. The Shrek team quickly followed. Won Tan, the captain of Shrek, was assigned to Tian Hong, while Tang San was handed over to Yan Zi to deal with. You were to handle Shrek's agile attack type Soul Master, Zhu Zhuqing, who was incredibly fast, even faster than the agile attack type Osro. This was also the main reason I chose to send you into the arena. In the waiting area, Qi Ming specifically instructed Mo Wentian, saying that the speed of control type Mo Wentian was faster than the agile attack type Osro, which everyone could see. Mo Wentian didn't find anything strange. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious as he glanced at Yi Lingling beside him, especially when facing Zhu Zhuqing. There was always a feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief, but fortunately, Mo Wentian was now wearing a specially made half-devil mask, which gave him an imposing aura. Therefore, no one noticed his unease. At that moment, Mo Wentian had long, shiny black hair and bright, piercing eyes, complemented by the half-devil mask, which gave him a unique charm. Yi Lingling beside him was mesmerized, looking proud as if to say, "This is my man." Since arriving in the Douluo continent, apart from the troubles brought by the limitations of his martial soul and the practice of the sword god's sword intent, Mo Wentian had hardly encountered any setbacks. He was full of confidence, feeling that even Tang San at this moment was no longer a threat. After a while, having arranged the tactics, Mo Wentian and the others looked toward the stage. At that moment, a lady in a white dress appeared on stage. Elegantly dressed in a long white gown, with long brown wavy hair, a slender waist, and impressive proportions. She held a cone-shaped soul guide amplifier in her hand, and a professional smile adorned her beautiful face. "It is my honor to see all distinguished guests again. It It is a privilege for me to host today's Team Soul Battle competition. I'm the host, Douluo. The upcoming Soul Battle is a contest between two Silver Soul teams, and it is the highlight of today. Let me give you a little hint. They are all very young, yet already possess Silver Soul medals. The word genius can only describe them. The name Douluo was the same as that of Mo Wentian's little maid, which made him glance at her a few more times. A wave of astonished voices came from the audience area. Oof, is it beautiful? A clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Beautiful, no. It hurts. Mo Wentian did not have time to react to the beautiful answer of the world. Suddenly, a pair of jade hands appeared around his waist, and he instantly felt as if the soft flesh at his waist had been pricked by a needle, causing him pain. Beautiful, just beautiful. Yi Lingling's cold voice came over, and Mo Wentian immediately jolted, raising his hands with a pitiful expression to show his surrender. Only then did Yi Lingling let Mo Wentian go. Mo Wentian felt a wave of worry in his heart upon seeing the situation. After a while, he thought, what if he accidentally exposed his identity? How could he possibly resolve this jealousy? Mo Wentian couldn't help but doubt whether the tenderness before establishing a relationship was genuine. Now, please welcome the Royal Battle Team from the Heaven-Do Empire, located in Heaven-Do City. The Royal Battle Team is composed entirely of Soul Masters at the Soul Sovereign level, boasting immense strength, and their medals have already reached the Silver Soul fighting level. Please welcome their arrival with your applause and cheers. The host on stage, Douluo, continued roar. The Royal Battle Team will surely win. They will win. The shouts echoed from the audience below. Mo Wentian and several teammates arrived at the front desk, lining up in order. The lights dimmed, resembling a star treatment. There is also the newly crowned Silver Soul Medal Shrek team from Erasure City, whose strength should not be underestimated. They are skilled at defeating the strong with the weak and recently defeated the Mad Warriors, who had all members of the Soul Sovereign level and had won dozens of matches in a row. Shrek! Shrek! Shrek must win. The cheering support was equally strong as that for the Tiendo Royal team. Now, let's have both team captains show their respect. Please look at the big screen for the introduction of both teams. The host pointed to the large screen behind the arena and said, Tiendo Royal Team, Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Assault System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Duguyen, Martial Soul, Emerald Python, Level 39 Control System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Tian 1, Martial Soul, Sword, Level 34 Control System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Bellbird, Level 36 Agile Attack System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 39 Healing System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Sure Mo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 38 Defense System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Sure Mo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Level 37 Defense System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Shrek Team, Captain, Xiaoyao White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Assault System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Qinsho Azura, Martial Soul, Blue SilverGrass, Level 31 Control System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team Member, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Dark Phantom Spirit Cat, Level 32 Agile Attack System Soul Sovereign, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Aside from Zhu Zhuqing, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters did not change much from the original work, with only Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun still at the Great Soul Master level. Dodo's Martial Soul is a cute and gentle animal, a dove that yearns for peace, and he is also a Soul Sovereign. Now, I announce that this group soul battle begins. 3 soul rings lit up, white light surged from behind, and suddenly a streak of white appeared in the long brown hair, along with a pair of pure white wings sprouting from the back. With a flap of the wings, without needing the soul guide device on the battle platform, he flew into the air above the arena. Clothes can cover the body, masks can conceal appearance, but the eyes cannot. The Shrek 7 monsters, although all wearing masks, were still recognized at a glance by Mo Wentian, who knew their identities. On the other side, Tang San and the others were also observing their opponents. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's gaze lingered on Mo Wentian for a moment before moving away. Mo Wentian sighed in relief upon seeing the situation, and then he stopped overthinking. Defeating Tang, San, and the others was the most important thing at hand. Fortunately, the name he used in the Soul Arena wasn't his real name. To this end, Mo Wentian took out 100 gold soul coins to bribe the front desk of the Soul Arena, changing his martial soul information to that of a sword. After showing the sword form of his martial soul, the front desk readily modified the information for Mo Wentian. Since the poison Douluo brought the two back more than a month ago, Tang had found the poison Douluo and given Mo Wentian the forged 9-colored sword sheath. He then headed to Tiando City, preparing to go to the Sunset Forest with Old Jack to obtain a soul ring. It was said to be a soul beast over 90,000 years old, extremely suitable for Old Jack's 9th soul ring. Chapter 63, Torturing Tang San, 2, Soul Arena in Soto City. Soul Fighting Stage. Both sides were ready, and the passionate atmosphere of the Soul Arena was about to ignite the whole venue. The host, Douluo, was fixated on the Soul Fighting Stage below. Please give me your guidance. Dai Mubai and Tang San made gestures, politely cupping their hands. Don't think that just because we are being polite, we'll go easy on you. Come on. Yu Qianheng still couldn't hide his arrogance. Even though he felt satisfied with Tang San's polite demeanor, he showed no signs of weakness on the surface. After speaking, he engaged in a fight with Dai Mubai. They exchanged punches and kicks, and for a short time, neither could gain the upper hand on the other. It's worth noting that Dai Mubai was actually 2 or 3 years younger than him, now that they were nearly the same age. Yu Qianheng couldn't help but doubt whether his decision to not break through to the Soul Master realm and compress his soul power to participate in the soul fighting competition was the right one. Dai Mubai was only a year or 2 older than Mo Wentian. By the time he was the same age, it would truly be hard to say who would win or lose. His pride wouldn't allow him to lose to his peers. He shouted to his teammates, "Let me handle this. You guys stay out of it." "All right, boss." The other team members, except for Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling, responded with serious expressions and began to engage their own opponents. Mo Wentian faced Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately launched a Phantom 100 Claws attack, more powerful than ever before. However, her true intention was to strike directly at the mask on Mo Wentian's face. Mo Wentian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Unsure if he had exposed something, he quickly used his sword technique to defend himself. Fortunately, apart from the first and second soul skills, he had not used his third soul skill or soul bone skill in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing knew the effect of the third soul skill, as long as he didn't mention the name of the soul skill, no one would be able to tell it was him. Mo Wentian secretly thought, if relying solely on sword techniques, the outcome would truly be hard to predict, unless he exposed himself and prepared to face the battlefield. Zhu Zhuqing noticed that he had seen through her intentions, and since she had failed to take his mask, her suspicion only deepened. She became even more lethal with her attacks, aiming directly at his face. This was unacceptable. If she scratched him a few times, wouldn't his handsome face be left with regrets? Mo Wentian's sword in hand seemed to multiply into dozens, reminiscent of the Duga 9 swords wielded by Feng Qingyang in martial arts novels, ethereal and exceptional, yet purely defensive. This was Mo Wentian's comprehension of the basic sword techniques of the sword god, where he grasped a set of sword moves known as the 5 characters technique. It consists of 5 moves: Ling character technique, Yi character technique, Yu character technique, Pe character technique, and Mia character technique. The Ling character technique is exquisite, with superb skills and agile moves, suitable for countering opponents whose techniques are heavy and rely on brute strength. The Yi character technique is mysterious, elusive, and ever-changing, ideal for dealing with fast and agile opponents. The Yu character technique is solid and stable as Mount Tai, using stillness to counter movement, suitable for defense and finding the opponent's flaws. The Pe character technique is sharp, like breaking bamboo, attacking the opponent's weaknesses with absolute strength, and is powerful enough to be used in conjunction with the Yu character technique. The Mia character technique is ruthless, a move conceived by Mo Wentian, which may lead him into a realm of merciless sword intent, making it hard to extricate himself and lose his rationality. Mo Wentian did not wish to have the opportunity to use this move. Over the years, stuck at level 30, Mo Wentian had not been idle. These sword techniques were a combination of his previously created sword moves, forming a brand new and more powerful set of techniques, capable of facing opponents 10 levels higher without issue. However, when facing Zhu Zhuqing, even after finding a flaw, Mo Wentian did not dare to attack. After all, a paper cannot contain fire, and the truth would eventually be revealed. The Imperial character decision was pushed to its limits. and the audience below had never seen such a sword technique before, which required very little soul power, leaving them all in awe. He is so powerful. Isn't he supposed to be Wentian? His soul skills are also different from Wentian's, but why do his eyes and height resemble him so closely? Is it a coincidence, or? Zhu Zhuqing took a slight breath and paused her relentless attacks, but she was secretly pondering. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes lit up as she used her first soul skill again, Netherworld Thrust. Along the way, she intentionally left a flaw for Mo Wentian. Although it is difficult to interrupt the soul skills of ordinary soul masters once they are unleashed, it was not a challenge for Zhu Zhuqing, who had already cultivated the nameless technique. Sure enough, seeing Zhu Zhuqing seemingly inviting death by using her palm to collide with the 9-colored sword sheath, the deceived Mo Wentian immediately retracted the sheath. The 9-colored sword sheath was different from ordinary sheaths. Its material was incredibly hard and combined with Mo Wentian's sword techniques. Its sharpness and attack power were on par with divine weapons. Moreover, it also contained the sword form of the martial soul 7-leaf grass. If it were to collide directly with Zhu Zhuqing's small hand, she would definitely be injured. Although Mo Wentian's swordsmanship has not reached the realm where all things can be a sword, wielding a weapon like the 9-colored sword sheath, crafted from an extraordinarily rare metal, is still effortless. Mo Wentian, how could possibly harm his own woman? Wentian, it's really you, still trying to deceive me. A smug look appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face as she suddenly stopped and said with a hint of pride. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Mo Wentian felt several gazes looking at him. Mo Wentian was unsure whether to lower or raise the sword in his right hand, feeling a bit at a loss. At the same time, Yi Lingling and Shrek's Ning Rongrong both looked at Mo Wentian with strange expressions, and even Oscar wore a puzzled look. Only Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu were still engaged in battle against Yu Tianheng and the others. Ahem. Focus a bit. We are in a competition. We can talk about it after the match. Mo Wentian felt that tears had gradually appeared in Yi Lingling's eyes. Mo Wentian's deliberate concealment had long aroused Yi Lingling's suspicion. On the way here, Yi Lingling casually asked Mo Wentian why he wore a half mask. Mo Wentian's answer was simply because he was handsome, which is why he brushed it off. Now, with Zhu Zhuqing's tone saying this, all the questions have been answered, and there's no way to explain it anymore. Mo Wentian underestimated a woman's intuition. Based on her intuition, Zhu Zhuqing also keenly noticed Yi Lingling, and the two exchanged a glance, both showing hostility in their eyes. Yi Lingling also held back her tears and looked at Zhu Zhuqing without showing any weakness. Well, that. Mo Wentian saw the situation and was just about to say something. Shut up. A voice rang out in unison. As soon as these words were spoken, the fighters on both sides stopped their attacks. A dramatic scene unfolded, and amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Oscar whispered something in Dai Mubai and Tang San's ears. Everyone then abandoned the fight, looking on with interest at Mo Wentian and the others. What are you looking at? Start fighting. Mo Wentian felt as if he was being mocked, and a bit embarrassed and angry, he said to Yu Tianheng and Tang San, That's right. Hurry up and fight. I'm not here to watch a romance drama. Hurry up and fight. Hurry up. Mo Wentian's sword technique just now left the audience, who had never seen such a profound sword style, in awe. So they urged for the battle to resume without saying anything excessive. Although the duel between Tang San and Duge Yin, as well as Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng, couldn't compare to the intricacy of Mo Wentian's moves, it was still very exciting, keeping the audience captivated. The spectators below were loudly complaining, urging for the fight to start quickly. Both sides had no choice but to regroup and continue the battle to avoid inciting public anger. The two women also suppressed their jealousy and didn't explode in front of Mo Wentian, giving him enough face. Both sides took their positions again. Uninformed, Xiao Wu asked Tang San about the situation, and Tang San quietly explained it to her. Ugh, scumbag. Let's stay away from him in the future. I even called him Brother Tian, but it turns out he's the same as Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing really misjudged him. Xiao Wu, who couldn't stand men being unfaithful, defended Zhu Zhuqing after hearing Tang San's words. Dai Mubai, who was nearby, felt unjustly implicated. Although he looked displeased, he had already become good brothers with Tang San and knew that Xiao Wu was Tang San's sore spot, so he didn't express anything. However, Mo Wentian wouldn't let her off easily. He dared not look at the two women and didn't dare face Zhu Zhuqing. So at that moment, Xiao Wu became his outlet for frustration. Mo Wentian, who was troubled about where to vent his anger, set his sights on Xiao Wu deciding to teach this reckless, troublemaking 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit a lesson first. Chapter 64. Torturing Tang San 3. Xiao Wu. Shut up. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu doesn't understand. Please don't take out on her. Seeing Mo Wentian's expression darkening even further, Tang San hurriedly stopped Xiao Wu from continuing and apologized to Mo Wentian. He positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, fearing for her safety. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing also shifted their attention to Xiao Wu, seemingly envious of her exclusive affection from Tang San. In fact, Mo Wentian only intended to lightly punish Xiao Wu, but seeing Tang San's behavior made him feel even more embarrassed. Oof. Since you want to defend her, then you can practice with me, Tang San. After saying this, Mo Wentian directly sheathed his sword and drew out his martial soul, the seven-leaf clover. The current seven-leaf clover could maintain the form of the ghost vine parasitic sword for a long time, especially within the 9-color sword sheath, wasting very little soul power. Alright, I've been wanting to see Brother Tian's sword technique. Let's see if my Tang Sek skills are better or if your swordsmanship is superior. Concerned for Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San, who was a protective brother, also looked at Mo Wentian without backing down. Oof. Little San, you step aside. I'm not afraid of him. Watch me pop his head to vent for Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, unable to bear the grievance, as the leader of Nodding Academy, still hadn't developed the composure she would have later on. You'll see, get ready, the 5-word formula's evasion sword style. Montak Vencian ignorat Xiai Ovu, knowing she was just temporarily angry, and directly swung his sword toward Tang San. The evasion sword style was most suitable for dealing with someone like Tang San, who had intricate techniques. Mo Wentian doesn't consider himself a good person, but he still has his bottom line. However, he hasn't realized that he has been influenced by the sword intent. His current behavior has become somewhat extreme, and jealousy makes one ugly. But it cannot be denied that this is his true self now, daring to face the thoughts in his heart. He wants to beat Tang San up, and he won't feel apprehensive because of Tang San's identity, as long as he doesn't kill Tang San and just injures him a bit. Tang Hao won't do anything to him. Ghostly Shadow. Tang San dodged Mo Wentian's attack with his footwork, but his gaze was solemn as he looked at a strand of hair slowly falling from the air. Third brother. The little dance behind him exclaimed and wanted to step forward to help. Little girl, you should take care of yourself. My brothers will play with you. The Shimo brothers blocked Xiao Wu. The others also found their own opponents. I'm fine, Xiao Wu. Just be careful, Tang San said solemnly as he looked at Mo Wentian. What strange sword technique, I couldn't completely evade it. Tang San was horrified. He had used all his strength in the ghostly shadow technique for just a probing move, and he still couldn't completely evade it. It seemed this would be a tough battle. So how is it, Tang San? Is my sword technique acceptable? Mo Wentian was quite satisfied with his current strength. It seemed that his soul power was stuck at level 30. Although his cultivation speed had slowed down considerably, his progress in strength was not lagging at all, especially in the realm of swordsmanship. Not bad. You can also take one of my moves, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. How could Tang San possibly concede defeat? He also used his Tang Sek's ultimate skill, wanting to return the favor in kind. The intra-level realm of swordsmanship is the most difficult. So when Mo Wentian first obtained the inheritance and comprehended sword techniques, his mental focus was incredibly intense. He could not step outside of his insights, which led to his gains, and his personality was somewhat affected. Although Mo Wentian did not focus entirely on comprehending sword techniques afterward, it was also due to having already entered the entry-level realm. As the saying goes, mastering one technique allows one to master all techniques. If one can master one, they can master everything. All things become harmonious. If one cannot master one, then nothing can be mastered. Now, Mo Wentian felt that he had entered the realm of swordsmanship. After breaking through the third soul ring, it seemed that the third leaf had enhanced his comprehension, bringing him into a wonderful state, as if he had inadvertently touched an unknown realm of cultivation. It is important to note that the entry-level realm of swordsmanship here is not the same as that found in the Douluo continent, but rather the entry-level sword techniques practiced by the Void Sword God in his youth. As one of the strongest beings in the universe, even his childhood swordsmanship should be comparable to the pinnacle levels of sword techniques in martial arts. Naturally, this is not something Tang San could withstand. If Mo Wentian fully devoted himself to cultivating sword techniques or soul power, concentrating all his awareness and blocking out everything from the outside world, the efficiency would be 3 times or even more than before. However, it is easy to become trapped in the realm of increasing strength and unable to extricate oneself. And the changes in personality would definitely be much greater than when he first comprehended sword techniques. Mo Wentian occasionally enters this state during his leisure time, and he feels as if his personality has become cold. He speculates that entering this realm may only preserve some basic reactions, which is slightly better than being a mindless zombie. Once he attacks, he becomes ruthless and unrecognizable to those close to him. This is also the reason why, after reaching level 30, Mo Wentian dares not enter this state of cultivation anymore. This state should be a special condition after entering the realm of sword intent. Mo Wentian did not realize how lucky he was to awaken to this state so early. Even the Void Sword God could only enter this state in the later stages of sword intent, and he reached this threshold by chance due to his increased understanding. He named this state the first realm of sword domain, the realm of ruthlessness. However, in both his past and present lives, he had not seen the cruelty of the world. Even though he understood the principle that being backward would lead to being beaten, he had never witnessed it, which made him somewhat lacking in ruthlessness. Additionally, reasons such as women and family made Mo Wentian reluctant to enter the realm of ruthlessness for training, because this state required long-term familiarity before it could be applied in actual combat or cultivation. Without familiarity, it was likely that he would be unable to control himself. Mo Wentian's 5-character formula sword technique was effortlessly countered by Tang San's ultimate skill, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Tang San realized he couldn't get close at all and began to look for flaws in Mo Wentian's sword technique. Upon closer inspection, he found flaws everywhere. Tang San felt overwhelmed and, adhering to the principle that the most dangerous place is often the safest, he charged towards the most obvious opening. Xinyu Hand. Still ineffective, completely blocked. First soul skill bind. Tang San saw that his Tang sect ultimate skill had no effect at all, and finally began to use his own soul skills. Tang San was quite frustrated. Such competitions prohibited the use of hidden weapons, while the Tang sect's greatest strength was precisely hidden weapons. Mo Wentian knew about Tang San's grievances, but he just wouldn't say anything. As long as he didn't speak, no one would know. Moreover, Mo Wentian thought to himself that unless it was a dense hidden weapon like the Rainflower Needle, no other hidden weapons could possibly break through his defense using the character decision. I won't play with you anymore, breaking sword style. Seeing that Tang San had no way to deal with him, he directly seized the opportunity when Tang San released his soul skill, activating the Celestial Step and unleashing a powerful sword technique aimed at Tang San's head. Not good. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting Mo Wentian to play so unpredictably, not waiting for his soul skill to be released before launching such a fast attack, forcibly interrupting him. The breaking sword style consumed soul power differently than the other 3 styles, consuming no less than the 3rd soul skill. Facing Tang San, who didn't use hidden weapons, Mo Wentian felt that he didn't need to use his 3rd soul skill at all. 8 Spider Lances. In a moment of crisis, Tang San finally summoned his trump card, using the toughness of his external soul bone to block the attack. However, although it was just countless sword scars appeared on the 8 spider legs, and he was sent flying several meters away. Chapter 65, Bald Head San. 3rd brother, Xiao Wu, watching from the side, couldn't care about the battle and looked at Tang San. However, the combination technique of the Graphite brothers, the 4-sided Great Turtle Shell, crashed towards Xiao Wu like a top. Fortunately, the Graphite brothers were simple-minded and held back half their strength, but Xiao Wu still flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, seriously injured. Xiao Wu, damn it! Tang San instantly erupted in rage, while Mo Wentian firmly suppressed Tang San, not allowing him to get past. At this moment, Tang San displayed an extremely strong fighting power, using all his means except for the Haotian hammer and hidden weapons. Mo Wentian suddenly remembered that Tang San was a sister-protecting maniac. In the past, when watching Douluo Continent, there were jokes saying, when Xiao Wu gets hurt, everyone panics. When Tang San gets angry, the match is over. As long as Xiao Wu is injured, anyone will be disabled. The legendary Hammer King is powerful generation after generation, crushing the Pope. 1 generation of soul beasts, 1 generation of kings. Every generation of soul beasts marries the Hammer King. However, all of this seemed to have met its nemesis in front of him. Although I don't want to be enemies with Tang San, he will inevitably establish the Tang sect in the future, which will be in competition with my demon sect. It seems I need to find a way to suppress him. Without any deep-seated hatred, I don't want to be enemies with Tang San. But after all, the two are competitors, so I can only find a way to suppress Tang San and hinder his cultivation progress. Fortunately, Tang Hao consumed that immortal pill himself. Otherwise, if he gave it to Tang San, wouldn't that be adding trouble for myself? Thinking of this, Mo Wentian felt relieved. He thought it was worth it. After Tang Hao took the immortal pill, although he didn't break through to a higher level, his internal injuries had all healed, and his combat power was strong. Moreover, he had promised the demon sect that he would unconditionally help them through difficult times. After all, Douluo was not an easy character. How could he let Tang Hao off so easily? Soon, Xiao Wu on the stage could no longer hold on. With the help of Oscar's third soul skill, she flew off the stage and collapsed beneath it. Zhu Zhuqing also ran off the stage to support Xiao Wu, clearly not wanting to fight this match. Seeing this, Yi Lingling also ran off the stage towards Zhu Zhuqing, while Duge Yin, fearing that Yi Lingling would be at a disadvantage, followed her down as well. The audience below the stage, however, seemed oblivious to the situation with these beautiful women, their attention focused on Mo Wentian's exquisite and graceful swordsmanship, Tang San's agile techniques, and the visceral pleasure of Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai's punches landing. Although Yu Feng and Ma Hongjun were also engaged in a back-and-forth battle, they appeared much dimmer, with Ma Hongjun relying on his martial soul suppression to barely withstand Yu Feng's agile attacks. The Shimo brothers and Yi Lingling had completely become spectators. Perhaps out of pity for the girls, the Shimo brothers did not rush to help Ning Rongrong, but instead looked at Oscar with a half-smile. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, applied an enhancement to both Tang San and Dai Mubai, then jumped off the stage to find Xiao Wu and the others. With no combat power, staying behind would only be a burden and cause concern for her teammates. Oscar, however, was less fortunate, as he was beaten into a panda eye by the Shimo brothers, each delivering a punch. Just moments ago, Oscar's dreamy mushroom sausage had given both of them a headache, but fortunately, it was a brief encounter. Shimo brothers, you can go down now. The match can be handled by Tianheng and me. With his long sword swinging, Tang San couldn't get close at all, and Mo Wentian leisurely turned to the Shimo brothers and said, "Third soul skill, spider web binding." Taking the opportunity, Tang San released his third soul skill while Mo Wentian was speaking. The blue SilverGrass condensed into the shape of a spider web, binding towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian was caught off guard for a moment, not expecting Tang San to be so treacherous and cautious, getting ensnared by the spider web directly. Mo Wentian was taken aback, secretly feeling that something was wrong and that he had been careless. He just wanted to shout that the young man was not following the rules of martial arts. There was no time to struggle as Tang San's fierce attack was already approaching. The third soul skill, Ice and Snow Delay. Once the third soul skill was activated, Tang San's speed instantly became that of an ordinary person. Mo Wentian used the spirit sword style, and the ghost vine parasitic sword in his hand seemed to come alive. The blue SilverGrass that turned into a web was all cut to pieces, leaving no seeds behind. Mo Wentian was a bit angry. This Tang San, who didn't want to rely on his teammates to win, actually took advantage of Mo Wentian's moment of carelessness to launch his soul skill. Sigh. Mo Wentian realized that he was too trusting and lacked experience. He understood that he was indeed a bit naive compared to Tang San. This was the difference between someone from the martial world and someone from the modern world. But Mo Wentian was not discouraged. Tang San didn't speak, and the 8 spider lances behind him were exposed, yet he still couldn't defeat Mo Wentian. At this moment, Tang San began to doubt whether his blue SilverGrass martial soul was a useless martial soul. Taking advantage of Tang San's self-doubt, Mo Wentian retaliated with a tooth for a tooth, using the celestial step to unleash the spirit sword technique against Tang San at absolute speed. Tang San's control over the 8 spider lances was still lacking, and he couldn't quickly use them to block. The sword move came right in front of him, and the blue SilverGrass martial soul formed a barrier, but Mo Wentian's strength successfully provoked Tang San's inner pride. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say it struck a blow to his inner pride. The sword moves were like the thousand-handed guanyin, one after another, each aimed at a vital point. In a moment of desperation, Tang San didn't care much. Although the blue SilverGrass had formed a wall in front of him, it was still a drop in the bucket, as it broke apart inch by inch under the fierce sword moves. Remember, from now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to apply any soul rings to your left hand's hammer. You must use your left hand's hammer to protect your right hand's grass. Looking at the breaking blue SilverGrass, this sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Tang San no longer hesitated and summoned the Hao Ian hammer, the chaotic cloak hammer method. Although he successfully received Mo Wentian's continuous sword moves, the Haotian hammer was also exposed to the public's eyes. In fact, Mo Wentian didn't want to continue attacking mainly because he didn't expect Tang San to choose to reveal the Haotian hammer. What? This is the Haotian hammer, the unique weapon martial soul from the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect. Qin Ming, who was watching from below, was taken aback. His expression became serious, not because he was afraid that Mo Wentian would lose, but because of the exposure of Tang San's martial soul. Would he be blamed by the Shrek Academy's dean? What? The #1 weapon martial soul in the continent, the Haotian hammer, a dual martial soul. My God, it turned out to be a dual martial soul. Truly a genius. I didn't expect someone to possess 2 martial souls. The audience below began to discuss among themselves. My God, what am I seeing? Today's soul battle is simply amazing, with incredible sword techniques that I've never heard of and the blood-soaked punches. And now, even a legendary dual martial soul has appeared. The announcer above the arena also came back to his senses, shocked as he held the sound amplification soul guide and said, Tang San, if you don't bring out other means, relying solely on the Haotian hammer will not allow you to win against me. I know you have trump cards, and I have plenty as well. Surrender. Mo Wentian looked at Tang San, who was panting and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, yet still watching him with a vigilant expression. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic and said to Tang San, hee, Brother Tian, you're really impressive, but I'm not bad either. You don't need to hold back. Let me see just how big our gap really is. I want to become stronger, and I will definitely defeat you. Even if I can't do it now, I still want to know the extent of our difference. Although Tang San spoke politely, he was not willing to admit defeat, believing that he still had hidden weapons to unleash. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position. All right, I hope you won't regret it. It's easy to become stronger, and I will fulfill your request. Mo Wentian felt that Tang San was a bit ungrateful. He had clearly intended to let Tang San off the hook. All he needed to do was admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Tang San was polite in words, but still refused to admit defeat. Want to become stronger? Mo Wentian would tell Tang San the method, and with Tang San's psychological quality, he should be able to handle it. The second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian directly used his second soul skill, a strong control skill. The soul power within him was enough for him to use 2 soul skills, which is the benefit of being stuck at level 30 for 2 years. Of course, this is also due to the accumulation of 3 immortal herbs. Xiao San, be careful. Beside him, Dai Mubai forced back Yiqiang. He, who was also somewhat weak, suddenly heard Mo Wentian's second soul skill and remembered something, quickly shouting a warning. However, it was too late. Although Tang San was not pushed off the stage by Mo Wentian's attack, the mask on his face had already shattered. His blue short hair flew everywhere in the air. The shiny bald head was so glaring under the spotlight. Even his eyebrows were so clean. Xiao San, be careful. Dai Mubai, who was beside him and had forced back Tianheng, was also somewhat weak. He suddenly heard Mo Wentian's second soul skill and remembered something, quickly shouting a warning. Take care of yourself, Thunderstrike. Yu Tianheng saw that he had not yet taken down his opponent. Noticing that Mo Wentian was not in a hurry to eliminate Tang San, he did not hold back either and directly activated his dragon transformation state. He unleashed his soul skill and clashed hard with Dai Mubai. Careless Dai Mubai did not realize that Yu Tianheng in dragon transformation was no longer what he used to be. Under conditions of weakened soul power and physical strength, he bravely faced the challenge and was instantly knocked off the stage, crashing into a wall and losing consciousness. Baldy, this is how you get stronger. No need to thank me. In my hometown, all bald heads become stronger. Mo Wentian shamelessly said you. Tang San, overwhelmed by anger, suffered a huge blow and spat out a mouthful of blood, becoming even more unsteady. Give up. You need to understand the gap between us. It's not something that hidden weapons can make up for. Mo Wentian continued to persuade. Another mouthful of blood was spat out. We concede. A voice filled with sorrow echoed, as a somewhat worn middle-aged man on the high platform shouted at Douluo. Douluo, who was flying in the air, was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, shouting through the megaphone. Shrek Academy concedes. Let's congratulate the Tiendo Royal team for winning this team soul battle competition. Upon hearing this voice, Tang San on the platform seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, becoming even more dejected as he slumped down on the arena. Chapter 66, True Feelings in Times of Adversity, Part 1. Mo Wentian did not pay attention to Tang San, thinking that it would be good to teach him a lesson. His own matters were not for others to meddle in. Montak Vencian, shouldn't you explain yourself to me? A voice filled with disappointment echoed, laced with an indescribable jealousy and anger. Sigh. Fine, you two come with me. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him nearby, Mo Wentian felt uneasy despite her silence, as her cold gaze still made him uncomfortable. Mo Wentian took the two girls out of the soul fighting arena, leaving some follow-up matters to Qin Ming and the Shrek team. Both team leaders wore worried expressions, deeply concerned. Qin Ming was worried that Tang San would expose his twin martial souls, one of which was the continent's top weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and whether it would bring disaster to Shrek Academy. Flinder was concerned that his benefactor, Mo Wentian, might let personal matters affect the development of Shrek. It should be noted that Shrek Academy was now a senior academy, having been officially approved by the Snow Knight Emperor as a senior academy through the manipulation of the demon sect in the Empire, with a bright future ahead. Thus, both team leaders were anxiously meeting privately, just like in the original story. The members of Shrek also learned that the leader of the Tiendo Royal team was also a graduate of Shrek Academy. Tang San's endurance was quite strong. After being advised by the master and Xiao Wu, he temporarily stepped out of the failure he faced, but his outward smile became increasingly rare. On the other side, Ling Ling, I love you. I know I have wronged you and am not worthy of you. I'm just a fickle person. A year ago, I encountered Zhu Qing, who was being chased, and we met. After a few months, I went to the Star Luo Empire for training. On a whim, I headed to Star Luo City after hearing news that Zhu Qing was in danger, and I waited outside the city for a while. Coincidentally, I saved Zhu Qing again from being chased, and then Zhu Qing wanted to come to Shrek Academy to study, which happened to be on my way. We gradually got to know each other during the journey, and now we are in love. I didn't intend to hide this from you. I was just trying to find a way to tell you what happened, hoping to seek your forgiveness, but I didn't expect. Mo Wentian walked in front, with the two girls following behind. He was unaware if the two were listening as he muttered to himself. So your third soul ring's limitation is because of Zhu Qing? Why don't you come to me? Is it because of strength, or is it just how men are? Yi Lingling suddenly stopped and shouted at Mo Wentian for the first time. She seemed extremely disappointed in him, suddenly covering her face and squatting down, crying softly. Lingling, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was a third party. It's my fault. You can punish me however you want. Just please stop crying. The cold exterior but warm interior Zhu Zhuqing said with some guilt as she observed Yi Lingling's uncontrolled emotions. No, it's not your fault. I only blame him. What did he take me for? And what did he take you for? Woo-woo. I sigh. Mo Wentian found it hard to explain himself, knowing that although he was indeed fickle, he was definitely not frivolous. However, he acknowledged that he was at fault in this matter. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start. On the side, Zhu Zhuqing did not explode as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to their closer relationship or her personality, but she did not cry. Instead, her attitude towards Mo Wentian had noticeably turned cold, giving him a frosty glance. Watching Yi Lingling cry, Zhu Zhuqing squatted down and gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. Sister Lingling, I'm sorry. Please don't be sad. Wentian isn't as terrible as you think. Compared to other men, he is much better. Growing up in a royal family, Zhu Zhuqing was accustomed to men having multiple wives, and although she greatly disliked men's fickleness, she couldn't help but love Mo Wentian deeply. That is why she consoled Yi Lingling, not wanting Mo Wentian to feel upset because of this. Yes, Lingling, I know I was wrong. Please stop crying and forgive me. Mo Wentian saw that things were taking a turn for the better and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort, wanting to seek forgiveness. Shut up. To his surprise, it was better when he didn't speak. As soon as he did, the two women scolded him in unison. All right, just don't cry. I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll keep quiet. If you cry, I'll be sad. Mo Wentian may be clumsy in matters of the heart, but he has learned a few tricks to comfort girls. Yi Lingling has indeed stopped crying. Although she remains cold towards Mo Wentian, she has gradually calmed down. After some persuasion from Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling has started to like this girl who appears cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside, and she is no longer as resistant to the situation. As a few of them fell silent, a teasing voice suddenly came from the side. What's wrong with this little girl? Why are you crying like a little flower cat? Come here to Big Brother, I'll comfort you. 7 young people approached. Among them a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes, who looked at Yi Lingling with a charming smile and extended his hand. Who are you? Mo Wentian stretched out his hand to block Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, while Bai Tao's hand struck and pushed away the opposing palm. With a somewhat unpleasant expression, He said, haha, Lin Luo, you actually got pushed back by a soul master at the soul sovereign level. It seems you've been teasing young girls too much. And your body's a bit weak, huh? The silver-haired, handsome young man took 2 steps back, while a robust young man beside him laughed mockingly. Son, to defeat the Luo men, this kid is not an ordinary soul sovereign. Don't underestimate him. A person dressed in white with white hair stepped out behind this group, and the others seemed to have a sense of reverence towards him, bowing and standing to the sides. Yes, Lord Saint's son, the robust man, Son, also slightly bowed in response. No need for too much courtesy. I said before that you and Lin Luo could break through to the Soul King realm before the age of 20. You're my brothers. Now that you have broken through, there is no need for excessive formalities among brothers. The white-haired man was indeed the evil Soul Master Saint's son, Luo Sheng. His birth marked the beginning of the evil Soul Master's transformation. Since childhood, he was eloquent, exceptionally intelligent, possessed innate full soul power, and had dual martial souls. He grew up surrounded by admiration, which was one of his many auras. Although these words sounded uncomfortable, coming from a saint's son's mouth, they were also a form of encouragement. This saint's son was not comparable to those of the Spirit Hall. He was the son of the entire evil soul master faith. The evil soul masters had no pope, only a high god, and beneath the evil god was the saint's son, followed by the high offerings. The strongest of the evil soul masters. The 2 nodded in agreement under the envious gazes of their 4 companions. Saint's son, in my opinion, even if I am the only one this time, I can make this so-called dog's hit Tianwen wish he was dead. No need for Son to take action. The silver-haired, purple-eyed young man Lin Hao felt he had merely been a bit careless and underestimated Mo Wentian, and he spoke somewhat unconvinced. It turned out that the evil soul master Saint's son and the others had exited the Star Do forest shortly after obtaining their soul rings. Based on the intelligence of the evil soul masters, they learned that the Tiando royal team would be fighting in Soto City, and they had been watching Mo Wentian and the others' matches from below the arena, already plotting to ambush the 3. Chapter 67, True Feelings Revealed in Adversity, Part 2, Soto City. Mo Wentian's expression turned serious as he summoned his martial soul, taking the form of a sword. His soul power erupted, standing in front of the 2 women, with long black hair cascading down his shoulders, moving without wind. You're friends of the Luo sect, the holy son of evil soul masters. Mo Wentian is not a fool and quickly guessed the identities of several people. Seeing this, the crowd dispersed in a rush. Since Saint Luo Sheng dared to confront Mo Wentian and the others in Soto City, he naturally had his reasons. Mo Wentian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. On the other side, a soul Douluo blocked Qin Ming and the others who had just exited the soul arena. Fortunately, Shrek Academy's dean and Zhao Wujia were also present, and both sides stood off against each other without making any rash moves. In the City Lord's mansion, 2 soul Douluos had also taken the soul Sage-level City Lord hostage, drawing out the old City Lord, who was also at the soul Douluo level, while the City Guard gathered around. The Spirit Hall sub-branch had even one titled soul Douluo personally restraining them. If Mo Wentian were here, he would have recognized that this titled soul Douluo was the one who had stolen his soul bone, a soul Douluo resembling a long whip. Mo Wentian was currently in a state of isolation and helplessness. Oh, have you heard of us? The evil soul master saint, Luo Sheng? He turned to Mo Wentian and said, So what if I know? So what if I don't? Luo Sheng's expression made Mo Wentian very displeased, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. Yes, I won't do anything to you for now. A fun and talented enemy like you. I really can't bear to kill you right now. You can leave with the 2 ladies behind you. Luo Sheng still wore a cold expression, but looked at Mo Wentian and the others with a slightly playful tone. After saying that, he unleashed his full aura, revealing 5 soul rings, and the 6 people behind him similarly released their auras, all at the soul zone level or above. The ones named Lin Hao and Suo were actually soul kings as well. Zhu Qing, protect Ling Ling. I'll take care of you all. Don't be afraid. Mo Wentian looked seriously at the 7 people, showing no intention of retreating, hoping to wait for Qin Ming and Shrek's teacher to discover the situation and come to the rescue. Even if he died, he would never allow anyone to harm his women. Moreover, they were just soul kings. At worst, he could use his final trump card. No one would have it easy. Not to mention the blood-colored swan kiss and the time-space divine fate ring. Even the destruction technique of the 5-character mantra would be enough to slay soul kings. However, Mo Wentian was unaware that he was facing not some ordinary soul kings, but true top talents on this continent, aside from the Shrek 7 monsters after consuming immortal items. Useless. Are you still thinking that we won't dare to act against you in the city, waiting for rescue? Then you're gravely mistaken. The forces of the city lord's mansion and the spirit hall have already been restrained by my people. Your teacher also has someone dealing with him. But you don't need to worry too much. This time I won't take your lives, just one of your arms, as interest for killing my brother Luo Min. The real battle will be at the Advanced Soul Master competition. I, the evil Soul Master, will kill all of you in front of the spirit hall. Of course, you can choose not to participate, but the safety of your family forces cannot be guaranteed. To tell you the truth, in the past 10 years, the strength of my evil Soul Master has long surpassed that of the Spirit Hall in secret. Once I break through to the Soul Sage realm and consolidate my power, the entire Douluo continent will have to respect my evil Soul Master. Since Luo Sheng came to this world, he knew of his extraordinary nature, with memories from another world in his mind. Because of his arrival, the strength of the evil Soul Master faction had advanced by leaps and bounds. But due to their weak power, they could not inherit the position of the evil god, and the evil Soul Master faction was still subject to his father, the high priest of the evil god. Once he advanced to the Soul Sage realm, he could accept the evil god's inheritance and complete the evil god's 9 tests, unifying the entire continent's evil Soul Master faction, and even overthrowing the Spirit Hall was not impossible. Currently, the peak strength of the evil Soul Masters, if united, would not be inferior to the Spirit Hall. However, if it were only the Evil God Island, their strength would still have a considerable gap compared to the Spirit Hall, which was also the reason why the High Priest of the Evil God did not agree to the early emergence. Since you insist on seeking death, I must fulfill your wish. Lin Hao, you play with him for a while, and so when you watch on the side, Luo Sheng said to the handsome young man Lin Hao with silver hair and purple eyes standing to the side. Yes, Saint. Lin Hao's face showed a joyful expression, feeling he had earned the Saint's trust. 6 dark wings appeared behind Lin Hao. Turning to Mo Wentian, he said, Kid, your swordsmanship seems to have strong defense. Come and try my first soul skill, Split Feather. Suddenly, a dark figure resembling an angel with black wings appeared behind him, and the feathers of the wings transformed into countless small hidden weapons flying towards Mo Wentian. Not good. The sword control technique can't block such a dense soul skill. He actually released my sword control technique's nemesis on the first try. It seems he has already figured out my soul skill. I can only use the 3rd soul skill. Ice no delay. Mo Wentian did not hesitate to use his 3rd soul skill in conjunction with the sword control technique to block all the feathers. But the consumption of soul power was also enormous, as expected of a Soul King powerhouse. Just the 1st soul skill forced me to use my 3rd soul skill to defend against it. Montag Venciang was secretly astonishit. But he did not dare to show any carelessness on the surface. He never expected this person to understand the weaknesses of his sword control technique so well. This torrential rain of feather-like attacks was precisely the nemesis of the sword control technique. Of course, this was also because the person using this soul skill was nearly 2 major realms higher than him. Kid, not bad, huh? Then let me show you the power of my 3rd soul skill, Ink Shadow Blackroom. Lin Hao's eyes showed no surprise while watching from below the arena. Even the Holy Son, Luo Sheng, greatly admired Mo Wentian's swordsmanship. Mo Wentian had not yet reacted when he felt the environment around him change, and his heart skipped a beat. Where's this place? Is it an illusion? A mere illusion can't harm me. Breaking the illusion Mo Wentian seemed to be pulled into a small dark room. He deliberately displayed a hint of panic, but secretly activated his eye technique, Breaking the Illusion Eye. Once he used Breaking the Illusion Eye, Mo Wentian realized he was actually in a domain. If he did not use the Breaking the Illusion Eye to observe, he would be engulfed in endless darkness, losing his sense of direction. A normal person would definitely go crazy in such an environment for a long time. Ling Ling, Zhu Qing, where are you? Mo Wentian pretended to see nothing, groping ahead like a blind person, quietly moving towards Lin Hao in front of him. Mo Wentian's 3rd soul skill is also a domain type. Such a skill is only achievable if the martial soul itself is exceptional or if one has incredible luck in obtaining a powerful soul beast for the soul ring. Otherwise, this skill would definitely be one of the best of the best. This kid has already entered my black room domain. I can take his life at any time. How about it, 2 beautiful ladies? Your brother has avenged you. How will you thank him? Lin Hao, unaware of the impending danger, laughed and teased Zhu Qing and the other woman. Chapter 68. True Feelings in Times of Adversity. 3. Let me thank you with your life. The Broken Sword Art. 2nd soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian suddenly accelerated his steps, using the broken sword art to break through the domain. The single target strong control soul skill was unleashed, and Lin Hao instantly felt his body bound, unable to move. The soul bone skill, Ice Grave. Mo Wentian's right arm suddenly erupted with a strong, blinding light. With a punch to the ground, countless ice spikes instantly protruded from the ground around Lin Hao, leaving him in a state of disarray and suffering significant injuries. Before he could react, Mo Wentian activated the Celestial Step again and unleashed the Spiritual Sword technique, intending to end Lin Hao's life first and then find a way to stall for time, waiting for the demon forces from the Penglai Tavern to rescue him. Oomph! A cold snort sounded, and a broadsword carrying a hurricane blocked Lin Hao's path. Lin Hao, if you don't change your flirty ways, you'll regret it one day, said a Soul King expert named Soon helplessly from the side. The long sword was his martial soul, the Hurricane's sword, which was very similar to the 7-kill sword but thicker and heavier. However, the heavy sword with Hurricane attributes lacked the sharp killing intent of the 7-kill sword and had a sense of weightiness instead. It gave off a feeling of a blunt but skillfully crafted heavy sword, much like Yang heavy sword. Cough cough. Suwon, just take care of yourself. I can handle this kid. Lin Hao realized he had underestimated Mo Wentian and had been somewhat careless, not dodging. Don't force me. Mo Wentian saw that his attack had no effect, and his expression began to turn ugly. What can you do? Today, I really have to force you. You dared to sneak attack and injure me. That was just a soul bone technique. Kid, today your hands are definitely going to be left behind. Lin Hao put away the faintly frivolous look on his face and said coldly. Lin Hao's serious demeanor was still quite good-looking. One of the 7, a charming woman, swayed her waist and looked at Lin Hao with a somewhat fiery gaze, saying, "Humph, Lu Ruyin, put away those dirty eyes of yours, or I'll dig them out for you," Lin Hao said with disgust as he glanced at the charming woman. "All right, Ruyin, don't disturb Lin Hao while he's fighting. I still want to see if this kid has any other trump cards," Luo Sheng said to his subordinates and teammates, who were superficially respectful but actually arrogant. "Yes, Your Highness." The Holy Sun Lu Ruyin was, as her name suggested, stunningly beautiful, but gave off a feeling of a vixen, her voice laced with a seductive tone. Seeing that they looked down on him, Mo Wentian quickly took out a signal flare from the space-time divine fate ring, ignited it instantly, and shot it into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A firework exploded in the sky, and Mo Wentian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I still have one last trump card, enough to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Zhu Qing and Ling Ling should be safe now, Mo Wentian thought to himself. But the long sword in his hand continued to clash with Lin Hao. Hee. The forces that could come from Suodo City have already been restricted by us. Even if you send out 10 more signals, it won't be of any use. The Holy Sun, Luo Sheng, said disdainfully. Ha! Yes, little handsome guy. You were told to let those 2 little sisters behind you go early, but you refused. Now, without a pair of arms, you can't leave, so why bother? Lu Rian said with a look of regret. Oomph! Fox spirit. Yi Lingling stomped her little foot, coldly glancing at Lu Ruyan before nervously watching Mo Wentian, who was fighting. Zhu Zhuqing remained icy in front of outsiders, calmly observing the fierce battle between Mo Wentian and Lin Hao. The other 2 men and 1 woman among the 7 holy sons looked like cold-blooded assassins, all masked, standing on either side, intently watching the 3 in battle without saying a word. Indeed, this is the first time I've seen such exquisite swordsmanship. It seems that relying solely on Lin Hao won't be enough to resolve this quickly. Thorn, go help Lin Hao. Finish it quickly to avoid complications. As the holy son of the evil soul master, he was naturally not a fool. He had already realized that Mo Wentian wouldn't be doing useless work. Knowing that potential reinforcements were being held back, he still sent out signal flares. Odison, I can do it. I can. 5th soul skill, Soul Break. Lin Hao stubbornly refused, directly unleashing his 5th soul skill, wanting to overwhelm Mo Wentian with his level advantage. Countless black rays of energy converged at an extremely fast speed into a massive energy ball, attacking Mo Wentian in a straight line. So strong. Let's take it first and talk later. Usaju. Mo Wentian felt a tremendous energy, and there was no time to retreat. Behind him were the 2 girls, leaving him no room to back down. It was useless. The difference in soul power was too great. No, I can't retreat. Behind me are Ling Ling and the others. Mo Wentian's Yuziju was operating at its limit, barely managing to block the attack from the black energy ball. The sword in his hand trembled continuously, clearly reaching its breaking point. It was at this moment of pause that Zhu Zhuqing finally reacted. Seeing Mo Wentian struggling to hold on, she rationally pulled back Yi Lingling, who was eager to rush forward. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing finally responded, Mo Wentian no longer hesitated. A recovery pill suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he lowered his head to lick it down. The tip of the ghost vine parasitic sword suddenly erupted with a strong surge of energy, splitting the black energy ball into three. A loud bang resonated on both sides of the road, creating two massive craters in the ground. Not good. I'll have to take it head on. I didn't expect it wouldn't be fully split apart. The sudden surge of soul power halted abruptly, leaving Mo Wentian no time to block it. He retracted the ghost vine parasitic sword, and his right hand revealed his soul bone, bracing himself to take the hit. As the dust settled, Mo Wentian staggered back a few meters, but his right arm was shredded into countless pieces, blood gushing out. Wentian! Two worried voices echoed from behind, as Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling rushed to support the swaying Mo Wentian on either side. I'm Fine. I'm really happy that you finally forgive me, but for now, you should stand back and not interfere with my battle. I won't let anyone harm you. Mo Wentian's expression showed a hint of joy, but he quickly realized it wasn't the time for romance and spoke seriously. The nine-heart begonia is absolutely healing. However, Yi Lingling and the other girl did not retreat at all. Yi Lingling summoned the nine-heart begonia, and a beam of light shone on Mo Wentian's right arm, making him feel that his injuries had mostly healed. Zhu Zhuqing also summoned her dark, ghostly cat, Martial Soul, guarding Mo Wentian's side to prevent the ambush from the evil Soul Master team. Lu Ruoyan, you, and Su Ling go together. Don't give them another chance. A 3-on-3 battle is more fun. This holy sun likes it. Luo Sheng showed no intention of stopping the two girls. He had been proud and arrogant since childhood, thinking only of himself, and even his father, the evil god high priest, couldn't do anything about him. This was also the reason he didn't personally deal with Mo Wentian. He didn't want to win against a genius he admired by relying on his soul power and age advantage. Even though Mo Wentian could be considered one of the indirect killers of his brother, Luo Min, he didn't die directly at Mo Wentian's hands. Without knowing Mo Wentian's identity as a member of the demon sect, he didn't want to kill him so soon. At 16 years old, he was only a little less than 2 years older than Mo Wentian, yet he was already at the 52nd level of the Soul King realm. Chapter 69. Thoughts on the book's launch. This book has been published for exactly 1 month now, and has only received 1 trial recommendation, which is very minimal. The collection has hardly increased at all. It relies solely on the bare minimum of 6,300 collections. There are 6,300 people who have added this book to their shelves, but compared to other original works, the stickiness of Douluo fanfiction is weak, making it really hard to achieve good results. This is also the reason why most Douluo fanfictions don't make it to the end. I have no other requests. If you find acceptable, watching videos daily to earn book coins and reading a bit is the biggest support. I really appreciate the reader support, and I will return to 2 updates a day in the future. Every bit of your support, every read, and every recommendation is my motivation to keep going. I hope my readers will continue to support me, but that is obviously not possible. If over 500 out of 6,300 people read it, I would be satisfied. Nevertheless, even so, I will not give up and will never stop updating. Here, I vow, those who abandon the story will be subjected to live sulfuric acid baths. Chapter 70. Low-level Martial Soul Fusion Technique. When Zhu Zhuqing summoned her evolved dark ghostly cat Martial Soul, Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing accidentally exchanged glances. Third soul skill, Gale Sun Slash. Suo-in leaped onto the heavy sword, revealing a wild and unrestrained smile, and directly launched an attack at Mo Wentian. Lin Hao beside him also cooperatively released his first soul skill. Mo Wentian's face showed a serious expression as he exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing once again. They simultaneously released their martial souls, intertwining their hands. To their surprise, Mo Wentian's martial soul fused with Zhu Zhuqing's, and a small grass with 7 leaves sprouted on the head of the dark phantom spirit cat. The 7-leaf spirit cat. The 7-leaf grass on its head could provide toxins, healing, and resilience to the phantom spirit cat, significantly enhancing its physique and speed. It was unclear whether this was due to cat's natural affinity for catnip, or because the 7-leaf grass was a special type of catnip itself. Zhu Zhuqing particularly liked Mo Wentian's 7-leaf grass, enjoying the scent of the non-existent martial soul flavor on it. When the two developed their relationship to the final step, Mo Wentian had attempted to conduct an in-depth exploration of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul on the bed. However, at that time, Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul had not fully evolved, resulting in failure, but it provided them with some experience. Now, they had indeed successfully combined, but since they were not familiar with it, it was merely a fresh combination without having developed powerful soul skills. It simply enhanced and expanded the abilities of their respective martial souls. The Phantom Spirit Cat swiftly blocked Thorn's sword attack. The seven-leaf grass on its head also grew rapidly, transforming its leaves into enormous shields that deflected the attacks coming from Lin Hao. Martial soul fusion skill. Not bad, let me join in. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyun also summoned her martial soul, a mutated red fox with 3 tails, known as the three-tailed spirit fox. The third soul skill, Enigmatic Foxfire, released 3 balls of foxfire, which after a brief delay, locked onto the seven-leaf spirit cat in its martial soul form and the figure of Yi Lingling behind it. However, the seven-leaf grass on the Phantom Spirit Cat emitted a strong light, forming a massive light sphere that protected Yi Lingling. The foxfire could not approach. Sorry, my seven-leaf grass has fire immunity. You 3 can come at us together, but you are no match for us. Mo Wentian revealed his form and said with a mocking smile, deliberately provoking the evil soul master saint's son, Luo Shang. Mo Wentian's piercing gaze on human nature made him realize that this so-called Luo Shang, the evil soul master saint, was an extremely arrogant person who would never lower himself to bully the weak. However, just in case, he still deliberately made a sarcastic remark. Don't provoke me. I won't take action anymore. Thorn Lin Hao is left to you. Don't embarrass the evil soul masters again, or else. Luo Shang did not continue, but it was clear that he was already angry. Dealing with 3 soul respecters, one of whom was a healer, had taken so long, and they still hadn't resolved the situation. All right, since you are so unappreciative, let you taste my personal combo technique, the Gale Severing Slash. Suo and raised his hurricane sword martial soul, a soul skill completely different in style from Mo Wentian's exquisite swordsmanship, and with immense force, charged towards Mo Wentian, accompanied by a fierce gale. Qianyu. Meanwhile, the injured Lin Hao, from a distance, also unleashed his 4th soul skill, Countless Feathers. A myriad of swords launched simultaneously. Mo Wentian and the others felt as if they were about to suffocate. Is this the true power of a Soul King? Just now, how did Mo Wentian manage to withstand a Soul King's 5th soul skill alone? Zhu Zhuqing felt the oppressive force from the enormous heavy sword in front of her, as well as the incredibly sharp feathers surrounding her, and couldn't help but think of how Mo Wentian had just faced such power alone. The 2nd soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian had no confidence in taking this hit. He first released his strong control soul skill to block the attacks from Thorn and Lin Hao. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary distraction, he forcibly separated the martial soul fusion skill, and, with both arms around Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing, began to flee towards the Penglai Tavern. Boom! A loud noise from the greatsword attack unleashed energy that inflicted serious injuries on the 3. Even with Mo Wentian's speed, he couldn't completely evade the attacks from the 2 Soul Kings, leaving his back in a terrible state. However, Mo Wentian still used this energy to propel himself forward several dozen meters. Mo Wentian's back was bleeding profusely like tomato ketchup, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent, as if his back had eyes, blocking all the feather attacks from the barrage of swords aimed at the 2 women. Especially his right hand, which was holding Yi Lingling, had even exposed the bones. Lingling. Mo Wentian struggled to stay conscious, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body as he held onto the 2 girls, frantically continuing to rush forward. When he saw dozens of powerful Soul Kings from the Demon Gate approaching, he shouted Yi Lingling's name before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. 10 days later, the entire Tiando Empire was shaken. The Demon Gate forces crazily expanded outward, recklessly seeking to eliminate the evil Soul Master forces. Suddenly, 2 titled Douluos emerged from the Demon Gate, Poison Doa Divubo and Saint Soul, Douluo Old Jack. With the 2 titled Douluos taking action, countless evil soul master strongholds were overturned, but just as many powerful evil soul masters surfaced. In an instant, news of the resurgence of evil soul masters spread across the continent. Evil Soul Master was such a strange name. Since the establishment of the Wuhuan Hall, they had only dared to live in the shadows, like rats that everyone wanted to exterminate. No one expected them to be so powerful. Even the flourishing Demon Gate, with its dual title Douluos, could not shake the foundation of the Evil Soul Masters. In Soto City, at the Penglai restaurant, In the bamboo garden at the center of the Penglai bamboo forest, there were fewer people around. Woo, sister, you must avenge Wentian. Wentian, please wake up. I won't be angry with you anymore. Please wake up. Woo, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, I will agree to be with Zhu Qing, together. Woo. Yi Lingling's beautiful face was now in tears, looking like a little crying cat, as she pleaded with Mo Yudi. Unable to hold back, she reached out to touch Mo Wentian's hands, which were bound like zongzi, and cried, Lingling, don't worry. Since they dared to hurt Wentian like this, I will definitely not spare that damn evil soul master saint son. Mo Yudai heard that her younger brother was seriously injured and unconscious. So she hurried to Soto City without stopping. At this moment, she also spoke with hatred, and a powerful aura of a soul emperor erupted from her body. Take me with you, sister. I want to avenge Wenting as well. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing also said coldly. She didn't cry like Yi Lingling, but her red eyes clearly showed that she had secretly cried many times. Chapter 71. Awakening all right when the demon sect acts. I will definitely take you and winning with me to reclaim our honor. Mo Yudi responded with a commanding presence, much like a female boss from the underworld. The two women, seeing that Mo Yudi was serious, also put away their sadness and earnestly agreed. It's a blessing for Wentian to have such confidence like you. Don't worry, if Wentian dares to bully you in the future, just find me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Mo Yudi expressed great satisfaction with the performance of the two women. Ahem, water. It was as if he heard a voice saying he was going to get beaten, and Mo Wentian woke up from his coma. Mo Wentian felt a sense of panic due to his thirst, and weakly said, So good. You finally woke up? I'll get you some water right now. Just wait a moment. Yi Lingling, overwhelmed with excitement, didn't know what to do and hurriedly poured a cup of water, carefully feeding Mo Wentian bit by bit. Zhu Zhuqing also looked overjoyed, gently holding a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Mo Wentian's mouth. Mo Yudi watched this scene and felt happy for her brother. She said, Tian, make sure to rest well. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head out first. You should talk to Lingling and Zhuqing properly. They were so worried about you during the time you were in a coma. Hee. Mo Yudi smiled ambiguously, and before Mo Wentian could speak, she winked at him and exited the room. Bang! The door closed. Hey, Lingling, Zhuqing. How long have I been unconscious? Mo Wentian looked at the two lovely girls in front of him, both gazing at him with concern, showing no signs of jealousy. He couldn't help but smile foolishly and asked, What are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand what Mo Wentian was thinking and gently tapped his forehead with her finger, saying, It's already the 10th day. Yi Lingling still had a silly, innocent look on her face as she said with concern, I didn't realize I was unconscious for so long. Thank you both. You must not have rested well these days. Go and take a break. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing, both looking haggard, and couldn't help but say with some heartache, Mo Wentian may be a bit of flirt, but I have to say he is really straightforward. Is it the right time to say such things? A flirtatious, straightforward guy for sure. I won't rest if you rest. I don't want to rest. I want to watch you here. Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Although they're not as close as Xiao Wu and Tang San, they're not far behind, so they speak very openly with each other. Mo and Tian couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuqing. I don't want to rest either. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head and said, Then, how about you all sleep on my bedside? Mo Wentian looked at the empty space beside the bed with concern and asked, Two faint responses, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, came from the two girls. In an instant, the relationship among the three people in the room deepened significantly. The two girls leaned against the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep, indicating that they must have been worried for quite some time. Feeling the rare warmth, Mo Wentian was also very happy. He checked the soul power within him and found that after a fierce battle, his soul power was close to breaking through the 35th level. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could make the breakthrough. Lying on the bed, Mo Wentian only wished to quickly enhance his soul power. The pressure brought by the evil soul master, Saint, was unprecedented. Such a powerful character did not exist in the original story. Could it be that something unexpected had happened in between? Mo Wentian muttered to himself, realizing for the first time that despite being familiar with the plot, he couldn't control everything, and there were many things beyond his grasp. 3 days later, after his injuries healed and he could get out of bed and walk, Mo Wentian began his daily training. His father, Mo Jun, sent members of the Demon Gate to follow him at all times to prevent a repeat of the previous situation. Now, there were several bamboo houses in the Penglai bamboo forest. The Fatty and Mo Chi also arrived, along with 3 women, who were fellow students of Mo Yudi, Xia Yunxi and Gong Aoxiue. The other woman was Cheng Zi, whom Mo Wentian had saved in Qingjia village. Her martial soul was a mutated martial soul, the 4-eared clever monkey. Following Mo Wentian's guidance, she had now joined the Demon Gate and was sent by the Demon Lord to form a small team with Mo Wentian, with plans for intensive training to prepare for the high-level Soul Master competition against the Evil Soul Master, Holy Sun's team, in over a year. Now, Mo Wentian was almost 15 years old, the same age as Tang San when he participated in the high-level Soul Master competition, with a soul power level of 34. He couldn't compare to Tang San, but that didn't mean his talent was inferior. It should be noted that although Mo Wentian was already 15, the time he spent cultivating soul power was roughly the same as Tang San's. The limitations of his martial soul had kept him stuck at level 30 for 2 years. My age should be similar to Oscar's, about 1 or 2 years younger than Dai Mubai, who is currently at level 37. A year from now, I should be able to catch up to his level, so it looks like I need to accelerate my soul power cultivation. Mo Wentian felt like he was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Tang San was chasing him, while he was chasing the evil soul master Saint Sun. Although neither of them were ordinary figures at this moment, Mo Wentian had lost his sense of comparison with Tang San. After all, they couldn't be considered enemies. Even though it would be difficult to become good friends with Tang San after this competition, Missouri Wentian didn't care at all. Not being able to be friends was Tang San's loss. Given the current situation, it's questionable whether Tang San could even become a dual god-level deity. The appearance of the evil soul master Saint Sun made Mo Wentian realize that the plot of Douluo continent would definitely not unfold like in the original work. The power dynamics on the continent had also undergone tremendous changes. Mo Yudi took on the role of teacher for several people and began training them. Now, aside from Mo Chi, who is at level 29, all the others are at the Soul Master realm. Fatty, Pang Run, Martial Soul, Red Flame Explosive Bear, level 32 Assault Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Cheng Zi, Martial Soul, 6'2 Clever Monkey, level 36 Agile Attack Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Mo Chi, Martial Soul, Ruler, level 29 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow soul rings. Xia Yunxi, Martial Soul, Colorful Crane, level 31 Support Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Gong Aoxiue, Martial Soul, Ice and Snow Proud Spirit Zither, level 32 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Lastly, Mo Wentian, Martial Soul, 7 Leaf Clover, level 34 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The 7-member team now has 6 members. And Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing both want to leave their respective teams to join them. Mo Wentian completely refused. After all, they still had their own teams, and she couldn't selfishly transfer them to her own team. Moreover, only one person was needed. If 2 women joined, it would be uncomfortable for the other one, even if she wouldn't say anything. Enjoying the blessings of a harmonious relationship wasn't that easy. Nowadays, the 2 women had a great relationship. During the day, they trained in their respective teams, and, at night, they returned to the Punglai bamboo forest to sleep together. The 2 were very close, and the poor Mo Wentian had no chance to get close to Zhu Zhuqing, only able to hold her hand occasionally. Thus, half a year quickly passed. With less than a year until the Soul Master competition, Missouri Chi finally broke through to the 30th level Soul Respect realm. During this time, Qin Ming from a Tiano Royal team did not take his team members away, but stayed at Shrek Academy to train together, leading to a significant plot development. The 3 teams often engaged in friendly sparring. Although Mo Wentian's team only had 6 members and their soul power wasn't high, they were the strongest among the 3 teams. It is worth mentioning that Yi Lingling from the Tiando Royal team and Du Guiyan, as well as Yu Qianheng, had all advanced to the 40th level Soul Zone realm. Shrek Academy was also developing rapidly. Although it still only had the Shrek 7 monsters, the academy had already been established quite luxuriously. Yet the architectural style still faintly resembled that of a rural school. Chapter 72. Confession. The next day, everyone packed their belongings and arrived at Shrek Academy, at a newly built residence. In a double room, Mo Chi said, in a year's time at the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, we will definitely encounter the Evil Soul Master Holy Sun's team. Since the Evil Soul Masters dare to act so recklessly, there must be support behind them, and their strength is surely not weaker than that of the top 3 sects and the Demon Sect. You must accelerate your training speed. Otherwise, there will be life-threatening dangers. Although the Demon Sect has already formed a partnership with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, their strength is formidable. But the battles on the platform are unpredictable. Even though casualties are prohibited, the Evil Soul Masters will certainly not abide by the competition rules. Among the Demon Sect team, your soul power is the weakest, and you lack self-protection. You have just broken through to the 30th level soul respect realm, so you must not slack off in your training. I'm afraid you will encounter danger during the competition. Once you obtain your spirit ring, I have a gift for you. But the premise is that you must also work hard in your training. I believe you will keep this a secret for me. Tomorrow, we will go to the Stardow Forest with the mentors of Shrek Academy to obtain spirit rings. How many years of spirit rings do you feel you can absorb? And do you have confidence? Mo Wentian, having nothing to do, noticed that Mo Chi had not been practicing as usual after his promotion, and couldn't help but say with some helplessness. The two were arranged to be together, of course, because Mo Wentian didn't want to expose himself as a hidden shareholder of Shrek. Otherwise, would Flanders really let his boss and students live together in the dormitory? That would be like turning on the lights in the bathroom to find something. Boss, you are really too good to me. Is it still the elixir from the core of the Demon Gate that enhances soul power? Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it out. Boss, you are so kind to me. Sigh, but since I've already reached the Soul Sage realm, can't I just have a good rest? Mo Chi first had a face full of emotion, and then helplessly said, but it was just a casual complaint. After all, he had been closely monitored for his training during this period. Mo Wentian is good at everything, and he cherishes these friends and family particularly. However, he could be a bit too strict, especially regarding the training of his younger brothers. This shows how much he values them. Song Shui, due to his low innate soul power and lack of proper training, is still just an outer disciple of the Demon Sect and has not been treated specially because of his relationship with Mo Wentian. The selection criteria for the Demon Sect battle team is strictly better to have none than to have a poor quality member. Mo Wentian did not allow Song Shui to join just because of a shortage of personnel. It's not that he looks down on him, but rather he has to be responsible for his team and the lives of his younger brothers. The enemies he will face in the future will be powerful, and if his teammates are weak, it would be better to disband the team to reduce danger. Based on this principle of responsibility, Mo Wentian established the rule of better to have none than to have a poor quality member. Mo Chi originally did not meet Mo Wentian's requirements either, but he has always been serious about his training, and since they are brothers, with some effort and cultivation, his soul power could catch up. Therefore, Mo Wentian is particularly strict with Mo Chi, hoping to cultivate him well. As for the fatty, he does not require much concern from Mo Wentian. After just one use of Mo Wentian's pill, his soul power has already reached level 32 and is about to reach level 33. With a little nurturing, he could reach the soul ancestor realm in a year. However, this little is based on Mo Wentian standards, which is still very difficult for others. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't want to train properly, it's better to return to Heaven Dose City early. Otherwise, when you encounter danger in the future, you can't expect to have teammates by your side every time. You understand the principle that you must be strong yourself. Since the incident with the evil soul master Saint Sun blocking their path, Mo Wentian has been particularly focused on soul power cultivation. One could say that experience indirectly allowed Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling to acknowledge each other's existence. But the blow to Mo Wentian's spirit was tremendous. He had always believed that as a transmigrator, he had strong luck, first obtaining alchemy methods, then inheriting the sword god-s legacy, and finally acquiring all the mature celestial items within the Eye of Ice and Fire, with the backing of the Demon Sect. He thought that as long as he developed steadily, there was nothing in this world to worry about except for the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, a force of evil soul masters, which did not even exist in the original work, emerged, and their apparent strength was not inferior to the top 3 sections. Those people were only a few years older than Mo Wentian, but were all above the soul ancestor level, with 3 Soul King powerhouses. In a year, their strength would definitely surpass that of the Spirit Hall appearing in the original work's high-level Soul Master competition. If these team members do not reach the Soul Ancestor realm, they would just be sending food to the enemy. Mo Wentian has not been paying much attention to the current cultivation of the Shrek 7 monsters. He only knows that Tang San Dai Mubai have been working harder than ever on soul power cultivation, probably due to being influenced by Mo Wentian. Now in Shrek, there are also some people from the Demon Sect who have entered the academy to serve as teachers and management. However, The academy still only has the 7 students of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The members of the demon sect do not count as Shrek students. I was wrong, boss. I will go and train properly now. Seeing Mo Wentian's serious expression, Mo Chi did not dare to be careless and absorbed Mo Wentian's motivational words, adjusting his mindset and sitting cross-legged on his bed to begin cultivating. It seems that I need to find time to refine some pills to strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence. I wonder if the demon sect has collected any celestial items by now. Aside from industries related to food, housing, and transportation, the biggest business of the demon sect is the herbal trade. In any force, there are those who hate it and those who like it. The emergence of the demon sect has caused headaches for evil soul masters, but it has also won the goodwill of the Spirit Hall and established a good relationship with the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect. Due to the relationship between the poisoned Douluo and the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, they have reached an alliance with the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect. In this world, everyone is seeking profit. The emergence and rapid rise of the demon sect is not only due to the support from the Heaven Do Empire's royal family, but also because the demon sect has taken on the responsibility of eradicating evil soul masters, which has freed up personnel from the Spirit Hall, gaining their tacit approval. Additionally, the mutual assistance and complementarity in industries with the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect, as well as having title DAW level combat power, also contribute to this. Of course, these are just surface reasons. The underlying conflicts are ultimately just a matter of weighing interests. Mo Wentian did not let his consciousness enter the time and space divine ring to hone his mental strength, but instead began to cultivate his soul power while sitting cross-legged. Mo Wentian felt that his breakthrough to level 3-6 was just a few days away, having already reached the critical point of level 35. Now, Mo Wentian's mental strength level was far above his own soul power. He estimated that his mental strength was at least above the Soul King level, and he was full of confidence in obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th soul ring. The next morning, Dean Flender personally led the team, with Vice Dean Zhao Wujia following, bringing along the 6 members of the Demon Gate team and 7 Shrek students to the Stardow Forest to help Ma Hongjun and Mo Chi obtain their 3rd soul rings. At the same time, Qin Ming chose to take the members of the Tiendo royal team back to Tiendo City to report. At this moment, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Yi Lingling was reluctantly hugging Mo Wentian. Wentian, I'm going back. You must not fool around while I'm not around, or else I won't like you anymore. Yi Lingling shyly whispered into Mo Wentian's ear. Okay, Lingling, don't worry. After we obtain the soul rings, I'll bring the members of the Demon Gate team to Tiendo City to find you. You'll see me soon. I don't have time to fool around. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling's lovely appearance, gently touched her hair, and said indulgently, Humph. I've already asked Sister Zhu Qing to supervise you. As long as you come into contact with other girls, she will record it. By then, you'll be in big trouble. Hum hum. Yi Lingling raised her small fist in a proud manner. Oh, I'm so sad. Lingling, you actually doubt my character. Mo Wentian deliberately put on a bitter face to cooperate. Humph, not at all. You're just a heartless big radish. Humph. Not just a heartless big radish, but also a blockhead. Yi Lingling said angrily. Huh, radish, where's the radish? I like to eat heartless radishes the most. Suddenly, a rabbit-eared head peeked out from behind. It was the eavesdropping Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, no need to cause trouble. Tang Xin scolded at this moment. Tang San's hair had actually grown a little, turning into a flat top. Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red. Mo Wentian rolled his eyes, knowing that this rogue rabbit from 100,000 years ago was definitely teasing him on purpose, and he didn't respond. Tang San was still brooding over Mo Wentian shaving his head, but with Tang San's character, he wasn't so narrow-minded. He just wasn't as warm as before. Everyone was getting anxious. The dean asked Xiao Wu to hurry and call you to get ready to set off, so I came to check on you. After taking a few steps, Tang San turned back and said to Mo Wentian, You go back and tell the dean that I'll be there soon. Mo Wentian spoke in a normal and calm tone when he heard Tang San. After Tang San took Xiao Wu away, Mo Wentian held Yi Lingling in his arms, stroking her beautiful hair, and suddenly felt a twinge of guilt as he realized he had never formally confessed his feelings. With deep affection, he said, White silk and red face, wishing to be close together. In the blink of an eye, we have known each other for nearly 10 years. Lingling, would you be willing to marry me? Mo Wentian suddenly seemed to have an epiphany as he looked at Yi Lingling in his arms and passionately confessed, I am willing. Yi Lingling was startled by Mo Wentian's sudden heartfelt confession, feeling a bit overwhelmed, but she still nodded vigorously. Lingling, I have prepared two gifts for you. One is a celestial-grade medicinal herb, and the other is a pill. I will give you this pill first. It can elevate your soul power by 1 level, and most importantly, it can enhance the quality of your martial soul. As for the celestial-grade medicinal herb, I plan to present it to you as a betrothal gift in front of your mother after we go to Tiendo City. Mo Wentian said gently, Thank you, Wentian. I'll accept the elixir, but such precious immortal-grade herbs are better kept for you to refine into pills. It would be too wasteful to give them to me. Yi Lingling often spent time with Mo Wentian and certainly understood the value of immortal-grade herbs. Moreover, Yi Lingling's mother had an exceptional understanding of herbs, so how could she not know their rarity? No, not wasteful at all. I'll keep it a secret for now and won't let you see it. However, I can tell you a love story about this immortal-grade herb. After you hear it, you definitely won't think it's a waste anymore. Mo Wentian leisurely watched Yi Lingling and confidently said, Sure, I love listening to love stories. Yi Lingling's curiosity was piqued, and she looked at Mo Wentian with a curious expression. What kind of legend? She asked. The legend goes, Chapter 73, The Heartbroken Red of Lovesickness. Yi Lingling's curiosity was thoroughly aroused. As a young girl, she preferred love stories, especially those told by her beloved. I want to give you this exquisite medicinal herb, a flower called the Heartbroken Red of Lovesickness. It is said that this flower was originally an ordinary peony. The peony is said to be the incarnation of the flower goddess from the heavenly realm. At the beginning of the story, there was a man and a woman. The man was an ordinary mortal, while the woman was the flower goddess from the divine realm, who presided over all the flowers and plants in the world. The man cherished flowers and loved to cultivate them, filling his courtyard with various beautiful flowers and plants. His favorite activity was to compose poetry in front of the blooming flowers. Whenever a flower withered, he would feel very sad. His genuine feelings for flowers touched the flower goddess, who also loved flowers. She was deeply moved and descended to the mortal world in the form of a woman to meet him. Eventually, due to their shared passion, the woman was attracted to the man, who had long loved her, and they became husband and wife. However, the love between a god and a mortal seemed blissful. But because a goddess fell in love with a mortal, it violated the rules of the divine realm. Soon after, the goddess was taken back to the divine realm by the heavenly gods, and the man lost his wife. They loved each other but could not meet. And faced with the departure of his beloved, the man felt powerless. Gradually, he fell into despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, neglecting the flowers and plants in his courtyard, which became overgrown and abandoned. By chance, the man learned that the true form of the woman he loved was the peony in his courtyard. He realized that if he burned the peony, the goddess would become immortal and live a brief life with him. The man then awakened to this realization. However, as someone who cherished flowers, he did not wish for his beloved to become mortal for his selfish desires. Thus, he did not take that action, but instead poured out his longing for her to the peony every day. As time passed, the man eventually succumbed to his lovesickness, spilling a mouthful of blood onto the peony, and subsequently died. Mo Wentian recalled and slowly shared the legend of the Heartbroken Red with Yi Lingling. What happened to the last peony flower, and what about the goddess in the end? Yi Lingling listened with emotion and couldn't help but ask, feeling sad about the tragic ending of the story. The last peony flower turned into the exquisite heartbroken red because it absorbed the blood of a truly sincere person's heart. The name Heartbroken Red comes from a man's deep love for the woman, which caused him to be heartbroken, and his blood fell upon it, leading to the later Heartbroken Red. When the goddess learned of the man's death, she realized she had lost him forever. Her immense sorrow turned into resentment towards the heavenly realm. She wiped away the flower leaves, giving rise to the flower's roots, binding her immortal body tightly beneath the stone of Wuju. The celestial energy within the flower caused the roots and stems of Heartbroken Red to merge with the stone of Wuju, rising from the ground. With resentment towards the heavens, she declared, from now on, I, Heartbroken Red, will choose my master and serve. I will no longer belong to anyone. Whoever dares to occupy me or imprison me will face the consequence of the flower wilting, the stone shattering, and dying from blood loss. Thus, Heartbroken Red can only recognize its master through the blood of a person who is truly sincere in love. Only with such blood can one pick it. Heartbroken Red has the power to bring the dead back to life, enhance all attributes of soul masters, and can also conceal its own aura. It is the king of flowers and the finest among immortals. No matter how it is nurtured or whether one likes it, I believe you can definitely pick this Heartbroken Red. Mo Wentian added some drama to this legend based on the stories he had heard in his previous life, saying, I like it, I really like it. I must obtain the recognition of the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. Can you let me have a look, just a glance? Yi Ling Ling nodded happily, as if to encourage herself, eagerly wanting to see the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. No way. Mo Wentian directly refused. Look, Yi Ling Ling started to act cute. No means no. Mo Wentian still refused, saying that Zhu Zhuqing might come to call him soon, and if he was seen, he would probably have to appease both sides again. Why is that? They just want to take a look. It's all your fault for telling me such a tragic and touching story, Ye Ling Ling coldly snorted. Next time we meet, it will be yours. It doesn't matter when we meet. Zhu Qing is waiting for me up ahead. Be good, I'm leaving now. Mo Wentian looked at the distant Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to be paying attention to the situation here, and said softly, All right, then be careful. Yi Ling Ling felt a secret joy in her heart, loving Mo Wentian a little more, believing that her position in Mo Wentian's heart was still unparalleled. Women are like this. Even in the best of relationships, comparisons are inevitable. Mo Wentian gave Yi Ling Ling another tight hug. Upon reaching the main group ahead, he found that everyone from Shrek Academy had already gathered and was waiting for him. The members of the Demon Gate team were also present, led by Mo Yudi. Flander looked at Mo Wentian with a half-smile and jokingly said, Hee hee. So how is it, Wentian? Did you say your goodbyes? Sigh young people nowadays. It's not like you're parting for life and death. You're just going to get soul rings. Is it really necessary to be so reluctant? All right, let's set off. Mo Wentian awkwardly scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed for making them wait so long. Well, since everyone was ready, it was time to set off. Destination, Stardew Forest. Flander took the lead, guiding the group towards Stardew Forest. They passed through a small town along the way, stopping to rest at night and continuing their journey during the day. A few days later, they finally arrived at Stardew Forest again. The forest still looked very primitive, full of life, with flowers, grass, and trees growing in abundance. This time, the lineup for obtaining spirit rings was quite luxurious, as both Ma Hongjun and Mo Chi had simultaneously advanced to Spirit Emperor, so they came together. The Shrek's 7 monsters, the 6 heroes of the Demon Gate, along with 2 Spirit Saints and 1 Spirit Emperor, formed a formidable team. Among them, only Ning Rongrong was a 29th level Great Spirit Master. The rest were all at the 30th level or above, Spirit Emperor level. Zhu Zhuqing did not follow Mo Wentian, but stayed with the Shrek's 7 monsters team on the other side. The Shrek's 7 monsters were quite familiar with the area, having just been there half a year ago to help Oscar and Tang San obtain their 3rd spirit rings. So they were more at ease in their cooperation than the 6 heroes of the Demon Gate. In the past 6 months, Mo Wentian has been focused on cultivation and training with his teammates. Mo Yudi emphasizes unity among the team members in her training. So the bond among the 6 is no less than that of the 7 monsters. The 3 girls in the team also have a very harmonious relationship. Cheng Zi is the oldest, so she is considered the eldest sister. Mo Wentian and the others are the same age, but they still follow Mo Wentian's commands. So he is regarded as the big brother. Then, according to age, Mo Chi is the 3rd, the Fatty is the 4th, Gong Aoshue is the 5th, and Xia Yunxi is the 6th. Of course, this is a temporary ranking, as another member will definitely be added later. However, if they follow the requirement of having an innate level above 8 and are of similar age, even with the power of the Demon Gate, it won't be easy to find someone in a short time. The geniuses that appeared in the original work are likely above innate level 8, but those either have their own teams or have no connection with their own forces, so they can only take it step by step. In Chapter 74, Dragonhead and Phoenix Tailbird, Zhu Zhuqing, although not following Mo Wentian's team, occasionally steals glances at him because the 2 teams are very close to each other. Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed and didn't dare to look at the 3 female teammates in the team, not even normally. Sigh. The people of Douluo continent are really too mature. Wives need to be taken from childhood, otherwise, when they grow up, they will be on par with Dean Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Luckily, I am quite handsome. Mo Wentian had just been thinking in his heart that the people of Douluo continent were mature, when suddenly he flipped and became narcissistic, feeling a bit like a vendor bragging about his melons, with a smile on his face. Boss, what are you thinking? You look so pleased, asked Mo Chi curiously, leaning in. You misread me. Keep moving, don't look around, Mo Wentian casually replied. He also noticed that the few people from the demon sect did not show the vigilance exhibited by Shrek Academy students, which was because, in the demon sect team, except for Cheng Zi, Everyone else came from noble backgrounds, and they had previously obtained their soul rings with the help of their elders. Mo Wentian also knew this, but he didn't say anything. When faced with setbacks and losses, he would naturally change. Otherwise, even if he spoke out now, it would only be a surface agreement. The deeply ingrained thoughts in his heart would be difficult to change all at once, far less effective than learning from practice. On the Shrek team side, everyone was on high alert. Be careful. Something's coming. A soul beast is approaching rapidly. It should be 1,000-year soul beast. We'll leave it to you. Flinder stopped everyone and said calmly, showing no intention of taking action. Zhao Wujia and Mo Yudi stood by. Seeing this, everyone became vigilant. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Tang San was still using the Purple Extreme Magic Eye to observe, when Mo Wentian had already sensed with his spiritual power what kind of soul beast it was. It was a low-flying soul beast, very fast, fire attribute, 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and with wings extending about 3 meters. It should be a relatively rare type of soul beast, a dragon-headed, phoenix-tailed bird. Everyone be careful. Montauk Vencian, who understood soul beasts as well as Tang San did at that moment, first reminded everyone. Yes, he's right. Hongjun, this soul beast is extremely rare and very suitable as your soul ring. It grows 1 meter every 200 years. So it should be a soul beast between 1,000 and 1,200 years old. Legend has it that it is a descendant of the phoenix. A product of the combination of the Phoenix and the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is good, but combined with the bloodline of the Phoenix, it might help with your evil fire. Your opportunity has come. Tang San also chimed in, explaining to Ma Hongjun in the Shrek team. Great, I'm really lucky. Brother Tian, Brother San, thank you both. Please, if you can solve my martial soul problem, you will be my brothers from now on. Ma Hongjun said excitedly, feeling that his luck had turned since encountering the Demon Gate battle team. Ever since Pang Run, the fatty, arrived. He had shaken off the nickname Fatty due to the significant difference in physique, and now he had met such a rare soul beast. How could he not be excited? Tang San still had some reservations about Mo Wentian, but Ma Hongjun did not. As Flinder's direct disciple, he had been encouraged to get closer to Mo Wentian. There's no need to be polite. That's what partners are for. Here it comes. Quickly, everyone prepare. It's coming. Don't let it escape. Go. Just as Tang San wanted to say something more, he noticed it was already close and hurriedly said, everyone summoned their martial souls. In an instant, the dazzling light of soul rings shone in the Star Doe forest, with yellow and purple soul rings making Flinder and Zhao Wujin nod in approval. Mo Yudi watched these geniuses who seemed to have no idea what they were plotting, looking at this and that. This luxurious lineup of geniuses, with all 13 talented soul masters summoning their soul rings, almost all above level 30, but below level 40. No wonder Mo Yudi wanted to recruit them, or rather, to provide them with a better cultivation environment and draw them into the Demon Gate. A soul beast with a dragon's head, a bird's body, and a phoenix's tail swiftly flew over the heads of a few people, but it was unfortunate for it to encounter the crowd. Medusa gazed. Mo Wentian first activated the Absolute Control Soul skill, and the 7-leaf clover was inside a specially crafted 9-color sword sheath, consuming very little soul power, allowing the soul skill to be unleashed effortlessly. Entangling. Tang San's blue SilverGrass martial soul's control skill followed closely behind, ensnaring the wings of the dragon-head phoenix tailbird. The second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Mubai's second soul skill attack released a white light wave, targeting one of the wings of the controlled dragon-head phoenix tailbird, causing it to crash to the ground, injuring its wings severely. The second soul skill, Underworld Hunter Claws. After landing, Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated and followed up with her second soul skill. The 7 Treasure Glorious Tower amplifications, first said to be speed, second said to be power. Colorful and dazzling speed and power soul. Xia Yunzi and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure amplifications simultaneously fell upon Zhu Zhuqing. The amplification of the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower is calculated based on the number of soul rings, with 1 soul ring providing a 10% boost. So, with 2 soul rings, it adds 20% on top of the base 10%, resulting in a 30% increase. The colorful crane is different from the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower. It is not a legacy martial soul like the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower. It mutated from an ordinary martial soul, the colorful crane, possessing innate full soul power, and unlike the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower, it has no limitations on soul power enhancement. The amplification of soul skills is determined by rank. For a soul master, assisting another soul master provides a 40% boost, while for a soul scholar, it provides 30%, and it decreases progressively. It does not have the same rank restrictions as the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower, but its early game assistance is definitely not inferior to the 7 Treasure Glorious Tower, and it excels later on without limitations on soul power enhancement. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is now at level 34, just one level lower than Mo Wentian, showing the effort in her training, surpassing even Tang San. 2 different assistances landed on Zhu Zhuqing in succession. Although their effects overlapped and decreased, they still resulted in a combined effect of 3-2-4. Support-type Soul Masters cannot assist other support-type Soul Masters, or it would violate taboos, but they can assist the same person simultaneously as long as their martial souls are different, thus achieving the effect of 3 + 2 = 4. With the assistance of the 2, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks became incredibly fierce, and the Dragon Head Phoenix Tailbird had no ability to fight back. Zhuqing, my dear, be gentle, my soul rings will be gone. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in fright as he witnessed Zhu Zhuqing's relentless attacks. Too weak. Zhu Zhuqing glanced coldly at Ma Hongjun, but still stopped and said, Hey, that's right. Zhuqing, you're amazing, truly worthy of being the 7th sister of our Shrek 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun, unsure if he was praising Zhu Zhuqing or himself, walked towards the Dragon Head Phoenix Tailbird with a proud demeanor. Be careful. Mo Wentian was the first to notice something was wrong and quickly reminded everyone. Zhu Zhuqing reacted and dodged to the side, while Ma Hongjun, with his back to everyone, had to turn his head to look. He saw a dragon's head and a phoenix's tail bird opening its enormous mouth toward him, shooting out a massive fireball beam. Mo Wentian instantly threw out the ghost vine parasitic sword transformed from the 7-leaf clover, blocking in front of everyone. It transformed into a 7-leaf clover, emitting a gentle light field that blocked the fiery attack. However, Ma Hongjun was in a bit of trouble, although Mo Wentian's 7-leaf clover field timely blocked the raging flames. Ma Hongjun's hair and eyebrows were still burnt to a frizz. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Even Tang San felt much better. As a fellow sufferer who had similar experiences, how could he not be in a good mood? Haha, so funny, a frizz little Junjun. Let us see if we can hatch some chicks. Xiao also happily joked with Ma Hongjun. Damn it, don't laugh. My head can be severed. Blood can flow, but you dare ruin my hairstyle, Dai. I'll let you taste my flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun instantly exploded in anger, his first soul ring lighting up, launching a Phoenix Fireline at the already weakened Dragon Head Phoenix Tailbird. The poor Dragon Head Phoenix Tailbird, already suffering multiple injuries, was no match for the Phoenix Fireline. For a moment, everyone could smell the scent of a burning little bird. Ma Hongjun quickly stepped forward and finished it off with a dagger. A purple soul ring lit up, and Ma Hongjun finally let out a breath. Everyone should stop laughing at Hongjun now. We are all teammates. Mo Wentian couldn't help but say, Ma Hongjun is really a live wire. Yes, Brother Tian is right. Brother Tian is so good. Unlike you guys who are so lacking in humanity, mocking me. You all should learn from Brother Tian. Only then can it help with the unity between teammates. Before Mo Wentian could finish, Ma Hongjun seriously started lecturing his teammates. Yes, we are all teammates. Don't be like this. If you want to laugh, just laugh quietly. Leave a little face for the little fat one. Mo Wentian said seriously. Ha, you're killing me, Brother Tian. You're so funny. The one with the lowest sense of humor, Xiao Wu, couldn't help but burst into laughter first, and the others also couldn't hold back. Oh heavens, oh earth. What kind of people are these? Ma Hongjun walked away with a face full of despair, feeling frustrated as he went to absorb his soul ring. Chapter 75. The friendship between Fatty and Fatty. Alright, cough. Everyone, stop messing around. It's getting late. Pay attention to your surroundings, and once no danger is detected, set up camp on the spot. After Hongjun absorbs his soul ring, we will take turns keeping watch. Flender stood up to stop the laughter. Yes, Dean. Everyone quickly put away their smiles and seriously observed their surroundings. Once they confirmed there was no danger, everyone began to set up camp. Zhu Zhuqing came to Mo Wentian's side, not saying a word, just standing coldly beside him. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Mo Wentian asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I need to stay next to you. Ling Ling told me to keep an eye on you, and I can't let any girls into your tent. Zhu Zhuqing said expressionlessly, but what she was thinking inside was unknown. How could that be? Don't worry, no girl will come looking for me. Mo Wentian touched his head in silence, feeling a bit frustrated. Anyway, I don't care. As long as there are girls coming to find you. I will tell Ling Ling Jia. Let's see if you dare to flirt again in the future. Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of pride. Okay. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Let's hurry up and set up a tent. Mo Wentian helplessly finished speaking, and then began to set up a tent with Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone quickly set up their own tents and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mo Wentian's space artifact had a vast space, allowing him to bring several tents. Otherwise, many people would have to squeeze together to sleep. Oh, that's great. Suddenly, in front, Ma Hongjun jumped 3 feet high after absorbing the soul ring, truly a nimble fat man. Cough, cough. Flinder had been paying attention to his disciple's situation and couldn't help but cough to signal him to be mindful of his image. Teacher, guess what soul skill I got? Ma Hongjun said excitedly. What is it? Say it again. Flinder clearly didn't want to guess and looked at Ma Hongjun threateningly. It's nothing. I obtained the dragon flame of the dragon-headed phoenix-tailed bird as my 3rd soul skill, combined with my fire phoenix martial soul. I named my 3rd soul skill Phoenix Dragon Flame, which has the explosive flames of a fire dragon and the intense heat of a phoenix flame. Extremely powerful. Ma Hongjun finished speaking in one breath. Hongjun, feel if there are any changes in your martial soul. Tang San, who had rushed over upon hearing the voice, looked at Ma Hongjun expectantly and asked, Okay, 3rd brother. Ma Hongjun indeed summoned his grass chicken. No, grass phoenix martial soul, to check. Everyone looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation, but found that it was no different from before. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ma Hongjun suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laugh! What the hell are you laughing at? Quickly tell me what changes there are in your martial soul. Flinder slapped Ma Hongjun on the head, impatiently asking, Teacher, I'm done. 3rd brother, just as you said, I can temporarily suppress the evil fire within me now. With the increase in soul power level, I can completely resolve the troubles of the evil fire. That's great, ha! After finishing, Ma Hongjun laughed happily again. This time, everyone did not stop him and did not mock him. They were all happy for him. Only Mo Wentian secretly thought, poor child, finally received some mercy from heaven. Since awakening his martial soul at the age of 6, he had to frequently enter adult places. Who knows how many times he has been in love, not once successfully, and has been dumped countless times. Isn't that tragic? No wonder Ma Hongjun was so happy. Thank you, Brother Tian, Zhuqing, 3rd brother, Big Brother Dai. You're truly my lucky stars. From now on, you will be my benefactors. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to steal a chicken, I will never touch a dog. After finishing his laugh, Ma Hongjun came to several people and bowed deeply, looking very proper, but the words he said made Flinder's head filled with black lines, wishing he could slap this disciple away. No need to thank. Don't ask, Mo Wentian said. However, Ning Rongrong next to him was not happy. Hongjun, you only thank Brother Tian and 3rd brother. Why don't you thank me and Yunzi? We also contributed, Ning Rongrong said with a fake, unhappy expression. Compared to before, Ning Rongrong's personality had improved a lot at this moment. She had fully integrated into the Shrek's 7 Monsters group and had a good relationship with Xia Yunzi, who was also an auxiliary system. Hehe, thank you Yunzi. Thank you Rongrong. Thank you everyone, Ma Hongjun said with a silly smile, bowing to everyone in thanks. Hehe, Brother Hongjun, you don't need to thank me. I didn't help much, the fatty said with a silly grin. However, Oscar next to him exchanged knowing glances with Ma Hongjun. Fatty, speaking of which, I should thank you. Ever since I met you, I've given up the title of fatty. Don't you think so? Ma Hongjun said seriously to the fatty. No need to thank me. You're not fat. I was originally called Fatty, Pangren said honestly, scratching his head. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were the clowns of the team, often teasing the honest fatty when they were together. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually aloof Gong, Aoshue, and Zhu Zhuqing showed a hint of a smile. The fatty was right. Compared to him, Ma Hongjun could hardly be considered fat. The fatty's round belly and tall stature completely overshadowed Ma Hongjun, and only Zhu Zhuqing could compare to him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong would blush when they saw the fatty, unsure if it was out of anger. The group casually hunted some wild game and fruits to satisfy their hunger before taking turns to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, the group continued deeper into the forest. With 2 soul saints and 1 soul emperor protecting them, they had the strength to defend themselves even in the depths. Moreover, none of them were defenseless. Even auxiliary system soul masters had combat power. It was just that their fighting ability was significantly lower compared to combat system soul masters of the same level. Although the group had been walking in the Stardow Forest for a while, they had only circled around the outskirts, barely covering even 1% of the distance. As they walked through the Stardow Forest, Ma Hongjun and the fatty led the way. They encountered small soul beasts like rabbits and squirrels along the way, which Xiao Wu prevented from harming. Everyone thought Xiao Wu was kind, but only Mo Wentian knew the reason. However, he said nothing, feeling powerless against the almost merciless rules of this world. The natural law of the survival of the fittest was fully manifested in this world where soul beasts coexisted with humans. There are good and bad people, and the same goes for soul beasts. In Mo Wentian's broken delusion, I could see through the deep emotions of people, which was not terrifying. Any evil person would have nowhere to hide before Mo Wentian. Just based on this point, the power of the broken delusion I was far beyond that of the purple extreme demon eye. Not to mention that the broken delusion I also had the ability to break illusions and delusions. Chapter 76, The Genius and the Treasure, Mo Yu Bamboo. While searching for suitable soul beasts for the Ink Ruler, the group moved at a moderate pace, so Zhu Zhuqing kept a close watch on Mo Wentian. Zhu Zhuqing did not notice that Ning Rongrong seemed to be preoccupied and frequently looked towards Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian had long since noticed this with his perception, but pretended not to know. It was obvious that Ning Rongrong was not interested in him, but was likely testing the situation because she saw the people around him advancing quickly. However, Mo Wentian clearly had no thoughts about Ning Rongrong. It was that Ning Rongrong was unattractive. On the contrary, her looks were on par with Zhu Zhuqing. He wasn't the kind of person to be impulsive, and no matter what, he wouldn't develop a relationship beyond friendship with her. Moreover, given Ning Rongrong's personality and status, she would not allow herself to have multiple wives. Therefore, it was destined that Mo Wentian could not help Ning Rongrong improve her soul power level. Unless she could present something that would move him, it was impossible for Mo Wentian to expose the elixirs that could enhance soul power and solidify the foundation. Wow, such a beautiful bamboo forest. Rongrong, Yunzi, come and take a look. Xiao Wu, who was bouncing around as if she was back home, suddenly stopped and pointed to a bamboo forest nearby. It's really beautiful. It's no less than Brother Tian's Penglai bamboo forest, and it has a touch of nature's breath, Ning Rongrong said, quickly retracting her gaze upon hearing Xiao Wu's call. The three girls stepped forward, eager to enter the bamboo forest for a look. Hey, be careful, don't go in. The bamboo forest is dangerous. Ruler, your soul ring's been found. Mo Wentian suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking towards the center of the bamboo forest and reminding everyone. Where? Where is it? Boss, you're not trying to trick me, are you? I don't see any soul beast. Mo Chi said with a face full of suspicion. Sister, Dean Flender, we need you to take action this time. We shouldn't be a match for these soul beasts yet. Mo Wentian did not answer Mo Chi's question and looked at Mo Yu Dai and Flander, saying, This is Mo Yu Zhu. Oh my god, how can there be so many Mo Yu Zhu? Everyone be careful. At this moment, Tang Sen also reacted and reminded everyone. Little San, what is Mo Yu Zhu? I've never heard of it. Are these bamboo plants all soul beasts? Oscar, who was beside them, looked weakly at the bamboo forest ahead. No, but there are indeed quite a few soul beasts mixed in. Not every bamboo is a genius treasure type of Mo Yu Zhu. They belong to the plant type soul beast category. Do you see those few bamboo stalks in the middle? They're slightly purple. You must not be deceived by their appearance. Those stalks are all over 1,000 years old soul beasts. No wonder Brother Tian said we need the dean and the others to take action. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he introduced to everyone. Little San, you really are our encyclopedia. How'd you get your brain to hold so much information? Dai Mu Bai, who was beside him, had already set aside his previous grievances. Besides, he had only met Zhu Zhuqing a few times when they were young. And at that time, Zhu Zhuqing had just awakened her martial soul. She was just a little kid, so there were no feelings involved. Therefore, they weren't familiar. And since they couldn't beat Mo Wentian, they could only choose to join him. If you can't beat them, join them. The relationship between Shrek and the Demon Gate team is now quite close, forming a big collective. It's nothing. These are all common knowledge. Brother Tian definitely knows too. As long as you all sleep a little less during theory classes, you will remember it. Tang San, while showing off, did not forget to include Mo Wentian. Tang San is right. I do know. There are at least dozens of bamboo stalks here disguised as ordinary bamboo by Soul Beast Mo Yu Zhu, and there are no less than several thousand-year-old ones. Mo Wentian is also a rare Versailles character. Boss, does this soul beast have any special features? Is it useful for my martial soul? Since it concerns my third soul ring, Mo Chi must understand the role of the Mo Yu bamboo. Once Mo Yu bamboo exceeds 10,000 years, it will transform into a genius treasure, The immortal grade medicinal herb MOU, divine bamboo. The effect of this immortal grade medicinal herb can bring the dead back to life, creating tidal Douluo. You tell me, is its effect significant? Mo, when Tion rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, "Ah, does that mean we absorbed its soul ring? And in the future, we can achieve tidal Douluo?" Oscar looked at the bamboo forest with eyes full of stars. It's not that easy. Even if we have hundreds of thousand-year-old ink jade bamboo, it doesn't necessarily mean one of them can advance to 10,000 years. It's precisely because of its powerful effects that it can greatly enhance the abilities of martial souls, making it incredibly rare. However, even a 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo provides significant enhancement to a martial soul, so it's perfect as a third soul ring for Mo-Chi. Since you've already obtained your third soul ring, there's no need to think about them anymore. Among these people, only Tang San had knowledge of soul beasts that was comparable to Mo Wen Tion's. Mo Wen Tion clearly didn't want to explain in such detail. So Tang San continued to educate everyone. Well, you all shouldn't overthink it. The acquisition of soul rings involves not just their age, but also the choice of type. Your martial souls clearly aren't suitable. Although the ink jade bamboo is difficult to move, it's not impossible to move. Everyone stay alert and cautious. Form a slight formation on the side, and leave the rest to my sister and the others. Mo Wentian looked at Mo Yudi and said, Everyone responded in unison. Dean Flander, you can just oversee from the side. I'll take care of these soul beasts. Mo Udai glared at Mo Wentian, but did not choose to let Flander intervene, clearly dissatisfied with her brother Mo Wentian's arrangements. A few thousand-year-old plant-type soul beasts actually still required the assistance of Soul Sage. Then sister, be careful yourself and don't harm the other MOUju. They have a hard time surviving, so let's not go to extremes. We only need one. Mo Wentian awkwardly scratched his head, clearly feeling that he had made a bit of a fuss over nothing. Dealing with several thousand-year soul beasts might be a bit difficult for him and his companions. But for a soul emperor with fire attributes, it was obviously not a big deal. Alright, piece of cake. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Wind Hellblade. Mo Udai summoned his martial soul and released his third soul skill, choosing not to perform a group attack, but instead targeting the center area of the Millennium Ink Jade Bamboo. Beside him, Xiaowu glanced at Mo Wentian and expressed her agreement with his approach of only killing the necessary soul beasts for soul rings. Unlike some other soul masters who indiscriminately slaughter any soul beast they encounter, treating them like wild animals, this has led to a decreasing number of soul beasts. Mo Udai operates the steps of the Exile Immortal, but it is evident that he is not as skilled as Mo Wentian yet. Mo Wentian belongs to a direct inheritance. Once it enters his mind, he can learn it immediately. Mo Yudi belongs to indirect inheritance, but Mo Wentian only taught her the Nameless Technique and the Exiled Immortal Step, so she specializes in these two. After practicing, she has made considerable progress. However, Mo Yudi clearly underestimated the unity among these plant-type soul beasts. What is the power of unity? A single chopstick is easy to break. 2 chopsticks are hard to break. But a bunch of chopsticks cannot be broken. The third soul skill was jointly resisted by several thousand-year-old ink jade bamboo branches and leaves. Although many branches and leaves were burned, they managed to hold on. Dozens of ink jade bamboos began to grow wildly, revealing their sharp bamboo thorns, which aimed at Mo Yudi. Mo Yudi's eyes revealed a look of surprise, clearly not expecting that these MOUju would be so united. Chapter 77, Martial Soul, Brain, Part 1. Although Mo Yudi discovered in time, her cultivation of the Exiled Immortal Step is not as good as Mo Wentian's. Still at the late stage of the first layer, while Mo Wentian has long since reached the perfection of the second layer. Since obtaining the third soul ring, Mo Wentian's training in martial skills and sword techniques has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Puchi, a sound of clothes tearing echoed, and a bamboo leaf actually broke through Mo Yudi's soul power defense, piercing the clothes on her arm and exposing her fair arm. Sister, use a single target attack. Finish it quickly. Mo Wentian couldn't bear to watch anymore. How did this sister of his cultivate to the Soul Emperor realm and even earn the title of Demon Sword Fairy? Using a group attack soul skill to attack a single soul beast, is it arrogance or confidence in her own soul skills? Do I even need to say it? I'm just giving you all a wrong example, while also making you understand the importance of unity. Mo Yudi's giant sword seemed to be thrown casually, but in reality, it was wielded with all her strength, slicing towards the root of the Millennium Black Jade Bamboo Spirit Beast that had pierced her clothing like a boomerang. Women are like this. showing no regard for reason, and witches even more so. The black jade bamboo spirit beast, which is essentially a bamboo, also has 4 limbs. Now that its root has been severed, it collapsed to the ground and lay motionless. Oomph. If you dare to stop it again, this will be your fate. Mo Yudi shouted at the other ink jade bamboo spirit beasts, and the aura of the Soul Emperor erupted. These spirit beasts instantly trembled in fear, no longer daring to resist. Because Mo Yudi did not harm any more of her kind, these ink jade bamboos gave up their resistance. Once the roots of the ink jade bamboo are severed, it signifies withering. Decay is just a matter of time. Hurry up and absorb it, or else this plant-type spirit beast will soon perish. Mo Yudi dragged the 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo out of the bamboo forest and threw it in front of the ink ruler. The ink ruler was a bit at a loss, wondering how to kill it. If you split it in half from the middle, without cutting at the joint, you could obtain the bamboo rings. Mo and Tian seemed to have seen through Mo Chi's thoughts and reminded him. Oh, I see. Hey. Mo Chi happily took out a dagger, ready to strike down the middle. Hold on. Friends, I wonder if this 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo can be parted with. I am willing to exchange a piece of soul bone. A voice rang out as a middle-aged man, accompanied by a 13 or 14-year-old girl, approached the crowd with a hint of eagerness. Great. Oscar and Ma Hongjun nearby were overjoyed at this, quickly responding. There are several more of these 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboos in the bamboo forest behind. Where did this big fool come from? The 2 stepped forward, one on each side, grabbing Mo Chi's hands. Mo Wentian remained silent, his piercing eyes gazing at the 2 individuals. He noticed that both of them emitted a gentle glow, indicating that they were kind-hearted people who genuinely wanted to make an exchange. However, Mo Wentian's gaze shifted to a nearby girl. Strange. Could it be her original martial soul? Why does it feel like her brain is different from others? While pondering this in his heart, he maintained a calm exterior, waving his hand at Ma Hongjun and Oscar to signal them not to cause any trouble. The 2 were just playing around, excited at the prospect of a bargain, but upon seeing Mo Wentian like this, they could only stand aside helplessly. After all, this still belonged to the spirit beast of the Demon Gate team, and they were reasonable people. I can also give you a 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo spirit beast, but I would like her to join my Demon Gate team. I wonder if that would be possible. Mo Wentian pointed at the masked woman in white and said that he did not agree just because he could get a soul bone for free. After all, he still had a few 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboos behind him, and he was not someone who would take advantage of others. As soon as Mo Wentian finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing beside him let out a cold snort, her eyes icy. Don't worry, I have no other intentions. I just noticed that her soul power is quite good, and coincidentally my team is still short of 1 member. Mo Wentian glanced at Zhu Zhuqing as if to explain to her, or perhaps to ease the middle-aged man's wariness. Demon Gate team? Damun Gota? The middle-aged man murmured in confusion. The woman next to him looked at Mo Wentian, then at the figures of Oscar and Ma Hongjun deliberately hiding behind, and with a slight smirk, said, If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than 1,000-year-old MOU bamboo in the bamboo forest behind you. That's right, I was planning to stop you, ahem, Oscar. Ma Hongjun, what are you doing? Mo Wentian was just about to say he didn't want to stop them, but he noticed that Oscar and Ma Hongjun were deliberately blocking their line of sight. Sorry, they were just joking with you. Behind them were still quite a few MOUs. Mo Wentian said helplessly, It's fine. Are you people from the demon sect? If so, I can agree to let my daughter join your team. The middle-aged man, however, did not pay attention to this and instead asked Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian had a face full of question marks, wondering what the situation was. After observing again with his discerning eyes and confirming there was no malice, he continued, Yes, we belong to the demon sect. The people next to us are the Shrek team from Shrek Academy, which is also part of the demon sect's enterprises. Hello, ahem. I am Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, and this is Zhao Wujin, the vice principal of Shrek. Seeing this, Flinder coughed and stepped forward to introduce himself and Zhao Wujin. Hello, I am Chu Feng, and this is my daughter, Chu Yao. I have long admired the name of the principal of Shrek Academy, the flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle. Today, seeing you in person is indeed well-deserved. And this should be the famed immovable king Zhao Wujin of the Jianghu, right? The middle-aged man, Chu Feng, seemed particularly enthusiastic upon hearing about the demon sect. I have long admired you. Zhao Wujin and the others naturally had not heard of Chu Feng's name, but they still pretended to be polite. After all, the faint aura of a soul sage around Chu Feng was undeniable, making it worthwhile for them to be courteous. Ahem. Why did you agree to join us upon hearing the name of the demon sect? Are you not afraid of the demon sect? Mo and Tion looked at Flandra, coughed twice to attract everyone's attention, and then asked Chu Feng and the others, why be afraid? Although the demon sect is named as such, it actually carries out righteous deeds. The number of evil soul masters they have exterminated is countless. They have never done anything bad, and they have helped many poor people. My father and I have always admired the demon sect. We just haven't had the chance to join. Chu Yao, standing beside them, countered, her eyes revealing intense hatred when mentioning the evil soul masters. Yao Yao, sigh. What Yao Yao said is also correct. The reason I am willing to let Yao Yao join your demon sect is also selfish. Yao Yao's mother was killed by an evil soul master when she was still young, so we have long wanted to join the demon sect. Chu Feng called out his daughter's name and then sighed, speaking honestly. All right, I believe you. From now on, you will be members of the demon sect. Mo Wentian has never revealed his identity, but everyone present knows that he is an important member from the demon sect's inner circle, especially Mo Wentian's sister, the demon sword fairy Mo Yudian, who is one of the high-ranking officials in the demon sect. Thank you. Rest assured, after we join the demon sect, we will definitely not do anything that goes against the sect. Chu Feng swore again to the heavens, if I violate this, let my martial soul shatter and die a miserable death. I only ask that the demon sect take me along when dealing with the evil soul masters, so that I can take revenge for Yao Yao's mother. Chu Feng also noticed that this young man in front of him is the core of the demon sect among the crowd, and he swore to the heavens. All right, welcome to the demon sect. From now on, you will be members of the demon sect. There are still many Mo jade bamboo soul beasts in the bamboo forest behind me. Sister, could you please catch another one? Mo and Tion happily said, then turned to Mo Yudai and spoke. Mo Yudi went to the bamboo forest as usual, releasing her soul power pressure. After a brief confrontation, she soon returned with a 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo soul beast, tossing it in front of Chu Yao. Chapter 78, Martial Soul, Brain, Part 2. During the short time that Mo Yudi was away bringing back the 1,000-year-old ink jade bamboo soul beast, the others had a rough understanding of the situation. Let's leave some space for these kids, Brother Chu, otherwise they won't be able to let go while we're here. Dean Flandra suggested, seeing that aside from Mo Wentian, the others in the group were unable to speak freely in front of the children. This was normal. As teachers and powerful soul saints and soul emperors, Ma Hongjun and the others naturally felt a sense of reverence. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should be related to a body part, right? The several powerful individuals dispersed, guarding everyone's safety, and at this moment, Mo Wentian looked at Chu Yao, who was preparing to absorb the soul ring. How do you know? Have you heard about me? The clever Chu Yao asked, puzzled and confused, not understanding how Mo Wentian knew about her situation. No, I'm just guessing, because the ink jade bamboo, being a plant-type soul beast, has effects primarily on body-type martial souls. Aside from special martial souls like the ink ruler, the physical qualities of beast martial souls clearly don't require it. Only human body martial souls would need the ink jade bamboo to enhance their overall attributes, especially in the brain area. The ink jade bamboo has significant benefits for the clarity of the brain, and bamboo, as a pure object if I'm not mistaken, your martial soul should be related to the brain. Mo Wentian certainly didn't rely solely on these judgments, but he obviously wouldn't tell her that he came to these conclusions based on what he already knew. That's right, my martial soul is the brain. Quite strange, isn't it? My father has the Black Tiger martial soul, but mine is the original martial soul, the brain. In fact, I inherited my mother's martial soul. My mother was a wise person, and when I was very young, she was captured by the higher-ups of the evil soul master for human research. Chu Yao said with some sadness. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Mo Wentian knew that those who were captured for martial soul research were doomed. Don't worry, justice will prevail over evil. The devil may be 1 foot high, but the way is 10 feet high. We must believe in the light. The light always stands with those who have light in their hearts. Mo Wentian comforted everyone with a bowl of chicken soup. I've always believed in light. Light stands on the side of justice. Thank you all so much. The soul ring of the 1,000-year black jade bamboo has a great effect on me. If it weren't for your presence, I might not have been able to find such a rare and suitable plant-type soul beast for my martial soul. Chu Yao once again expressed her gratitude to Mo Wentian and the others with a bow. Haha, no need to be polite. You should quickly absorb the soul ring. Look over there, the black ruler is almost done absorbing. Mo Wentian pointed to the ink ruler that was absorbing the soul ring and said, yes, yes. The chubby guy beside him looked at Chu Yao, his eyes already turned into heart shapes, and hurriedly added, "The wind and moon are intoxicating. The rivers and mountains are picturesque." Nearby, Chu Yao's elegance was outstanding, like the water lily emerging from the pond, beautiful as a crown jade. Even Mo Wentian couldn't help but secretly sigh. What a lovely person she was, with half of her face covered by a transparent veil, adding a touch of mystery to her beauty. Just from this perspective, among the women, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could be compared. It can be said that each has its own merits. In the Douluo continent, it's rare to encounter ugly women, but such beautiful women are also extremely rare, full of grace and charm, making one feel relaxed and happy. There's a saying, in another dimension, there are no ugly women. Mo Wentian didn't look much longer, avoiding his gaze and looking at Zhu Zhuqing instead. With a beautiful wife at home, he was already very content. After saying this, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the purple soul ring on the ground. More than 3 hours later, in the Stardow forest outside, in front of a bamboo grove, it was getting late. After discussing, the group decided to stay overnight. They set up a tent, and everyone took turns sleeping. Mo Wentian was very satisfied with Chu Yao and Mosai's third soul skills. As teammates, they could provide him with great assistance. Mosai, with his control-type martial soul, the ruler, may not have a high-quality martial soul, but it is extremely unique, especially in terms of control. The first soul skill of the martial soul is punishment. When activated, it cannot be immune to a single enemy, increasing their pain perception threefold, while for 5 or more enemies, there is a 50% chance of immunity. The second soul skill is might. The effect of this soul skill is to emit a compelling aura that traps enemies in an illusion, stirring up their deepest fears. The greater the fear, the longer the time spent in the illusion. In Mo Wentian's view, as long as they do not encounter enemies with martial souls or mental powers related to illusions, or individuals like Tang San who are not afraid of illusions. The second soul skill is basically a strong control ability. Very few people have no fear deep down inside. The third soul skill is Bamboo Leaves Flying Flowers. It allows Mosai's martial soul to generate countless bamboo leaves that attack enemies from all directions. It can also greatly distract the enemy's attention. Although it has obvious weaknesses and low attack power, it can still provide significant assistance in team matches against restraining soul masters. At the same time, the Black Jade Bamboo martial soul also enhances Mosai's overall attributes, making his martial soul more resilient. Bamboo symbolizes resilience and purity, and the greatest benefit it brings to Mosai is the enhancement of the resilience attribute of his martial soul. Chu Yao's martial soul is even rarer, being the brain-type martial soul. After her detailed introduction, everyone understood the function of her martial soul. The Shrek's 7 monsters felt that facing the Magic Door team with an additional brain-type martial soul was very challenging, diminishing their hopes of victory. The brain martial soul has the first soul skill, Weakness Analysis, which can quickly analyze the weaknesses of the enemy and transmit that information to the teammates' minds. The second soul skill is Tactical Analysis, which can accurately and quickly determine the most suitable and strongest formation for their side based on both parties' martial souls, transmitting that to the teammates' minds. The third soul skill is Pure 6 Roots, which allows her to remain calm at all times, providing teammates with a sufficient calm mindset and finding the most appropriate moment to attack. Like a stabilizing anchor, as long as she is present, her teammates will not panic. Most importantly, she can also launch mental attacks to disrupt opponents. Similarly, although the third soul skill brought by may seem weak, it is not. Chu Yao told everyone that in the past, she could not analyze tactics and weaknesses as quickly as she can now, nor could she transmit that information directly to her teammates' minds. Now, however, she can do so directly, saving the time needed to inform her teammates. One should not underestimate this saved time. In real combat, opportunities are fleeting. Truly lives up to its reputation as a genius-type plant soul beast. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar both wanted to rush in and cut down the remaining 3,000-year soul beasts. However, they were stopped by Mo Wentian. After everyone analyzed the situation, they finally gave up. First, among them, besides Ning Rongrong, who was at level 29 and not yet at level 30, and also not suited for the soul skills brought by the 1,000-year. The others felt that obtaining it would be a pity and tasteless. Second, to obtain the remaining 3,000-year, they would have to kill all the 100-year and 10-year. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to get them. The reason these grow in groups is that they rely on each other for warmth due to their own fragility, which is why they are incredibly united. The reason Mo Yudi was able to take away 2 was that their group was strong, forcing them to submit. However, if you were to demand the lives of all their soul beasts, they would definitely resist. Even a rabbit will jump over the wall when it is desperate, let alone soul beasts. Xiao innocently rolled her eyes. Thus, the 7 members of the demon sect were finally gathered, but it was ironic that, apart from the fatty and the support type Xia Yunxi, all the others were control-type soul masters. In Mo Wentian's words, he was very satisfied. If they could immobilize you, they were control-type. With so many control-type members participating in the team soul fighting competition, just imagining that scene excited Mo Wentian. Chapter 79. Ning Rongrong's deal back in the tent. Mo Wentian did not practice, as he had already guessed that someone would inevitably come to find him tonight. Sure enough, late at night, 2 figures were sneaking around outside Mo Wentian's tent. Mo Wentian showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Why is Yu Qing here too? Could it be that she wants to? Mo Wentian muttered to himself. Not continuing his wild thoughts, he tidied up his clothes and walked out. Tian Yi. Zhu Qing called out softly and affectionately. Zhu Qing, what brings you here? Mo Wentian looked at Ning Rongrong behind Zhu Qing, knowingly asking. I have nothing. It's Rongrong who has something to discuss with you. Zhu Qing suddenly felt a little shy as she noticed Fland and Zhao Wuji on duty in the distance looking this way. Zhu Qing, Tiange listens to you the most. You promised to help me. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot anxiously and said. Mo and Tian was a bit confused. Could it be that he sought Zhu Qing? All right, Rongrong, don't worry. Wentian won't reject me. Zhu Qing comforted as she patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder. Thank you, Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong said gratefully as she hugged Zhu Qing. Hey, what you two doing? Mo Wentian's expression was not good, and he looked at the 2 girls with some speechlessness. No, it's just that Rongrong saw my martial soul evolve and often pesters me about how I did it. I couldn't resist her pleas, so I told her. You won't blame me, will you? Zhu Qing was always so gentle in front of Mo Wentian, really very gentle. No. How could I blame you, Zhu Qing? Mo Wentian hurriedly said, sensing the delicate fingers at his waist. Mo Wentian quickly denied it. So you're saying you agreed? Ning Rongrong asked tentatively. Agreed? Agree to what? Did I say anything? Mo Wentian turned and looked at Ning Rongrong coldly. Baza Xian. I can represent my 7-treasure glazed tile school to trade with your demon sect. It won't be for nothing. Ning Rongrong sait somedhat konshuset. Are you threatening me? The things I want, your 7-treasure glazed tile school can't provide. What do you have to trade with me? If you can bring me what I need, I might consider trading with you on behalf of the demon sect for Zhu Qing's sake. Mo Wentian knew that Ning Rongrong was just speaking without intent, but he still coldly snorted. Compared to before, Ning Rongrong's personality had improved a lot at this point. Therefore, he didn't want to be too harsh in his tone. After all, he still had to give Zhu Qing some face. Without any threats, Brother Tian, you can set the conditions. As long as it can enhance the quality of my 7-treasure glazed tiles martial soul, I will agree to anything. And so will my 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong said happily, not caring about Mo Wentian's words. Well, you should know that the reason Zhu Qing can enhance the martial soul's quality is that she is one of my people from the demon sect. Therefore, you must agree to 3 conditions from me before I can notify the demon sect to trade with you. After all, the demon sect is not something I can decide alone. Mo Wentian's ability to speak nonsense has become increasingly proficient. All right, Tiange, you speak. Ning Rongrong was confident that her 7-treasure glazed tile sect wouldn't be significantly harmed by just 3 conditions. So she said, first, you must serve as a guest elder for the demon sect on behalf of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and you must consume this elixir in front of me. Second, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect must unconditionally agree to 3 requests from the demon sect and establish a closer alliance with them. Third, I've heard that the treasure vault of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect is unmatched in the world with countless treasures. I think it wouldn't be too much to ask to go in and select a few items, right? Mo Wentian also has his own calculations. He still has a top-grade immortal pill left, and it's better to exchange it for benefits with Ning Rongrong than to keep it. Once it's gone, he could just refine more. The remaining immortal products in his hand can still be refined into a few more batches. After all, although there are many soul brawlers like Old Jack, he won't exchange the immortal pills for the effectiveness of a title Douluo until he can understand their personalities. The first condition proposed by Mo Wentian is that Ning Rongrong will definitely become the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With the enhancement of her martial soul quality, she is even more the best candidate for the position of sect leader. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's growth also requires time. Even if she successfully evolves into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, it does not guarantee that she can become a deity. Is there a better alliance than having the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school serve as a guest elder of the demon sect? The second condition is simply asking for too much without having a clear idea of what is needed. The third condition is even simpler. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is the richest sect in the world. Except for the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, no other force can match the 7-treasure glazed tile school in terms of wealth and in terms of potential treasures in the treasury. The 7-treasure glazed tile school undoubtedly surpasses the 2 great empires. The 7-treasure glazed pagoda martial soul itself has a special treasure-seeking function. Even if one does not recognize what the treasures are, they can still be searched and brought into the treasury. With her broken, forgetting eyes and her knowledge, she can easily find the most precious treasures. All right, I represent the 7-treasure glazed tile school in agreeing. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, Brother Tian. To Ning Rongrong, these conditions do not seem difficult to fulfill. If it were Ning Fengji, he would definitely not agree so easily, as the second condition itself represents 3 conditions, while the first and third are merely additional ones. Ning Rongrong is still too inexperienced. She hasn't gone through significant challenges and lacks negotiation experience. Of course, if it were Ning Fengji, Mo Wentian would not trade with him either. He is not afraid that Ning Fengji would go back on his word. Although the current strength of the demon sect is not as strong as the 7-treasure glazed tile school, surpassing it is just a matter of time, so there is no need to worry. The reason for the agreement also takes into account Zhu Zhuqing's face. No need to thank me. This is the last fairy-grade elixir of the demon sect, originally meant for me, but I don't really need it. Open your mouth. Mo Weniang didn't mean to wait until later to say it. He said directly. It's not that Mo Weniang doesn't want to take it, but he wants to wait for the effects of the immortal grade medicine in his body to disappear before taking the better 9-leaf celestial grass. The limitations of the 4th leaf, 5th leaf, and 6th leaf are nothing to Mo Weniang and can be easily resolved. Luck for Mo Weniang, who possesses the time-space divine fate ring. Is it a concern? Wealth for him, who has the entire power of the demon sect and the 3 conditions of the 7-treasures glazed tile school. Is he lacking? Prestige. As the master of the demon sect and the future owner of the continent's first advanced academy, he clearly also lacks nothing. The only condition for the 7th leaf to bloom, true love, Mo Weniang is not sure about. It seems that Xiao Wu's love for Tang San should be true love. Although he has a great relationship with Zhu Qing and Ling Ling and could give his life for them, there is somewhat a reason stemming from masculinity. Moreover, true love is a vague concept, and he doesn't know the specific conditions. However, Mo Weniang is not particularly worried when the time comes. It will naturally bloom like the 3rd leaf. Mo Weniang now feels that every time a leaf blooms, the quality of his martial soul increases. The current quality of his martial soul is definitely among the top grades, which is certainly not due to the immortal grade medicines, as Tang San in the original work did not experience this situation. In terms of power, it may not compare to the renowned martial souls on the continent, but it is not far off. Moreover, after 3 experiences of obtaining soul rings, Mo Weniang vaguely feels that each leaf blooming brings him a certain special ability enhancement. He just needs to wait until he obtains the 4th soul ring next time to verify whether it's the ability brought by the 7-leaf celestial grass. Ning Rongrong obediently opened her mouth towards Mo Weniang. Chapter 80. Tang San and Xiao Wu depart. Looking at the pretty face in front of him, Mo Weniang had no intention of appreciating it, and with a flick of his finger, a pill entered Ning Rongrong's throat. Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed slightly, and before she could speak, she felt her dantian burning like fire, knowing that the pill was taking effect. A look of joy appeared on her face as she sat cross-legged and began to circulate her soul power to absorb the medicinal effects. After Ning Rongrong sat down cross-legged, Zhu Zhuqing no longer cared about being reserved and hugged Mo Weniang. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Mo Wentian asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I just want to thank you. Zhu Zhuqing knew that Mo Wentian agreed to give Ning Rongrong such a precious immortal product, an elixir purely out of respect for her, which made her very touched. In Zhu Zhuqing's view, the second condition could be big or small, with Mo Wentian's character. As long as the 7-treasure glazed tile school didn't do anything excessive, he wouldn't make overly demanding requests. However, it was clear that Mo Wentian wouldn't suffer any losses. Although the original plot didn't mention what treasures were in the 7-treasure glazed tile school's treasury, Many fanfictions have mentioned that the treasury is unparalleled in the world and contains opportunities for becoming a deity. Mo Winian also has a try-and-see attitude, wondering if there is a possibility of finding an opportunity to become a god. However, it is destined that Mo Winian cannot inherit the divine position. With his innate 7th-level soul power aptitude, no deity would take him seriously. Nevertheless, Mo Winian has decided to rely on himself to become a god. But that is extremely difficult. In the entire continent, it may take hundreds of thousands of years to produce one. Even with the inheritance of the Void Sword God, it will take a long time to complete. Therefore, relying on the rewards from the divine assessments to shorten the cultivation time is a necessary step in his journey. He does not want to give up on any assessment from a deity. The more, the better. Do we still need these between you and me? What is mine is yours. However, ZHQ-ing must remember in the future not to expose the matter of the immortal grade elixirs. Otherwise, even with the current strength of the demon sect, we may not be able to protect ourselves. After Rong Rong has absorbed the medicinal power, you must privately tell her and keep it strictly confidential. At most, she can only tell her father and the 2 seniors from the Sorbonne Douluo. Mo Wentian gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's back and said with a serious expression, "Okay, I remember." Peep. Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously, indicating that she remembered. And while Mo Wentian wasn't paying attention, she secretly kissed him on the cheek. Although they had already developed a more intimate relationship, they hadn't crossed the final line. So Zhu Zhuqing always maintained a certain distance from Mo Wentian, especially after meeting Yi Lingling, which made this feeling even more pronounced. Mo Wentian was stirred by the fire in his heart and the desire in his belly, ready to return the favor doubly. However, Zhu Zhuqing in his arms suddenly broke free and slipped away. "Sai, what is this all about?" Mo Wentian shook his head with some helplessness, thinking that he would eventually devour this little cat completely. He did not return to the tent and just watched Ning Rongrong absorb the medicinal power of the elixir. After an hour, Ning Rongrong stood up, her face full of joy. "Huh? Where's Zhu Zhuqing? Did she go back?" "Tiangu, thank you, I really appreciate it. Don't worry, I keep my word. Tiangu, you can come back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with me tomorrow. I'll have my dad open the treasury for you. I've already reached level 30, and after obtaining the soul ring, I can break through to the soul sovereign realm. My dad will definitely be very happy when he finds out and will not refuse your request." Ning Rongrong, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was not around, spoke with some confusion. But upon seeing Mo Wentian, she immediately shared her joy. Watching her other companions break through to the soul sovereign realm, it would be a lie to say that Ning Rongrong was not anxious inside. Now that she had finally reached level 30, this joy was beyond words. Zhuqing went back. "Rongrong, summon your martial soul, and let me see if there are any changes." Mo and Tian wanted to see the difference between the effects of the immortal grade elixir and the effects of the whole plant of the immortal grade. So he asked Ning Rongrong. "Yes, I'll summon my martial soul to take a look," Ning Rongrong said. She remembered that this wasn't the time to be happy and suppressed her excitement as she summoned her martial soul. Before them appeared the 7-treasure glazed tile. Its body is spiritual blue, translucent and exquisite like glass. It had 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers, 5 layers, 6 layers, 7 layers, 8 layers, and 9 layers. Remarkably, it had evolved to the 9th layer even before completely absorbing the medicinal power, indicating that Ning Rongrong's aptitude was even higher than before. Mo Wentian looked at the scene before him, surprised and murmuring to himself, "Wow, it's the 9-treasure glazed pagoda from the legend of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Oh my god, it's so incredible. It really evolved. This is just unbelievable. Tiangu. Thank you." Ning Rongrong looked at the 9-story glazed treasure tower in her hands with a shocked expression, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. And her gaze towards Mo Wentian was filled with gratitude. "No need to thank me. I'm only doing this for Zhuqing. If you want to thank someone, thank Zhuqing. Also, you can't tell anyone else about this. At most, you can tell your dad and the 2 titled Douluos at Swordbone. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Mo and Tian said coldly, reminding himself that he had promised Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing not to provoke other women. "Well, if there's nothing else, you should go back and rest. There's still plenty of medicinal powers left. The medicinal power you've absorbed now is just the limit of your body's absorption. There's still a lot of accumulated medicinal power that will only be revealed when you work hard to cultivate your soul power in the future. Your cultivation speed will be more than twice that of the past." Mo Wentian reminded her, and then walked back to the tent without looking at Ning Rongrong's expression. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong lowered her head a bit dejectedly, glanced at her chest, and shook her head in frustration. Although her development was already considered good compared to girls of her age, there was no harm in comparison. No matter how much she developed, she could never match Zhu Zhuqing's figure. At this moment, Ning Rongrong did not, as in the original storyline, fall for Oscar. After witnessing Tang San's talent and Mo Wentian's strength, the proud Ning Rongrong would not possibly be attracted to the food-type Oscar. The original plot had already undergone significant changes up to this point. In the original storyline, all of the Shrek 7 devils should have already consumed divine herbs. However, among the current Shrek 7 devils, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, just like in the original work, had consumed no less than divine pills. 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch. In the distance, inside Tang San's tent, Xiao Wu and Tang San were whispering to each other. "Brother San, are you okay? I finally broke through to level 34. By the time of the Soul Master competition a year from now, I should be able to break through to level 40. I know your biggest goal right now is to defeat Brother Tian, and when the time comes, I will definitely help you defeat him." Seeing Tang San's somewhat dejected expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but make up her mind to comfort him. "I'm Fina, Xiao Wu. I'm just a bit uncomfortable. I don't know if it's right to focus on cultivating the blue-silver grass martial soul." The weaknesses of the blue-silver grass martial soul have gradually become apparent as my soul power increases. "I'm very confused right now. I'm sorry for worrying you," Tang San said somewhat dejectedly. Is this all the ambition you have? As my Tang Hao son, you can't even bear this little setback." A sudden authoritative voice came from outside the tent, and the control of the soul power was very good, not disturbing anyone outside the tent. "Huh? Who? Dad?" Tang San was shocked and hurriedly protected Xiao Wu. When he looked at the figure that walked in, he exclaimed in surprise. If you can't even handle this little setback, how can I tell you about your mother's situation? Sai, come with me. I'll take you to a place. Don't worry about your other partners. I've already notified the Dean of Shrek. When the Soul Master competition starts, I will take you to Tiando City to meet up." The figure in the cloak had a face full of disdain, but still maintained an air of authority, looking at Tang San with a disappointed expression. "Mom." At this moment, Tang San had too many questions. He didn't understand why his father appeared here, nor why his father exuded such terrifying fluctuations of soul power. And he was even more clueless about what had happened to his mother. "No need to ask. When the time comes to tell you, I will naturally tell you. Little Rabbit, come along with Sanner." Without waiting for the two to respond, he took one in each hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 81. Farewell. The next morning, the Shrek group discovered that Xiao Wu and Tang San had disappeared and were anxiously preparing to search for them. Flender lazily walked out of the tent, yawning, as it seemed he hadn't slept well that night. No need to look. Xiao Wu and Tang San had something to do and left first. They will return before the high-level Soul Master competition a year from now and will meet you in Tiando City for the preliminaries. Oh no, Brother San is too ungrateful, leaving without even saying a word. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, attracting a round of eye rolls from others. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's just the way it is." Ma Hongjun mumbled weakly. "All right, Fatty, since Sanner chose to only inform the Dean, it means he is also reluctant to part with us, so he chose to leave without saying goodbye. There must be a reason for his departure. We don't need to worry too much. We just need to work hard and wait for San's return. When the time comes, our Shrek 7 devils will surely make a name for ourselves in the high-level Soul Master competition." Dai Mubai, who had the best relationship with Tang San, said to support him. "Yes, yes." Oscar and Ning Rongrong echoed. As the saying goes, one who eats soft food is reluctant to bite the hand that feeds. "Yes, yes. Yes, I was wrong. Is that okay?" Ma Hongjun was just speaking without any intention of blaming. Not far away, Mo Wentian looked at the scene, surprised that Tang San's position in the Shrek 7 devils had already risen so high. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who still wore her cold demeanor and seemed indifferent to everyone, not speaking up for Tang San. Not far away, a smile appeared at the corner of Mo Wentian's mouth. With Mo Wentian's perception and the probing function of the breaking forgetting eyes, how could he not have noticed that Tang Hao took away Tang San and Xiao Wu? If it were just Tang Hao alone, Mo Wentian might not have discovered it, but taking away two people, Mo Wentian certainly could not have missed it otherwise. His breaking forgetting eyes would be useless, with his spirit power far exceeding that of his peers, plus the breaking forgetting eyes. His perception was not inferior to that of a soul sage level Flender. Dean of Shrek, since the spirit rings have already been obtained, let us leave the Stardow Great Forest early. Mo Wentian walked over and suggested, Yes, Dean, let's hurry back. I need to go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Brother Tion as soon as possible to obtain the third spirit ring. Ning Rongrong also said from the side, Rongrong, you're already at level 30, that's great. Why not get your spirit ring in the Star Do Great Forest together? Oscar, who was nearby, asked with a look of infatuation. All right, let's pack our things and leave immediately. Flinder ignored Oscar's suggestion and started to have everyone pack up to prepare to leave the Star Do Great Forest. Sidine, why not let Rongrong get her spirit ring before we leave? Why are we in such a hurry? Oscar still didn't understand where he went wrong. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong helplessly said, Thank you for your kindness, Oscar, but it's not necessary. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a dedicated place for disciples to obtain spirit rings. And the spirit beasts, they're more suitable for my martial soul, so there's no need to trouble everyone. Huh? So that's how it is. Oscar lowered his head in disappointment, feeling uneasy. He didn't expect the gap between Ning Rongrong from a major sect and himself to be so large, even to the point where she had the most suitable spirit ring without needing to search hard. His desire to pursue Ning Rongrong was further crushed, making him want to give up immediately. Mo and Tion looked at this scene and said nothing. Perhaps originally, Oscar, as the first food type innate full soul power soul master known on the continent, had talent that surpassed that of Ning Rongrong, the young lady of a major sect. However, after Ning Rongrong consumed the immortal great elixir, the gap in their talents had been completely leveled, and she had even surpassed him. As someone from humble beginnings, Oscar was destined to be in a different world from Ning Rongrong. Unless he could obtain opportunities that exceeded those of immortal gray herbs later on, his chances of becoming a deity might even be less than Ning Rongrong's. Mo Wentian quietly watched this scene. Given the relationship between Oscar and Tang San, they might join the Tang sect in the future, becoming rivals to his own demon sect. He couldn't possibly help them enhance their strength. As Ma Hongjun was a disciple of Flinder, his future was uncertain. Dai Mubai, as the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, was also someone he couldn't get along with after taking his little kitty. Therefore, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing was already confirmed to be on his side. He could still try to win over Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, but he wouldn't care about the others in the future. Perhaps when he encounters a crisis with Xiao Wu, he might help her out of kindness since she called him Tian Go, as long as it was within his capabilities. However, given the current situation with the evil soul master forces that had not appeared in the original plot, it was uncertain whether the soul-hunting actions of the Spirit Hall would proceed as expected in the later stages. 3 days later, after everyone returned to Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctantly looking at Mo Wentian. Zhuqing, I will go ahead. The simulated training environment of Shrek Academy cannot be built overnight. Dean Flinder will probably take you to Heavendo City soon to find the simulated training environment, and then we can meet again. A brief separation is for a better reunion. After we return to the Penglai Bamboo Forest to take care of some matters, we will prepare to head to Heavendo City. While I'm not by your side, you must work hard to train your body alone. When we meet again in Heavendo City, I have a surprise for you. Mo Wentian is preparing for the next meeting to give the immortal item that was originally meant for Zhu Zhuqing to her. After all, Mo Wentian is not someone who favors one over the other. After giving Yi Lingling the Heartbreak Red, he wouldn't forget to give Zhu Zhuqing the Water Fairy Jade Skin. The reason for not giving it now is that the medicinal power of the immortal item and elixir Zhu Zhuqing has consumed has not yet been fully exhausted. With Zhu Zhuqing's current physical strength, taking the immortal herbs would not lead to her demise, but it would cause some of the medicinal effect to be lost. That's why Mo Wentian advised Zhu Zhuqing to exercise more often, planning to surprise her with a gift the next time they meet. Good. I don't want any surprises. Just being able to see you makes me very happy, Zhu Zhuqing said emotionally. Is that so? Are you sure you don't want it? Lingling has surprises too. Mo Wentian said teasingly in an extremely untimely manner. If I wanted to. If the surprise you bring next time doesn't satisfy me, then I. Zhu Zhuqing said angrily, but didn't know how to respond to Mo Wentian. The usually aloof little cat was extremely cute at this moment. What will you do? Mo Wentian was also quite interested in looking at Zhu Zhuqing's cute face. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing said with a flash of inspiration, looking extremely adorable. All right, I'm scared. Your humble servant. I'm scared, dear wife. I know I was wrong. Mo Wentian tried to ease the sadness of parting with Zhu Zhuqing by jokingly saying, huffed, annoying, who is your wife? Zhu Zhuqing laughed at Mo Wentian's teasing, but she still wouldn't back down. All right, let's hurry up and go. Dean Flandra and the others are waiting anxiously. Mo Wentian looked at the Shrek group waiting in the distance and said somewhat shyly, "Ah, I'm leaving." Zhu Zhuqing, seeing the amused expressions of the group in the distance, hurriedly ran over, feeling shy, and returned to Shrek Academy with everyone. Chapter 82. Return to Heavendo City after Zhu Zhuqing left. Mo Wentian followed his sister Mo Yudi and the soul sage Chu Feng back to the Penglai Tavern. The other 6 members of the Demon Sect team, of course, accompanied them. 3 days later, after handling the development affairs of the Demon Sect branch here, the group returned to Heavendo City with the eagerly waiting Ning Rongrong. After they left, the Demon Sect's influence in Soto City returned to its normal state. The group traveled in a grand manner, with everyone being soul respect or above. The sight was magnificent, all walking instead of taking the Demon Sect's exclusive soul beast carriage. Although the Demon Sect was at its peak, it was also due to a fortunate coincidence, seizing the opportunity of the emergence of evil soul masters to develop. Otherwise, not to mention other sects, even just the Spirit Hall could easily deal with the seemingly powerful Demon Sect. However, because of the evil soul masters, the current Demon Sect's operations outside the city frequently encounter attacks from them. Fortunately, the Demon Sect was prepared and did not suffer significant losses, which is why Mo Wentian and the others chose to walk instead of taking the carriages marked with the Demon Sect's emblem. Along the way, Ning Rongrong always inquired, intentionally or unintentionally, about the strength of the Demon Sect. Mo Wentian certainly couldn't tell her, so he said, "The strength of the Demon Sect is very weak. Not as strong as your 7-treasure glazed tile school with 2 titled Douluos." Ning Rongrong looked at Mo Wentian with disbelief and said, "Brother Tian, you're lying to me again. Isn't Poison Douluo and Holy Soul Douluo both strong members of the Demon Sect? How can it be weak?" "Huh, I wouldn't know, after all. I'm just a disciple of the Demon Sect, not an internal member. However, it is said that the most powerful in the Demon Sect is not these 2 titled Douluos or the management leader, the Demon Lord, but rather the elusive Demon Lord whose appearance is rarely seen." Mo Wentian deliberately mixed up the perception, saying that the Demon Sect was not as good as the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, while also hinting at the mystery of the Demon Sect. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt that the strength of the Demon Sect was far above that of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. She must tell her father when she returns that the mystery of the Demon Sect should never be opposed, and they should never have any thoughts about the Demon Sect's elixirs. A group of several people, escorted by her sister, who was a soul emperor, and soul sage Chu Feng, made their way smoothly to the outskirts of Heavendo City. However, just as they entered the city gate, Mo Wentian and the others were stopped by a team of city guards. "Esteemed sirs, please cooperate with our investigation." The leader of the city guards held a portrait and passed by Fatty and the others one by one, comparing them with the image in his hand. They all slightly shook their heads, but when they passed by Mo Wentian, there was a hint of unusual expression in their eyes. However, they then respectfully bowed and retreated. Mo Wentian found the attitude of the city guard strange, but he didn't think much of it and was unaware of what had happened. It wasn't until Mo Wentian and the others arrived at the Penglai Wonderland in Tiando City that they learned of the events that had transpired. It turned out that the 3rd prince, Shuetao, had been attacked and nearly killed by an assassin outside Tiando City, but was saved by the passerby, Douluo. However, the cunning assassin had escaped, and although the 3rd prince was rescued and received timely treatment, his life was saved, but his martial soul was shattered by the assassin's soul power and could not be restored. Initially, Mo Wentian was suspected, and even a portrait was prepared, but upon learning this, Douluo was instantly enraged and burned all portraits of Mo Wentian in Tiando City. He also boldly stated in front of Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shui Xing in the Tiando Imperial Palace that anyone daring to capture Mo Wentian would be opposing the entire Demon Sect. Although this was not known to outsiders, Mo Wentian was still able to find out the source of the news and was touched by Douluo's defense of him. Penglai Wonderland, the headquarters of the Penglai restaurant, was a place where non-soul masters were not allowed to enter, and only internal members could reside. It was a bamboo forest built at great expense by the Demon Sect. Inside the forest, in addition to stone tables and benches, fine wine and food, there was a type of tea produced by the Demon Sect that was particularly popular among noble soul masters. Even some female soul masters in Tiando City frequently visited Penglai Wonderland, gathering with their sisters to drink tea and compose poetry, alleviating the stress of their cultivation. Many soul masters on the verge of a breakthrough achieved their advancement in such an ambience. This was also one of the reasons why Penglai Wonderland was so popular. Outsiders did not know that some of the tea contained remnants of pills that were beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. However, these teas were only a small portion, consisting of the remnants of pills that Mo Wentian had refined and sent to his father in hopes of being utilized. Mo Wentian did not expect that his father knew he liked bamboo forests, so over the past 2 years, he had created such a large bamboo forest in the city for him. He even started a tea business using the leftover residues from the pills he had given him. Generally, soul masters who were not breaking through the bottleneck were served ordinary tea, while those close to a breakthrough were given tea with some of the residues mixed in, making good use of waste. It was truly a lucrative business. As long as one entered the Penglai Wonderland, bamboo forest, everything, whether food or drink, was free. But there was an entrance fee of 500 gold soul coins per person, which could not be considered cheap. This, Mo Wentian looked at the advertisement posted in the Penglai Fairyland, wondering if he wanted to break through and become a higher-level soul master. Do you want to become a gentleman in the Fairyland? Then come to Penglai Fairyland. Here, you will find everything you desire. Montak Vencian was Zolmavat speechless, not expecting that his father, the demon lord, was so good at doing business. Fortunately, these waiters recognized Mo Yudi and didn't ask the few people for gold soul coins. Otherwise, with so many people, how many gold soul coins would be needed? After entering, they didn't head towards the guest area, but instead took a detour to the staff area at the back. No one knew that behind this elegant and bustling Penglai Wonderland, the area, not open to outsiders, was actually the headquarters of the flourishing demon sect. The bamboo forest here was taller compared to the front, with various towering stone mountains, stone bridges, and pavilions. It was unclear whether they were originally there or had been moved, but it must have taken considerable effort. Upon arriving at the back, they stopped in front of the only large hall. The group did not go inside, but sent someone to notify the demon lord, who was Mo Wentian's father. Now, Mo Jun had already become a level 71, soul saint, exuding a powerful aura that was undeniably that of a superior being. Wentian, you finally decided to come back. These are all your companions, right? Mo Jun's authoritative aura instantly disappeared after he spoke, appearing extremely gentle. I'm back, Dad. Mo Wentian also missed his father a bit, but he didn't show it in front of outsiders. Haha, it's good to be back. Good to be back. This is not a place for reminiscing. Come, let's sit in the main hall. Mo Jun led everyone into the great hall. Some of the guards from the demon gate nearby showed expressions of surprise. It was the first time they had seen the cold-faced demon lord laugh. However, when their gazes fell on Mo Yudi, they revealed understanding expressions. As it turned out, the daughter had returned. But they guessed wrong. Although the daughter was Mo Jun's little sweetheart, the son was even more cherished by him. Chapter 83. 7 Treasure Glaze Sect inside the Demon Gate's Great Hall. After everyone sat down, this should be the eldest lady of the 7 Treasure Glaze Sect, right? I have had dealings with your father, and he is quite impressive, indeed. You have inherited your father's demeanor. Mo Jun looked at Ning Rongrong and politely said, You flatter me. Could it be that you are the master of the demon sect, the demon lord? Ning Rongrong had been staring at Mo Jun since she entered. Seeing Mo Jun speak to her first, she also asked in confusion, I'm not exactly a master. You all don't need to be too formal. Just treat me as Winning's father and call me uncle. Mo Jun looked at everyone's awkwardness and couldn't help but say, Hello, uncle. The talented members of the Demon Sect's battle team, along with Ning Rongrong, all stood up politely and said hello. Soon, the waiter brought over some fruits, desserts, and special tea. Before long, half a stick of incense had passed. Dad, I'm heading home now. Mo Yudi suddenly stood up, as if remembering something, and said, Go in. Mo Jun did not doubt, nor did he insist on marrying his daughter off early. After all, he had used all the tricks over the years, but she simply refused to get married. And there was nothing he could do about it. Rong, I heard from Wentian that he wants to go to your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's treasure vault to pick a few items. Coincidentally, our sect's supreme Elder Poison Douluo recently lacks several types of spiritual herbs. Why not let Poison Douluo go with Wentian for a trip? Mo Jun said that he was letting Poison Douluo choose the spiritual medicine, but in reality, he was still worried about Mo Wentian's safety. Ever since the last time Mo Wentian was attacked by the evil soul master Saint's son, Mo Jun had been quite concerned about Mo Wentian's safety. Okay, no problem. Ning Rongrong agreed immediately. Then we'll leave first, Dad. Mo Wentian saw that the time was almost up and remembered that he still needed to make a trip to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. So he said, Well, this is the base of our demon sect in Tiendo City, known only to a very few. This time, I had Wentian bring you here to familiarize yourselves. In the future, except for Wentian, you will all cultivate here until the start of the Advanced Soul Master competition. If you have any unfinished business, you should take care of it quickly. I will give you 10 days. After 10 days, I will personally take on the role of your mentor and teach you. Yes. None of the group questioned why it had to be excluding Mo Wentian. They did not have any objections to the favors from the demon sect or Mo Wentian. Moreover, regarding cultivation matters, everyone understood that Mo Wentian was the strongest among them. Although Chengzi was already a level 37 soul sovereign, she was still not a match for the level 36 Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian is now attempting to enter that special state of cultivation, but has not been able to do so due to various tasks, fearing that any unexpected events might lead to a change in character. After leaving, everyone went their separate ways. Mo Wentian took Ning Rongrong and left Tiando City for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Also accompanying them was the reluctant poison little monster. It's been a long time since we last met, and right away, you want me to come and escort you. Sai, forget it. The evil soul masters have been quite rampant lately. So I'll just work a bit harder and accompany you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo said seemingly casually to Mo Wentian beside him. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, completely failed to realize that the old poison master was not worried about the evil soul masters, but rather about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not only was there the poison Douluo escorting them openly, but old Jack was also not far behind them secretly. Ha! Don't complain once I pick out the items. Can I choose one for you as well? Mo and Tian laughed and said, Brother Tian, how can I let you spend so much? I will take the initiative to let the poison Douluo choose 2 more items. Ning Rongrong beside him said with a proud expression. Mo and Tian thought to himself, so this is the legendary rich woman, or rather, a rich lowly. Then I won't be polite. Douluo didn't think much of it. Things that come for free are the most desirable, and a fool doesn't want them. Old poison, you really have no shame. Montauk Vincian joked, how much is shame worth? The old poison master blushed a bit, but still replied defiantly. Soon, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the #1 support sect in the world, its luxury goes without saying. The tall glazed tower structure was particularly eye-catching. See that tall tower? That's where the treasure vault of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is located. Even a title Douluo cannot open the vault door without a key. Ning Rongrong pointed at the highest tower-shaped building and continued, there are 2 keys in total. One in Grandpa Jian's hand and one in my father's hand. Both keys must be presented simultaneously to open the vault door. Indeed, as expected of the #1 support sect in the world, its foundation is truly formidable. Mo Wentian observed the soul masters standing on both sides, most of whom were above the soul respect realm. He had only seen such a situation on the 2nd floor of the restaurant at the Tiando Royal Academy. Actually, it's nothing. The demon sect is equally powerful and not inferior to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong modestly replied. You 2 should stop being so humble. My ears are getting callous from listening to you, said Douluo helplessly. The 2 exchanged a smile and chose not to continue the conversation. Soon, the 3 arrived at a grand hall. It was magnificent, exquisitely carved, and imposing, truly worthy of being the #1 support sect in the world. The grandeur of the hall was even more imposing than that of the demon sect. However, compared to the demon sect, it lacked a bit of ethereal charm. But the scenery was equally distinctive, with maple trees standing tall. Rongrong is back. Let Dad take a look. On the high platform, a handsome and regal middle-aged man walked toward Ning Rongrong with a gentle expression, holding a scepter that symbolized authority. Dad, I miss you so much. Ning Rongrong pounced into Ning Fengji's arms, acting spoiled. Good girl, who is this? Ning Fengji looked at Mo Wentian with a puzzled expression. His eyes darted and landed on the last person to enter the hall, Douluo. This is the Brother Tian I mentioned in my letter. It was Brother Tian who gave me his elixir, allowing my martial soul to evolve, Ning Rongrong introduced. Old poison master, what? Do you look down on our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? You come without even a greeting. 2 old men walked down from the high platform, one of whom, a thin old man in black, looked at Douluo entering the hall. Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong ran up to the 2 old men. When Duo saw Ning Rongrong rushing toward him, he was so happy that his mouth crooked, but just as he was about to hug her, Ning Rongrong suddenly dodged and hugged the sword Douluo behind him instead. Old Bone, you're not doing so great in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, are you? You're not even as good as Jian Daochen. Have you considered coming to my demon sect? The poisoned Douluo joked as he walked behind Mo Wentian. Rong. Grandpa Gu is angry. Bon Douluo ignored Dugabo and looked at Ning Rong. Ning Fengji on the side naturally wouldn't treat the poisoned Douluo the same way as Bon Douluo. The current poisoned Douluo was no longer at the bottom among titled Douluos. Half a month ago, with the help of Mo Wentian's training elixir, he had already advanced to the ranks of the 95th level Super Douluo. Haha, Your Excellency Poisoned Douluo is joking. This must be Wentian, right? Rong often mentions you in her letters. I am Rong's father. You can call me Uncle Ning, Ning Fengji said politely, but there was a hint of familiarity in his gaze toward Mo Wentian, though he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Hello, Uncle Ning. Montag wen Xian politely saluted. Chapter 84. 7 Treasure World Warehouse. I already understand your intentions this time, Wentian, but please allow me to take a look at Rong's martial soul before I can agree to your request. Because the key to the treasury is not solely in my uncle's hands. It also requires the consent of the Elder Council represented by the Swordbone Douluo to be opened. Ning Fengji responded, saying that it needed the Elder's approval, but in reality, it was also out of his own caution. No problem, that is only right. Mo Wentian did not pay much attention, knowing that even if it were himself, he would do the same. Thank you, Rong. Come here quickly, summon your martial soul. Let Daddy see if it is as you said. Ning Fengji gently urged Ning Rong, who was playing around with the Swordbone Douluo, to summon her martial soul. Okay, Daddy, the 9 treasure tower has colorful glass. 9 colors, how about it? Daddy, I didn't lie to you, right? Ning Rong summoned her martial soul neatly and quickly, revealing a tower with a total of 9 layers, colorful and dazzling. Good. Heaven bless our 7 treasure glazed tile school. I announce Rong as the next sect master of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji looked at Ning Rong's martial soul, his eyes filled with excitement, unable to maintain the calmness that had always been on his face. It really is the 9 treasure glazed tile tower. Rong, you will definitely surpass your father in the future and become the most outstanding sect master in the history of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Bone Douluo beside him laughed heartily. Don't listen to your bone grandpa-esque nonsense, in my opinion. Rong will definitely surpass the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future and become the strongest auxiliary titled Douluo in history. Come on, let Grandpa Jian see what level you are now. The Sword Douluo chimed in, but his words only elevated Ning Rong further, as he leaned closer to her and held her small hand. Mo Wentian quietly watched them boast, smiling without saying a word. With he lingling around, who dares to claim to be the best? Who dares to say invincible? Ahem, this ISNT boasting, with my ability to refine immortal grade elixirs. I can definitely make Yi Lingling the strongest auxiliary, without a doubt. Grandpa Jian, I'm ignoring you now. Ning Rong felt a bit shy from the compliments, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. What your Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone said is correct, not contradictory at all. It really is so. Without harming the foundation in the slightest, it's truly amazing. I wonder if your sect has such immortal grade elixirs. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school is willing to pay any price to exchange. Ning Fengji gave a glance, and seeing the sword Douluo nod slightly. His expression relaxed a lot, and he said somewhat solemnly, if your sect can provide immortal grade spiritual herbs to the demon sect, the demon sect can still refine such elixirs. However, immortal grade spiritual herbs are extremely rare, so don't hold too much hope, Sect Master Ning. Moreover, even if it is an immortal grade, it doesn't necessarily mean the 9 treasure glazed tile tower can break through the limit of 9 layers. This requires excellent, innate talent and specific immortal grade herbs. Rong has already consumed the last one from the demon sect, and for this, even though the demon lord didn't say anything, he felt a great pain in his heart. If it weren't for the demon lord's son personally delivering it, even the number 1 sect, the Haotian sect, would dare to challenge with the elders of the demon sect. The solitary Dugabo spoke absurdly with wide eyes, not feeling the slightest shame, leaving Mo Wentian stunned. Alas, I'm really sorry for the expenses incurred by your sect. We will definitely fulfill our promise. Please rest assured, Lord Poisoned Douluo. But it's too regrettable that Fengji heard about a method to break the limit of the 9 treasure glazed tile tower, but cannot use it. I wonder what kind of immortal grade elixir could make our 7 treasure glazed tile tower break the limits that have troubled us for many years. Could it be the legendary transcendent spiritual herbs? Ning Fengji shook his head with some regret, and after expressing his apologies, he still persistently asked, Uncle Ning, I heard Dad say it seems to be called the Chilua Tulip, combined with other immortal-grade items and top-tier spiritual herbs to refine. However, the method of refining, except for the Demon Lord and our Demon Sect's legends, is unknown to outsiders. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Mo Wintian followed suit, trying to smooth things over with Dugabone. Lord Poison Douluo responded, his expression not fluctuating at all, as if he already knew. Thank you, Lord Poison. Oh, thank you, Wintian, for the grace towards our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will send Uncle Jian to go to the treasury with you now, and I allow you to choose 5 items in the treasury as part of the 3 conditions. Ning Fengji and Mo Wintian tacitly ignored the second condition of the 3 items. Thank you. Mo Wintian clasped his hands and said, Dad, wait a moment. I promise to let the Poison Douluo pick 1 item as a reward for escorting us back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji stumbled slightly. His expression remained unchanged, but inside he felt a pang of pain. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing it was just a treasure. Not only could they gain the favor of a super Douluo, but they could also earn the friendship of the powerful demon sect. It seemed Rongrong had truly grown up. Moreover, the 7-treasure glazed tile school had collected so much. Letting him choose Wu Ti necessarily mean he would pick the most precious items. Since that was the case, the Poison Douluo could go along. Sword Uncle, you take them for a visit. It has been a long time since I saw Rongrong, and we still have some things to talk about. Ning Fengji took out a golden key and handed it to Mo Wintian, not worried at all about Mo Wintian running away with it. Not to mention that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was heavily guarded. The fact that the treasury required 2 keys to open was enough to dispel any concerns. All right, follow me. Sword Douluo Qinshin had no objections, although he also wanted to spend more time talking with Rongrong. He couldn't neglect the etiquette of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Soon, the 3 arrived in front of the highest building of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Go in. The treasury is on the top floor. Sword Douluo Qinshin led the 2 to the top floor. There were numerous guards along the way, and Mo Wintian didn't understand how such a power, which was destroyed by the Spirit Hall in the original plot, could be so formidable. The treasury door required 2 keys to open, and the entire tower was constructed from special materials. The door was incredibly hard, made from an even tougher meteorite that could rebound the attacks of tidal Douluos. Even tidal Douluos couldn't damage it at all. It took the first generation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's founder a huge sum of money to invite all the renowned craftsmen of that time in the continent, spending several years to create the 2 keys needed to open it. Inside were all the treasures collected by the 7-treasure glazed tile school throughout the ages. Upon reaching the top floor, Sword Douluo Qinshin casually said, Mo and Tion couldn't recognize what material this was. Through the eye of Forgotten, he could only see the immense energy contained in the stone door. He could only admire it, thinking how extravagant it was for the 7-treasures glazed sect to use such a large special or as the door to their treasury. The 2 inserted the key into the gap of the stone door, and with a buzzing sound, the door did not open. Mo and Tion and Poison Douluo looked at each other, but Jian Douluo was not surprised. He circulated his soul power, extended his hands, and with considerable effort, pushed open the stone door. Mo Wintian estimated that if he were alone, even with the key, he might not be able to push open the stone door. He didn't expect the stone door to be so heavy, likely weighing tens of thousands of pounds. You guys go in, said Sword Douluo Qinshin reassuringly. Each precious treasure has its own mark for storage, so I'm quite at ease. The 2 entered, and instead of countless gold soul coins, they found all sorts of strange and peculiar treasures, most of which appeared extremely ancient. Chapter 85, Mysterious Fragmented Map. There are actually top-grade gold and stone materials. Deep-sea sunken silver mother. To see such exquisite gold and stone materials just after entering the treasury makes one look forward to what else might be encountered later. Truly worthy of being the treasure house of world civilization, reputed to have everything looking at the dazzling array of precious items before him. Mo Wintian said with some expectation. Little monster, don't just focus on picking for yourself. Help this old man find some too. It would be best to find a few strains of immortal-grade herbs, so I can advance a bit further towards the extreme Douluo direction. Poison whimsically said to Mo Wintian. Old Poison, you really are like a toad yawning. Do you think others don't know the value of immortal-grade herbs, but you don't? Mo Wintian said without any politeness. It's just the Poison Douluo. I don't care about these details. If it were another title Douluo, I wouldn't dare to speak like this. Cough cough. Just joking, I'm at least a 95 level super Douluo. Give me some face, can I fantasize a bit? The poison Douluo, having heard Mo Wentian say that everything exists in the world, couldn't help but joke and didn't take it seriously. He just felt a bit awkward hearing Mo Wentian's words. However, Mo Wentian suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at a treasure within a glowing circle. This was the 9-colored glazed lamp, equivalent to the power of an artificial soul bone. Aside from not being able to absorb it, its skills were no different from a 100,000-year soul bone. It was a soul guide device that existed in legends. Not bad, not bad. It could save my life at a critical moment. I'll take it. Mo Wentian took down the 9-colored glazed cup and continued to observe ahead. The treasures here are the most precious, while the other layers only contain gold, silver, and jewels. Therefore, Mo Wentian did not overlook any treasure, carefully examining each one. Beside him, Poison Douluo also chose an area for himself, selecting his own treasures. A dignified title Douluo truly relying on Mo Wentian would be laughable. Over the years, Poison Douluo has researched many immortal-grade herbs and actually chose an area filled with herbs to see if there were any legendary immortal products. What is this, a broken map? How can this be stored in the heavenly warehouse? Could there be something special about it? Mo Wentian picked up a fragment of a map and muttered to himself curiously. Activating his broken illusion eye, he hoped to see something extraordinary. To his surprise, the map emitted a faint energy that was not soul power, as if it were something even more advanced. Indeed, there was something different about it. I'll take it. After all, I can collect 5 items. If it truly is what I hope it is, I'll make a huge profit. Mo Wentian decided to take a gamble. If it really had something to do with the gods, it would be a huge profit. If not, he wouldn't lose anything. Continuing forward, Mo Wentian chose 2 more treasures that he could use, one of which was a giant sword made of a material as hard as that of his sister's martial soul. The material was surprisingly not much different from Mo Wentian's sword sheath, suggesting it was also crafted by the renowned divine craftsmen of that era. Mo Wentian decided to give his sister Mo Yudi a tool for her to practice with. This way, she can also become more flexible in using her martial soul, improving her combat abilities without following a rigid routine in cultivating her martial soul skills. Mo Wentian always felt that the soul skills in Douluo continent had too many limitations, but he couldn't completely give up on training his own soul skills. After all, that would be a case of seeking distant goals at the expense of closer ones. If others have soul skills and you don't, the gap will emerge. However, if others have soul skills and you do as well, and others don't have self-created soul skills, but you do, then you will definitely be stronger than them. There is also a peculiar soul guide, which may not be very useful for others, but for him, it is absolutely the greatest gain from this treasure selection journey. The 2 instruments, Tranquil Heart Mirror, an ancient and special soul guide, allows one to maintain a tranquil mind by inputting soul power, ensuring that one will never lose rationality. This is simply tailor-made for the special cultivation state he comprehended after advancing to Soul Sovereign. With the 2 instruments, Tranquil Heart Mirror, he can confidently enter that state to cultivate soul power without fear of sinking into it. This essentially doubles the speed of soul power cultivation in the future. Such a gain is undoubtedly delightful. Upon arriving at the area inspected by Poison Douluo, they found that it was filled with top-tier medicinal herbs and spiritual roots, which, although not much different in variety from the Ice and Fire 2 instruments unfortunately lacked the immortal-grade products found in it. In the end, the 2 could only choose one rare spiritual medicine that did not exist in the Ice and Fire 2 instruments hoping to combine it with immortal-grade products to refine better immortal-grade pills. After exiting the Heaven's Warehouse, Sword Douluo Qinshin first closed the massive stone door, then took the 2 to meet Ning Fengji. Wentian, consider all of this as the 3rd condition promised by my 7-treasure glazed tile school. As for the 1st condition, even if you don't mention it, Rong will definitely become the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. The 2nd condition, the 3 matters, will still be effective. Even allowing you to enter the Heaven's Warehouse to select 15 treasures is not a problem. What do you think? Ning Fengji asked tentatively. No, I've already finished looking. There's nothing I need in there. In fact, Mo Wentian wanted to say that there was nothing he was interested in, but he thought it was better to be low-key on someone else's territory. In that case, let us wait until you've made up your mind before discussing it. As long as it doesn't go against the principles of my 7-treasure glazed tile school, my uncle will do his best to fulfill it. However, my uncle has one more thing to ask you to convey to the Demon Lord. My uncle hopes that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can cooperate with the demon sect in the medicinal herb business. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to share the profits on an 80 to 20 basis with the demon sect. If we can collect immortal-grade medicinal herbs, they will all belong to the demon sect. We only hope that the demon sect can grant my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School a pill like the one Rong Rong has. What do you think? Ning Fengji said in a low voice, almost pleading, in order to promote the martial soul's advancement. Yes, definitely. If there are such top-grade immortal pills again, I will definitely have my father personally ask the demon lord for a reward. Mo Wentian found it hard to refuse the opportunity presented to him. The almost free herbal business was quite appealing, compared to making the demon sect stronger. Exchanging a piece of celestial-grade item seemed quite worthwhile in Mo Wentian's eyes. However, considering the current strength of the demon sect, which was still inferior to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Mo Wentian naturally would not do something foolish like using celestial items or pills to support the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It's worth noting that the herbal business of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could definitely rank among the top 3 on the continent, which represents a huge profit. However, despite what he might say, he currently has nothing to offer, nor does he have anything at all. Originally, he intended to bid farewell to Ning Rongrong, but he didn't expect that the girl was so eager to advance to Soul Sage that she had already gone to the exclusive secret realm of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to obtain her soul ring. After saying goodbye to Ning Fengji, the poisoned Douluo took Mo Wentian back to their residence in Heavendo City. Each returned to their own home, and with both families living across from each other, they were as close as one family. Mo Wentian did not go to see anyone immediately. Instead, he first entered the secret room to test the effects of the two instruments' meditation mirror. Chapter 86, Double Cultivation Speed. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he channeled his soul power into the two instruments' meditation mirror. As his mind shifted and his intention moved with his heart, Mo Wentian involuntarily entered a state of cultivation. The soul power quickly circulated through the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body, completing a full cycle in less than half an hour, which was double the speed of his usual soul power cultivation. Standing up, Mo Wentian's face was filled with joy at such a fast cultivation speed. Combined with the medicinal effects of the 9 leaves immortal herb, he could very well approach the Soul King realm in a year. Currently, the immortal-grade medicinal power within Mo Wentian's body was almost depleted, and he was on the verge of being able to absorb immortal-grade power. The purity of Mo Wentian's soul power could be described as the best among Douluo Soul Zune, without exception, almost turning into a liquid form. Mo Wentian estimated that once he advanced to the soul sect, his soul power would transform into a liquid form, comparable to the purity of a soul saint's soul power. This was not only due to the effect of the celestial herb, but also a manifestation of the powerful nature of his 7-leaf GrassMartial soul. The celestial herb merely compensated for deficiencies and shortened the cultivation time. Mo Wentian was almost certain that the changes in his soul power were largely unrelated to the celestial herb, primarily linked to the special growth characteristics of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, and with the promotion from the celestial herb, he achieved his current pure and substantial soul power. Now, with his cultivation state, his future looked incredibly bright. The two instruments' tranquil mind mirror indeed had an effect, allowing him to freely enter and exit this state. It seemed that in the future, not only would his cultivation speed double, but with proper application, he could even use the annihilation technique, adding another trump card to his repertoire, which was delightful. Mo Wentian stood up, his face filled with joy as he exited the underground training room. Once he left the training room, the sky had already begun to darken, and the entire Mo residence was brightly lit, with guards stationed every 10 meters and sentries every 5 steps, all on high alert. Young master, you finally came out. Did you make any progress in your training? The maid, Douluo, at the entrance of the training room, noticed Mo Wentian's happy expression. Wow, you've reached level 20 so quickly. Not bad. You can now be considered half a member of the demon sect. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the soul hunting forest to obtain a soul ring another day. Mo Wentian looked at the increasingly mature catgirl Douluo with some surprise and said, Thank you, young master. Dodo's face first showed happiness, but then mixed with a hint of disappointment as she thanked him. Is Mom at home? Mo Wentian did not notice the disappointment in Dodo's eyes and casually asked, Yes, the lady already knows you are back home. She wants you to go to the central hall to see her after you finish your training. Dodo recalled the lady's instructions and quickly responded respectfully. Yes, I understand. You can go down and train now. Once you reach level 29, I will teach you the continuation of the nameless technique. When you break through to the 30th level of the Soul Master Realm, you will be able to become an official member of the demon sect. Mo Wentian set a goal for Dodo, and upon hearing it, Dodo indeed became much happier, nodding enthusiastically in agreement before running off to cultivate. Mo Wentian quickly arrived at the center of the residence. The decorations in his home now exuded an air of ancient solemnity. Compared to a few years ago, the residence had undergone a tremendous transformation, with even the servants being disciples of the Soul Master Realm from the demon sect. This reminded Mo Wentian of the treatment on the second floor of the cafeteria at the Tiando Royal Academy. It seems that the demon sect is developing quite well now. Mo Wentian walked in with emotion, muttering to himself. Of course, but none of this is due to someone's merit. Being a hands-off manager is truly an art. I don't even know when to go home for the new year. A slightly dissatisfied, gentle voice came from the back room. Mom. Mo Wentian didn't argue, just looked at his mother whom he hadn't seen for 2 years, feeling deeply emotional. "Si, it's good to be back, and now you've grown up. Once a child grows, a mother has no control. As long as you can be safe in the future, I will be satisfied," said Dong Ruoling with a sigh. Mom, you have already reached the Soul King realm? That's fast. Mo Wentian has trained in the eye of breaking illusions and is now on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of the breaking illusions realm, with the Soul Master levels below Soul Sage being clear at a glance. Indeed, ever since breaking through level 30 and obtaining the external soul bone, my breakthroughs seem to be almost miraculous, especially after taking the celestial grade, SilverGrass. My cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. Combined with the unnamed technique, I haven't encountered any bottlenecks and easily broke through to the 50th level Soul King realm. Dong Ruoling casually said this, causing Mo Wentian to feel a bit jealous of his mother's cultivation speed. It should be noted that 2 years ago when he left, his mother had just reached the mid-40s after using the celestial grade herbs, and now she has quickly reached the Soul King realm. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior. Mo Wentian wished he could immediately take the 9-leaf celestial grass and break through to the Soul Zone realm. Mom is really impressive. Mom, did you call me for something? Mo Wentian didn't want to talk about such things. It was really too frustrating. After giving a compliment, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Can't your mom call you over for no reason?" Dong Ruoling was no longer the little woman she used to be. She was now in charge of the entire logistics of the demon sect, including financial authority. Although she didn't need to manage everything personally, being in a high position for a long time naturally gave her a more imposing presence. No, of course she can. I'm just curious why Mom called me to the hall. Mo Wentian repeatedly denied it. It's nothing serious. You're not young anymore. It's time to get married and have children. When are you planning to bring Ling Ling into the family? Help your mom with the matters of the demon sect. Dong Ruoling, like most mothers, started urging her child to settle down soon. Well, isn't there someone to help Mom manage things? Why the rush? Mo Wentian asked in confusion. Ahem, I don't care. Anyway, you must go to Ling Ling's house tomorrow morning to settle the marriage as soon as possible. Otherwise, you shouldn't come back. Dong Ruoling said awkwardly, not willing to tell Mo Wentian that it was the result of a private agreement between her and Yi Lingling, and unconsciously took on her mother's tone. Fine, then I'll go take a look tomorrow. Mo Wentian originally wanted to give Xiangxi Duanchang Hong to Yi Lingling as a congratulatory gift during their engagement, which would be just perfect. It might even increase the chances of her accepting him. In the past, Mo Wentian was quite confident that Yi Lingling would appreciate Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, but now, due to the situation with Zhu Zhuqing, he felt a bit insecure. That's why he chose to present it to Yi Lingling during the engagement. With her soft and cute personality, she would likely forget everything else and only have him in her heart once she was moved. If outsiders knew what Mo Wentian was thinking, they would surely scold him, calling him a scheming old man or a pervert. Well, it's time to rest. It's getting late. In your room, I prepared dinner for you myself. After you eat, get some rest early. Tomorrow, I hope to take Ling Ling home directly. After Dong Ruoling gently said this, she turned and left. Mo Wentian looked at his mother's silhouette and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Chapter 87. Old Jack's martial soul. After returning to his room, Mo Wentian was preparing to cultivate when he suddenly felt someone observing him from the shadows. The ghost vine parasitic sword at his waist unsheathed silently in an instant, and the sword technique reappeared, shooting towards the roof at high speed. Ouch, my old bones. Young man, such a temper is not good. An old hunchback appeared, wielding his cane like iron, creating a dazzling gust of wind that blocked Mo Wintian's Ghost Vine parasitic sword's deadly strike. Ouch, my back. At this moment, he was holding his waist, looking at Mo Wintian with a face full of grievance. Old Jack, how come it's you, the Saint Soul Douluo? What are you doing here? Mo Wintian jumped onto the roof and found that the person spying from the rooftop was none other than the old Jack who had already joined the demon sect. Cough, cough. It's still the old poison, insisting that this old bone of mine come to pay a visit to you, the demon master of the demon sect at night, saying that etiquette must not be neglected. Alas, I didn't expect that before even meeting, it would be a sword strike. This old man really has a hard life. Old Jack said with a bitter smile. Sorry, I'm used to being cautious and have a habit of observing my surroundings before cultivating. Mo Wintian would naturally not tell old Jack that his broken illusion eye was about to enter the broken illusion realm, and that everything around him was within his perception. Sight doesn't matter, although Old Poison and the old man are not from the same era. The old man and he are close friends despite the age difference. He has already informed me about the matters of the demon sect, and this time I came here to let the old man give you a heads up. You can do whatever you need to do. With us two old men backing you up, even the Spirit Hall, Old Poison, and I can handle it for you. Old Jack said with a proud expression. The title Douluo of the Spirit Hall is no less than a handful. Could it be a bit? Mo Wintian didn't say much, but everyone with keen eyes knows. Master of the Demon, don't underestimate the Old Poison Master in me. After the Old Poison Master advanced to level 95 and became a titled Douluo, his poison skills reached the peak of Douluo continent. No matter how many Soul Masters are below level 95, they can't withstand the Old Poison Master's poison skills. Even if he encounters the legendary extreme Douluo Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he can still run away. If the Spirit Hall dares to offend him and pushes him to a certain extent, he would dare to turn the Spirit City into a toxic city. As for me, I am a figure from the same era as Tang Chun, the extreme Douluo of Haotian sect, and Douluo of the Spirit Hall. So I naturally am not afraid of them. Old Jack adjusted his beard and said, what about the Evil Soul Masters? Mo Wintian's understanding of the Evil Soul Masters was still superficial. Upon hearing that Old Jack was from the same generation as Tang Hao's grandfather, he couldn't help but ask further. The Evil Soul Masters, during the old man's youth, were a force that stood on equal footing with the Spirit Hall on the continent. In the end, the Spirit Hall's Douluo advanced to the 99th level title Douluo first, defeating the Evil Soul Masters. However, they cannot be completely eradicated. Most of their forces retreated to the island of the evil god. The leader of the Evil Soul Masters was forced to swear an oath to the deity they believed in, never to leave the island of the evil god, or else the ruler of the Evil Soul Masters would suffer a shattered martial soul and die. It has been over 100 years since then, and I suspect that the Evil Soul Master Saint's son who intercepted and ambushed your sect master last time came from the island of the evil god. Old Jack said with a serious expression. This means that the current Evil Soul Master forces might not be inferior to the Spirit Hall. Mo Wintian guessed with a somewhat unsightly expression. While he couldn't be sure if they were more powerful than the Spirit Hall, the number of title Douluos was definitely not inferior. Evil Soul Masters could use special means to offer worship to their deities, and those evil deities could forcibly enhance the soul power of the sacrificers through special methods. However, the existence above level 95 cannot be improved by such means, which might also be the reason why Evil Soul Masters dare not fully reveal themselves. Their current emergence is merely a test. Your identity as the sect master should not have been exposed. It is just a coincidence that they sought you out because of the Shura team. My demon sect and the Evil Soul Master forces are mortal enemies. If they knew you were the demon lord of the demon sect, they would definitely not let you off easily. We need to find a way to make our demon sect stronger. Old Jack analyzed based on the information of the demon sect and his understanding of Evil Soul Masters. Old Jack, what is your martial soul? What is your strength? Mo Wintian suddenly thought of a plan, but this plan required strong military force. It was obviously not enough to rely solely on the poison Douluo, so he couldn't help but ask. A group fight is not as good as the old poisoner, and a one-on-one fight is not as good as me. Old Jack said proudly. What level are you now? Mo Wintian looked shocked. Could it be that he couldn't defeat Old Jack in a one-on-one battle against Poison Douluo? Level 93, but Old Poison really isn't my match. Old Jack said proudly. Old Jack, how shameless you are. That was me letting you win. If I had used my trump card, how could you possibly be my opponent as a super Douluo? The voice of Old Poison suddenly came through. It turned out that Douluo had been there all along, secretly protecting Mo Wentian. Seeing old Jack exposed while he remained hidden, he was pleased with himself for being superior, but who would have thought old Jack would dare to point out his shortcomings? Unable to hold back, he had to come out and argue a bit. I wonder who got a black eye from me, old man. Old Jack said disdainfully, showing no shame at being caught out. It seemed his words were not false. Strong. Mo Wentian couldn't help but say that the 95 level and below title Douluo are completely not on the same level. He didn't expect old Jack to break this limitation and defeat Poison Douluo. Although Poison Douluo's one-on-one ability is indeed not as strong as that of Sword Douluo Qinshin, a powerful attack-type title Douluo, he is not weak either. Defeating Poison Douluo signifies that he definitely has the level of a 95 level title Douluo. I don't like to bully the old and young. Don't go too far. With such a big mouth. Do you believe I will place a few poisonous snakes on your bed while you sleep to cool you down? Poison Douluo said stubbornly, but he also acknowledged that old Jack's words were not false. I can't beat you because I can't beat you. Although my martial soul also started as a grass. After the second awakening, it has now turned into a crutch that specifically targets young Douluos who disrespect the elderly, old Jack said, raising the crutch in his hand. Oomph. Poison Law snorted coldly without replying and instead looked at Mo Wentian and said, Master, although old Jack has just been promoted to title Douluo not long ago, he was trapped at the title Douluo level for decades, with exceptionally pure soul power. After taking the immortal grade elixir, his soul power advanced even further. And after obtaining his soul rings, his soul power jumped 2 levels. He is now a 93 level title Douluo, and relying on his pure soul power and his self-created soul skills that are invincible at the same level. His strength is not inferior to that of a 95 level super title Douluo at all. Whatever you need to do, just go ahead. Nowadays, apart from the 2 major forces of the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters, which are far above our demon sect, even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is probably only on par with us, Poison Douluo said with a proud expression. That's good. I was just thinking of recruiting some forces into the outer sect of the demon sect and need strong helpers. After I deal with some of my personal matters, you 2 can go with me to handle this. I believe the strength of the demon sect can undergo a brand new transformation. Mo Wentian took out the demeanor of the sect master. The Poison Douluo had long been enamored and submissive to Mo Wentian, completely forgetting the conditions he had mentioned before entering the demon gate, and had no doubt about the truthfulness of Mo Wentian's words. Chapter 88. The Romantic History of the Poison Douluo. All right, old Jack, let's leave first and not disturb the sect master's rest. Douluo glanced at old Jack, as if recalling something with a hint of avoidance, not wanting to stay in front of Mo Wentian for long. What's the hurry? In my opinion, it's better for you to follow the sect master to propose tomorrow. It would be a double happiness. Old Jack said leisurely. Huh? What do you mean? Mo Wentian became interested. Could it be that Poison Douluo also has an old flame at the Yi residence? But that's not right, according to Ling Ling. There are only her and her mother, along with a few servants, and no one else. A cough. Old Jack, shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Poison Douluo awkwardly coughed twice and glared at old Jack. All right. Old man will keep quiet. Old man won't meddle in others' affairs. Being young is great. Sigh unlike me. Getting old, still all alone. Old Jack said with a face full of envy. Sect master, I've decided to go with you to propose tomorrow. Looking at old Jack's lonely appearance, with no children or family, thinking about himself, after Yinner gets married, he will be just like old Jack. He couldn't help but make up his mind. You actually eavesdropped on my conversation with my mother, Quickly tell me why you want to go with me to propose. Otherwise, you'll have to refine pills later, Mo Wentian pretended to be angry and said ahem. It's not that I was eavesdropping, but I accidentally heard the old immortal eavesdropping. The Poison Douluo shot a fierce glance at old Jack and explained, that won't do either, unless you tell me what you're going to do. Mo Wentian revealed a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, feeling quite satisfied with the way he interacted with these 2 Douluos. Master, you don't need to ask him anymore. The old poisoner is quite old and feels embarrassed to say it out loud. Let the old man tell you instead, old Jack said, leaning on his cane and looking like he was about to tell a story, addressing Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian was filled with interest in the private matters of Poison Douluo. About several decades ago, the old poison was just an ordinary 50th level soul master. Although the Douluo family was considered a prestigious family, due to the nature of their martial soul, they only had a single lineage, which naturally limited their strength. During a journey, the young Poison Douluo encountered the beautiful Yi Phoenix in the Sunset Forest. There was an age difference of over a decade between them. At that time, Yi Phoenix was in danger, as all the members of her team had been devoured by soul beasts. Even with her 9 hearts, sea, butterflies healing abilities, she couldn't save her teammates who had already died. At the critical moment, the young poison Douluo descended from the sky and saved the then charming Yi Phoenix. They fought fiercely against the 10,000-year soul beast, and with Yi Phoenix's healing abilities, they ultimately killed the soul beast, but poison Douluo was severely injured. To help him recover, the two lived in the sunset forest for a while. As the saying goes, a lonely man and a lonely woman, a hero saves a beauty, and a beauty cares for a hero. Naturally, feelings developed over time. However, as poison Douluo's injuries healed, they no longer had an excuse to stay in the sunset forest. After they left, they agreed to meet in Tiendo City in the future. However, not long after returning, Douluo's family privately arranged a marriage for him. The young Douluo had to give up his dreams of love for the sake of the family's continuation. The Douluo family selected a suitable partner, and the martial souls had to be either snake or dragon types. Only then could the Douluo family's lineage be preserved. Yi Phoenix's unique martial soul was naturally obstructed by both families. Upon learning of this, the young Yi Phoenix was heartbroken and decided not to disturb poison Douluo anymore. Until he had a granddaughter. Yi Phoenix still had lingering feelings for Douluo, but as the elders of her family grew older, she had no choice but to take in a male soul master with good talent, who would then become part of the Yi family. However, the man who entered the family could not handle the powerful inheritance of the 9 heart sea butterflies. After Yi Phoenix bore him a daughter, when he went to the 9 hearts sea butterfly secret realm to obtain the inheritance, he mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The girl left behind was none other than your childhood friend, Yi Lingling, which is why Douluo became acquainted with Yi Lingling and why poison Douluo was able to invite the reclusive Yi Phoenix to join the demon sect. Old Jack recounted the past of poison Douluo as if it were a common story. When Tion's mouth was already agape in surprise at this moment. It turned out that he had such a connection with the poison Douluo. No wonder the poison Douluo treated him so well. Ahem, that's basically what old Jack said. The poison Douluo said, his face slightly flushed and awkward. All right, then you can come with me tomorrow. Do you want me to prepare the betrothal gifts for you? When Tion suppressed his laughter and said, no need, I shall take my leave. The poison Douluo turned red in the face and fled in panic. Wait for me, old poison. Old Jack also chased after him with his cane. Although he seemed slow, he vanished in the blink of an eye, which also showed that old Jack's strength was extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. When Tion finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Initially, he had some concerns about the betrothal tomorrow, but now it seemed there was no need for him to worry at all. Poison Douluo had provided him with a divine assist. Upon entering the room, Wen Tian did not resume his cultivation, but instead began training his mental strength within the time-space divine fate ring. His broken forgetting was on the verge of entering the 3rd realm, breaking illusion. It could dispel all illusions and was capable of launching substantial mental attacks. For soul masters or soul beasts with weaker mental fortitude, such mental attacks could take them by surprise and yield unexpected results. Once again entering the time-space divine fate ring, Wen Tian began to organize the gains from his journey with the 7 treasures glazed sect. The 2 instruments' tranquility mirror undoubtedly had the greatest effect on him. It could not only be applied in combat, but also help him enter a special double cultivation state earlier during his daily training. The 9-color glazed lamp could also be used as a soulbone skill. As for the fragment of a map containing suspected higher energy, it was temporarily set aside, along with 2 millennium spiritual herbs. Coupled with some top-grade spiritual herbs he had stored, he could refine another batch of pills. He organized the spiritual herbs and celestial products he intended to use, planning to give the heartbreaking red to Yi Lingling and the water fairy Jadebone to Zhu Juqing. The rare mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum had been consumed by his father. His sister, Yudi, had taken the 8-petal immortal orchid, and his mother had consumed the precious celestial herb. Stargrass. The fire apricot blossom and 8-pointed ice grass had been used by him to compensate for the deficiencies in his martial soul. The clear autumn water dew had also been used to enhance his mental strength. Remaining were the Chiluo tulip, coxcomb phoenix tail, sunflower, snow white swan kiss, and half of a 9-rank purple mushroom that had been used in pill refinement. The 9-leaf celestial herb was the key to the 2nd evolution of his martial soul, which would be needed once he approached the soul master realm. The snow white swan kiss was a highly toxic celestial product, while the Chiluo tulip could be refined into pills to neutralize the resistance between celestial herbs. Mo Wintian decided to refine all the remaining celestial products into the final batch of celestial pills to enhance the strength of the members of a demon sect. According to the pill formula, he used his consciousness to pick some spiritual herbs, along with some top-tier spiritual medicines he had collected, and place them together with the celestial products. He planned to first visit the ice and fire duality, to refine the celestial products into celestial pills before going to the Yi residence to propose the next day. Mo Wintian had a feeling that the time and space divine fate ring would undergo significant changes when his mental power advanced to the soul Douluo realm. By then, he might be able to physically enter the time and space divine fate ring, which would eliminate the need to train his mental power. Therefore, nowadays, Mo Wintian would often use the time and space divine fate ring to exercise his mental abilities. Chapter 89. Yi Lingling's engagement the next day. Mo Wintian went to the residence of Poison Douluo early in the morning. He called Poison Douluo to accompany him to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Old Poison, I plan to refine a batch of pills. You go and provide me protection. That way, I'll have some leverage, won't I? Montauk Vincian, who had just opened his eyes and was still a bit dazed as he opened the door, said to the old Poison Master. Oh, aren't we going to the Yi family? What about refining pills? I must go and see. The Poison Douluo, who had come to his senses, suddenly became incredibly spirited. The Poison Douluo was also well-versed in pharmacology and had long wanted to refine some pills. However, he had no connections and no time to learn from Mo Wintian. This time, he definitely wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. All right, you can observe carefully when the time comes. I'll give you a couple of pill formulas to study. Montauk Vincian Polmizit. The reason why Poison Douluo treats Mo Wintian so well is also due to Mo Wintian's ability to be a good person. The gratitude for the rebirth of Poison Douluo far exceeds what Poison Douluo has contributed to the demon sect. Is this true? Poison Douluo asked with a smile. Jun Wuxi does not speak lightly. Mo Wintian also revealed his identity as the demon lord and said, let's go. I'll take you there. Without waiting for Mo Wintian's agreement, Poison Douluo quickly lifted him and flew towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Inside the Eye of Ice and Fire, Mo Wintian controlled the alchemy furnace with his soul power, suspending it in midair above the spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Combining the forces of extreme cold and extreme heat, he was refining a batch of pills that consumed the most top-tier spiritual herbs and immortal herbs ever seen. Even the medicinal power he extracted with great pain for Zhu Zhuqing was added to the furnace using a special method. Bang! With a muffled sound, a cloud of black smoke rose from the furnace. Little monster, has it exploded? Douluo and Mo Wintian exchanged glances. Montauk Vincian, who was refining pills for the first time using the Eye of Ice and Fire, was also uncertain about the situation. Let's open it and see, he suggested. Mo Wintian helplessly waved his hand and said, all right, I'll personally open the furnace and take a look. He then saw Poison Douluo grabbing the alchemy furnace with both hands, and the furnace was pulled out from the center of the ice and fire yin-yang by Poison Douluo's soul power. With a bang, the alchemy furnace was slapped open by Poison Douluo, revealing 9 crystal-clear silver pills sitting amidst a pile of black medicinal residue, particularly eye-catching. There were also some remnants of gray medicinal residue on the inner wall of the furnace. It was a success. Mo Wintian happily took out a specially made jade bottle, which could effectively prevent the leakage of medicinal power. After carefully placing the residues from the pill furnace inside, he stored both the furnace and the residues in his storage ring. Is this a success? Poison Douluo said, somewhat dumbfounded. It only took 2 hours from the start of the refining to the end, and such a short time was enough to create a peerless immortal-grade pill? Well, the better the medicinal materials, the simpler the refining techniques often are. They don't require excessive processing, just the reasonable combination of materials and the proper balance of their properties. However, it is also essential to have unique refining techniques. Here are several ordinary prescriptions I developed for you to study. I will keep one of these 9 pills for you. When you reach rank 98 and become a title Douluo, come find me for it. Mo Wintian is currently hesitant to give the Poison Douluo the elixir because he fears that the Poison Douluo won't be able to resist the temptation and will take it right away. This time, the effect of the elixir has greatly enhanced the ability to increase soul power, allowing even titled Douluos to break through 1 or 2 levels. Mo Wintian decided to give one to Poison Douluo, one to Old Jack, one to the fat guy, and one each to Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, of course. Also to his future mother-in-law. The remaining 3 would be one for himself, one for his father, and one for his sister. As for his mother, he decided against it, since she didn't care about his cultivation anyway. Now, with the level of Soul King, it was due to the external soul bones and celestial herbs. And with her current talent, she didn't need celestial items to slowly rise to the title Douluo level. Giving one to the fat guy and Mochi was also to ensure that they would play a crucial role in the high-level Soul Master competition a year later. Otherwise, with their current strength, they wouldn't be able to contribute much at that time. Of course, it cannot be denied that Mo Wentian had some nepotism in mind. For Mo Wentian, the fat guy and Mochi were trustworthy friends he had played with since childhood. The effect of each celestial pill was such that only the first one could fully exert its effect. Taking two would not have any benefit and could leave hidden troubles for one as foundation. What is the effect of this pill? Poison Douluo asked, somewhat puzzled about why Mo Wentian was being so serious. It can increase your soul power by at least one level, but only the first pill has some effect. I decided to give it to you when you reach the bottleneck at level 98. Otherwise, with your talent, it will be very difficult to break through to the 99 level limit Douluo. Mo Wentian said enticingly, no way. You have to know that the difference in soul power between a level 95 title Douluo and a soul power below level 95 is quite significant. Old Jack was able to reach the soul power strength of a level 95 title Douluo only because he indulged in the peak of soul Douluo for countless years and broke through with the help of immortal grade pills. The poison Douluo asked suspiciously, thinking that Mo Wentian had some misunderstanding about the level 95 super title Douluo. What I'm talking about is the standard above level 95. As for those below level 95, they can at least improve to that level. Mo Wentian made a gesture resembling a handgun. Is this true? Are there really such magical elixirs in the world? Poison Douluo was shocked and said in amazement, Mo Wentian, you have personally experienced it, but in the past, the focus was on solidifying the foundation, while now it emphasizes the enhancement of soul power even more. Both have no side effects, but medicine can be harmful. So each person can only take one pill of each type. Poison Douluo. It seems I need to pay close attention to your safety from now on. Haha. Indeed, if I don't protect Mo Wentian and something happens to him, his chance of advancing to level 99 or even becoming a god would be equivalent to giving up on myself. Let's go to the Yi residence. Putting aside the matter of the pills, Mo Wentian said with a serious expression, as if he were about to go to the execution ground. Yes, Poison Lo also had a solemn expression. Thus, the two old men, whose feelings were a mix of excitement and nervousness, and the young man exited the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. After arriving in Tiando City, the two felt a bit anxious and looked around. It felt as if they were thieves, afraid of being discovered. Go call your lady. Just say that Mo Wentian has come to seek an audience. Upon reaching the Yi residence, Mo Wentian composed himself and directly spoke to the attendant guarding the gate. Montak Vencian, it's the son-in-law. Madam, the son-in-law has come to propose. Hurry up, hurry up. A little girl guarding the gate ran excitedly into the residence, not caring about the dazed Mo Wentian, shouting as she ran. Chapter 90. Those worth protecting even at the cost of one's life. As the saying goes, a single thread cannot form a line, and a single tree cannot make a forest. Mo Wentian, accompanied by the titled Poison Douluo, went to the Yi residence to propose. The little girl at the gate hurriedly went inside to report. Mo Wentian and Poison Douluo exchanged glances, feeling a bit exasperated. Is this girl a bit naive? Soon, the little girl called for Yi Lingling and Yi Phoenix. The two women, one young and one old, each had their own charm. Yi Lingling was like a water lily, exuding a sense of youth, while Yi Phoenix resembled a blooming peony, radiating elegance and grace. Wentian, you finally came to find me. I heard you returned to Skydo City yesterday, and have been wanting to see you, but my mom wouldn't let me go. You're not angry, are you? Yi Lingling said as she broke free from her mother's grasp and threw herself into Mo Wentian's arms, speaking affectionately. Good. How could I be? Lingling is so well behaved. It should have been me coming to see you. I just got delayed by some matters. The two of them openly displayed their affection for each other. So you are the son of the Demon Lord, Mo Wentian? Yi Phoenix asked directly, ignoring Douluo. Yes, I am Mo Wentian, Lingling's boyfriend. I am who I am, not the son of any Demon Lord. Mo Wentian emphasized without hesitation that one should try to propose with an ordinary identity. Otherwise, the Demon Lord is far more imposing than the son of the Demon Monarch. He has character, not bad, knows not to pressure others with power, very good. However, if you want to marry Lingling, you must pass my test first. Yi Phoenix noticed that the more she looked at Mo Wentian, the more she liked him, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Ahem, Phoenix, this time I came with the same purpose as the little monster, so if there are any tests, let's bring them up together. I am willing to complete them with the little monster. Poison Douluo, seeing that he had no chance to speak, coughed to attract everyone's attention and bravely said, "You old shameless one. What nonsense are you talking? The kids are still here." Yi Phoenix's pretty face flushed suddenly, just like when she heard Mo Wentian wanted to marry her. Hey, do you agree? That's great. Huang, I have the little monster, the elixir, the elixir. The old poison was momentarily overjoyed, and fortunately, Mo Wentian could understand his feelings. Auntie, this is the betrothal gift my father asked me to give you. A legendary immortal-grade herb refined into an immortal-grade elixir, the highest achievement of the demon sex elixirs, as a betrothal gift from me and His Excellency Poison Douluo. Mo Wentian took out a jade bottle he had prepared in advance, and inside was a celestial-grade elixir. This pill is for Ling Ling. That old thing must take it himself. Yi Phoenix said somewhat unhappily. She knew the value and effects of the celestial-grade elixir from the demon sect. But at this moment, she was just feeling embarrassed and deliberately making things difficult for Poison Douluo. After hearing this, Douluo was anxiously pacing back and forth, feeling that he really didn't have anything good. Originally, Poison Douluo could be said to be the richest person on the continent, possessing over a dozen celestial-grade herbs. But unfortunately, he was exploited by the little monster. Then Your Excellency Poison Douluo, this elixir is yours now. Mo Wentian looked at Poison Douluo with difficulty. His eyes turned, and he directly threw the jade bottle to Poison Douluo, saying, "Thank you. Little monster, this kindness I will remember in my heart." Poison Douluo said to Mo Wentian, feeling moved. "You give this pill to her, could it be that you no longer want to marry Ling Ling?" Yi Phoenix looked at Mo Wentian with an unfriendly expression and said, No, Aunt, you misunderstood. I still have another one here, originally meant for Ling Ling to take herself. But since Aunt hopes that His Excellency Poison Douluo will personally present it, then this kid can only take this pill as my betrothal gift. Mo Wentian said seriously, "Anyway, this celestial-grade elixir can only be taken by one person at a time within a short period. The effect of the second one is halved, and one will flow into Yi Ling Ling's hands as a congratulatory gift. All right, you little trickster, since that's the case, you have passed the first test. However, if you want to marry our 9-heart begonia spirit master, you will need to pass the second test of having no heirs. As you all know, there can only be 2 9-heart begonia spirit masters in the continent at the same time. Once a third is born, the first will be cursed to either die of old age or illness. If you marry Ling Ling, you cannot have children. Are you sure you can pass this test?" Yi Phoenix did not look at Douluo, but directly asked Mo Wentian, though her peripheral vision glanced at the Poison Douluo, clearly wanting to see his reaction. Mo Wentian was silent for a moment, then raised his head reluctantly and asked, "Is there really no way to lift this curse?" "There's a way, but it's a road of no return. My 9 hearts begonia has a secret realm that has been passed down for generations. It is said that deep within this secret realm lies the method to solve the curse of the 9 hearts begonia soul master. However, so far, no one has been able to venture deeper because the rules of the secret realm are quite special. Only soul masters below the rank of Soul King can enter. But inside, there is a core passage guarded by 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, since the 9 hearts begonia soul masters have been passed down through generations, although their talents are excellent and they can at least cultivate to the soul sage level, they are all support-type healing soul masters with weak combat power, so they cannot go deep at all. That's why the 9 hearts begonia lineage has to recruit someone to marry in and go to the forbidden land of inheritance. As the son of the demon lord, I can make an exception and allow you to enter without going into the forbidden land." Yi Phoenix shook her head in disappointment and said, "No, I don't mind myself, but I don't want to deprive Ling Ling of her right to be a mother. I want to enter the 9 hearts begonia secret realm to find a way to break the curse," Mo Wentian said with a serious expression. He had considered this issue before coming. "Wentian, no, I don't want to. We cannot have children, as long as you are safe. I ask for nothing more." The more Yi Ling Ling said this, the stronger Mo Wentian's desire to break the curse of the 9 heart begonia became. Such a good girl. How could he bear to see her suffer even the slightest harm? "You are the one I would protect, even at the cost of my life. How could I bear to let you suffer even a little? Here, the heartbreaking red I promised you, take it. Will you marry me?" Montag Vencian affectionately spoke, then took out the heartbroken red from the time-space divine ring, kneeling on one knee to hand it to Yi Ling Ling. I am willing, sob. I dream of marrying you." Yi Ling Ling was moved to tears of happiness, took the heartbroken red, helped Mo Wentian up, and buried her forehead in his embrace. responding affectionately. Come, let's see if we can make the heartbroken red recognize its master. Drop a drop of blood on the bud of the heartbroken red. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling nervously and said, Yi Lingling followed Mo Wentian's instructions, sliding her finger to draw a drop of blood onto the flower bud. The Xiangxi Duanshanghong shook violently, and after a flash of red light, it detached from the stone and transformed into a vividly blooming peony, glistening with hints of blood red. Beautiful and enchanting, it hovered in mid-air. Chapter 91. The forbidden land of the nine-heart begonia. In the moment after Xiangxi Duanshanghong fell from a stone, it floated in front of Yi Lingling. The flower seemed to be offering itself to her face like a child. What a magical flower. It seems almost like it has a life of its own, said Yi Feng Wang, who was watching this scene in astonishment, increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law. Xiangxi Duanshanghong, a top-tier flower, can enhance the quality of martial souls and has the effect of solidifying the foundation and boosting soul power. It can also be used to conceal one's aura. Even a titled Douluo would not detect your presence while carrying it. Lingling, you should consume it. I believe you will soon be able to advance to the Soul King realm. Montauk Vencian Atvisit, fearing that he would be reluctant to use it like Xiao Wu. No, don't. I can't bear part with it. This is a proof of your love for me. I won't use it to enhance my soul power. I want to keep it with me forever. Indeed, girls are all the same, always unable to resist the temptation of love and affection. However, with the elixir in hand, Mo Wentian himself wasn't particularly concerned about whether to eat it or not. With the elixir, the heart-wrenching red of longing can be left for Yi Lingling as a toy. Mo Wentian thought to himself and did not continue to persuade. He looked at the poisoned Douluo, who was still standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do next, and with some exasperation signaled, Ahem, Your Majesty, poisoned Douluo, have you forgotten something? Why are you still standing there? Oh, right. Huanger, this is a heavenly great elixir, the best medicine on the continent here. Please forgive me for my mistakes back then. I want you to marry me. Is that okay? The poisoned Douluo mimicked Mo Wentian's posture and knelt on one knee, presenting a jade vial to Yi Phoenix. Seeing the somewhat awkward scene, if paired with a line like Big Brother, it's time for your medicine, it would be quite vivid. Mo Wentian couldn't help but shiver and quickly shook his head to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. How annoying, at such an old age, Brother Dogu. You are still so out of touch. Yi Phoenix said, her face flushed as she took the elixir from Dogu Bo, feeling embarrassed. I'm old, but you haven't aged at all, still so young and beautiful. Dogu Bo said with a serious expression, licking his face. Compared to before, the poisoned Douluo seemed to have rejuvenated, no longer exuding the sense of age. Whether it was because of reaching level 95 as a titled Douluo or due to the celestial herb, it was hard to tell. How shameless. The kids are still here. Yi Phoenix glanced at Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling, seeing that the two were immersed in their own world, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine. They don't have time to pay attention to us. Just as the poisoned Douluo finished speaking, he was about to continue being lost in their world. Your Majesty, poisoned Douluo, I have decided to enter the forbidden area now and resolve this issue as soon as possible. Mo Wentian believes that his strength is on par with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, so he is very confident that he can break the curse of the Nine-Heart Sea-Tang clan. I wonder if the Demon Lord's younger brother will be there? The poisoned Douluo said hesitantly, clearly concerned about Mo Wentian's safety. No need for that. My strength is no less than that of a Soul King. And if I can't defeat a 10,000-year soul master, I can definitely escape. Don't worry, Mo Wentian confidently said, thinking that even if he encountered a crisis, he could definitely escape using his lightness skill, the Celestial Step. At that time, he could find a place to hide and refine the 9-leaf SilverGrass and the immortal great elixir, which would surely bring about a tremendous change in his strength. He also considered whether to take it in advance for more security. However, after some thought, he decided against it. As long as the soul beast's age did not exceed 50,000 years, he was confident he could escape with his own strength. What? You say your current strength is comparable to that of a Soul King. Is that true? Does your strength really far exceed your Soul Master level? Yi Phoenix looked at Mo Wentian with shining eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure, and asked him excitedly, What's wrong, it? Mo Wentian asked in confusion, not understanding what was going on with his mother-in-law. Do you know that in the Nine-Heart Begonia clan, there's been a curse passed down since ancient times? There can only be 2 Nine-Heart Begonia soul masters on the continent, and the inheritance of martial souls often requires the descendants to inherit them. The quality of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul is incredibly powerful, Once awakened, it possesses innate soul power of level 9 or above. However, the curse of the 9-heart begonia clan seems to be a limitation imposed by the heavens on such a powerful martial soul. Whenever a third 9-heart begonia soul master is born, the first one will be cursed and die mysteriously. The birth of Lingling's martial soul caused her grandmother, a peak soul Douluo at level 89, to die. The 9-heart begonia clan lives in this environment, which is why most 9-heart begonia soul masters do not concern themselves with worldly affairs and have introverted personalities. Fortunately, Lingling met you all in her childhood, which prevented her from developing an introverted character. In our 9-heart begonia clan's forbidden ground, there has always been a saying: when someone can break the limitations of martial souls and possess strength beyond that of a soul king at the soul master level, they can break the curse. Yi Phoenix said excitedly, but her words were filled with sadness, clearly unable to forget her mother's passing. Vangya, you mentioned the soul master level, but the little monster is only at the soul sovereign level. Isn't this too risky? How about waiting until Wentian advances to the soul master level before entering? Douluo asked tentatively, as he also wanted to resolve the curse of the 9-heart begonia clan as soon as possible, but he was more concerned about Wentian's safety. Yes, Mom. Why don't we wait a bit longer before going in? Yi Lingling echoed, clearly not wanting her beloved to take risks. However, Wentian had his own plans. A year later is the continent's high-level soul master competition, and after the competition, no one knows what the situation on the continent will be like. Thinking about how he still needed to rely on the divine inheritance to advance to title Douluo as soon as possible after the competition, he couldn't delay any longer. Looking at his mother-in-law's expression, it was clear she wanted him to enter soon. You don't need to worry. My strength can easily surpass 2 major levels. So now is the best time to enter. Please don't stop me anymore. Auntie, take me in, Wentian said in an undeniable tone. Then I want to go too. You can't leave me behind. Yi Lingling suddenly spoke with tears in her eyes, clearly triggered by this scene that stirred memories deep within her mind. This, Wentian looked at Yi Phoenix beside him, his expression troubled as he spoke. Well, let Ling accompany you in. It's good to have someone to look after you. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I'm afraid the demon lord won't spare my Jushin Haidang clan. Also, I've agreed to your marriage. Once you come out, set a date to prepare for marrying Ling. Yi Phoenix seemed to speak calmly, but in reality, she had made a significant decision, showing a determination that was all or nothing. Okay, thank you, Aunt. Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this aunt did not ask about Zhu Qing, but directly agreed to the marriage. This was also the reason why Wentian had always gone along with her wishes. However, Wentian was unaware that Yi Lingling had not told her mother about Zhu Qing at all. Still calling her aunt? Yi Fengwang looked at her daughter and her future son-in-law with a teasing expression. Yi Lingling's face turned red, but she did not speak. She just tightened her grip on Wentian's arm. Mom? Wentian tentatively called out. Good, this is my good son-in-law. The secret realm can be opened once every 6 months. With Brother Douluo here, after 6 months, we can forcefully open a passage to the secret realm together. If things don't go as planned, take Ling and hide, and wait until 6 months later to come out. Although Yi Phoenix is extremely eager to break the curse of the Geo-Exine Haidang clan, after calming down, she is even more worried about their safety. Good, Wentian readily agreed. As they talked, they arrived at the backyard. The Yi residence was large, and the architecture was very ancient, as if it had been passed down since ancient times. The Yi residence had existed in Tiando City since the establishment of Tiando City. It had a teleportation array that could directly enter the secret realm, which was a forbidden area for my Jushin Haidang clan. Only members of my Jushin Haidang clan or their sons-in-law had the right to enter. Yi Phoenix introduced, as she noticed Wentian's curious gaze. Wentian seemed to agree with what was said, but in his heart, he was thinking that the rules could be deadly. It wasn't that there weren't other soul masters with strength far surpassing their level who could trouble the 9-heart begonia clan, but it was this rule. In front of a teleportation array, Poison Douluo stood to the side. You must be careful. Do not go against the rules. Just bring Lingling back safely. Mom is waiting for you. Here are 2 wristbands. You and Lingling each take one. Only with the wristbands can you enter the teleportation array ahead. Otherwise, you'll be attacked by the automatic defense system of the array. Yi Fengwang handed over a pair of wristbands, pointing towards the teleportation array while speaking to Wentian and Yi Lingling. Okay, Mom. Yi Lingling responded obediently. Wentian was observing the teleportation array before him. The array was emitting a faint light, resembling the shape of a large door with a bright silver appearance. Unknown symbols were engraved on it, and after staring at it for a long time, he couldn't figure out anything. There's no need to look any further. My Yi family has had many generations, and none have been able to decipher anything from it. This ancient formation has long been lost. Relying solely on studying these runes won't yield any results. Yi Phoenix said gently to Mo Wentian, while the poisoned awe beside them looked on with envy, reminiscing about his own youth when he received similar treatment, unlike now, when he was constantly referred to as old and shameless. I was just curious to take a look. Mo Wentian scratched his head and said apologetically, well, remember, once you go in, it's best not to venture too deep at first. The spiritual energy inside is dense, and cultivating there will yield great benefits, making your efforts twice as effective. The most powerful soul beasts outside are only 1,000-year soul beasts, so they don't pose much of a threat to you. If things go awry, find a place to hide outside. Those 10,000-year soul beasts can't enter the outer area of the Forbidden Land due to the restrictions of the secret realm. Only within exists powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. I entered once when I was young, but I wasn't a match for the 10,000-year soul beasts, so I just took a quick look and fled from the Forbidden Hall. Only by entering the center of the Forbidden Hall can we find a way to break the curse of the Nine-Heart Begonia. If you find yourselves outmatched, hide outside. My brother Douluo and I will forcibly open the secret realm in 6 months to bring you out. Remember to keep your wristband safe. That's the only way we can locate you. The two naturally agreed wholeheartedly and walked towards the teleportation array. Alas, it's a pity about the level restrictions of this forbidden secret realm. Otherwise, I could handle those 10,000-year soul beasts with one hand. Poison Douluo sighed beside them. Yi Phoenix merely rolled her eyes at him, her gaze turning to the already stepped into the teleportation array, Mo Wentian and her daughter. With a flash of white light, Mo Wentian felt a dizzying sensation, barely holding onto Yi Lingling's hand. When he regained his composure, he felt he had entered another world. The spiritual energy was rich, and the sky was azure. Hard to imagine this was just a secret realm attached to the Douluo continent. Looking at Yi Lingling beside him, he silently thought it was good they hadn't gotten separated. Chapter 92. Having babies, the place they were teleported to was a lush forest with abundant leaves, where some small animals played freely. Occasionally, they could see some smaller, low-level soul beasts passing by, looking at Mo Wentian and the others with curious eyes, showing no fear of humans, as if they were merely intrigued by their appearance. These little animals are so cute. Yi Lingling happily looked at the beautiful scenery around her, tightly hugging Mo Wentian's arm, and said, after we get married, let's find a place like this to settle down and have a bunch of little babies. Mo Wentian said seriously, looking very earnest. Do you think I'm a pig beast, so capable of giving birth? Yi Lingling said shyly, clearly having thought of something. What about Zhu Qing? You two can each have 4, and together that's 8. We can have them form a brand new soul master team for the demon sect. Mo Wentian fantasized about his children forming a team full of innate full soul power, feeling confident with the unnamed techniques he possessed. Go to hell. If you want to have kids, you do it yourself. I don't want to have so many children. Yi Lingling's face turned red, her tone shy, clearly teased by Mo Wentian's words. That won't do. I can't do it alone. I need you. Mo Wentian's old lecherous nature was unmistakable. Let's find a place to cultivate instead. With such rich spiritual energy, it would be a waste not to cultivate. Yi Lingling said, looking around at the dense spiritual energy, feeling a bit regretful. All right, let's go. I'll take you to find a place. Let's go, Mo Wentian said, and without waiting for Yi Lingling to react, he directly picked her up by the waist in a princess carry. So annoying. While saying she was annoyed, her body was honest, burying her head in Mo Wentian's chest, feeling the rare warmth. In front of a small mountain, Mo Wentian stopped, set Yi Lingling down, and walked to a stone wall. He gestured about, and before the puzzled Yi Lingling could ask what he was doing, Mo Wentian answered her question with action. The ghost vine parasitic sword at his waist was drawn out and split into countless branches, transforming into 9 giant swords that deeply pierced the stone wall, seemingly carving out a cave. Half an hour later, looking at the cave that appeared, which was like a masterpiece, and then at the nearby pine forest waterfall and flowing river, a secluded cave was thus born under Mo Wentian's sword. However, the somewhat overconfident Mo Wentian was currently oblivious to everything, sitting cross-legged to recover his soul power, as he hadn't expected the stone walls here to be so hard. Serves you right for showing off. Yi Lingling watched Mo Wentian sitting on the stone bed in the cave and glancing at his fair face. She couldn't help but gently pinch it. Seeing that Mo Wentian didn't react, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Looking around, there was only a carved stone bed and the 9-color glass lamp Mo Wentian used for lighting. Yi Lingling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Her beloved was indeed extravagant. After putting away the 9-color glass lamp soul guide, she took out a regular lamp for illumination from her storage ring and lit it, placing it in a gap on the cave wall. Instantly, the cave brightened up. She climbed next to Mo Wentian and quietly watched him, showing no intention of cultivating. Clearly using the rich spiritual energy as an excuse, only she knew what she truly wanted. Just as Yi Lingling was about to fall asleep, a strong wave of soul power erupted from Mo Wentian, seemingly a sign of a breakthrough in soul power. Mo Wentian felt that all his soul power was boiling, and the surrounding spiritual energy was incredibly rich. The unnamed technique was operating wildly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Having already touched the edge of a breakthrough, Mo Wentian concentrated all his soul power towards the Ren Tong, second meridian, hoping to use the residual power of the celestial grade medicinal herb to break through 2 levels at once. After repeated attempts and failures, his hard work finally paid off. Mo Wentian successfully opened the Ren Tong, second meridian, and entered the 4th layer of the unnamed technique ahead of time, breaking the limitations of the soul ring and reaching the soul sect realm in terms of level. His soul power also broke through 2 levels, reaching the 38th level of Soul Master. As long as the amount of soul power kept up, he would soon reach the 40th level of the soul sect realm. Did he break through? Yi Lingling asked worriedly as she watched Mo Wentian slowly open his eyes. Yes, I broke through 2 levels, and I'm about to enter the soul sect realm, surpassing you, Mo Wentian joked, but if he took the celestial grade, 9-leaf sword grass, he might truly surpass Yi Lingling soon. Huh, you're just bragging. I'm a 43rd level healing type soul master. Even if you have a soul ring, you're still 2 levels behind me. How could you possibly surpass me? Yi Lingling said skeptically, knowing that Mo Wentian had already consumed celestial herbs, and not just one. Not necessarily. I still have an unmatched celestial grade herb specifically for the 2nd evolution of my martial soul. At that time, my soul power will experience a significant boost. But if you take the heartbreaking red, you might also directly rise to the Soul King realm, just like me. Mo Wentian jokingly said, hoping that Yi Lingling wouldn't be caught up by him so soon. Bah, don't think you can trick me into taking the heartbreak red. It's a testament to our love. Yi Lingling said proudly, as she loved the heartbreak red to the extreme. Huh, it's fine, I still have some celestial grade elixirs here. Look, here is one for you, but don't let it be known. Mo Wentian handed Yi Lingling a jade vial, which surprisingly contained a celestial grade elixir. Wentian, where did you get so many celestial grade elixirs? Even if your father is the demon lord, he shouldn't have this many elixirs to give you. Yi Lingling asked suspiciously as she took the elixir. Huh, I refined this elixir myself. Of course, I have more than others from the demon sect. Mo Wentian said truthfully, as he didn't want to hide anything from Yi Lingling. I won't talk to you anymore, you're just bragging. How old are you? How could you possibly refine a celestial grade elixir? My mom is an expert in pharmacology and has studied the ordinary elixirs distributed by the demon sect for a long time, and she still hasn't figured out how to refine them, let alone this extraordinary celestial grade elixir. Yi Lingling pouted, looking unconvinced. So sad. My Lingling actually doubts my abilities. It hurts. How could I, the dignified demon master, not be able to refine an elixir? I am a genius. Mo Wentian pretended to dramatically clutch his heart, then said with an air of arrogance, Bah, don't talk nonsense. If the demon master hears this, what will we do if our cultivation resources are cut off? Yi Lingling still didn't believe Mo Wentian's words. Mo Wentian naturally did not explain much, knowing that Yi Lingling would eventually find out the truth, but now was not the time. The two of them shared some childhood anecdotes in the cave, and as night fell, Mo Wentian honestly embraced Yi Lingling and fell asleep. A lonely man and a woman, like dry, kindling meeting a fierce fire, did not engage in too many inappropriate activities. At most, they shared innocent little kisses and hugs around the waist. Chapter 93. The examination of the god of life. Early the next morning, Mo Wentian got up early to practice the eye of breaking illusions, beginning to absorb the morning's purple energy for cultivation. Although he had been close to a breakthrough, he still could not break through to the 3rd realm, the breaking illusion realm. Mo Wentian estimated that it was due to his insufficient mental strength that he couldn't reach the third realm of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. His mental power needed to reach the level of a soul Douluo. Still unable to break through, it seemed he would have to wait until he obtained the fourth soul ring. With a face full of disappointment, Mo Wentian stood up, not returning to his cave, but instead searching for ingredients. Mo Wentian was prepared to cook for Yi Lingling to showcase his skills. After searching for quite a while, he finally found a very large bird's nest atop a giant tree, containing 3 or 4 fist-sized bird eggs. Mo Wentian unceremoniously took the bird egg and returned to his cave. At the entrance of the cave, he set up a stove, took some seaweed, and cracked 2 bird eggs to make seaweed egg soup. He also took out a flat-bottom pan from his spatial soul guide and began frying the poached egg he loved most in his previous life. It was the first time Mo Wentian had seen such a large poached egg, but because of his high soul power level, he naturally had a stronger ability to control the heat, resulting in a perfectly golden poached egg. After sprinkling some salt, Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel his appetite surge and his poetic inspiration flow. A pool of spring water, a pool of flowers, countless golden rays and myriad clouds. White jade rising in smoke, warm azure waves, a skilled woman embroidering a colorful painting. Good poem. I didn't expect you to be able to write poetry, Wentian. That's impressive. I almost believe you're a natural genius. Yi Lingling exclaimed as she walked out of the cave and happened to hear this. She was pure and elegant, graceful in form. Dressed in a powder blue starry top and a flowing green skirt adorned with flowers, she had an astonishing aura that surpassed her age. Her slender willow eyebrows were clearly and carefully shaped, and her long eyelashes fluttered like small brushes. Her strikingly beautiful big eyes sparkled and were so bright they seemed dazzling, exuding an extraordinary liveliness. Seeing her beloved prepare food for her, Yi Lingling naturally felt the need to praise him. Ha! Of course, just look at who my man is. Mo Wentian laughed heartily, feeling delighted as he gazed obsessively at Yi Lingling's appearance. Don't be shy. Come let me taste your cooking, Yi Lingling said as she prepared to ladle the soup, but Mo Wentian quickly stopped her, saying, "Be careful, it's hot, I'll do it." The two of them each had a poached egg and drank a large bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, happily lying on a patch of grass, watching the rising sunset. For 3 consecutive months, Yi Lingling and Mo Wentian enjoyed a wonderful world together like this. During this time, both Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling each took a piece of celestial grade elixir. Mo Wentian has advanced to the 40th level of the Soul Master Realm, and it is believed that after the breakthrough, he can further improve by 2 to 3 levels. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, is even more terrifying, directly rising by 6 levels to reach the 49th level of the Advanced Soul Master Realm. The main reason for such a large gap is that Mo Wentian's soul power quality is denser, having reached the peak of soul power liquefaction. Additionally, due to not having obtained a soul ring, Mo Wentian decided to explore the inner area to see if there were suitable 10,000-year soul beasts. His 7-leaf GrassMartial soul has a fairly wide range for obtaining soul rings. However, if we talk about breadth, Yi Lingling's is even wider. She only needs to consider healing ability, and any kind of soul beast with healing capability and an appropriate age can be absorbed, with the effects of the obtained soul skills being the same. ISNT that enviable, in the internal area of the 9-heart Begonia secret realm. As soon as Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling entered, they encountered the pursuit of a 10,000-year soul beast. Mo Wentian was not confident in being able to kill it with one strike. This 10,000-year tiger leopard beast was not suitable for them, so he naturally led Yi Lingling to flee. With Mo Wentian's current speed at the mid-level of the 3rd layer of the celestial step, he moved like a ghost. Although this 10,000-year soul beast excelled in speed, it could only eat dirt while following behind Mo Wentian. This was still because Mo Wentian was dragging Yi Lingling along. If he were alone, it wouldn't he even be able to eat dirt. The celestial step is divided into 5 layers, and now Mo Wentian's speed at the mid-level of the 3rd layer is comparable to that of a speed-type soul sage. Mo Wentian felt that the 4th level could definitely reach the level of a tidal Douluo. As for the 5th level, he had a strong feeling that it was definitely faster than the legendary extreme Douluo, even at the level of a deity. Looking at the ancient hall in front of him, Mo Wentian sighed. This secret realm seemed small, and he could traverse it in 2 or 3 days at a speed. Yet he had not discovered any signs of human existence. He wondered why such an ancient hall existed deep within. Creak! The doors of the hall suddenly opened while Mo Wentian and his companion were observing. It has been 100,000 years, And, finally, someone has come to the depths of the secret realm again. I hope you can pass the test of the God of Life and break the fate of the Jioshin Haitang clan. An ancient voice emerged as an old woman stepped out from the doorway. Who are you? Mo Wentian's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the old woman in front of him. Using his eye of breaking illusions, he discovered that the true form of this old woman was actually a 9-heart begonia flower. She was indeed a soul beast transformed into a human, with a minimum age of at least 100,000 years. Not bad. She can actually see my true form. No wonder she is the one who safely brought the legacy of the 9-heart begonia to the depths of the secret realm. The old woman looked at the brilliance in Mo Wentian's eyes, a bit surprised. Seeing his calm demeanor in the face of danger, she couldn't help but praise him. You're a soul beast. Mo Wentian looked at the old woman and said affirmatively, That's right. You can understand it this way. I was originally just a 9-heart begonia flower that had gained intelligence. The life goddess, who traveled to the lower realms, valued me and granted me wisdom, along with unparalleled healing abilities to help her find suitable successors. However, after the life goddess left, I offended an existence outside the divine realm, the evil goddess, and became cursed by her. This is also the reason why the 9-heart begonia martial soul cannot exceed 3. I have developed a dual personality, and you're lucky that my kind side is currently in control of the body. The old woman briefly introduced her background to the two and explained the potential danger she possessed. What is a dual personality? Mo and Tian did not easily believe the old woman's words, but continued to question her, keeping a distance between Yi Lingling and the old woman. One side is divine, and the other side is demonic. The divine side is naturally the kind side, while the demonic side is the evil side. However, whether for the divine or the demonic, I am the spokesperson of the gods, and also the ancestor of the 9-heart begonia clan. To lift the curse of the 9-heart begonia clan, one must pass the trial of the goddess of life, and only then can the curse be lifted when the goddess of life personally appears. However, because I have been punished by the goddess of sin, the trial of the goddess of life has also become several times more difficult. Therefore, I advise you that if you are not sure, it is better to leave. The inheritance of the goddess of life is not something that can be easily obtained. The old woman said helplessly, clearly feeling numb to the curse on her body and not having much hope. I believe you. Please take us to participate in the trial of the goddess of life. Mo Wentian was closely observing the old woman's expression, the function of his piercing gaze operating at its peak, knowing that the old woman was not lying. Therefore, he said, Well, since that's the case, please come in. After the old woman finished speaking, she moved aside to make way for the two to enter. Mo Wentian pulled Yi Lingling in without hesitation. Chapter 94. The Goddess of Sin. After entering the Great Hall, Mo Wentian felt as if he had entered a green world, a hidden paradise, vast and immense. There were mountains and water, but more importantly, it was filled with greenery. The surroundings were filled with vibrant life energy, and the air was thick with countless life elements. Mo Wentian opened the space of the time and space divine destiny ring, allowing these life elements to flow in naturally. The medicinal garden within the ring, upon contact with these life elements, began to absorb them frantically, as if fish had discovered water. Those immortal seeds that Mo Wentian had planted even showed signs of sprouting. Have you been here in this secret realm all alone for so long? Yi Lingling asked curiously, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the old woman. You can call me Old Ancestor or Yi Haitang. Those who possess the 9-heart begonia martial soul are all my direct descendants. I've lived in this secret realm because if I leave, I will uncontrollably unleash the cursed side of me. It has been nearly hundreds of thousands of years since the goddess of life left here. Is this man the son-in-law of my 9-heart begonia clan? The old woman, named Yi Haitang, felt a sense of kinship with her descendant, Yi Lingling, and kindly spoke to the two of them. Yi Lingling, you must be very curious about why I can live for so long. The old woman noticed that the two had no desire to continue the conversation, perhaps because she had lived alone for too long and wanted to chat with someone. It must be because the elder is a demigod powerhouse, right? Mo and Tian was initially not curious, but after hearing her words, he clearly developed a desire to explore and couldn't help but speculate. Yes and no. The demigod-level beings are one reason, but they cannot survive for such a long time on the Douluo continent. The real reason is the life energy here, as it has one of the 3 great treasure troves, the spring of life. As long as one absorbs the essence core from the spring of life, their lifespan in this secret realm becomes infinite, living and dying together with the secret realm, longer than the lifespan of a 100,000-year soul beast, and without the occurrence of the heavenly tribulation that happens once every 100,000 years. Although my true form is a 100,000-year, 9-heart begonia, I chose the path of transformation, which was originally the most promising way to break the limitation that soul beasts cannot become gods. However, for some reason, I offended the goddess of evil, who placed a curse on me. The goddess of life, being relatively kind, only lifted half of the curse upon learning of it, unwilling to become enemies with the goddess of evil, and simultaneously made an agreement with her, creating this secret realm. As long as a descendant of the 9-heart begonia clan can pass the goddess of life's assessment and inherit the title of the life god king, the curse can be broken. The goddess of evil is also a god king level powerhouse, naturally obstructing the process, making the difficulty of the goddess of life's assessment increase exponentially. That is why I lost my freedom and can only guard the legacy of the goddess of life without being able to do anything. Yi Haidang seemed to recall past memories and began to narrate to the two about the origin of the secret realm and the legacy of the goddess of life. It turns out this secret realm has such a history. No wonder the spiritual energy is so rich. It was created by a god king level powerhouse. Senior Yi, could you please take us to the spring of life first? After we witness the spring of life, we will participate in the goddess of life's assessment. Mo Wentian tentatively asked, wanting to see if he could absorb a bit more life energy. If he could obtain a few strands of celestial grass, it would be even more perfect. It would definitely be worth a trip. Follow me, it's just on the way. The life goddess's assessment is also held at the center of the fountain of life. Given your current soul power, you should all be beings with innate full soul power, right? Yi Haidang did not refuse Mo Wentian's request and regarded him as a junior in her heart. Lingling is I am not, Mo Wentian said truthfully. Oh, it's actually not that way. It seems we have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Let's go. I will take you to the life goddess pillar to test your talents and see if you can obtain the life goddess's approval. The two followed Yi Haidang deeper into the hall. It was hard to tell whether they were inside or outside, as it was almost indistinguishable from the outside world. Mo Wentian and the others, following behind Yi Haidang, even saw many 10,000-year soul beasts existing within. The surrounding environment was no different from the outside of the secret realm, and the sun in the sky seemed as real as ever. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling felt a hint of warmth. The three of them chatted as they walked, and after about half an hour, they finally arrived at the location of the Fountain of Life. Through their conversation over the past half hour, Mo Wentian learned about the duality of being both divine and demonic. In simple terms, it is a dual existence. There are two souls within Yi Haitang's body, with the additional martial soul being a result of a curse. It was not meant to be this way from birth. The evil side is responsible for the trials of the goddess of evil, while the benevolent side is responsible for the trials of the goddess of life. Naturally, the goddess of evil would obstruct the inheritor of the goddess of life from completing the trials. Only the descendants of the 9 hearts begonia, the bearers of the 9 hearts begonia martial soul, could come here, and clearly, the 9 hearts begonia martial soul is not suitable for inheriting the position of the goddess of evil. The goddess of evil has no intention of allowing anyone to inherit her position. It is solely meant to annoy the goddess of life. Ahead, Mo Wentian saw a tall mountain with 9 massive, shining silver water columns that looked solid and showed no sign of flowing. At the foot of the mountain, a stream of water slowly cascaded down, pure and flawless, filled with an incomparable life force, resembling a fountain of celestial spirits. Right in front was the fountain of life, and those 9 columns of water light were where the goddess of life tested talent and conducted her trials. Depending on the talent, the goddess would bestow different trials. Only by passing the 9 trials of the goddess of life could one hope to inherit her position and break the curse of the 9 hearts begonia clan. As long as they participated in the trials, they could gain benefits, and you are lucky to have caught me in control of the body's permissions. Yi Haidang explained to Yi Lingling, clearly full of expectations for her. After all, possessing innate, full soul power is extremely rare in any era. Yes, I will definitely break the curse of the 9 hearts begonia clan. Ancestor, can Wentian also participate in the trials? Yi Lingling responded obediently, not forgetting to include Mo Wentian, hoping he could also participate and gain benefits. Of course, since he is your fiancé, he is also considered a member of the 9 hearts begonia clan and meets the rules set by the goddess of life. Yi Haidang affectionately ruffled Yi Lingling's hair, and through their conversation, she had grown fond of this obedient descendant. Chapter 95. The black third trial reaching the small creek. Mo Wentian bent down, dipped his fingers into the water, and felt the powerful life energy contained within the water of life. Senior, can I take a little of this water with me? Mo Wentian asked casually, suppressing the joy in his heart as he looked at Yi Haidang. Yes. The water of life has considerable uses in the outside world. Here, apart from the several 100,000-year-old soul beasts responsible for the trials, no one else has the right to use the water of life. However, I am the exception because I have consumed the core essence of the fountain of life, the heart of life. I can create as much of this spring water as needed, so feel free to take as much as you can carry. No need to ask my permission. Yi Haidang said kindly, being quite generous, believing that even if Mo Wentian filled his spatial soul guide, he wouldn't be able to take much. Thank you, Senior. My spatial ring is quite large, Mo Wentian said, not having the courage to ask about the celestial herbs since their effects were known to more than just himself. Being able to acquire some of this spring water was already excellent, and he reminded her that his spatial soul guide had a considerable capacity. Go ahead. Yi Haidang thought to herself, how much larger could it be, impatiently waving her hand. You all continue chatting. Lingling, I'll go get some spring water. Mo Wentian gave a glance to Yi Lingling, signaling her to talk a bit more with Yi Haidang. Then he obediently jogged over and placed his hand, which wore the time and space divine connection ring, into the small stream, opening the passage between the ring and the outside world. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the life spring stream, starting to flow towards the space ring. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Is it done yet? Why is it so slow? Behind him, not far away, Yi Haidang, who was talking to Yi Lingling and lost track of time, couldn't help but shout in confusion upon seeing Mo Wentian still collecting seawater. Almost, just wait a moment, it will be full soon. Mo Wentian looked reluctantly at the life spring, which had receded by half an arm's length, feeling a sense of regret. His consciousness sank into the time and space divine fate ring, where he saw Mo Wentian begin to channel a stream into the life spring beside the medicinal garden, surrounding the garden within the ring. The immortal grade seeds that were nourished by the life spring actually began to sprout, and the time for maturation was significantly shortened. 5 minutes later, the stream within the time and space divine fate ring took shape, becoming self-sufficient, before Mo Wentian reluctantly returned to the side of Yi Lingling and the others. All right, I didn't expect to take so long. You little brat, your spatial ring is really large. Lingling, did you see the platform at the center of those 9 water columns? You must rely on your own strength to successfully stand on it to be qualified to accept the test from the goddess of life. Yi Haidang deliberately emphasized the words you two, as if specifically guiding them. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Mo Wentian sensed the implied meaning, clearly wanting him to take Yi Lingling along. Mo Wentian didn't know what dangers lay ahead, but his intuition told him it wasn't that simple. So, he tightly grasped Yi Lingling's hand and pushed his immortal step to the limit, wanting to rush directly to the platform. Suddenly, the previously calm lake's surface erupted with enormous waves, crashing down with a thunderous roar. This was no ordinary lake water. Even the waves of the sea couldn't compare to this. Turning his head, Mo Wentian discovered that these massive waves were actually stirred up by Yi Haidang. Mo Wentian estimated that without the cultivation level of a soul emperor, it would be very difficult to pass through, but he was special. He picked up Yi Lingling, activated his immortal step to the limit, and his figure moved like a phantom, leaving after images as he walked along the giant waves towards the central platform. When Mo Wentian stepped onto the 10-meter square platform, both of them felt an energy quietly disperse, and the surface of the sea instantly calmed down. Congratulations on passing the test. Now, why don't you step forward, Yi Haidang said as he approached the platform, bringing his hands together in prayer, facing the pillar of life with a look of sincere reverence in his eyes. Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling's hearts tightened at the same time, knowing that the real test was about to begin. From their conversation, they understood that a slight misstep in the divine test could lead to death. I'll go first. As a man, Mo Wentian naturally stepped forward to speak first, setting an example. Mo Wentian wanted to see what kind of results he could achieve in the trials of the God of Life with his innate level 7 soul power and his currently mediocre martial soul quality. Yi Haidang was a demigod, and she had a pious expression as she slowly raised her hands, bringing them together in front of her chest with her palms facing each other, half a finger apart. A milky white silver light gradually appeared in the center of her palms, and when the milky white silver light filled the palms of the demigod Haidang, it suddenly burst forth, causing a silver-white radiance to envelop the entire area of the God of Life pillar. Immediately, a beam of light flashed below the God of Life pillar, and a silver light followed the patterns on the pillar, spreading upward and reaching the top in the blink of an eye. Demigod Haidang turned around to face Mo Wentian, pointed at his body with her right hand, and a silver beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Mo Wentian. Bathed in this attention, Mo Wentian looked around with a confused expression, feeling warm all over. The color of the beam began to change to blue, then to white, and then to yellow, before slowly shifting to purple. Just as Mo Wentian thought it was about to end, the beam continued to deepen. Over time, the purple color turned to black, and it continued to deepen slowly. The ascent of the black light was very slow, pausing only when it reached 1/3 of the way up. The God of Life pillar trembled without warning. But nothing seemed to happen. Just as Mo Wentian was about to ask if the pillar was broken, 3 beams of black light shot out, forming a 3-sided square light screen. Each side of the light screen had some special silver text. Oh, Black Level 3 Trial. I didn't expect your talent to be so ordinary. I don't know how you trained. It must have been tough for you, child. You must have endured a lot of hardship to achieve your current strength. However, it's still okay. Completing the Black Level 3 Trial should be relatively easy for you with your strength. Demigod Haidang looked at Mo Wentian with pity, finally understanding why Mo Wentian was so obsessed with wealth. It was as if he had never seen treasures before. With such ordinary talent, if it weren't for this personality, he wouldn't have such strength now. All right. Mo Wentian felt that the demigod Haidang must have misunderstood something. His cultivation was not exactly smooth sailing, but compared to others, he really didn't put in much effort. His current strength was purely due to luck. 3 beams of light converged and transformed into 3 points of black light that simultaneously imprinted on Mo Wentian's forehead. Looking at his reflection in the water, Mo Wentian noticed a triangular black pattern emerging on his forehead. Soon, a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. Mo Wentian stepped back, pondered for a moment, and said to the demigod Haidang, Senior Yi, hurry up and assess Lingling. Haidang, seeing that Mo Wentian's expression remained unchanged, also turned to look at Yi Lingling. Her eyes filled with anticipation. With full innate soul power, how many assessments could her descendant achieve? Chapter 96. Something that embarrasses Yi Lingling. The demigod Haidang was facing Yi Lingling. Her right hand pointed at Yi Lingling, and a silver beam of light descended from the sky, bathing Yi Lingling in its glow, making her look as beautiful as a goddess descending from the heavens. The color of the beam flickered and passed. Having consumed 2 immortal-grade pills, Yi Lingling's talent had significantly improved on the basis of her full, innate soul power. The blue patterns flashed by, turning white, then quickly transformed into yellow, purple, black, and red. After turning red, the patterns did not stop until they broke through the top of the beam. Suddenly, the beam shook without warning, and the surface of the sea began to tremble. Bang! A sound that broke the limits seemed to resonate in the minds of the 3. A 9-colored light rose from the beam, while the beam shot out a 9-color glow, transforming into 9 square light screens that fell before Yi Lingling. 9 colors, 9 hues. The inheritance of the God of Life. Heaven has finally shown mercy and allowed my Jushin Haidang clan to give birth to a descendant capable of breaking the curse. Ha! Evil goddess, do you see this? This is my descendant. Your curse will one day be broken by my offspring. I may not be as good as you, but my descendants will surely surpass you in future achievements and become a God King level powerhouse in the divine realm. Tears of excitement flowed from Haitong's eyes, having no doubt that Yi Lingling would successfully inherit the position of the goddess of life. Lingling, congratulations, Mo Wentian, who had long been prepared, said with a calm smile. Yi Lingling had consumed 2 immortal-grade pills, and with the Joshin Haidang martial soul being a top healing-type martial soul, her talent was not inferior to Tang San after he consumed the immortal-grade pill in the original work. Mo Wentian believed that the goddess of life would likely pass on her divine position to Yi Lingling. It was very possible that the goddess had been observing Yi Lingling's every move in secret for a long time. Of course, this was just Mo Wentian's personal feeling. Even with his current perception, he still couldn't sense the existence of the divine residence. The gap between the divine residence of the Douluo world and the tidal Douluo was simply too vast. If tidal Douluo was at the level of martial arts, then the divine residence was definitely at the level of advanced immortal martial arts. What is the content of your assessment? The demigod Haidang controlled her excitement and looked at the 2 with joy, specifically at Yi Lingling. If it weren't for the eye of breaking forgetfulness, being able to discern good and bad in people, Mo Wintian would really suspect that Haidang had ulterior motives. She was just too enthusiastic. It seemed as if Yi Lingling obtaining the inheritance of the divine residence made her happier and more excited than if she had obtained herself. My assessment is a black level 3rd assessment. Although it's only 3 assessments, the content is quite strange. The first assessment is to help Yi Lingling successfully complete the first assessment, to help her clear the obstacles imposed by the evil goddess in the first round. The second assessment is to help Yi Lingling complete the 5th assessment, and the third assessment is to help Lingling inherit the position of the God King of Life. Mo Wintian said somewhat speechlessly, this is treating oneself as a tool. Mo Wintian absolutely has reason to believe that the Goddess of Life is secretly observing the relationship between the two. In the divine realm, within a grand hall, the God of Destruction said, Xiao Lu, the heir you chose has a heart as pure and flawless as yours, and is equally skilled in healing. Alas, what a wonderful girl. But unfortunately, this girl's man has such poor talent, it's really troubling. Otherwise, inheriting my position as the God of Destruction would also be a good choice. The God of Destruction spoke with some regret, and the Xiao Lu he mentioned was naturally the Goddess of Life, and the two were husband and wife. I think that person is not simple, but their talent is indeed lacking. Xiaozi, have you recently felt that the negative emotions brought by the position of God of Destruction have had a bad impact on you? The Goddess of Life said with some concern as she looked at the God of Destruction. It's already much better recently, and it won't have a bad impact on me in the short term. Let me help your heir, the God of Destruction said gently to the Goddess of Life, while his right hand reached into the void, actually probing into the secret realm of the Douluo continent. With a series of taps, he destroyed the tricks the Goddess of Sin had played during the Goddess of Life's assessment. In fact, the God of Destruction himself had a good nature, but due to the influence of the divine power in the end, he became paranoid and twisted, developing ambition. Like the Goddess of Life, he was also a senior figure in the Douluo divine realm. Well, it should be that the God King knows about your relationship and has been secretly observing us, which is why he set up the 3 assessments for you in advance, the demigod Haidang speculated. She still held immense respect for the Goddess of Life in her heart. After speaking, she joined her hands and solemnly bowed to the statue of the Goddess of Life, then looked at Yi Lingling with great anticipation. Lingling, what is the content of your first assessment? Mo Wintian looked at Yi Lingling, who was daydreaming beside him, and couldn't help but ask, no, it's nothing. Yi Lingling's face suddenly turned red. Oh, then what was the content of your first exam? Quickly tell us. Mo Wintian didn't know what Yi Lingling was thinking, but seeing Yi Lingling anxiously waiting for the result beside him, he still asked. It's nothing. I hate it. It was better not to ask, but once he did, Yi Lingling became even more shy about the content of the first exam. Is there anything difficult? Don't worry, with me here, you can definitely pass the first exam. Montag Vincian vote confidently. Humph. Fool, idiot, dummy. Yi Lingling looked at Mo Wintian, who was still relentlessly asking about the content of the first exam, and couldn't help but huff. Lingling, is there something difficult about your first exam? The half-god Haidang also looked a bit puzzled and asked. It's not that hard, it's a bit hard to say. Yi Lingling said awkwardly as she noticed that the half-god Haidang was also looking at her. Hee. Then you come over and tell the ancestor quietly, your little boyfriend definitely won't hear it. The half-god Haidang seemed to understand why Yi Lingling found it hard to speak and laughed. I'll whisper it to you, but you mustn't tell Wintian. After saying this, Yi Lingling leaned over and whispered in the half-god Haitang's ear. What? Having a baby? The half-god Haidang completely forgot what she had just said and exclaimed in surprise. But Mo Wintian could tell from the half-god Haitang's expressions that she was definitely doing it on purpose. Ancestor you. Yi Lingling was stunned. What happened to trust between people? Just like this. Haha. Since the goddess has asked you two to complete this task together, how can your little boyfriend not know? It's just right that you're already 18 now. There's no better time than today. Why don't I personally host your wedding today, so you can complete the first exam of the God of Life as soon as possible? The half-god Haidang laughed happily, completely not expecting that the content of the first exam would be so simple, and that there was no interference from the evil goddess at all. The first exam of the God of Life is the truth of life. The hint is to let Yi Lingling and Mo Wintian come together and create new life. The reward for completing the first exam task is to break the curse of the Nine-Heart Haidang clan. This means there is no need to worry that the birth of a third Nine-Heart Haidang spirit will cause the first owner of the Nine-Heart Haidang to die, because the child will awaken their spirit at the age of 6 and the curse will be broken after the child is born. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling in confusion. It seemed he wanted to become a father soon. No wonder it was so difficult for him to speak about it. Chapter 97. Nine-leaf sword grass. The first test of the goddess of life is both difficult and easy, depending on who you are with. If it's Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling together, it's naturally perfect. Thank you, Ancestor, I am willing. Mo Wentian directly agreed, without giving Yi Lingling a chance to speak. Otherwise, with Yi Lingling's shy personality, it was uncertain whether she would refuse. However, Mo Wentian was mistaken. I am willing to, Yi Lingling said firmly, which shows that her love for Mo Wentian was definitely no less than his. All right, since that's the case, follow me. The half-god Haidang took Yi Lingling directly to a grand hall, which was obviously a hall within a hall. Mo Wentian naturally followed along and arrived here as well. Yi Haidang pulled Yi Lingling into the house, and after a while, Yi Lingling unexpectedly appeared in a red-fitted long-sleeve top, a long skirt with a red base, and wearing a phoenix crown topped with a bright silver gemstone shaped like a nine-heart begonia flower. She was beautiful and captivating, and beneath her enchanting appearance, there was a hint of solemnity. This bright red outfit could only be a wedding dress. Mo Wentian found it a bit strange where Yi Lingling got her wedding dress. But clearly, this wasn't the time to ask such questions. This is my dad's wedding outfit. I don't know if it will fit you, but you can go in and try it on, Yi Lingling said as she tossed a neatly folded stack of red gowns to Mo Wentian. Okay, you look really beautiful. Mo Wentian took the clothes and couldn't help but praise Yi Lingling's stunning beauty. You're so charming. Go on. Yi Lingling was happy inside, but intentionally put on a stern face as she replied. Meanwhile, the demigod Haitang looked on with envy, thinking what a wonderful couple they made, a perfect match of talent and beauty. From the details of their conversation, one could also see the deep affection they had for each other. Oh, Mo Wentian finished speaking, casually found a room, and within 2 minutes had changed his clothes and walked out. At this moment, Mo Wentian stood over 1 meter 80 tall, with fair skin and handsome features, dressed in a red suit, looking full of spirit. Heaven and earth, first bow. To the high hall, second bow. The couple bows to each other, sent into the bridal chamber. According to Mo Wentian's request, Hailang the demigod acted as the wedding host and the high hall, calling out the etiquette Mo Wentian had taught her. It must be said, it really had the right flavor. The couple's new house was simply decorated. There were only some red flowers placed on the head of the bed, but underneath the bed, Mo Wentian had arranged some red spiritual flowers and herbs into a heart shape, which moved Yi Lingling greatly. Lingling, did you ever think you would marry me so quickly? Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh that happiness came a bit suddenly. Not knowing what to do next, he could only change the topic and ask. Yes, ever since I met Zhu Qing, I've often fantasized about marrying you soon, afraid she would take you away. You bad guy. Are you very happy and proud? Yi Lingling answered honestly, without any shame, lying in Mo Wentian's arms and playfully punched his chest. Today is our big day. How could I not be happy? Do you know what the 4 great joys in life are? Mo Wentian chuckled, allowing Yi Lingling to pat his chest, looking completely pleased. What are the 4 things? Yi Lingling curiously asked. The first is to encounter sweet dew after a long drought. The second is to achieve success on the gold list. The third is to meet an old friend in a foreign land. And as for the 4th, it's naturally the wedding night, haha. After Mo Wentian finished speaking, his hands began to restlessly explore Yi Lingling's slender waist. Yi Lingling had a graceful figure, her skin smooth as jade, and the areas that needed to develop were quite mature. Those who understood would understand. At this point, a lot of details are omitted, not suitable for description. Similar to a cat washing its face, rubbing and rubbing, the specifics are left to your imagination. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. More than half a year ago, Mo Wentian had gone out once and successfully obtained the 4 soul ring to advance to the soul sect level. The 4th leaf represented luck, and clearly, this limitation did not exist for Mo Wentian. The time and space divine fate ring was the best proof. The rewards brought by the 4th leaf astonished Mo Wentian, making him marvel at the wonders of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul. After the 4th leaf bloomed, it actually granted Mo Wentian a life. Yes, it was a reward of a life, which could be used to resurrect anyone, including himself. To resurrect others, one only needed to pluck the 4th leaf and hold it in their mouth to bring the dead back to life. Once this life reward was used, the soul ring would explode, and he would have to reacquire the soul ring and soul skill. Just imagine, if Mo Wentian became a god and used this life to reacquire the fourth soul ring. How many tens of thousands of years would his fourth soul ring be? Mo Wentian reached level 43 and, with the help of the half-god Haitang, successfully contacted the poisoned Douluo and Yi Phoenix, who forcibly opened the portal. He explained the situation to them clearly and stated that he would take Yi Lingling out in a year to participate in the continent's senior soul master competition. As for the reason, naturally, it was due to some difficult-to-speak reasons. After Mo Wentian's long efforts, Yi Lingling successfully gave birth to a daughter for him. Mo Wentian named her Xiao Xiao, and the reason? It was because Mo Wentian thought she was too small when she was born, weighing only 8 pounds. Mo Wentian didn't think that 8 pounds was small at all. Newborns are usually this small, about the weight of a kitten. Now the baby is already a month old. On the very first day after the child's birth, the first task was completed, and the curse of the Jiuxin Haidang clan was completely lifted. The demigod Haidang was overjoyed to the point of tears, completely suppressing the darker side of their inner self, and doted on the little one. Even more so than Yi Lingling, the mother did. Mo Wentian's first exam reward is an increase of 5,000 years to the spirit ring's lifespan. Mo Wentian chose to extend the years of his first spirit ring, and now his spirit ring colors are purple, yellow, purple, and black, which can be said to be very powerful. The enhancement of the first spirit ring has also made the first spirit ability, Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword, much stronger and more resilient. As long as Mo Wentian does not change his state, he can maintain it continuously and even release any spirit ability in the sword body form of the Ghost Vine Parasitic Sword. Currently, Mo Wentian is in closed-door training, and as a level 44 Spirit Master, he plans to directly enter the Spirit King realm before leaving the Secret Realm, as the preliminary competition is about to begin. Taking out the treasured 9-leaf SilverGrass that he has kept for many years, Mo Wentian feels an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Whether his martial soul can transform into the 9-leaf SilverGrass depends entirely on this celestial herb. Mo Wentian does not wish for his martial soul to become one of the powerful 10 fiends in the perfect world, the 9-leaf SilverGrass. He would be content as long as he can successfully grow 2 leaves. Mo Wentian picked 9 leaves of the immortal grass one by one, taking them in order, sitting cross-legged, and began to refine the medicinal power of the immortal grass. The 9-leaf immortal grass must be taken in order according to the patterns on the leaves. Only in this way can the best effect be achieved. Otherwise, if the order is reversed, it will only yield a maximum of 1/10 or 1/12 of the medicinal power. His ancestors failed to possess the potential to be promoted to a title Douluo because they did not follow the correct method of consumption. Chapter 98. Wuhuan Evolution. Mo Wentian felt as if his whole body was burning like ordinary fire after consuming the 9-leaf SilverGrass, and his physical constitution was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Outside the palace gates, Yi Lingling was holding a swaddled baby, a finely crafted little doll, the precious result of the love between her and Mo Wentian. Although Mo Wentian had said he did not need a protector and repeatedly assured her that there would be no accidents, Yi Lingling still felt uneasy and continued to wait outside the palace with the child for Mo Wentian to emerge from his seclusion. Mo Wentian never refused Yi Lingling's requests and could only wait in the Great Hall, striving to absorb the celestial herb faster and complete the evolution of his martial soul. The nameless technique was running at full power, and his soul power began to circulate along the extraordinary meridians, with the medicinal energy of the celestial herb flowing through his limbs and nourishing his 8 meridians. Soon after, Mo Wentian's soul power began to change. 45th level, 46th level, 47th level, 48th level, 49th level. Just before the breakthrough, Mo Wentian forcibly suppressed his desire to break through. He started to operate the nameless technique to compress and purify his soul power. Once the soul power turned into a liquid state, it continued to compress, and the soul power level began to decrease. 48th level, 47th level, 46th level. However, the medicinal power of the 9-leaf SilverGrass was evidently more potent than that. After Mo Wentian absorbed the medicinal power of the celestial herb, his soul power returned to the 49th level. He was just 1 level away from breaking through to the 50th level of the Soul King realm. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's forced compression of his soul power, the medicinal power of the 9-leaf SilverGrass would have definitely allowed him to break through to the 50th level with some leftover. The effect of the 9-leaf SilverGrass was clearly not limited to that. The 7-leaf GrassMartial soul automatically emerged with the final medicinal power of the celestial herb, or rather, It could be said that the nine-leaf swordgrass was more considerate. At this moment, the nine-leaf grass was a vibrant green, with blades as sharp as swords, radiating a cold gleam. The original 7 leaves had sprouted 2 new leaves. Currently, there were only 4,000 fully blossomed leaves, while the other 5 were half open. After standing up, Mo Wentian closed his eyes, and his consciousness began to connect with the nine-leaf sword-grass martial soul, wanting to obtain information about the 8th and 9th leaves. Mo Wentian was now certain that each leaf would bring him unknown rewards. He was clearly trying to understand the significance and limitations of the 8th and 9th leaves. The 9-leaf sword-grass martial soul had already broken through the highest cultivation limit of 79 levels, and in terms of quality, it had surpassed the continent's #1 support-type martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, had a gap in quality compared to Mo Wentian's 9-leaf sword-grass martial soul. After the second awakening of the martial soul, 2 new leaves appeared, and each leaf brought different abilities. The information conveyed by the 8th leaf symbolized that with talent, you would find your most shining talent and become your truest self. The world will be proud of you. The 9th leaf represented the luck of surviving against all odds. While others searched for 4-leaf clovers, I believed I would possess the happiness of a 9-leaf clover, having the fortune to turn danger into safety and rise like a phoenix. It was time to leave this place. The preliminaries should have already started, and I need to hurry back. Sanson Liu Sheng? Hee, I hope when we meet again, you won't regret not doing your best to kill me back then. Remembering the last time he was cornered by the evil soul master Saint Sun and almost beaten to death, Mo Wentian muttered to himself with a hint of vengeance in his eyes. Feeling the powerful energy within his body, Mo Wentian finally revealed the pride he should have. Before he had strength, he never showed off. Without strength, saying things like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor was nothing but childish behavior, because often many enemies would not give you time when you said that. Not to mention 30 years. They wouldn't even give you 3 years. Now, with the imminent promotion to Soul King, Mo Wentian felt he had the power to protect himself and could be considered a small expert on the continent. He felt that if he were to fight Zhao Wujin now, the odds might be 50-50 or better. He held a deep grudge against the evil soul master, who first caused the deaths of several uncles and aunts who had loved him dearly in his childhood, leading to his father's old buddies from the same year also dying, then robbing him of his soul bone in the Stardow Forest, and later intercepting him in Soto City, almost costing him his life. How could he not hold a grudge? However, Mo Wentian never mentioned these matters, only keeping them secretly in his heart, planning to make Saint Sun Luo Sheng and others pay the price in the high-level soul master competition on the continent. With the enhancement of his strength, Mo Wentian's soul power had become extraordinarily pure, now entirely transformed into liquid soul power. In terms of the purity of soul power, Mo Wentian, at the Soul Zone Soul King level, was undoubtedly the first in history. Even compared to those predecessors who became gods, no one from the same era could compare. After consuming the 9-leaf swordgrass, Mo Wentian gained a new ability, which was to engage in shallow communication with the 9-leaf swordgrass martial soul. The 9-leaf swordgrass martial soul had developed a faint consciousness, much like Mo Wentian's daughter, Xiao Xiao, connected by blood and dependent on each other for life and death. Through the information transmitted by the 9-leaf grass, Mo Wentian learned that the reason why there were conditions restricting him from obtaining and absorbing soul rings every 10 levels was not because the 7-leaf grass martial soul was too weak, but because it was too strong, powerful enough that the will of heaven had to suppress the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Each time a soul ring was obtained, it would grant one or several rewards from the 7-leaf grass martial soul, which is why the quality of the 7-leaf grass martial soul itself was suppressed to its limits by the will of heaven, even less than an ordinary intermediate martial soul. However, after Mo Wentian's long cultivation and the effect of the celestial herb, the 7-leaf grass, now the 9-leaf grass martial soul could be considered one of the top martial souls on the Douluo continent. Even Tang San's Haoyan Hammer could not compare to the current 9-leaf grass martial soul. Regarding the origins of the 9-leaf grass, Mo Wentian was unsure. He had suspected whether it was related to the legendary 10 fiends, particularly the 9-leaf swordgrass. However, he couldn't be certain, as based on his current abilities, the only connection to the 9-leaf swordgrass was that they were both classified as grasses. and one was a true grass, while the other was a unique martial soul of the Douluo world. No wonder when obtaining the first 3 soul rings. After absorbing the soul rings, it always felt like something was running from the 7-leaf grass martial soul into his mind. It turned out to be the rewards bestowed upon him by the 7-leaf grass martial soul. Mo Wentian realized the current capabilities of the 9-clover martial soul and couldn't help but be taken aback. Indeed, the saying that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is a lie told to children. He initially thought this statement held true, especially considering his own experiences. However, it seems that things are not so simple. The 7-clover martial soul is merely a product suppressed by the will of the heavens, and its foundation is inherently strong. Tang San is the same. The quality of the Blue Silver Emperor is not inferior to that of the Haotian Hammer. The reward from the 4th soul ring is a life. Yes, don't be surprised, it is indeed a life. This surprised Mo Wentian, as he had originally speculated that it might be something related to luck. Mo Wentian couldn't help but wonder if using the reward from this life to reobtain a soul ring would allow him to gain new rewards again. At the same time, after the evolution of his martial soul, all aspects of his soul power had been strengthened. The greatest benefit was the significant improvement in the quality of his martial soul, and Mo Wentian's talent had also undergone a tremendous change. He opened the palace door and saw Yi Lingling happily holding their daughter, looking at him with joy. Chapter 99, Daughter Xiao Xiao. Lingling, I'm sorry to worry you. I have successfully completed the evolution of my martial soul. Now, there are no longer any limits on the martial soul. In the future, when you become the goddess of life, I will be able to stay by your side and take care of you. Mo Wen Tian Hugit Yilingling, Rubink Hadheur, and looked at his daughter in his arms with a face full of happy smiles. This is just the beginning. It's still far from me becoming the Life God King. However, the assessment for the Life God King is quite strange. The tasks are not completed through battle at all. The second assessment is actually for me to advance to Soul Saint. Even if I complete the task, it's not as difficult as the old ancestor Haidang said. Yi Ling said with a puzzled expression, clearly feeling that the assessment was somewhat odd in its simplicity. Perhaps the Life God King doesn't like fighting and is kind-hearted, which is why such simple assessment content was devised. Mo Wentian comforted, not knowing that he had inadvertently revealed the secret. However, the real gratitude should go to the God of Destruction for his subtle assistance. Otherwise, even if they were the first test, it would have been impossible for them to complete it. This was because the content of the first test was modified by the Goddess of Sin to require Yi Lingling to have a child with a stranger instead of being with her beloved, which could be described as extremely malicious. Since all the methods left by the Goddess of Sin were easily destroyed by the God of Destruction, only the assessment of the God of Life remained, which is why they could now be so at ease. Wentian, are we going to leave the secret realm today? Yi Lingling said reluctantly, as this past year had been the happiest time for her. What could be happier than living with her beloved husband? Yes, we must leave as soon as possible. I've already discussed it with Senior Yi, and he has agreed to let us leave the secret realm. However, Senior Yi seems a bit reluctant to part with our precious daughter. Come, let me hold my little treasure. Despite noticing the reluctance in Yi Lingling's eyes, Mo Wentian still resolutely said, it's been long enough. As the saying goes, a gentle place is the grave of heroes. The two of us must leave the secret realm. Once we become gods, we can live this kind of life to our heart's content. The world is so big, and I believe we should take the opportunity to explore while we are young. Kulme, baby, let daddy hold you. After Mo Wentian finished speaking, he took their daughter from Yi Lingling's arms. However, their precious daughter was very disrespectful and started crying loudly as soon as she was in Mo Wentian's hands. Silly, give her to me quickly. After all this time, you still can't hold a child. Little one, don't cry, mommy is here, oh. Yi Lingling rarely called Mo Wentian's name, quickly took the child back and began to sway and gently pat her baby. Sure enough, their daughter calmed down obediently, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Looking at their daughter's delicate little face, long eyelashes, rosy little mouth, and big eyes, Mo Wentian felt a wave of affection but could only watch, enviously looking at Yi Lingling holding the baby. All right, don't look so gloomy. Once the child is a bit older, she won't fuss so much, and then you can hold her freely. I've already packed everything. Let's go home. Yi Lingling helplessly comforted Mo Wentian, who had a frown on his face because he couldn't hold their daughter. Okay, we don't need to say goodbye to Senior Yi. Otherwise, she will be reluctant to part with the little one again. Senior Yi has already told me how to leave. Mo Wentian put away his playful demeanor and said seriously to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded quickly, afraid that the half-god Haidang would take their precious daughter. With their strength, even if the half-god Haidang was not good at fighting, they would have no way to keep their daughter Xiao Xiao. The two set off directly, leaving the main hall and arriving at the external area of the Forbidden Land's secret realm. Mo Wentian took out a talisman, infused it with soul power, and threw it at a spot nearby. The reason for coming here was that this was the portal to the secret realm, where the spatial power was weakest. Sure enough, as soon as the teleportation portal appeared out of thin air, Mo Wentian grabbed one of Yi Lingling's small hands, while Yi Lingling held their daughter, Xiao Xiao, in one arm. They went in as one person, but came out as three, 2 adults and 1 child. With a flash of light within the backyard of the Yi residence in Tiando City, the teleportation array activated, and a strong beam of light flashed as 3 figures walked out. It was indeed Mo Wentian and the mother-daughter duo, Yi Lingling and Xiao Xiao. Brother Dugu, there's movement in the backyard teleportation array. Let's go take a look. Yi Feng Wang, who was inside the house flirting with the poison Douluo, sensed the spatial fluctuations from the backyard and pushed Dugu Bo away, shyly saying, "All right." Dugu Douluo was very angry at this moment, thinking that he must deal with whoever ruined his good time. After tidying up his clothes, he stormed into the backyard. "Hey, old poison, what's wrong with you? You look so angry. Who provoked you?" Mo Wentian, seeing Dugu Bo's furious expression, couldn't help but tease. Little monster. Ahem. So it's you two, finally out. I specially came to welcome you. How could I be angry? You misunderstood." Dugu Bo, realizing it was Mo Wentian and the others, immediately stopped awkwardly and said seriously, "Don't mind him, Lingling, you really came back. Did you complete your mother's task? Huh? Who's the child in your arms?" Yi Feng Wang rushed over from behind Dugu Bo, understanding the poison Douluo's mood, but still spoke with some annoyance, looking at Yi Lingling, ready to ask if she had found a way to break the curse, when she suddenly saw the child in Yi Lingling's arms and asked in confusion, "Aunt, the curse of the 9-heart Si Tang clan has been lifted. This is our daughter." Xiaoling and I discussed and named her Yi Xiao Xiao. Mo Wentian was afraid that Yi Feng Huang would misunderstand something, so he answered on behalf of Yi Lingling. "What? It's already resolved. This is your and Lingling's child." Yi Feng Huang felt a sense of happiness that came too quickly, like a tornado. "Yes, Mom, when Tian is right. Before the child was born, Tiangu and I discussed that since my family, the 9-heart begonia, has only one heir, we cannot let the lineage die out. If it's a girl, she will take her mother's surname. If it's a boy, he will take his father's surname. Ye link a planet. So, that means I'm going to be a grandmother. What a double joy. Haha, come let me hold him. I didn't expect you two to develop so quickly. Quickly tell me what happened." Yi Feng Huang happily looked at the two, took the child from Yi Lingling's hands, and turned to ask about their story. Mo Wentian and the others concealed the truth, but they changed the wording to hide the existence of a life god king, as this was also a requirement of the assessment, which the two naturally had to comply with. 3 days later, the entire demon sect was in an uproar. The demon lord had become a grandfather. For 3 days, all industries related to food, accommodation, and transportation within the demon sect were open for free. This caused a huge sensation across the continent, overshadowing the ongoing preliminary rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. At that moment, the Demon Lord was lovingly holding his granddaughter Yi Xiao Xiao, completely putting aside the affairs of the demon sect and showing none of his usual authority. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian had arrived at the soul fighting arena for the preliminary rounds in Tiando City to watch the competition. On stage, it was Shrek Academy versus the Blaze Academy. Both sides were familiar faces to him. When Mo Wentian returned, the preliminary rounds had already begun, but fortunately, the Demon Sect's team, despite only having 6 members compete, had maintained a perfect winning record and had not encountered strong teams like Shrek Academy or Blaze Academy. Chapter 100. The strength of the Shrek team, combined, introduced the competition venue, the competing teams, the martial soul hall situation, and the strength of the evil soul masters. The selected competition venue for the preliminary rounds was located in Tiando City, allowing soul masters, wealthy merchants, and commoners to watch. The venue was naturally packed with people, with the sounds of vendors calling out and the crowd cheering. Many snacks sold by street vendors were unique to the demon sect, bearing special labels with a bizarre magical herb pattern. The reason it was called bizarre was that the pattern depicted a small herb made of bones, designed to resemble Mo Wentian's martial soul. The venue was built very luxuriously. Even the arena was made from special materials. and even a small piece was worth quite a few gold soul coins. Dozens of meters outside the arena, seats were arranged in ascending order from the inside out, allowing the audience to see the soul fighting competition clearly. The venue had been newly constructed, possibly to showcase the empire's financial strength. This also highlighted the royal family's immense wealth. Although the demon sect claimed to be as rich as a nation, the reality showed there was still a gap compared to the Tindo Empire. However, compared to that, the demon sect was engaged in a wider range of businesses. The righteous path dared not engage in certain businesses, but the demon sect had no such scruples. The demon sect was both righteous and evil. But the people of the demon sect were strict and would never engage in wrongful acts or crimes. If such parasites were discovered, the demon lord would never show mercy, having punished many criminals. Today, the demon sect's influence was enormous, with countless talented individuals, including the so-called blind Douluo Suyuntao, who was now a member of the demon sect, responsible for the awakening of the children of the sect. The strength of the demon sect was rapidly increasing. Yi Phoenix was now a rank 89 soul Douluo, soon to become the first titled Douluo of the healing system on the continent. On the arena, Shrek Academy had already won several matches, and the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters was as follows. Surprisingly, the highest ranked was not Dai Mubai, but the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed that the effect of the celestial great elixir had greatly changed Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, even surpassing the highest soul power of Dai Mubai, with a cultivation level of 42. The second was not Dai Mubai either, but Tang San, who had reached rank 41. It appeared that after Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao, he must have had other opportunities, otherwise he wouldn't have advanced to rank 41 so quickly. Although Dai Mubai had also advanced to rank 40. Mo Wentian observed with his piercing eyes that he had only just broken through and hadn't had time to obtain a soul ring. Following them were Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu at rank 39, and Ma Hongzhu and Oscar were both at rank 38, suggesting that Dean Flender had invested considerable effort in training them. The demon sect was still engaged in selling ordinary elixirs, which could significantly speed up cultivation. The sect had recruited many soul masters familiar with medicinal herbs, and after strict selection and elimination, they had chosen a dozen soul masters well-versed in pharmacology to provide some ordinary prescriptions, allowing for a degree of self-sufficiency. The prescriptions for the elixirs were naturally provided by Mo Wentian. The current scale of the demon sect could be attributed largely to Mo Wentian's contributions. One should not think that he had done nothing just because he seemed inactive in any large company or powerful force. Those who appear to do nothing often make the greatest contributions. As for those who are busy and working hard at the lower or middle levels, they are often the ones striving the most, like a clown. The clown is actually me, tears in my eyes. Tang San, you are really strong, giving me the illusion of facing that person, but I will not easily admit defeat. I will show all my strength now. You better admit defeat quickly, or I will turn you into roasted suckling pig. Huo Wu said with interest, looking at Tang San. Tang San's strength made her feel challenged. How could such a strong person endure losing to someone whose soul power age was lower than hers? Huo Wu was an exceptionally beautiful girl with dark red wavy hair that reached her waist, a fair face with exquisite features, and a pair of large eyes that sparkled with a faint silver light. She wore a gold and red team uniform, which formed a stark contrast to the peculiar attire of Shrek Academy. Huo Wu had exceptional talent from a young age, living in an environment where she was the center of attention, making her very proud and difficult to accept failure. Visitas Montauk Vencian. Tang San was the second person she encountered who was younger and less powerful, yet managed to make her suffer. You flatter me. Although I am not talented, I will not easily admit defeat. I must lead the Shrek team to the finals and personally defeat Brother Tion in the finals. Tang San seemed to recall the heavy stone pressing on his heart and involuntarily expressed his thoughts. Hee, third brother, if you say that, Zhu Qing will get angry again. If we let up in the finals, we still won't be able to defeat Brother Tion. The fat man, having pushed back his opponent, joked with Tang San, who had stopped fighting to chat. Damn fatso, are you looking for a beating again? After the match, practice with me. Let you experience the power of my ghostly claw. Zhu Zhuqing easily dealt with her opponent and looked seriously at Ma Hongjun as she spoke. Exactly, Zhu Qing is the strongest, but among us Shrek 7 monsters. She has the highest soul power. How dare you tease Zhu Qing? You really must be tired of living, humph. Ning Rongrong interjected from behind, clearly having bullied Ma Hongjun along with Zhu Zhuqing. Wow, I'm just joking. Don't take it so seriously. It's just that I haven't seen Brother Tion for a long time. and I miss him a bit. After all, I am your fourth brother, so please give me some face." Ma Hongjun was startled and quickly explained. He often trained with them, and he had been beaten by Zhu Zhuqing quite a bit, especially after Tang San returned. He would occasionally say he wanted to defeat Brother Tian, and Zhu Zhuqing would find various excuses to use him as a practice partner, which was really just being a human punching bag. "Oomph, are you treating me as if I don't exist? You still have time to laugh. Take this." Suddenly, the captain of the Blaze team, Huo Wushuang, flashed a gleam in his eyes and charged directly into the formation of the Shrek team. "Oomph, you fell for it." At that moment, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu had also pushed back their opponents, forming a brief 1-5 situation with 3 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, surrounding Huo Wushuang. They aimed to eliminate Huo Wushuang first, deliberately taunting and luring him deeper into their ambush, demonstrating remarkable teamwork. "Oomph, capture the leader before capturing the thieves." Seeing this, Huo Wushuang remained unfazed and charged directly at Tang San, the fiery leopard spirit behind him pouncing forward with immense power. He believed that as a control type, Tang San's strength could not match his assault type power. "Oomph, just what I was waiting for." Xiao Wu reacted quickly, blocking in front of Tang San and executing a flying kick to intercept Huo Wushuang's fierce attack. Huo Wushuang was once again surrounded by the 5, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar hid behind them to prevent any surprise attacks from the Blaze Academy's members. At this point, the Blaze Academy had only Huo Wushuang, and 4 other teammates left on the stage, while the Shrek Academy still had all its members, tipping the scales of victory toward the Shrek team. Montauk Vincian, watching from the spectator seats, shook his head. He was well aware of Huo Wu's soul skills. The 3rd soul skill, Rejection Soul Ring, could not only be used by herself and the enemy, but could also apply a rebound buff to her teammates. It could reflect the enemy's attacks, and if the 5 fought Huo Wushuang individually, it might be manageable. However, if all 5 unleashed their soul skills together, the reflected attacks would be tremendously powerful, and even he would have to exert all his strength to withstand such an attack. The spectator seats were not far from the judging panel, allowing a clear view of the battle below for tactical analysis. Non-staff, ordinary spectators were not allowed in the combat seats. At this moment, Mo Wentian was not analyzing any tactics. He was simply concerned about Zhu Zhuqing's safety, fearing she might encounter an accident. After all, Huo Wu's 4th soul skill, Huo Wu Yaoyang, greatly increased its power with the assistance of her 2 teammates, making it extraordinarily powerful. In the original story, even when Tang San used the 8 spider lances, he was severely injured. Although it was partly due to Tang San's protective nature, it was undeniable that Huo Wu's 4th soul skill was indeed formidable. Therefore, Mo Wentian had privately warned Zhu Zhuqing in advance to be cautious of Huo Wu's 4th soul skill. But he forgot to mention the effect of the Rejection Soul Ring that could reflect attacks. As expected, Dai Mubai, thinking his scheme had succeeded, launched an attack on Huo Wushuang. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Golden light radiated from Dai Mubai, and a phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him. Web Binding. Tang San followed closely behind. 2nd soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing did not exert her full strength, not because she discovered something, but because she felt that there was no need for 3rd or 4th soul skills. Teleportation. Waist Bow. Xiao Wu also followed closely, teleporting behind Huo Wushuang and delivering a flying kick to his back. 3rd soul skill, Rejection Soul Ring. Not far away, Huo Wu indeed applied the Rejection Soul Ring on Huo Wushuang simultaneously. Boom! A massive wave of energy erupted and rebounded from around Huo Wushuang. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were caught off guard and flew out of the arena, sustaining serious injuries. Not good. It's a trap. Zhu Zhuqing also suffered minor injuries, but just as she was about to fall off the stage, she quickly performed a backflip and kicked against the wall below the stage, rebounding back onto the platform. However, the blood stain at the corner of her mouth indicated she had sustained serious injuries. Huo Wushuang, on the other hand, had not completely reflected the attacks of the 5 and was swaying unsteadily, barely holding on while standing on the stage. In midair, Ma Hongjun was sweating profusely, wiping his forehead. Good thing he reacted half a beat slower and didn't follow the attack. Otherwise, with that powerful rebound force, it wouldn't just be a matter of a few injuries for them. At this moment, only Ma Hongjun and Tang San from the Shrek Academy remained with relatively light injuries. Even saying they were unscathed, Zhu Zhuqing had sustained significant injuries, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar were support-type and food-type soul masters. Only 3 were left capable of fighting, while the Blaze Academy was not in a much better position. Their captain Huo Wushuang was already out of fighting capability. Zhu Zhuqing's opponent had long been eliminated, and there were only Huo Wu, Hui Yun, and another fire-type soul master left with fighting strength. It was thrilling. The strength of both teams was closely matched, and their cooperation was exquisite, demonstrating tremendous power. The Blaze Academy had actually turned the tables using a strategy within a strategy, eliminating two major players from the Shrek Academy, even injuring their highest soul power contestant. What kind of visual experience would they bring us next? The host of the match turned out to be a soul king with a flying martial spirit, who had keen eyesight and briefly analyzed the current situation of the match for the audience. The supporters of both teams in the stands instantly ignited with enthusiasm at the host's words, all focused intently on the rapidly changing situation on the stage. Afraid of missing a spectacular moment, some supporters loudly shouted the names of their supporting teams. And the supporters of Shrek Academy were in no way inferior to those of Blaze Academy. It seemed that Dean Flander had managed Shrek Academy quite well. However, seeing the Shrek's 7 monsters outfits resembling a sickly green, Mo Wentian couldn't help but blush, deciding that he must have a serious talk with Dean Flander when he returned. How could he have the audacity to design team uniforms with such aesthetics? Compared to the preliminaries in the original story, this grand competition hosted by the Tiano Empire had evidently undergone changes, both in terms of venue and the status of the judges in the judging panel. At this moment, the Poison Doll was sitting side by side with Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School behind the Snow Knight Emperor. Your Majesty, do you think the Shrek team could defeat the Blaze Academy? Which of these two teams do you favor? The Snow Knight Emperor politely asked the Poison Doll on his left. Your Majesty, you should be asking Sect Master Ning. I believe he has more insightful opinions. Sect Master Ning's daughter, Ning Rongrong, is one of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The Poison Douluo was clearly not someone to be trifled with, and was quite eloquent, passing the ball to Ning Fengji, clearly not wanting any discord between the Demon Sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Your Majesty is too polite. I believe the Shrek's 7 monsters won't fall easily. Not to mention that my daughter's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has already surpassed the limits of its martial spirit, advancing to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, greatly enhancing its support capability. Just that Tang San and the Vice Captain Zhu Zhuqing are not so easy to deal with. Ning Fengji nodded at the Poison Douluo, expressing his gratitude, and shared his views on Shrek Academy. Unlike the original story, because Zhu Zhuqing had the highest soul power and Tang San's soul power was also strong with excellent command ability, it was only natural that Tang San became the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters, while Zhu Zhuqing became the vice captain. Dai Mu Bai, who was not inferior in strength, naturally did not mind losing. The current Shrek Academy was not a one-man show of the master. The Demon Sect had dispatched many of its members. If it weren't for Tang San's strong command ability and Zhu Zhuqing's voluntary step back to let others lead, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly be the best candidate for captain. After all, most of these new teachers came from the Demon Sect, and their information was well informed. They all knew that Zhu Zhuqing was the daughter-in-law of the Demon Lord, so they naturally tried to curry favor. I wouldn't say so. Although the Shrek Academy's strength is indeed formidable, they just fell for the Blaze Academy's strategy within a strategy, wasting a golden opportunity. Ning Fengji, the master of the Spirit Hall, spoke in a sarcastic tone. Since both of you have differing opinions, why not just watch and see who can achieve victory in the soul fighting competition? The Snow Knight Emperor seemed to advise peacefully, but his words hinted at imperial strategy. Your Majesty is wise. Both Poison Douluo and Ning Fengji bowed in respect. The teams facing each other on the arena clearly dared not act recklessly, as they were searching for each other's weaknesses. Chapter 101. Water Narcissus Jade Skin Brother. Can you still fight? Huo Wu said protectively in front of Huo Wushuang, feeling very unwilling. Did she really have to use that move against Mo Wentian, which was meant for him? Hee. Huo Wushuang gave a bitter smile, knowing that his younger sister had always been extremely strong-willed, but at this moment, even standing was a challenge for him, let alone fighting. Captain, you should step down. Leave the match to us. You've already done well enough. His teammate, Hui Yun, noticed Huo Wushuang's condition and helped him to the edge of the arena. Thank you. Hui Yun thanked Tang San and the others, clearly grateful that they hadn't taken the opportunity to attack them. Tang San and his companions remained silent. Although they hoped for victory, they would not resort to underhanded tactics. Don't think it will make me go easy on you. Next, you will witness my forbidden soul skill, which is extremely powerful. You might as well surrender early, or you could lose your lives. Huo Wu said with a proud huff, but secretly intended to remind them. However, Her prideful words clearly did not endear her to others. Let's talk. If you have the ability, come at me, Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. She was equally eager for victory. Although she wanted to follow Mo Wentian and not return to her family, she still had a mother who loved her there. Therefore, she naturally wanted to enter the finals with the best result, defeat her sister from the Xingluo Empire Academy, prove herself. And only in this way could she gain her family's recognition. How could she possibly concede? However, her icy words still gave off a high and mighty aura, making Mo Wentian nod repeatedly. Zhu Zhuqing truly only became soft and gentle in front of him. He then prepare to face my fourth soul skill. Forbidden soul skill, Huo Wu Yaoyang. Huo Wu's fourth soul ring lit up, and the soul skills of the two fire-type support soul masters from the Qihua Academy also fell upon her simultaneously, surrounding her with powerful red energy. Huo Wu was already a level 40 soul master with perfectly matched soul rings. But her fourth soul skill could be utilized with the amplification from the two fire-type support soul masters, and it possessed considerable power. It should be noted that fire-type soul masters already had extremely strong attack power, and with the reinforcement of two soul masters of the same attribute, the control difficulty of such a fourth soul skill far exceeded the capabilities of a soul master. Even Mo Wentian would find it difficult to withstand this powerful blow without any consequences. How strong, whether in controlling soul skills or managing the battlefield. She far surpasses me at present. Even third brother might not be as good as her. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the massive red energy sphere gathering before her and dared not make a rash attack. Otherwise, the power resulting from uncontrolled soul skills would be beyond their control, leading to mutual destruction. Everyone be careful, stand behind me. Zhuqing, Fatty, protect Rongrong and Xiao Ao. Tang San remained calm in the face of danger, his expression extremely serious, deciding to take this blow alone. On the observation stands of the participating teams, Mo Wentian also watched the scene nervously. The power of this move was not any less than his own fourth soul skill. With the assistance of two soul masters of the same attribute, its power had surpassed that of a soul master and even reached the level of an ordinary soul king. Seeing Tang San standing in front of Zhu Zhuqing, Mo Wentian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of Xiao San, he really has responsibility for protecting Zhuqing. I won't hit you hard next time we meet. I'll go easy on you, Mo Wentian thought to himself. Ning Fengji in the judge's seat also greatly appreciated Huo Wu's control over her martial soul power. Although Ning Rongrong's martial soul had now advanced to become the only 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul on the continent, her control over it was far inferior to Huo Wu's. It was no wonder Ning Fengji felt envy. The 7-treasure glazed tile sex distraction control method was originally a soul skill for controlling soul power, which greatly surpassed that of other soul masters. Now, seeing a soul master who could achieve such a level without relying on self-created soul skills, how could he remain unmoved? Zhu Zhuqing had more soul power than Tang San, but she also knew that there was still a considerable gap between her strength and Tang San's. At this moment, although Tang San was only a level 40 soul master, he had many tricks up his sleeve. During their training, Tang San had already conquered them with his strength. With Tang San standing before them, none of them tried to show off. Ma Hongjun was even hiding far away with Oscar, as Ma Hongjun's talent was not to be underestimated. If he had been more diligent in his cultivation, he would definitely have more than level 38 soul power. Zhu Zhuqing was also holding on to Ning Rongrong, who was busy giving Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San each an additional support buff. Feeling the enhancement in their physical abilities and soul power, Tang San was filled with confidence to take on this powerful blow. Oscar also took out small sausages and large sausages to throw to Tang San. Without a second thought, Tang San bit down and swallowed them in 2 bites. With his physical and soul power at their peak, the external soul bone, 8 spider lances, revealed itself at the moment Huo Wu's soul skill coalesced. External soul bone. Poison Douluo's eyes filled with surprise. This was only the second time in nearly 10 years that he had seen someone with an external soul bone. A glimmer of green light flashed in his eyes, then quickly vanished as he realized that Tang San's external soul bone had already fused with him. Even if one were to kill for it, the soul bone would be destroyed when separated from a body. Sigh, when will I have my own external soul bone? Mo Wentian not only doubted his own luck halo, but also looked at Tang San, then at himself, realizing that he only had a piece of 5,000 ear, old right arm bone, which felt utterly pathetic. However, he was glad that his strength was much greater. Tang San was no longer his opponent. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Tang Sen unleashed the unique skill of the Tang sect, circling behind Huo Wu and attacking her directly, clearly intending to eliminate Huo Wu first before defending against her attack. Bang! Huo Wu was kicked off the arena by Tang San, quickly meeting Huo Wu's attack. Creak! The external soul bone and the forbidden soul skill's red energy sphere made a grinding sound as their soul powers clashed. But soon Tang San realized that his soul power had been nearly exhausted, while the forbidden soul skill Huo Wu Yaoyang had only used up half of its power. He had underestimated the power of Huo Wu's soul skill. At this moment, the plot had already diverged significantly from the original work, and Tang San's strength was not as formidable as in the original. Third brother, get out of the way. Third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. Ma Hongjun has already gained the ability to fly ahead of time, and the flaw in his martial soul has been compensated. His third soul skill ignited his second soul skill simultaneously, instantly increasing the Phoenix Flames by 100% and enhancing the attack range by 50%. The collision of flames produced tremendous aftershocks. Although Tang San dodged in time, he was still affected by the aftershocks of both, and having already exhausted his soul power, he immediately lost his combat ability and collapsed to the ground. It's up to you, Zhu Qing. Tang San pointed at Zhu Qing, using his last bit of strength to speak before falling unconscious. Fourth soul skill, Fire Crane Scorching the Plains. Seeing this, the remaining Fire Cloud, wanting to take the initiative, first launched a soul skill at Zhu Qing. However, Zhu Qing's speed was now under Mo Wentian's influence. Even Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps were only on par with Zhu Qing. With the Celestial Step, Zhu Qing activated her fourth soul skill, which had changed compared to the original work. The evasion rate increased by 50%, her own resistance increased by 20%, and the attack piercing effect increased by 30%, serving as a support enhancement. Zhu Qing appeared swiftly above Fire Cloud, mercilessly kicking down towards Fire Cloud's face. Fire Cloud couldn't dodge at all and was kicked away by Zhu Qing, instantly defeated. The remaining two Fire-type Soul Masters, who were more support-oriented, saw Fire Cloud's face swollen like a frog and immediately lost their will to fight, raising their hands in surrender. The host in midair announced, Shrek Academy wins this soul battle. The members of Shrek Academy naturally displayed happy smiles, with Ma Hongjun even joyfully jumping around with Oscar, clearly thrilled to have defeated the much stronger Blaze Academy. Congratulations on winning the match. Zhu Qing, are you okay? Mo Wentian approached the resting area of Shrek Academy. Looking at the pale Zhu Qing, I'm fine, but it seems Xiao San is seriously injured and won't be able to participate in the match the day after tomorrow. Zhu Qing clearly wasn't concerned about Tang San out of personal interest, but rather out of care for her teammate and the importance of the competition. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Although Mo Wentian felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this, he still took out a healing pill and handed it to the waking Tang San. Xiao San, it's time to take your medicine. After taking this pill, you should be able to participate in Shrek Academy's match the day after tomorrow. Mo Wentian said playfully, not particularly worried about the pill, since Tang San was also fighting for his Shrek Academy. A healing pill was nothing he couldn't afford. Thank you. Tang San weakly took it, swallowing it down and showing his trust in Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian naturally knew that Tang San had cultivated the purple extreme magic eyes, which could tell if something was poisonous, so he didn't expose it. Thank you, Brother Tian. I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. Xiao Wu beside him said to Mo Wentian with an embarrassed expression. Mo Wentian looked over and found that the aura of the 100,000-year-soul beast on Xiao Wu had actually disappeared, and he didn't know how Tang had done it. No need. I don't want to hurt Tang San again later, and have someone curse me as a bastard in their heart. Mo Wentian deliberately revealed the shortcoming, clearly wanting to tease the little rabbit. Ugh, Brother Tian, you're so bad. What Zhu Qing often dreams about is really all fake. Look at Brother Tian, you're clearly a big bad guy. Xiao Wu's face turned red. Seeing Tang San sitting cross-legged to recover from his injuries, she turned to Zhu Qing with a serious expression and said, it's going to be bad. Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking? When did I ever dream about Brother Tian? Zhu Qing, who had been watching coldly, was instantly embarrassed and turned red from Xiao Wu's words. Ahem, if I say it exists, then it exists. You obviously can't hear it in your own dreams. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and adorably dodged Zhu Qing's hands that were reaching for her ticklish spots. Mo Wentian looked silently at Xiao Wu, not expecting this rogue rabbit, after 100,000 years, to be so skilled at teasing people, even daring to tease itself. Zhu Qing, come here, I promise you something. And now I'm giving it to you. Eat this, and your soul power will experience a significant increase. Even when facing the members of the Star Luo Academy, you'll have an absolute advantage in soul power. Mo Wentian took out a white, exquisite flower from the space-time divine ring, looking as pristine as a blue lotus. What is it called? It looks so beautiful and pure. Zhu Zhuqing happily accepted the heavenly herb handed over by Mo Wentian, asking. At this moment, everyone had gathered in Shrek's dedicated lounge, and naturally, no one else would come in. Those present were all trustworthy individuals, so Mo Wentian had no need to hold back. The water immortal jade bone. You only need to eat the petals and then suck the flower's core, using your soul power to absorb it, Mo Wentian instructed. What? Water immortal jade bone, the legendary supreme heavenly herb. How could it be here? No wonder your strength is so formidable. Tang San, who had just finished absorbing the healing elixir, was startled by the heavenly herb Mo Wentian took out, exclaiming in surprise. The Shrek's 7 monsters, who had been deliberately avoiding discussions of romance with Mo Wentian, were also curious about the heavenly herb in Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Third brother, what is a supreme heavenly herb? What effect does it have? Ma Hongjun asked with a curious look. Yeah, hurry and tell us. Let us broaden our horizons. Oscar also looked at Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. I know. Ning Rongrong quickly raised her small hand, proudly looking at everyone. Rongrong, how do you know? When did you become so knowledgeable? Are you trying to deceive us because we don't know? Ma Hongjun circled around Ning Rongrong with a suspicious look, analyzing. Deceive you, big head ghost. Ning Rongrong slappet Ma Hongjun's head, angridi soying. Ouch, I was wrong. Don't take a joke so seriously. Ma Hongjun didn't dare to retaliate against Ning Rongrong. They were still in Heaven-Do City, and Ning Rongrong's father could come over at any time. Moreover, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had a good relationship now, so offending her wouldn't end well for him, and he quickly admitted defeat. Let's see if you dare to doubt me next time. Do you know why my martial soul evolved? I took the elixir refined from the Philip heavenly herb by Brother Tian, which is why my martial soul evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong glanced at Mo Wentian, seeing that he had no intention of stopping her, clearly allowing it, and she spoke proudly. So that's how it is. No wonder both you and Zhuqing's martial souls have evolved. Tang San seemed to understand something, looking at the heavenly herb in Zhu Zhuqing's hand with a look of desire in his eyes. Then Rongrong, do you know what effect this water immortal jade bone has? Can it also cause a martial soul to evolve? Oscar said awkwardly from the side. Ning Rongrong naturally stammered and couldn't explain it clearly. All right, you don't have to put Rongrong in a difficult position. The effect of this heavenly herb is to nourish the muscles and bones, open up the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, and after consumption, it can increase soul power by at least 5 levels and also strengthen the foundation without any side effects. However, this heavenly herb is the last one in the entire demon sect, so don't think about it. But if you want some lesser quality ones, there's still quite a few available. Of course, I can only get those resources for you if you join the demon sect. Mo Wentian took the opportunity to tempt them. Brother Tian is right, just like the heavenly herbs I've learned about. Tang San echoed, but he felt a bit displeased about Mo Wentian's attempt to recruit the Shrek 7 monsters. Okay, Brother Tian, I'm joining. Ma Hongjun was the first to shout happily. As his teacher, Flander, had often praised the demon sect to him. Mo Wentian immediately gave Ma Hongjun a pill made from and top-tier spiritual herbs that could enhance soul power. He then looked at the others, but unfortunately, each of them had their own thoughts and were not easily tempted. In the end, only Ma Hongjun chose to join the demon sect. Although the others wanted to, it was clear that Mo Wentian would not give it to them for free. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Mo Wentian and pointed to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Mo Wentian shook his head helplessly and tossed a pill to the 2 girls. The 3 girls and Ma Hongjun then began to absorb the pills they had received, while Mo Wentian stood beside Zhu Zhuqing, watching her take the and absorb it. He believed that Zhu Zhuqing's strength would experience a tremendous leap, and Xiao Wu, the 2 girls, and Ma Hongjun would also reach the 40th level Soul Master Realm. It was estimated that upon entering the Spirit Hall City, they would all be able to advance to the Soul Master Realm, with only Oscar still at level 39. Chapter 102. Bringing Zhuqing to meet her parents. I've broken through to level 48, Brother Tian. I actually leveled up by 6 levels of soul power. It's truly incredible. Thank you, Brother Tian. Zhu Zhuqing said happily as she stood up, and hugged Mo Wentian. It's nothing. Who told you to be my little kitty? If I don't help you, who will? Mo Wentian gently said, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Ma Hongjun and the others turned their heads, not wanting to see this scene. Now that Ma Hongjun had taken such a top-tier spiritual pill, his soul power level had also increased. Naturally, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also successfully leveled up. Oscar looked on with envy. Unlike in the original story, he had not won Ning Rongrong's heart. In terms of talent, even though he was a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, he could not compare to the potential of Ning Rongrong after taking the new. Oscar also had strong talent and the potential to become a titled Douluo, but having missed the opportunity of the... It would not be so easy for him to become a god of food unless he chose to join the demon sect and become a soul master of the demon sect. Otherwise, Mo Wentian had no obligation to help him. Brother Tian, can't you pay attention to the thoughts of us, single dogs? Alas, I'm so pitiful. Xiao Wu has Sangu, Zhuqing has Brother Tian, and I'm still all alone, boo-hoo. Ning Rongrong said, looking at Mo Wentian with a slightly spoiled tone. After speaking, she pretended to be so sad that she could cry, which was quite adorable. Mo Wentian shook his head helplessly with a smile, saying nothing. Zhu Zhuqing was also happily buried in Mo Wentian's arms. Ning Rongrong, you have us. Look at me, am I handsome? Ma Hongjun, who was already narcissistic, had lost quite a bit of weight and actually looked a bit handsome. He rubbed his thumb against his nose and flirtatiously said to Ning Rongrong, "You're not as good-looking as Xiao Ao. I'm not that superficial. I don't only look at appearances." Ning Rongrong casually remarked, while Oscar, standing nearby, mistakenly thought that Ning Rongrong had feelings for him and posed several gun-like finger shapes under his chin. "All right, Xiao Ao, look at you all smitten." Rongrong just said it casually. "She's the future head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, so we shouldn't get our hopes up." Dai Mubai seemed to understand women well and, not wanting Oscar to get too deep, quietly reminded him in his ear. Okay, sure enough, upon hearing this, Oscar instantly looked like a wilting eggplant. "Zhuqing, let's go. I'll take you to the Magic Gates base in the Penglai Wonderland to meet our dad." Mo Wentian felt a bit guilty towards Zhu Zhuqing and couldn't help but say that he obviously wanted to clear her name. Zhu Zhuqing shyly lowered her head and did not refuse. She had long wanted to meet her legendary father, the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had privately instructed people to take care of her, and the new teachers at Shrek Academy were all flattering her because she had the support of the Demon Lord behind her. The business in the Penglai Fairyland was as bustling as ever, with everyone entering and exiting being either rich or noble, most of them being powerful soul masters above the soul respect level. Upon entering the back mountain, the scenery was breathtaking, surrounded by an ethereal atmosphere. Is this really a demon sect? It seems like we're clearly in a fairyland. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Mo Wentian's hand and looked around. It was her first time here, and being with the person she loved while enjoying the scenery naturally made her feel joyful. When people are in a good mood, they might not find even a pig ugly, but when they're in a bad mood, everything seems bothersome. Moreover, the Penglai Fairyland was inherently beautiful, deserving of the title Fairyland, with a great environment, including fountains and streams, making it a place that combined natural and artificial beauty. The two quickly arrived in front of the main hall of the demon sect. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the majestic building and became a bit nervous, clearly feeling apprehensive. On the way, Lu Chao had already told Zhuqing about Yi Xiao Xiao, and aside from expressing happiness, Zhuqing had no objections. Since she chose Mo Wentian, she had naturally accepted Yi Lingling as well. Their daughter was her daughter, but deep down she wanted to have a child between the two of them soon. It was evident that girls, no matter how much they cared for each other, always liked to compare. Don't worry, Zhuqing. Dad is very easy to talk to and won't have any objections to you. He has known about our relationship for a long time. Mo Wentian comforted as he patted Zhu Zhuqing's delicate little hand. I know. I've heard many legends about this demon lord in the academy. Zhu Zhuqing clearly knew about this father figure. Although she had never met him, she already knew his name, and after hearing Mo Wentian's words, she was no longer nervous. When they entered the hall, they saw 4 people waiting inside, evidently waiting for Mo Wentian to return. Yi Lingling, Mo Yudi, Dong Ruoling, and Mo Jun. Oh, and there was also Yi Xiao Xiao in Mo Jun's arms, so it should be 5 people. Zhuqing, long time no see. Come here quickly to your sister, Mom. Let us have a good chat, meet Mom. Yi Lingling was not surprised to see Zhu Zhuqing, as it was her suggestion to let Zhu Zhuqing meet their parents. Although she had initially agreed to their relationship due to the curse of her 9-heart Sitang clan, After learning about Zhu Zhuqing's background and character, she was filled with admiration and pity for her younger sister, who was 5 or 6 years younger. That's right. Now that you're here, don't be shy. Treat it like your own home. Come here quickly so Mom can have a look. Dong Ruoling, who was beside Yi Lingling, clearly adored this daughter-in-law, her face beaming with smiles. The eldest daughter was about to turn 30 and still wasn't married, yet her son had made such achievements, finding an 18-year-old wife at 16 and even bringing a granddaughter to her. Although Yi Xiaoxiao bore the surname Yi, she obviously wouldn't call the Demon Lord and the Demon Lord's lady grandpa and grandma, as that was the benefit of high status. The current Demon Lord not only held a high position, but was also a top-level soul sage at level 79 and a powerful assault-type presence, possessing lightness skills taught by Mo Wentian and unnamed techniques with extremely powerful strength. Zhu Zhuqing shyly walked over to the 3 girls. Mo Jun also had a smile on his face, clearly not wanting to scare his future daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and now, with 4 women together, they quickly became close and familiar with each other. Mo Wentian looked at Mo Jun with emotion and said, "Dad, I have some extra elixirs here. This one is for you. I hope you can soon advance to the soul Douluo realm. Being powerful yourself is the true strength. No matter how strong outsiders are, they will always be outsiders. Being strong yourself is the way to go." Mo Jun took the jade bottle from Mo Wentian's hand and said comfortingly, "Dad, you're welcome. With a son like you, I'm truly proud." Naturally, there was no question of giving or not giving between father and son. He knew Mo Wentian had many celestial items in hand, and he also knew Mo Wentian had already consumed some. At the same time, he was aware that Mo Wentian had successfully broken through the limits of his martial spirit. Now, when the demon sect collects herbs, they pay special attention to the collection of celestial herbs, and they indeed managed to gather 2 celestial herbs. Thinking of this, Mo Jun took out 2 celestial items from the spatial soul guide and handed them to Mo Wentian. The 2 celestial items appeared ordinary and looked no different from regular spiritual herbs, but one was extremely cold and the other was extremely hot, surprisingly resembling the fire blossom and the 8-angled xianbing grass. Chapter 103. The blind idola's confirmation. This is the ice spirit xianbing grass and the flame condensing spirit mushroom. Where did you get these? Mo Wentian asked in astonishment, staring at the 2 celestial herbs beside his daughter, unable to calm down for a long time. It is known that the growth of celestial herbs requires an accumulation of thousands of years, and those growing in other places are often picked early and used as ordinary herbs. These 2 herbs are extremely rare in quality, even surpassing the fire blossom and the 8-angled xianbing grass. If celestial herbs also have quality rankings, the top tier would belong to the flower-type supreme medicine, Heartbroken Red, while the fire blossom and the 8-angled xianbing grass would only rank as upper middle quality. These 2 herbs, however, are of a quality even higher than those. Refining these 2 celestial herbs into celestial elixirs would yield an effect that is no less than the total of the fire blossom and the 8-angled xianbing grass. This illustrates the difference between high and low quality. However, it is clear that even if these 2 celestial items were refined into celestial elixirs, their effect on Mo Wentian would still be minimal. Is he the one you mentioned in your recommendation letter, who has the potential to be a titled Daw, Su Yuntao? He is currently responsible for the awakening of the next generation in the demon sect. He said these 2 herbs were passed down through his family's soul guide. Recently, they matured, and when he heard that the demon sect was collecting some rare and strange herbs, he contributed these 2 herbs to me. He also mentioned that he had plenty of these herbs in his spatial ring, which startled me into checking. I found it was just a soul guide that could plant herbs and store life, similar in function to the wishful treasure bag sent to you by the poisoned law. There were no other herbs found inside, and he didn't recognize what celestial items were. When he was short on money, he often sold the herbs inside. And since he didn't recognize these 2 unique celestial items, he never used them. Mo Jun clearly found it hard to accept Su Yuntao's situation, wiping non-existent sweat and helplessly saying, "Oh, I didn't expect he would have such fortune. Ha! Don't look at his current low soul power and older age. His potential is quite great. Yes, there is still room for improvement. Father must increase his training." Mo Wentian couldn't help but chuckle. Surprised at the steadfast, Su Yuntao this time didn't wander outside but started to focus inward. It seems he truly lives up to the name of the blind Idolaw, being able to select celestial items among so many herbs. Perhaps the blindness is hereditary, as these 2 unique herbs are indeed remarkable. Of course, The demon sect is known for its clear rewards and punishments. Given his contributions to the demon sect, his future training resources will definitely be comparable to those of core members. I have high hopes for him. Mo Jun stated with certainty about Su Yun Tao. Well, once I refine the new elixirs, I'll hand them all over to you, Dad. I still have a few celestial elixirs that I need, and I've decided to give one to the fat guy and one to Mo Chi to improve their talent and soul power. What do you think? Mo Wentian looked at his father, seeking his opinion. After saying this, he casually took the celestial herbs from Mo Jun's hand, while his daughter, Xiao Xiao, looked anxious, clearly afraid her precious daughter might cry. After storing the celestial herbs in the soul guide, Mo Wentian carefully held his daughter, not daring to move, fearing he might accidentally make her cry. Huh, silly, how can you hold a child like that? You'll tire yourself out. Zhu Zhuqing, not far away, saw Mo Wentian's clumsy way of holding the child and couldn't help but laugh. Mo Wentian awkwardly smiled and glanced at Yi Lingling, who was rolling her eyes at him. I didn't expect you to be so smart since childhood. Yet you can't even hold your daughter now that you're grown up. Let me hold her. Xiao Xiao is just too cute. Zhu Zhuqing, clearly having relaxed after talking with the three women, treated the place as her home. Indeed, like father, like son, like sister, like brother, haha. Mu Yun, in front of Mo Wentian, also rarely made a joke and laughed heartily. You guys, Yudi couldn't be held when she was young, and you only learned to hold after having Wentian. But if it weren't for Wentian being so obedient and understanding, never crying no matter how you hold him, and finding a comfortable position by himself, you probably wouldn't even know how to hold him now. Dong Ruoling couldn't help but smile helplessly, exposing Mo Jun's past. Why are you bringing me into this? Mo Yudi glared at her father with a hint of grievance. How could a father not be able to say something to you? Mo Yun finally, how would I dare? Lord Demon King, spare me. This little girl knows her fault. Mo Yudi realized her father was intentionally scaring her and cooperatively said, but it felt somewhat awkward. Haha, sister. When are you getting married? I'm waiting to hold my nephew. Mo Wentian, seeing the family's warm interaction, decided to add some fuel to the fire, knowing that his parents had already given up on marrying her off, so his words had a hint of urging. Not marrying, not having kids, go away. It'll be hard for you to hold a nephew in this lifetime. Mo Yudi really wanted to hit Mo Wentian for bringing up that topic. However, soul masters on the Douluo continent are practitioners, and it's quite normal for practitioners to remain single until their 50s or 60s. Flender, please don't mention my name. So the parents had no significant objections. Otherwise, Mo Yudi wouldn't just say go away. Sister, don't mind him. He is just asking for a beating. Later, I'll drag him to practice with me. With me here, no matter how he gets beaten up, I can help him recover to his original state. Yi Lingling switched sides and comforted Mo Yudi, glaring at Mo Wentian afterward. All right, it's best to beat little brothers while they're still young. Now that they're grown, I can't do it when they're older. So I should do it early. Otherwise, when their soul power exceeds mine, I won't be able to beat them anymore. Ha! Mo Yudi certainly wouldn't be genuinely angry. She was just joking with Mo Wentian. I've never seen you willing to hit your brother since you were young. You would even shield him from a hit from Mom. Now, you're really willing to hit him. Dong Ruoling playfully poked Montag Yudi is forehead, doting on her. Of course. If I don't hit him now, I won't have the chance later. Come on, Wentian. Let me see what your strength is like now. Mo Yudi said proudly. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing felt a tightness in their hearts, realizing from Mo Yudi's teasing gaze that she was deliberately trying to trick them. Sister, hitting your brother should be done while they're young. But I've already grown up. You're not my opponent now. Although I'm only level 49, my strength is no less than that of a soul emperor. The lightness skills and techniques you have are all taught to you by me. In this case, it's hard to say who would win or lose. So let us forget it. Mo Wentian said helplessly, but now Mo Wentian is already not far from the Soul King realm. And for him, crossing a major realm is not difficult. I'm not interested in competing with you. I just want to see if my two younger sisters truly care about you getting hurt. It seems that if you really get hurt at my hands, my two younger sisters would probably ignore me. Their sister, After saying this, Mo Yudi couldn't help but laugh happily, which naturally made Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing blush. The family was harmonious and happy. Chapter 104. The Conspiracy of the Evil Soul Master. On the night of the reunion, Mo Wentian naturally returned home to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Nowadays, the demon sect certainly wouldn't lack ingredients, and the feast was extremely lavish. Outside of Tiando City, At the temporary base of the Tianting Academy, a young man in white with white hair casually asked the black-clad masked figure standing behind him, "How is the arrangement? With our current strength, can we compete with the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is still not our match with our current strength, but the gap is not far. In terms of the number of title Douluo, we are not inferior to the Spirit Hall's offerings. However, most of our title Douluo have been born in recent years and are not yet a match for the older generation of title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. But if the Spirit Hall dares to strike at us, they won't fare well either," the black-clad masked figure confidently replied, exuding a powerful aura. Title Douluo. The strength of the masked figure made the president of Tianting Academy tremble with fear. What have you all been doing? With the techniques I provided. How come it has taken so long to produce such a few title Douluo? When will our evil soul masters be able to stand in the open? I will give the order. This time, we will definitely make the demon sect's team pay the price. How dare the small demon sect oppose us evil soul masters? They are courting death. This time, I will make the demon sect's team stop at the qualifying round and spill blood on the arena. The young man in white hair and white clothes was indeed Luo Sheng, the holy son of the evil soul masters. They were currently residing at the Tianting Academy's location, originally planning to compete with the Tiando Royal team in Wuhan City. However, they received news that the demon sect's team would participate in the qualifying round. Compared to the Tiando Royal team, their greatest hatred was still towards the people of the demon sect. The death of the Shura team's Luo Min was also closely related to the demon sect, and they had now learned that the person they previously blocked, Mo Wentian, was indeed the son of the demon sect's demon lord. Naturally, they had laid out a trap early, waiting for Mo Wentian to jump in. Well, the strength of the Tiando Empire is all in its military. We don't need to make too many estimates. As long as we can block the title Douluo of the demon sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the others are not to be feared. The black-clad figure nodded expressionlessly, seemingly unconcerned by the Holy Sun's disrespectful words. Outsiders might not know that the original strength of the Evil Soul Masters was just a scattered bunch. But he knew that the reason the Evil Soul Masters had their current scale of power was entirely thanks to the accomplishments of the current Holy Son, Luo Sheng. After Luo Sheng arrived at the Evil God Island, he could speak in 3 days and walk in 5 days, being hailed as the son of the Evil God. He was born with accelerated cultivation techniques for soul power and was also a rare dual martial soul with innate full soul power. Both martial souls were of the highest quality and extremely powerful. Luo Sheng was taken to the Evil God Hall by his father, the Grand Offering, and gained the favor of the Evil God, who personally conferred upon him the title of the Holy Son of the Evil Soul Masters. Thus, the Evil Soul Masters appeared unified on the surface, with the Holy Son as their leader. Luo Sheng did not disappoint the other Evil Soul Masters. He passed down the accelerated cultivation techniques, which raised the entire faction's strength by several levels, resulting in title Douluo that were not inferior to those of the Spirit Hall, far surpassing the Demon Sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect in strength. In fact, the Holy Son, Luo Sheng, harbored a secret. He came from a world where the law of the jungle prevailed, a world without soul rings, only various cultivation techniques to enhance the speed of cultivating vital energy. He was originally a top genius from the vital energy continent, renowned for his talent across the continent. An accidental exploration of Secret Realm caused him to fall into a time-space turbulence, and when he woke up again, he had become a newborn child. This was also the reason he could speak at 3 years old and walk at 5. His mother loved him dearly during his early years, allowing him to feel a familial affection he had never experienced before. However, his mother suffered severe injuries during childbirth and eventually died due to the scarcity of medicinal materials on Evil God Island, leaving a dying wish for Luo Sheng to lead the Evil Soul Masters into the mainland. Thus, Luo Sheng was eager to bring the Evil Soul Masters into the open and surpass the Spirit Hall strength. The next morning, Shrek Academy was currently stationed at the Blue Lightning Academy in Tiando City. Wen Tian, why did the Demon Sect only request a qualifying spot from the Snow Knight Emperor instead of directly asking for a spot in the finals? Zhu Zhuqing curiously asked Mo Wentian. In her view, the Demon Sect was no less than the Empire in strength, especially in high-end combat power. You don't understand. Although the Demon Sect seems closely aligned with the Empire now, it is merely due to mutual interests. They're not as close as they appear. If it weren't for the pressure from the Evil Soul Masters and the Spirit Hall above, the two sides would not be displaying such intimacy. Mo Wentian brushed Zhu Zhuqing's delicate nose and explained, Don't touch my nose. It won't look good if you mess it up. Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her nose and said with a pout. Fine, Mo Wentian said helplessly, feeling a bit confused by women's logic. Now that you mention it, I understand. The world is bustling for profit. Our relationship with the Empire is just a matter of mutual benefit. Once our common enemy is gone, we will become a stumbling block for the Empire. That's why the Empire doesn't want the younger generation of the demon sect to participate directly in the promotion competition and become stronger, right? Zhu Zhuqing analyzed seriously while shaking Mo Wentian's arm. That's pretty much the reason. The demon sect's power is rising and is already not weaker than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. So the Heaven Do Empire naturally doesn't want the demon sect to become even stronger, Mo Wentian said nonchalantly, as he had never thought that the Empire would protect them. Only becoming strong themselves was the way to go. Wentian, we're going to compete against Songhui Academy tomorrow. What do you know about them? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Although Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rong from the Shrek 7 monsters were already level 40. They hadn't obtained their soul rings yet because the competition was imminent, so their overall strength couldn't be considered strong. Naturally, they needed to focus more on tactics. Besides Zhu Zhuqing, the others were taken by Yu Xiaojiang to practice with Lu Erlong. It's worth mentioning that the master did not become one with Lu Erlong as in the original work. The current master was wholeheartedly invested in soul power research, wanting to teach Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters well to prove himself, and they didn't have the opportunity to obtain soul rings together. Tang San was also focused on becoming stronger and working hard to cultivate. Aside from Xiao Wu, he had eyes for no one else. Flinder had become more confident since he got rich and had improved his appearance, treating Lu Erlong very well, but Lu Erlong only had eyes for Yu Xiaojiang, who unfortunately saw her merely as a tool. Songhui Academy, huh? I know a bit about that. Have you heard of the 7-in-1 fusion technique? Mo Wentian recalled that Songhui Academy from the original work and reminded Zhu Zhuqing. What 7-in-1 fusion technique? Where did you hear that? Tell me quickly. A voice came from behind the two. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, his chin still showing some unshaven stubble, looked surprised as he stared at Mo Wentian and asked, Huh, master? You also study Wuhuan fusion techniques? Mo Wentian asked in surprise. Oh, it's you, young master Mo. I apologize, I got too excited. Zhuqing, you're here too. Young Master Mo, please tell me where you heard about the 7-in-1 fusion technique. I'm currently researching this area, and if I can succeed, the Shrek 7 monsters will definitely be able to compete for the championship in the finals. The master walked over from behind Mo Wentian, initially thinking he was a student of the academy, and upon closer inspection, realized he was one of the academy's stakeholders. So he spoke politely. Songhui Academy, huh? I believe you'll encounter them tomorrow. But Zhuqing, you all need to be careful tomorrow. By the way, I'll remind you that there's no need to fight to the death on the stage. If you really can't stand Songhui Academy, just tell me, and I'll have Poison Douluo deal with him privately. Mo Wentian said in a tone typical of a young master from a noble family. Ugh, I don't want to tell you. You're such a spoiled noble. Wait, how do you know we have a grudge against Songhui Academy? Zhu Zhuqing reflexively pouted at Mo Wentian's words, then suddenly asked with some confusion. Of course, I'm well informed about everything. All right, master, we're leaving. If you want to research, just observe the match between Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy tomorrow, Mo Wentian said, pulling Zhu Zhuqing away from the Blue Lightning Academy. Where are you taking me? Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, feeling embarrassed under the gazes of passing students. Nowhere, just taking you for a stroll, Mo Wentian said with a wicked smile, completely unconcerned about the eyes of outsiders, and he hugged Zhu Zhuqing and kissed her on her cherry-red lips. Woo-woo, stop it, someone's watching. Zhu Zhuqing pushed Mo Wentian away. Her face flushed. Then let's go somewhere without people, Mo Wentian said, licking his lips shamelessly. I'm gonna find Rongrong. I'm ignoring you. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly and ran off. Mo Wentian did not stop them, and there was a reason for his actions. Recently, Zhu Zhuqing had received quite a few love letters from the male students of the Blue Electric Academy. Although he had confidence in Zhuqing, it wouldn't be good if these suitors increased in number. Not only would it disturb Zhu Zhuqing's mood, but it also made him feel uncomfortable. That's why he intentionally asserted his dominance here. Hey boss, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Mo Chi was leading Fatty as they wandered around the Blue Electric Academy, and they were now approaching him. What are you two doing here? Mo Wentian was also puzzled as to why these two weren't watching the match and had come here instead. Boss, we came to spar with the Shrek 7 Devils. Right, spar? Mo Chi said with a cheeky grin. That's right. We didn't come to look for beautiful girls. We came to spar. Fatty scratched his head and said innocently, all right, stop pretending. I know you too well. You must have heard about the high looks of the girls at the Blue Electric Academy. So you came here to hunt for beauties, right? Mo Wintian immediately saw what the two were up to, looking at the neatly dressed suits and their slicked back hair. They were either here to hit on some beauties or something else. Heh, as expected, the boss couldn't be fooled. Alas, it's a pity for that kid Song Shui. Always holed up in the demon sect managing business, unwilling to come out with the girl he likes. The boss is also a family man. Sigh. Look at us, the heavenly duel four gods, and now it's only me and the fatty still single, never having interacted with pretty girls. The girls in the team, Yunxi and Ao Xue, are too familiar with us and don't fancy either of us. Sigh, Mo Chi said awkwardly, revealing a sorrowful expression after finishing his words. Haha, finding a suitable partner is not easy at all. Why don't you and the fatty pair up? That way, you won't have to struggle to find a female soul master anymore. Mo Wintian laughed heartily, expressing schadenfreude at their predicament. In Mo Wintian's eyes, the four girls in the demon sect team were all proud and haughty, always looking unapproachable. Chu Yao was exceptionally clever. Even Mo Wintian didn't dare to claim he was smarter than her. How could a smart person like her be interested in someone like the fatty? However, nothing in this world is absolute. Fatty, why are you hanging out with Mo Chi? Hurry back. A harsh voice came from ahead. It was none other than Chu Yao from the 7 heroes of the demon sect. Fatty, good luck. Boss, I'm out of here. Seeing Chu Yao, Mo Chi bolted. He wasn't a match for her. If she caught him, he would definitely be beaten up, and it would be the kind that would drive him to despair. Chu Yao had a firm grip on the art of teasing people. Stop, don't run. Chu Yao shouted loudly, completely shedding the aloof demeanor Mo Wintian had assumed she possessed. Oh, Wintian, you're here too. What are you doing here? Chu Yao approached the fatty and looked at Mo Wintian with curiosity. Don't misunderstand. I'm not with them. I just came to find Zhu Qing. Mo Wintian quickly explained, his eyes darting back and forth between the fatty and Chu Yao, feeling quite intrigued. Chu Yao's face turned red from being stared at, clearly showing interest in the fatty, but the fatty seemed oblivious, like a block of wood. Pang Run, you must not follow Mo Chi next time, understand? He brought you here with impure intentions. He wants you to be his green leaf. Chu Yao revealed the true reason why Mo Chi had brought the fatty along. Mo Wintian looked at the fat guy's weight and couldn't help but exclaim that he had no idea about this connection. He decided the fat guy really had poor judgment in friends. However, seeing the silly grin on the fat guy's face made him further realize that sometimes foolish people have their own good fortune. It turned out that Chu Yao was usually interested in the clumsy fat guy and liked to tease him, although they seemed unapproachable and cold. It was all just a facade. Once they became familiar, there was no distance between them and the fat guy, Mo Chi. During a trial to eliminate a Dark Soul Master, Chu Yao was careless and almost got ambushed by the Dark Soul Master, targeting her martial soul. It was the fat guy who pushed her away and took the fatal blow for her. Fortunately, the fat guy was tough, and after lying in bed for half a month, he was back to bouncing around. From that moment on, Chu Yao became interested in the fat guy, but he didn't notice at all, showing even lower emotional intelligence than Mo Wintian before. Chapter 105. The new function of the Eye of Breaking Illusions, of course. Mo Wintian wasn't really lacking in emotional intelligence. With his powerful mental strength now, both his emotional and intellectual intelligence were on point. The influence of sword intent had long been ineffective on him, and his sword intent realm was already top-notch in the Douluo continent. In terms of swordsmanship, he could probably only be compared to Sword Douluo Qinshin. Hee. You guys chat, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Mo Wintian winked and gave Chu Yao a mysterious smile as he spoke. Boss, goodbye. The fat guy still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and waved goodbye to Mo Wintian in his silly way. Mo Wintian left the Blue Electric Academy. As for the friction that would arise between Peng Run and Chu Yao, although Mo Wintian wanted to know, he didn't feel the need to stick around as a gossiping bystander. After returning home, Mo Wintian went back to his room, while Yi Lingling stayed home to take care of the family and did not join the Heavenly Duel Royal Team for training. After all, the two had already been married, so there wasn't much to fuss over. Mo Wintian flopped down on the bed without any regard for his image. Yi Lingling, beside him, shook her head helplessly and smiled. Did you finish watching Sister Zhu Qing? Why do you look so drained? Hee, nothing escapes you, Lingling. I'm not drained. I'm just relaxing. Mo Wintian certainly wouldn't admit it and rephrased. All right, you have a point. Sigh now that Mom is holding Xiao Xiao. She won't even let me have him. The time in the secret realm was the most comfortable. Yi Lingling said somewhat unhappily. You, living in comfort, but not knowing it. How nice it is to have Mom taking care of Xiao Xiao. We can still enjoy our world together. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Mo Wentian teased as he lifted Yi Lingling's chin. Annoying, it's still daytime. Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed as she looked at Mo Wentian. What's wrong with the daytime? Huh? So, you want to do it during the day? Montag Vencian de Liebe Ateli provoked. Don't say that, annoying. I'm ignoring you. Yi Lingling covered Mo Wentian's mouth to stop him from continuing. Come on, we're already an old married couple. Why be shy? Mo Wentian kissed the jade hand in front of him and then pounced on the charming girl before him. It wasn't until evening that Mo Wentian came out of his room, unaware of the indescribable events that had occurred inside. Mo Wentian came to the guest room not because he was kicked out, but because his broken forgetting eye unexpectedly broke through to the initial peak of the third realm, the breaking illusion realm, during a highly tense and stimulating moment. Mo Wentian came out wanting to stabilize his realm, and his spiritual realm casually entered the realm of spiritual power typical of a soul fighter. As he opened his eyes, a golden light flashed in Mo Wentian's eyes, and he could see through the wall into the neighboring bedroom, where Yi Lingling lay weakly on the bed, her face flushed and intoxicating, captivating his heart and mind. Mo Wentian quickly muttered his apologies and shifted his gaze. Looking in another direction, he inadvertently entered a room, which was his sister Mo Yudi's room. He saw that his sister had invited Gong Aoshue to the Mo residence, and they were sleeping in the same room. This instantly piqued Mo Wentian's curiosity, and as he continued to observe, he found that the two women were not as he had imagined. Instead, they were sleeping in their clothes, lying on the bed and whispering to each other. Mo Wentian still thought that his sister Mo Yudi had some hidden relationship with Gong Aoshue. He continued to gaze ahead, slowly taking in every movement of the entire Mo manor, as if those buildings didn't exist at all. Powerful. His eyes were indeed powerful. But would using them too much cause him to develop styes? Mo Wentian muttered to himself, not knowing what he had seen. The next day, Mo Wentian and Yi Lingling arrived at the spectator seats of Shrek Academy early in the morning. Mo Wentian took back his precious daughter Xiao Xiao from Yi Lingling, who was currently overflowing with maternal love. This also shows that Mo Wentian held a high position in the family, but in front of Yi Lingling, he was nothing. He thought with resentment that he couldn't even hold his daughter, whom he had brought back. All right, when our precious daughter is a bit older, I'll let you hold her every day. Let's watch the match on the field, Yi Lingling said to Mo Wentian, who was beside her with a face full of resentment. Okay, that's what you said, Mo Wentian confirmed directly, showing no intention of letting Yi Lingling backtrack. The two looked towards the competition arena. Next up will be the Shrek 7 Monsters team from Shrek Academy versus the Songhui Academy team. Let's see the strength of both teams. Shrek Academy, Captain, Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue SilverGrass, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, level 42 control system Battle Soul Master. Mo Wentian did not expect Tang San to progress so quickly, nor did he expect that Tang San could still obtain a 10,000-year spirit ring without the divine herb. The protagonist's halo is indeed powerful. It is likely that Tang Hao contributed a significant amount to Tang San's progress over the past 6 months. Shrek Academy, Vice Captain, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nether 9 Lives Cat, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, level 43 Agility Attack System Spirit Master. The name Nether 9 Lives Cat is what Zhu Zhuqing's Martial Soul is called after its evolution. The level displayed is merely Zhu Zhuqing's inflated claim. With a miraculous, unnamed technique, Zhu Zhuqing can disguise herself as any level below 48. In truth, her spirit power has risen several levels due to the absorption of the water fairy jade bone, reaching level 48. Shrek Academy, Team Member, Dai Mubai. Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, level 40 Power Attack System Spirit Master. Dai Mubai's level remains at 40 because he has not absorbed any spirit rings. Shrek Academy, Team Member, Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Softbone Enchanting Rabbit, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, level 41 Power Attack System Spirit Master. Obtaining a spirit ring in just 2 days is quite impressive and unlikely to raise any suspicions from outsiders. Looking at the Shrek 7 monsters with a natural expression, Mo Wentian speculates that it might be Tang Hao personally covering for them again. The transformation of a 100,000-year spirit beast into a human form is enviable. Lu Chao expresses feelings of envy and jealousy, wondering why she does not have to obtain spirit rings while she has various restrictions. Size it all because she is too powerful? Shrek Academy. Team member. Ning Rongrong. Martial Soul. 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Spirit rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple. Spirit power level 41 support system. Weapon Spirit Master. Mo Wentian considers this quite reasonable. Given the strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, it is still possible to quickly find a spirit beast under 10,000 years for Ning Rongrong to absorb. Ma Hongjun has a spirit power level of 40, and Oscar has a spirit power level of 39. Ma Hongjun's strength again draws cheers from the audience below. They did not expect the strength of the Shrek 7 Monsters battle team to improve so rapidly. However, some well-informed individuals know that Shrek Academy is affiliated with the Demon Sect and with the supply of pills from the Demon Sect. It is indeed not difficult to increase 1 or 2 levels in a short time. This marks the second time all members of the Shrek 7 Monsters have taken the field, aside from the Blaze Fire Academy. The reason is certainly due to Mo Wentian leaking the information about the 7-in-1 fusion technique of Tsanghue Academy yesterday, prompting their tactical reference, Master, to have them all participate. Originally, Master S words were not absolute in Shrek now, but with the name of Mo Wentian and Zhu Zhuqing's face, they could still gain some tactical autonomy. Chapter 106. 7-in-1 Fusion Technique. Mo Wentian was secretly guiding the theoretical masters of the Demon Sect to study alongside the Grandmaster, as his Demon Sect battle team also needed this knowledge. Therefore, today's battle was destined to be extraordinary. The ones who were learning from others were not just the Grandmaster, but all the theoretical masters from the Demon Sect who could attend. However, it was difficult to grasp the essence of their learning just by observing, which is why the Grandmaster became the breakthrough point. The members of Tsanghue Academy had never seen such a lineup, and for a moment their faces turned pale. Except for Oscar, all the others were soul masters, instantly igniting the passion of the entire arena with the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters. This was exactly the effect Mo Wentian wanted. In the original work, the Grandmaster's tactics of hiding and covering up were truly frustrating for Mo Wentian. Now, as the true power holder of Shrek, he naturally would not allow such a situation to occur. If they were to do it, they should do it at their strongest. Especially since what he wanted was fame, not just victory. It would be better for his Demon Sect battle team to achieve the win. It was not unreasonable for Mo Wentian to be realistic. With his Demon Sect battle team present, the chances of Shrek winning the championship were negligible. Now, the fat guy from Mo Wentian had also broken through to level 40 under Mo Wentian's medicinal pills. Others had also reached level 40 early on thanks to the supply of the Demon Sect's pills, especially the oldest member, Changzi, who was already a level 45 Soul Master. Coupled with his ability to unleash 7 at once, there was no chance for Shrek Academy to win. Not to mention, according to Mo Wentian's estimation, the greatest obstacle was the evil Soul Master Saint's son, Luo Sheng. Although evil Soul Masters were powerful, before they could confront the Spirit Hall, they only dared to hide in the dark, while the Demon Sect had no such concerns and developed fully, especially in terms of intelligence, which surpassed that of the Empire. At this moment, Mo Wentian had received news that the evil Soul Masters would begin to obstruct the Demon Sect in the preliminary rounds. Given the current power of the Demon Sect, Mo Wentian could easily avoid the evil Soul Master Saint's son, but he chose not to. Instead, he manipulated the matches behind the scenes, placing the match between Tianqing Academy and the Demon Sect Academy as the final one. The evil Soul Master Saint's son thought he had everything under control, unaware that once he entered Tiando City, his movements were already exposed to the eyes of the Demon Sect. In this operation, Mo Wentian even informed the Empire and the Spear Hall, determined to repay the humiliation of being besieged last time. However, on the surface, it seemed calm with no changes, while in reality, there were undercurrents surging. Currently, Mo Wentian's focus was not on the competition, but on the situation across the continent. He felt that the restrictions of the Fifth Soul Ring were nothing to him. As the Demon Sect's business spread across various industries in Douluo continent, with wealth rivaling that of nations, what was rare was the Sixth Soul Ring, the leaf that represented prestige. So Mo Wentian prepared in advance. If he could successfully inflict heavy losses on the evil Soul Master's forces and win the Senior Soul Master competition, it would not be difficult for the sixth leaf to bloom early. The battles on stage seemed like child's play to Mo Wentian. Tang San did not use his true methods, and Zhu Zhuqing was also hiding her strength, quickly pushing the members of Tsanghue Academy into a desperate situation. Suddenly, the captain of Tsanghue Academy brought his fingers together, aligning them with his eyes, and the other members mimicked him, standing in various positions. All the soul power of the other soul masters was channeled into this captain. Each person radiated different martial soul auras, but upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the 7 martial souls were extremely similar, indicating that their martial soul fusion technique must be based on closely related martial souls. The Grandmaster was not without merit. He could develop a martial soul fusion technique that allowed the Shrek's 7 monsters, with their 7 completely different martial souls, to fuse. This was an illusion-type martial soul fusion technique, which should not be difficult for Tang San to crack. Moreover, Zhu Qing was not a soft persimmon. Unfortunately, while their 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique was powerful, it encountered an opponent. Mo Wentian did not hold high hopes for Tsanghui Academy, and the disparaging remarks from Tsanghui Academy clearly aimed to eliminate Zhu Qing, while attempting to assassinate Tang San was also not a good thing. Remembering the assassination plot against Tang San, Mo Wentian suddenly recalled something and slapped his thigh. What a pity. If only I had thought of it earlier. It was still a piece of good quality soul bone. Mo Wentian reminisced about that soul bone from his previous life, feeling a bit regretful. He did not expect that he, who once knew the lore of Douluo continent by heart, would forget such an important plot point regarding soul bones. How unfortunate. The poor Shinian, even in death, was still on Mo Wentian's mind. What a pity. This was a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Could Zhu Qing and the others withstand it? Yi Lingling, holding her daughter Xiao Xiao, looked at Zhu Qing on the stage with some concern. Don't worry, their martial soul fusion technique targets mental power. From my observation, Tang San has the ability to crack it, and Zhu Qing should also be able to defend against this mental attack. Mo Wentian comforted, glancing at the motionless Tang San. Mo Wentian guessed that Tang San was purposely immersing himself in the illusion, returning to the Tang sect of his previous life. You and I are both in the Tang sect, born in an unparalleled era, holding the sun and moon to pluck the stars. There is no one in the world like me. Again, holding the divine seal to kill in all directions, only to protect the one in my heart. The past in Bashu may seem like a dream, but in this life, I have no regrets entering the Tang sect. I must admit, when I first saw this, I was indeed moved by Tang San's loyalty to the Tang sect. However, as subsequent novels were released, I couldn't help but question Tang San's character. Life does not bring anything, and death takes nothing. We come bare and leave bare. Perhaps the illusion lasted a long time, but in reality, it was only a moment. A dazzling purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, instantly breaking through the spiritual domain restrictions of the 7. Remembering Zhu Qing's instructions, Tang San did not launch a full attack on the mental power of the few. Instead, he summoned the 8 spider lances soul bone, poisoning several of them and rendering them incapable of fighting. In the end, Shrek Academy emerged victorious in the match, and they did not face any pressure from the organizing committee members. Of course, with Shrek Academy's current background, they would not fear any inquiries. Mo Wentian was not surprised. Looking at the faint aura surrounding Xiao Wu, he decided to help her once more. For her, he could sacrifice his life, even commit suicide for bones. For him, she could burn her life and offer her soul ring. This must be true love, right? If he could do the same, would it mean that the 7th leaf would also fall apart without a fight? However, he didn't like eating rabbits. They were so cute. And he didn't like eating grass either. It was indeed a dilemma. Mo Wentian thought this way, but once Zhu Qing or Yi Lingling encountered life-threatening danger, he could set aside everything and give up his life for them. Mo Wentian silently thought to himself that the 7th leaf of the 9-leaf clover martial soul, which had not yet entered his body, merely trembled slightly. Indeed, it wasn't that easy. It seemed that mere desire wouldn't make the 7th leaf of the 9-leaf clover martial soul bloom. Sigh, this is troublesome. Montag Venxianzeit. Chapter 107. The 5th soul ring in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed, and the preliminary rounds had concluded. During these days, Mo Wentian had not participated in any matches, as he found the strength of his opponents utterly uninteresting. With the strength of all 7 members of the demon sect being soul masters, they could crush their opponents without needing Mo Wentian to step in. Although the demon sect advocated for full effort, they still left some leeway and regarded Mo Wentian as a trump card. Aside from Zhu Qing's match against the demon sect, Mo Wentian rarely went to watch the matches, even avoiding the Tianxing Academy matches to prevent arousing suspicion. Instead, he focused on diligently cultivating his soul power, striving for an early breakthrough to the Soul King realm. Otherwise, with the current strength of the 7 members of the demon sect, their chances against the evil Soul Master Saints team would still be low. It wasn't that Mo Wentian was weaker than them. With his current strength, combined with the 5-character sword technique, he was confident he could achieve a 50-50 outcome even against a Soul Sage. However, Mo Wentian felt that the Saint's strength shouldn't be weak either. Coupled with their 2 other Soul Kings and 4 Soul Masters, along with some powerful soul skills, it was hard to predict who would win. Thus, Mo Wentian had been diligently cultivating these past 2 days. Finally, with half a month left until the finals of the promotion matches, Mo Wentian's soul power achieved a breakthrough, and the 5th leaf bloomed as expected. It seemed the wealth of the demon sect also contributed to his fortune. Old Jack, Old Poison, still has to attend the judging panel. So please accompany me to obtain the 5th soul ring, Mo Wentian said to Old Jack in front of him. He had no reason not to use the existing resources and foolishly go to obtain the soul ring alone. Of course, as the sect leader ordered. I will handle it properly. Don't worry, I'm much stronger in this regard than Old Poison, Old Jack confidently said as he tapped his cane on the ground. Mo Wentian felt somewhat conflicted, not understanding how Old Jack, at his age, could surpass Tang San in strength. He also couldn't see anything special about this cane. Could it be the legendary cane of virtue? That would be a treasure indeed. The 2 quickly arrived at the Sunset Forest. 3 days later, Shrek would face the Demon Sect team, and then the 5 Elements Academy would meet one by one. Aside from Shrek Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy, which had clashed once beforehand, the other powerful academies were all placed at the end of the schedule. No one would believe that there was no manipulation behind the scenes. With Old Jack taking the lead, they could walk through the Sunset Forest without worry, at least not with any restraint. They directly headed to the deepest part, with Mo Wentian's goal being a soul ring over 70,000 years old. Indeed, Mo Wentian's physical strength was now on par with the Soul Sage, and even compared to some ordinary Soul Douluo, he was not lacking. Mo Wentian estimated that if nothing unexpected happened, the 6th Spirit Ring could reach the level of absorbing a 90,000-year Spirit Ring, and the 7th Spirit Ring would definitely be able to reach the level of obtaining a 100,000-year Spirit Ring, both in terms of physical body and mental strength. A day later, Master, there's a nearly 80,000-year Ice Fire Giant Lizard ahead, which should be very suitable for your 6th Spirit Ring. What a pity, Old Jack said with some regret as he recklessly probed the surroundings for soul beasts and saw the Ice Fire Giant Lizard ahead. Well, there's nothing to regret. It's the one. Seeing the nearly 80,000-year giant lizard, Mo Wentian thought of the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eye, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Isn't that a bit too high in years? How about we find a soul beast with a slightly lower age? Old Jack said with some difficulty, as he had completely regarded himself as a member of the demon sect. It was the demon sect that gave him hope, and it was also the demon sect that allowed him to ascend to title Douluo. If it weren't for Douluo finding him, he might have died from the exhaustion of his lifespan in another 10 years. The demon sect gave him his second life, greatly increasing his lifespan as a title Douluo, further enhancing his qualifications, and giving him hope of reaching the limit Douluo realm. The demon sect achieved him, and he also contributed to the reputation of the demon sect. He didn't feel special. The demon sect could choose others if they didn't choose him, so he was extremely grateful to the poison Douluo. It was difficult to make a flower into a tree, but making a tree into a tree was not difficult. Everything was due to the trust of the poison Douluo in him, and he did not disappoint that trust, making the demon sect even stronger. No, there's a place that might allow me to absorb the spirit ring beyond my level. Time is tight, and there is no time to look for a soul beast with an appropriate age. Perhaps encountering a suitable soul beast again could yield a higher age, or it could be much lower. Compared to a 50,000 to 60,000 year spirit ring, I still want to take a gamble and absorb this nearly 80,000 year spirit ring. Mo Wentian looked at the ice fire lizard that had just finished its meal and had already noticed the 2 of them, as if it had already become his spirit ring. However, in the eyes of the ice fire lizard, these 2 people had also become its prey, letting out hissing sounds as they charged toward the 2 at great speed. Oomph. Old Jack didn't even use his soul skills, snorted coldly, and his flat cane spirit emitted a dazzling light, transforming into something as massive as a tree, striking the ice fire lizard on the head. Beep beep. The lizard let out a strange cry, crawling up from the ground, its eyes filled with anger, wishing to swallow the 2 humans alive. With a sound of energy colliding, 2 streams of ice and fire energy shot out from the ice fire lizard's mouth and tail, and the two energies actually fused together like Taiji Bagua. It rebounded Old Jack's flat cane. Not bad, spirit body, dragon grass cane. Old Jack's spirit once again emitted an even more dazzling light. Unlike the earlier flash, a dragon's figure coiled from below onto the flat cane, presenting a posture of sitting atop the cane, looking majestically at the ice-fire lizard before him. The ice-fire lizard also contained a faint dragon bloodline. Under the pressure of such a gaze, it trembled slightly, but was not affected at all. 8th soul skill. Pattern dragon dance staff. Old Jack released his 8th soul skill, and the flat cane became smaller, but the energy on it grew more powerful. Breaking through the ice-fire lizard's defenses, with one end shooting out a powerful energy attack toward the ice-fire lizard. Old Jack remained in place, pointing where to strike, swinging casually, leaving Mo Wentian dumbfounded. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Before long, the ice-fire lizard was covered in wounds, being dragged by Old Jack by its tail all the way to the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye. Of course, Mo Wentian wanted to come to the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye to absorb the soul ring of the ice-fire lizard with the help of the ice and fire power. After all, this ice-fire lizard's age was somewhat high even for Mo Wentian, even possessing the miraculous 9-leaf grass spirit. Mo Wentian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Chapter 108. Past dreams inside the Ice-Fire 2 instrument's eye, a lizard 5 meters long, with a tail making it 8 meters long, lay on the ground, surrounded by a circle of deep black soul rings rising. Mo Wentian sat cross-legged at the edge of the center of the eye of ice and fire, beginning to absorb the soul ring. Half an hour later, the energy from the soul ring was finally absorbed by Mo Wentian, just as Old Jack thought Mo Wentian was about to successfully absorb it. The energies of ice and fire from the eye of ice and fire began to converge, forming a circle, merging and grinding against the black soul ring in a trigrams pattern. Mo Wentian's face began to turn pale. The expensive clothes he was wearing also tore apart, and his muscles bulged. A pained expression appeared on his face. Where is this? There are brushes and sketch paper. Mo Wentian looked at the scene before him, puzzled. Could it be that my experiences in Douluo continent were just a fleeting dream? Or have I crossed back again? Mo Wentian got up and looked at the brush in his hand, feeling confused. Beep beep. A penguin sound rang out from his pocket. He opened his phone to find a message from Xiao Xiao, who is Mo Wentian's girlfriend. However, the two had broken up a long time ago in his previous life, and he wondered what information she had sent. Upon opening it, he discovered that the chat background was a photo of the two of them together, looking sweet and smiling. She was his first love, and also a scar buried in his heart that had never faded. You are great, and you haven't wronged me. It's I who have wronged you, but I really can't stand this life anymore. In 3 months, it's the art college entrance exam, and my mom watches me all the time, while eating, sleeping, and even when I go to the bathroom. She says we must break up, otherwise, she will keep watching me and won't let us have contact. I can't focus on painting at all. I also want to give it one last shot. I'm sorry. Let's delete each other. Mo Wentian fell into deep memories. She was his first love and the person he once deeply loved. But because of youthful recklessness and not knowing how to love, he lost her forever. Graduation season is also breakup season. After their breakup, Mo Wentian was overwhelmed with guilt, feeling anger, sadness, and countless nights of regret. Every night, her figure would appear in his dreams, along with the bits and pieces of their shared experiences, to the point where he couldn't eat or think clearly. Now, at this moment, she transferred schools, and he didn't know where she went. Mo Wentian also gave up painting and his studies. Every night, he would go out alone, walking through the streets they once walked and the restaurants they once visited. But unfortunately, that familiar her was no longer there. Mo Wentian had knocked on her door, refusing to leave even when her mother threatened him with water and called the police, claiming he was a thief. Fortunately, Mo Wentian had some background in this small county, and the local police did not make things difficult for him after understanding the situation. They only advised him, still in high school, to return to school early. However, at that time, how could Mo Wentian still focus on his studies? Ignoring their advice, he acted like he was possessed, skipping class every evening to wait downstairs at her home, refusing to go home until late at night. Perhaps the fate between the two had already run its course. Mo Wentian waited every day on her way back home, but never saw her. After some time, he gradually let go of some burdens and completely left school, but he still came to her building from time to time, staring blankly at the light in her window. He wondered how she was doing now, if she was happier and more cheerful after leaving him, and if she had found another boyfriend. Did she still remember what she said? Before they broke up, She had jokingly mentioned that they should wait until after college to talk again and just break up for now. Mo Wentian once said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? By the time I graduate from college, I might not even be anyone's wife." This statement may have hurt her, and not long after, the two of them broke up under pressure. From then on, whenever Mo Wentian passed by her house, he would fix his gaze on her window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. As time went by, his visits gradually decreased, and his family pleaded with him to let go. He eventually buried those feelings deep within and stopped thinking about her. After calming the turmoil in his heart, Mo Wentian sent a message. "All right, let's part ways and wish each other well without disturbing one another." Remembering those past events brought tears to his eyes. However, the now mature Mo Wentian would no longer yearn for a pure and flawless love like a child. "Goodbye to the person I once loved." When he sent the message again, he noticed a prominent red exclamation mark at the end. In the past, he would have thought she was heartless, but now it seemed she was still waiting for news, indicating her heart was not as resolute as she appeared. Yet, all these illusions could not deceive Mo Wentian. If he were to enter a scene of his death, he might believe it, but unfortunately, he found himself in a time period he least wanted to revisit yet longed to return to. Nevertheless, Mo Wentian did not immediately break the illusion. He wanted to see her one last time. He had already let her go, but after such a long search and wait without a glimpse of her, seeing her had become an obsession. Art students do not attend school for regular classes. They only enter school for cultural classes after passing the unified examination. During this time, they are still studying painting in the studio. Mo Wentian kicked over the easel in frustration, furious, and thinking, "What the hell am I even painting? I'm done with this." He recalled the days as an art student, waking up early and working late, endless paintings, sketches, and watercolors, which made him even angrier. He hopped on his little donkey and arrived at the studio in less than 10 minutes. "Why didn't you bring your homework? Did you forget it? If you forgot, you'll have to redo it 10 times and turn it in tomorrow," the teacher said sternly, blocking the doorway to check assignments. "Fine, I can redo it 100 times without a problem," Mo Wentian replied with a mysterious smile and walked straight into the studio, not even glancing at the teacher. If it weren't for her big mouth, how could her mother possibly know about their issues? Although Mo Wentian, as a teacher, never held it against them, it didn't mean she would reconcile with them. In her previous life, Mo Wentian had excellent grades. Even though she started drawing relatively late, she was still among the top students. If she had kept at it, even if she couldn't get into an art academy, getting into a first-tier university wouldn't have been a problem. It was all because of the breakup that she gave up on her studies. In this society that values education, academic achievement translates to financial prospects. That's right. It's all about money. Having an education doesn't necessarily guarantee wealth. But lacking one definitely means you can't make money and can only do manual labor. Once inside, Mo Wentian looked at her seat, and sure enough, she was quietly painting there. She didn't have the obedient beauty of Yi Lingling, nor the figure and grace of Zhu Zhuqing. However, she was still a pleasant sight among the crowd. It seemed she noticed something, raised her head to meet Mo Wentian's gaze with her big eyes, and then went back to her painting. Mo Wentian looked at the middle-aged fat woman following her behind and couldn't help but shake his head in helplessness. Why bother? Suddenly, Mo Wentian's eyes burst with intense golden light, shooting towards the people around him. The void seemed to shatter, and these familiar figures, classmates, teachers, and that exasperating aunt, were ultimately shattered in the void as well. Surprisingly, Mo Wentian absorbed each of these images, and, in the end, it seemed he even saw the image of his wandering parents shatter before being absorbed by himself. Mo Wentian's eye corner was marked by a tear, and his martial soul uncontrollably manifested. The 7th leaf, representing true love, surprisingly bloomed ahead of time, opening before the 6th leaf showed any signs of movement. Did this mean he could possess the true body of his martial soul with the 7th soul ring in advance? Returning to his body, Mo Wentian examined his changes. He discovered that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring, with the 5th leaf fully blossomed. The rewards he received included a significant enhancement in both his physical body and mental strength, as well as the ability to obtain the 7th soul ring ahead of time. Chapter 109. The reward for promoting to Soul King. After checking his internal soul power, Mo Wentian was delighted to find that he had reached level 52 in soul power. Moreover, he felt that he could once again obtain the 7th soul ring. The acquisition of the soul ring could actually happen without needing to reach the soul power level, which meant that Mo Wentian could now obtain the soul ring at any time. bypassing the 6th soul ring to acquire the 7th soul ring in advance. Powerful indeed was the growth-type martial soul. Each leaf brought him different abilities, breaking the rules and limitations of the Douluo continent. He wondered what would happen after he attached soul rings to all 9 leaves. Feeling the changes within him and the rewards brought by the 5th soul ring of the 9-leaf clover martial soul. Although he was eager to know what changes would come from skipping the 6th soul ring to directly obtain the 7th, Mo Wentian did not act immediately. With the acquisition of the 5th soul ring, both his mental strength and physical body had greatly improved, but there was still some difficulty in obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. According to the information from the 9-leaf clover martial soul, this reward was extraordinary. Only Mo Wentian could obtain the 9th soul ring in advance, which would allow him to instantly reach level 91 as a title Douluo. What a powerful and special martial soul it was to achieve such an astounding feat. 1 leaf, 1 soul ring. Originally, Mo Wentian could only obtain soul rings in order. Now, after upgrading to the 9-leaf clover martial soul and obtaining the 5th soul ring, he had not expected such a significant change. He was even more surprised that the rewards for obtaining the soul rings from the 9-leaf clover martial soul were so powerful and abnormal, even more special than the 4th soul ring. Feeling the abundant soul power within him, Mo Wentian experienced a sense of invincibility. The reward from the 4th soul ring granted him a life in hand, making him feel like he owned the world, while the reward from the 5th soul ring could even elevate him to title Douluo status, albeit possibly the weakest title Douluo. However, these thoughts were merely speculative. To obtain the soul ring in advance, he had to first lift the restrictions of that leaf. For now, he could only promote to Soul Sage in advance at most. Additionally, there was a new change in the 9-leaf clover martial soul. If the 9 leaves were plucked and consumed, they could not only restore soul power, but also heal injuries. It was time to return and participate in tomorrow's promotion competition. The 8th and 9th soul rings also needed to be prioritized. It seemed he must accelerate his plans. Mo Wentian thought to himself, standing up and looking at old Jack, who was nearby, wearing a worried expression while guarding him, and couldn't help but feel a bit touched. How'd it go? Did you succeed? What soul ring did you obtain? Old Jack asked excitedly as he saw Mo Wentian getting up. I succeeded. The 5th soul skill is a highly offensive soul skill, and you can also understand it as a control-type soul skill. The 9-leaf clover martial soul can form thousands of sharp swords that float in the air and resonate together to create a sword domain. However, the range is only 10 meters. Enemies within this range will be attacked by countless swords, making it extremely difficult to evade. For every 10 levels I increase, the range will expand and the number of swords will increase. I call it 10,000 swords return to the origin. Mo Wentian explained the effect of the 5th soul skill, which he thought was incredibly manly. The reason it was called all swords return to their origin is that this technique is the ultimate sword move that swordsmen in the martial arts world dream of. With such a strong resemblance, it was only natural for Mo Wentian to borrow it. Mo Wentian still remembers the first few lines of the sword technique, 10,000 swords return to the sect. 10,000 chi naturally arises. The sword pierces the wasteful aperture. Returning to the source of martial arts, the sect's profound skills are long. However, it requires self-dismantling one's martial arts. Mo Wentian has truly walked further and further down the path of sword cultivation, unknowingly reaching a peak that ordinary people cannot touch in their entire lives. Amazing. The old man had never heard of such a powerful soul skill. Even a soul skill that has existed for 100,000 years would be nothing compared to this. Old Jack said with admiration, shocked by Mo Wentian's ability to absorb soul rings beyond his level to gain such a powerful soul skill. Well, there are heavens beyond heavens, and there are people beyond people. Who knows if even more powerful soul skills will appear in the future. Let's go. We have to participate in the soul fighting competition tomorrow. This time, I am confident I could take on 5 opponents at once. I will definitely make the evil soul masters look good. Mo Wentian modestly claimed, but suddenly he was ready to take on 5 opponents again. It seems that his inner self has indeed become a bit inflated. However, Mo Wentian now has quite a bit of capital. With 2 lives, he dares to be reckless even in front of Pope Bibi Dong. But thinking of the city of slaughter, Mo Wentian decided it would be better not to be too reckless in front of Pope Bibi Dong. Although Mo Wentian's soul power is similar to Tang San's when he entered the city of slaughter, and he can easily defeat 2 of those Tang Sans, he cannot guarantee that he can come out safely and obtain the inheritance of the Shura King. He wants to rush to the city of slaughter before Tang, San, and snatch the Shura god's divine sword from Tang Hao and Tang Chun. Mo Family Mansion. You're back. Get some rest early. You still have to compete with the Flame Academy tomorrow. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Just as Mo Wentian returned home and was about to go to bed, a gentle voice came from the quilt. His daughter, Xiao Xiao, was sleeping in the baby stroller beside the bed. Don't worry, with me around, you could be assured of victory. Tomorrow's match. Just watch how I perform a string of sevens for you. Mo Wentian said confidently, a bit arrogantly, but his expression was full of a desire for praise. Don't take it lightly. I heard Mom say that the entire demon sect is secretly mobilizing its strength, preparing to ensure that the evil soul masters have no way back in the Star Academy. You should avoid revealing your strength too soon. The fat guy and the others should have the strength to handle their opponents. Yi Lingling, who usually seemed cute and innocent, had evidently become much more serious after becoming a mother, conservatively advised. You can rest assured, I don't need to use much strength to deal with them. Besides having a team with Soul King level experts, there's no other academy that can compete with us. Look, after Mo Wentian said this seriously, he suddenly looked at Yi Lingling with a lewd expression. Stop it, Xiao Xiao is still here. Yi Lingling, even after having a child, was still easily shy. It's worth noting that aside from the initial period, the two of them rarely engaged in such activities after having a child. After experiencing the past memories during the acquisition of the fifth soul ring, Mo Wentian had completely released himself. Come on, trying it out means you're not a child anymore. Mo Wentian looked at Yi Lingling in the quilt with a mischievous grin. No, we're not kids anymore. Let's do it another day. Yi Lingling shyly replied, following Mo Wentian's words. There's no one here. What is inconvenient about it? I'm coming in. With that, Mo Wentian directly burrowed into the quilt, playfully hitting Yi Lingling's thigh, and that wasn't enough. After hitting her legs, he started to massage her back. It wasn't until Yi Lingling fell asleep comfortably that Mo Wentian held her and lay down on the bed to sleep. Chapter 110, A Flirtatious Match. The next day, in the qualifying match, Mo Wentian personally took the stage and naturally won the match without a doubt. Fire Dance was once again defeated by Mo Wentian's hands and had become numb, no longer possessing the pride she once had. The appearance of Mo Wentian and Tang Sen made her realize a truth. There are always greater heights and greater people beyond you. Some people may indeed be inferior to you, but you are certainly not as good as many others. If she can overcome this setback, her strength will surely reach a new level. If she cannot escape her psychological struggles, she may never hope to achieve a title, no matter how strong her talent is. Without confidence, success will remain elusive. Confidence is not arrogance. A reckless person will inevitably face consequences, and Mo Wentian understands this principle well. Even with an absolute advantage, he does not underestimate his opponents, but instead takes to the field personally, so their defeat is not a loss at all. In recent days, Mo Wentian has been on the field himself, as several strong teams collided and were eliminated. Although he has kept some of his strength hidden, he has still exposed a bit of it. It is known that Mo Wentian has advanced to the Soul King realm, which naturally caused a huge stir, overshadowing all other teams with the momentum of the Demon Gates championship aspirations. During the battle against Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger's top ice attribute Beast Martial Soul, the Ice Phoenix, was exceptionally impressive. When she and her teammate Shui Wu executed their Martial Soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting Ice Phoenix, it was truly formidable. Even Mo Wentian almost suffered a major loss. As for the other team members, it goes without saying that the fat guy's Crimson Flame Explosive Bear has tremendous power and strong defense. Chuyao's Martial Soul is extraordinarily intelligent and can analyze the weaknesses of opponents, with a fourth soul skill that can interfere with enemy actions using mental power. Chengzi's Six-Ear Macaque is also extremely fast and agile, with strong attack power, while Gong Aoshu's Martial Soul, the Ice and Snow Proud Spirit Zither, leans towards control and includes mental attacks. Coupled with Xia Yunqi's support-type Beast Martial Soul, the Colorful Crane, these are all top-notch or extremely special martial souls, making their collective strength quite formidable. Even Mo Chiki's Martial Soul has become exceptionally high quality due to celestial-grade elixirs. Not to mention that the fat guy's Martial Soul is inherently top-tier. Even if Mo Wentian does not participate, the team here poses a threat to the evil Soul Master Holy Sun team from the Heavenly Star Academy. And only the Shrek 7 monsters pose some threat to the 7 heroes of the Demon Gate. Of course, assuming Mo Wentian does not take the field. The match against the Godwin Academy was even easier, facing Feng Xiaotian's Storm Demon Wolf's 36/. Mo Wentian effortlessly countered it with his sword control technique, delighting the spectators. Even the fat guy displayed great prowess. As a top-tier fire attribute beast martial soul, the Crimson Flame Explosive Bear, he achieved a 5-kill accomplishment by himself against the Plan Academy. If it weren't for the Plan Academy's captain being particularly troublesome, Mo Wentian could have easily resolved the situation, and the fat guy might have achieved a 7-kill accomplishment on his own. Let us not forget that this is a team competition, not an individual one. The preliminary rounds are conducted in team battle format, while the individual matches in the preliminary rounds are one-on-one showdowns among 7 participating contestants. The finals will involve 33 teams in a knockout format. The Tiantou Royal Academy has a seed team, which is Yi Lingling S team, and there are a total of 3 seed teams. The Tiantou Empire has 6 preliminary division zones, with over 100 participating teams competing for 15 spots in the preliminary rounds. The Xingluo Empire is similar, totaling 33 teams, including the seed teams, competing in the final matches. The Tiantou City Division has received 6 spots in the preliminary rounds due to the large number of advanced Soul Master Academies participating. Mo Wentian estimates that the only teams that can enter the promotion matches besides the Demon Gate team are the Shrek team, the Wind God team, the Water Heaven team, the Blaze team, and the Thunder Academy. As for the Elephant Chess Academy, it was directly eliminated after suffering 5 consecutive losses against the Shrek Academy, the Demon Gate team, the Water Heaven Academy, the Star Academy, and the Wind God Academy. The Star Academy has already been ruled out by Mo Wentian. Following Mo Wentian's suggestion, when the Shrek Academy faced the Star Academy, they chose to forfeit, which the master was quite displeased about, but it was a collective decision by the Shrek Teaching Committee, and Mo Wentian did not intend to explain the reasons to him. 8 days later, the Shrek Academy finally encountered the Demon Gate team, with only the Demon Gate Academy and the Star Academy still maintaining a winning streak. The Shrek Academy ranked 3rd due to their forfeit, while the other schools included the Wind God, Water Heaven, Blaze, and Thunder. On the arena, Brother Tian, go all out. I want to see just how far apart we are, Tang San said with a serious expression as he looked at Mo Wentian across from him. No, your current strength is still not enough for me to go all out. Let's talk about that in the finals. I have other opponents to deal with right now. Zhu Qing, Rong, you two come over and help me out, Mo Wentian said, pointing at Ning Rong and Zhu Qing. It was clear he wanted to single out the two. Without them, the Shrek team would stand no chance against the Demon Gate team unless Tang San could unleash his full strength right now, using his hidden weapons. The Haotian Hammer, the 8 Spider Lances, the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, and other trump cards to compete with the rest of the Demon Gate team. Alright, since that's the case, I'll defeat the fatty and the others first to prove to you that I have the strength to make you take me seriously, Tang San said, believing that Mo Wentian was looking down on his strength, speaking without fear of the unknown. Do as you wish, Mo Wentian said lightly. Why does Tang San always have to go against me? I really have something to do, yet he keeps pestering me. Zhu Qing stepped forward and said to Mo Wentian, don't blame Brother San, he doesn't know your situation. He's been working hard to cultivate these days just to defeat you. Ning Rong also trusted him and stepped out, silently watching Mo Wentian, waiting for him to make a move. It's fine, I don't mind. If I can defeat that fatty and the others, I wouldn't mind revealing my strength. Giving him a chance is also okay, but before that, you and Rong can play with me. Mo Wentian waved his hand dismissively at the two girls. Alright. How do you want to play? Brother Tian, you have to go easy on me. Don't attack me, Ning Rong said excitedly, causing Zhu Qing to roll her eyes. She knew that Ning Rong was interested in Mo Wentian, but she also had confidence in him. Okay, but you have to promise me not to assist others. You assist Zhu Qing and fight me. Mo Wentian wanted to see Zhu Qing's current strength. If she was strong, he would feel more at ease about her safety. Alright, anyway, we are not his opponents. Come on, Zhu Qing, let's fight together and defeat Brother Tian. Ning Rong sighed enthusiastically. Good. Zhu Qing also got excited. Then a dramatic scene unfolded on the stage. Shrek's support-type Soul Master was assisting the most powerful agility-type Soul Master to fight against the only young Soul King of the Demon Gate, who was fighting without any strategy, disregarding the support of the 9-treasure glazed tile Pagoda Soul Master, as if playing around. The other two teams were engaged in a fierce battle, exerting all their strength, while this pair seemed to be playing house, enjoying themselves. The audience and the judges exchanged glances in confusion. Douluo faced the puzzled gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor and awkwardly laughed, saying, "Haha, I don't understand the affairs of the young people." Ning Fengji beside him helplessly rubbed his forehead, clearly troubled by his daughter Ning Rongrong's antics. After half an hour, without Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San and the others were ultimately no match for the 7 heroes of the Demon Gate and were defeated thoroughly. Dai Mubai looked dejectedly at the fatty, saying, "This attack is too fierce, completely disregarding defense. When you hit him, it feels like hitting cotton. When he hits you, it takes a long time to recover." As for Chu Yao and Gong Aoshue's mental control soul skills, they left everyone in Shrek, except for Zhu Qing, in a difficult position. Moreover, there was no method to counter it. Even Tang San found it quite troublesome. "All right, Zhu Qing, they have all lost. You and Rongrong should admit defeat and come down," Mo Wentian said, seeing that Tang San and the others had lost their fighting ability as he put away the ghost vine parasite sword and looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "No, I won't come down unless you defeat me." Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly played the rogue and was unwilling to step down. "Ugh, is this what women are like? Why are they so unpredictable and hard to grasp?" Mo Wentian thought. "Be good, listen to me. Have you forgotten my plan? Your speed is too fast. And with Rongrong's support, I can't defeat you without showing my true strength. Just let me have this, all right?" Mo Wentian tried to reason with Zhu Zhuqing, softening his tone. "All right, but what will you compensate me with after the match? Hee." Zhu Zhuqing just wanted to find an excuse to extort Mo Wentian, a cunning smile appearing on her face. You still have that aloof demeanor, but you're completely like a clingy little kitten. Speak up. What kind of compensation do you want?" Mo Wentian shook his head in helplessness. "What? Are we still fighting or not? This is just flirting. I'm going to report you." The audience below was caught off guard and started complaining, especially those single male soul masters, who were particularly indignant. Some girls who had their eyes on Mo Wentian also showed disappointed expressions, while others looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy, fantasizing about how nice it would be if they were the ones on stage. "I haven't thought about it yet. Come find me tonight." Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about the envy and jealousy from the audience. After saying this, she realized that such words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Her face flushed, and she jumped off the stage without looking back. "Wow, that was impressive." Ning Rongrong gave Mo Wentian a thumbs up and followed suit off the stage, leaving Mo Wentian standing there in confusion, wondering what it meant. Did I misunderstand? Are girls really this open? Just after stepping off the stage, Mo Wentian saw Yi Lingling holding a child and was about to say something, but Yi Lingling coldly snorted and walked away without looking back. Mo Wentian felt very wronged. Did he do anything? Did he? No, right? Seeing Yi Lingling walk away holding their daughter, Mo Wentian couldn't just ignore it and hurriedly ran after her. "Honey, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong again?" Mo Wentian caught up with Yi Lingling and saw her face was cold, which made him feel guilty. "Oomph, what do you think?" Yi Lingling still had a cold expression and glanced at Mo Wentian, saying flatly, "Is it because of Zhu Qing? Haven't you already accepted her?" Mo Wentian asked this question quite foolishly. "No." Yi Lingling's voice remained cold, not even looking at Mo Wentian. "Honey, I was wrong. Please don't be like this." "Okay, I really made a mistake." This was the first time Mo Wentian saw Yi Lingling so jealous, and he couldn't help but soften his tone. "Where did you go wrong?" Yi Lingling's tone carried a hint of emotion. I was wrong everywhere. Please forgive me, honey." Mo Wentian, being quick-witted, directly admitted his fault. Having a child made Mo Wentian truly love Yi Lingling and not want to see her angry. Although he was a swordsman, he had no arrogance in his character. His pride was deeply rooted in his bones. "That's more like it. Let's see if you dare to show affection on the arena next time." Not to mention Yi Lingling. Any woman would be intolerant of her husband showing affection on the arena, especially when she was watching from below with their child. Hee. Then let's go home. The finals are the day after tomorrow, and we need to rest well tomorrow. Mo Wentian chuckled, finally feeling relieved. "You don't need to come home. Go find Sister Zhu Qing and see if she needs anything from you." Yi Lingling said understandingly to Mo Wentian. How to respond at this time? "I'm anxiously waiting online. I think I won't go. Nothing is more important than Lingling to me." Montauk Vincian, seeing that Zhu Qing was not around, joked with Yi Lingling. With his mental strength improved, his emotional intelligence had also risen significantly, allowing him to think more flexibly, already reaching a level comparable to a scumbag. "Smooth talker, just go. I don't want Sister Zhu Qing's relationship with you to worsen because of this." Although Yi Lingling said this, she felt sweet inside like honey. Such women are referred to as innocent and sweet on Blue Star, beautiful and with high spiritual power. Mo Wentian must have saved the whole world in his past life to marry such an understanding wife. All right then, I'll take you back first, and then look for Zhu Qing. No delay. Let's go. Mo Wentian took the child with one hand, held his daughter in one arm, and held his wife's hand as they returned to the Mo residence. Under the evening glow, the silhouette of the three of them grew longer, causing many people to stop and watch. Perhaps happiness is this simple. At the Blue Electric Academy, Mo Wentian arrived as scheduled and found Zhu Qing waiting at the dormitory entrance for quite some time. Just as he wanted to approach and speak, he noticed two small heads peeking at Zhu Qing and him from behind a big tree not far away. Shoo! Seeing Mo Wentian approach, Zhu Qing happily stepped forward, about to say something, but was interrupted by Mo Wentian's shushing. Mo Wentian secretly pointed to a big tree 10 meters away. Following Mo Wentian's finger, Zhu Qing also noticed that Little Dance and Ning Rongrong were secretly watching them. The weather's really nice today. The two exchanged glances and quietly moved to 3 meters away from the big tree. Montag Vencian suddenly exclaimed loudly. Ning Rongrong and Little Dance, who were hiding behind the tree, were startled and almost cried out, covering their mouths to keep silent. Yes, look at how the sun is almost setting. I wonder where Little Dance and Rongrong are. If only we could call them out to watch the sunset together. Zhu Qing chimed in, her face revealing a barely suppressed smile. I bet Little Dance is busy doing some inappropriate things with her third brother. There is no time to watch the sunset with you. Mo Wentian said with a sly smile. Well, Rongrong must have time. How about I go call her to join us? Zhu Qing, having been with Mo Wentian for a while, had also developed a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Little Dance behind the tree felt her pretty face flush with anger. It was clearly you two who were going to do inappropriate things, yet you dragged me into it. I can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong holding her back, she would have jumped out to argue with Mo Wentian. Then Ning Rongrong, hearing Zhu Qing mention her, couldn't help but perk up her ears, wanting to hear what they would discuss about her. Rongrong is probably busy checking out handsome guys and has no time to accompany you. That girl can't stand handsome guys, unlike Zhu Qing, who only likes a powerful and handsome guy like me. Mo Wentian patted his chest and said narcissistically, "What's the difference? Aren't they all handsome guys?" Zhu Qing questioned, genuinely confused. Of course it's different. This shows that Zhu Qing has better taste and vision, unlike Rongrong, who only pays attention to appearance and not inner qualities. Mo Wentian deliberately said this for Ning Rongrong behind the tree to hear. Wow, that's a roundabout way of saying that Rongrong has no vision and no taste. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but want to jump out and argue. Am I such a superficial person? But this time, it was Little Dance who held her back. Shoo, you let Rongrong hear, and they will be angry with you. Zhu Qing was about to burst out laughing. Well, they've already heard it, right? Ha! Mo Wentian suddenly stopped and said. Ning Rongrong and Little Dance had a face full of question marks, realizing they had been discovered. Hello, what a coincidence. It turns out you're also here watching the sunset. Mo Wentian revealed a playful smile to Little Dance and Ning Rongrong behind the tree, wondering if they would dare to sneak a peek at him next time. Oh, what a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Ha, Rongrong. I just remembered that the third brother is looking for me for something, so I'll leave first. Knowing she had been found out, Little Dance quickly made up an excuse to slip away, leaving Ning Rongrong awkwardly standing there. Was she just going to be left here? I just remembered. I have to go check out handsome guys. Yes, checking out handsome guys. You all chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, her face turned red, and she quickly disappeared in front of Mo Wentian and Zhu Qing. Ha! Tiangu, you're getting worse. Even bullying Rongrong and Little Dance. Zhu Qing finally couldn't hold back and laughed, saying to Mo Wentian, "It's a misunderstanding. Who told them to eavesdrop on us? I'm just giving them an unforgettable lesson. Montag Vencian also laukit happily." After this commotion, both of their moods inexplicably improved a lot. Tiangu, I wanted to tell you that after the competition ends, I need to go back to the Zhu family. Can you accompany me? Although there is still some time before the competition ends, Zhu Qing felt very uneasy about how to face her family. Even though she had little feelings left for that family, after all, her parents, who gave her life, were there. Which girl doesn't want her parents' blessings for her marriage? Which girl doesn't want her partner to get along well with her family? So I thought it was something important. Even if you didn't say it, I would still take you back to the Starfall Empire to propose to the Zhu family and have them lift the engagement on you. Mo Wentian said, somewhat disappointed, thinking something wonderful might happen. This is the compensation I want today. Who told you to be so fickle? Zhu Qing seemed to have acknowledged the existence of Yi Lingling but women can get jealous sometimes, no matter how good the relationship is. Mo Wenqian had been away from her for a year, and when he returned, he was already holding child. Anyone would feel uncomfortable about it. All right, no problem. I thought you wanted me to come over tonight because you wanted to have a little one too. Mo Wenqian said cheerfully, then pretended to look shy. What are you thinking? You bad guy. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, her hands clutching her clothes shyly. Of course, I want to have a baby with you. Ha! Mo Wenqian finished speaking and, without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to react, hugged her and gave her a kiss. The two hadn't been this intimate for over a year. Zhu Zhuqing also embraced Mo Wenqian passionately in return. However, they didn't notice that not far away, two girls were peeking out from the girls' dormitory, their faces flushed with excitement. In the end, Mo Wenqian did not get his wish fulfilled. They had long since established a more intimate relationship, but had yet to take the final step. Although Zhu Zhuqing was still young, her figure and appearance were not inferior to that of an 18-year-old girl. Of course, this doesn't mean Zhu Zhuqing looked old. At 14, she still had a youthful face and figure. Although 14 was considered adulthood in the Douluo continent, where development was advanced, Mo Wenqian still maintained his inner boundary, deciding to wait until they were a bit older before taking that step. In Douluo City, the venue for the Advanced Soul Master Soul Fighting Competition preliminaries was packed with people. The sounds of vendors calling out and cheers resounded, and the entire open square was filled with spectators. The butterfly effect brought by the Demon Gate had made this competition a focal point of attention. People were eager to see if the younger generation of the Demon Gate, the continent's new commercial powerhouse, could secure the first place in the Douluo City preliminary rounds. After all, the potions that the Demon Gate produced to enhance soul power had even made the Spirit Hall envious. However, the potions exposed to the public only worked for low-level soul masters, which allowed the Demon Gate to remain within the Spirit Hall's tolerance. But if Bibi Dong were to cleanse the continent's powers, the Demon Gate would be the first to suffer. Of course, before that, as long as the evil soul masters existed, the Demon Gate would not disappear. With Bibi Dong's cunning, she would not allow the Demon Gate and the evil soul masters to thrive. Mo Wenqian estimated that the Spirit Hall would likely want the Demon Gate and the evil soul master forces to fight to a stalemate, then reap the benefits. Therefore, Mo Wenqian was willing to comply with the Spirit Hall's intentions. The main purpose of this plan was still to show the Spirit Hall the strength of the evil soul master forces and the irreconcilable contradictions between the Demon Gate and the evil soul masters. Only in this way could the Demon Gate gain more time for development. Currently, Bibi Dong had not yet reached her peak strength and was likely still troubled by the assessment of the Rakshasa god. However, due to the butterfly effect, Mo Wenqian had made preparations to ensure the evil soul masters suffered heavy losses. Even if he couldn't severely injure the evil soul master forces, he could at least change the Spirit Hall's attitude and strategy toward the Demon Gate. However, this was Mo Wenqian's explanation to the internal members of the Demon Gate. The real reason was that Mo Wenqian wanted to personally avenge the defeat he suffered last time. A gentleman does not let grievances go unpunished. Mo Wenqian was determined to make the evil soul master, Saint, pay a heavy price. Although the last Soulbone incident had made Mo Wenqian angry, it did not infuriate him. However, the ambush that almost cost him his life in Suatawa City was a significant grudge. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a life-and-death enemy. Moreover, he had received news that the evil soul master Saint had reached the 56th level of Soul King, which was even better than Mo Wenqian's soul power. Regardless of who won or lost in the struggle between the Demon Gate, the Douluo royal family, and the evil soul master forces, there had to be a fierce battle between Mo Wenqian and the Saint, Luo Sheng, to determine the victor. Chapter 113. Soul Ring Ratio, are you ready to retreat? Luo Sheng's face was extremely serious. He had a premonition that the final match would not be peaceful. However, the arrow was knocked and had to be released. Looking at Mo Wenqian, who had already taken his position on the arena, he understood Mo Wenqian's intention. This was a blatant provocation. Although they all wore masks during the competition, he had reason to believe that Mo Wenqian, who was staring intently at him, had already recognized him and had set up an elaborate trap. He did not harbor any hatred towards Mo Wenqian, but he also felt no goodwill. The last time they ambushed Mo Wenqian was merely a coincidence. Although he now knew that Mo Wenqian was from the Demon Gate and the son of the leader, it was already too late for that knowledge to matter. There was no hint of hatred on his face. Since he wants to play, let's play with him. A small Demon Gate can't stir up any waves in front of me. Luo Sheng sneered, not placing Mo Wentian or the Demon Gate in his eyes, filled with extreme pride and arrogance. Given his character, even if he knew Mo Wentian's plan, he wouldn't simply retreat. As a genius from a higher-level world in his past life, how could he regard Mo Wentian, who seemed like an indigenous person in his eyes? Mo Wentian is equally confident, believing that this time he can teach the proud, evil soul master Saint a memorable lesson. Mo Wentian certainly wanted to leave Luo Sheng behind once and for all, but he also understood that the current demonic faction could only barely contend with the evil soul master using the Empire and the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. They were not yet strong enough to keep the evil soul master's holy son. The evil soul master's titled Douluo had the strength to leave with a few people. After all, if a titled Douluo wanted to leave, ordinary titled Douluo could not stop them. What the Empire and the demonic faction needed to do was to try to retain members of the Evil Soul Master faction when Mo Wentian defeated the Evil Soul Master team. And it would be best if they could keep one or two titled Douluo. If they couldn't, they still needed to inflict serious damage on the Evil Soul Master faction. The strength of the demonic faction might not be the strongest, but their intelligence capabilities were absolutely the best. Especially in terms of information confidentiality and transmission, no one could surpass them. With Mo Wentian, there are naturally many ways to convey messages. Even if intercepted by other factions, they wouldn't recognize what the message was. So they naturally grasped the strength and movements of the evil soul masters. Let us go up and play with them and see what tricks he can come up with. The evil soul master Holy Son had noticed the strangeness of this match, but it was too late to realize it now. It was better to take the initiative and attack on the stage. Usually, there would be some wealthy, ordinary people in the audience, but now the number had decreased by more than half, and they were all soul masters. Only a fool wouldn't notice the abnormality of this grand competition. Although the evil soul master faction was strong, they were a target of public criticism. Every soul master remaining wanted to surround and block the evil soul masters. And they were all high-level soul masters hoping to achieve a foolproof plan to deal a heavy blow to the evil soul masters. 4 ordinary evil soul masters. Escaping was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With so many soul masters present, as long as they didn't encounter a titled Douluo like the poisoned Douluo, who had a powerful group attack, there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger. After all, according to the information from the demonic faction, there was no poisoned Douluo among the evil soul master faction. This was also the reason why the Empire dared to let so many soul masters stay. The finals of this preliminary competition officially began. The team that won this match would receive an award personally presented by the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, granting the first-place medal, and the participating members would also gain titles and land from the Empire. After all, this was the finals of the Empire selection, and the necessary procedures had to be followed. Otherwise, it would damage the Empire's face. The strength of both teams was displayed on the big screen. Demonic Faction Team. Captain, Mo Wentian. Martial Soul 9-Leaf SilverGrass. Level 52 Control System Soul King. Soul Rings purple, yellow, black, black. Compared to Tang San's yellow, purple, black, it was even more eye-catching. Mo Wentian summoned his soul rings, marking his first time displaying his soul ring level and age in a competition, showing his importance to the evil soul master Holy Son Luo Sheng. What? This is a soul king. The members of the evil soul master team, led by Suo In and Lin Hao, were astonished. They knew that more than a year ago, Mo Wentian was merely a soul zone, while they were already soul kings at that time. However, now, Mo Wentian was close to surpassing the two of them. Demonic Faction Team. Vice Captain, Chu Yao. Martial Soul Human Brain. Level 43 Control Command System Soul Master. Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. This was also an introduction that Chu Yao insisted on writing. She was not only a control system, but also a command system. Of course, this was a result of internal discussions in the demonic faction to boost its image. Look at our genius in the demonic faction, creating a new system for soul masters. Demonic Faction Team. Member, Cheng Zi, Martial Soul, 6-eared, Clever Monkey, Level 46 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. Cheng Zi was 2 or 3 years older than Mo Wentian and was able to reach level 46 before the age of 20. Although it was due to the demonic faction's pills and training, it also depended on her talent and effort. She and Chu Yao were the only two who had not consumed immortal-grade pills. Demonic Faction Team. Member, Gong Aoshue. Martial Soul, Ice, Snow Proud Spirit Zither. Level 42 Control System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. She had taken an immortal-grade pill refined by Mo Wentian when she was at level 30. Although she did not have the powerful talents of the original characters who consumed celestial herbs, she was not weak compared to the current 7 original characters. Demonic Faction Team. Member, Xia Yunxi, Martial Soul Colorful Crane, level 41 support system B Soul Master, Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. She had the same opportunity as Gong Aoxue, and her level was not inferior to Gong Aoxue's talent, which was difficult to cultivate in the support system. Demonic Faction Team. Mo Chi, Martial Soul Mutated Ruler, level 41 Control System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. Originally, his talent was not considered strong, but reaching the Soul Sage realm was already impressive. He was forcibly enhanced by Mo Wentian using 2 immortal pills, improving his martial soul quality and soul power level. And his current talent was not weaker than Gong Aoxue, a natural 9th level Genius Soul Master. Demonic Faction Team. Pang Run, Martial Soul Crimson Flame Exploding Bear, level 46 Power Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings 2 yellow, 2 purple. Pang Run indeed lived up to his name as a chubby person. He was originally a gifted Soul Master and had consumed 2 immortal-grade pills, so his strength naturally surpassed the others. The Soul Master levels and Soul Ring distributions of the Demonic Faction Team were truly astonishing. It should be noted that their ages made them the youngest team in the entire competition besides the Shrek 7 monsters. And they were talents rarely seen in 100 years on the continent. Their opponents must be trembling at this moment. The host seemed not to notice the levels of the evil Soul Master team, speaking fervently without any aura of a Soul King. And his words were full of admiration and praise for the Demonic Faction Team, showing an obvious bias. Damn it, is he blind? Our soul power is clearly higher than theirs. Lin Hao's face turned red with anger, wanting to confront the host. Shut up. Can't you see that the high-level soul masters around have already locked onto us with their aura? As long as we dare to attack before the match starts, their Douluo strongmen will not care about the Empire's face and will not hesitate to strike at us. Sun, being the more stable one, quickly pulled Lin Hao back when he saw the Holy Sun still expressionless, and he couldn't help but reprimand him with the authority of a vice-captain. If it were usual, the Empire wouldn't care about face when dealing with ordinary evil soul masters, but now it was the stage of the high-level soul master competition of the entire continent, under the gaze of all, and they were not ordinary evil soul masters. If the poison Douluo bullied the weak, no one could guarantee that the evil soul master's title Douluo would act the same way. Chapter 114, a match of equal strength. Alright, since you want us to continue the match, we will comply with your wishes, but if your genius encounters an accident, don't get angry. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Saint Sun Luo Sheng looked at the Douluo, sword Douluo, leaving the judge's seat, and laughed heartily. At the same time, countless figures surged from the edge of the arena, dividing into 2 factions. One side was led by a mass-titled Douluo with the strongest aura, consisting of a total of 6 titled Douluos and 20 soul Douluos. The other side was led by the Poison Douluo and Sword Douluo, 2 super-titled Douluos, with a total of 2 Douluos and 40 soul Douluos. Although it seemed that the demonic sect and the Empire were at a disadvantage, if one counted the Soul Saints, Soul Kings, and the Hidden Bone Douluo, Saint Douluo Old Jack, and others, the Empire still had the upper hand. Moreover, the most important trump cards were Ning Fengji and Yi Phoenix. With the 2 of them present, there would absolutely be no loss of life. However, these proud and arrogant evil soul master forces had poor intelligence capabilities and were unaware of this. These evil soul masters were likely out of their minds, occupying the Heavenly Star Academy and shamelessly naming their battle team the Evil Soul Team, showing that they had no regard for the information of the demonic sect. Of course, it was also possible that they were confident in their ability to retreat unscathed or had other reasons. Evil Soul Team. Captain Luo Sheng, Martial Soul Dark Sacred Dragon. Level 56 Assault System Soul King, with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The best soul ring configuration for feelings. The 4th ring has turned into 10,000 years, right? Such rare geniuses seem to appear in droves. Am I out of the loop? This is just the promotion match in Heavendo City. This is the voice of everyone present. What they didn't know was that this was just Luo Sheng's first martial soul. He had a more mysterious second martial soul, which was the true reason the Saint Son of the Evil Soul Masters dared to act so unscrupulously. Evil Soul Team. Vice Captain Suo In, Martial Soul Hurricane Sword. Level 53 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings. although he was also a Soul King powerhouse. He did not cause much of a stir. Firstly, his age was already close to the limit for the competition, and secondly, the Soul Masters present all knew that they were the geniuses of the evil Soul Master forces. Mo Wentian, however, did not dare to underestimate this person, as he had suffered a loss at his hands. Evil Soul Team. Member Lin Hao, Martial Soul 4-Winged Fallen Angel, Level 52 Assault System Soul Master, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings. Mo Win's surprise flashed in his eyes. It was surprisingly similar to Qian Rinchue's 6-Winged Angel Martial Soul, but one was of light and the other of darkness. Moreover, it wasn't even 6-winged. It's important to know that even if it were 6-winged, it wouldn't have the quality of Qian Rinchue's Martial Soul. 6-winged angels aren't necessarily powerful. Qian Rinchue's Martial Soul is considered god level because of its high quality, allowing her to possess innate soul power of level 20. This is evident from the fact that the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, was nearly killed by Tang Hao, who had just been promoted to a titled Douluo with a single blow. The Evil Soul Squad. Member Lu Ruya, Martial Soul 3-Tailed Spirit Fox. Level 44 Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Mo Wentian's lips curled into a faint smile. The attacks of a Fire-type Soul Master are not only ineffective against himself, the Fatty and Mo Qi also possess some fire resistance abilities. Of course, there is no absolute fire immunity. If there were, then the fire wouldn't be powerful enough. The remaining 3, 2 men and 1 woman, are triplets with the same martial soul, Hellhound, and their soul power level is only 43, which is also the best soul ring configuration. However, Mo Wentian does not dare to underestimate them. It is said that the 3 have the extremely rare 3-person martial soul fusion skill. Although the demon sect has learned the method of the 7-in-1 fusion technique from the master, they have not fully mastered it yet. Li Mo Ji, Zhu Yiyao, and Cheng Zi, who are all control-type soul masters, can perform the 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Hee. It's been a long time, Saint Sun Luo Shang, right? How is it? Surprised, aren't you? Did you think that bringing people to ambush the demon sect team to prevent them from entering the finals and eliminating the new forces of the demon sect would go unnoticed? At this moment, the entire Heavendo City has already been set up as a net. Those who know what's good for them should quickly admit defeat. Mo Wentian erupted with a strong wave of soul power, and the fat guys also summoned their martial soul rings, directly shattering the fantasy of the Evil Soul team with their actions. In terms of momentum, they were not at all inferior to the Evil Soul team. You thought we were weaklings, but you didn't expect that we are fighting machines among weaklings, with strength far exceeding your imagination. Very good, impressive strength. But do you really think you can keep us with your current power? Luo Sheng sneered, clearly filled with confidence in both himself and the Evil Soul Masters behind him. What if we join in? A commanding voice sounded, as Douluo appeared, holding a human head, alongside Holy Soul Doa. Bang! The head was thrown onto the arena, and both sides instantly felt their hearts in their throats. This was actually the head of the president of the Star Academy. Although the president of the Star Academy was only a Soul Saint level expert, he was a loyal follower of the evil god and was highly regarded by Luo Sheng. How about it? Do we now have the strength to keep some of you? Mo Wentian kicked the bloody head to Luo Sheng's feet and mocked. What? Do you still plan to bully the weak? Even if your Douluo experts take action, what can you do? I can still escape unscathed. However, if any of us suffers an attack from your Douluo experts, I guarantee that your young Soul Masters will face reckless assassination from my Evil Soul Master forces the very next day. Although Luo Sheng was furious inside, he did not show it, threatening the newly arrived old Jack and others. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? They naturally look down on bullying the weak when dealing with your poison Douluo. Leave it to us to deal with you. Yunchi, assist me. I will hold back their Soul King experts. You all focus on defeating your opponents. Mo Wentian was not arrogant enough to take on 7 alone, as he sensed a faint threat emanating from the Evil Soul Master, Holy Sun. However, he was still very confident in holding back 3 Soul King experts. Possessing the 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin, and the 5-character sword technique. As for the 4th soul skill that had never been revealed, it was extremely special and powerful. Mo Wentian had never used it before, always keeping it as his trump card. But now he had no choice but to unleash his 4th soul skill. The 4th soul skill could simultaneously create 2 shadow clones with 60% of his own strength. The 4th soul skill, 1 Qi transforming 3 clears. Mo Wentian's 9-leaf sword GrassMartial Soul, due to the 9-colored sword sheath. could maintain the form of the Ghost Vine parasitic sword for a long time. 3 Mo Wenshins, each wielding a Ghost Vine parasitic sword, appeared simultaneously on the arena. Only the one in the center was Mo Wentian's true body. This feeling was very wonderful. All 3 Mo Wenshins were him, viewing the world from 3 perspectives. What could be more marvelous than this soul skill? It was as if he had 2 additional bodies, each possessing 60% of his combat power. Good. Boss, be careful. We will definitely take care of our opponents quickly, you can rest assured. Seeing this, Mo Chi and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. If Mo Wentian could hold off all the strong opponents, and they still couldn't deal with their opponents, it would truly be a disgrace to the cultivation they received from the demon sect. Instantly, everyone became filled with confidence. Chapter 115. Encirclement of Evil Soul Masters. Colorful Soul. Xia Yunxi cast a soul power enhancement on Mo Wentian, increasing the soul master's power by 10%. Mo Wentian instantly felt a significant boost in his soul power. Even the clones seemed to possess about 70% of his true body strength. Mo Wentian was secretly pleased to see that the Evil Soul Battle Team had no support-type soul masters, thinking to himself that he had really struck a great deal. However, he overlooked one issue. The Holy Son of the Evil Soul Master had more than one martial soul. Seeing that Luo Sheng had no intention of taking the first move, Mo Wentian decided to take the initiative, wielding the Ghost Vine parasitic sword in his hand, swiftly stabbing towards the 3 opponents. 3 Mo Wenshins, 3 Ghost Vine parasitic swords. Each sword in Mo Wentian's hand transformed into countless pieces of art, elegantly flowing with an aesthetic appeal. Such petty skills, daring to show off in front of me. A circle of wind element energy instantly appeared around Suo On's hurricane sword martial soul, and with a wave of his hand, he redirected the attack from one of Mo Wentian's clones. The other 2 bodies moved as fast as lightning. Their ethereal sword techniques were also blocked by the Holy Sun and Lin Hao, but it was evident that Suo On was not as relaxed as he appeared. The other 6 members of the Demon Gate, except for the support-type Xia Yunxi, each confronted their own opponents, while Chu Yao was responsible for assisting and interfering, gaining the upper hand in an instant. Extreme Wind Attribute. Mo Wentian was taken aback, not expecting that Suo On had held back during their last encounter. Not bad, you have some insight, you actually know about extreme attributes. Suo On nodded in surprise, knowing that extreme attributes were almost non-existent in the Douluo realm. A bunch of country bumpkins, don't be soft-hearted anymore, finish him quickly, Luo Sheng coldly reminded. So you're the Holy Son, Luo Sheng. Let me show you how powerful this sword is. Annihilation Sword Technique. Mo Wentian felt the powerful aura emanating from Luo Sheng and, not daring to be careless, directly unleashed his strongest sword technique. The Ghost Vine parasitic sword's sword energy surged, descending from the heavens, containing endless sword intent and immense power. Initially, Luo Sheng did not take it seriously, but by the time he reacted, it was already too late. He was knocked back 10 meters by this powerful strike, nearly falling off the ring. What kind of sword technique is this? Its power is so formidable. What an impressive self-created soul skill. I underestimated you. I will take this seriously now. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Sheng's mouth, not expecting that what had just seemed like an ordinary sword technique would suddenly become so powerful. A brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. Mo Wentian sneered, satisfied with the damage his sword technique had caused. Cough cough. You might be a bit too happy too soon. With a wave of his hand, Luo Sheng summoned a special martial soul resembling a lotus platform, but with fuller leaves, instantly healing his previous injuries. Almost forgot. You are a dual martial soul user. A succulent plant? You are actually a dual-type soul master of both support and attack. The succulents were indeed rare and powerful plants in the Douluo continent. Although they were support-type, they could heal and assist. Third soul skill, all attribute enhancement. You haven't seen this before. This is the evil goddess gift. I can assist myself while also supporting my teammates, which is why our team doesn't need a support-type soul master. With that, 3 purple soul rings appeared around Luo Sheng's succulent martial soul, and the 3rd ring lit up as he laughed. The previously disadvantaged Evil Soul Battle Team members managed to turn the situation around, stabilizing the battlefield. It seems it won't be so easy to settle this. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. 3rd soul skill, Ice and Snow Delay. Mo Wentian's main body became serious, directly unleashing the domain's soul skill of his 3rd soul technique. Now, at the Soul King realm, Mo Wentian's domain had grown to 50 meters, almost the size of half the arena. Petty skills, first soul skill, Great Might of the Sky. The Holy Sun Luo Sheng's Dark Holy Dragon martial soul unexpectedly separated from his body, transforming into a physical form. A black energy shield appeared around it, moving along with Luo Sheng without any hindrance. Is that so? Then try this second soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. The other two Mo Wentian clones simultaneously forced back Sin and Lin Hao, casting the second soul skill towards Luo Sheng. Not good. The Holy Sun can't move. Suo En, sharp-eyed and quick-reacting, rushed to the Holy Sun's side. However, it was too late. The three Mo Wentians simultaneously unleashed their fourth soul skill, creating 9 Mo Wentians, who all released the Annihilation Sword technique at once. The two were instantly injured by the powerful sword energy, with Sun pushing Luo Sheng in front of him to block, wielding his hurricane sword to deflect part of the sword energy attack. But it was of no use, and he was soon blasted off the arena. Get out of the way. Fifth soul skill, Dragon God's Might. But at this moment, the Holy Sun Luo Sheng regained his ability to act and unleashed his strongest soul skill. The Dark Divine Dragon emanated an overwhelming pressure. He was able to block the remaining force of the 9 Annihilation Sword techniques. But after all, it was Mo Wentian's strongest self-created sword technique, and he bore significant injuries from the impact. Second soul skill, Self-Healing. Luo Sheng summoned his succulent martial soul again with his left hand, managing to heal many of his injuries. Healing yourself while assisting yourself? This is really troublesome. But it's just cumbersome and not refined. I really thought highly of you. If these are all the means you have, you might as well admit defeat early. My 9-leaf sword GrassMartial soul can also heal and enhance. Montak Vencian Sneot. Casually plucking a leaf from the 9-leaf GrassMartial soul and consuming it, instantly restoring the soul power he had expended. Damn it. How can you progress so quickly? How can there be someone more talented than me on this continent? I was born with dual martial souls, and with the evil god's blessing, I can summon 2 martial souls at the same time. With my succulent martial soul assisting me, I still can't match you. Who exactly are you? You can't possibly be a native of Douluo continent. Who are you? Luo Sheng could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor and broke down, saying frantically, such a person, though usually appearing arrogant and dismissive, was the most prone to madness when faced with setbacks. Enough with the nonsense. Are you out of your mind? Mo Wentian naturally Wu-Ti admitted, instantly unleashing his most powerful 5th soul skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The entire arena was filled with ghost vine parasitic swords, creating a spectacular scene. Both factions watching from below were left speechless. We concede. At this moment, a commanding voice echoed throughout the arena, and a massive hell, 3-headed dog martial soul appeared, roaring as a powerful attack rushed forth. It shattered Mo Wentian's thousands of long swords. Fortunately, at that moment, a giant sword descending from the sky, filled with killing intent, blocked this powerful attack, allowing Mo Wentian to retract his martial soul. 7 killing sword. Sword Douluo Chanexen, truly lives up to his reputation. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. I will take him away. Do you have any objections? A man in a black robe descended from the sky, chuckling. 97th level super title Douluo. Who are you? Possessing such powerful soul power, and even knowing my name, Sword Douluo Chanexin said with a serious expression. He was currently only at 96th level soul power, stuck at the threshold of 97th level and unable to progress. Evil God Island's 2nd Elder. Sieyu. In this match, my evil soul master concedes. The black-robed man looked to be about the same age as Sword Douluo. Concede? Very well. 2nd soul skill Medusa's Gaze. Breaking Sword Technique. Mo Wentian's 8 clones simultaneously unleashed the 2nd soul skill against the 97th level title Douluo. Good lad, well done. If you can strike, don't just talk. That is my style. 7 killing true body, 9th soul skill, God Demon Dual Slash. Jian Douluo Chanexin reacted extremely quickly, and his soul skills followed suit with remarkable speed, unleashing 2 astonishing sword energies directly towards the 2nd offering of the Evil God Island. Poof. At the last moment, the 2nd offering, Sieyu, finally managed to break free from control for half a second, relying on his powerful soul power. But he could only brace himself to take on these 2 powerful sword energies. Damn it! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Sieyu glared coldly at Mo Wentian. Yet Mo Wentian didn't even glance at him, instantly unleashing several moves of the broken sword technique, severely injuring all members of the Evil Soul team on the stage. Especially Lin Hao, who was particularly targeted by Mo Wentian, with sword energies striking his face, leaving his handsome visage swollen like a pig's head. Saint Sun Luo Sheng was also in bad shape, his clothes tattered and in ruins. Enough. Stop. Another deep voice rang out, and unexpectedly, a man in a black robe stepped out from the shadows. Mo Wentian didn't dare to forcefully intervene this time. He had vented quite a bit of his pent-up anger. He directly removed the spatial soul tools from a few people who had lost their combat ability and stored them in the time and space divine ring. Don't worry. Demon Lord, I'll take care of this old man. Old Jack stepped forward and chuckled. It's you, Holy Spirit, Douluo. Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right. It's me. What's wrong? Do you still recognize this old man? Old Jack looked at the black-robed figure in confusion, as the face was not someone he was familiar with. I don't recognize you, but I believe you are very familiar with my elder brother, Luo Feng. I used to follow him around and heard about the prowess of Holy Spirit Douluo in his younger days. I didn't expect that he has also broken through to the title Douluo realm. From what you said, that kid on the stage is actually the Demon Lord, who is said to be elusive in the legends of the demon sect. How about it? It's me. Aren't I being generous? You said to stop, and I stopped. Mo Wentian looked at the old man, who jumped out again, feeling anxious. How long is this going to go on? Why is it still one by one? They should have all come out together if they were already here. This was also a strategy that Mo Wentian and the others had discussed in advance. The result was not important, as long as they could gain fame. Now that the strength of the Evil Soul Masters at the Taiyangxing Academy had been completely wiped out, with dozens of Evil Soul Masters being captured, it was considered a substantial harvest. As for why these Evil Soul Masters did not appear together, it was due to the internal divisions among them. The second offering guarded the continent, leading a portion of the Evil Soul Masters, while the 3 Hellhound Soul Masters of the Evil Soul Battle Team were his grandchildren. He was also very optimistic about the Holy Son, Luo Sheng, which is why he allowed them to follow him. But he had irreconcilable differences with the first offering. The third offering also left the Evil God Island for some reasons. Lin Hao was his grandson, and he naturally wouldn't stand by if danger truly struck. We should have no problem taking them away, right? The third offering, Lin Yi, approached the second offering, Xie, and stood alongside the few Title Douluo from the Evil God Island, walking towards the arena. That's fine. Title Douluo can leave with just a finger, but for those above Title Douluo, we can't stop you if you want to leave. Mo Wentian directly replied. All right, since the Demon Lord has spoken, I will give you face. What are you all still stunned for? Do you want me to take you out myself? The third offering, Lin Yi, seemed to be more sociable, but he was also colder. After the third offering arrived, the second offering fell silent and stood there, deep in thought. Yes, third offering. Although these more than 10 soldados didn't want to leave a finger behind, they didn't dare to defy the third offering's words. Even after leaving the Evil God Island, they were still terrified of the third offering's coldness. Old 3, you really are as cold as ever. Let's go. The second offering, Xie, coldly glanced at the third offering, Lin Yi. Isn't the second brother the same? Although the two pretended to be calm on the surface, they were also quite nervous inside. While they had the advantage in terms of the number of Title Douluo, this was still the territory of the Tiando Empire. The hidden old monsters of the Tiando Empire had yet to show themselves, so they didn't dare to be too reckless. They could only compromise, especially since the second offering, Xie, had also sustained significant injuries. Their Douluo strength was far inferior to that of the Tiando Empire and the Demon Sect. In a fight, they would undoubtedly lose unless reinforcements arrived. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect of the Imperial Demon Sect also feared that more Evil Soul Masters would come to support them. Both sides had their own concerns, and now was not the time for a decisive battle. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would benefit from the situation. Of course, the third offering, Lin Yi, had the same thoughts, not wanting to let the Spirit Hall, which existed behind the scenes, gain the advantage. Damn it, why aren't they fighting? Fight already. In the shadows, the leader of the Spirit Hall, Sax, roared frantically, with Ghost Doa and several offerings of the Spirit Hall behind him. If Mo Wentian saw this, he would definitely be impressed by the intelligence capabilities of the Spirit Hall and would raise his vigilance towards them another notch. Montak Vincian, the Demon Lord, interesting. This is the first time I've seen such an outstanding peer. His talent is no less than mine. Could it be that he also has a god-level martial soul quality? On the high platform, Xue Qinghe watched this scene and looked at Mo Wentian with increased admiration. Xueqinghe was not truly Xueqinghe. She was actually the only being on the continent with innate level 20 full soul power, the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Qianren Xue. In the end, these titled Douluo each took one of the seriously injured geniuses from the evil soul battle team and left Tiando City. 3 days later, do not ask about the name of the heavens. The name of the demon lord shakes the world at the age of 17. He strongly controls a 97th level title Douluo and, together with the sword Douluo, heavily injures a 97th level peak Douluo of the evil soul master. Chapter 116. Fame shakes the Douluo continent. Do not ask the vast sky. Do not ask the heavens. Do not ask the demon sect. Do not ask the demon master. The name Mo Wentian resounded throughout the entire Douluo continent in an instant. This was also the result of Mo Wentian leveraging the opportunity of the Evil Soul Master and the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. However, even so, the leaves of the 6th 9-leaf sword GrassMartial soul had not fully bloomed. It was possible to apply a soul ring, but it would not be perfect. Mo Wentian felt that it might be because his reputation had reached or even exceeded the requirements for the 6th soul ring, but his status still fell a bit short. Unlike the other leaves, the conditions for the 6th leaf to bloom are reputation. What is reputation? Naturally, it is a combination of fame and status. Although the position of the Demon Lord is not weak, he does not possess the matching strength, which has led to skepticism from some with ulterior motives, who believe that Mo Wentian's position as Demon Lord is hollow, and that he was elevated by the actual controller of the demon sect, the Demon King. Although Mo Wentian successfully collaborated with Sword Douluo to severely injure the peak Douluo this time, it was not his own doing. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian let out a bitter smile. He initially believed that his plan could achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow, not only to make the Wuhuan Temple feel at ease about the Demon Gate, but also to avenge his previous humiliation by defeating the Holy Son Luo Sheng. While these 2 points were achieved to some extent, the most important condition of limiting the Wuhuan was not fully realized as expected. It seems that he still needs to compete for the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. This made Mo Wentian somewhat disappointed, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he had acquired Shrek Academy all by himself, it was not enough to prove his strength. Only winning the Soul Master competition championship could do that. He wondered if he could rely on the special abilities of his 4th soul skill to defeat the talents of the Wuhuan Temple alone. Thinking of this, Mo Wentian stroked his chin. If it were someone else with this soul skill, after releasing it twice to transform into the 3 pure ones, they would definitely not have the ability to release the 5th soul skill. However, Mo Wentian was still able to release it, which was naturally due to his practice of the nameless technique and the earlier compression of soul power. Every drink and bite has its destiny. Every effort will eventually be rewarded, just at different speeds. Mo Wentian believes that the reason why the soul skill 1 Qi transforming 3 clears is so powerful is definitely not because of the soul beast. Although it is his 4th soul ring skill, the 10,000-year soul beast he hunted is merely a 20,000-year illusion soul beast. The doppelgangers of the illusion soul beast are just shadowy illusions. Yet after absorbing the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, it directly transforms into the divine level soul skill 1 Qi transforming 3 clears, possessing a physical form and being able to harness 60% of its own strength. With his current strength, participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition, Missouri Wentian is sure to win the championship without a doubt. But does Mo Wentian want the championship? What he wants is to prove his own strength, not a show-off. The fat members of the Demon Gate team are still unaware that they have been mocked by Mo Wentian regarding their qualifications to compete and that he has already secured the championship position. He won't let the individual championship slip away either. This time, he wants to see who will still question his strength. Mo Wentian is overflowing with confidence, believing that the championship is in the bag. Brother Tian, what are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought. It turns out that Zhu Zhuqing is holding grapes and offering them to Mo Wentian's mouth. Lost in his thoughts, Mo Wentian did not respond, prompting her to playfully chide him. At this moment, Mo Wentian has a sly look on his face, lounging in an old armchair, soaking up the sun, while Zhu Zhuqing is beside him peeling grapes, and Yi Lingling is behind him giving him a back massage, truly enjoying life like a celestial being. Having achieved victory, Mo Wentian's reputation has spread far and wide, and with the exposure of his identity as the leader of the Demon Gate, he rarely goes out these days. It's not out of fear of assassination, but rather out of concern of being surrounded by those crazy girls, becoming the object of their competition. I was thinking about you. Also thinking about when I can eat you. Mo Wentian said, playfully biting Zhu Zhuqing's delicate finger with a lecherous grin. How annoying, you're so shameless. Zhu Zhuqing's fair face flushed slightly, quickly retracting her finger. Ah, it hurts. Lingling, I was wrong, be gentle. Montag Vencian exclaimed, feeling a sudden pain in his shoulder. Does it hurt? Then I'll be gentler. Yi Lingling feigned ignorance, looking completely clueless. However, the pressure in her hands only increased. As anyone who frequently goes for foot massages knows, there's a sensitive spot beneath the shoulder that hurts when pressed. Although Yi Lingling is a healing-type soul master, let's not forget she is also a soul king. Not long after coming out of the secret realm, she gained her soul ring. Now she's a level 51 healing-type soul king, just one level lower than Mo Wentian. And the strength in her hands could make it unbearable for Mo Wentian even if he were pinned down in that spot. Indeed, how obedient and cute she was before marriage, and how unpredictable her character has become afterward. Should I lighten up a bit more? Yi Lingling said, preparing to increase her pressure again, causing Mo Wentian to instantly go limp. What a painful realization. Mo Wentian suddenly misses the obedient and sensible Yi Lingling before marriage. Sister, please give Brother Tian a break this time. Look, he has already softened up, Zhu Zhuqing said with a pained expression, realizing once again that she is another gentle and considerate woman before marriage. Since Sister Zhuqing is pleading for you, I'll let you off this time. Let's see if you dare to talk back next time. Oof. Yi Lingling huffed, but secretly exchanged a smile with Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Wentian could be considered completely captivated by Yi Lingling, but this also reflects his affection for her. Otherwise, if he released even a bit of soul power, his physical strength wouldn't be so painful. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for us to set off for Wuhuan City. Lingling, Zhuqing, I'll take you to Wuhuan City. This time, it's just the 3 of us going together. A smaller group is actually safer. Once we arrive at Wuhuan City, we can meet up with your mother and the others. Mo Wentian had little interest in the current high-level Soul Master competition on the continent. What interested him was the Soul Ring Years and the 100,000-year Soul Beast Soul Rings. With the help of Mo Wentian's top-tier elixir, Yi Phoenix had also successfully advanced to the title Douluo level, becoming the continent's top healing Soul Master. The influence of the demon sect had temporarily overshadowed the Haotian sect, becoming the #1 sect in the world. Although he urgently needed a 100,000-year Soul Ring, Mo Wentian didn't have any intentions of targeting Xiao Wu. In his view, since Xiao Wu had already transformed into human form, she was considered human. Plus, she was so cute and beautiful. He, who always cherished beauty, would never choose to kill a rabbit for its ring. If it weren't for Zhuqing and Lingling, Mo Wentian really couldn't say whether he would choose to eat the rabbit. After all, rabbits were so adorable, and making spicy rabbit heads out of them would be quite delicious. Moreover, in Mo Wentian's eyes, 100,000-year soul beasts were not uncommon, and he planned to take the opportunity to visit the extreme north. Once he obtained the 7th soul ring, he wouldn't fear even the Ice Emperor. Of course, while he wasn't afraid, there was still a significant gap between him and the Snow Emperor. He only had the ability to escape. Furthermore, neither the Snow Emperor nor the Ice Emperor were people who would kill indiscriminately. Even if they encountered him early, they likely wouldn't strike directly. With his eloquence and talent, he wouldn't necessarily be weaker than Tianmeng and Huiyu Hao. If he could persuade the 2 women to sacrifice themselves as his soul rings, he would have the ability to compete with super Douluo-level powerhouses. Chapter 117. Is using a clone considered cheating? On the way to Wuhuan City, Mo Wentian and the 2 others walked and stopped, enjoying the scenery along the way. The air was free of the smell of gasoline and the stench of industrial chemicals, filled only with refreshing spiritual energy. Zhuqing, your soul power cultivation is improving so fast, you're almost catching up to me. Did Wentian secretly give you some spirit herbs? Yi Lingling suddenly thought of something and asked while holding Zhuqing's arm. Huh, sister, did Brother Tian also give you spirit herbs? Zhuqing seemed to understand and asked in surprise. Yes, what kind of spirit item did he give you? It wouldn't be the Heartbreak Red, would it? Yi Lingling suspiciously looked at Mo Wentian and asked. Wrong. My dear wife, there is only one Heartbreak Red. My feelings for you and Zhuqing are unique, and the spirit herbs I gave you are definitely unique as well. Mo Wentian felt a bit wronged by the questioning. No, it's the water fairy jade skin bone. After consuming it, I raised my soul power by 6 levels. So now I can reach the 49th level soul zone realm. Zhuqing couldn't bear to see Mo Wentian wronged and explained seriously. See, if you had consumed the Heartbreak Red, Your soul power would definitely be higher than Zhu Qing's. Mo Wentian teased with a somewhat lecherous look. Oomph. In your dreams, you think you can trick me into taking the little red? Even though I now hate you, the heartless big radish, who told you to be her father. Yi Lingling expressed her reluctance to consume the heartbreak red, but felt like she was showing affection to a heartless big radish, and hurriedly explained. However, Mo Wentian didn't believe her words at all. Go lie to someone else. What father? It's clearly my own charm. This is my ability to flirt with girls. With that thought, Mo Wentian couldn't help but gaze intently at Yi Lingling. No flowers, but you're more beautiful than flowers. And Zhu Qing? Just as beautiful as you. Which one is more beautiful? Yi Lingling relentlessly pressed on. Women were truly strange creatures. Sometimes you just couldn't tell what they were thinking. Well, brother Tian, who do you think is more beautiful between us? Zhu Qing also looked at Mo Wentian with a smile. Do you really want me to say? Mo Wentian felt it was a life-threatening question. If he said both were beautiful, it would force him to pick a side. If he said one was beautiful, he would surely hurt the other's feelings. Lingling seems like a celestial being, with a pleasant demeanor, cute and clever, kind and understanding. In my heart, she is naturally a celestial-like person. But Zhu Qing is not bad either, equally beautiful with delicate features, excellent temperament, and most importantly, a perfect figure. Any man would love her, let alone me. At this moment, Mo Wentian's emotional intelligence was far beyond that of his childhood, and he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve when it came to flirting. Dead ghost. Annoying. Dead ghost was naturally what Yi Lingling called him. But looking at the expressions of both Yi Lingling and Zhu Qing, it was clear that both were touched. Mo Wentian embraced the two women and began to kiss them passionately, even releasing his energy to create two duplicates of himself, both holding the two women and kissing them. Ah! Slap! The two women, realizing what was happening, immediately exploded with anger, each delivering a slap to their own duplicates. Hey, why are you hitting me? Mo Wentian blinked his big eyes, looking aggrieved as he spoke. What's going on with him? Finally, Zhu Qing could not hold back her embarrassment and asked, What do you mean him? He is me, transformed from my physical energy. Otherwise, do you think I would allow anyone else to touch you? Montag Vincian replied helplessly. I don't care. You're not allowed to use your duplicates to touch me. If you want to touch someone, go touch Zhu Qing. Yi Lingling seemed to struggle with her feelings and said somewhat angrily. All right, Zhu Qing, do you agree? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Qing with a pitiful expression, wanting to experience the feeling of holding two women at the same time. The creation of duplicates was still part of Mo Wentian's body. However, they were separated from his body and would automatically return once his soul power was exhausted. Really? Is it you? Zhu Qing still found it hard to believe as she asked, then sniffed the scent on Mo Wentian. How is it? Isn't it the same smell? Mo Wentian's duplicate hugged Zhu Qing and said, Zhu Qing replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, allowing Mo Wentian to hold her in his arms. While Mo Wentian's main body held Yi Lingling, not doing anything inappropriate but simply embracing the two women as they traveled. If this scene were witnessed by someone familiar with them, it would certainly seem absurd, and outsiders might even mistake them for twins. 3 days later, the three finally arrived at Wuhuan City. Mo Wentian was not at all worried about the comfort of the people from the Demon Sect team. After all, Bibi Dong did not have much energy to manage the disputes on the continent at that time, and the Hall of Offerings was not entirely under her control. The powerful title Douluo of the Wuhuan Hall, apart from the Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, were all people from the Hall of Offerings. With the Poison Douluo and the Sword Douluo present, the two, Chrysanthemum Ghost and Ghost Douluo, could not stir up much trouble, especially since Shrek was now his property. As expected, the Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo went to find trouble with Tang San, knowing that Tang San would eventually establish the Tang sect. But his pride would not allow him to simply hand over the Shrek Academy students to the Wuhuan Hall. When the Sword Douluo and Ghost Douluo appeared, the Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo saw them and immediately turned back to the Wuhuan Hall without looking back. This was not cowardice, but a matter of the heart. In Wuhuan City, at the Penglai Inn in the backyard, the Poison Douluo sat across from Mo Wentian, looking somewhat serious as he said, Little monster, we are now in the territory of the Wuhuan Hall, so you need to restrain your temper. You have become quite arrogant compared to before. Remember, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. You may be stronger than many, but there are surely geniuses stronger than you. The two spoke privately without any reservations, calling each other by their names, with no distinction of seniority. Got it, old Poison, always nagging. It's better when my mother-in-law talks to me. She just tells me to go for it. She has my back. Although Mo Wentian spoke nonchalantly, he suddenly felt alert. Indeed, he had become quite proud recently. And if this continued, how was he any different from the evil soul master, the holy Sun Luo Sheng? Of course she would say that. Do you know what her next line would be? Based on my understanding of her, her next line would definitely be that even if you were severely injured or had your legs broken, she could heal you. Ha! The poison Douluo could not help but laugh heartily at the thought of Yi Phoenix. The two of them were indeed getting older, but had rekindled their romance. Chapter 118. BB Dong, alright, stop joking around. Have you gathered any information? Has Tang Hao secretly arrived in Wuhuan City? Mo Wentian cut to the chase, asking a crucial question. Tang Hao was an excellent helper. Once things soured with BB Dong, he would definitely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. This was not only due to Tang Hao's powerful explosive soul skills, but also because of the top sect he represented, the Haotian sect. I have received news about Tang Hao. He is currently staying at a small hotel under our demon sect's influence, the poison Noah said, putting away his smile and speaking seriously. The influence of the demon sect extended to all aspects of Douluo continent, especially in terms of food, drink, housing, and transportation, both in the open and behind the scenes, countless in number. Now, with the help of Mo Wentian's celestial-grade elixirs, the Old Jack, the Holy Spirit Douluo, had also advanced to a 95th level title Douluo, and his single combat strength was not inferior to that of the sword Douluo. One could imagine the scene of a hunchbacked old man wielding a cane battling a peak title Douluo. After Mo Wentian arrived at the Spear Hall City, he did not send the two girls back to his battle team, but instead brought them to the location where the demon sect was stationed. Here was a title Douluo from the Tiando Empire's royal family, 3 title Douluo from the demon sect, the poisoned Old Jack, and the 9 hearts Douluo. Adjacent to them was the station of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, also known for its swordbone Douluo. Inside the hall of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a stunningly beautiful woman with an unparalleled elegance and a cold, expressionless demeanor held a gem staff taller than a person, symbolizing power. Bang! The sound of the staff striking the ground echoed. Oomph! Useless trash. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you? Not only did you alert the enemy, but you also made the relationship between the demon sect and the Empire's 7 treasure glazed tile school closer. The woman's expression suddenly turned frosty as she coldly huffed at the staff. Your subordinates deserve death. I didn't expect the poison Douluo and sword Douluo to be secretly guarding. We are no match for them, so... The chrysanthemum Douluo immediately knelt down to plead for mercy, sweat dripping down his face, filled with fear. Enough. I didn't call you here to listen to your explanations, but to accept your punishment. How do you intend to bear the consequences? BB Dong impatiently interrupted, her tone icy. If she didn't think these two still had some use, it would be too much of a waste to kill them. With her character, she certainly wouldn't waste so many words. Please spare me, Your Holiness. I know my crime. Please forgive me, Your Holiness. The ghost also found it hard to endure and hurriedly knelt down alongside the chrysanthemum Douluo to plead for mercy. Thud! Thump! BB Dong took a few steps forward, and seeing her long legs, the kneeling chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Before they could say anything, BB Dong kicked them against the wall of the Grand Hall, and they slid down. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your mercy. My subordinate will absolutely not repeat this mistake. The two hurriedly got up, respectfully bowing as they spoke. They initially thought that such a serious mistake would result in severe punishment, but unexpectedly, it was just this minor punishment. Of course, if the two saw the footprints on their faces, they wouldn't feel this way. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo was in existence at the peak of the continent, and apart from this pope, there was probably no one else they feared so much. This is the last warning. Get out. BB Dong turned around, not want to see the two groveling like this. When BB Dong was younger, she had a very good relationship with the two, but after being with Qian Xuanji, her personality became increasingly difficult to approach. As her strength grew, the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo became reduced to this kind of appearance in front of her. She didn't know whether to feel heartbroken or to feel pity for herself. There wasn't a single person on the continent who could understand the loneliness she bore. Although she stood high as the Pope, wielding immense power, that was not what she wanted. What she wanted was only 2 things: to destroy the spirit hall of the Qian family and to inherit the divine position. She knew that after ascending to the divine position, there would be an opportunity to undergo a transformation, during which she could completely rid herself of this body that made her feel filthy. United, huh? Hee. It seems I should be able to deal a significant blow to the spirit hall, but now is not the time for reckoning. The assessment is more important. Bibi Dong thought to herself. She knew that as long as Qian Daolu did not die, the Spirit Hall would never face destruction. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's status in the eyes of ordinary people on the continent was deeply rooted and unshakable. Meanwhile, in the offering hall, a stunning golden-haired woman, even more noble and beautiful than Yi Lingling, could only be described as flawless, her figure not inferior to Zhu Zhuqing. Grandfather, do you think the demon lord of the demon sect is also a genius with innate level 20 like me? Qian Renshua asked absent-mindedly. These days, her heart had been occupied with thoughts of Mo Wentian, and proud as she was, it was her first time encountering someone more talented than herself. If she didn't know that Mo Wentian had a wife, and not just one, she might not have been able to resist her curiosity to approach him. Currently, she had just recently advanced to the Soul Emperor realm, and her age was 3 to 4 years older than Mo Wentian, so it was no wonder she felt insecure. Silly child, you must remember that there can only be one type of divine spirit on the continent, which is the angel spirit. Moreover, not all angel spirits are divine spirits. Even the Haotian hammer cannot break this limitation. It is a gift from the angel god to his descendants. Only if one's ancestors had divine level power, and they must be above level 1 divine throne, can the descendants hope to break the limitation and achieve innate level 20 full soul power. Other gods have either not left behind descendants or have already been severed. Only our angel lineage has been favored by our ancestors, passing down through the ages. Qian Daolu lovingly looked at Qian Renshua and said, "Then why is the demon lord of the demon sect cultivating so quickly and possessing such formidable strength, with no hint of weakness in his soul power?" Qian Renshua asked Qian Daolu in confusion. Perhaps he has other opportunities. Although I don't inquire into worldly affairs, I'm quite interested in them, and I have some understanding of the demon sect. It is said that the pills of the demon sect are extremely special and precious. I think it should be closely related to these pills. I have also studied their ingredients, and they indeed help in the enhancement of soul power and have the effect of solidifying the foundation and nurturing the origin. If it weren't for the actions of the demon sect that I admire, perhaps I would have personally visited the demon sect. Qian Daolu was quite satisfied with the demon sect's actions to eliminate evil spirit masters and destroy their strongholds, so his attitude towards Mo Wentian also became relatively friendly. Well, although the demon sect is called the demon sect, it is much stronger than some self-proclaimed righteous spirit masters, and their contributions to the continent are well acknowledged. However, I fear that she may be unable to resist the greed in her heart and strike against such a force. Qian Renshua expressed her purpose for returning this time. As of now, she still had to complete her plan of infiltrating the Tiando Empire. Her dream was to establish a powerful empire to unify the continent and end conflicts. If she could have a force like the demon sect to assist her, her difficulty would be reduced by countless times. She had already decided to win over Mo Wentian, so naturally, she couldn't let anything unexpected happen. She is quite pitiful. It is our Qian family that has wronged her. You don't need to worry. Go do what you want to do. She currently doesn't have the energy to manage these matters, and as long as it doesn't affect her plans, she won't take action now. Qian Daolu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Okay, I understand, grandfather. I have to go now. I will come see you next time if I have the chance. Otherwise, if too much time passes, there may be some problems. Qian Renshua heard that she wouldn't manage it for now, knowing that she would definitely take care of it later. However, she didn't say anything. As long as she could successfully win over the demon sect before then, nothing would happen. If she couldn't win them over, then no matter how much she appreciated them, she wouldn't allow such a force to obstruct her path. Chapter 119, a series of 7. Cough cough. This competition will start as an individual competition, with 7 team members taking turns. I will be your strategic deployment teacher. The poison Douluo said seriously in front of Mo Wentian and the 7 others. Yes, the Fatty and Mo Chai were exceptionally excited, and even the 4 girls looked unusually solemn. After all, this was the poison Douluo, a level 95 super titled Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, which Academy strength is guided by a titled Douluo as a tactical advisor. Don't ask, just know it's the wealthy, the mercilessly wealthy, and the answer is the Demon Sect. On the other hand, Shrek is relatively poor, with Master Yu Xiaojiang serving as the tactical advisor. All right, old poison, don't scare us with your stern face. Just tell us how to set up the layout, Mo Wentian said helplessly. Although he had no problem being a tactical advisor himself, he was just too lazy. In this competition, the Star Luo Empire, the Star Do Empire, and the Spirit Hall, along with the 5 major elemental academies, You all don't need to take the stage. Just leave it to the demon lord alone. Poison Douluo said expressionlessly. No way. Wasn't it agreed that this would only apply to the spirit hall? Mo Wentian said with a somewhat ugly expression. He didn't expect that inviting Poison Douluo as a tactical advisor would instead lead to his own downfall. A total of 33 teams entered the finals, and he had to deal with 8 teams by himself. How could he be lazy like this? As the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, I naturally have the heavy responsibility of being a tactical advisor. And this is all for the future of the Demon Sect and you, Demon Lord, to ensure everything goes smoothly and your fame spreads far and wide. Poison Douluo had a face full of I'm doing this for your own good. I'm not trying to trap you. This is typical revenge. But you do have a point. Let's do it your way. After all, you are the tactical advisor. Mo Wentian emphasized the words tactical advisor to deliberately irritate Poison Douluo. Poison Douluo didn't want to be any kind of tactical advisor. He had no choice but to compromise since Mo Wentian trusted him immensely. Privately, Poison Douluo was still Mo Wentian's old father-in-law, and even the restrictions of the 6th leaf of the spirit were only told to Poison Douluo. I'm the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, so I'm naturally different from other tactical advisors. You don't need to mock me. There's no way I'm letting you slack off. Poison Douluo said with a cold snort. Fine, I'll endure this for the spirit rings. Title Douluo Advisor. Mo Wentian and Poison Douluo exchanged mutual jabs, but in the end, Mo Wentian took a step back. The competition was held as scheduled. Since the individual matches were held first, Mo Wentian basically didn't get to take action, and without encountering any strong teams. The Demon Sect team surged forward to the top 8. Next, it was the genius demon Lord Mo Wentian from the Demon Sect against Huo Wu from the Shinkong Academy. Huo Wu was indeed unwilling to accept defeat. She had no way to deal with Mo Wentian, but still wanted to unite with Shinkong Academy to defeat Shrek Academy. Although I know I'm not your opponent, I won't easily admit defeat. Huo Wu looked at Mo Wentian and felt a wave of powerlessness, refusing to back down. Whatever you say. Mo Wentian's simple 3 words once again provoked Huo Wu's inner pride. Damn it. Huo Wu was so furious at Mo Wentian's indifferent expression that she couldn't find the words to say. She wanted to say a few harsh words, but was afraid that Mo Wentian wouldn't hold back, and ended up stammering. Having lost to Mo Wentian multiple times, combined with Mo Wentian's ruthless approach to dealing with evil soul masters, had already made her a bit afraid of him. What is the matter with you? If you have nothing else, hurry up and admit defeat. I'm in a hurry. Mo Wentian said impatiently. How many times has she lost to him already? Doesn't she have any self-awareness? Forward soul skill, Huo Wu Young. Proud Huo Wu could not withstand this humiliation and instantly unleashed her 4th soul skill. Mo Wentian's current strength was naturally incomparable to the past. With a casual sword technique, he easily blocked Huo Wu's 4th forbidden soul skill. Although he had no assistance, his power was still immense, and the fiery red energy filled the arena. However, it was somewhat of a grand spectacle with little substance. Seeing Mo Wentian so easily fend off her 4th soul skill, and feeling the lack of half of her soul power, Huo Wu immediately gave up the thought of resistance and leaped off the stage. In the first match, the Demon Sect's Mo Wentian won. In the second match, the Shinkong Academy sent out Huo Wushuang from the Qihua Academy. The host said excitedly. He was also a soul master from Tiando City, and naturally felt proud of Mo Wentian's victory. Why bother? My soul power is not something you could deplete. I don't need much soul power to deal with you. Mo Wentian said, feeling a bit annoyed as he watched Huo Wushuang walk up to the stage with a serious expression, showing no signs of giving up. I have to try. Even if I'm defeated, it wouldn't be embarrassing, Huo Wushuang said with a heavy expression. Although he felt that they would undoubtedly lose against the Demon Sect team, he still spoke earnestly. Well, since that's the case, let me show you my strength. If you still don't know your place afterward, don't blame me for being ruthless, Mo Wentian said, suppressing his irritation as he appreciated Huo Wushuang's character. All right, thank you. Unicorn Fire Tyrant Dragon, 4th soul skill, Fire Dragon Binding Spirit. A red fire dragon, resembling Liu Erlong's martial soul, appeared behind Huo Wushuang and swiftly bound towards Mo Wentian, attempting to ensnare him. Xian Step, Bitwave Hand. Mo Wentian finally used his self-created soul skill that he hadn't used for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather that he hadn't had the opportunity. Compared to Mo Wentian's other soul skills, its power was somewhat lacking. But it was perfect for dealing with Huo Wushuang now. Second soul skill, Flame Dragon Armor. A layer of fiery red armor instantly appeared on Huo Wushuang, enduring Mo Wentian's palm strike. Flame dragon armor? Is that all? Mo Wentian said speechlessly as he kicked Huo Wushuang's unarmored head with incredible speed. Bang! Huo Wushuang was sent flying off the stage. Bang! 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 Soon, all the members of Shenkong Academy were ruthlessly kicked off the stage by Mo Wentian. With Mo Wentian's current speed, these Soul Masters at the Soul Zone and Soul Zone levels couldn't keep up at all. They couldn't even see Mo Wentian's movements clearly, as if there were countless Mo Wentians standing on the stage. This was the power of the third level of Xianxian Step. In terms of speed, it was no weaker than Soul Douluo. The final contestant to appear was the captain of Shenkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian. Let's wait and see if the Demon Sex Master, Mo Wentian, can achieve a string of 7 in the top 8 competition. The host's bias towards Mo Wentian was obvious, yet drew no objections from others. Unlike the preliminary and advancement rounds in Tiando City, only Soul Masters could watch the finals in Wuhan City, and only members and teachers of the participating teams could attend the final match. Chapter 120. The Pinnacle of a Simp I Concede. Seeing Mo Wentian's increasingly ruthless attacks and his unwavering soul power, Feng Xiaotian shouted casually. Congratulations to the Demon Sex Mo Wentian for achieving a string of 7 and successfully advancing to the top 4. The host was momentarily stunned, not expecting Feng Xiaotian to concede outright, and then announce the advancement of the Demon Sect team to the individual competition's top 4. You have good sense. Not bad. Not bad. Young man has a bright future. I have high hopes for you. Mo Wentian walked over to Feng Xiaotian and patted his shoulder. I won't concede. Do you think I want to be like them? Feng Xiaotian looked at his teammates below the stage, who were bruised and battered, and said to Mo Wentian, No way. Montag Vencian replied affirmatively. Really? Feng Xiaotian asked suspiciously. Really? You will only end up worse than them. Before Feng Xiaotian could regret it, Mo Wentian added casually. Feng Xiaotian's smile instantly froze on his face. Without saying a word, Feng Xiaotian jumped off the stage and approached Huo Wu with a guilty expression, saying, Huo Wu, I'm sorry for disappointing you. I couldn't avenge you. I didn't expect anything from you, Get lost. Get lost. Seeing you like this makes me sick. Huo Wu was already in a bad mood, and upon seeing this, she became even angrier and scolded. All right, got it. Feng Xiaotian's face showed no visible anger, but his tone seemed very sorrowful. Huo Wu felt she might have gone too far and was about to apologize. But upon seeing Feng Xiaotian's actions, her anger flared even more. Feng Xiaotian actually lay on the ground and rolled 10 meters away, then rolled back again. Hey, Huo Wu, I rolled back. Is there anything else you need? Feng Xiaotian had truly reached the pinnacle of being a simp, having no concept of face since he always wore a mask and didn't need to worry about it. There is. Godi. Huo Wu's remaining sympathy vanished without a trace as she glared at Mo Wentian, who had just come down from the stage and was curiously watching her side. Furious, she stomped her foot and left the arena. Huo Wu, wait for me. Don't go. Wait for me. Seeing Huo Wu leave, Feng Xiaotian immediately chased after her. Hey, that's not how you chase a woman. Even though your name is quite annoying, sharing the Tian character with me, I'll still teach you a few tricks out of goodwill. Mo Wentian called out to Feng Xiaotian with a serious expression. Really? Or forget it. I don't have your strength. Feng Xiaotian was initially surprised, but then thought of something and said dejectedly, Are you sure you don't want it? What I'm going to say doesn't require you to have much strength. As long as you follow my instructions, you can definitely win the beauty as heart. Mo Wentian naturally wasn't considering Feng Xiaotian's infatuation out of kindness. Rather, he thought about how Feng Xiaotian and the others would bring the 5 Elements Academy to join Shrek Academy in the future. With this bond, wouldn't it be easier to recruit them into the demon sect and expand its influence? All right, just tell me your conditions. As long as it can make Sister Huo Wu not dislike me, I'm willing to do anything, Feng Xiaotian said earnestly. Mo Wentian thought to himself that this guy wasn't stupid, but he was missing a few screws. As for conditions, forget it. Let's just consider this a chance to make a friend since he looks agreeable. Mo Wentian certainly wouldn't reveal his true intentions now. Okay, I recognize you as my brother. From now on, you're my big brother. Feng Xiaotian climbed up the ladder without showing any signs of the foolishness he had when facing Huo Wu. Well, you need to know that to win a woman's heart, you must first secure her purse. First, you need to have money. I believe your father, as the president of the Shinfeng Academy, should have plenty. Second, you should know that you can't spoil a woman. The more you spoil her, the more she will act up. You must also understand that the less you can have, the more you want it. This applies to both men and women. Just like Wu with you. Therefore, behaviors like the one you just displayed are absolutely unacceptable. You need to make her feel that you dislike her and that you don't want to be close to her. This sense of disparity will surely make her insecure. And when she's insecure, won't that be your opportunity? Third, you will need your father's help. Have him go directly to the Chihua Academy to propose. As long as her father agrees, won't it be a natural outcome for the two of you to be together? Also, even if the engagement is successful, don't show her a good attitude. You need to act reluctant and make it clear that the proposal wasn't your idea. Mo Wentian started to pour toxic chicken soup into Feng Xiaoyan's ears. Of course, Mo Wentian wasn't just talking nonsense. He also shared some of his own experiences and his understanding of Huowu's personality. Why didn't I think of that? I was only worried that proposing would upset Sister Huowu, but I didn't realize it could be said this way. Brother, your experience is truly rich. I admire you. Feng Xiaotian said with a lewd smile, though one couldn't see his appearance under the mask. However, from the upper part, he could be considered a moderately handsome guy. Of course, cough cough. This is common sense. Do you understand? Mo Wentian, seeing Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing approaching, quickly stopped and looked at Feng Xiaotian with disdain. What common sense? Wentian, I just saw the two of you whispering about something shameful. Didn't you know we were waiting for you? Yi Lingling said, hugging Mo Wentian's arm. But there was a devilish hand on his waist. Wifey, let's go. Little brother, just do as I instructed. You won't go wrong. I'll be leaving first. Mo Wentian said, gritting his teeth to endure the pain while shamelessly speaking. One must know that Mo Wentian was several years younger than Feng Xiaotian. Yet he still dared to call Feng Xiaotian little brother. Wasn't that shameless? Zhu Zhuqing was suppressing her laughter and following behind them. Since the competition was already over, the three quickly left the arena. Wentian, you're getting more and more annoying. You've even learned how to teach others to pick up girls. The way you talk makes it sound like you've done this to other girls too. Yi Lingling said angrily, looking at Mo Wentian. That's unfair. I've hardly talked to any other girls besides you and Zhuqing. You can't just slander me. Mo Wentian said with a wronged expression, thinking about it. It was indeed true. He was already a father, yet had only had sincere conversations with Zhu Zhuqing apart from his child's mother. Compared to Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, he was indeed considered pure, but he was still a bit lacking compared to Tang San. As if you dare. With your wooden demeanor, you still want to teach others to pick up girls? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Yi Lingling teased, then pulled Zhu Zhuqing away. Seeing this, Mo Wentian quickly followed them. Soon, the three returned to the room at the demon sex base to rest. Chapter 121. One person takes on the individual competition for safety reasons. Mo Wentian decided to keep Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling at the demon sex base. Of course, the residences of Shrek and the Royal Academy of Tiando were also here, but Mo Wentian claimed that his place was safer, so he brought the two girls to stay with him. In the room, there were two beds, close together, about a meter apart. Don't get the wrong idea. Mo Wentian tragically started cultivating his soul power on his bed. The two girls lay together, clearly excluding Mo Wentian, who could only let it be. However, the downside was that Mo Wentian couldn't calm his mind, so he could only use his soul power to suppress the evil fire in his heart. The two girls were now only wearing white underwear. Although it was still considered conservative, their hot bodies made them look perfect no matter what they wore, causing Mo Wentian to have a nosebleed, seeing but not touching. The next morning, Mo Wentian arrived at the arena with panda eyes, looking weak, having not rested well all night. Sister, aren't we being a bit too much? Zhu Zhuqing said, looking at the listless Mo Wentian on the stage and speaking to Yi Lingling next to her. It's fine. We have to keep him in check. This is a precaution to prevent him from getting involved with other girls. I've heard that men shouldn't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the worse they get. The more they can't have, the more they want. Yi Lingling said earnestly to Zhu Zhuqing. If Mo Wentian heard Yi Lingling's words, he wouldn't know whether to slap himself for letting her trap him in this way. Next, please welcome Mo Wentian from the Demon Sect, facing Davis, the captain of Xingluo Academy. The host knew that the upcoming matches would be a solo show for Mo Wentian, so he didn't waste time and directly introduced Mo Wentian, not knowing how many benefits he received behind the scenes from the Demon Sect. So you're Dai Mubai's brother? Not much to speak of. Just admit defeat. Otherwise, I don't mind taking care of you on behalf of Dai Mubai. Mo Wentian said casually. After all, Dai Mubai was a genius from his academy, and if Davis didn't know his place, Mo Wentian wouldn't mind teaching a lesson, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had received so much unfair treatment because of him in her childhood. Dream on, kid. I admit your strength is impressive. But as the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire, I'm not someone to be trifled with. If you want me to admit defeat, shouldn't you ask if the Xingluo Empire behind me agrees? Davis, knowing he wasn't a match for Mo Wentian, brought up his backing. Oh, is that a threat? Mo Wentian, have never feared threats. Since you don't know your place, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire to let you know that I'm not someone you can provoke. Mo Wentian sneered, speaking disdainfully. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger's Destruction. Davis snorted, launching an attack before Mo Wentian finished speaking, demonstrating a complete lack of martial ethics. However, no one criticized him. Having the courage to attack in front of the leader of the demon sect was commendable. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Seeing that he had no martial ethics, Mo Wentian also stopped reasoning and launched his strongest attack. Swish, swish. 10,000 swords shot out, and Mo Wentian controlled these swords to merely graze Davis's skin. Otherwise, they could have turned him into minced meat in an instant. Davis quickly became disheveled, and his golden, handsome hair was shaved to a bald head by Mo Wentian. No need to thank me. Please call me Teacher Tony. Seeing Davis's appearance, Mo Wentian thought of Tang San and realized he had truly become a barber, engaging in the business of giving free haircuts. Davis, humiliated and angry, ran off the stage, and Mo Wentian easily won the match. An hour later, Mo Wentian walked off the stage looking relaxed, having ruthlessly defeated the Xingluo Academy with another string of 7 wins, turning them into candied hawthorns, especially showing no mercy towards Zhu Zhuyan. He had indeed been ruthless, and seeing Zhu Zhuqing's satisfied gaze, Mo Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. Now, even if he made some unreasonable requests, he probably wouldn't be refused. Mo Wentian had no interest in the other matches. It felt like a child's play. In the final battle against the Royal Academy of Tiando, after defeating 6 old acquaintances, including Dugian, Mo Wentian's old habit struck again. In front of the crowd, he hugged Yi Lingling, wanted to start flirting, but Yi Lingling stepped on his foot and didn't back down, still shamelessly chatting. Damn, hardcore flirting. In the end, it was Yi Lingling who couldn't withstand the gazes of the crowd and ran off the stage alone, and Mo Wentian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He dared not offend Yi Lingling again, or he might not even be allowed to enter the house. Congratulations to Mo Wentian from the Demon Sect for winning the competition. Tomorrow will be the final of the individual competition. Let's all look forward to the Demon Sect's leader bringing us another string of 7. The host had just finished speaking when he felt an invisible pressure coming, quickly landing beside the observing Poison Douluo. Speak again, and there will be no mercy, Bibi Dong said coldly, without a trace of emotion. It turned out that she had just walked out of the spirit hall and happened to hear this sentence. Tomorrow is the duel between Mo Wentian and the spirit hall. Isn't saying that courting death? Yes, your holiness, forgive me, said the Soul King, quickly lowering his head, but there was no sign of fear, clearly relying on something. In my opinion, although this referee's words were somewhat biased, he shouldn't be guilty. The Poison Douluo fearlessly retorted in a domineering voice towards Pope Bibi Dong. The Poison Douluo had to step in for him because this referee was from the forces of the Demon Gate. Naturally, this was also under the instruction of Douluo to create momentum for Mo Wentian, ensuring that Mo Wentian's 6th martial soul leaf could fully bloom. Offending Bibi Dong for this was of no consequence. The Demon Gate had secretly allied with the 3 upper sects and the 2 great empires. As long as Qian Daolu did not intervene, the Spirit Hall had nothing to fear. Montauk Vencian, knowing about the soul hunting plan of the Spirit Hall and being the leader of the Demon Sect, has intelligence capabilities that no other force can match except for the Spirit Hall. Therefore, what he says is naturally credible. Goodness, Mo Wentian is secretly involved in so many things. Reader, is there anything we haven't seen? Just say it all at once. Since the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect is pleading for you, I will spare you this time. Go on. Bibi Dong doesn't want to be enemies with the Demon Sect right now. The Demon Sect can still play a role in blocking the Evil Soul Masters, allowing her plan to proceed smoothly. However, she is unaware that her plan has long been exposed by Mo Wentian. Chapter 122, Team Competition Champion, Part 1. A tense standoff left Mo Wentian wiping cold sweat. The strength of the Poison Douluo might be slightly weaker than Bibi Dong, but he was definitely not without the power to fight back. With Yi Phoenix's assistance, they could battle, but for now, it was better to develop quietly. After all, the Spirit Hall still had Qian Daolu. Although he had not appeared earlier in the original work, Mo Wentian couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any surprises. The finals were held as scheduled the next day, and the Spirit Hall surprisingly chose to forfeit the individual matches and participate directly in the team competition. It seems that after returning, the Spirit Hall discovered the demon sect's intention to gain fame and devised a strategy. Thus, as long as they could achieve victory in the team competition, Missouri Wentian's influence would greatly diminish. One must say, Bibi Dong is indeed a woman who is used to scheming. Her mind is sharper than most. In the first team match, the Shrek 7 monsters faced off against the Xinghua Academy. Mu Bai, so you went to Shrek Academy to practice? No wonder you dare to stand in front of me now. Do you think that with the protection of the demon sect, I won't dare to touch you? Davis, who had bought a wig from somewhere, looked just as handsome as the real thing. And at this moment he said disdainfully, Little San, his hair looks quite nice now. Dai Mu Bai did not refute, but casually said to Tang, San beside him, You. Davis instantly exploded with rage. This was his humiliation. Dai Mu Bai actually dared to bring it up in front of him. It's a rule not to expose others' shortcomings when cursing or to hit someone in the face when fighting. Yet Dai Mu Bai had to expose his weakness. How could he not be angry? Boss Dai, I think you're hinting at me. All right, I don't need it anymore. Tang San thought regretfully about why he and T thought of bringing a wig at that time. Sorry, I forgot. Dai Mu Bai scratched his head awkwardly. All right, stop messing around. Let us resolve them quickly, Tang San said helplessly, looking at the students of the Xinghua Royal Battle Team in front of them. Sister, you never thought this day would come, did you? You couldn't kill me back then, and it's even more impossible now. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly, her expression indifferent as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Yeah, you're now the little lover of the demon sect's master, Mo Wentian. How could sister still dare to provoke you? Zhu Zhuqing said enviously. A few days ago, she had been beaten so badly by Mo Wentian. Although they were just superficial injuries, she was still a beauty, and being beaten to a pulp made her naturally inquire about the reason. The matter between Zhu Zhuqing and Mo Wentian was not a secret, so she easily found out. Right now, you're no match for me. You don't need to envy me. I'm just better than you, whether in strength or anything else. In short, I am superior in every way. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been with Mo Wentian for a long time, had also learned to provoke others. Zhu Zhuqing looked at her chest, and then at the High Soul Guide display screen showing Zhu Zhuqing's strength below the stage. Shrek Academy, Vice Captain, Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Dark 9 Lives Cat, Level 49 Agility Attack System Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Not only had her martial soul evolved, but her soul power was also significantly higher than hers. After all, she was 6 or 7 years older than her. However, remembering Zhu Zhuqing's engagement with Dai Mu Bai, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What is there to be proud of? No matter how strong the master of the demon sect is, what can he do? Can he interfere in the affairs of my Xinghua Empire? Zhu Zhuqing said proudly, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a cold snort. That may not be the case. Although the demon sect has always advocated cooperation and mutual benefit for the sake of the master of the demon sect's wife, exceptions can be made. Xiao Wu, seeing that Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant, quickly supported her. Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Zhu Zhuqing said playfully, revealing a shy expression. Deep down, she was even more convinced that choosing Mo Wentian was the right decision. Although Mo Wentian was somewhat flirtatious, he never actively sought other women and loved both her and Yi Lingling very much. Even Ning Rongrong was extremely envious of the two of them and had some feelings for Mo Wentian, but he remained exceptionally aloof and avoided strangers. This was also one of the main reasons she was willing to be with him. She didn't mind him having other women because having multiple wives was common in the kind of family she grew up in. However, she was very much against men who were fickle and indulged in romantic pursuits. Are we still going to fight? If not, just admit defeat quickly, Davis said irritably. He had no mood to participate in the competition anymore. He didn't want to see or hear anything related to Mo Wentian. A toad croaking, quite arrogant. But you don't even look at what strength Little Seven and Little San are. How dare you be so brazen? Ma Hongjun walked out casually, looking disdainful. You fatso, what does their strength have to do with you? If you have the ability, come up. Zhu Zhuqing understood the strength of the Shrek team, since they had made it to the finals without hiding their strength at all. And let you taste my power. Zhuqing, I'll hold off this sly-eyed guy, and this little girl will be left to you. Ma Hongjun gestured at a guy who was observing the strength of Shrek. Coincidentally, this person's strength was at the bottom among the Xinghua Academy. Xiao Wu, you take on that one. Boss Dai, do you have confidence to deal with him? Tang San quickly picked another opponent with a lower soul power level for Xiao Wu. Then looked at Dai Mubai. No problem, same soul sec level. I survived when my soul power was so much lower than his before. What is more now? Dai Mubai said confidently, filled with confidence in his fourth soul skill. Although the first three soul skills were the same due to family heritage. The fourth soul ring was chosen by the master and was more suitable for him. All right, I'll take on the others. Oscar and Rong will assist us. After Tang San said this seriously, he arranged the Shrek team into formation, facing off against the Xingluo Royal Battle Team. Wentian, will Zhu Qing be okay? Can she defeat her sister? Yi Lingling said worriedly, holding on to Mo Wentian, clearly very concerned. Yi Lingling's character is soft. She appears cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside. However, when it comes to Mo Wentian, she probably only shows her vulnerable side when something happens. After giving birth, she became fierce towards Mo Wentian, but he didn't mind. Instead, he found it very cute. Mo Wentian did not know that Yi Lingling was completely misunderstanding him with his words, the more you can't get, the more you want. The foolish Yi Lingling really thought everyone was like that. Chapter 123, Team Competition Champion. Part 2, Mo Wentian didn't realize that Yi Lingling was completely misled by his words, the more you can't get, the more you want. Silly, Yi Lingling really thought everyone was like that. If it were another man, she might lose her most important position in his heart and easily be taken advantage of by other women. Fortunately, Mo Wentian truly loved her and understood Yi Lingling's personality, always accommodating her. It would be fine. Zhu Jian's strength was far below Zhu Qing's level. As long as they were careful not to let them successfully perform the martial soul fusion skill, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I had already instructed Zhu Qing on what to do before going on stage, so you can rest assured. Mo Wentian comfortingly patted Yi Lingling's shoulder and said confidently, well, after the competition, you should accompany Zhu Qing to the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Qing's background is really pitiful, Yi Lingling said with some sympathy, as she learned about Zhu Qing's background yesterday. Growing up in a peculiar family, every generation's successors, the two sisters, had to marry two princes to assist in the throne, essentially fighting for their right to survive. After all, losing in a struggle for the throne meant death or being rendered useless and exiled from the family. Okay, don't worry. I will not let you suffer anymore. From now on, with me around, you won't have to worry about anything. Mo Wentian said as he noticed Yi Lingling's mood was somewhat low and hugged her. Both sides revealed their martial souls. Tang San's black soul ring also caused a stir among the audience. Both sides were soul masters above the soul zone level. And even Oscar had broken through and obtained a soul ring on the way here. Is everyone eager to witness the exciting match between the two sides? I declare the match between Shrek Academy and Star Luo Academy begins. The familiar voice of the Soul King said, neither too loud nor too soft. This match was not just a contest of soul skills for me, but a life and death showdown. Little San, Zhu Qing, I will hold off Davis. It's up to you two now, Dai Mubai said with a serious expression. All right, let's proceed as planned. First soul skill, bind, Tang San said seriously. As a control-type soul master, he needed to set the layout for the entire field. After responding, he activated his soul skill first. Rest assured, with me here, nothing unexpected will happen, Zhu Qing confidently replied. Before her words fell, she had already vanished, leaving only an afterimage in place. Zhu Qing, who practiced the celestial step, was the most talented among these relatives, second only to Mo Wentian, and had now reached the perfection of the second layer of the celestial step. It's worth noting that even Mo Jun, at the Soul Sage level, was only at that stage, and he was the one who obtained the technique first. Mo Wentian originally had only average martial soul talent, but his innate soul skills were not bad. His martial arts talent could be called a genius, as the talent granted by martial souls is a gift from heaven, while martial arts talent is innate. Although both have the character heaven in them, they cannot be confused with each other. After all, the paths of cultivation are different and the roads are different. One can only say that the martial souls in the Douluo world are truly special. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is famous for its 3 soul skills. Ning Rongrong seriously recited the incantation and applied auxiliary boost to Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Zhu Qing. The 4th soul skill excited pink sausage. Oscar's soul skill was still somewhat lewd, summoning a pink sausage and throwing it to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai took a bite and felt an exhilarating rush. His soul power increased significantly, filling his body with strength. The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai confidently flashed a charming smile and charged directly at Davis. Oof, just that much. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Davis also used his third soul skill, engaging in battle with Dai Mubai. The third soul skill, 10,000 Zhangquanglan. The female support of the Xingluo battle team also added auxiliary soul skills to Zhu Zhiyun and Davis, but although her martial soul enhancement was excellent, it was still quite far from the innate, full soul power martial souls of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and Oscar's food system. At one point, Dai Mubai was actually at a standstill against Davis, whose soul skills were 4 to 5 levels higher than him. The second soul skill, Nether White Claw. Zhu Zhiyun dodged Zhu Zhuqing's soul skills several times, but felt quite strenuous, so she unleashed her soul skill. If it weren't for their auxiliary soul masters boosting her speed, she might have been instantly defeated by Zhu Zhuqing. A minor skill, the second soul skill, Dark Nether Claw. Zhu Zhuqing snorted disdainfully, releasing her second soul skill after her martial soul evolved. After the evolution of her martial soul and taking the immortal grass, the direct change was the improvement of her soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing's strength could be said to far exceed that of the original work. If it were a life-and-death battle, without Tang Sin using hidden weapons, she would be significantly stronger than him. What? Your martial soul has indeed evolved. Is this your current martial soul? Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, which was several circles larger than her own. However, Zhu Zhuqing showed no mercy, her fingernails glowing with dark weapon energy. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of dense attacks. The third soul skill, Nether Springfall. Zhu Zhiyun quickly unleashed her third soul skill, confusing Zhu Zhuqing for a moment, allowing her to escape Zhu Zhuqing's attack range. On the other side, Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun were also not falling behind against their opponents. Tang San was handling 2 opponents with ease, while only Dai Mubai fell into a brief disadvantage. The third soul skill, Ghost Shadow. Zhu Zhuqing's footwork combined with her third soul skill caused her to instantly lose her shadow on the arena, leaving only an afterimage in place. Not good. Zhu Zhiyun was alarmed, just as she wanted to dodge. Zhu Zhuqing had already appeared behind her. The fourth soul skill, Nether 10,000 Stabs Formation. Zhu Zhuqing used her fourth soul skill for the first time, which was similar to the soul skill of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, but it was not all physical damage. It was single target damage. When it attacked one location, it would disappear from another, but there was no difference. Just a group damage and a single target. Davis, help! Zhu Zhiyun turned pale and quickly called for Davis, who was gaining the upper hand in another battle. Suddenly, several cards appeared out of thin air, protecting Zhu Zhiyun. She vanished and reappeared next to Davis, but these attacks fell on the cards, causing them to dim instantly. Although they could absorb attacks, Zhu Zhuqing's attack was not physical damage and far exceeded their tolerance. Damn! Raging Light Cutting Line. Davis angrily unleashed his self-created soul skill. A golden beam shot from his eyes, sweeping back and forth towards Dai Mubai and the approaching Zhu Zhuqing. The third soul skill, Ghost Shadow. Zhu Zhuqing instantly vanished from her spot. White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai chose to harden and took a hit. Just that much, a self-created soul skill. I can do it too. White Tiger Meteor Fist, Reverse Meteor Shower, Comet Explosion. Chapter 124, Team Competition Champion, and self-created soul skill, Nether Cross Slash. Zhu Zhuqing was not to be outdone, quickly following up with 2 powerful cross attacks, targeting Davis right after Dai Mubai. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Davis could only cross his arms to block the 2 attacks. The 2 powerful attacks directly sent Davis flying, crashing into the arena wall, which shattered and kicked up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Davis's miserable figure was revealed, blood at the corner of his mouth, his clothes torn, and his wig fallen off. You are indeed strong. I admit I underestimated you. However, since you haven't come together, you are destined to not defeat us. Zhu Yun, Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Nether White Tiger. Davis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a slight smile appearing as he suddenly turned to run towards Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun also rushed towards Davis, and just as they were about to perform their Martial Soul Fusion skill, several vines appeared around their waists, instantly pulling them from a distance of mere inches to several dozen meters away. If you want to perform a Martial Soul Fusion skill, did you ask me? Mubai, Zhuqing. Tang Sin powerfully retracted the blue SilverGrass in his hand, while his 2 opponents were also dealt with by Zhu Zhuqing, who took out the most troublesome space card Soul Master, while the other was easily handled by him. Good. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai, like in the original work, obtained the same fourth soul skill and immediately targeted the vulnerable Zhu Zhuyun with his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill, nether 10,000 stabs. Zhu Zhuqing chose Davis, with clear division of labor and acting within their capabilities. Sure enough, the two who were already injured had no time to unleash soul skills and were instantly knocked off the stage, leaving them in disbelief. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu also simultaneously dealt with their opponents, leaving the remaining auxiliary soul master with no choice but to surrender. Congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning this soul fighting match. It was truly an exciting showdown. As Shrek faced the Spirit Hall, the higher-ups of Shrek Academy declared forfeit. Next, we invite the Tiando Royal Academy to face the Spirit Hall Academy and see if they can bring us a more exciting and different performance. After the Soul King host announced Shrek Academy's victory, he also revealed the competitors for the next match. Lingling, since you don't want to admit defeat, be careful. If it's really not possible, just admit defeat directly. Don't force it. Leave the Spirit Hall to me to deal with, got it? Mo Wentian said seriously, clearly very worried. MHM. Yi Lingling quickly agreed, seeing that Mo Wentian finally allowed her to compete. Although she felt that Mo Wentian's Demon Gate team was even stronger than the Spirit Hall Academy, she was still somewhat worried about him going alone. Therefore, she wanted to test the strength of the three Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall to avoid any accidents for Mo Wentian. She didn't want to just be a useless vase for him. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy would not agree to a direct forfeit either, as they represented the dignity of the empire. So Yi Lingling also superficially agreed to Mo Wentian's request. The three powerful Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall are Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Seeing Yi Lingling as a healing-type Soul King was quite surprising. You're called Yi Lingling, right? How about leaving the demon sect and joining the Spirit Hall? I would like to ask the teacher to appoint you as the saintess of the Spirit Hall. What do you think? Hulaina was very interested in Yi Lingling. Such a talented healing-type soul master was extremely valuable to any organization. Thank you, but I think you are overthinking it. As the wife of the Demon Lord, isn't it better than being your Spirit Hall's saintess? She won't join you, Duguyin said to Hulaina while protecting Yi Lingling. In fact, this is the teacher's intention. The teacher has said that as long as you are willing, you can still be the wife of the Demon Lord, and we can make an exception to appoint you as the saintess. The Spirit Hall can form an alliance with the demon sect to jointly eradicate evil soul masters. Hulaina thought for a moment and directly stated her purpose. If it's just about forming an alliance to eliminate evil soul masters, I believe Wen Tian would be willing to participate. However, joining the Spirit Hall is out of the question. I only want to stay by Wen Tian's side and will not join other forces. Yi Lingling calmly refused, her words leaving no room for negotiation. Since that's the case, what a pity. Well, the competition can begin. Remember not to hold back on the damage. Solve the others quickly. Hulaina sighed and said to her teammates while casting a subtle glance at Yin. The teammates nodded in agreement, but only Yin nodded nonchalantly. They had another purpose, which was to test the reaction of the demon sect. Yi Lingling was not foolish. The Spirit Hall's ambitions were evident. They only wanted to use her to intervene in the affairs of the demon sect. Below the stage, Mo Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. How dare they target Yi Lingling? Such audacity had raised Mo Wentian's vigilance, and he also tagged the Spirit Hall with a label of ambition. Although the Spirit Hall had no grievances with the common people, Mo Wentian was unafraid of confronting any forces that threatened him and the demon sect. If Tang San could defeat them, there was no reason he couldn't. Once he inherited the Sword God legacy and became a god, he would not be weaker than a God King, though he did not know if there were other realms beyond God King. Mo Wentian always felt that the Void Sword God was far stronger than the divine realm in the Douluo continent. The divine territories of the Douluo continent were vastly inferior compared to the great deities he had heard of in his previous life. As he thought of this, Mo Wentian grew more expectant about his future realm. Was it possible that there was a more powerful world outside of the Douluo continent? Was there really a primordial world? Was the Douluo world merely a tiny speck in the vast universe? As expected, the Tiando battle team was no match for the Spirit Hall. Even though Dugu Yan's strength far exceeded that of the original work, she ultimately did not reach the Soul King realm. Relying solely on Yi Lingling, a single support-type Soul King was not enough. Before long, only Yi Lingling remained standing on the stage. As usual, the Spirit Hall was ruthless. Nearly everyone except Yi Lingling was heavily injured and kicked off the stage. What a bunch of weaklings. Is this all the strength the Tiando Empire and the wife of the Demon Lord have? Truly pathetic. Hee hee. Will you surrender? If you do, I might spare you some face for the Demon Lord's wife and not make things too difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yin said coldly and disdainfully. I won't. A soldier may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I will not lose face for the demon sect. Ye Lingling Satubor Nirepriet. With all her teammates eliminated, even if she could heal their injuries, they had already been disqualified. Then don't blame me for being rude. Second soul skill, granted. Yan's martial soul was the Flame Lord, a dual-element martial soul of fire and earth. After releasing his second soul skill, a circle of rock formed around his thigh, and he kicked toward the unprepared Yi Lingling's chest. Yi Lingling was instantly kicked off the stage. Fortunately, although healing-type soul masters lacked offensive power, their soul power defense was decent. Nonetheless, Yi Lingling sustained significant injuries. After coming down from the stage, she healed herself and her teammates. But upon seeing Yi Lingling kicked in the chest by Yin, Mo Tian couldn't help but feel an instant surge of anger. He didn't care whether it was because Yi Lingling refused to admit defeat or due to the honor of the empire. Not losing face for the demon sect was also an issue. Mo Tian naturally knew Yi Lingling's thoughts, although Yi Lingling was not completely without combat power. With her Soul King realm and the self-created soul skills taught by Mo Tian, she could barely reach the level of the soul sect. However, this level of strength was obviously still far from enough for Yin. Very well, Douluo, in the name of my demon sect, applies for the finals to be held early. I am willing to face the 7 contestants of the Wuhuan Hall with my own strength. Execute it immediately. If refused, I will immediately cut off all business ties with the Wuhuan Hall and, upon returning, unite various forces to fight the Wuhuan Hall to the death. Montag Vencian Bastolofli en Haget. Good, Yin, saying you would show mercy while still daring to strike hard. This time, if I don't take you down, I will change my surname to yours. Mo Tian was touched upon his reverse scale, which not only brought shame to him as a man, but also jeopardized his promise to Yi Lingling. He was willing to declare war at any moment. With the celestial pills in Mo Tian's hand, he could recreate 3 or 4 titled Douluos in a short time. Moreover, with the support of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and Tang Hao, even the Spirit Hall would have to kneel before these forces. Although it seemed irrational, it actually contained deep meaning. It was a signal released by Mo Tian that no one around him could be touched. If they dared to do so, it would lead to an irreconcilable situation. Yes, Demon Lord. Douluo had never seen Mo Tian so furious. Although he wanted to advise him, it would indeed be a loss of face, so he couldn't back down on this point. The Spirit Hall dared to kick the Demon Lord's wife off the stage in public, fully knowing who she was. If the demon sect did not express its stance, it would lose face. Therefore, Douluo did not try to dissuade him, but directly summoned his martial spirit to pressure the 7 Spirit Hall students on the arena. Old Poison, what is the meaning of this? Why not just overlook this misunderstanding for the sake of face? Zhu Hua, an old ghost, suddenly appeared on the arena, clearly having anticipated this scenario. Your face isn't worth this price. Get lost. The Poison Daw snorted coldly, summoning his martial spirit without further ado, while the hidden old Jack also stepped out 1 soul ring at a time. The pressure from the 2 super Douluos made Zhu Hua, an old ghost, feel a bit unsteady, and they couldn't help but look towards Bibi Dong, who was meditating on a high platform. Sword Douluo, Chan Exin, Bon Doa, and Yu Yuanjin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family all released their martial spirits. Their intentions unmistakable. Speak. How can we resolve today's matter? Bibi Dong seemed to be completely unconcerned, but the anger in her heart had already reached its peak. However, she did not dare to start a war. Otherwise, even if Qian Douluo might not perish, she could very likely be surrounded and killed by these people. These powers were such that even Qian Douluo would have to think twice. This was only on the surface. And with the hidden titled Douluos from the 2 empires and the evil soul masters from the Haoyan sect, Bibi Dong was not foolish. However, fighting against the demon sect was clearly unwise, so she could only endure. Let's immediately begin the finals, witnessed by numerous forces. The match will be to the death. Our demon sect only needs the Demon Lord to take action. Douluo conveyed Mo Tian's words directly. Okay, Bibi Dong replied calmly, her eyes devoid of any expression, exuding an air of assured victory. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the finals of this continental high-level Soul Master competition will be held ahead of schedule. Now, let us welcome the Demon Lord Mo Tian to present a match of 7. The Soul King host seemed completely unconcerned about Bibi Dong's gaze and openly created a momentum for Mo Tian. He had already decided to hide in the demon sect to cultivate after the competition and would not come out again, showing no fear of retaliation from the Spirit Hall. Thus, the competition dramatically reached the finals, and the audience's eyes were sharp. The rankings for the top 5 had been established, with Shrek's strength undoubtedly ranking 3rd, while the strength of the Tiendo Royal Academy was slightly inferior, placing them 4th. The final 1st and 2nd positions would be determined between the Spirit Hall and the Demon Sect, and most people were filled with confidence in the Demon Lord Mo Wentian. Even if he was enraged for the sake of beauty, no one thought he was wrong. Everyone admired the Demon Lord's magnanimity. Wentian, it's all my fault. Had I known it would come to this, I shouldn't have participated in the duel with the Spirit Hall. I should have listened to your advice and admitted defeat earlier. Yi Lingling said with guilt, tears in her eyes, clearly moved by Mo Wentian's actions. It's okay. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Since the Spirit Hall dares to test the limits of the Demon Sect with you, we certainly can't let them down. Mo Wentian gently comforted her, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes when mentioning the Spirit Hall. Then you must be careful. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for us to go home. Yi Lingling did not stop Mo Wentian, kissed his forehead shyly, and returned to the Demon Sect side. Don't worry, I might let others go, but Yan's martial spirit is not to be spared. That's what I said. Mo Wentian muttered to himself, exuding an imposing aura, though somewhat pretentious, but indeed capable. The match begins. 2nd soul skill, Medusa's gaze. 4th soul skill, transform into 3 pure ones. 5th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to 1, break the illusionary light. As soon as the host's voice fell, Mo Wentian unleashed his soul skills as if they were free, without any wasted words, just attacking. Yan's face changed drastically. He never expected Mo Wentian would control the others and come straight for him. Before he could release his martial spirit, all of Mo Wentian's attacks landed on him. The 3 avatars simultaneously unleashed soul skills, which even a soul emperor couldn't withstand, let alone him. In an instant, his martial spirit was shattered by the mental attack of the break the illusionary light, and his limbs were crushed by the intense assault, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. We concede. Hulina shouted surrender without hesitation, but no one laughed at them. They were all engulfed in shock from Mo Wentian's speed and attack. Chapter 125, BB Dong's Test Good. Truly impressive. The Demon Lord of the Demon Sect is quite formidable. Someone take him down for treatment. Although BB Dong had already given up on Yan, she still had to maintain a fa ade. Otherwise, it would be disheartening. Mutual understanding. My Tiendo Empire was also heavily injured by you. The poisoned Douluo said with narrowed eyes, speaking lightly. It seemed as if he had not seen Yan's tragic state at all. Although the Tiendo team was in a miserable state, after Yi Lingling's treatment and some rest, they would be fine. However, Yan, even if the Spirit Hall spent resources to save him, would likely be rendered useless for life. It must be said that Mo Wentian's methods were indeed ruthless. This was the first time he showed such a ruthless side. In this competition, the Demon Lord Mo Wentian emerged victorious. Let us congratulate him for winning the individual and team championships of his Continental High-Level Soul Master Elite competition at a young age, defeating 7 opponents alone. Now, let us invite His Holiness the Pope of the Spirit Hall to present the award for the team championship. The Soul King host said excitedly, having fully committed, likely planning not to leave his house until he reached the Soul Sage level after returning. Although BB Dong was dying to strangle this Soul King, she did not dare to act recklessly now, only temporarily swallowing her anger for future reckoning, knowing that she had to maintain a calm demeanor. Please, Demon Sex Mo Wentian, come up to receive the award. BB Dong's tone was icy, her face revealing no emotion whatsoever. Mo Wentian was not afraid at all. This situation did not allow him to retreat. He stepped forward to the stage to receive the award, one step at a time. These were 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and their quality was excellent, so it was naturally worth the risk. Mo Wentian felt a bit excited as he took the soul bones, thinking that at worst he would lose 1 life, since the 4th soul ring was equivalent to 1 of his lives. If he died, he could be resurrected and obtain a higher quality soul ring. In the end, Mo Wentian successfully took the soul bones without any danger and returned to the side of poisoned Douluo without looking back. Who would want to die if they could avoid it? Lingling, this soul bone is for you. Zhu Qing, this one is for you. I want this one. Mo Wentian did not care about the opinions of others and directly intercepted the 3 soul bones for himself. BB Dong felt a wave of joy. She initially thought Mo Wentian had courage and determination, but unexpectedly, he was someone who valued wealth over life. With such a character, how could he treat his subordinates well? Giving all the good things to his women? BB Dong secretly began to plot against the other members of the Demon Gate team. On the way back, little monster, do you think BB Dong will come and ambush us? Dugabo still had some concerns and could not help but ask Mo Wentian. I don't think so. As long as the worship hall doesn't intervene, her strength is not enough to stop us. However, she suffered such a big loss this time, so some probing is inevitable. Mo Wentian knew that BB Dong had not yet gained the authority to command the worship hall, so he was not worried at all. Moreover, the team still had Old Jack, the Swordbone Douluo, and Ning Fengji, the Leaf Phoenix, 2 super supports. Suddenly, the horses ahead became restless, and the wind howled. Since you've come, there's no need to hide anymore, Your Holiness. Ning Fengji stepped forward and called out to the entrance of the canyon ahead. Indeed, as expected from the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, his demeanor was extraordinary, compared to the one from the Demon Gate. This one was much more pleasant to look at. BB Dong spoke in a friendly tone, descending from the sky to block the way of several people. It seemed she was not here to cause trouble, but to see them off. I truly apologize. It's not my intention for Your Holiness to feel uncomfortable. It's better that we don't meet. After all, if Your Holiness feels uncomfortable looking at me, I feel uncomfortable looking at you too. Mo Wentian is not someone who easily takes losses. Now, with the 6th and 7th leaves of his martial spirit already unlocked, he only needs to obtain a soul ring to advance to the Soul Sage realm. His demeanor is naturally not inferior to that of Ning Fengji, who is also at the Soul Sage level. No need for that. I came this time just to witness the strength of the Poison Douluo and the Sacred Soul Douluo, to see if they really have the power to deal with evil soul masters. Although BB Dong said this, everyone knows what she really thinks. It is clear that BB Dong cannot swallow this anger and wants to regain her face. It is said that it is difficult to raise a woman and a villain. BB Dong may not be a villain, but she is a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. Since Your Holiness wants to play with you, then you should entertain her. Seeing the Zhuge Daw standing behind BB Dong, along with several other powerful Daw whose names he could not recall, Mo Wentian did not want to conflict with them. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Star Luo Empire had already distanced themselves from them. Your Holiness, with your powerful soul power, how about adding my humble self to the mix? A woman with an elegant demeanor and extraordinary beauty stepped out of the carriage, exuding circles of soul rings. She was indeed Mo Wentian's mother-in-law, Yifeng Wang, a healing type titled Douluo. BB Dong's face instantly changed, not expecting the demon sect to have such a trump card. Ning Fengji beside her also narrowed his eyes, realizing that a healing type titled Douluo is far stronger than an ordinary titled Douluo, especially for a force. Haha, that's right. This is our demon sect's 3rd elder, Yifeng Wang, and also my esteemed mother-in-law. I wonder if she can catch Your Holiness's eye. Mo Wentian smiled lightly, seemingly very natural, with no intention of hiding it. I, an old man with a brittle bone, do not wish to stir trouble. I wonder if Your Holiness feels the need to determine a winner or loser. A handshake and reconciliation would be much better. No need for fighting. Old Jack also stepped out of the carriage, with 9 soul rings on him as well. It's not that we must fight. I originally just wanted to have a friendly spar, but since you have no intention of sparring, I shall refrain. However, if you wish to leave the Soul Master City safely, I would like to ask this friend with a 9 hearts Si Tang martial spirit to heal my incompetent disciple of the Spear Hall. BB Dong initially just wanted Yi Lingling to heal Yan's physical injuries, but she did not expect the demon sect to also conceal a title to level 9 hearts Si Tang martial spirit with a healing type titled Douluo in the demon sect. BB Dong naturally should not engage in further conflict with them. Otherwise, it would only lead to the Spirit Hall suffering losses, and it might escalate to an irreconcilable situation. Therefore, she followed Old Jack's words and said, healing is not impossible, but that martial spirit named Yen has already shattered. Even if you revive him, it won't be of any use to the Spirit Hall. Why go to such lengths, Your Holiness? Mo Wentian said lightly, fearing that Qian Douluo might suddenly appear. Not because he was afraid of not being able to match him. After all, there was still a Hao Qiandaluo lurking in the shadows, but because he was worried that Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing might get hurt. You don't need to worry about the Demon Lord. I only ask you, will you save him or not? BB Dong said coldly, knowing full well that Yen had already lost his effectiveness and was furious at Mo Wentian for bringing it up. Save? How could I not save him? Esteemed mother-in-law, could you please treat her? Mo Wentian did not dare to anger BB Dong further, fearing she would go mad without restraint, and turned to Yifeng Wang. Did you bring the person? Yifeng Wang naturally would not go to the spirit hall herself and said nonchalantly, "Bring him here." Bibi Dong said expressionlessly to the Douluo. She had made 2 preparations when she came. If the demon sect was powerful, they would heal Yan's injuries, so the spirit hall wouldn't lose too much face. If their strength was insufficient, there would be no need to say more. "Yes, Your Holiness." The Douluo vanished in a flash and reappeared, holding a half-dead person with severed limbs. Absolutely healed. Yifeng Wang summoned her martial spirit and lightly pointed. The wound, which had just stopped bleeding, began to heal, but ultimately only half of it grew back due to lack of energy. However, the injuries on the body were nearly healed. Everyone safely returned to Tiando City, and after Mo Wentian got home, he took the opportunity to refine the immortal herbs he received from Su Yuntao into 9 immortal-grade pills. Mo Wentian kept 3 pieces for himself, one of which he crushed and mixed with some top-tier spiritual herbs to refine into some top-tier spiritual pills, used to enhance the talents of the members of the demon sect and strengthen their foundations. Naturally, Mo Wentian would not treat his teammates poorly. He gave all the pills to his father and asked him to look for peak spirit Douluo who were on the verge of a breakthrough, also recommending Long Gong and Shi Po to his father. In the end, the demon lord successfully invited Long Gong and Shi Po to join the demon sect, with the demon lord and poison Douluo leading the way. Long Gong was originally a peak spirit Douluo at level 87, and with the strong support of the demon sect, he would quickly reach level 89 and then take the celestial grade pills to advance to the spirit Douluo realm. Although Shi Po's talent was a bit lacking, with training, she could also advance to the spirit Douluo realm. By then, the power of their martial soul fusion technique would definitely increase, making them a super title Douluo with combat power above level 95. At the same time, the deans of Tianshui Academy, Chihua Academy, Shenfeng Academy, and Plan Academy were all at the spirit Douluo level, and the demon lord was also negotiating with them. Mo Wentian, having nothing to do, decided to take care of the child and eventually went to the Star Luo Empire alone with Zhu Zhuqing. Because of Mo Wentian's intervention, Tang San and Xiao Yu did not encounter any accidents. In the end, Tang San and Xiao Wu graduated and were taken by Tang out of the Star Do Forest for training, and they might also head to the City of Slaughter. Now, Mo Wentian was unsure whether to go or not. If it was just a place of slaughter, it definitely wasn't worth the risk. But if it was the Shura God inheritance, it would be worth the adventure. Unable to decide, Mo Wentian had to take Zhu Zhuqing back to the Zhu family first to resolve the marriage contract issue concerning Zhu Zhuqing. Although Ma Hongjun ultimately did not agree to join the demon sect, he did agree to join Shrek Academy, helping his teacher Flinder manage the academy for Mo Wentian. In the city of Tiando, Lu Erlong's Blue Lightning Academy was also merged into Shrek Academy, as in the original work, with a ready-made, simulated training environment. It became the main campus of Shrek Academy, while the former village turned into a branch campus. Oscar chose to go out alone for training, while Ning Rongrong returned to her sect to learn how to manage sect affairs from her father. Dai Mubai also returned to the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zhuqing stayed at Mo's residence. It had been more than half a year since the competition ended. Mo Wentian's daughter, Xiao Xiao, could now call out to him, which made Mo Wentian very happy. However, due to Zhu Zhuqing's matter, he had to leave his daughter Xiao Xiao and head to the Star Luo Empire. Star Luo Empire. Star Luo City. After half a month, the two finally arrived at Star Luo City, where Zhu Zhuqing also entrusted herself to Mo Wentian along the way. They did some things that needed to be censored. In short, they kept the volume to the lowest possible level, and I won't go into details here. Although Star Luo City was not as grand for cultivation as Tiando City, it was equally vibrant. The strength of the Tiando Empire was actually inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire. The reason it had not been destroyed and consumed by the Star Luo Empire was partly due to the balance maintained by the Spirit Hall. And the second reason was the solid defenses of the Tiando Empire. After arriving in the Star Luo Empire, they did not immediately return to the Zhu family, but went to the demon sect's stronghold. After giving some instructions, they settled in a hotel. Let's not do it today. Zhu Zhuqing shyly pushed Mo Wentian away, her face slightly red, her hair elegantly styled, looking beautiful and charming. What do you mean by not do it? What are you talking about? Zhuqing, I just want to rest a bit. Where are you thinking of going? Mo Wentian looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some confusion. If he hadn't noticed the upward curve of Mo Wentian's mouth, Zhu Zhuqing would have believed that he really had no bad intentions. Then I'll go open another room. Zhu Zhuqing stood up angrily, ready to go to the front desk to change rooms. Wait. I was wrong. Zhu Qing, don't be angry. Let's cultivate our soul power together instead. Mo Wentian inadvertently discovered that while practicing an unnamed technique, if a man and a woman palm to palm practice together, they could enter a special state of emotionless cultivation, which would increase their cultivation speed by 4 times. Well, fine, since it can enhance soul power, I'll stay. Zhu Zhuqing turned back with a haughty expression. Don't think too much. The two of us don't need to be like Yanghua and Xiao Longnu, completely naked facing each other. We just took off our outer garments. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing each other, and spiritual energy began to converge towards them. Zhu Zhuqing was also able to benefit from Mo Wentian's influence, achieving the same cultivation speed as him. With their thoughts in sync and energy flowing smoothly, their soul power quickly circulated through a large cycle. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power became chaotic, indicating a sign of a breakthrough. Mo Wentian did not retract his palm and continued to cultivate with his palm against Zhu Zhuqing's. The spiritual energy he cultivated was transmitted to Zhu Zhuqing and then transformed into soul power, enhancing her soul power. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in surprise and said, "Great. Wentian, I've broken through. I become a level 50 Soul King. After obtaining the 5th Soul Ring, I can officially enter the realm of Soul Kings." Mo Wentian replied, "Yes, after you advance to Soul King, our martial soul fusion skill will become even stronger. Let's combine and practice our coordination." Mo Wentian took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and began to familiarize themselves with their martial soul fusion skill. The next morning, the leader of the demon sect in the Star Luo Empire, a powerful soul sage, arrived at the hotel with a team of people, bringing a variety of gifts and numerous red and purple items, attracting the attention of passersby. Mo Wentian brought Zhu Zhuqing out, and the soul sage stood behind him after giving a brief explanation. Mo Wentian took the lead, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they headed towards the Zhu family mansion. Chapter 127. 8 great palanquins carried inside the door. The demon sect's master, Mo Wentian, arrived with 8 great palanquins. The Zhu family had long received a request from the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Although they knew their daughter had been taken away by Mo Wentian, they did not dare to show any sign of defiance. The demon sect had 3 Douluo with great strength, controlling the economic lifeline of the entire continent, forcing the Wuhuan Palace to make concessions. Even the Xingluo Empire wanted to maintain a good relationship with the demon sect. The empire would only consider its own interests and would not offend such a powerful force for the sake of a single heir's fiancé, son-in-law. Come in quickly. A beautiful middle-aged woman, looking to be in her 30s and with a great figure, was anxiously looking around at the entrance. When she saw Mo Wentian, she quickly pulled him over and stared at him while politely speaking. "Mom, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of making people laugh?" Zhu Zhuqing pouted and clung to her beautiful mother's arm, her ample chest being squeezed into a different shape. If anyone in the Zhu family could make Zhu Zhuqing feel nostalgic, it was this somewhat carefree mother. The beautiful woman was named Dai Yinqing, a side princess of the royal family. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, who were cold and distant, she always had a carefree demeanor. This puzzled Mo Wentian. He couldn't understand why the Zhu sisters were so cold, but he finally realized why Zhu Zhuqing wasn't as cold in front of him. It sounded contradictory, but that was the reality. Zhu Zhuqing was cold in front of others, but became incredibly warm when alone with him. "What's the big deal? This is my son-in-law. Your father is too proud to come out. So, can I come out to welcome him?" As the mistress of the Zhu family, Dai Yinqing was well informed. Upon hearing that the demon sect's master Mo Wentian was on his way to the Zhu family with 8 great palanquins, she understood what was happening. Moreover, her family had already instructed her regarding Zhu Zhuqing's situation, indicating that if Mo Wentian came to dissolve the engagement, they should not make things difficult, even mentioning the relationship between the two. This referred to the alliance formed between the Xingluo Empire and the demon sect during the Soul Master competition, where Mo Wentian's request was made. Although it was a loss of face at that time, the heir was still Davis. Even now, the competition for the heir between Dai Mubai and Davis had not ceased. Although Dai Mubai defeated Davis, he lost Zhu Zhuqing and face, which made the emperor of the Xingluo Empire hesitate about who to choose as the heir. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression dimmed slightly. Mo Wentian noticed, but said nothing, although he was curious about how much her father cared about face, even to the point of not coming out to welcome his own daughter's marriage after so many years. "Aunt, this is my congratulatory gift. 666 gold soul coins. 888 888 silver soul coins, and 666 copper soul coins. Mo Wentian's lips curled slightly as he pointed to the boxes on the palanquins behind him. The soul sage in charge stretched out his hand, and his subordinates opened the boxes, revealing a dazzling array of golden and silver coins. This was, of course, intentional on Mo Wentian's part. He wanted the Xingluo Empire and the Zhu family to see the financial power of the demon sect. To deal with common people, one had to use common methods. According to the intelligence of the demon sect, he knew what kind of character his father-in-law was. They valued money over righteousness, cared more for wealth and life, and would sacrifice their own daughter's happiness to cling to power. How could he expect him to yield without showing some financial power? Although these gold soul coins were not a huge amount, they converted to over 100,000 gold soul coins, which was significant. It was the perfect way to deal with someone like him. Such a person was best dealt with by throwing money at him. There was no need to ask why he used silver and copper soul coins. It was merely to save costs. Perhaps there were many people on the continent who could take out 200,000 gold soul coins, but very few could produce such a large amount of gold, silver, and copper soul coins. The visual impact created by this was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Good. Wentian, I was wondering why you were being so evasive about what was in those carts. You're too. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't finish her sentence and shot a fierce glare at Mo Wentian. What's wrong with that, you little brat? Wentian is just being practical. There's nothing wrong with using this method to deal with your father. This shows you understand, do you know? Before Mo Wentian could speak, Dai Yanqing scolded Zhu Zhuqing fiercely, praising Mo Wentian for being sensible. Zhu Zhuqing was so angry that she could only stare, feeling helpless and deciding that she would make Mo Wentian pay for this later. Aunt, you're too kind. Mo Wentian ignored Zhu Zhuqing's murderous gaze and said obediently to Dai Yanqing. This mother-in-law seemed quite nice, but the old father-in-law was a bit difficult to handle. As Zhu Zhuqing's father, Mo Wentian couldn't use force, so he could only come up with this method. Ha! You are Wentian, right? You are now famous across the continent, truly a promising young man. Someone, quickly report to the master that Zhu Qing has returned, and that there are gifts from the demon sect. Tell the master. Dai Yanqing understood her husband's greedy nature and specially instructed him. I came this time to propose to Zhu Qing. The royal family of the Xingluo Empire has already agreed to dissolve the engagement, right? I believe Aunt is aware of this. Mo Wentian made his intentions clear, noticing that Dai Yanqing did not seem surprised, indicating she had long known about Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Yes, I agree to your marriage, but Zhu Qing's father is a bit. Dai Yanqing said, slightly embarrassed, her pretty face flushing, resembling a youthful maiden. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing's tendency to blush was inherited from her mother-in-law, as not only did she easily blush, but her looks and figure were also similar. Ahem. The master of the demon sect has arrived, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I ask what brings you to the Zhu family? A middle-aged man appeared at the gate, his face covered in a thick beard, exuding masculinity, with sharp eyes scanning Mo Wentian and the gold soul coins. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh at the sight of a beautiful flower planted in cow dung, feeling indignant for his lovely mother-in-law. Having met his uncle, he came this time as a junior to propose to you, not knowing how his uncle felt. As long as his uncle agreed to their marriage, all these gold soul coins would belong to him. Mo Wentian was too lazy to be polite with such a person and directly pointed to the gold soul coins behind him. Ahem. Since you're not acting as the leader of the demon sect, I must say something about you, Wentian. Zhu Qing has been raised by us since childhood, and the resources spent on her are not something these gold soul coins can compare to. Zhu Zhuqing's father looked at the gold soul coins with eyes that were no less than Flanders. But upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, a greedy look unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Mo Wentian did not speak. He did not expect that this old man was not only greedy for money, but also for more. Such a person should not be indulged. Originally, he did not want to measure love with money, but reality did not allow him to use anything else for measurement. Chapter 128, The Wedding Night, Part 1. This misunderstanding. I'm not here to buy Zhu Qing, but to marry her. I hope you can clarify this, uncle. How about this? I can use my identity as the demon lord of the demon sect to help the Zhu family reach a business cooperation with the demon sect. By then, whatever gold soul coins are earned will be considered your achievement. What do you think? Mo Wentian couldn't possibly think about raising the price. First, Zhu Zhuqing was not a commodity. Second, people like him were inherently greedy and would never be satisfied no matter how much you gave them. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Mo Wintian came up with his compromise. Oh, how embarrassing. What my son-in-law said makes sense. It's my fault for not considering it thoroughly. Look at this. Zhu Yukai looked at the gold spirit coins behind Mo Wintian and rubbed his hands. Zhu Zhuqing and her mother couldn't bear to look and turned their gazes away, pretending not to know him. Well, Wei Yang. Mo Wintian gave a glance to the Soul Saint powerhouse behind him. Yes, come here, transport all these soul coins to the Zhu residence. The Soul Saint named Wei Yang, responsible for Luo City, respectfully responded and instructed his subordinates to start transporting the betrothal gifts to the Zhu residence. 3 days later, Mo Wintian directly brought Zhu Zhuqing back to the Heaven Do Empire, accompanied by his beautiful mother-in-law. As for Zhu Zhuqing's father, being an important member of the Luo Empire, he could not leave Luo City and thus could not attend Zhu Zhuqing's wedding. Yes, that's right. It was a wedding, and the wedding for Yilingling also needed to be held together. Mo Wintian prepared a grand wedding for both women. Now, his daughter was already 7 or 8 months old. When they returned home, she would probably not just babble, but might even call him daddy. Naturally, he could not neglect Yilingling. A month later, the wedding was held as scheduled. Old Poison, which forces came to participate in my wedding? Mo Wintian asked the leisurely sitting title Douluo in his armchair. Thankfully, both Yilingling and Zhu Zhuqing had separate rooms and could not meet before the wedding, which made Mo Wintian quite bored. The Spirit Hall sent a representative, Hulaina. The Heaven Do Empire sent the Crown Prince, Shueqinghe. The Luo Empire sent Dai Mubai. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School sent Ning Rongrong. The Haotian School sent Tang San. And the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family sent Yu Qianheng. These were all outstanding individuals among their peers, indicating that the major forces still valued the status of the Demon Gate. The Poison Douluo casually said, seemingly quite familiar with these younger generations from various forces. The current Poison Douluo had long forgotten the agreement he made when he joined the Demon Gate and was diligently managing the intelligence system of the Demon Gate. How is the gathering at Father S place going? How many titled Douluos do we have in the Demon Gate now? Mo Wintian had been busy with lifelong matters recently and naturally had no time to pay attention to the changes in the Demon Gate. Besides me and Old Jack, there are a total of 5 titled level powers, and there's also Huang, a healing type titled Do. The Poison Douluo's face was full of joy when he mentioned this. Over the past 6 months, his soul power had also risen again to the level of 96th level titled Douluo. Well, not bad. It seems my father's methods are indeed extraordinary, having quickly brought in those existences. Mo Wintian could guess without thinking that among these people, there would definitely be Long Gong and the 4 academy heads from the 5 Elements Academy. This aligned perfectly with his and his father's plan. However, according to the information transmitted by the Demon Gate's secret agents, the evil soul masters also sent people over, definitely not with good intentions. Just like a weasel wishing a chicken well, it seemed we had to be cautious. Dugo Bo's expression suddenly became serious as he said this. It shouldn't be. As long as the evil soul masters still want to establish themselves openly on the continent, they won't act irrationally and oppose the Demon Gate now. That would only allow the yellow Oriole to catch the cicada. Mo Wintian analyzed based on the situation of the evil soul masters. Yes, the Demon Lord also thinks so. So he just asked me to remind you that it's always good to be cautious. After all, no one can guarantee that the evil soul masters won't suddenly go crazy. The Poison Douluo nodded in agreement, but he still felt somewhat worried. So he reminded with a heavier tone. Well, being careful is no harm. Just rest assured, after this wedding, take me to the extreme north to obtain my 7 spirit ring and let Old Jack guard the Demon Gate. Mo Wintian also felt it necessary to be cautious. No one knew if the evil soul masters had any schemes. Thinking of this made Mo Wintian feel a sense of urgency, and he directly said to the Poison Douluo, the 7th spirit ring? Did you sneak a drink at the wedding? Why are you talking nonsense? The Poison Douluo looked at Mo Wintian in surprise, walked up to him, and touched his head. Get lost. I didn't drink. Forget it. I can't explain it clearly to you now. You'll know when the time comes. It really is the 7th spirit ring, and of course, the 6th spirit ring needs to be scheduled too. Mo Wintian naturally wouldn't tell the Poison Douluo that this was a special reward he received when he advanced to Soul King, because even if he explained it, no one would believe him. Who could have guessed that the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul could break the rules of Douluo continent and skip 10 levels to obtain a spirit ring? It's completely unreasonable. All right, as long as you're not talking nonsense. Anyway, you're just a monster. You don't have to tell me all your secrets. Even if you suddenly tell me tomorrow that you've advanced to title Douluo, I wouldn't be too surprised. Douluo knew about Mo Wentian's mystery and was aware of how terrifying his cultivation speed was. Everyone had their own secrets. He was just curious and didn't intend to press further. Haha, maybe that day will really come. Don't be surprised then. Mo Wentian didn't know why the 8th and 9th leaves had been silent until now, but he understood that with his current status in Douluo continent, the restrictions of these spirit rings were becoming increasingly irrelevant to him. Okay, then I'll wait for that day. I hope you can advance to title Douluo soon, and then our Demon Gate can justifiably become the #1 sect in the world. No, we are already the #1 sect in the world now. Haha, but your strength as the Demon Lord seems a bit weak. The poisoned Douluo didn't understand Mo Wentian's implication, thinking that Mo Wentian meant to say he would normally and quickly cultivate to the level of title Douluo. Mo Wentian didn't explain and was about to speak when a light and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Young master, the old lady sent me to help you get ready, saying that the auspicious time is approaching, so you should prepare yourself. The visitor was Douluo, Mo Wentian's maid, who is now the housekeeper of the entire Mo residence, specifically responsible for the daily needs of Mo Wentian, Yi Lingling, and Zhu Zhuqing. All right, come in. Old Poison, why are you still here? Are you waiting to see me put on makeup? Mo Wentian said when he saw that Poison Douluo had not left after Douluo knocked and entered. Sai, you really don't respect your old man. When can I wear a bridal gown like you? Poison Douluo said enviously, although he and Yi Phoenix had already broken the ice. Yi Phoenix was unwilling to marry into the Douluo family. Huh, that's easy. You can go over and be a son-in-law. I'm sure your mother-in-law will not refuse. Mo Wentian chuckled and said. Douluo couldn't help but laugh, though she didn't dare to laugh out loud like Mo Wentian. How could the dignified title Douluo become a son-in-law? Mo Wentian thought of it as quite amusing. I'm leaving. Douluo snorted coldly, feeling quite embarrassed, as he hadn't decided whether to become a son-in-law yet. After Douluo finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Mo Wentian shook his head with a smile, thinking that whether he could become his father-in-law depended on his own abilities. Young master, you're really bad, actually thinking of letting the Grand Elder become a son-in-law. Once Poison Douluo left, Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. TCH, what's wrong with being a son-in-law? He's just unaware of his blessings. Douluo, have the ladies been made up yet? Mo Wentian changed the subject and asked. Yes, they're all ready. All right, young master. You look really handsome. Douluo finally styled Mo Wentian's hair, and his long black hair was also tied up, topped with the groom's big red hat. The young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, represented the school and presented gifts of several pieces of top-grade gold stones, several spirit-level herbs, and 88,888 gold soul coins. Tang San, representing the Haoyan School, presented exquisite hidden weapons like several Zhuge crossbows and 600 pounds of 1,000-year cold iron, along with 33,333 gold soul coins. Yu Tianheng, representing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, presented dozens of top-grade Thunder Attribute Spirit Herbs and 22,222 gold soul coins. The Spirit Halls Ulaina presented a gift of 100,000 gold soul coins and 1,000-year spirit bone. The royal family of the Tiando Empire, represented by Xue Qinghe, also presented 100,000 gold soul coins and 1,000-year spirit bone. The royal family of the Xinghua Empire, Dai Mubai, presented 200,000 gold soul coins and several top-grade spirit herbs. These forces had all invested heavily to win over the magic sect, but the Shrek 7 monsters had likely come for Zhu Zhuqing's sake. Yes, the magic sect is currently at its peak, and all major forces are scrambling to cooperate with the magic sect on elixirs. As long as they can connect with the magic sect, their new generation of soul power will far exceed others of the same rank. The guests attending the wedding were all soul masters above the soul sect level. Seeing so many forces presenting gifts, they couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Then, the evil soul master Saint's son presented a gift, a 1,000-year dark spirit cat tiger spirit bone. Another voice rang out, and all the representatives from various forces stood up in shock. Even Mo Wentian, who was preparing to worship the heavens and earth on the high platform, narrowed his pupils and looked towards the evil soul master Saint's son outside the door. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Although I am the evil soul master Saint's son, I am not an evil soul master and have not used any crooked ways to enhance my soul power. I am here purely to congratulate my brother Wentian on his big day, with no other intentions. You don't need to pay me such attention, the evil soul master Saint's son said with a slight smile, his expression teasing. Guests are guests. I don't want anything bad to happen today. Otherwise, don't blame the magic sect for being ruthless and unscrupulous. Mo Wentian said coldly, his voice chilling, but no one dared to say anything. The representatives from various forces present, especially the top-tier forces, were all familiar with or had interacted with Mo Wentian. Rest assured, my lord, even if some people in my evil soul master faction have ulterior motives, they wouldn't dare to act up at your wedding. The evil soul master Saint's son implied, maintaining an indifferent and arrogant expression as if Mo Wentian hadn't defeated him last time. That's good. Please take your seats. And I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Mo Wentian smiled again and said, Brother Tian, you're too polite. If anyone dares to cause trouble at your wedding, my seven-treasure glazed tile school will not let them go. Ning Rongrong quickly said, clearly the most suitable among the younger generation for such an occasion. Yes, Brother Tian, you can rest assured that with my Hao Yin school here, no one will dare to cause trouble at your wedding with Zhu Qing. Tang San also agreed. Seeing this, the other representatives from various forces naturally echoed their sentiments, which made some of the lesser forces realize the connections of the magic sect. Even Hu Liena from the Spirit Hall and the evil soul master Saint Sun showed signs of wariness towards the magic sect. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. The wedding ceremony was naturally requested by Mo Wentian. Although he was in a different world, Mo Wentian always considered himself a Chinese person at heart. Mo Wentian did not notice the surprise and astonishment reflected in Tang San's eyes, and even if he did, he wouldn't care about how Tang San thought. Although he couldn't be sure if the Tang sect from Tang San's previous life was the same as the Tang sect from his own world, he was certain that Tang San and he did not exist in the same world. It was just that Tang San's previous world was somewhat similar to the ancient times of his own past. After the banquet dispersed, Mo Wentian arrived at the new house. As he looked at the two adjacent new rooms, he found himself in a predicament. Which one should he enter first? Suddenly recalling his fourth soul skill, Mo Wentian had a brilliant idea. He decided to summon a clone to engage in conversation and buy some time. Then he could switch back to his true self when the two were not paying attention. In fact, Mo Wentian's clone could be considered his true self. The only difference was a matter of primary and secondary, as their power levels varied. Whether in soul or body, they were still Mo Wentian himself. However, since it was a grand wedding day, using a soul skill to create a clone might seem a bit underhanded. So Mo Wentian decided that the clone would only be responsible for flirting, and he would ultimately switch back to his true self. With this thought in mind, he used his fourth soul skill to create another identical Mo Wentian. It was as if he gained another perspective to view the world. At this moment, Mo Wentian could freely control his fourth soul skill and summon several clones at will. However, Mo Wentian clearly did not possess the ability to transform like Sun Wukong. He could only summon up to 9 clones, including his main body. Compared to the Monkey King from Eastern mythology, Mo Wentian had his own advantages, namely that these clones were still him. It seemed that the soul skills in the Douluo continent were indeed special. This soul skill was simply powerful beyond compare. Mo Wentian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. When he never thought about why others didn't have such powerful and special soul skills. This is the confusion of the person involved. The secret of the 7-leaf clover martial soul is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The hidden elements within can shake the entire universe. Mo Wentian is capable of traversing, but it is inextricably linked to the 7-leaf clover. This is why Mo Wentian has a broad mind and did not consider this aspect. How could such a special and powerful martial soul with a high growth limit be just an ordinary martial soul? Mo Wentian naturally pushed open Yi Lingling's door first. And at the same time, he also pushed open Zhu Zhuqing's door. Chapter 130, Wedding Night, End. Wentian, you're here. The same words and the same scene occurred simultaneously in the two new rooms, and this difference in perspective made Mo Wentian feel a bit insecure. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling both had expressions of joy on their faces, clearly happy that Mo Wentian had entered their new room first. Without thinking, the two women must be thinking that it seems Wentian likes me a little more. Indeed, Mo Wentian felt this scene was quite wonderful. Why don't you go to Zhuqing first? Why don't you go to Sister Lingling first? The two women surprisingly synchronized, and Mo Wentian secretly thought that it was a good thing he had a clever move. Otherwise, he would definitely offend one of them. Women, after all, are always like this, saying one thing and meaning another. Of course, I came to see you first. I'll go see Zhuqing later. Mo Wentian said with apparent meaning. Husband, you should go to Sister Zhuqing first. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will feel lonely since she just entered the house. Ye Lingling, although happy in her heart, still spoke understandingly. Don't worry, I. Montag Vencian Vispiret softly in Ye Lingling's ear. You bad guy, don't tease Zhu Qing like that. Go accompany her, or else you can never enter my room again. Who would have thought that after hearing this, Yi Lingling's face turned cold, and she pushed Mo Wentian out the door with a kick. Mo Wentian had no choice but to find an opportunity to switch back to his main body and enter Zhu Qing's room. His secondary body, however, shamelessly returned to Yi Lingling's room. This night was truly a series of ups and downs. Mo Wentian was busy with both women until he finally fell asleep holding them. If one looked closely, they would find that both women's figures were unique in their own ways. Yi Lingling's front was quite full. Her body proportions were close to perfect. And even after having a child, there was no sign of sagging. As for Zhu Qing, she was beyond the realm of perfection. Such scale only existed in the two-dimensional world. One could say that Mo Wentian finally understood what it meant to be blessed with harmony that night. As for what happened between the three of them, it naturally required lowering the volume and applying some censorship, so it cannot be explained in detail. Those who understand will understand. The next morning, Mo Wentian brought both women to his parents to serve tea, a ritual that also exists in the Douluo continent. Filial piety is paramount, and it seems that everywhere places great importance on filial duty. 6 months later, Mo Wentian chose not to go to the city of slaughter, but instead opted for a comfortable life at home. Watching his daughter, Xiao Xiao, chasing butterflies in the garden, Mo Wentian felt a sense of peace wash over him. Xiao Xiao, who was already over a year old, had become as cute as a doll. Daddy, Daddy, why are you so big and still want Mommy to hold you sleep? Xiao Xiao can sleep without Mommy holding me. Daddy is so silly. After chasing butterflies and getting tired, Xiao Xiao came to Mo Wentian's side, blinking her beautiful big eyes, and asked with some confusion as if she remembered something. Yi Lingling and Zhu Qing, who were also basking in the sun in the garden, instantly flushed red, their heads drooping like wilted cucumbers. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Your daddy is really silly. Come here, let your aunt hold you. Mo Yudi was also there enjoying the sun. The family liked to bask in the sun together when they had nothing to do. Mo Yudi was indifferent to men and still had no romantic interest, which would be said to be quite different from her brother Mo Wentian. Don't say that Auntie is silly. I saw Annie coming out of Dodo's room the other morning, and that night, she was bullying Dodo. Dodo said no, but Annie kept pressing on her. Auntie is naughty, and Xiao doesn't want to play with Annie. Xiao said seriously, her little face showing no signs of pretense. Wentian, how did you teach Xiao? I'm going to get you. Mo Yudi was angered by Xiao exposing her secret and glared angrily at Mo Wentian, unwilling to scold her only little treasure. Sister, Xiao doesn't understand. She's just talking nonsense. Sister, you won't take it seriously, right? Xiao, hurry and apologize to Annie. Mo Wentian quickly comforted, and after saying that, he shot a fierce glare at his daughter. Under Mo Wentian's glare, Xiao quickly stood straight, bowed to Mo Yudi, and softly said, Annie, Xiao was wrong. I won't peek at the adults' matters anymore. Adults are so strange. I don't quite understand what you all are doing. Shut up. Have you finished your homework today? Hurry back to your room and do your homework. Yi Lingling knew she couldn't let this silly daughter continue talking. If she did, there would probably be no secrets left in the Mo family. At 1 year old, Yi Xiao, their daughter, unexpectedly awakened a special martial soul, which turned out to be Mo Wentian's 7-leaf clover martial soul. However, her martial soul was not 7 leaves, but 3 leaves. Calling her the 3-leaf clover was even more suitable. The 3-leaf clover martial soul came with a talent domain, the concealment domain, making it so that even a tidal daw would have difficulty discovering Xiao's presence without careful observation. Montag Vencian was truly envious. He couldn't help but wonder if he had mistakenly taken the wrong direction in improving the 7-leaf clover martial soul to evolve into the 9-leaf clover martial soul, as it seemed that his daughter's 3-leaf clover was even more extraordinary and powerful. Mo Wentian did not know that the 3-leaf clover's martial soul origin was not as powerful as his original 7-leaf clover, which is why the force suppressed by the world's rules was much smaller, making it appear so miraculous. Currently, Mo Wentian is not in a hurry to obtain a soul ring. He wants to wait until he reaches the 60th level Soul Emperor realm before acquiring a 70th level Soul Saint Soul ring, skipping 10 levels. Otherwise, he fears it might affect his future foundation. Although the Douluo continent does not emphasize foundational issues, Mo Wentian places great importance on it. Having obtained the inheritance of the Void Sword God, his vision cannot be limited to the small Douluo continent. As his soul power increases, the secrets of the seven-leaf clover are just beginning to unfold, with the last two leaves remaining incredibly mysterious, seemingly out of place with the other seven leaves. Containing great danger and secrets, there are still 4 years until the Spirit Hall's soul hunting plan, and Mo Wentian does not know if the Spirit Hall will carry out the soul hunting plan as in the original work. After such a long period of development, the demon sect strength is no longer what it used to be. Based on the analysis of the demon sect, Mo Wentian feels that the early emergence of powerful evil soul masters is closely related to the evil soul master saint, Luo Sheng. All right then, Dad. I'm going back to my room to write. You must bully Mom more tonight. Make her be strict with you, Yi Xiaoxiao said seriously, and, after finishing, gave Yi Lingling a fierce glare. Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed, and said to Mo Yudi, "Don't take it to heart. It's just a child's innocent words." He thought that while many people say that daughters are their father's little lovers or little cotton-padded jackets, his own daughter, although she liked him very much, doesn't quite fit that description. If he had to make a comparison, he felt that little trickster was more suitable for his daughter Xiaoxiao. Chapter 131. The Extreme North. Well, if you have things to do, then go ahead, Mo Yudi said, unsure whether to cry or laugh, truly helpless against her mischievous little niece. After Mo Yudi left, Yi Lingling curiously approached Mo Wentian and whispered, "Is the novel true? Did Sister and Dodo really do that?" "Which one?" Mo Wentian pretended not to know. "That one," Yi Lingling said angrily, her pretty face turning red instantly. However, after being married for so long, she understood Mo Wentian's personality and knew he was teasing her on purpose. "Hee, I don't know either, but you could try with Zhu Qing. As the ancient said, same-sex love is true love. There's nothing to be shy about." Mo Wentian said mischievously to Yi Lingling. Zhu Qing, who was eavesdropping nearby, also revealed a hint of blush on her cold face, clearly having heard what Mo Wentian said. Go to hell. You're such a bad guy. Just like before, you haven't changed at all," Yi Lingling said as she playfully punched Mo Wentian's chest, then suddenly reminisced. The three of them sat quietly watching the sunset, not practicing, creating a warm atmosphere. Their daughter, who had unexpectedly awakened her 3-colored GrassMartial soul 3 months ago, had become increasingly intelligent, capable of sleeping alone in her own room and managing simple self-care, so they no longer needed to worry about her. "Hee, Zhu Qing. Why are you blushing? Did you think of something?" Mo Wentian said with a sly smile at Zhu Qing, who was admiring the beautiful garden scenery from a nearby bench. "Go away." Zhu Qing shot Mo Wentian a glare. Even after being married for so long, she was still so easily embarrassed. The next day, Mo Wentian and Poison Douluo left Tiando City secretly, heading north. A month later, they finally entered the extreme north. Fortunately, Poison Douluo knew the exact location of the extreme north. The temperature here is extremely low, making it difficult for regular soul masters to cultivate effectively. But for ice-type soul masters, it is an excellent environment for training. Along the way, they saw some small tribal markets not far from the outer forest, likely preparing for ice-type soul masters to enter the ice and snow soul beast forest, selling warm clothing and tools. However, ice-type soul masters are few in number, so there aren't many of these gathering tribes, as very few soul masters from other attributes come to such a harsh environment to obtain soul rings. Only a handful of dedicated practitioners would come here to seek soul rings, as the consumption of soul power and physical burden in this environment is significantly greater than in normal conditions. However, for Mo Wentian, this was not a problem. With the unnamed technique, he could maintain his maximum combat power in any environment. The temperature here was about -50 degrees. It must be even colder deeper in. Mo Wentian tightened his cotton coat and couldn't help but sigh. Although it didn't affect his combat power, Mo Wentian's sense of touch was normal, and he naturally felt the cold. Most of the soul beasts in the outer area were relatively weak. Only in the inner or core areas might there be soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years. Along the way, they encountered many ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. But upon seeing the two, they all roared from a distance and fled. It was clear they sensed the powerful aura of Douluo old poison. "We're about to enter the inner area. You should suppress your aura a bit. I have a method to conceal your presence. Try it out." Given the relationship between Mo Wentian and Douluo, there were naturally no taboos. The soul power within Douluo's body operated along a special route for 2 cycles with the aura concealing part of the unnamed technique. Not bad. It's much better than my own concealment method. Why didn't you give me this good thing earlier? Sai, I even treated you like a dear grandson. Douluo felt it and found it indeed much stronger than his own, pretending to say, Hee, don't take advantage of me. Do you believe I'll tell my mother-in-law that you want to be my grandpa? Mo Wentian, however, was not falling for this, threatening him. Ahem, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. Alright, check if I still have any aura. Douluo showed an awkward expression and quickly changed the subject. Yes, of course, there's still an aura. How could you stand here without one? But there's indeed no powerful aura anymore, Mo Wentian said somewhat speechlessly. The two walked on slightly soft snow, which was not very thick, only about 6 or 7 centimeters deep, making footprints of about 5 or 6 centimeters deep. After entering the interior, the temperature dropped even further and continued to get colder. Fortunately, they had prepared quite a bit of warm clothing before coming, not wearing the thin clothes from the Tiando Empire that were barely adequate. Although this cold was within Mo Wentian's tolerance and had minimal impact on his combat power, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable in such temperatures. After advancing for a distance, they chose not to go deeper. Mo Wentian drew the ghost vine parasitic sword from its sheath and cut down several trees, then split them into numerous wooden planks. Mo Wentian decided to stay with Douluo for a while, as hunting a 100,000-year-soul beast is not that easy. So they naturally needed to establish a place to stay. The ghost vine parasite sword split into countless blades and began chopping at the surrounding snow-covered trees, which were adorned with snowflakes, and the leaves were draped in a layer of silver. However, Mo Wentian showed no interest in appreciating the scenery, quickly cutting the trees into numerous wooden planks. The two then built wooden houses. This level of work was not too strenuous for them, and soon 2 wooden houses took shape. Mo Wentian certainly wouldn't sleep in the same house as the old man, Douluo. Who knows if some snakes or poisonous frogs would crawl on him in the middle of the night. Fortunately, being together provided some mutual support, preventing feelings of loneliness. The wooden houses made from these trees had surprisingly good insulation. After a month of observation and exploration, the two finally found suitable soul beasts. During this month of cultivation in the icy environment, Mo Wentian's physical strength also improved, and he was now absolutely confident that he could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring beyond his level. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Even with the poisoned Douluo nearby, Mo Wentian encountered considerable danger during this month of exploration. Where there are treasures, there are powerful soul beasts. During this time, Mo Wentian also found many top-tier ice-type spiritual herbs and refined several body-enhancing pills. This was also the reason for the further enhancement of Mo Wentian's physical body. Chapter 132. The Netherworld Emperor E. This North Netherworld Emperor E. is a dominant existence in the ice river between the outer and inner circles. Its bloodline is no less than that of the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest. It couldn't be more suitable as your 7th soul ring. You really are lucky. No wonder you insisted on coming to the extreme north. The poisoned Douluo and Mo Wentian hid behind a concealed giant ice rock, their auras completely suppressed. The poisoned Douluo communicated with Mo Wentian using soul power. Of course, I have a firm grasp on luck, but it seems the water in the ice river ahead is not simple. It covers not only the inner circle, but also includes many areas of the outer circle, Mo Wentian said proudly, as he was not in a hurry since they were waiting for the Netherworld Emperor E to come out to hunt. He secretly prepared some powder to attract soul beasts and sprinkled it on the shore. This Netherworld Emperor E is powerful. If it's in the ice river, even I wouldn't be a match for it. However, if it's on land, its strength would be considerably weaker, and with your assistance, it should be manageable. The poisoned Douluo analyzed based on their observations over the past few days. You, as a landlubber, naturally can't defeat it in the water. Even though the Netherworld Emperor E is more powerful in water, it's still not weak on land. So don't be careless, Mo Wentian replied irritably, feeling somewhat speechless at the poisoned Douluo's exaggerations. It gave the feeling that it wasn't that he was inadequate, but that the enemy was too strong, and he wasn't foolish, but the other was too clever. Don't worry, Shu. It's coming. Be careful not to speak. The poisoned Douluo was suddenly warned, looking tense. Generally, a 100,000-year soul beast is equivalent to the strength of an ordinary tidal Douluo, but the poisoned Douluo is clearly not an ordinary tidal Douluo. However, this Netherworld Emperor E is also extraordinary, on par with a level 95 super title Douluo, and even the poison Douluo, a level 96 super title Douluo. Found it quite tricky. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's assistance, the poison Douluo would definitely turn and leave upon encountering such a being. The Netherworld Emperor slowly emerged from the ice river, revealing its enormous eyes, looking towards the shore, attracted by the scent of the powder Mo Wentian had prepared. Its eyes showing a satisfied expression. Clearly, it was very pleased with these soul beasts that had come to its door for free. The two held their breath, and finally, the Netherworld Emperor darted out of the ice river at incredible speed, opening its massive jaws to swallow two towering thousand-year ice snow giant wolves in one gulp. Montak Vencian. Douluo. The two expressed that this 100,000-year soul beast is a bit fierce, but just a bit foolish. Come on, don't hesitate. Second soul skill Medusa's Gaze. Mo Wentian first released a control skill, and with his current strength, he had no fear of backlash. He was very confident in his soul skills and strength. The second soul skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor Formation. The Poison Douluo also released a control soul skill first, preventing the Nether Emperor from returning to the Ice River. However, the two were clearly overthinking it. As soon as the Nether Emperor noticed someone secretly attacking him, he instantly became furious, his gaze fixed on Mo Wentian and Douluo, the veins on his skin bulging. Oof. The 8th soul skill Time Freeze. The Poison Douluo and Mo Wentian used one soul skill after another in coordination, all control soul skills, before the Nether Emperor could react. He was already attacked several times by Douluo and Mo Wentian, finally breaking free from their combined control. The 4th soul skill, Chi Transformation into 3 pure ones. Transform. 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 After transforming 3 times, there were suddenly 9 Mo Wentians. The 2nd soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. The 2nd soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Goodness. Dozens of attacks came at him, controlled to the point of immobility. The Nether Emperor felt extremely frustrated and devastated. The 7th soul skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor's True Body. The Poison Douluo was first surprised, not expecting Mo Wentian to be so unreasonable, that even a 100,000-year soul beast could be controlled to the point of immobility. Mo Wentian felt a sudden loss of 1/3 of his soul power and also sensed a hint of strain. He thought to himself, no wonder it's a 100,000-year soul beast. The backlash power is indeed formidable. Fortunately, his soul power was nearly crystallized and of extremely high quality. Otherwise, he might have been forced to break free. Roar. The Underworld Emperor having just broken free from its restraints, let out an angry roar and charged at Mo Wentian. In its eyes, Mo Wentian was even more annoying than Douluo, rendering it unable to move. One attack? Did you ask the old man first? Douluo said lightly, casually summoning his 3rd soul skill, the Phosphorescent Confusion Array. Give a fatal blow. I'll come in for the finishing move. Mo Wentian said urgently as he felt his soul power rapidly depleting. All right, you're not worthy of playing, little crocodile. 9th soul skill, Phosphorescent Holy Light. The Poison Douluo directly unleashed his strongest soul skill, with Mo Wentian's bug-like soul skill providing control. This was the first time the Poison Douluo felt that a 100,000-year soul beast was so easy to deal with. Bang! The Poison Douluo's martial soul, the Phosphorescent Snake King, first shot out a massive green light towards the Underworld Emperor then followed up with a dragon tail sweep, sending the Underworld Emperor in Mo Wentian's direction. The soul beast hit by his 9th soul skill would either be dead or severely injured, far worse than the New Crown toxin, essentially the gaze of the New Crown, where whoever was stared at would be pregnant. No, I got it wrong. It's whoever was stared at would die. Fortunately, the Poison Douluo concentrated the toxins into one point. His 9th soul skill wasn't a single target damage attack, but rather an area attack. Once used, it could easily poison everyone in a city. The effect was even more severe than the New Crown virus. So it couldn't be called merely the gaze of the New Crown. It would be more appropriate to call it the New Crown Ambush or Descent. Annihilation Sword. All swords return to their origin. 9 Mo Wentians simultaneously exhausted all their soul power, unleashing their strongest full-force attack. 8 of the Mo Wentians instantly transformed into energy, dissipating and turning into light points that returned to Mo Wentian's main body. Mo Wentian quickly stuffed a soul recovery pill into his mouth and sat cross-legged. Looking at the appearance of the Underworld Emperor it was truly a sight to behold, with its hard skin torn open in countless bloody wounds, extremely tragic. After recovering a bit of soul power, Mo Wentian approached the underworld Emperor Yi, ready to pick up the dagger and finish it off. Suddenly, the anxious voice of Poison Doa rang out beside him. Be careful. Mo Wentian couldn't react in time. He only felt the darkness in front of him, and a huge blood-red mouth rushed toward him. In an instant, Mo Wentian was swallowed into the belly of the Nether Emperor Yi. The Poison Doa didn't dare to attack anymore and could only use control soul skills to buy time, hoping that Mo Wentian could find a way out by himself. His attacking soul skills were all related to toxins, and he was afraid of harming Mo Wentian in his belly, which is why he didn't dare to attack. He never expected that this seemingly foolish and violent Nether Emperor Yi would be so insidious, pretending to be dead to conserve strength. Chapter 133. The Astonishing Secret of the Seventh Leaf. Mo Wentian only felt an unbearable stench around him, his body covered in saliva. He knew he had been ambushed by that damned Emperor Yuming Yi. The body of Emperor Yuming Yi was enormous, his belly as big as a room. Mo Wentian activated his breaking illusion, eye, and easily found the heart of Emperor Yi, sensing a sticky layer on him and the corrosive green smoke. Exhausted of soul power, Mo Wentian could not care about anything else and bit down on the heart, which was as large as 2 basketballs. Emperor Yuming Yi was already heavily injured, and with Mo Wentian's bite, he exhausted all his remaining strength. After a frenzied gnawing, Mo Wentian finally felt that Emperor Yuming Yi had stopped moving, and he breathed a sigh of relief before fainting. 10 minutes later, Mo Wentian groggily opened his eyes and saw Poison Doa, looking worried, feeding him hot water. He felt a wave of emotion in his heart. You're awake, so hurry up and absorb the soul ring. If you don't absorb it soon, it will disappear. Poison Douluo quickly pretended to be nonchalant and stood up. Mo Wentian did not say the word thank you, as it felt too distant. He simply sat cross-legged to begin recovering his soul power. Only by keeping his soul power at its best state could he absorb the soul ring more perfectly and avoid any accidents. Half an hour later, Mo Wentian finally recovered his soul power and moved to the side of the 10,000-year-soul beast's soul ring to begin absorption. The enormous red soul ring looked just like the round one on Son Gohan's head from Dragon Ball, except it was red, indicating that this soul beast was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast. After a soul beast dies, the soul ring will exist for 1 hour, which is 2 hours, and without special methods to preserve it, it will only last for 1 hour before dissipating. The massive red soul ring began to shrink as Mo Wentian absorbed it, until it finally turned into nothingness, with no further accidents occurring during the process. Mo Wentian directly absorbed the 7th spirit ring from Soul King over level 50, completely ignoring the soul power level restrictions of the Douluo system, undoubtedly breaking new ground. The power of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul doesn't stop there. Looking at the 7th spirit ring, which is the most important soul skill of the martial soul's true form, along with the rewards brought by the 7th leaf, Mo Wentian felt that his worldview had been overturned. The 7th leaf actually rewarded him with a great world. No, rather than a reward. It was a world inherent to the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, and Mo Wentian had merely gained the right to enter and exit freely. From the information transmitted by the 7-leaf grass, Mo Wentian learned that the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul originated from Blue Star, the ancestral land at the center of the universe. Due to an accidental collision with a great world, its 7th leaf fused with that great world. As a reward for obtaining the 7th spirit ring, he gained the right to freely enter and exit this world, though it wasn't entirely free. He could use this right once every 3 years. Through the transmission of information, Mo Wentian discovered that this world was actually the Douluo world, the world from the youth of the Flame Emperor, who said, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Mo Wentian couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that just because they both had the character Do in their names, he could gain the right to enter the neighboring Douluo world upon arriving in Douluo continent? He didn't want to overthink it. Mo Wentian felt that having the opportunity to go to the Douluo world to improve his strength would be quite nice. As for Tang San, Mo Wentian couldn't say he liked or disliked him, but he only admired Xiao Yan, who was decisive in battle. Although both of them had started raising wives since childhood, which was quite contemptible, upon reflection, anyone in that environment would likely feel compelled to take action. The information provided by the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul indicated that if one could grow to become the strongest above Douluo continent, it would allow for the separation of the 7th leaf of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul, merging the Douluo world and Douluo world into Douluo Godstar. Mo Wintian thought it was good. In this way, the rules of the Douluo continent would definitely change in the future, no longer following the somewhat distorted world model of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings and enhance strength. Mo Wintian really wants to see the clash between the future Flame Emperor and Sea God Tang San, to see what the legendary little medical fairy looks like, and to see how Queen Medusa differs from an ordinary woman. Of course, Mo Wintian is a dedicated person and would never actively provoke other women. But if it's just for admiration, he wouldn't mind, as everyone has a love for beauty. It's so incredible. I can't believe you actually have the aura of a soul saint, yet your soul power is still at the level of a soul king. It's really strange. The Poison Wall looked at the 6 soul rings on Mo Wintian with surprise and said, noticing that the first 5 soul rings on Mo Wintian were closely connected, while the 6th soul ring was actually spaced apart by 1 soul ring from the first 5. Mo Wintian summoned the martial soul 9-leaf grass, and the soul rings on his body were attached to the leaves of the 9-leaf grass in order, except that the 7th soul ring skipped the 6th leaf and was attached to the 7th leaf. Due to the advanced absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring, and not just in the usual sense of advancement, Mo Wintian's soul power reached level 58, rising by 3 or 4 levels, which can be said to be an unprecedented enhancement. I can now use the 7th soul skill of the 9-leaf grass, the true form of the martial soul, in advance. Although my soul power level hasn't changed in terms of strength and aura, I can now be considered a soul sage. Moreover, once I obtain the 6th soul ring, there will be no difference between me and a true soul sage. Mo Wintian said with a bit of arrogance, clearly very happy. This kind of unearned improvement not only didn't make his foundation weak, but also greatly enhanced his strength. It's no wonder Mo Wintian couldn't help but feel proud. So you mean you might have the complete soul ring configuration at the Soul King level, reaching the level of a title Douluo in terms of strength? Poison Douluo exclaimed in shock as if he had thought of something. It's not that exaggerated, Mo Wintian said, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. Oh, I knew it. Even if your martial spirit is special and powerful, you can't just surpass the achievements of someone like me who has been cultivating for many years all at once. Young people should still cultivate steadily. Poison Douluo sighed in relief and began to adopt the demeanor of a title Douluo. However, I think before level 70, it should still be possible to obtain 9 soul rings. After all, I definitely have to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. If I absorb 2 more, I should be over level 60. Mo Wintian deliberately paused, saying something that would infuriate others. This is outrageous. What kind of monster are you? How could heaven send down such a monster to challenge me? Poison Douluo instantly felt as if his heart had been stabbed by countless knives. The clown turned out to be himself. Chapter 134. Comparison of strength between Douluo and Do, but don't compare yourself to me. My situation is quite special. It's not good to compare with anyone. Why must you compare with me? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Mo Wintian said helplessly. Seek, Fina. Just being able to advance to the level 96 title Douluo has been thanks to your little light. It seems I won't be able to compare with you in this lifetime. Poison Douluo sighed, half jokingly and half seriously. Definitely, no need to look. Not only in this lifetime, but in the next and the one after that, you won't have my kind of talent. Mo Wintian said with a playful smile, as he and Poison Douluo had become familiar with this kind of dialogue. He never acted like a master, and Poison Douluo never showcased his title Douluo's prestige. It was as if they were old friends, and it was uncertain whether they might become family in the future. Mo Wintian did not immediately go to search for the next 100,000-year soul beast. After obtaining the soul ring, he felt that his physical body had improved significantly, possibly due to consuming the heart of the 100,000-year soul beast. Knowing the reward for the 7th leaf, he was no longer satisfied with just a 100,000-year soul ring. He had already decided to head to the Douluo world for cultivation, but he was somewhat worried about his family. However, considering that the soul hunting plan of the Spirit Hall should still have 4 years left, he thought that spending 3 years should be just enough time to return. Moreover, the strength of the demon sect was not something that could be easily underestimated. Mo Wintian checked the celestial grade elixirs in his time and space divine fate ring and found that there were still 5 unused. With this in mind, he pushed open the door to the Poison Douluo's room and walked in. Old Poison, the situation has changed. I want to cultivate for a while to obtain the 6th soul ring by myself, so I don't need to look for soul beasts anymore. Mo Wintian said slowly to the Poison Douluo after entering the room and thinking about his wording. All right, if that's the case, Let's head back to Heaven Do City. The environment here is beautiful, but it's not suitable for cultivation, the Poison Douluo said, not quite understanding Mo Wentian's meaning at first. Old Poison, what I mean is that you should go back by yourself. I need to meditate in seclusion for a while and cut off contact with the outside world. I have 3 celestial-grade elixirs here. You can keep one for yourself to break through to the peak Douluo level of 97, and give the other 2 to my father. They should be able to add 2 titled Douluos to the Evil Spirit Master faction. I should be out in 3 years. Don't send anyone to look for me. I will return naturally when the time comes. Mo Wentian said with determination, his tone serious. No way. Is there something wrong with your cultivation? Tell me. I will definitely find a way to help you. Xiao Xiao is still waiting for you at home. How will I explain it to the Evil Spirit Lord and the others when I return? The Poison Douluo, who initially didn't care much about when to obtain the soul ring, stood up worriedly after hearing Mo Wentian's words. No, you're overthinking it. How could there be a problem with my cultivation? Don't worry, I will come back in 3 years. Just pay attention to the movements of the Evil Spirit Masters and the Spirit Hall. If anything changes, don't confront them head-on. We could discuss everything when I return. Mo Wentian felt that after going to the Dopa world, his strength would definitely reach the level of a titled Douluo when he came out again. Mo Wentian estimates that the gods in the god realm of Douluo Dalu are likely not as powerful as the Do emperors from Dopa. Based on this reasoning, the god king would be equivalent to a Do saint in the Dopa world. A first-level main god and a third-level god would be equivalent to a 9-turn Dozun. The title Douluo is likely at the level of a Dozon. He believes that he currently possesses the strength of a Dowan. With this in mind, Mo Wentian looks toward the even more mysterious 8th and 9th martial soul leaves, one representing talent and the other representing life. Mo Wentian did not know what conditions were needed for the leaves to bloom. Originally, after the 3rd leaf, the conditions for the next leaves of the martial soul to bloom should be very clear. However, after obtaining the 7th spirit ring, there is still no reaction from the 8th and 9th leaves. Mo Wentian had a feeling that these 2 leaves might be even more mysterious than the 7th one. The faint yet powerful mysterious aura emanating from the leaves made Mo Wentian feel a shiver of apprehension. Perhaps the opportunity for the 8th leaf to begin was hidden within the Dopa world. This was also the reason why Mo Wentian was eager to enter the Dopa Sanxion world, because even if he obtained the 6th soul ring, his strength would only make him invincible below the title Douluo level, which made him somewhat overshadowed when facing the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Masters. In the end, Poison Douluo still believed Mo Wentian's words, but Mo Wentian was thoroughly checked by Poison Douluo several times. And only after confirming that there were no mistakes in his cultivation did Dugu Bo feel relieved to leave. That day, Mo Wentian summoned the true form of his martial soul, and the 9-leaf grass martial soul became immensely large. The 7th leaf began to emit a fiery red light at Mo Wentian's will. Gradually, a mysterious portal appeared in the void surrounding the 7th leaf. Mo Wentian did not hesitate and stepped inside with determination. In a moment of daze, Mo Wentian fainted. When he woke up again, several days had already passed. Dopo continent. Here, there are no dazzling magic spells, nor unique martial souls. There's only the fighting spirit evolved to its peak. Unlike the soul power martial souls of Douluo continent, the method of distinguishing strength here relies on 3 conditions. First and foremost is one's own strength. No matter where you are, strength is always the top priority. In the Do Chi continent, if your own strength is only at the 1-star Do fighter level, even if you cultivate a high-level heavenly skill, it will be difficult to defeat a Do master practicing a yellow-level skill. Secondly, there is the skill level. If the skill level is higher, it naturally holds an advantage among the same rank, and even challenging a higher rank is not a dream. The last type is similar to the soul skills of Do continent, known here as Do techniques. Unlike soul skills, the classification of Do techniques is very clear, generally divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. However, high-level Do techniques mostly exist within sects and fighting spirit academies. To obtain high-level Do techniques, one must join academy. Mo Wentian came to the Duki continent for 2 reasons. First, he sought the cultivation system, which has no restrictions from soul rings, wanting to acquire a new cultivation system. Second, he was interested in martial skills and wanted to see some of the extraordinary figures from the Dopa world. Lastly, he hoped to find the opportunity for the 8th leaf to bloom in the Duki continent, known for its abundance of geniuses and treasures. After all, this is a continent reputed to offer miraculous encounters from jumping off cliffs and becoming strong by falling into caves. In short, this is a land full of miracles, constantly creating wonders, and since Mo Wentian had the chance to enter here, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Chapter 135, Little Medical Fairy, Qingshan Town. Because it is near the Monster Beast Mountain Range, it is also called Monster Beast Town. Mo Wentian woke up to find himself lying on a bed. In front of him stood a stunning woman dressed in a white dress. Although her appearance couldn't be considered absolutely stunning, she was undeniably a rare beauty. Compared to Yi Lingling, she was slightly lacking, but her aura was quite similar to Yi Lingling's. With a faint smile on her face, she exuded a refreshing and ethereal quality that was not inferior to Yi Lingling at all. When Mo Wentian looked at her slender waist, he was even more amazed. Her delicate waist was so thin it seemed barely graspable, and it was cinched with a green ribbon. Among the women known to Mo Wentian, the most beautiful without a doubt is Yi Lingling. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, Yi Lingling indeed possesses an impeccable beauty that can be described as heavenly. Zhu Zhuqing can be considered a stunning beauty as well. With exquisite looks and a figure that is the best and most sensual among all women, definitely a favorite for most men. Ning Rongrong is also very beautiful and charming, exuding a celestial aura, but upon getting to know her, one would find that she belongs to the lively and cute witch type. Xiao Wu, while also delicate and fair, cannot yet be called absolutely beautiful, perhaps due to her still developing features. One could only say she has potential in that regard. The older sister, Mo Yudi, can indeed be called extremely beautiful, but Mo Wentian has gotten used to it, so he doesn't find it particularly remarkable. The other women in the Demon Gate battle team each have their own unique characteristics and are all stunning in their own right. But they still fail to catch Mo Wentian's eye. "You're awake," the girl in the white dress asked with surprise. 3 days ago, while she was out gathering herbs on a mountain, she happened to find Mo Wentian, who had fainted in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. If she and T carried him back, he might have been eaten by some powerful monster. "Did you save me?" Mo Wentian asked. He knew that when he entered the Duki continent, he had exhausted his soul power and mental strength due to the spatial turbulence during the transition, which caused him to faint after falling into a forest. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the roars of monsters and bitterly thought he might lose his life. "Saving you is not quite right. It was just a coincidence. I saw you collapsed on the ground, so I brought you back to the town. I didn't expect you to be unconscious for 3 days," the girl in the white dress said softly. "Thank you. What is your name? Where's this place?" Mo Wentian expressed his gratitude and looked around, feeling somewhat puzzled. "This is Monster Beast Town. Did you enter the Monster Beast Mountain Range from somewhere else?" This place is also called Qingshan Town, but it's referred to as Monster Beast Town because it's frequented by mercenaries who come to hunt monsters in the mountain range. "This is my residence in the Wan Yao Pharmacy." The girl in the white dress, curious, didn't mind Mo Wentian's rudeness in asking for her name directly, and then explained in detail where they were. Her warm demeanor was not simply out of kindness. It was because Mo Wentian was dressed exquisitely. His looks were outstanding, his strength was inscrutable, and he wore a spatial ring. Thinking that Mo Wentian must either be quite powerful or have a significant background, she took care of him attentively these past few days, hoping to connect with someone of considerable influence to see if there was anyone who could lift the curse on her. Mo Wentian asked the woman to explain herself, but she didn't reveal her name. Feeling a bit abrupt, Mo Wentian realized he had become accustomed to his high position, forgetting basic etiquette. He awkwardly said, "Sorry, my name is Mo Wentian. May I know your esteemed name? I will surely repay you in the future." "It's nothing. You must be used to high status, so it's understandable. I have been wandering since childhood, orphaned and without a name. Everyone calls me Little Medicine Fairy, so you could just call me that too." The woman in the white dress replied softly, her words sounding quite ordinary, showing no concern. "What? You are the Little Medicine Fairy?" Montauk Vencian exclaimed in surprise. He never expected the first person he would meet in the Duki continent would be the Little Medicine Fairy, the kind-hearted girl who bore the cursed poison body, practiced through poison, and could kill others unconsciously. "Yes. Have you heard of me?" Little Medicine Fairy asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice, knowing that if he had heard of her, he wouldn't be someone from a big place with great power. "No, I just think the name suits your aura very well," Mo Wentian quickly explained. "Oh, I see." Little Medicine Fairy's pretty face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, but her heart was filled with renewed hope. "Yes, that's exactly it," Mo Wentian affirmed, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the woman before him again, until her face turned completely red. He then said seriously, "You must often consume poison, right? You are filled with the aura of disaster. You possess a rare, cursed poison body, a very rare cultivation constitution. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Mo Wentian's current method of alchemy is different from that of the alchemists in the Duki continent, but refining pills around the 6th rank is still not a problem. After all, Mo Wentian's soul power is now strong enough to match that of a titled Douluo, and he is in his prime on the rise. Only slightly weaker than the peak period of Yao Lao. His strength is also somewhat stronger than that of an average Do Wang, which qualifies him to take Xiao Yixian as his apprentice. This is also the way Mo Wentian thought of to repay Xiao Yixian. How do you know? You're so young. You look to be about my age. How can you say such things? It's a bit embarrassing. Xiao Yixian was feeling shy under Mo Wentian's gaze and was thinking about how to refuse his request when she was surprised to find that Mo Wentian didn't care at all. He just wanted to take her as his apprentice. Feeling a bit flustered, she said with a slight blush on her face. At this moment, Xiao Yixian's emotions were in turmoil, stirred by Mo Wentian. "I am an alchemist and also a Do Wang powerhouse. Why should I be embarrassed?" Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Yixian in confusion and said, although Mo Wentian hadn't tried the alchemy methods of the Duki continent yet, he was confident that he could quickly become an alchemist around the 6th rank. The compatibility of the 7-leaf GrassMartial soul is extremely strong, and it should encompass any attribute, so even ordinary beast fire can be used for alchemy in Mo Wentian's hands. The wood attribute is even less of an issue for the 7-leaf grass. Chapter 136. Mo Wentian takes on apprentice what? You are an alchemist. Xiao Yixian didn't hear Mo Wentian's later words clearly and was completely shocked by his identity as an alchemist. Her lifelong dream had been to become an alchemist, and because of this dream, she had loved medicine since childhood. Seeing rare medicinal herbs made her happier than obtaining hundreds of thousands of wealth, which is also why she loved those herbs so much when she entered the treasure cave with Xiao Yin in the original story. Yes. So, are you interested in becoming my apprentice? Mo Wentian felt that his last sentence was in vain. Shouldn't such a young Do Wang powerhouse be surprised? But I am the so-called poisoned body of misfortune. Are you not afraid of me? Xiao Yixian hesitated and said, seeing that Mo Wentian really wanted to take her as his apprentice. Silly girl, since I know about the poisoned body of misfortune, I naturally have a way to deal with it. You don't need to worry about poisoning me, Mo Wentian said reassuringly while looking at the kind-hearted woman in front of him. Kind people are always treated gently by the world. Although Mo Wentian himself is not a good person, he cannot help but appreciate such people. Really? Xiao Yixian's eyes glimmered with tears of emotion. Mo Wentian was the only one who, after knowing about her poisoned body of misfortune, still did not despise her. His words made her feel warmth she had never experienced before. Of course, I, Mo Wentian, never lie about such matters. So hurry up and pay your respects to your master. Mo Wentian said solemnly. I pay my respects to my master. Xiao Yixian was so excited that she didn't know what to say and bowed down. Mo Wentian turned out to be an alchemist, and a 6th rank one at that. She had no doubt about it, as there was an aura of high status about Mo Wentian, exuding an astonishing charisma. Since Mo Wentian was able to see her cursed body at a glance, this made the emotionally sensitive little medicine fairy understand that what Mo Wentian said was true. Well, I don't have anything good to give you, but here, a rather special pill that should be much stronger than an ordinary 6th grade pill. I'll give it to you. Mo Wentian took out a translucent, sparkling pill from the time and space divine fate ring and handed it to the little medicine fairy. 6th grade? The little medicine fairy stood up, looking at the pill in Mo Wentian's hand in surprise, stammering. You call this nothing good? Yes, to be precise. Its effectiveness is stronger than a 6th grade pill, but it is equivalent to the quality of a 6th grade pill. Its effects are to consolidate the foundation and enhance the soul and fighting spirit. Mo Wentian was about to act profound, but almost choked on his words. Having gotten used to talking about soul power, he almost forgot that this was the Duki continent. Mo Wentian secretly sensed and found that he could also absorb the fighting spirit of the Duki continent for cultivation. However, it was completely different from soul power cultivation, as if they were two different cultivation systems that did not interfere with each other, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. The cultivation of soul power could advance with the upgrade of spiritual power, especially for Mo Wentian, who possessed the 9-leafed GrassMartial soul, where the enhancement of spiritual power was more than double that of an ordinary soul master. The unnamed technique could also absorb this fighting spirit for cultivation. but it needed to be cultivated from scratch. Just casually operating the unnamed technique caused the fighting spirit in the air to rush into his body. Is this cultivation speed because I have cultivated the unnamed technique to the 7th layer? So, it's equivalent to the cultivation speed of a Douluo expert? Montag Vencian speculated in Surprise. The cultivation speed he referred to for Douluo experts was, of course, not that of ordinary Douluo experts, but rather the speed of cultivation of techniques at the same level as the unnamed technique. This is so precious, I can't accept it. Master, you should take it yourself. With you around, even if my strength is a bit lacking, it's no problem. The little medicine fairy felt that such a valuable item would surely be more beneficial to Mo Wentian. Although she was reluctant, she still firmly handed it back to him. Just take it. I have more here. As my disciple, how can your strength be lacking? Be good, open your mouth and eat it, Mo Wentian said, as if coaxing a child. Huh? The little medicine fairy opened her small mouth in surprise and looked at Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian swiftly grabbed the pill from Xiao Yixian's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Quick, sit down and cultivate. After absorbing the medicinal power, you'll almost reach the strength of a high-level fighter, Mo Wentian said, looking at Xiao Yixian with an expression that allowed no refusal. Xiao Yixian was originally a 1-star fighter, so she naturally had the methods to cultivate her fighting energy. Hearing Mo Wentian's words, she knew that since she had already taken the pill, she couldn't waste its effects, otherwise it would be a waste. Without having time to return to her room to cultivate, Xiao Yixian directly kicked off her white cloud shoes, jumped onto the bed where Mo Wentian was sitting, and crossed her legs to begin her cultivation. Watching the fine beads of sweat appearing on Xiao Yixian's forehead, Mo Wentian felt a moment of daze, as she resembled his wife so much, sharing a similar temperament with Yi Lingling. He glanced at Xiao Yixian's delicate little feet, which were fair and exquisite, and quickly shifted his gaze to the window, silently reminding himself that she was his disciple, not Yi Lingling. 3 hours later, with waves of fighting energy breaking through, Xiao Yixian finally finished absorbing the power. She stood up, excitedly hugged Mo Wentian, and said, "That's great. Master, I've advanced to a 9-star fighter. This is amazing. Thank you, Master." Mo Wentian only felt a chill pass over him, which then vanished without a trace. He thought that it must be his own toxin resistance that countered the uncontrollable poison emanating from the little medical fairy as her fighting energy increased. Oh, not good. Master, are you okay? The little medical fairy, realizing what had happened, was instantly taken aback and hurriedly left Mo Wentian's embrace. Yet when she looked at him, she found no signs of surprise and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Shouldn't I have something wrong?" Mo Wentian teased this kind-hearted yet somewhat lonely girl. The little medical fairy was speechless. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Show me the cultivation method you've been practicing." Seeing that the little medical fairy was so easy to tease, Mo Wentian helplessly said, "Okay, Master, are you going to modify my fighting energy technique?" The little medical fairy, not having heard what Mo Wentian said, immediately agreed without hesitation, but then she realized and excitedly asked, Then Master, touch my dantian. Use your own fighting energy to enter my body and feel it." What about your technique?" "Burned." All right then, I'll go in." "Master, you can come in now. I'm ready." "Master, your fighting energy is so gentle and mild. Is this really your fighting energy? It's quite different from mine." After getting familiarized, the little medical fairy slowly turned into a curious little one, asking Mo Wentian all sorts of questions. Mo Wentian patiently answered her questions, and after understanding the cultivation method of fighting qi, he felt that the fighting qi cultivated from the nameless technique was gentler and purer. Therefore, he directly taught the first 5 levels of the cultivation method to the little medical fairy. Chapter 137, Flying Combat Skills. 3 days later, in a monster beast mountain range, Mo Wentian, who was familiar with the fighting qi transformation into a horse, fighting qi transformation into wings, did not manage to learn to fly as he had hoped. He was unsure whether one must reach the Douluo level to fly. During a conversation, he heard that the little medical fairy had accidentally discovered a cave, which brought back some deeply buried memories for Mo Wentian. Thus, he took the little medical fairy directly to the monster beast mountain range. If he guessed correctly, there was a flying combat skill there that could allow Mo Wentian to learn to fly in advance. In fact, compared to fighting qi transformation into wings, Mo Wentian preferred to fly using a sword, but his current strength was clearly insufficient. If it were just low altitude, short distance flying on a sword, Mo Wintian could still manage it. However, he was clearly not satisfied with short, low-altitude gliding. What he desired was to enlarge the sword so that he could fly with someone on it. That would be true sword flight. However, so far, Mo Wintian had not acquired this ability, so being able to transform into wings in advance was still good. That was why they were here. After Mo Wintian took Xiao Yixin out the door, he noticed that someone was following him. However, he remained calm until they entered the Monster Beast mountain range. Although he could easily deal with these people, he preferred to avoid trouble and wished to eliminate them without being detected. At this moment, Xiao Yixin gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her delicate appearance with slight panting made Mo Wintian shake his head. Her body was still too weak. In contrast, Mo Wintian had not a single drop of sweat on his face. Seeing her like this made him feel a bit sorry for her. If he hadn't started a family and taken her as a disciple, he might have carried her, but now he still held some distinction between men and women. The mountain path was rugged, with towering peaks, making it difficult for ordinary people to walk. Even though Xiao Yixin was now a 9-star fighter, she couldn't avoid panting in this hot weather. Little master, why don't you want to sit with me on Xiao Lan to enter the mountains? Walking is so tiring. Xiao Yixin complained softly to Mo Wintian. Mo Wintian felt a bit helpless. Ever since Xiao Yixin learned that she was also 17 years old, she refused to call him master and insisted on adding the word little before it. Mo Wintian really wanted to tell her that she was no longer a child. If you counted her past life, she was already quite grown up. Really quite grown. Of course, it was to help you deal with some bugs. The master was somewhat suspicious of how you grew so big, not knowing you were being followed for so long. Montag Vencian visperet irritably in Xi o Yixian's ea. Xiao Yixin felt a rush of warm air. Her whole body shivered, but upon hearing Mo Wintian's words, she began to sense her surroundings. As a 9-star fighter, her hearing and keen insight had greatly improved. Naturally, she quickly discovered the presence that was secretly following her. She felt an unprecedented sense of security by being next to Mo Wintian, which made her careless and not check her surroundings at all. You discovered them, right? Leave these people to you. Consider it a test from your master, Mo Wintian said, and the 9-leaf clover martial soul in his hand appeared, beginning to grow wildly. Whoosh! 9 vines instantly extended to several large trees 30 meters away, capturing 9 masked figures in black. Before these black-clad individuals could react, they were bound by the suddenly appearing vines. Just as they tried to break free, the surrounding space rapidly shifted, and they suddenly appeared in front of Mo Wintian and Xiao Yixin. The black cloth covering their faces was also easily removed by Mo Wintian. It's you, Muli, Xiao Yixin exclaimed in surprise. Muli, the vice-captain of the Wolf-Head mercenary group, who had obtained information from Xiao Yixin about the treasure cave in the original story. Misunderstanding, Xiao Yixin, it's a misunderstanding. I was just curious about why you brought this esteemed person to the Monster Beast Mountains. I was afraid you would encounter danger, so I secretly protected you all the way. Muli quickly put on an innocent expression and feigned pity. Speak human words, or you can die right now. Mo Wintian's cold voice rang out, and the 9-leaf clover martial soul in his hand transformed into a whip. Xiao Yixin, with her arms crossed, watched Mo Wintian teach a lesson to this bully who usually acted arrogantly in Monster Beast Town, bullying men and women alike. Esteemed one, spare me. I'll tell you, it was Liffy, that wretched woman, who told me about Xiao Yixin's whereabouts. She said Xiao Yixin brought back this pretty boy. Before Mu Li could finish, the small whip in Mo Wintian's hand struck his shadowy face. Mo Wintian just wants to say, if you can't speak, then don't speak. If you're ugly, don't speak either. It's her. Muli doesn't understand why Mo Wintian is hitting herself. Just as she was about to continue speaking, another whip mark appeared on her face. Do not ask about the world's hands, for this is a whip infused with soul power. Yes, With a flick of his hand, another whip struck. I followed you, my lord, so I sent someone to tail you. Please spare me, my lord. Muli finally realized where he had gone wrong and quickly knelt down to plead for mercy. Appearing respectful on the surface while secretly wishing to devour Mo Wintian's flesh and drink his blood, he silently vowed to bring everyone from the Wolf-Head mercenary group to kill Mo Wintian after returning. Is it my assistant, Liffy, who betrayed me? The little medical fairy said, her pretty face flashing with anger. Yes, it was her. She said you eloped with this lord, which is why I came to check on you. Just consider us a fart and let it go. Muli quickly knelt down and pleaded for mercy from the little medical fairy, while the other 8 black-clad individuals, trembling in fear from Mo Wintian, also seized the opportunity to beg for mercy. I'll leave them to you to deal with. This will be my test for you as my disciple. I hope you won't disappoint me. I must remind you to think about what would have happened to you today if I hadn't been here. Mo Wentian said nonchalantly, with his eyes capable of seeing the good and evil intentions in people. He naturally knew the hatred Mu Li bore towards him and others at that moment. From the moment he revealed his hatred, his fate was already sealed. No matter how the little medical fairy dealt with him, Mo Wentian would not let such a person go. In the end, the kind little medical fairy still let a few people go. However, as they were leaving, a golden light flashed in Mo Wentian's eyes, shooting a beam into Mu Li's mind. This was Mo Wentian's mental attack. Now, he was able to release mental attacks. Mu Li would likely become delirious within 2 days of returning, and even if he survived, he would turn into a foolish person. Having dealt with the tale, the little medical fairy summoned her partner, Xiao Lan, a first-tier magical beast, the Blue Eagle. Mo Wentian and the little medical fairy were sitting close together, feeling the warmth of their points of contact and the woman's fragrance wafting towards them, even though she was his disciple. Mo Wentian couldn't help but feel a shiver in his heart. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a steep cliff, finally reaching their destination, and Mo Wentian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 138. Mo Wentian asks the heavens. With a twist of the ghost vine parasitic sword in his hand, the hidden rock serpent was easily dealt with by Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian held onto the waist of the little healer and leaped onto the stone platform on the cliff. Entering the cave, walking in the quiet and dark cave, both of them felt a chill rising on their bodies. They could clearly hear each other's breathing. Suddenly, the little healer reached out and held Mo Wentian's hand. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment, but then tightened his grip on her cold, jade-like hand. The little healer simply followed the boy in front of her, her eyes filled with happiness. Having never experienced the warmth of family, this was her first time feeling such warmth. After walking for about 10 minutes in this atmosphere, the little healer felt an unprecedented warmth and wished that time could stay frozen at that moment. However, it was clearly impossible. No one would stop for anyone else. Mo Wentian suddenly stopped. Little master, why aren't we moving? The little healer asked, somewhat puzzled, completely unaware that there was no path ahead. There's no way. Mo Wentian pointed to a stone door ahead that emitted a faint yellow light. The little healer furrowed her brows slightly, looked around the stone door, and after pondering for a moment, said there should be a treasure cave behind the stone door. Since the predecessors built this cave, there must be a way to open it. Why go through so much trouble? Watch me, breaking sword technique. Drawing the ghost vine parasitic sword from his waist, Mo Wentian unleashed the extremely powerful breaking sword style. A huge sword light attacked the corner of the stone door. Boom! With a loud sound, the stone door opened in response. Mo Wentian couldn't be bothered to look for the mechanism. This stone door could at most block a Doe master, and even a Doe spirit would find it difficult to get through, let alone someone as powerful as Mo Wentian. Master is really impressive, little Dr. Fairy said happily, raising her snow-white chin and giving a thumbs up. Mo Wentian shrugged, indicating that it was nothing, just basic operations. After the two stepped through the stone door, their vision became much clearer. The stone chamber was quite large and appeared somewhat empty, with some moonstones embedded in the walls, resembling small moons that illuminated the chamber. In the center of the chamber, there was a seat with a skeleton sitting on it, and in front of the skeleton was a blue stone platform. There were 3 boxes. These 3 stone boxes, which were locked, were precisely the reason Mo Wentian had come here. In other corners of the chamber, there were also piles of glittering gold coins and other precious items. Mo Wentian estimated there were at least several 100,000 coins. In one corner, there was a small flower bed filled with spirit herbs unique to the Duki continent. Compared to the spirit herbs in Mo Wentian's previous spatial ring, they were not inferior at all, but there was still some difference in quality compared to the current ones. After Mo Wentian obtained the water from the fountain of life in the 9-heart begonia secret realm, the spiritual herb planted in the ring advanced. Although it hasn't reached the level of celestial quality yet, it is not far off and can be compared to rare high-quality spiritual medicines. Mo Wentian looked at the metal lock on the stone box, a look of surprise in his eyes. He touched it and found it still had warmth. Mo Wentian frowned slightly, for something so ancient to retain heat was clearly not an ordinary metal lock. Relying on brute force wouldn't work. Mo Wentian was a bit troubled. He was obviously not as familiar with the plot of Do Pitsong Xiong as he was with Douluo, and he couldn't recite it fluently. Master, look. There are 3 keys on this skeletal hand. Xiao Yixian suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the skeleton's palm. Oh, right, I knew I forgot some steps. Mo Wentian slapped his forehead, recalling something. He quickly walked to the skeleton and removed the 3 keys, then bowed deeply. Why are you bowing to the skeleton? It's been sitting here for who knows how many years. It won't know you're bowing to it, Xiao Yixian asked curiously. The dead deserve respect. Remember, in the future, no matter who it is, as long as they are from our human race and have no grievances with us, we must show respect. Moreover, everything he left behind will be ours, so we should thank him to show our respect. On the path of seeking the Tao, no one knows if the next person to become a skeleton will be themselves or their loved ones. Mo Wentian took the opportunity to start educating his disciple. In fact, since Mo Wentian embarked on the path of cultivation, the number of people he had killed could be counted on one hand. It wasn't because Mo Wentian was too kind-hearted, nor was it due to indecision, but rather because he felt an innate affinity for the human race. He always believed that the human race would face a great disaster in the future, and as the childhood legacy of the Void Sword God gradually fused within him, Mo Wentian had begun to show signs of inheriting the Void Sword God's legacy. Oh, all right. The little medicine fairy pouted, feeling a bit wronged. Sai, forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just go ahead and open these 3 stone boxes. One of them contains a cultivation method that is extremely suitable for you. Mo Wentian helplessly stuffed the key in his hand into the little medicine fairy's hand and said mysteriously. He then looked towards the gaps in the skeleton of the withered bones, where a small scroll was tucked away. Mo Wentian knew that this was a map indicating the location of the pure lotus demon fire. Clearly, now was not the time to check it. So he collected the surrounding items, precious goods, and gold coins into the time and space divine fate ring. Mo Wentian approached little medicine fairy with a smile and said, Good disciple, what have you gained? Tell your master about it. Little medicine fairy looked at Mo Wentian with her head held high and huffed. Guess, little master. If you guess right, I'll give you everything. Mo Wentian knew that little medicine fairy was deliberately teasing him. They had only known each other for a few days, and even including the time she was unconscious, it hadn't exceeded 10 days. However, they seemed as close as family members who had known each other for many years. Especially after dealing with Mu Li, little medicine fairy trusted and felt even closer to her chief master. I guess there's a high-level mysterious fighting technique, perhaps a flying fighting technique. Am I right? Mo Wentian said, pretending to ponder. How did you know? You must have peeked at me, master. If that's the case, it's not counted. Guess again, little medicine fairy said playfully in a spoiled tone. 7-colored poison scripture. Mo Wentian replied without any hesitation. Mo Wentian still remembers this point, which is another reason for him to come to the cave. Although the nameless technique is powerful, the 7-color poison scripture is more suitable for Xiao Yixian. Sometimes, advanced things are not necessarily good for oneself. What suits oneself is the best. Huh, master, how did you know? I clearly saw you not looking this way just now. Xiao Yixian said with a frustrated expression, clearly puzzled about how Mo Wentian knew. My name is Wentian, so naturally it was told to me by the heavens. Montauk Vencian joked. You're lying. Master, tell me, how did you know? You haven't been here before, have you? Xiao Yixian pouted and tugged at Mo Wentian's hand, which truly gave him goosebumps. He did not expect the gentle, kind, and delicate Xiao Yixian to have such a clingy side. It was the heavens that told me. He said, Bad master, if you won't say it, then forget it, Xiao Yixian said with a slight pout, a bit angry. All right, it's because my spiritual power is strong. Even if I'm not looking at you, I can still see what's inside. Mo Wentian had no choice but to casually make up a reason to get past it when he saw her reaction. Oh, so that's how it is. Master is so bad, supervising me. No, I'm tired. I want to punish you by carrying me out. Xiao Yixian completely let go of herself in front of Mo Wentian, treating herself like a little girl. No, there are differences between men and women. I can't let down your master wives. Mo Wentian directly rejected, joking that he truly admired Xiao Yixian's beauty, but a teacher-student romance was out of the question. After all, he was quite conservative. Huh, I have master wives, Xiao Yixian said in surprise, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. After all, Mo Wentian's appearance was truly exceptional, and she was at the age of 18, so it was inevitable for her to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Well, not only do you have master wives, but you also have a little junior sister. My daughter Xiao Xiao. If I get the chance, I will take you to meet them, Mo Wentian, unaware of the disappointment in Xiao Yixian's eyes, said with a face full of happiness and a bit of nostalgia. Oh, Xiao Yixian became much quieter, But Mo Wentian did not pay attention to this. He had promised Yi Lingling not to provoke other women, so he would naturally keep his word. This 7-colored poison scripture is for you. Is an extremely suitable cultivation method for you. You can cultivate it alongside the nameless technique. The two energies can coexist. Mo Wentian knew that the nameless technique had a very strong compatibility, and because of its uniqueness and the world's rules, the two could coexist. Xiao Yixian said softly, and after knowing that Mo Wentian already had a wife, she returned to her original self. Although she still respected and was close to Mo Wentian, she no longer acted spoiled. Hee, what's in the other box? I didn't look, Mo Wentian said with a bit of an awkward smile, as the original work did not introduce what was in the third stone box. It's a low-level Do Qi cultivation method, along with the accompanying high-level Do technique, Roaring Lion. It should be useful for you, Master, Xiao Yixian said softly, no longer calling him Little Master. Although she could not deny that she had feelings for Mo Wentian, it had not yet reached the point of liking him. Mo Wentian's statement about having a wife and child completely extinguished any budding feelings. Mo Wentian happily took the Flying Do technique and the low-level cultivation method. Then, he eagerly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As the Do Qi continuously entered his body, the Do Qi within him continued to condense and strengthen. Do Qi first stage, Do Qi second stage, Do Qi third stage, Do Qi ninth stage. Half a day later, Mo Wentian was already close to the Do Master realm. This was also due to the combined operation of a nameless technique and the low-level Do Qi technique. Mo Wentian did not convert into soul power but transformed it all into Do Qi, which was why there was such an effect. In the Do Qi continent, the levels of Do Qi techniques are divided into 4 ranks and 12 levels, namely Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each rank further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. Under equal talent, the higher the level, the higher the achievements. Xiao Yixian, seeing this, was so astonished that her small mouth couldn't close. What kind of freak was her convenient master? Clearly, his strength was so powerful, yet he wasn't even a Do master. He could break through 9 levels in just half a day of cultivating Do Qi. 10 days later, in Wutan City, there are 3 major families, the Jiaoya family, the Xiao family, and the Aoba family. They mutually benefit from one another while secretly engaged in constant strife. This is also the well-known place where the saying 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not bully the young and poor originated, the novice village of the young emperor Yin during his early years. 3 days ago, after Mo Wentian brought Xiao Yixian here, he rented a storefront in the Xiao family's market. With Mo Wentian's Do Wang level strength, he was undoubtedly the top existence in Wutan City. He came here because he knew the Jialan Academy would come to recruit students. He wanted to enter the Jialan Academy to study Do Qi cultivation for a few years safely. Otherwise, even with his Do Wang strength, he would only be a slightly larger ant in the Dopa world. Moreover, the famous Emperor Yin was also born here, so he naturally wanted to come and see for himself. Mo Wentian is not afraid of death, but he is relatively laid back. He hasn't yet decided whether it's better to directly enter the Jialan Academy or to train a bit before joining. Compared to the fierce power struggles and life-and-death battles in the Dopa world, where it's often a matter of you die or I live, the Douluo world is almost as stable as a beginner's village. Aside from the Wuhuan Temple and its subordinate forces, the only threat Mo Wentian faces comes from evil soul masters. Master, can the pills you concoct really enhance fighting spirit? Why don't we just keep them for ourselves instead of selling them for gold coins? Don't we already have a lot of gold coins? Xiao Yixian asked curiously, while Mo Wentian was lounging in an old armchair at the door, basking in the sun. Xiao Yixian was behind him, massaging his back and shoulders. Why do you have so many questions all day long? These pills are special pills I concocted. They can indeed enhance fighting spirit without any side effects. However, you must remember that all medicine has some toxicity. Unless I can concoct pills infused with cloud energy, I can only give them to you in limited amounts. And no more sneaking my poison, Mo Wentian said helplessly, looking at the remnants of black liquid at the corner of Xiao Yixian's mouth. Since practicing the 7-colored poison scripture, Xiao Yixian has become obsessed with consuming poisons to enhance her cultivation, and she has now reached the level of a Do master. The identity of a pharmacist is extraordinarily noble and holds great prestige in the Douluo continent, possessing unparalleled charisma because everyone hopes that a pharmacist can owe them a favor. Although Mo Wentian has a powerful soul force that can transform fighting energy into flames, he lacks the formulas for pills. The pills that enhance fighting energy are derived from his calculations and research based on the formulas of celestial grade elixirs. Compared to Douluo, Douluo is not on the same level in terms of strength or alchemy rank. Mo Wentian's alchemy method involves using soul force to create soul fire, which is gentler and more docile. In contrast, on the Duki continent, alchemy is conducted using fighting flames, beast fire, or even powerful exotic flames, resulting in more refined and higher quality pills. He wants to catch up to his master quickly. After all, his master is already a Douluo, while he is just a small Doshur. The little medical fairy, caught stealing, shyly said, "Once I find the right flame for alchemy that can produce higher quality pills, I'll make you some poison to consume." Mo Wentian said helplessly. Unlike the celestial-grade elixirs of the Douluo continent, celestial-grade herbs are incredibly pure, so the pills produced do not contain pill poison. Although the little medical fairy can use poison to enhance her fighting energy, she cannot absorb pill poison, which is not strictly considered poison. It only damages a person's foundation. So even the little medical fairy's unique physique cannot continuously consume pill poison. Chapter 140. Young Xiao Yin 2. Okay, the little medical fairy happily replied. She loves the feeling after consuming poison. The thrill of increased strength makes her unable to resist. Little foodie, Mo Wentian couldn't help but mutter, feeling a bit envious of his disciple's physique. The two of them opened for 3 days, but not a single person came. The reason is naturally that Mo Wentian's pills are so obscure that even he cannot name them, and they are very expensive. Mo Wentian couldn't help but secretly curse these people for being blind to the treasure before them. Of course, he only thought about it. He wasn't in a hurry to make money. The gold coins he obtained from the treasure cave were already enough for him to use for a while. He was just doing this for leisure, to maintain the title of an alchemist. So, all of this was optional. It wasn't that he couldn't employ operational strategies, but rather that he was lazy. He could talk eloquently about it, but when it came to action, he and his father, the demon lord, were far apart. "Master, why don't we lower the price and sell a few first? At this rate, when will we be able to sell them?" Xiao Yixian noticed that passers-by wouldn't even enter her shop. Even if they did, they would just glance at the prices and leave, cursing under their breath. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Xiao family's market, ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Mo Wentian's shop would have long been smashed by those with bad tempers. Why are we in such a hurry to sell? There are only so many elixirs. As long as we can sell them, does it matter when? Mo Wentian smiled faintly, not worried at all. If they don't buy, it's their loss. I'm not in a hurry for money. That seems to make sense. Xiao Yixian tilted her head in thought, speaking cutely. In a courtyard of the Xiao family, a girl dressed in a purple dress with a cool and elegant demeanor rushed in and gently called out, "Brother Xiao Yan, are you there? Can you accompany me to the market? I heard that a strange new shop has opened in the Xiao family market, selling elixirs that can enhance cultivation. I want to go take a look." "I'm here, Sunner. You came to find me again. I still need to cultivate." "All right, let me tidy up and I'll go." A tall, handsome young man in black walked out with a helpless expression. However, seeing the frown on Xiao Sunner's face, he couldn't help but change his mind. I heard the new shop has opened, specifically selling strange elixirs that can enhance fighting spirit cultivation. I want to see if it's true. If it is, I plan to buy a few for you, Brother Xiao Yan." The girl in purple was indeed Xiao Sunner, the little princess of the ancient clan among the 8 great clans. The young man in black with a somewhat lazy smile was none other than the protagonist of the Doqi continent, Xiao Yan. Enhanced cultivation? Strange elixirs?" Xiao Yan asked in surprise, suddenly interested in the shop Xiao Sunner mentioned. At this moment, the golden finger, Old Yao, in his hand had already awakened and was helping him refine some gathering pills. He thought that with Old Yao's knowledge, if those elixirs really could enhance fighting spirit, he would surely recognize them and naturally want to take a look. As for money, selling a few gathering pills would suffice. He had recently made a bit of money. "Yes, but I only heard rumors, so I want to check it out. If it's true, I'll buy some for you, Brother Xiao Yan," Xiao Sunner said tenderly, having noticed Xiao Yan's recent efforts. "No need, Sunner. I still have some money. You don't need to buy from me," Xiao Yan replied calmly. With his masculine pride, he naturally wouldn't let Xiao Sunner buy cultivation elixirs for him. "All right then, let me help you tidy up. Let's hurry to the market." As Xiao Sunner spoke, she wanted to go into the house to help Xiao Yan gather his things. No, don't go in, please." Xiao Yan seemed to remember something and hurriedly grabbed the back of Xiao Sunner's dress. Xiao Sunner immediately stopped, her face turning red, while Xiao Yan awkwardly found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to let go or hold on, as he had grabbed onto a place he shouldn't have. "My room is a bit messy. Let us just go to the market first. It can wait until later to tidy up." Finally, it was Xiao Yan. with his thick skin, who broke the awkward atmosphere first. He had just been in the room learning to refine medicine with old Yao, and it was quite messy, fearing that it would expose his secret of being able to refine medicine. Although Xiao Yan was already a genius in the refining world, born with strong soul power, he still couldn't avoid explosions. Moreover, it wasn't convenient for a girl to enter a boy's room, which made Xiao Yan quite nervous. Then let us hurry and go. Xiao Suner also regained her composure, as if nothing had happened. The two quickly left the Xiao family and arrived at the Xiao family market. There were only 3 large markets in the entire Wutan city, which belonged to the 3 big families, though there were also some other individual businesses inside. They just needed to pay rent to the Xiao family and a small share of the profits. Compared to the other 2 families, the Xiao family's rent was relatively fair. And Mo Wentian also wanted to see the youthful demeanor of the Flame Emperor, which was why he chose to settle here. Little medical fairy, we have customers. Go and attend to them. Since Mo Wentian had never seen Xiao Yin or Xiao Suner, he didn't recognize them and casually instructed the little medical fairy who was giving him a back massage. Master. Although she felt that the young man and woman before her had extraordinary temperaments, the little medical fairy still thought they wouldn't buy anything because they were just too young, especially the cool and elegant girl in the purple dress, who looked even younger than herself. Hello. Welcome. Good morning. Following Mo Wentian's teachings, the little medical fairy respectfully greeted the two. Oh, good morning. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Xiao Yan's face, and he looked at the little medical fairy with intense interest, speaking in a language that no one else could understand except for Mo Wentian. Is this person crazy? The little medical fairy looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression, as if regarding him as a fool. How much have you had to drink? Xiao Suner also looked at Xiao Yan with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding what was happening with him. Cough. Sorry, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Excuse me. Haha. Xiao Yan awkwardly explained, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had thought he was encountering one of the 4 great joys of life, but it turned out to be just a coincidence. The 4 great joys of life are meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, the joy of rain after a long drought, and the moment of being listed on the gold list. Can you show me your best elixirs? Xiao Suner also politely returned a greeting, changing the subject. This way, please. The little medical fairy led the two to the counter. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian, who was basking in the sun at the door, looked back at Xiao Yan in surprise, harboring a guess in his heart. Chapter 141, Selling Medicine Strange. What kind of elixir is this? The grade is not high, but it contains a lot of energy components that can enhance fighting spirit. With my knowledge, how could I not have seen it before? I haven't even heard of it. It's really strange. An old voice that only Xiao Yan could hear echoed in his ear. Xiao Yan was quite surprised upon hearing this. After all, to his understanding, Old Yao was the top alchemist on the Douluo continent. If Old Yao said it could enhance fighting spirit, then it surely could. As for Old Yao's other words, he didn't even listen. As long as it could increase fighting spirit, that was enough. So, excitedly pointing at the elixir, Xiao Yan asked, Hello? How much is this elixir? Does it have any side effects? How much is it per piece? This was a second-grade elixir, and it was one that could enhance fighting spirit. For Xiao Yan, who bore a 3-year agreement, this was an immense temptation. No side effects. These elixirs are personally refined by my master. However, my master said that medicine has some toxicity, so there's a limit of 1 piece per person, priced at 300,000 gold coins each. No bargaining. The little healer smiled professionally and said that she had received quite a few guests in the past 3 days and was gradually getting into character. However, those guests were not there to buy elixirs, but to see the little healer herself. After all, while 300,000 wasn't much in terms of the value of the elixirs, very few people in this small city of Wutan could afford to pay that amount. At that moment, a white-robed old man suddenly appeared in midair behind Xiao Yan. His long sleeves floated gracefully, and although his face was aged, his eyes were very wise, as if he had experienced much in life. However, apart from Xiao Yan, it seemed that no one else could see him. Outside, Mo Wentian sat up and returned to the room, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally measuring the suddenly appeared medicine old man. This little girl's master is not simple. You should ask her what her master's name is. This white-robed old man was indeed Medicine Dust, the medicine sovereign, who now looked seriously at Xiao Yan and said, Your master? Not knowing the surname or full name of this esteemed master who could refine such powerful second-grade elixirs, Xiao Yan subtly nodded and then pretended to be surprised as he asked the little healer, making sure to compliment her as well. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Although Mo Wentian had the strength of a 6th-grade alchemist, He lacked the corresponding spiritual materials and elixir formulas. Those formulas from the Guhong legacy were also not suitable for the Dochi continent and needed to be revised by Mo Wentian. The elixirs sold by Mo Wentian can indeed only be classified as second-tier elixirs, because only precious spiritual herbs can be used to refine higher-tier elixirs. Although Mo Wentian has countless herbs in the medicinal garden within the time and space divine fate ring, they cannot compare to those from the Dochi continent, which specializes in alchemy with exotic fire, as they all originate from the spiritual herbs of Douluo. However, among second-tier elixirs, they are indeed of very special existence and have never appeared in the Dochi continent before. The spiritual herbs from the two continents only share some similar attributes and medicinal properties. But the highest-grade spiritual materials from the Douluo continent can only be classified as first-tier spiritual materials. However, after being nourished by the spring of life, they have now reached the standards of second-tier spiritual materials. The Douluo world also has high-grade spiritual materials, such as celestial-grade ones. Mo Wentian estimates that an ordinary celestial-grade material is probably equivalent to an 8th-tier spiritual material, while the acacia heartbreaking red is at the 9th tier, and the 9-leaf SilverGrass maybe even higher. Mo Wentian used such good spiritual materials to refine a 6th-grade elixir. It can't be considered wasteful. After all, Mo Wentian has no master and hasn't learned systematically. The fact that he can refine a 6th-grade elixir already shows his powerful soul force and exceptional talent. My master said he isn't well known on the Dochi continent, just a mere medicine seller. If someone asks for his name, he simply says he's a medicine seller. The little medical fairy said seriously and softly, appearing harmless. However, the glance she cast at Mo Wentian carried a hint of pride. Mo Wentian said nothing. And the goddamn guy sells medicine. When did I ever say that? Alright, Mo Wentian remembered that he actually did say it the day before yesterday. Little medical fairy asked him if he belonged to a top power on the continent, if he had any fame, and Mo Wentian just casually replied that he didn't, that he was just a medicine seller now. Mo Wentian never expected Xiao Yixian's revenge to come so quickly, and couldn't help but glare fiercely at his beloved disciple. Selling medicine? That's really special. Hee. How effective is this pill? Although Xiao Yin knew it could indeed enhance his fighting spirit, he was unsure of its effectiveness, so he asked with some skepticism. Well, it's not too great, but it should easily allow you to break through from the 9th stage of fighting spirit to become a fighter. Xiao Yixian could see Xiao Yin's strength at a glance, and said nonchalantly. Xiao Yin was suddenly shocked, his pupils constricting sharply. He had been hiding his strength, and it had only been a short time since he had risen from the 3rd stage of fighting spirit to the 9th stage. How did this seemingly harmless little girl see through him? Don't be surprised. This little girl is a fighter of the master level, and it seems she has practiced some kind of eye technique. Although she is not very proficient yet, seeing through your concealment should not be a problem. The medicine old man floating behind Xiao Yin explained for him. However, he did not notice that Mo Wentian had been secretly observing the few people for quite some time. Although his mental strength was a bit stronger than Mo Wentian's, it was not at its peak. So it was not surprising that he did not notice Mo Wentian's scrutiny. This is 300,000 gold coins. I bought it. Xiao Yin managed to conceal his expression well, suppressing his surprise as he calmly took out 300,000 gold cards from his spatial ring and said, Sorry, we don't accept gold cards here, only gold coins. You'll have to exchange them for gold coins before buy. Xiao Yixian also felt speechless at Mo Wentian's rules. Who could stand this? If it were an ordinary person, they would surely leave in anger. But Xiao Yin was clearly not an ordinary person. Sooner, do you have any gold coins? Xiao Yin turned to Xiao Sooner with a somewhat troubled expression. I don't have any, but I have a way to solve it. Brother Xiao Yin, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Xiao Sooner was also curious about the shop owner, secretly thinking he was quite an eccentric person. Xiao Sooner was well-traveled, and though she didn't know what kind of pill it was, she could tell it was a second-tier pill that enhanced fighting spirit. So she said nothing. However, she secretly thought that the temper of alchemists was really strange. The medicine old man was innocently caught in the crossfire. Well, that's great. Thank you, Sooner. Xiao Yin was not polite. He knew Xiao Sooner's background was extraordinary, and she would surely be able to exchange for gold coins quickly. Brother Xiao Yin, you don't have to be so polite with Sooner. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Xiao Sooner went out, inadvertently making eye contact with Mo Wentian, secretly thinking that his gaze was similar to Brother Xiao Yan's, both so profound. Soon, Xiao Sooner disappeared around corner. P.S. There should be tens of thousands of people watching on QQ browser. The results are pretty good. I just hope you all can watch a few more videos to support. Thank you very much, and even more thanks to the readers who subscribed on Shidian. Supporting the original version starts with me. Chapter 142. Call me Appa. Xiao Yin was secretly observing the shop and asked Xiao Yixian, "Is that handsome friend also your master's disciple?" "Not really." Xiao Yin replied softly. Your master is really impressive. He must be a powerful alchemist." Seeing that Xiao Yixian didn't seem to mind, Xiao Yin complimented her. "Haha, you're right. Very good. What's your name? If you can talk, say more." Mo and Tian finally couldn't help but come over, looking quite imposing and laughing as he asked Xiao Yin. Being praised by the future famous Flame Emperor made Mo and Tian feel quite pleased, and he joked, "Hello, my name is Xiao Yin. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Seeing Mo and Tian's extraordinary demeanor, Xiao Yin also felt a desire to befriend him. "Montak Vane Xian," Mo and Tian said cheerfully. "Oh, your name is indeed quite fitting. It sounds very imposing, and your background must be quite extraordinary." Xiao Yin began to exchange pleasantries with Mo and Tian, and they hit it off very well. Compared to Tang San, who came from the ancient Tang sect, Xiao Yin was more to Mo and Tian's liking, and they were both chatting with great interest. Before long, Xiao Suner returned from outside. "Brother Xiao Yin, here are 300,000 gold coins. Take it." Xiao Suner said gracefully, directly tossing Xiao Yin a spatial ring. This, after receiving it, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel some pain. This spatial ring was quite large, a full 5 cubic meters. It should be known that Xiao Yin had earned quite a bit of gold coins from the foundation building spiritual liquid, which could sell for 40,000 gold coins a bottle. But this second-tier pill was sold for 300,000. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Just as he was thinking about whether to reimburse Xiao Suner for the spatial ring, Mo and Tian snatched it away and said politely, "Oh, brother Xiao Yin, you are too polite. Come here, Xiao Yixian, quickly choose the best quality pill for brother Xiao Yin." The free spatial ring was just right to give to Xiao Yixian, and Mo and Tian took on a merchant's demeanor, secretly thinking. In fact, there were many pills, just about 20, and the quality was more or less the same. But Mo and Tian's words were clearly meant to silence Xiao Yin. After all, a spatial ring was also worth quite a bit of gold coins. Okay. Xiao Yin did not expect that the seemingly harmless and brotherly Mo and Tian was actually a merchant. Xiao Yin thought to himself that when he returned, he would definitely study the formula of the pill and practice making more to recoup his costs. However, Mo and Tian's benefits weren't so easy to gain. He already knew that this small place had the presence of the medicine old man, so when refining pills, he had added many misleading behaviors, deliberately increasing the methods of refining with soul power. "This young master, can I also buy one? I only have a purple gold card and can't exchange for so many gold coins in a short time." Xiao Suner saw that Xiao Yin had obtained the pill and was very happy for him, but she was also a proud woman. Hearing that Xiao Yin was about to advance to a fighter from the 9th stage of fighting spirit, she naturally didn't want to be easily caught up by Xiao Yin. "A purple gold card, huh? That can work, but you have to say something nice for me to hear. If I'm satisfied, I'll sell it to you." Mo and Tian wanted to see Xiao Yan's reaction and whether he had any ulterior motives towards Xiao Suner, so he said this deliberately. Nobody knew whether Xiao Yin had long valued Xiao Suner's identity and had approached her since childhood, going to her room at 3 or 4 years old to help her nourish her meridians. However, seeing that Xiao Yin showed some jealousy but did not change his expression afterward, Mo and Tian couldn't help but think, it seems he's a bit dense. He must have been single in his past life too. This, Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yixian with a troubled expression, but Xiao Yixian deliberately turned her head away, indicating that Mo and Tian's words counted. At this moment, although Xiao Suner was already 14 or 15 years old, she had developed quite well. Although she didn't develop as quickly as the girls from Douluo continent, she was already quite good in the Dopa world. All right. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Just call me Appa." Mo and Tian deliberately revealed his shared hometown identity with Xiao Yin, laughing as he said, "Appa? What does that mean?" Xiao Suner looked confused, wondering how this person was so similar to brother Xiao Yin, always saying things that felt novel. "He means brother. Just call him brother." Xiao Yin looked at Mo and Tian with a mixture of helplessness and surprise, finally realizing that this brother he was getting along with was actually his fellow townsman. Mo and Tian and Xiao Yin exchanged a smile. Everything was unspoken. "All right, what's your name?" Xiao Suner thought that the man in front of her, who bore some resemblance to her brother Xiao Yin, wasn't too unpleasant. He seemed a bit older than her, so calling him brother was fine. "Montak Venxian. Brother Wentian, can you sell it to me?" Xiao Suner said gracefully as always. "Ah, not bad, really obedient. Here, This pill that enhances Do Chi will be a gift for you, no charge. Mo Wentian felt that Gu Suner wasn't as cold as he had imagined. The Flame Emperor wasn't as bloodthirsty and heartless as the legends portrayed. Mo Wentian was quite satisfied with this. He wasn't really concerned about gold coins. He just wanted to use this shocking method to promote himself a little. He aimed to spread his name as an alchemist and attract some strong practitioners to trade with him, only accepting pill formulas and high-grade spiritual materials. Moreover, he had now encountered Xiao Yin, a human-shaped pharmacy. Mo Wentian directly took out a third-grade elixir mixed with remnants of celestial-grade elixirs from his ring and said, "Fourth-grade elixir." The transparent figure, Medicine Elder, exclaimed in shock. Apart from Mo Wentian, both Xiao Suner and Little Physician were looking towards the space behind Xiao Yin, but they saw no one there, leaving them puzzled. Only Xiao Yin broke out in a cold sweat, casting a blameful glance at the space behind him. Medicine Elder chuckled awkwardly and immediately dove back into Xiao Yin's storage ring. Brother Xiao Yin, who was just speaking, Xiao Suner asked with confusion. I think I heard an old voice saying something about a fourth-grade elixir. Little Physician said curiously. Ahem, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. It was me saying that Brother Mo's elixir is a fourth-grade elixir, Xiao Yin said with a pale face, lying through his teeth. But Mo Wentian was too lazy to expose him. Brother Xiao Yin, are you saying this is a fourth-grade elixir? This. Xiao Xuna Usketin Sapais. Her cherry lips slightly parted. Although she could also obtain fourth-grade cultivation elixirs due to her status, such elixirs that could enhance fighting spirit were indeed extremely rare and precious, even for her. Well, it should be. Brother Wentian, why would you give such a precious item to Suner? Xiao Yin asked Mo Wentian with some confusion. Nothing, just for the sake of Brother Xiao Yin. Who made us so compatible? Mo Wentian said lightly, blinking while still making eye contact with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin understood the implied meaning of Mo Wentian, who was suggesting that they were fellow townsmen. However, he couldn't help but think to himself, could you also give me a fourth-grade elixir for my sake? Thank you, Brother Xiao Yin and Brother Wentian. Xiao Suner said happily without any further doubts, expressing her gratitude graciously, unlike some ungrateful women. On the way back, she saw Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian chatting happily with their arms around each other. Oof, I want one too, give me one. Little Physician, feeling displeased, coldly huffed at Mo Wentian. All right, here you go. Mo Wentian said helplessly, pouring a fourth-grade elixir from a jade bottle and handing it to Little Physician. Little Physician showed no disdain and immediately tossed the elixir in her mouth, then found a spot to sit cross-legged and began to absorb it. Seeing this, Xiao Yin instantly felt that the second-grade elixir in his hand was no longer appealing. Xiao Suner couldn't help but blush slightly, then looked at Xiao Yin and said, Brother Xiao Yin, let's switch. Ms. Suner, this is a gift I gave you for the sake of Brother Xiao Yin. You wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? I believe Brother Xiao Yin wouldn't agree to a trade. So rest assured that all the elixirs are refined by me, absolutely clean and sanitary. Mo Wentian said with a slight smile. Hee, yes, Sister Suner. Don't let down Brother Wentian's kind intentions. Between us, why be so polite? I've always regarded you as my own sister. Not to mention that I have given you 30,000 gold coins, haven't I? Xiao Yin shrugged helplessly. He never intended to trade with Xiao Suner, and with Mo Wentian saying this, it was even less likely. All right, Xiao Suner said obediently upon hearing their words, but secretly thought that she was not just a simple obedient younger sister, but rather a very greedy girl. She always listened to her brother Xiao Yin. Although I don't know what background you have, or what your identity is, you're my sister Xiao Yin. No matter what happens in the future, your brother will stand in front of you and shield you from the wind and rain. Xiao Yin whispered in a voice that he thought only the two of them could hear. Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yin with her beautiful and lively big eyes, blinking at the somewhat masculine Xiao Yin, her lips forming a gentle smile, and her delicate face became extremely alluring. Mo Wentian, standing nearby, felt a bit stunned. With a not-so-good expression, he approached Little Physician to protect her. Just then, a strong fluctuation of fighting spirit erupted from Little Physician, easily promoting her to a 2-star Dome Master. However, this was not the end. Her fighting spirit began to condense further, reaching 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. Compress your fighting spirit. Don't let the breakthrough strength confuse your mind. Montag Vencian shouted zealously. The affectionate Xiao Yin and the others were also drawn over. Little Physician seemed to understand Mo Wentian's meaning and began to compress her fighting spirit, going back to 4 stars, 3 stars, and 2 stars. The foundation in the early stages of fighting spirit cultivation is extremely important. If the foundation is unstable, it will be very difficult to make breakthroughs later on. Mo Wentian didn't expect Little Physician to be so ruthless, directly compressing back to 2-star Do Master. The cultivation levels on the Do Chi continent start from Do Practitioner, which is considered the entry level, and they are Do Practitioner, Do Master, Great Do Master, Do Spirit, Do King, Do Emperor, Do Zone, Do Zun, Do Sheng, and the legendary Do Emperor realm. Starting from the Do Zun realm, the strength of fighting spirit surges dramatically, almost reaching the power of the god realm of Douluo continent, especially at the 9 turns of Do Zun, where every turn results in earth-shattering changes. Heavens, what kind of elixir is this? Its effects are so powerful that even Do Masters can level up so many ranks. Xiao Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Brother Xiao Yin, stay calm. Stay calm, understand? I have plenty of such elixirs, but it's better for you to cultivate steadily. The reason I don't give you such an elixir is that your current strength is too low. Relying solely on shortcuts in cultivation won't work. Moreover, during the cultivation process, you need to cultivate a strong heart. I'm doing this for your own good, to let you experience this process and comprehend the strong heart. Mo Wentian said, pretending to be for Xiao Yan's benefit, while Xiao Yan looked at him with envy and shock. Brother Mo, the fact that you and I can meet in this continent is a great fate. I'm already immensely grateful that you could give Suner a 4th grade elixir. However, you might underestimate me a bit. Although my strength is weak, I know that only by having no fear in my heart can I soar into the sky. While I may envy you, I absolutely will not ask for it like you do. Rest assured, Xiao Yan said passionately and sincerely. He truly deserved the name of the future Flame Emperor, and he was indeed the Xiao Yan who had experienced the ups and downs of 30 years. Not to be underestimated just because he was young, Mo Wentian could not help but show admiration for Xiao Yan, while Xiao Sun Air beside him looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of infatuation. Mo Wentian felt a bit ashamed of his somewhat pretentious behavior in front of Xiao Yan. However, these pills were indeed nothing to him at this time. Mo Wentian did not want to use pills to enhance his Do Chi. Although his Do Chi cultivation was close to breaking through to the Doja realm, which was similar to Xiao Yan's current state, his Do Chi was not inferior to Xiao Yan's, who had regressed from being a Doja. In fact, his foundation was even more solid, with an unlimited future ahead. His goal was also to become a Do Di. Based on his calculations, a Do Di was definitely stronger than the gods of the Douluo world, existing above the realm of God Kings. Xiao Yan's future was incomparable to Tang San's. His future was as one of the 3 supreme beings in the top-level world of the Dominators. That was the Dominator realm, whose true name was inscribed on the supreme, celestial ranking, becoming a guardian of the vast world alongside Wu Zhu Lin Dong and Zhuzai Muchun. The Douluo world had no passage to higher universes, or rather, there might be one, but Mo Wentian did not know, which is why he placed great importance on Do Chi. However, he would not neglect his soul power cultivation either. The 7th leaf of the 7-leaf grass could bring Mo Wentian into Do Pa, indicating that the 9-leaf grass martial soul definitely harbored tremendous secrets. Coupled with Mo Wentian's feelings, it might even rival the inheritance of the Void Sword God. Mo Wentian estimated that the Void Sword God was likely a strong being in the Dominator realm. Brother Xiao Yan, you truly are a person from the same place as me. With such grand aspirations, I can't help but admire your broad-mindedness, Mo Wentian thought to himself, feeling that he still needed to learn from Xiao Yan. P.S. An extra update for readers on QQ Browser. Chapter 144. The miserable Galio, seeing Xiao Yan's proud demeanor and high spirits, Mo Wentian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The Xiao Yan brother, I know, is finally back. Xiao Suner said with a happy smile, her brows slightly arched, as if it was her being praised rather than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands to Mo Wentian, indicating that it was nothing. At this moment, Xiao Yixian finally stabilized her Do Chi cultivation and stepped out from her training, having directly advanced from the initial stage of Do Sure 1 star to the peak of Do Sure 2 stars, which was a huge shock for both Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner. How could there be such a powerful effect from a 4th grade pill? The foundation is so stable. It's truly incredible. Xiao Yan, you must be good friends with this person. It will bring huge benefits to your future. An ancient voice that only Xiao Yan could hear echoed in his ears. It was the voice of the medicine elder from the ring. Master, I've broken through to the 2nd level of Do Sure again. Xiao Yixian excitedly exclaimed as she hugged Mo Wentian beside her. Clearly, she was very happy about her strength improvement. Master? Brother Imo, are you a master? Did you refine all these pills? Xiao Yin said in astonishment, unable to close his mouth from shock. Even Xiao Suner beside him looked at Imo Wentian in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. Ah, you idiot, you've exposed it. Imo Wentian knocked on Xiao Yixin's forehead, feeling like he had been caught in a secret affair. Really, Brother Imo, what is your current strength? Although knowing it was inappropriate to ask someone else's strength, modern Xiao Yin clearly had no such concerns about Imo Wentian. 9th stage of Do Qi. As for my strength, a typical Do Wang shouldn't be my opponent, Imo Wentian said honestly, not hiding anything after being exposed. Whether they believed him or not was none of his business. Seeing this, Xiao Yin did not pursue the matter further, thinking that Imo Wentian was unwilling to reveal his strength. However, it was clear that someone who could refine 4th grade pills was not weak. Hey, isn't this Miss Suner? Hee, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. A bright voice came from outside the door. Suner furrowed her brows slightly and looked toward the sound, seeing a group of people surrounding a young man dressed in luxurious clothing at the door. The young man appeared to be a bit older than the others, around 20 years old. Although he looked quite handsome, his complexion was somewhat pale, clearly a result of excessive indulgence. The young man was now staring at Xiao Suner with burning eyes, not bothering to hide his admiration for her. However, upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Suner did not even glance at him and ignored him, directly going to Xiao Yan's side and hugging his arm, as if to say, I already have someone I like. Isn't this young Master Xiao Yan? What a coincidence to see you here. Galio managed to suppress the anger in his heart to maintain his composure in front of the beauty, saying with a forced smile, Xiao Yan merely replied faintly, not wanting to engage with the person in front of him. I just purchased this wooden spirit bracelet at the market. Although it's not a precious item, it does feature a 1st grade wood attribute magic crystal, which can help restore Do Qi. It's perfect for giving to Miss Suner as a token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse, or I might lose face in front of you. Galio said humorously yet gracefully, presenting a bracelet to Xiao Suner, although a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes when he glanced at Xiao Yixin. Xiao Suner felt somewhat annoyed at Galio's behavior, and was about to refuse this clingy person when she suddenly noticed that the magic crystal was exactly what Xiao Yan needed. Playfully thinking that it would be better to accept it, and then take the magic crystal to give to Brother Xiao Yan, and later dispose of it when he wasn't looking, her expression softened significantly as she prepared to go over and accept it, only to find that Xiao Yan had already grasped her small hand first. As she was about to struggle or retaliate, she realized it was her brother Xiao Yan holding her cheeks involuntarily flushing, and she allowed him to hold her. Young Master Galio's kind gesture, we appreciate it, but we do not need this would attribute magic crystal, so please give it to someone else. Brother Mo's 4th grade pills are enough for us to break through, and this would attribute magic crystal is already unnecessary. Xiao Yan seemed to understand Suner's intention and politely rejected Galio, emphasizing the 4th grade pills. Galio, looking at Xiao Yan who had spoiled his good intentions, felt somewhat annoyed but still managed to suppress his anger and said politely, Young Master Xiao Yan, you are mistaken. While wood attribute magic crystals are indeed precious, what I am giving is not just the magic crystal but the bracelet. Miss Suner is so beautiful yet wears no jewelry. Don't you think that's a bit of pity? Are you implying that my sister Suner is not beautiful enough? I actually think that she is even more beautiful like this. Where in the world could there be any accessory that compares to Suner's beauty? Wearing an accessory would only lower her appearance. Don't you understand this simple logic, young Master Galio? Xiao Yan retorted sharply, realizing that Galio was far from being able to match wits with someone like him from the modern world. You are right. I misspoke. Of course, Miss Suner's beauty cannot be compared to these mundane things. However, to say someone gave you 4th grade pills might be a bit of an exaggeration. Juliao, unable to compete with Xiao Yan, seized on Xiao Yan's words to counterattack. Then you don't need to worry about it, Brother Xiao Yan. Since it's not needed, then I won't take it. Xiao Suner blushed at Xiao Yan's praise, and hearing Juliao mention the 4th grade pills, she was afraid that exposing Mo Wentian's existence would provoke his displeasure, so she directly refused coldly. If that's the case, then forget it. Oh, what a pity for this bracelet. Although Zhou was angry in his heart, seeing the other little beauty, Xiao Yixin, beside him, he still did not get angry. He glanced back and forth at Xiao Yixin and pretended to be a bit sad as he spoke. It's not a pity. You can give it to me, I won't mind. Xiao Yixin, not sharing Xiao Yan's male chauvinism, saw through this scumbag's intentions and cooperatively said, Huh? What is your name, miss? Your appearance is not at all inferior to Miss Suner. Only a beauty like you deserves such a bracelet. It's just a small token, and I hope the beautiful lady can accept it." As soon as Douluo finished speaking, the bracelet in his hand was already taken by Xiao Yixian. Then, without even looking at Douluo again, she ran happily in front of Mo Wentian and said, "Master, master, is it pretty? This person is so silly. He actually gave me such a beautiful bracelet for free." And Mo Wentian was filled with black lines as he asked, "Miss, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? This is someone expressing their affection, not just a gift." However, Mo Wentian didn't care much. After all, Galio wasn't a good person, daring to target his own disciple. It wouldn't do to leave without leaving something behind. This was the first time Galio had lost consecutively in front of beautiful women, and hearing Xiao Yixian call him foolish made him completely furious. Chapter 145, Canaan Academy. Damn it, someone grab that little girl for me. I want to teach her a lesson and let her know whether this young master is really a fool. Galio finally tore off his facade and angrily shouted, "I want to see who dares. No one can be so reckless in my Xiao family's market." Before Mo Wentian could get angry, Xiao Yan was the first to shout in fury. In no time, many guards from the Xiao family entered the shop. The captain of the Xiao family guards was personally appointed by Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, as a direct subordinate of the Xiao Yan family. It was not surprising for Xiao Yan to have these guards secretly with him in the market. After all, having guards in a market was essential. "Xiao Yan, let your people out. I want to see how he can act wildly in my shop. He should take a good look at himself, looking like a prostate, daring to come and cause trouble without even treating himself." Mo Wentian couldn't tolerate the insult to his disciple. Although these worthless people couldn't do anything to his disciple, if he didn't step in, Xiao Yixian would surely find trouble with him later. Women can be so troublesome. Huh? Well, since that's the case, that Polly, right? You all go outside first and wait for further instructions. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh like a pig. But seeing Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner looking at him with confusion, he suppressed his laughter and said he was just putting on a show. He knew that with Xiao Yixian's 2-star Do Master strength, dealing with these mere Do fighters was a piece of cake. Yes, third young master. The few who came in were also Do fighters, and seeing this, they all retreated. "You." Galio calmed down, his face becoming quite ugly, his fists tightening and loosening repeatedly. He wasn't a fool, since they were confident in getting those guards out, and Xiao Yan had made it clear he would protect them. It indicated that Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian were not simple characters. We're leaving." Galio inadvertently noticed the price tags on the pills in the shop, his pupils constricting, and with a wave of his hand, a group of people followed him out in disgrace. "Brother Xiao Yan, what kind of disease is a prostate? Why are you laughing?" Once these people left, only the 4 of them remained in the shop, and she curiously asked, Yeah, master. Can Do fighters get sick like ordinary people? Is it some incurable internal injury?" Xiao Yixian also asked Mo Wentian with a puzzled expression. Xiao Yan and Mo Wentian exchanged glances, both shrugging helplessly. In the end, it was Xiao Yan who spoke up, making up a story. "Yes, it's an incurable internal injury. If it can't be treated when young, it will be even harder to treat when older. Cough, cough, don't mind that fool anymore. From now on, you girls should stay away from such people." Mo Wentian said somewhat awkwardly to the 2 girls. I'm not going anywhere, just following master. You can rest assured, we won't play with fools." Xiao Yixian giggled, her pretty face full of mischief. However, Mo Wentian was filled with black lines. Was this a joke? 10 days later, Xiao family. During this time, Xiao Yan successfully broke through to the Do fighter realm ahead of schedule. One day, the Xiao family's market was hit as the Galio family started selling cheap rejuvenation powders to seize the Xiao family's market, taking away most of the popularity in Wutan City. The Xiao family's market also became quite desolate, but Mo Wentian didn't care and continued to enjoy his few leisurely days. After entering Canaan Academy, it wouldn't be so easy anymore. As for the accelerated training devices at Canaan Academy, if it weren't for waiting for enrollment, Mo Wentian would have wanted to hurry over and train hard. Mo Wentian also gave the spatial ring that Xiao Suner had given him to the little medicine fairy. It is known that a spatial ring is worth at least 80,000 to 90,000 gold coins. The reason he gave Xiao Suner a 4th grade pill is partly due to this. After all, wealthy women often gain the favor of men. Moreover, with someone like Xiao Suner, who has a powerful background, you might need her help to solve problems someday. Xiao Yan casually brought Xiao Suner into Mo Wentian's shop and unceremoniously sat down in an armchair. The person in another armchair beside him was Mo Wentian, who was squinting his eyes and comfortably swaying back and forth. "Brother Mo, you are too leisurely. I've been so busy these past few days I can hardly find time to breathe, and you can still guard your shop with so few customers every day," Xiaoyan said helplessly as he looked at Mo Wentian. On the side, Xiao Suner was also whispering to the little medicine fairy. In recent days, Xiaoyan had frequently taken Xiao Suner to the market, where they would chat with Mo Wentian, which allowed the little medicine fairy to become a close friend with Xiao Suner. "There are indeed few customers, but I'm making money. I've already earned a few million gold coins," Mo Wentian said with a nonchalant attitude. "Saw you making money without opening for 3 years. And then you earn enough for 3 years when you do open. It's really frustrating to see someone doing so well. Why can you, a fellow townsman, have such good fortune?" Xiaoyan sighed helplessly, filled with emotion. Nowadays, Mo Wentian's name has spread, and the pills for enhancing fighting energy have become synonymous with this shop. But the number of customers remains scarce. This is because they're simply too expensive. Only a few people in Wutan City can afford them. However, there are still occasional fighters from other places who come to request Mo Wentian to refine pills. Mo Wentian even took the time to assess his identity as a 4th-grade alchemist, which was highly sought after by various major powers. However, for those major powers wanting to invite him, Mo Wentian only had one word: roll. Because of his relationship with Mo Wentian, the Xiao family naturally was not among those seeking him. "Brother Mo, can I invite you to visit my Xiao family? These are some pills refined by my master. You can bring them back and sell them to my Xiao family at a low price, and we can split the profits 3 to 7. How about it?" With Mo Wentian's endorsement, Xiaoyan clearly had no intention of disguising himself as a masked old man anymore. He took out dozens of bottles of pills from his storage ring and said, "There's no need for that. I'm not short on money right now. I'll make the trip for you for free. However, your master must also be a high-level alchemist, right? If you have the time, Brother Xiao, you could introduce us. I'd like to discuss some alchemy methods with your master. What do you think?" Mo Wentian said, testing the waters without exposing Xiaoyan's secret. He wanted to see if he could coax some 6th-grade formulas out of the medicine elder practice on. "Well, okay. I'll ask my master for his opinion when I return," said Xiaoyan, who had been growing closer to Mo Wentian recently. After all, they were both from the same hometown, and they got along well, neither being narrow-minded. Thus, he couldn't bear to refuse, but he didn't agree either, merely giving a non-committal response. "Then thank you, Brother Xiao. Let us go to the Xiao family now," Mo Wentian said, putting away the pills and standing up to address Xiaoyan. "P.S. I hope everyone reads this carefully. Do you want to see the scene where Xiaoyan meets Tang San in the future? Do you want to see legendary figures like martial ancestor Lin Dong, great master Mu Chun, death god Adai, and wine god Ji Dong gathering in the vast world? The low combat power in Douluo and the regret of being unable to break the framework will be addressed in this book. Please support the subscription." Chapter 146. Xiaoyan is quite good. Xiao family. In the reception hall, "Patriarch Xiao, these pills are a gift for your Xiao family. I hope they can help you get through this difficult time," Mo Wentian said as he took out the pills refined by Xiaoyan from his divine fate ring, filling the table with jade bottles. "May I ask what you need? As long as it's something only my Xiao family can do, we will not refuse," said a middle-aged man in luxurious gray robes, his thick eyebrows giving him an air of authority and grandeur. "Patriarch Xiao, you worry too much. I don't have anything that requires the Xiao family right now." Mo Wentian pretended to act high and mighty. Xiao Zhan fell silent, knowing that as a 4th-grade alchemist, Mo Wentian really had no use for the Xiao family. The terrifying aspect of alchemists is not in direct combat. They can refine miraculous pills that drive people crazy. Possessing these pills means having unparalleled influence, as those high-ranking powerhouses are very willing to heed the call of these alchemists. After all, everyone gets injured, and seeking an alchemist's help is something many people find deeply moving and often unattainable. Now, an alchemist was coming to the Xiao family to sell healing pills at a low price, which even made Xiao Zhan feel extremely excited. Alas, Master Mo is right. My Xiao family is indeed too weak now. I feel guilty for the trust placed in me by my ancestors, which is why the Xiao family is becoming weaker, Xiao Zhan said, recalling the glory of his ancestors with a touch of melancholy. That is not what I meant. I truly don't have anything. If there is, it's that I want to enter the Jialan Academy, Mo Wentian said helplessly. He was just speaking the truth. He really didn't need the Xiao family right now, but that might not be the case in the future. He certainly did not think the Xiao family, one of the ancient 8 clans, was weak. Jialan Academy? If there is no introduction, it could be quite troublesome. We also have family members studying and cultivating there, so why not have her introduce you? Xiao Zhan did not immediately put away the healing pills on the table. He clearly seemed a bit reluctant to take something without giving something back. All right, then I'll take you up on that. Thank you, Patriarch Xiao, for your assistance, Mo Wentian said politely, as these pills were all Xiao Yan's, making him feel somewhat awkward. If he guessed correctly, the person Xiao Zhan referred to should be Xiao Yu, that tall and elegant woman. To avoid trouble, he naturally agreed to Xiao Zhan's goodwill. Otherwise, it would be an issue to keep refusing the healing pills. Only then did Xiao Zhan put away the pills and hand Mo Wentian several bags of gold coins. It was only because other elders of the Xiao family were not present that Xiao Zhan could act so freely. Otherwise, these inexpensive pills would have been snatched up long ago, and there wouldn't be a chance for Xiao Zhan to show such generosity. Master Mo, you're being too modest. It's my Xiao family that is lucky to have you. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. You are one of the most talented individuals I have ever seen. Now that you can lower yourself to come to my Xiao family for assistance, the Xiao family will remember this great kindness. If there is anything in the future, the Xiao family will do our utmost. Please accept a bow from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan said respectfully, rising and bowing to Mo Wentian in gratitude. Mo Wentian quickly supported Xiao Zhan, as he had come this time to let Xiao Yin owe him a favor, not to owe Xiao Yin a favor. Xiao clan leader, you are too polite. I have a 4th grade elixir, the Ascension Pill, which I will give to you. I see that you have already reached the peak of a 5-star great fighter. So this should help you break through 2 levels and reach the realm of a senior great fighter. Mo Wentian took out a pill emanating a silver-white glow from the time-space divine fate ring and handed it to Xiao Zhan. He certainly did not only have one 4th grade elixir. He said this to highlight the rarity of such a pill. So the cunning Mo Wentian knew how to play his cards right. This kind of elixir is only made if there are materials, and he could have as many as he wanted. To strengthen the foundation of his fighting energy, he didn't need these pills. The celestial grade elixirs in the time-space divine fate ring, after being nourished by the fountain of life, were slowly starting to sprout into finished products. But their efficacy had not yet reached the celestial grade, only having about 1,000 years of medicinal effect. What? I don't know why you are so kind to my Xiao family. It truly surprises me. One should not accept rewards without merit. Accepting Master Mo's inexpensive healing elixirs has already made me uneasy, Xiao Zhan exclaimed in shock, without doubting Mo Wentian's words. However, he still suppressed his greed and spoke with integrity. Mo Wentian nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Xiao Yan's future achievements are inseparable from the help of Yao Lao. But the influence of this father of the Flame Emperor on Xiao Yan's character is greater than that of Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's future accomplishments are also related to his firm will and beliefs, being able to stay true to his heart. Only by not forgetting the original intention can one achieve the ultimate goal. No need to be polite. Xiao Yan is very good. I'm very optimistic about his future, and his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to mine. Mo Wentian glanced at Xiao Yan, blinked, and humbly said to Xiao Zhan, since that's the case, I'll accept it. In the future, anyone who is an enemy of Master Mo will be an enemy of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan solemnly said as he took the pill. At that moment, 3 old men entered from outside, and the one in the lead was the Grand Elder of the Xiao family. I don't know what business the clan leader is privately discussing that he needs to avoid us old folks. The Grand Elder of the Xiao family said with some dissatisfaction on his face. Behind the few of them was a young man, his grandson Xiaoning. Xiao Yan, who was silently watching from the side, felt a chill in his eyes. This kid must have leaked the secret. The Grand Elder is overthinking it. This discussion is of great importance to my Xiao family, and I didn't have time to inform the 3 elders. Since the 3 elders are here, please take a seat. Xiao Zhan calmly put away the pill in his hand and said with a serious tone to the 3 elders, Clan leader, who is this? The 3 elders looked surprised at Mo Wentian, who was sitting in the deputy position. The Grand Elder, as the representative of the 3, also holds the highest authority after Xiao Zhan, naturally looked dissatisfied at the 2 of them. However, seeing Xiao Zhan being so respectful, he did not get angry but decided to clarify things first. Grand Elder, this is Master Mo, who recently settled in our Xiao family S-Market. You must have heard of him. Xiao Yan stood up, a slight smile on his lips as he spoke. He just wanted to see the expressions of these Xiao family elders. Oh, so it's Master Mo. Could it be that Master Mo is willing to cooperate with our Xiao family to jointly resist the Gali family and the Odin family? The Grand Elder immediately relaxed his brows and said respectfully with surprise, It's not a cooperation, It's Master Mo assisting our Xiao family through this difficult time. Xiao Zhan emphasized in a serious tone. Oh, yes, it's assistance. Look at my mouth. I don't know how the clan leader discussed it. The Grand Elder appeared extremely humble, but when it came to discussing matters, he became serious. Alchemists are indeed noble, but when it comes to issues of interest, everyone will take them seriously. Chapter 147 Xiao Yu, a total of 1,823 bottles of healing medicine, named blood coagulation powder, which is significantly more effective than the Galley family's rejuvenation powder, and the price is only half of that of rejuvenation powder. Xiao Zhan confidently tapped the table with his fingers, looking quite imposing as he spoke to the Grand Elder and the others. With a wave of his hands, he took out over 1,000 small jade bottles from his spatial ring. In the silent hall, besides Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian, everyone else in the hall was staring eagerly at these pills. This, Master Mo's great kindness, the Xiao family will definitely remember it. Xiao Yin, who allowed you to sit next to Master Mo, do you not understand respect and hierarchy? The second elder was furious when he saw Xiao Yin sitting leisurely beside Mo Wentian and couldn't help but scold him. Xiao Yin helplessly glanced at Mo Wentian. This person always had to come up and slap him in the face, not allowing him a moment of relaxation. This one is quite the authority. It seems I'm not welcome to stay here. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. All right, for the next transaction, please invite Xiao Yin again. Before leaving, I want to say one more thing. Xiao Yin is very good, and I'm a close friend of his. Montauk Vencian, not wanting to get involved in Xiao Yin's family disputes, took the opportunity to stand up and said, deliberately mentioning his relationship with Xiao Yin as he approached the door of the hall. The implicit meaning was that Xiao Yin was under his protection. Master Mo, please don't take offense. We will definitely treat Yin'er well. You can rest assured. Xiao Zhan quickly stood up to see him off, and the three elders also looked at Mo Wentian's back with various thoughts, but all showed smiles. Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel very satisfied with the act of inviting Mo Wentian to the Xiao family. Plus, with the 4th grade pill given to his father, Xiao Yin's gratitude towards Mo Wentian grew even stronger. While feeling grateful, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. This brother Mo is really something. He could give out 4th grade pills to those close to him. Why need to spend 300,000 and a spatial ring just to buy a 2nd grade pill? After all, with many worries, Xiao Yan's current strength was still weak. Although he had the potential of a strong person, he had yet to cultivate the ambition of a strong person. Mo Wentian is of course intentional. He doesn't want to change history because of his help. If Xiao Yan's strength were to advance too early and he couldn't develop according to the original plot, wouldn't that be his fault? This would not only be detrimental to Xiao Yan, but also offer no benefit to his own grasp of the storyline. In this life and death Do Chi continent, Mo Wentian adheres to the principle of sticking to his choices. He would never do anything to undermine what he has chosen. Mo Wentian had barely settled into the Xiao family shop when Xiao Yin brought in a tall and beautiful woman. Mo brother, this is my cousin Xiao Yu. She is back this time to handle the enrollment for the Jialan Academy, and the mentor in charge is actually Xiao Yu's teacher. How's that for being generous? Xiao Yin swaggered into the shop, treating it like his own, and leaned towards Mo Wentian with a playful expression. Mo Wentian did not pay attention to Xiao Yin, as if he were selling his sister, but instead looked at the tall woman who was slightly restrained and following behind Xiao Yin. Although the woman appeared somewhat reserved, her looks were extremely stunning, and her figure was very slender. She was almost as tall as him. Most importantly, her delicate jade legs, half exposed, looked like perfect works of art, meticulously crafted. This was Xiao Yu, who almost played a forbidden game with the Flame Emperor. Just right. Although Mo Wentian was lost in thought, he maintained a graceful demeanor on the surface. Hello, Master Mo. My name is Xiao Yu. Thank you for helping the Xiao family out of trouble. If there's anything you need in the future, no matter what it is, I, Xiao Yu, will surely assist with all my strength. Xiao Yu blinked her bright eyes, looked at Mo Wentian with a sweet smile, and said gratefully, does that mean you will help with anything, cousin? Xiao Yin didn't know why he always liked to tease this cousin, and only in front of her would he show a somewhat lewd side. Bah, Peviet, Godi. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiao Yu's face turned red, and she instantly broke her composure, kicking towards Xiao Yan's vital area with her long legs. No worries, no need to be angry, just joking. You two don't need to argue, cough cough. Mo Wentian quickly blocked this attack with his hand, feeling the warmth on his hand and awkwardly coughing twice. Xiao Yu's pretty face flushed slightly, knowing that she was the one who acted first, and she became even more annoyed. Although her grandfather had repeatedly instructed her about Mo Wentian's identity as an alchemist before coming, even the words just now were conveyed by her grandfather. She was completely unaware of the implications behind it. Having never even touched a man, and being inherently conservative, she naturally felt both embarrassed and angry now. Miss Xiaoyu, please do not hold me to the standards of rough people like us. Brother Xiaoyan, hurry and apologize to Miss Xiaoyu. All you do is talk nonsense every day. Seeing this, Mo Wentian quickly apologized and then winked at Xiaoyan. Cousin Xiaoyu, I'm sorry for overthinking it. Brother Mo is right. Please don't hold it against someone as coarse as me. In the future, please don't entangle with me. I really didn't mean to offend cousin Xiaoning. Recently, Xiaoyan had been troubled by Xiaoyu a lot because he had made enemies with her younger brother, Xiaoning, after teaching him a lesson. Well, this time I'll give Master Mo a face and not hold it against this pervert. Xiaoyu saw that Mo Wentian seemed to be unaware and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she changed the topic and scolded the future Flame Emperor. Cough, cough. Xiaoyan awkwardly coughed repeatedly. Master, what are you doing? We don't have many pills in stock. If this continues, we'll have to close down. A weak, reproachful voice came from the storeroom, looking at Mo Wentian with a guilty expression. Mo Wentian saw the remnants at the corner of Xiao Yixian's mouth and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, then sneaked a taste of the poison he had prepared. You've even learned to complain first. I told you not to sneak a taste, yet you sneak poison every day. Let's see if you still have time to sneak a taste when things get busy. Mo Wentian said with a shrug. Sneak a taste? Poison? Xiaoyan's gaze shifted back and forth between Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian. Are these two normal people? Well, Xiao Yixian has a special constitution. Eating poison can make her stronger and immune to all toxins. I could explain it to you, but you wouldn't understand. Just know that she's special and don't follow her in eating poison. Mo Wentian joked to the two. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan exchanged glances. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary poison body, cultivating through poison, immune to all toxins, with poison all over her body. Whoever touches her dies. But why didn't I notice any toxins in this girl? How strange. A voice that only Xiao Yan could hear echoed in his ear. Montauk Vencian, without intentionally listening, could only sense a wave of soul power fluctuations, guessing that it must be the medicine's sovereign and Xiao Yan communicating in a special way. After cultivating the unnamed technique, little Dr. Fairy's control had significantly improved, and under dual cultivation, she completely suppressed the toxins in her body. Chapter 148. Chapter 145 Exchange of Combat Techniques Boring. Who would steal poison when they have nothing to do? Xiaoyu turned her cold gaze away, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Mo Wentian, very curious about how such a humorous and easygoing person could be a fourth-tier alchemist. In fact, even Mo Wentian himself had not noticed that the smooth journey had made his personality increasingly gentle, with not even a hint of the aloofness typical of a sword cultivator. So it seems I'm truly too kind. The ladies are no longer afraid of me, Mo Wentian secretly thought. This was also the reason why Mo Wentian's powerful mental strength was not affected by the foundational inheritance of the Void Sword God, allowing him to maintain his original heart without being labeled as good or bad. Even Mu Li, the young leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, who was notorious for his misdeeds, was only turned into a fool by Mo Wentian. Really just a fool. Mo Wentian thought this was an act of mercy. Little did he know that the current leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps had already learned of his news and, at any cost, had invited a combat king-level expert with whom his ancestors had some connections, who was on the way to Wutan City, determined to kill Mo Wentian to avenge his son who had turned into a fool. Me? I often steal snacks. My master is great. When I steal, he doesn't scold me, just mumbles a few words. Little Dr. Fairy quickly licked the remnants at the corner of her mouth with her fragrant tongue and said playfully, Brother Mo, in half a month, my cousin Xiao Yu's mentor will come to Wutan City for recruitment. You could just come along with us. Xiao Yan, knowing the secret of the evil poison body, did not want to dwell on the topic, so he changed the subject. You guys aren't just here to chat, right? Mo Wentian nodded and said helplessly, It seems nothing can be hidden from you, Brother Mo. The thing is, you know that my Xiao family is currently in a heated competition with the Jali and Odin families. And my cousin Xiao Yu wants to break through the bottleneck of her fighting energy. The family is a bit tight on funds, and Xiao Yu can't stay at home for too long, so there isn't enough money in the short term. You see, Xiao Yan looked at Mo Wentian with an embarrassed expression, pointing at the second-tier pills on the counter and rubbing his hands. I said, how does your Xiao family's financial crunch relate to me? Are you treating me like a charity hall? Mo Wentian pretended not to understand. Baza Montak Dage. Don't pretend to be confused. I want to buy a second-tier pill from you in the name of the Xiao family. Please show some mercy and lend us a second-tier pill. Xiao Yan said with a troubled expression. Don't think I don't know. Someone has secretly sold quite a bit, oh. Before Mo Wentian could finish, Xiao Yan covered his mouth, looking at Mo Wentian with a pleading expression, not wanting him to reveal it. Otherwise, his private money would definitely be taken by the family. He currently had no good feelings towards the Xiao family. Forcing him would only lead to a falling out. And aside from Xiao Yu, Xiao Suner, and his father, he felt no warmth from the other members of the Xiao family. If it weren't for having exposed his wealth in front of his father, who had asked him to buy a pill for Xiao Yu to ease the relationship with the grand elder, he wouldn't want to come here to ask Mo Wentian for help. Mo Dago, cough, whatever conditions you have, feel free to mention them. Sister Xiao Yu is one of the futures of my Xiao family. As long as you can sell her a pill for the sake of the Xiao family. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I'll listen to whatever you say. Xiao Yan said with righteous indignation. But the underlying meaning was essentially asking how much the hush money was, as long as it wasn't excessive. Well, given that Miss Xiao Yu is so beautiful, the debt can be forgiven. However, I do have something I want you to help with. After saying this, Mo Wentian straightforwardly tossed a second-tier qi-raising pill to Xiao Yu. All right, I will definitely help if I can. Xiao Yu nodded seriously, thinking that Mo Wentian had helped him too much, and given his character, he naturally wouldn't want to owe him too much. Thank you. I won't take it for free. When I have money, I will pay you back. Xiao Yu accepted the pill and kept it close, gratefully saying to Mo Wentian, as you wish. Mo Wentian waved his hand nonchalantly. Brother Mo, if you have something to say, just say it directly. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. We don't need to care about those formalities between us. Xiao Yan said seriously to Mo Wentian. During this time, he had genuinely come to regard this generous fellow villager as a brother. He had suspected Mo Wentian's intentions before, but he could still distinguish whether someone treated him well out of genuine heart. With Mo Wentian's strength, if he wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have any ability to resist. Since that's the case, I'll speak frankly. Little Dr. Fairy, you take Miss Xiao Yu to the backyard for a walk. Mo Wentian said to the curious little Dr. Fairy, who was staring wide-eyed. A little Dr. Fairy replied somewhat reluctantly, but obediently led Xiao Yu to the backyard. Both women were sensible. While their personalities couldn't be described as obedient, they didn't have any princess syndrome and understood right from wrong. After the two sat down on the armchairs next to the square table, Xiao Yan realized that what Mo Wentian was going to say was likely related to his secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, his expression complex yet somewhat serious. Brother Xiao Yan, there's no need to be nervous. This matter is beneficial for both of us. Mo Wentian explained upon noticing Xiao Yan's misunderstanding. Oh, let's hear it. As soon as Xiao Yan heard there was a benefit, his expression relaxed significantly. He didn't want anything unpleasant to happen between him and this fellow villager and confidant. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Xiao Yan must have your own golden finger, right? I want to exchange some pill formulas and combat techniques with you. Mo Wentian said with an innocent demeanor. Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically, turning extremely serious. Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you, Brother Mo. Can I trust you? After all, the difference in strength between us is so huge. Xiao Yan said helplessly. What do you think? With my strength, these are not essential to exchange. If you disagree, it doesn't matter much to me, but for you, Brother Xiao Yan, that might not be the case. Mo Wentian stated honestly, knowing he had intercepted an important opportunity of Xiao Yan's. The flying combat technique and the map to the pure lotus demon fire in that cave are all now in my possession. If Xiao Yan loses this opportunity, whether he can become a Dodi is really uncertain. All right, I trust you. You guessed correctly. I'll exchange. Xiao Yan had a feeling he couldn't describe. If he didn't exchange this time, due to caution, he would definitely regret his future. Good. I indeed did not misjudge you. Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Yan with approval. Having such courage, you truly deserve to be the future ruler of the vast world. A ruler-level expert who will leave a name on the sky ranking. Chapter 149. Still master as greatness, Sai. I really don't understand why at the same age. Brother Mo, you are so powerful, seemingly understanding everything. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Xiao Yan sighed dejectedly and said, being with a freak like Mo Wentian made him unable to control his eyes. If he can talk, then speak more. He, Montak Vencian shamelessly chuckled, instantly easing the serious atmosphere between the two. The highest fighting skill I have here is only at the low earth level. I don't know what Brother Mo wants to exchange. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and then directly spoke up. Everything. And you also need to find a way to get me dozens of alchemy recipes from rank 1 to rank 9. As for rank 9, whatever you can get it. And the Bone Spirit Cold Fire's Subfire. Mo Wentian directly made a bold request. What? How do you know? Why don't you just go and steal it? Brother Mo, this is a bit unfair. Xiaoyan was shocked and stood up from the armchair, speaking excitedly. What are you excited about? It's not like I'm asking you for it. Besides, you can listen to what I want to exchange first and then refuse me. It's not too late. Mo Wentian helplessly stood up and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Let him speak. This kid should have sensed my presence. Xiaoyan heard the old voice of Yao Lao in his ears. Huh. Well, Brother Mo, go ahead and speak. Xiaoyan calmed down, sat back in his chair, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. 1 6th grade pill that can restore soul power, which can greatly enhance one's aptitude and has effects surpassing an ordinary 7th grade pill. The map of the location of the 3rd ranked, the pure Lotus Demon Fire, the advanced fighting skill Roaring Lion, the flying fighting skill Eagle's Wing, and a technique equivalent to the primary heaven-level fighting skill Blue Wave Hand. Mo Wentian quickly listed many items he could trade, although he wanted the complete Bone Spirit Cold Fire. He also knew that this was impossible and would create a rift with Xiaoyan. After all, he was only practicing alchemy, and didn't he really need the main body of the alchemy was not his main business. So Mo Wentian naturally wouldn't he abandon his sword cultivation path for it. Moreover, these items had little effect on him. He felt that it was worth it to exchange for most of the alchemy recipes from a rank 9 alchemist. He also had no time to obtain the pure Lotus Demon Fire. It felt tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. So it was better to exchange for recipes with Xiaoyan, while the Subfire was just a bonus. Mo Wentian can easily promote himself to a Do Emperor strongman, relying on the unnamed cultivation method and the inheritance of the Void Sword God, which is also the reason why he did not exchange for the Burning Decision. What suits him is the best. After all, the number of different fires is limited, and there is no need for him to learn the Burning Decision and compete for different fires with Xiaoyan, becoming an enemy of the future Flame Emperor. Restores soul power. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, having only heard the first sentence of what Mo Wentian said, his gaze looking at Mo Wentian with intense heat. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, your master should really need this. Mo Wentian casually glanced at Xiaoyan's storage ring and said, I believe my soul power exceeds yours by a lot. When did you notice me? An old white-robed man's phantom emerged behind Xiaoyan, looking at Mo Wentian with a serious tone. Teacher, how did you come out? Xiaoyan looked at Yao Lao in surprise. It's fine. Since this kid has already noticed me, if he has any malicious intent, it wouldn't matter where I am. Yao Lao did not show fear upon being discovered by Mo Wentian, speaking very calmly, clearly still confident in his strength even after becoming a soul body. The pupil technique. And besides, the kid's soul power is not much weaker than that of the predecessors. Mo Wentian respectfully smiled and finished speaking, an invisible mental energy appearing around him. Such strong soul power. Your innate soul power should be much stronger than Xiaoyan's. But why do you have 2 different energies in your body, and your Do Qi cultivation is still like this? Yao Lao looked at Mo Wentian in surprise. But after sensing Mo Wentian's Do Qi cultivation, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Weak, right? I have only been cultivating Do Qi for less than a month. As for the other matter regarding my strength, that is my secret and not convenient to disclose. Mo Wentian said indifferently. Well, everyone has their own secrets. It's fine if you don't say. I wonder if what you just said is true. Yao Lao suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked with a kind, grandfatherly demeanor. Of course it's true. Good. We'll exchange. In the end, the two successfully completed the trade, each thinking they had gained a great bargain, and it could be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. Finally, Yao Lao and Mo Wentian worked together to use a special method to separate a bit of the origin of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The two's transaction was considered successfully completed, and then they each returned to seclude themselves for cultivation without further mention. 3 months later, in the morning, Xiao Yin, Xiao Suner, along with the Xiao family disciples and Xiao Yu, arrived at Mo Wentian's shop. Are you ready? Mo Wentian said somewhat helplessly, having heard that they were going to leave. And early in the morning, the little medical fairy had started packing various things, unwilling to throw anything away, and even now had not finished packing. You have completely lost the aura of a little fairy. The silly energy is getting stronger and stronger. Soon, we are about to leave here. These things naturally cannot be left behind. The voice of the little medical fairy could be heard from the room in the backyard, sounding somewhat busy. Brother Mo, no need to rush. We can wait a bit longer, Xiao Yin said with a smile, looking at the helpless Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian felt quite helpless. Besides Yi Lingling, he had Zhu Zhuqing as well. He had never waited for other women like this. But who let Xiao Yixian save his life? Finally, after 10 minutes, Xiao Yixian came out from the backyard carrying a lot of bags. You're not even leaving. Why are you bringing so many things? Where's the spatial ring I gave you? Why didn't you pack them in? Mo Wentian said, looking at Xiao Yixian, who was covered in fragrant sweat, speechlessly. It's all full. The space in the ring is too small. It's not useful at all. It's still better to use Master S. Xiao Yixian replied, somewhat dissatisfied. All right. Next time I'll get you a bigger one. Let us hurry up. If we're late, we'll miss the assessment test. Mo Wentian said as he took the bags from Xiao Yixian and casually tossed them into the time and space divine ring, affectionately patting Xiao Yixian's little head. Don't touch my head. It'll make me less smart. Xiao Yixian playfully dodged Mo Wentian's hand and said, Okay. Mo Wentian awkwardly withdrew his hand. Then, Xiao Yin and the others brought Mo Wentian and Xiao Yixian to the city gate, where the enrollment of Jialan Academy was taking place. The sun was already high in the sky. It was June, and the weather was hot. When Xiao Yu led everyone to try to enter through the back door to meet her mentor for the assessment, a group of people, led by a boastful man, blocked their way. Who allowed you to come in? Hurry up and go to the enrollment square to line up, the arrogant, strong man sneered, blocking their way. It's me. I have already communicated with Mentor Roland in advance, and she has agreed to personally assess the strength of my younger brothers. Xiao Yu stepped forward, glancing at the man with disgust before explaining. Without Mentor Roland's identity token, you can't go past here. Hurry up and go to the enrollment square to line up. The man, named Rob, said. His followers were all members of this enrollment team, and he had come to pursue Xiao Yu. The enrollment square ahead was crowded. It was almost a sea of people. Even if it got dark, it might not be their turn, not to mention the hot weather. Even though everyone was fighters, they would still have to suffer under the sun, making it clear that he wanted to make things difficult for them, especially for the girls with such delicate skin. Getting tanned wouldn't be pretty. Mo Wentian didn't care. It didn't affect him at all, but he also didn't want to waste time waiting in line for the assessment. Xiao Yu had already said it was a privilege allowed by the mentor, yet these upperclassmen were still deliberately not letting them through. Mo Wentian had always been extremely disgusted by such people. What exactly do you want? Xiao Yu's pretty face sank as she coldly looked at Rob. As long as you agree to have dinner with me, I'll let you all pass. What do you think, Xiao Yu? Rob, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yu's dislike for him, put on a false smile and said, while thinking to himself that he would make her warm up to him after he used the expensive item he obtained from an alchemist. No need. I already have a boyfriend. Please stop bothering me, Xiao Yu coldly replied, and then turned to look at Xiao Yin, and after glancing at Mo Wentian, she unexpectedly walked towards Mo Wentian and hugged his arm. Mo Wentian helplessly pulled his arm a few times, but instead of pulling it out, he rubbed it a few times. To outsiders, it seemed as if they were showing off their affection. Mo Wentian awkwardly glanced at Xiao Yu, who was looking at him with a pleading expression. Being soft-hearted as he was, Mo Wentian could only comply. Opposite them, Luobu noticed their intertwined arms, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Oh, what a handsome young man. Is this your boyfriend, Yua, or your brother? Not a biological brother, right? Hope there's no stealing from each other. Haha, it's been 2 months, and you filled out a lot. Honestly, is it? A beautiful woman approached Xiao Yu, holding her other arm and playfully touching her chest with a smirk. Go away and make trouble elsewhere. Don't drag me into it. Xiao Yu quickly pushed away the voluptuous woman. At that moment, several women suddenly appeared behind Luobu, approaching Xiao Yu with warm greetings. They were all Xiao Yu's classmates. What is up, Luobu? Teacher Roland sent us to pick up you. You don't have any objections, do you? The beautiful woman named Xue and I, who is Xiao Yu's good friend, said proudly while looking at Luobu. Since it's Teacher Roland's command, I naturally should let you go. However, as the team leader of the admissions team, I have the duty to identify unqualified students for Teacher Roland. I just happen to have a testing crystal given by Teacher Roland. You all can test it. There are no other testing crystals left. They've all been taken to the front square. This is the last one. If you don't qualify, there's no need to waste Teacher Roland's time. Luobu took out a crystal ball from his spatial ring, smiling with a hint of malice. Kid, you're more pretentious and annoying than the evil soul master prince I've encountered. Let me test if your crystal is real. Mo Wentian pulled away the arm Xiao Yu was holding and stepped forward, looking at Luobu disdainfully. Oomph. I'm enforcing the law impartially. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I'll make you understand that the Geelon Academy is not a place where new students can act arrogantly. Luo Bu glared at Mo Wentian with a grim expression, snorting coldly. If it weren't for maintaining his composure in front of Xiao Yu, he would have already taught this kid a lesson. However, Mo Wentian was destined to be someone he could never reach, a person from an entirely different world. Mo Wentian directly input his soul power into the crystal ball, which instantly lit up brightly, then developed a few cracks and shattered. It should be noted that this crystal ball was extremely expensive and of very high quality. It would light up as long as the input exceeded the 8th stage of Do Qi. However, even mentors at the Do Ling realm could not break it with their Do Qi unless they used methods of higher Do Qi, ignoring the astonished gazes of others. It seemed that you had a fake crystal. You should think about how to compensate the academy for a new testing crystal. Get lost. Montauk Vencian's Hua, filled with soul power, instantly made Rob feel as if his ears were ringing and his spirit was severely injured, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Holding his head. This was too fragile. Everyone saw it. I didn't even touch him. He just wanted to blackmail me. Let's leave. Don't worry about him. He'll probably be fine in a bit. Mo Wentian said innocently to the crowd as if nothing had happened. The few followers looked at Mo Wentian with terrified expressions, as if they were looking at a prehistoric beast, stepping back one step at a time, no longer daring to stop Mo Wentian and the others. They were taken into the temporary residence of the mentors by several senior female students. And Xiao Yixian and the other women were finally no longer worried about being burned by the flames. Hey, Mo brother, do you really have a strength of a Do Wang? Xiao Yin whispered in Mo Wentian's ear, clearly shocked by what had just happened. No, I'm only at the 9th stage of Do Qi. Why would I enter Geelon Academy to study otherwise? Mo Wentian blinked and spoke frankly. Then how did you make that Rob, who was deliberately making things difficult for us, roll on the ground? Xiao Yin clearly did not believe Mo Wentian's words. He knew that high-level alchemists also needed Do Qi cultivation to support them. So Mo Wentian couldn't possibly be as simple as the 9th stage of Do Qi on the surface. It's a secret. You'll know in the future. You should focus on your training. Otherwise, 3 years from now, when you get beaten up by Nailin Yinran, don't blame me for not helping you. I never hit women. Montauk Vencian patet xi ioyans shuda ziliously. Stop with that. I don't believe you haven't hit a woman. Xiao Yin said with a skeptical expression. I really haven't. At most, I've just bullied them. Mo Wentian said helplessly, not caring as he saw Xiao Yin looking at him with disdain. The tense atmosphere among the crowd quickly dissipated with their banter, and they arrived at the temporary residence of Mentor Wolin not far away. Chapter 151. Poor Rob was still rolling on the ground, and none of these women went to check on him, all their eyes shining as they looked at Mo Wentian. In the end, Rob was carried back to the temporary residence by a few followers. Rob had some influence at Geelon Academy, so his subordinates did not dare to really leave him under the scorching sun. However, they followed behind Mo Wentian and the others from distance, not daring to get close. Rob's subordinates had always been arrogant and unrestrained, but unexpectedly, they were so afraid of your cousin. Your cousin can't be a Do Ling powerhouse, right? Shui and I said excitedly, holding Xiao Yu's arm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Mo Wentian, who was chatting and joking with Xiao Yin ahead. Xiao Yixian followed closely behind Mo Wentian, deliberately blocking the other women's line of sight to prevent them from approaching her master. He is not my cousin. He is my cousin's friend. I don't know his background, just that he is a powerful alchemist. He is very easygoing, and he probably used some alchemist techniques just now. Xiao Yu glanced at Mo Wentian, her face slightly flushed, recalling her bold act of hugging him, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. Had she known that Mo Wentian had a way to deal with that pesky Rob, she wouldn't have used him as a shield. Very easygoing? Really? Does that mean I can? Shui and I said with a face full of excitement. Don't even think about it. Did you see if he looked at you once? Although you are very well endowed and have many men pursuing you, he is in a different world from us. With his talent, only a true top-tier woman would be worthy of him. Xiao Yu said, her gaze dimming as she looked at Mo Wentian chatting happily with Xiao Yin ahead. How would you know if you don't try? This isn't your style. If you like him, go after him boldly. That is the Xiao Yu I know. Sister has no hope anymore, but you're so beautiful. Your figure is not inferior to mine, and with those beautiful legs, which man wouldn't be moved? Don't you think so? Shui and I seemed to comfort her, reaching out to touch Xiao Yu's long, slender legs. I didn't expect you to come here so quickly. Rob didn't make things difficult for you, did he? A gentle voice that made Mo Wentian's heart soften came from the tent ahead. In the shadow of the tent, a woman in green was quietly standing there, smiling at the crowd. Her beautiful face wore a warm smile, and her eyes sparkled, making it hard to resist being captivated by her gentle and lively charm. The woman looked to be around 25 years old, with a full and graceful figure, like water, exuding a mature allure polished by time. This kind of mature beauty was rare even for Mo Wentian. Even Rob's timid little followers behind him forgot their fear, their eyes burning as they stared at the woman. Mo Wentian understood how these boys felt. If he weren't already in love with two women, he would also be moved upon seeing her. All right, Mo Wentian admitted he had a bit of a thing for mature women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up with Zhu Zhuqing and become husband and wife. Minter Wolin, you're missed you so much. ISNT, that Rob, lying on the stretcher behind us. Hee. Xiaoyu said warmly as she hugged the woman in green. Did you do this? The woman in green looked at Mo Wentian and the others with some surprise. This has nothing to do with us. He just suddenly collapsed in pain and rolled on the ground, probably has some hidden injuries. Xiaoyu said playfully, smiling at the woman known as Minter Wolin. Well, forget about him. How about it? Did you enjoy your holiday? Minter Wolin gently stroked Xiaoyu's hair. Pretty good, Xiaoyu replied, then leaned closer to Minter Wolin's ear and teased softly. Minter Wolin, they're getting more and more gentle. Do you know that gentle women are like water? In the future, Minter Wolin's man will definitely be completely captivated by this gentle water. Are these all the people you brought? They all seem quite good. Minter Wolin helplessly patted Xiaoyu's head, raising her beautiful chin to look at Mo Wentian and the others. Of course. How about it? This time I brought several geniuses to the academy. Minter Wolin, how will you thank me? Xiaoyu said with a spoiled expression to Minter Wolin. What do you want to do? You must wait for me to test their Do Chi first. Minter Wolin rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu, still looking at Mo Wentian and the others with a gentle gaze. Well, then shall we start now? Xiaoyu said eagerly as she looked at Mo Wentian and the others, wanting to see what Mo Wentian's true strength was. Wait for me a moment. Although Rob is mischievous, he's not really bad. I need to check his injuries first. The kind Minter Wolin showed no airs of a teacher and gently looked at Mo Wentian and the others, saying, approaching Rob. She saw his pained expression and reached out to touch his arm. A faint water blue energy entered Rob's body from his arm, calming the chaotic fighting spirit and mind within him. Her fighting spirit was of the water attribute, which is milder compared to other types and is most suitable for healing injuries. Many mercenary teams have members with water attribute fighting spirit, as it is the only attribute capable of healing injuries besides the wood attribute. Under the nurturing of the water attribute fighting spirit, Rob finally felt a bit better and fell into a deep sleep. Minter Wolin cast a strange glance between Mo Wentian and the others, but still found nothing unusual. Students, although you came with Erasure, and I believe what Erasure said about you being talented, the Academy still needs to differentiate potential levels. So I need to know your exact strength, Minter Wolin said gently after ignoring Rob. Please explain the classification of potential levels to them, she said, pretending to be serious as she looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu became more serious when it came to business and looked at Mo Wentian and the others, saying the 8-stage fighting spirit is F-level potential, which is the standard for entering Canaan Academy. Anyone below this standard cannot enter the academy. The 9-stage fighting spirit is E-level, 1-star fighter is D-level, 2-star is C-level, and 5-star is S-level. As for those above, there are no such geniuses in Canaan Academy, and the age cannot exceed 20. In the past 10 years, there has only been one woman with S-level potential. Xiaoyu continued with a hint of regret in her voice, her expression darkening when speaking of that woman. Chapter 152. Breaking through at the slightest disagreement. What level of potential do you think that handsome guy is? Xuan'ai leaned over and whispered gossip in Xiaoyu's ear, while the other girls clustered around, looking at Xiaoyu with curiosity about her response. I don't know, but I feel he is likely to be around A level. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, not being too definitive. In her feeling, it wouldn't be surprising if Mo Wentian were S-level or even higher. Because of Mo Wentian, Xiaoyan did not have much conflict with the Xiao family's disciples and had advanced to the 5-star fighter realm ahead of time. After advancing to a fighter, the speed of improvement was much faster than during the fighting spirit phase. In just 3 months, Xiaoyan had risen from a 1-star fighter to the level of a 5-star fighter. Mo Wentian has only just reached the stage where he can break through to the fighter realm at any time, but his foundation is quite solid. He has been cultivating with a top-tier technique of a Do Wong for nearly 4 months, which can be said to be unprecedented in the Do Chi stage. Haiyan, Do Chi 9th stage, age 20. Irank, Linli, Do Chi 8th stage, age 19, F rank. Wang Shun, Do Chi 9th stage, age 19. Dihonk, Irank. Dihonk, Xiaoning, Do Chi 8th stage, age 16. Beware, your brother has decent talent. Achieving Do Chi 8th stage at such a young age. So let's make an exception and consider him D rank. Minter Roland praised and glanced at Xiaoyu, but it didn't stir any emotions in her heart. She had seen many geniuses of this level, if not thousands, then at least hundreds. Because Xiao Ning is younger. Minter Roland raised his potential by 1 rank out of consideration for Xiaoyu. Since there were also some students who entered through assessments outside the square, there were still some people queuing in front of them. After more than 10 people had passed, it was finally Mo, Wentian, and the others' turn. None of those people had broken through to the fighter realm, so the highest rank among them was only D rank. Xiao Yan, fighter 5 stars, age 17. S rank potential. What? A genius with S rank potential. This is unbelievable. I didn't expect Yuer's cousin to be such a monster. And the one with him must be even stronger. Shui and I also looked at Xiao Yin and the others in astonishment. The members of the assessment team from Jialan Academy began to discuss in a flurry. However, the order of testing did not stop because of this. Although Minter Wolin was excited, she still patiently continued the assessments. Master, is fighter 5 stars very impressive? What will my potential be then? Little medical fairy tilted her head and whispered in Mo Wentian's ear. I don't know, but it should be the most talented genius in the history of Jialan Academy. Mo Wentian said somewhat helplessly. This little girl always unintentionally mentioned his 3-star fighter cultivation in front of him. Xiao Suner, fighter 1 star, age 16. Before Minter Wolin could recover from her astonishment over Xiao Yin, she heard Xiao Suner's Do Chi level, causing her pen to drop to the ground in shock. My gosh, is this real? Yuer, is your family filled with such geniuses? Minter Wolin couldn't believe it, but the energy fluctuations on the testing crystal clearly indicated that it was true. Minter Wolin, it's my turn. Don't be surprised yet. Please record it for me first, or it will be numb later. Little medical fairy excitedly stepped forward, placed her hand on the testing crystal, and playfully said, Mo Wentian's good disciple, little medical fairy, fighter 3 stars, age 17. Fighter 3 stars. All right. The people around were truly numb. Is this even human? It should be known that even the top forces in the Eastern continent have never seen such a level of genius at this age. Taking a deep breath, Minter Roland wrote SSSS rank monster after Xiao Suner's name. And for Little Medical Fairy, she also wrote SSSS rank monster, but added a sign. The people around looked at Xiao Suner and Little Medical Fairy in shock. Are these people going to refresh their understanding and break the records of their academy one by one? Is fighter 3 stars very impressive? Strange. Why does my master say that a fighter 3 stars is also weak on the continent? Little Medical Fairy seemed genuinely confused and curiously asked Minter Wolin. If one didn't notice the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, Mo Wentian would definitely think she truly didn't understand. Mo Wentian privately said similar words to discourage Xiao Yixian from becoming arrogant, such as calling the Do Wong a chicken and Do Ling nothing at all. Do Wong, a chicken? Your master? Montak Vencian? The people from the Jialan Academy were quite shocked by Xiao Yixian's words. Yes, master, it's your turn. Hurry up and test your Do Wong strength. Let them see what true invincibility is, what true genius is. Goodness. Xiao Yixian didn't give Mo Wentian a chance to react and directly push him forward. Everyone indeed woke up from their shock at Xiao Yixian and were drawn to Mo Wentian, a Do master of 3 stars. Mo Wentian helplessly shrugged and said silently, Everyone, please don't misunderstand. My silly disciple is not joking with you. I'm not a monster, nor have I ever said that. Mo Wentian didn't want to provoke hatred. He knew that even Minter Wolin was just a doling powerhouse, and the people accompanying her didn't know that she was just a teacher. You're Mo Wentian, right? Please report your Do Chi level, Minter Wolin said, her eyes looking at Mo Wentian gently like flowing water. Mo Wentian, Do Chi level 9, age 17. The potential value should be D level, right? Mo Wentian didn't care about the gazes directed at him, but in his heart, he wished to immediately pull little Dr. Immortal into a small dark room to let her know why the flowers were so red. This student, do you really only have Do Chi level 9? I still don't believe it. Did you use some method to hide your strength? Minter Wolin felt a kind of imposing authority from Mo Wentian, along with a faint sense of threat, and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Oh really? Why don't you believe me? Mo Wentian said helplessly as he looked at Minter Wolin and Xiao Yan, and others who had expressions that clearly showed they didn't believe him. Brother Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you, but please check who here doesn't know you before you show off next time. Xiao Yan said with an expression as if he would rather believe in ghosts than trust Mo Wentian's words, which made Mo Wentian feel quite discouraged. All right, wait for me a moment. Look carefully. I'm not lying, Mo Wentian said as he saw that the crowd didn't believe him. He directly sat cross-legged and began to operate the nameless technique and the earth-level technique, causing a massive amount of doqi energy to gather around him and then enter Mo Wentian's body. Mo Wentian didn't intend to hide this fighting energy. Suddenly, a wave of energy that surpassed a fighter's level erupted, causing the surrounding energy to dissipate. Mo Wentian stood up and said, "Now do you believe it? I really am at the 9th level of fighting energy. Oh no, now I'm a 1-star fighter." This left the people around him completely stunned. Breaking through just because of a disagreement? Chapter 153. The Flame Emperor sends the little snake. I believe it. I'm envious. Brother Mo, I didn't expect you to be so intense. Breaking through just because of a disagreement. Impressive. I admire you. Xiao Yan was the first to step forward and respond. Mo Wentian, 1-star fighter, 17 years old. A grade, right? Teacher Roland no longer had any doubts and gave Mo Wentian an A-grade evaluation. Master, you're clearly very strong. Why is your fighting energy so weak? The little medicine fairy looked at Mo Wentian with an innocent expression, feeling a bit guilty. Strength isn't just about the level of fighting energy, it's also about the person. Just like me, born with the fate of an emperor. Even if I'm at the 0 level of fighting energy, I can still easily defeat an ordinary Do Wong expert. Mo Wentian comforted the little medicine fairy, noticing her guilt due to the curious gazes from those around them. This statement was also meant for everyone, implying that they couldn't provoke him, as he was someone who couldn't be measured by fighting energy, except for Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan. The others looked at Mo Wentian as if he were a pretty boy, a creepy uncle deceiving a talented girl into becoming his disciple, which made Mo Wentian quite unhappy. Brother Mo, I want to go out alone to train and cultivate. Would you like to come with me? Xiao Yan said to Mo Wentian with a serious expression. You haven't even entered the academy's gates, and you want to skip school, and you want to drag me along? Don't think I don't know your intentions. If you want to take a leave of absence, Teacher Roland shouldn't refuse you. I won't go train with you. Otherwise, any chance will be lost to you. Mo Wentian refused without hesitation. Xiao Yan was too cunning. He was afraid he couldn't get a leave of absence, so he wanted to take Mo Wentian along. After all, the little medicine fairy was his disciple, and Xiao Suner listened to Xiao Yan very much. Dare to try not giving him a break. Xiao Yan thought the same way. If he dared not give a break, the 4 exceptional geniuses would have no connection to the Jialan Academy. Of course, Xiao Yan underestimated their status in Teacher Roland's eyes. Xiao Yan merely mentioned wanting to take a year off, and Teacher Roland didn't even ask for a reason, just arrange for him to return to school on time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her, and so on. With such a beautiful woman's request, not to mention Xiao Yan, even Mo Wentian couldn't bear to refuse her. In the end, Mo Wentian pulled Xiao Yan aside and arranged, Brother Xiao, you will definitely encounter a powerful woman during this training. You must not get involved with her or provoke her. Otherwise, you will regret it for life. This, Brother Mo, you can't be joking, right? You can know who I'll meet? Xiao Yan looked at Mo Wentian's serious face with suspicion. You can interpret it as my kind of superpower, a golden finger. You must control your restless heart, and don't forget that Suner is still waiting for you. All right, I want to raise a little snake to play with. If you get one, you must consider selling it to me. I'll buy beautiful and cute little snakes at a high price. After finishing his serious advice to Xiao Yan, Mo Wentian suddenly remembered something and showed a creepy uncle expression. Predicting the future? Xiao Yan looked at Mo Wentian in surprise. Seeing Mo Wentian smile without speaking, Xiao Yan became more convinced of his guess. Since that's the case, if I really get a beautiful little snake in the future, I can give it to Brother Mo the next time we meet. Feeling indebted to Mo Wentian, Xiao Yan generously said, forget it. I think it's not good. When you see me next time, I'll give you a 4th grade pill in exchange. Otherwise, I won't feel right. Mo Wentian felt a bit awkward seeing Xiao Yan being overly generous. It's just a little snake, no matter how precious it is. It cannot compare to the brotherhood between me and Brother Mo. Xiao Yan said nonchalantly, completely unaware of what kind of little snake he was offering. All right, Just based on your generosity, Brother Xiao, from now on we are like real brothers. If an enemy bullies you, just come find me. I can't help against Do Huang and above, but below Do Huang is not a problem at all. Mo Wentian was moved by Xiao Yan's generosity in offering a wife and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, speaking passionately. Brother Mo, Brother Xiao, the two big men embraced each other, and their friendship began here, persisting unchanged even as the world fused and they ascended to the realm of domination. Is this the friendship between men? Xun exista. The little medicine fairy looked at the deep brotherhood between Mo Wentian and Xiao Yan and couldn't help but look at the nearby Xiao Suner. Maybe so. Xiao Yan's personality is somewhat similar to your master's, so it's only natural they become brothers. From now on, little medicine fairy should get closer to Suner. Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yan not far away, her eyes flashing with a hint of brilliance, then kindly said to the little medicine fairy, "Yes, when we go to that Jialan Academy, we sisters will dominate it. With Suner and me entering as Do Shi, we should be able to dominate the outer academy, right?" The little medicine fairy wasn't very clear about the situation at Jialan Academy, but still looked at Xiao Suner excitedly and softly said, "Once we have the academy's resources to cultivate, if I want to dominate the outer academy, it shouldn't be difficult. Even for the inner academy, it isn't impossible. Suner will definitely help me achieve my goal." Xiao Suner rarely took the initiative to chat with the little medicine fairy, dropping her cold facade and speaking gently and elegantly. The little medicine fairy used to be a delicate girl, but after being with Mo Wentian, she became more open and lively. Anyone could see that the little girl had some inappropriate thoughts about her master, but no one pointed it out. In the end, the group entered the city and went to the largest restaurant in Wutan City. A few of them, along with Shui and I and Teacher Woolen, had a big feast. Knowing that Xiao Yan was leaving, the usually non-drinking Xiao Suner also pulled the little medicine fairy and kept toasting. Affected by this atmosphere, Xiao Yu and Shui and I also kept drinking with Teacher Woolen. When everyone had drunk enough and collapsed on the table, Xiao Yan, who had already drank quite a bit, went out for a bathroom break. After coming out, he suddenly felt clear-headed, not knowing what method he used to sober up. Without disturbing anyone, Xiao Yan prepared to leave alone. "You're just leaving like this? Not going to say a word to Suner? Brother Xiao?" A voice entered Xiao Yan's mind, which was, of course, the pretending to be drunk Mo Wentian. "Phew, you scared me. Brother Mo, you weren't really drunk?" Xiao Yan, seeing that the few women in the private room had no reaction, let out a sigh of relief. "Of course not. I'm the little prince of the drinking scene. 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How could I get drunk so quickly?" Mo Wentian walked out of the private room and casually closed the door behind him. Neither of them noticed that after the door closed, both the little medical fairy and Xiao Suner subtly twitched their eyebrows. They both underestimated women's drinking capacity. Chapter 154. The changes in the Douluo world. The little medical fairy and Xiao Suner were merely pretending to be drunk. And the little medical fairy was also cooperating with Xiao Suner. "Big brother Mo, you must take good care of Suner while I'm not here. A year later, I will go to the Jialan Academy to meet you all. I won't say goodbye to them. Farewell." Xiao Yan cupped his hands towards Mo Wentian, turned around, and left without looking back. Mo Wentian looked at the young man dressed in black, carrying a heavy ruler on his back, and felt a surge of emotions. This is one of the future rulers of the vast world, starting his journey from here. What will his own future be like? Mo Wentian didn't know, but he was confident that he wouldn't be worse than Xiao Yan. Thus, 7 days later, Mo Wentian and the others left here with the recruitment team of Jialan Academy. Beginning their journey to Jialan Academy, Wutan City was the last stop for recruitment, but it didn't mean they were only recruiting students from Wutan City. They were also looking for talented Dochi practitioners from several surrounding cities. Douluo world. Mo Wentian has been gone for half a year. During this time, the Demon Lord has managed the demon sect in an orderly manner, and its overall strength has surpassed the Haotian sect, which is reputed to be the #1 sect in the world, becoming the strongest sect on the continent. Additionally, they successfully formed an alliance with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, 2 major empires. Even the Spirit Hall dares not act recklessly, having to wait for Pope Bibi Dong to be free. The Spirit Hall has sensed an unprecedented crisis. If the Haotian sect, which has a blood feud with the Spirit Hall, joins the fray, the Spirit Hall's lofty position could be jeopardized. If everything continues to develop as usual, Bibi Dong should now be at the 7th trial of the Rakshasa God 9th test, and when she reaches the 8th trial, she will likely be unable to restrain herself from confronting the alliance led by the 2 empires. However, the alliance of these forces ensures that events will not continue to develop normally. If they did, the the spirit hall would be on the brink of destruction. One day, Pope Bibidong suddenly brought dozens of tidal Douluos to the seaside of the continent. After drifting for half a month, they arrived at a moderately sized hidden island. Bibidong somehow managed to invite the Grand Elder of the Offering Hall, the Spirit Hall's anchor, the 99th level ultimate Douluo, Douluo. As soon as they landed on Evil God Island, they felt a wave of pressure coming at them. Who dares to trespass on Evil God Island? A dignified voice came from the central hall of the island. A middle-aged man dressed in white with white hair walked out from the central hall and quickly approached Bibidong and her companions. At the same time, title-level experts occasionally appeared from all directions, standing behind the white-haired man, who was the grand offering of Evil God Island, Luo Feng. You must be Luo Feng, the grand offering of the Evil Soul Masters. I come on behalf of the Spirit Hall to seek reconciliation with Evil God Island. Are you interested in cooperating with the Spirit Hall? Bibidong did not display an overbearing demeanor because she knew that with her current strength, she might not be a match for the white-haired middle-aged man before her. The enmity between the Spirit Hall and Evil God Island has a long history, with Evil God Island always being the oppressed side. Since the establishment of the Spirit Hall, its purpose has been to suppress the forces of Evil Soul Masters. This has even led to a struggle among the deities of the Divine Realm, resulting in a pact that states as long as the Spirit Hall exists, the strongest of the Evil Soul Masters shall be forbidden from leaving Evil God Island by even a step, or they will be personally sanctioned by the deities. Unless one day the Spirit Hall agrees to allow Evil God Island to emerge. Oh, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten that the Evil Soul Masters and the Spirit Hall have been enemies for generations, with a feud of life and death? Luo Feng said with a dismissive tone, seemingly unconcerned by Bibidong's words. You only have the option of reconciliation. Otherwise, do not blame the Spirit Hall for immediately suppressing Evil God Island, Douluo interjected, unable to stand watching others show off in front of him. The imposing aura of the 99th level ultimate title Douluo surged forth, pressing down on those from Evil God Island. Although the number of title Douluos appeared similar, the Spirit Hall had more title Douluos above 95th level than Evil God Island, giving Douluo enough confidence to speak this way. Despite appearing to be both 99th level title Douluos, there was still a significant gap between divine level martial spirits and ordinary top level martial spirits. Go ahead and try, at worst. We will perish together, Luo Feng replied with a cold laugh, his own aura also surging forth. How dare they be so arrogant on their own territory? He was not a fool and was well aware of the current situation on the continent, understanding the intentions of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall merely wanted the Evil Soul Master forces to reveal themselves and act as a buffer to restrain the development of the demon sect and its allied forces, hoping for mutual destruction. However, he really had no way to refuse. If the Spirit Hall agreed to tear up the pact, it would mean he could leave Evil God Island, and the Spirit Hall would temporarily abandon its oppression of the Evil Soul Masters. In the end, the two sides did not come to blows, and what happened remains unknown. All that is known is that half a month later, the forces of the Evil Soul Masters would begin to emerge on the continent. At the headquarters of the demon sect, the high-ranking members are gathered in the council hall. At the top center sits the Demon Lord, followed by title Douluos such as Poison Douluo, Holy Spirit Douluo, and Nine-Heart Douluo. If Mo Wintian were here, he would notice that there are also the 4 Elemental Academy's deans, all of whom are Peak Soul Douluos. The deans of the 4 Elemental Academies and the Dean of the Plant Academy have all submitted to the demon sect. With the supply of elixirs from the demon sect, their strengths have also improved. Now that everyone is here, I will share the latest information obtained by our spies. The predicament we face is such that a slight misstep could lead to total failure. The Evil Soul Master forces have reached some sort of agreement with the Spirit Hall and are about to emerge. What are your thoughts? The Demon Lord said with a serious expression, clearly harboring a strong dislike for the Evil Soul Masters, yet patiently discussing countermeasures with the high-ranking members of the demon sect. Demon Lord, why don't we let a few elders break through their current levels and advance to title Douluo? With stronger individual strength, we won't fear powerful enemies, and the demon sect won't be at risk of destruction, Poison Douluo suggested after a moment of contemplation. You make a valid point. Holy Spirit Douluo, what do you think? The Demon Lord turned to Old Jack. I believe we can also strive for an alliance with the Haotian sect. The strength of the Haotian sect is not much less than ours, and I have some connections with Tang Hao that can facilitate communication, Old Jack said, recalling what Mo Wintian had instructed him. Notification. Continue writing, but it won't be 1 or 2 chapters a day, as I haven't been fully committed. Lacking motivation. Sigh. The editor rejected it, alas. Chapter 155. Continuous breakthrough. Since Xiao was not been exposed, Tang San and Xiao Wu are still training together at this time. Tang Hao did not mention anything about women affecting the speed of cultivation. In his heart, he actually hoped that Tang San and Xiao Wu would have a little Tang San. However, fate is always difficult to fathom. Escaping one calamity may only be temporary, and no one can predict what the future holds. In the Douluo Great Forest, in an open-air canyon, waterfalls flow and mountains and valleys create a beautiful scene. First hammer, second hammer, 36th hammer, 80 hammer, the ultimate unity, chaotic wind hammer technique. Tang San, holding a wooden hammer, practiced the chaotic wind hammer technique against the strong current under the 100-foot waterfall. Time and again he faced failure, but his indomitable spirit was fully displayed here. Not far from the waterfall, on the riverbank, Xiao Wu was also diligently cultivating her soul power, occasionally opening her eyes to glance at Tang San, who was training hard. Little San is such a good and diligent child. To have a child like him is truly a blessing earned over several lifetimes, she sighed. On the mountain, two figures sat facing each other. One was the Hao Chen of Tang Hao, and the other, who spoke, was the Holy Spirit old Jack. Yes, little San has always been different from other children, understanding and filial. Even with my shortcomings, he has never blamed me as a father. Thinking about it, I really feel guilty toward Yin's trust, Tang Hao said, not arguing with old Jack, but expressing his sentiments. I came to find you this time. You should have heard the news. Do you remember the promise regarding that pill? I am here on behalf of the Demon Master to fulfill the promise. Old Jack did not engage in much small talk. Seeing that Tang Hao had mostly recovered, he cut straight to the point and said, I knew you, old man. Wouldn't come without a reason. Just tell me what you need me to do. Tang Hao's injuries had improved significantly, but he was not fully healed. It seemed that he had not consumed all of the elixir he obtained from forging the 9-color sword sheath for Mo Wentian. Return to the Haotian sect and join forces with the demon sect to resist the Evil Soul Island and the Spear Hall. In a month, there will be the Tiando City Alliance Conference. I hope you can represent the Haotian sect. After old Jack said this lightly, he did not give Tang Hao a chance to refuse and turned to leave. On the Douluo continent, after half a month's journey, Mo Wentian finally arrived at the Jialan Academy with the enrollment team led by Mentor Ruolin. Jialan Academy is located in the central part of the eastern continent. Ancient and powerful, perhaps the academy itself is not top tier in strength, but countless peak powerhouses have emerged from here. Each one is a renowned figure in their own right. So even top-tier forces would think twice before offending Jialan Academy. The strength of an academy is not measured by the quality of its faculty, but by the strength of its alumni. If Jialan Academy were to face a crisis one day, the powerful figures who emerge from here would gather, and their strength would be no less than that of a top-tier force. Moreover, as far as Mo Wentian knows, the president of Jialan Academy has a close relationship with the Lei clan of the ancient 8 clans. This is also a crucial reason why Jialan Academy remains standing. In any world without a strong background, it is hard to develop and grow. However, there are exceptions for those with luck and special abilities, like Mo Wentian, who established his own force as soon as he entered Jialan Academy. Jialan Academy also has an organization similar to a student council. When Mo Wentian first entered the academy, he was only an A-grade talent, which was decent but not top tier. However, Little Physician and Xiao Suner had astonishing potential and naturally received many invitations from internal forces to join. Even the strong from the inner academy made exceptions to accept the 2 girls as disciples, allowing them to directly enter the inner academy for training. But the 2 girls decisively refused, citing they were waiting for a man. Xiao Suner said she was waiting for her brother Xiao Yan, while Little Physician said she wanted to stay in the outer academy to serve her master. Somehow this news spread quickly, and the 2 exceptionally talented and beautiful girls were known to have owners. Yet both were at the lowly Dough fighter level. Xiao Yan and Mo Wentian naturally became the targets of envy. However, with Xiao Yan absent, the jealousy and hatred fell solely on Mo Wentian. As a result, there were often some foolish students who sought trouble with Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian, not daring to use his soul power within the academy, could only deal with them using Dou Qi. After all, this place is filled with strong individuals. And if anyone discovered that he had ulterior motives for entering the academy, or that a Dou fighter could possess the strength of a Dou Wang, he would surely be captured and used as a lab rat. So, in a fit of anger, Mo Wentian directly established his own force, the Demon Sect. The first to join his force were naturally Little Physician and the well-connected Xiao Suner. Eventually, Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning took the initiative to join. Knowing that the Xiao family members all had Dou Di bloodlines and would surely become powerful figures in the future, Mo Wentian did not refuse. After cultivating Dou Qi, Mo Wentian understood the power gap between Douluo and Dupo. Even peak Dou Huang strong individuals were stronger than ordinary title Douluo from Douluo continent. Mo Wentian even felt that ordinary Dou Zong strong individuals could rival extreme title Douluo. Xiaolan Academy does not lack Dou Zong strong individuals. And Mo Wentian was also very cautious in his actions, not daring to expose his soul power cultivation, only displaying his Dou Qi cultivation. In a separate small courtyard, Mo Wentian sat cross-legged, cultivating Dou Qi. The Dou Qi energy in the air here was much denser than in the Garma Empire. Mo Wentian's soul power level had reached level 59, but he was at the Soul Saint realm. This is the benefit of obtaining the 7th soul ring early. Only a special martial soul, like the 7-leaf grass, could have such a function, breaking the rules of the Douluo continent. As long as the restrictions on the 8th and 9th soul rings were lifted, Mo Wentian could even immediately break through the titled Douluo realm without affecting his foundation, as his level was still in the 50s and 60s, allowing him to level up first and then solidify his foundation. After leveling up, his strength would also be that of a titled Douluo, and such an extraordinary martial soul could only be the 7-leaf grass that had advanced to 9-leaf grass. The surrounding Dou Qi energy began to gather into Mo Wentian's meridians. After a short while, Mo Wentian, who had just advanced to Dou Fighter less than a month ago, felt a violent wave of Dou Qi and advanced to the 3-star Dou Fighter realm. Master, have you broken through again? A voice filled with disbelief came from the entrance, as Mo Wentian had just broken through once on his way here. To break through again now was naturally shocking to Xiao Yixian. In this independent small courtyard, there were a total of 4 houses, each occupied by Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian, leaving one house empty. This vacant house was something many people had racked their brains to get into, but it was specifically reserved for Xiao Yan by Xiao Suner. In a highly valuable Jialan Academy, very few outer disciples could have an independent courtyard. Only the top 10 in the outer court were qualified to possess one. However, these were specially awarded to Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian by the Academy, and Mo Wentian could stay here purely because of the 2 girls' influence. Chapter 156. Inner Court Selection Competition. Even in the outer court of Jialan Academy, there were hidden talents and complex powers. Mo Wentian did not dare to underestimate anyone, especially without using soul power or spiritual power. The strongest force was the law enforcement team, and there were many genius figures in this generation, some of whom were not weaker than Xiao Suner and Xiao Yixian. For instance, there was a little demoness who complicated the feelings of both Mentor Wulin and Xiao Yu, and another guy named Baishan, who had been persistently pursuing Xiao Suner. Mo Wentian had no time to deal with that. Without exposing his physical and soul powers and relying solely on fighting energy, he had no confidence in defeating Baishan, who was a 5-star fighter. He even heard about a guy who grew up in the law enforcement team, exuding a murderous aura, and had been honing his skills in the chaotic and deadly Blackhorn region. However, these matters had little to do with Mo Wentian for now. He continued to practice fighting energy day by day, and with the resources provided by the Academy, his progress was astonishing. A month later, Mo Wentian broke through several stars and advanced to a 6-star fighter. 2 months later, he broke through 2 more stars and reached the 9-star fighter level. 3 months later, he finally broke through to the fighter realm. Within just a year of cultivation, Mo Wentian smoothly ascended to the fighter realm with an incredibly solid foundation. There were hardly a few fighting energy practitioners on the entire continent who could be compared to him. This was the cultivation speed of the 5th layer of the Nameless Technique, and Mo Wentian couldn't help but scoff at the so-called burning techniques and heaven-level techniques on the fighting energy continent. With such a cultivation speed, he didn't need overly powerful fighting energy techniques. He only needed to focus on learning fighting skills, as the fighting energy techniques merely facilitated a faster conversion into fighting energy. The main focus of cultivation was still on the Nameless Technique, and perhaps the 12th layer was equivalent to the level of a fighting emperor. Mo Wentian's comparison of strength to Douluo was merely personal speculation. The lower-level comparisons might be correct, but anything above God level was just his fanciful imagination. In terms of rarity, the peak of Do Sheng was the strongest on the fighting energy continent, likely on par with the Douluo God King. Knock knock. Komein. Hee master. The Inner Court Selection Competition will be held in 3 days. Are we going to participate? Suner said she wants to wait for Xiao Yin to join the next inter-court selection competition. Xiao Yixian, with a smile on her face, came to Mo Wentian's room and asked, "And you?" Mo Wentian asked succinctly, "I want to accompany Suner." "You see, Master, can you wait until the next round to participate?" "Of course, if you insist on going to the inter-court, I will definitely accompany you," Xiao Yixian said shyly. "I knew you wanted to accompany that girl Suner, so go ahead. Besides, anyone who can enter the inter-court is a powerful fighter at the great fighter level. I'm just a fighter. It's better not to go. Otherwise, it might be inconvenient to go in now." Mo Wentian thought for a moment and affectionately patted Xiao Yixian's head. Master is the best. Minter Wolin asked me when you would return to class. She has been waiting for you for 3 months. Xiao Yixian said happily while recalling Minter Wolin's request. "Let's go check tomorrow and take the opportunity to meet these classmates." Mo Wentian reminisced about the time when he first entered the Tiando Royal Primary Academy, feeling a bit emotional. Those classmates were probably the best batch of students, and he had taken them all into the Demon Gate. This was the effect of luck. Geniuses who might only be seen once in 100 years appeared to be just passers-by next to Mo Wentian, not seeming extraordinary at all. "Then I'll go tell Minter Wolin." Xiao Yixian, seeing that there was nothing more for her to do, returned to class to study fighting energy knowledge. She was determined to learn it well and come back to teach Mo Wentian, not wanting to miss a single class. Mo Wentian privately sought her out to learn and inquire about fighting energy cultivation knowledge quite a bit. Since Mo Wentian joined the Jialan Academy, he has not attended any classes apart from enjoying the Academy's resources on Duki knowledge. The 3 of them were all recruited by Minter Wolin, so they are considered her students. The mentors at Jialan Academy are divided into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Outer Academy has mentors of the Xian and Huang levels teaching Duki cultivation. Minter Wolin is merely a Huang-level mentor, and many Huang-level mentors must have envied her for having talents like Mo Wentian and the others. Once they enter the Inner Academy, Minter Wolin can benefit from their success and be promoted to a Xian-level mentor, gaining access to better cultivation resources. Therefore, she is very tolerant of Mo Wentian. Fortunately, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner are relatively obedient and rarely skip classes. However, although Mo Wentian does not plan to enter the Inner Academy, he chose to sign up for the competition after Xiao Yixian's departure. He has 2 purposes. One is to enter the library, and the other is to gain some practical combat experience. Only the top 5 in the Inner Academy selection competition are qualified to enter the library, which contains various Earth-level Do techniques, whose power is absolutely comparable to that of a Soul Ring skill. 3 days later, the Inner Academy selection competition officially begins. The top 5 not only gain a spot in the Inner Academy, but also have the opportunity to enter the library to select cultivation techniques. Even high-level Earth Do techniques can be found in the library, and it is rumored that some have even obtained heavenly-level techniques from there. I hope you all achieve satisfactory rankings. The judge hosting the competition did not waste words and immediately announced the best rewards for the competition, boosting the morale of the participating students. Next, we invite Long Duo to the stage to compete against Shilong. After the judge called out, 2 young men walked up from the audience. They were not new students, but rather older disciples of the Outer Academy. Once they were on stage, they wasted no time talking and directly engaged in combat. The exciting duel between the 2 quickly drew cheers from the audience. The tall and powerful student named Long Duo displayed a heavy and stable Earth Yellow Duki, indicating he had Earth Attribute Duki, while the smaller one named Shilong had Wind Attribute Duki, focusing on agility and elegance. Shilong launched a fierce attack right away, while Long Duo was busy defending and passively taking hits. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of blows. Mo Wentian looked at the old students from these academies and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Compared to the geniuses of Douluo continent, the combat experience of these students from Duki continent was clearly much better. "Master, that big fool is so dumb. He just passively takes hits. It seems he's about to lose." Since all the students, even those not competing, had come to watch as spectators, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner naturally followed Mo Wentian's side. "Otherwise, I actually think that big fool might win." Mo Wentian shook his head and said seriously. Xiao Suner beside him also nodded in agreement. "Why is that? Isn't he just defending all the time?" Xiao Yixian asked in confusion. Although she had made rapid progress since the beginning of her cultivation and had rich theoretical knowledge, she still lacked experience in both vision and practical combat. "Sister Yixian, sometimes you can't just look at the surface of things. That big fool has been passively defending, unable to keep up with that wind element Dome Master S speed. But he hasn't consumed much Do Chi. He has been standing still in defense, responding to changes without moving. The arena beneath his feet has obvious depressions, indicating that most of the attacks have been absorbed by the ground. After a while, when the wind element Dome Master Do Chi is almost depleted, who do you think will have the greater advantage then? Xiao Suner, coming from one of the ancient 8 clans, had a perspective that was naturally superior to that of the grassroots Xiao Yixian. Well, Suner is right. Although the wind element Dome Master's attacks seem fierce, the earth element Dome Master is the most suitable for defense. Besides, that big fool also knows a gravity technique to reduce Do Chi consumption. In just a few rounds, the situation will likely reverse. Mo Wentian glanced at Xiao Suner and explained, clearly surprised by her insight, but not finding it strange given her background. These students were all recruited from various empires in the eastern continent, so their Do Chi techniques were not of high level. Such fierce attacks could not be sustained without high-level Do Chi techniques. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, the wind element Dome Master realized his Do Chi was running low and began to slow down his attack intensity, but by then it was already too late. The seemingly foolish Long duo was actually quite shrewd. The moment Shilong, the wind element Dome Master, eased his attacks, he launched a fierce counterattack without hesitation. The earthy Do Chi erupted from him, forming a fist like a boulder, striking at the back of the wind element Dome Master. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from the big fool, the wind element Dome Master Shilong had no choice but to raise his limited Do Chi to form a protective barrier. The result was predictable in no time. Without Do Chi support, the wind element Dome Master Shilong was quickly knocked off the arena. Next match, Mo Wentian faced by Su. Mo Wentian had planned to continue watching, but didn't he expect the second match to be his own duel? Since the venue needed adjustments, Mo Wentian had some preparation time. Master, you must be careful. Young Master Bai Su is one of the top 3 powerful figures in our outer academy, a strong contender for first place. How could the academy let you face such a person so soon? It's really outrageous. They even want me to leave you and enter the inner academy. What a dream. Xiao Yixian said worriedly, looking at Mo Wentian. In her heart, she had never truly believed that Mo Wentian was a Do Wang-level powerhouse. Seeing him face such a strong opponent in his first match made her glance disapprovingly at the old judges. All right, when soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it. Since I can be your master, my strength is certainly not as simple as it seems. It's reasonable for the academy's upper management to test like this. Mo Wentian thought quite openly and comfortingly patted Xiao Yixian's little head. Ahem, in public. If you don't want to be beaten up by those envious eyes of thousands of male students, it's better to be cautious. Not far away, Ruolin approached, her face slightly flushed as she reminded them. Teacher Ruolin, you misunderstood. Anyway, it's my turn to compete now. Mo Wentian looked at Teacher Ruolin and Suner, who had expressions that said they didn't believe him, and he felt too lazy to explain. Looking at Xiao Yixian beside him, he found her shyly lowering her head, making it hard to expect her to explain anything. He couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. As for the envious gazes of those around, Mo Wentian didn't care at all. If Yi Lingling were here, he would dare to openly show affection. For without the spirit of even if there are thousands against me, I will go. How could he say I love you? Bai Su, known as Young Master Bai Su, was one of the strongest students in the outer academy, possessing the strength of a 5-star Do Master. Although I know your strength is not as simple as it appears. Don't be careless. He has trained alone in the Blackhorn region, a place that devours people without spitting out bones, for over a year. His combat ability is extremely strong. Be careful, Teacher Ruolin said earnestly, looking at Mo Wentian. I will. Mo Wentian replied, and then nonchalantly stepped onto the competition stage. Mo Wentian's appearance on stage attracted countless eyes, but most people had expressions of amusement, and most of these were male students. Although Mo Wentian had only been at the academy for half a semester, he had already made a name for himself in the outer academy, not because of his impressive strength, but because he was a mediocre fighter who managed to become the master of the little medical fairy and had a very good relationship with Xiao Suner, which naturally aroused jealousy among other men. However, amidst the crowd below, there were still some supporters of Mo Wentian. While his looks couldn't be compared to the likes of Pan, Un, or Songyu, he was still considered handsome. Additionally, over the past 3 months, Mo Wentian had defeated some senior students who had troubled him, so he had naturally gained some female admirers. Having looks alone wouldn't attract attention from the opposite sex, but having both looks and strength made it easy to be pursued by girls. As the cheers from some new female students supporting Mo Wentian echoed, it indeed attracted many women to cheer for him. I didn't expect that even though Wentian usually doesn't come out much, he is quite popular with girls. Minter Woolen said with a smile, while watching those girls cheering for Mo Wentian. Of course, my master is so handsome. It's normal for him to be popular with girls. Isn't that right, Sister Suna? The little medical fairy proudly raised her head and said, not forgetting to ask Xiao Suner beside her. Well, Brother Wentian's personality is quite similar to Brother Xiao Yan's, and he's even gentler, so he should be more popular with girls. Xiao Suner nodded in agreement. So I wonder what those male students in the academy will think if they know their goddess is already taken. Minter Woolen shook her head helplessly, not denying what the two girls said. Just as Mo Wentian was getting a bit impatient, a flamboyantly dressed man with kidney deficiency walked up from the arena. He wore all white, with a white hat on his head and a folding fan in his hand, resembling the character from Journey to the West. Are you the little pretty boy Mo Wentian who hides behind women? Fighting you really makes me feel disgusted. Just admit defeat. The kidney-deficient man, Bai Su, looked at Mo Wentian with disdain. You must be that kidney deficiency, Bai Su. I've heard your practical combat skills are quite strong. I want to see if you are as weak as you look. Mo Wentian shot back, not willing to back down. Don't try to outsmart me with words. Let us see whose strength speaks the truth, Bai Su sneered, shaking the folding fan in a showy manner. Well said. Then let us see whose strength is real. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Mo Wentian looked at Bai Su in surprise, not expecting him to be equally sharp-tongued, so he said dismissively, then let me see what abilities you have that allow you to give me 3 moves, so you can win the favor of the little medical fairy and Sister Suner. Bai Su said angrily, noticing the women in the audience supporting Mo Wentian, which made him even more furious. Golden fighting spirit burst forth, transforming into a sharp golden giant sword, charging fiercely towards Mo Wentian's vital point. This was an advanced fighting skill called Golden Sword, which was one of the important reasons Bai Su ranked among the top 3 in the Outer Academy. Mo Wentian's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He did not expect young Master Baiyun to initiate such a grand battle right away, aiming to defeat him in one move without giving him any chance to resist. However, Mo Wentian's immortal step was not to be underestimated. His figure floated like an immortal, appearing slow but actually quite fast. No matter how young Master Baiyun controlled the giant sword to stab at him, it could not touch the hem of Mo Wentian's clothes. You can't do it. You can't hit me. Your speed is too slow. It's really weak. After 3 moves, I'm going to launch my attack. Let me show you what a true sword cultivator is. Mo Wentian sneered, reminding him nonchalantly. The ghost vine parasitic sword flew out of the 9-colored sword sheath at his waist, darting through the sky like a swimming dragon. All swords returned to their origin. Mo Wentian did not hold back either, using his fighting spirit to release his 5th soul skill. He discovered that using fighting spirit of the same level to release soul skills not only did not weaken their power, but actually enhanced it significantly. Countless ghost vine parasitic swords emitting a cold gleam appeared in the air, surrounding young Master Baiyun. What? Is this a high-level Earth-ranked fighting skill? Its power is so strong. Young Master Baiyun looked at the ghost vine parasitic swords radiating cold light from all directions, his legs trembling in shock. It should be noted that Earth-ranked fighting skills were considered the highest-level fighting skills on the Duki continent. Sky-ranked skills only existed in ancient forces or ruins, being legendary entities. So he did not dare to think beyond that. Young Master Baiyun's face grew serious, but he did not immediately surrender. Although he knew he was likely no match for Mo Wentian, if he did not dare to take even 1 move, he would not only be ridiculed, but would also lose his fighting spirit as a warrior, which would surely affect his future cultivation progress. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. With a serious expression, he took out a pure white pill and stuffed it into his mouth. A vast fighting spirit surged from within him. As a 5-star great fighter, his fighting spirit surged dramatically, almost reaching the peak of a 9-star great fighter. Fighting spirit transforms into a shield, a mid-level mysterious fighting skill, transforming into a golden shield. Bang, bang, bang. Countless powerful ghost vine parasitic swords, radiating sharp cold light, rushed toward the shield, and soon, cracks appeared in the massive protective barrier under the force of these fierce impacts. The ghost vine parasitic swords crashed into young Master Baiyun's protective barrier as if they were free of charge, and even the mid-level mysterious defensive fighting spirit could not withstand Mo Wentian's swords. Crack! The protective barrier shattered, and more than half of the ghost vine parasitic swords phantoms remained. I surrender. Young Master Baiyun's face turned pale at the sight, and he said without hesitation, being struck by these phantoms of the ghost vine parasitic swords. He knew that not only would he be humiliated, but he could also lose his life. What good would pride do then? Dozens of phantoms of the ghost vine parasitic swords accurately stopped just 3 centimeters in front of young Master Baiyun. Such precise control. This Mo Wentian kid is extraordinary. An old figure on the platform nodded in approval while watching Mo Wentian. Vice Dean Hu Qian, this kid's soul power is clearly very strong. I've heard that this student named Mo Wentian is also a highly ranked alchemist from Wutan City and has sold second-tier pills. Next to the old figure was an old man in a red robe who spoke meaningfully. Old Fire, just say what you have to say. Don't try to confuse me, the old man, Vice Dean Hu Qian of the Jialan Academy, said. He held a high position in the outer academy, and few could match his power. However, he showed a sense of equality and even respect towards the old man he referred to as Old Fire, as if they were old friends. This Mo Wentian, I want it for the alchemy department, Old Fire said after a moment's thought, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I've heard he doesn't even want to enter the inner academy. Are you sure he will agree to join the alchemy department? Vice Dean Hu Qian said with a somewhat helpless tone. Not necessarily. He is an alchemist himself. Joining the alchemy department would only benefit his cultivation. His reluctance to join the inner academy might also be because he feels his current strength is not enough to overwhelm the geniuses there. So, he should not refuse to join my alchemy department, Old Fire said with some confidence. Then it's up to you. As long as you can persuade him, I have no objections. However, I must remind you that I have met this kid privately, and he is quite stubborn, unwilling to enter the inner academy. If he can join the alchemy department, that would be great. I'm actually looking forward to it, Vice Dean Hu Qian said, shaking his head helplessly with a smile. Old Fire nodded, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had long heard of this student named Mo Wentian and had secretly gathered detailed information about him. Therefore, he was absolutely confident that he could successfully invite Mo Wentian to join the alchemy department. Aside from not knowing Mo Wentian's background, he was well aware of everything Mo Wentian had done. He had also thoroughly investigated the pills Mo Wentian refined and his relationship with the Little Medicine Fairy. He greatly appreciated Mo Wentian's character of repaying kindness, genuinely wishing for him to inherit his legacy without any ulterior motives. Because of the esteemed status of alchemists on the Duki continent, the alchemy department of Jialan Academy was independent of both the inner and outer academies, wielding significant power. No one dared to offend him as the head of the alchemy department. It could be said that being valued by him made Mo Wentian extremely fortunate. At this moment, Mo Wentian was still unaware that his background had been thoroughly investigated. I'll try to update more tomorrow. These days I've been busy starting a new Douluo, and this one hasn't performed too well in subscriptions, while the free version has done okay. So, I reopened a Douluo fanfiction, and the concept is almost ready. I hope to update more tomorrow. I hope everyone supports the subscriptions and votes. Chapter 159. In this match, Mo Wentian wins. As Mo Wentian emerged victorious, the female students supporting him erupted into even more intense cheers, making the male students envious to the point of turning red, yet they dared not trouble Mo Wentian anymore, as his strength was enough to silence the doubts from the outer academy. Mo Wentian lightly descended from the stage, not bothering to look at the already exhausted by Yun Gongzi on the ground, seeing him as just a defeated opponent not worthy of his attention. Montauk Vencian, the vice president is looking for you. A crisp and gentle voice suddenly came from behind Mo Wentian, who was talking with Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner, and it was the voice of Mentor Ruoro. Huh, didn't you say not to join the inner academy for now? What does he want from me? This is so strange. Although he said that, Mo Wentian still went over. After all, the vice president's strength was far above his actual ability. He didn't pay attention to today's competition, as he had already fought and had no more matches today. Arriving in an office, Mo Wentian saw 2 old men by the desk. One of them, wearing a fiery red robe, prominently displayed 6 stars on his chest. This red robe was the attire of an alchemist, indicating that this old man was a 6th-rank alchemist. The other was naturally Hu Qian, the president of the outer academy of the Jialan Academy, whose strength had already reached the Do Huang level. Although the peak Do Huang might not even compare to an elder in the inner academy of Jialan Academy, he was still very strong in Mo Wentian's eyes. A peak Do Huang could already match an average title Douluo, and even if Mo Wentian tried his best, he might not necessarily defeat him. Of course, this was based on the principle that experience matters. Mo Wentian's combat experience was certainly not comparable to his. If Mo Wentian's combat experience could keep up, he would not be without a chance against him. With a flicker of insight, a hint of golden light subtly appeared in Mo Wentian's eyes as he realized that the old man in red was not just a 6th-rank alchemist, but also a Do Huang with 8 stars. President, what do you need from me? Mo Wentian asked humbly. Although his tone was polite, there was no trace of fear in his expression. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to join the Inner Academy this time. The reason I asked you to enter the Inner Academy the day before was for your future. I would actually prefer for you to stay in the Outer Academy. It's old Fire who wants to see you. I'm just conveying the message. Hu Qian said with irritation, looking at Mo Wentian. This kid was polite in speech, but had a resolute attitude that made it useless no matter what he said. Oh, Mo Wentian looked at the person called Old Fire with some confusion, not understanding why he wanted to see him and why he was putting on such a show to meet him. Indeed, not arrogant or impatient, a good seedling. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an alchemist, right? I am the head of the alchemy department at Jialan Academy. The alchemy department is independent of both the inner and outer academies, so its status doesn't need further explanation. I want you to join the alchemy department and inherit my legacy. I wonder what you think about that. Old Fire said directly, looking at Mo Wentian with satisfaction as he adjusted his beard. I'm afraid I can't. I don't want to inherit or manage any alchemy department. I'm used to being free and lazy, and I don't want to be restricted. Mo Wentian hesitated for a moment and then answered honestly. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I believe you may not fully understand the special status of the alchemy department in Jialan Academy. Moreover, joining the alchemy department doesn't require you to do anything, and no one can restrict you. The resources of pill, formulas, and spiritual herbs in the entire Jialan Academy can be provided to you unconditionally. I'm cultivating you and want to take you as my disciple. You can consider it. Old Fire couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, glancing at the gloating Hu Qian before looking back at Mo Wentian. I already have a master. Mo Wentian thought of his cheap master and said helplessly, you're not lying to me, are you? I can see that your pill refining techniques are not like traditional methods at all. Although the quality of the pills is good, it's clear that your refining methods are quite crude and definitely haven't gone through systematic learning. After saying this, Old Fire took out a 2nd-rank pill and looked at Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian took a glance and found that it was indeed the ascending chi pill he had refined. He couldn't help but think that it must have been traded for poison by that gluttonous little disciple of his. He never expected it to end up in the hands of such a person. Yes, I do have a master, although he passed away early and never personally taught me. I cannot be ungrateful and switch to them. Seeing that the old man in front of him saw through him, Mo Wentian didn't hide and said half-truthfully, Good. Haha, you are loyal and righteous. I indeed did not misjudge you. Since you do not wish to be my disciple, I won't force you. But I still want to seriously invite you to join the alchemy department to learn systematic refining methods. The conditions remain unchanged. What do you think? The old man, known as Fire Old Man, shouted loudly, scaring Mo Wentian so much that he shivered internally, almost drawing his weapon spirit out of its sheath. He never expected he was being praised. Fire Old Man, why are you acting so surprised? I thought you were trying to bully me, a talented student from the Outer Academy. The dean, Hu Qian, seemed to understand what Mo Wentian was thinking and reproached Fire Old Man. I am happy. I have never misjudged a person with these eyes. So how about it? Do you want to join the alchemy department? Joining the alchemy department will not affect your cultivation in the Outer Academy, and even if you enter the Inner Academy, it won't have any impact. Fire Old Man rolled his eyes at Hu Qian and looked at the silent Mo Wentian, adding, Since that's the case, refusing again would be a bit ungrateful. I am willing to join the alchemy department. Mo Wentian finally agreed to Fire Old Man's invitation. He came to the Duki continent to improve his strength. Although the profession of an alchemist does not directly enhance strength, it can assist in cultivation and allow for faster improvement. The reason he initially refused was that he didn't want to take on a master, as he was technically a disciple of Gahong, and going to another master would be somewhat unethical. This is my identity token. With it, you can enter the alchemy department without any hindrance. If you need any medicinal herbs or spiritual medicines, you can also use this token to access the treasury. However, if you need a large quantity, you will still have to come to me for retrieval. Fire Old Man took out a black token from his storage ring. The front was inscribed with the words Jialan, and the back had a fire character, which was indeed the dean's token of the alchemy department. Thank you. Mo Wentian examined it and then stored it in his divine fate ring, respectfully bowing to Fire Old Man as a junior. You can leave now and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Some elders are restless and want to see your true strength. You must strive to show them the strength of our alchemy department, proving that we are not only capable of refining medicine, but our fighting spirit is equally strong. Fire Old Man said happily, looking proudly at Dean Huoqian, as if to say this is the genius of our alchemy department. Huoqian rolled his eyes at him, but didn't argue. After all, no matter how well Mo Wentian performed, he was still from the outer academy and had nothing to do with the inner academy. After Mo Wentian left, the two elders discussed something else. Upon returning to his independent courtyard, he found that Xiao Yixian and Xiao Suner were waiting for him, which made Mo Wentian feel somewhat touched. However, his strong perception detected a slight difference. The protective power behind Xiao Suner was gone. Master, you're back. Did the dean have something to discuss with you? It wouldn't be about sending you to the inner academy again, would it? Xiao Yixian happily ran over to ask when she saw Mo Wentian return. And Xiao Suner also turned to look. No, it's nothing major. I was just given a token, and after I give it to you, if you need any medicinal herbs, just take this token to the alchemy department to collect them. Don't trade my pills for them anymore. Mo Wentian said affectionately to Xiao Yixian, as he greatly admired his kind and lovely little disciple. Beside them, Xiao Suner couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Thank you, Master. You're so nice. I love you. From now on, I want to be short of medicinal herbs for cultivation anymore, Xiao Yixian said cheerfully, eager to go to the alchemy department to obtain poisons for cultivation immediately. All right, don't be too quick to celebrate. I have something for you. Take the opportunity to find the dean of the alchemy department, Fire Old Man, and ask him for a few fourth-grade pill recipes. Just say they are for me. Mo Wentian said seriously. The reason he previously didn't want Xiao Yixian to use poisons for cultivation was that he feared she might become lost in the thrill of quickly improving her strength. Now, after such a long period of experience, he felt that Xiao Yixian should be able to remain true to herself and work hard in her cultivation. Since he had this token for the alchemy department, he might as well use it. Mo Wentian is not an old-fashioned person. But since he accepted the token from the Fire Old Man, he naturally bears some responsibilities of the Jialan Academy. If the Jialan Academy encounters any disasters in the future, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. All right, I'm off. Xiao Yixian hurriedly bounced towards the alchemy department. Miss Suner, I know your identity is not simple. The existence behind you should be protecting Brother Xiao Yan, right? Mo Wentian said solemnly as he watched Xiao Yixian leave. Brother Tian, you really know my background. Xiao Xun Eva shook it. But seeing that Mo Wentian did not have any malicious intent, she spoke truthfully. She had heard from the Do Huang Guing, who was secretly protecting her, that Mo Wentian might have discovered him and was unwilling to leave her to protect Xiao Yan. However, she insisted on having Guing go and protect Xiao Yan in secret because she believed that Mo Wentian would not harm her, and most importantly, she felt safe within the Jialan Academy. Xiao Yan, who was out training, was in a different situation. He faced life-and-death situations every day, so she sent her personal bodyguard to protect him. I naturally know about the ancient 8 clans. Don't ask me why. I am not one of them. However, the force behind me can become friends with the ancient clan in the future, so you don't need to worry. Mo Wentian had already decided to take the pill formula prepared by Xiao Yixian and then go out to train alone, which is why he was being honest with Xiao Suner. He would likely return directly to the Douluo world after his training. It had been almost a year since he came to the Doqi continent, and he did not come to the Jialan Academy for the exotic fire. Although the is powerful, it is not suitable for him. He just wanted a legitimate identity so that if he offended someone during training, he could escape to the Jialan Academy. There are too many people he cares about in the Douluo world. Although the Jialan Academy is comfortable, what he lacks now is training. Mo Wentian realized that he had not trained outside for long since childhood, and his experience was still too lacking. Now that he had learned the basics of Doqi cultivation at the Jialan Academy, it was time for him to leave. However, before leaving, he wanted to enter the treasure pavilion once, so entering the top 5 in the competition was inevitable. I believe you, Brother Tian, Xiao Suner said softly. Where is Brother Xiao Yan now? I want to ask for leave to go train and see if I can meet Brother Xiao. This time might take a while, or it might be quick, but I will come back to the Jialan Academy. Don't tell Xiao Yixian about this yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid this little girl will worry. Although you are younger than her, you are very rational, so I hope you can take good care of Xiao Yixian. Mo Wentian looked at Xiao Suner with some concern and requested. Don't worry, Brother Tian. Xiao Yixian and I are good sisters. I will take good care of her without you saying so. I won't let her suffer any harm. You can rest assured. Right now, Brother Xiao Yan has gone to the Tagore Desert Serpent Tribe in the Gama Empire to find something. If you're going to, that would be great. I know your hidden strength should be strong, so I hope you can look after Brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Suner comforted, and when thinking of Xiao Yan, she couldn't help but look at Mo Wentian with some worry. Well, if I encounter him, I will help Brother Xiao Yan obtain what he needs. Montauk Vencian nodded. The two had been quite open with each other now. 7 days later, Mo Wentian faced opponents who could not last even 10 moves against him. He successfully entered the top 5 of the inner courtyard selection competition, and his name spread throughout the outer courtyard of the Jiaolan Academy. No one dared to question Mo Wentian's strength anymore, because he practiced swordsmanship, and with his ethereal movement, he earned the nickname Sword Immortal. Mo Wentian himself naturally had no objections. His practical experience in fighting had improved significantly through battles with these students, and in the past 10 days, Mo Wentian had once again broken through, reaching the rank of a 2-star Dome Master. Those outstanding students at the Great Dome Master level were no match for Mo Wentian, who was at the Dome Master level, and he was prematurely crowned as the top student of the outer court, since the elders wanted to see Mo Wentian's true strength. His opponents in these days were all at the 9th level of Dome Master and Great Dome Master level. In the end, Mo Wentian undoubtedly secured first place in the competition. Although he could not use soul power, his physical strength was not to be underestimated, and this could not be hidden. Congratulations to Mo Wentian for winning first place in the inner court selection competition. This competition has come to an end. In half a month, the top 50 will be unified to go to the inner court. As for the top 5, they will have an opportunity to enter the Treasure Pavilion 7 days later. Regardless of whether they enter the inner court or not, there's only one chance to enter the Treasure Pavilion. I hope you can seize this opportunity and not take it lightly. The results of the competition were announced by an elder from the inner court, who glanced at Mo Wentian and said something pointedly. Yes, the top 50 students responded excitedly. Meanwhile, the eliminated students looked at the top 50 with envy, or rather, most of their gazes were enviously fixed on the 5 individuals at the front of the high platform. Another 7 days passed. Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 161. The Two Elders of the Thousand Hundreds. After Mo Wentian received the title of first place in the outer courtyard, even his outings became troublesome, as he was relentlessly pursued by those crazy fans. Since you all are here, I won't say much more. You should know the purpose of calling you here this time. Let us go in and see how lucky we are. Hu Qian said lightly to the top 5 of the competition. After Hu Qian pushed open the door, he led everyone into a passageway. The walls of the passage were embedded with luminous pearls that emitted a hazy glow, adding some light to the corridor, which was already enough for Mo Wentian and the others. Half an hour later, a glimmer of light appeared in front of them. After exiting the end of the passage, they found themselves in what seemed to be a valley. In the center of a clearing stood a pavilion. A plaque prominently displayed the words Library Pavilion. Mo Wentian gazed at these ancient characters, and his spiritual energy involuntarily sank into them, carefully examining the 3 characters that seemed to contain a very archaic artistic conception. Indeed, it was Jiaolan Academy. The heritage was truly profound. Just a single sign could draw me in. Mo Wentian, feeling a slight increase in his spiritual energy, couldn't he help but be astonished and shocked. Hu Qian, who was leading the way, stopped under the plaque of the Library Pavilion, bowed humbly, and then respectfully clasped his fist towards the open space, saying, "The top 5 of this year's inner courtyard selection competition have been determined. According to the rules, I have brought them here. I hope the elders will grant us some convenience." Mo Wentian's gaze was fixated on the open space between the 2 sides of the door, and a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, as if something was about to appear. Sure enough, 2 gray-robed old men suddenly materialized in the empty space on either side of the door. Countless other gray-robed figures also appeared in the shadows. Mo Wentian quickly lowered his head. He couldn't see through any of these gray-robed individuals. It was known that even a regular title Douluo could be discerned, and although there were hidden techniques in the Duki continent, if Mo Wentian couldn't see their realm, they must be at least title Douluo level. The 2 gray-robed figures seemed to lead the others who had appeared. Gentle aura, powerful mental strength. Good, little brother, what is your name? At such a young age, you've already reached the rank of Do Wang. An old, gentle voice came from one of the 2 elders. However, the last sentence seemed to be heard only by Mo Wentian. Young man, Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian respectfully bowed as he spoke, under the envious gazes of others. It should be noted that these gray-robed individuals were guardians of the academy who were treated with great respect even by the outer courtyard dean, Hu Qian. To gain the interest of these gray-robed figures was an immense honor. Very good. You may go in. I hope you can obtain something satisfactory. If you achieve success in the future, please do not forget the grace of the Gallon Academy. The gray-robed man spoke to Mo Wentian, not looking at Dean Hu Qian, but implying something. Yes, senior, rest assured. After Mo Wentian and the other four bowed again in front of Hu Qian, the door to the library opened. Thank you, esteemed elders. I will take these young ones inside to try our luck. At this moment, the outer courtyard dean, who was still clasping his fists, respectfully said as he withdrew his hands. Upon entering the library, Mo Wentian looked curiously at the spatial folds in the air, secretly thinking that this was the space lock that only Do Zun level experts could set up as mentioned in the Legend of Do Pa. The other four students also watched this scene with curiosity. Dean Hu Qian merely explained lightly after seeing this. This is a space lock that only Do Zun level experts can set. Even Do Zone level experts cannot forcibly open it. In Gallon Academy, besides the dean, only elders Qianmu and Bai Lai can use special techniques to open it. Could these space locks be set up by the elusive dean whom one hears of but never sees? One of the female students among the four asked curiously. No, they were set up 100 years ago by other Do Zun seniors from our Gallon Academy. The foundation of our Gallon Academy is not as simple as it appears. Although Hu Qian was the dean of the outer courtyard, his actual status was not high, even lower than that of an elder in the inner courtyard. And he said this with a hint of pride on his face. The Gallon Academy truly lives up to its name. Mo Wentian also agreed, knowing that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg of the Gallon Academy. All right, to avoid suspicion, I will go outside to wait for you to obtain your items. Remember, you only have half an hour and can only take one item. What you obtain depends entirely on luck. The space lock will randomly open and spew out items, which could be a powerful Do technique, a mighty cultivation method, a magic core, a spirit herb, and so on. After briefly explaining the rules to everyone, Vice Dean Hu Qian left the library, not mentioning what happened inside with Mo Wentian and the others. Hu Qian stood respectfully in front of the two elders outside, appearing extremely humble. That boy named Mo Wentian. If he has any requests in the future, try to accommodate him. At such a young age, he possesses such strength. His future achievements are limitless. Elder Qianmu said to Hu Qian lightly, rest assured, senior. Our Gallon Academy has always been quite tolerant towards geniuses and will not allow such a prodigy to develop hostility towards the academy. However, some elders in the inner courtyard do have a hint of testing him. Dean Hu Qian respectfully replied, not forgetting to show a bit of cleverness. Old Qian, I think you're overthinking. Given Hu Qian's protective nature, it's a stretch to expect those outer courtyard students to develop a sense of belonging to the academy, let alone harbor hostility. Moreover, no matter how talented that boy is, can he really surpass the dean in the future? Bai Lai said, somewhat dissatisfied. My old eyes have never misjudged a person. His future may not be inferior to the dean's. I have a strong intuition that this boy is extraordinary. He has two types of Do Qi within him, one weak and one strong. The weak Do Qi seems to be cultivated from an earth-level technique, extremely pure, while the strong one is something I have never seen before. Do Qi should have attributes, but it seems to be attributeless, or perhaps it involves every attribute. Such strange Do Qi is truly unheard of. Elder Qianmu said with a serious expression. However, despite his curiosity, he had no intention of asking Mo Wentian about his secrets. Even you have not seen it, do you think it might be cultivated from a special Do Qi technique? Or is it due to a special physique? Another gray-robed elder, Bai Lai, said in surprise. He was aware of Elder Qianmu's vast knowledge, and the fact that even he had not heard of it highlighted Mo Wentian's uniqueness. Regardless of the reason, his future is not something we can foresee. It's really interesting. I haven't seen such an intriguing junior in a long time. Then let me help him once more. Elder Qianmu said, pointing towards the direction of the library. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian, who was searching for something inside the library, suddenly saw the surrounding space locks unexpectedly swing wide open, and a scroll emitting a strong golden light shot out towards him. Chapter 162, Low-Level Heaven Rank, Do, Technique. Mo Wentian quickly grabbed the scroll with his keen eyes and fast hands. At that moment, the other four students had all obtained satisfactory treasures or combat skills, while he had nothing to show for it. With his soul perception ability, it was naturally easier for him to acquire good treasures, but those treasures did not satisfy him. The scroll in front of him, which had suddenly shot out for an unknown reason and coincidentally headed straight for him, he certainly would not let it slip away. Upon opening the scroll, the first 6 large characters that came into view made Mo Wentian overjoyed, equivalent to gaining a soul ring that would greatly enhance him. Although mastering combat skills required long-term practice, it did not diminish the ecstasy in Mo Wentian's heart. After cultivating the unnamed technique, he had a strange feeling that even practicing a heavenly tier combat skill would not be difficult for him. While others might take years to achieve minor success, he felt he could reach great mastery within 2 years. Thus, he was certain that although the unnamed technique might not be powerful, merely a foundational cultivation method of the Void Sword God, it allowed one to become more familiar with and master other combat skills or techniques. His rapid success in cultivation was also related to the doubling of comprehension provided by the 9-leaf GrassMartial soul. His inherent comprehension was already good, and with the enhancement from the 9-leaf GrassMartial soul, it was reasonable that he could master heavenly tier combat skills in a fraction of the time compared to others. Dragon Roar and Tiger Howlbreak. It turned out to be a sound wave combat skill. Indeed, the library of Galan Academy was impressive. Mo Wentian was astonished when he saw the name of the combat skill and immediately tossed it into a spatial ring without a second thought. At the same time, a voice sounded in Mo Wentian's ears. "Little brother, are you satisfied? This is the goodwill of our Galan Academy." Elder Qianmu, the guardian, spoke kindly to Mo Wentian in the hall using a secret sound transmission method. "Thank you, Elder Qianmu, for your kindness. I will surely remember your grace, Senior." Mo Wentian respectfully clasped his fists towards the 2 elder guardians in gray robes outside the hall. I did not seek anything in return. Just remember that you are a member of Galan Academy, and that is enough." Elder Qianmu's aged voice echoed again in Mo Wentian's ears. Mo Wentian nodded heavily, but did not respond further. When the few of them were teleported out of the library and returned to the valley, the door automatically closed once more. 10 days later, Mo Wentian quietly disappeared within the Jialan Academy, and it was 2 months later when he reappeared. Apart from the outer academy's dean, Hu Qian, and the old man Hua, only Xiao Suner knew of Mo Wentian's whereabouts. Even the little medical fairy didn't dare to tell Mo Wentian, choosing instead to leave without saying goodbye. The Gamma Empire, the Tagore Desert. Mo Wentian followed the special positioning method provided by Xiao Suner and arrived here. It seems he arrived just in time. Xiao Yan should be preparing to seize the now. Looking at the map and the special positioning method, Xiao Yan's location was indeed within the Snake People tribe. Mo Wentian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, the 9-colored sword sheath at his waist was particularly exquisite and eye-catching, with the ghost vine parasitic sword prominently included. His handsome and elegant appearance, paired with the neat and refined black outfit, made Mo Wentian look like a dashing young master wandering the martial world. Mo Wentian pushed off the ground with both feet, soaring several dozen meters into the air. With the cloud ladder technique, he ascended rapidly, and behind him appeared a pair of wings that were purple with hints of green. The advanced flying combat skill of the Xian level, the purple cloud wings. He hoped to catch up to Xiao Yan as he absorbed the, with wings on his back. Mo Wentian sped toward the direction of the Serpent Man tribe on the map. Mo Wentian was not trying to seize the, but was thinking about the promise between him and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had promised to give him the little snake transformed from Queen Medusa, not his wife. The evolved 7-colored sky-devouring python had the strength of a dozone, which would be an excellent helper for Mo Wentian. Although it was a bit risky, he still wanted to take a gamble. If he could bring Queen Medusa back to the Douluo world, it would mean gaining a peak super Douluo. Furthermore, due to Queen Medusa's bloodline and the power of her Do Qi, dealing with extreme Duo and even semi-god level experts like Qian Daolu would not be a difficult task. According to the special positioning method given by Xiao Suner, he finally encountered Xiao Yan half an hour later. However, the sky had darkened, and at that moment, in a pond ahead, a legendary stunning beauty appeared, slowly taking off her clothes. Mo Wentian quietly approached Xiao Yan from behind, as if he had no interest in the stunning beauty ahead. "Xiao Yan, don't speak, it's me, Mo Wentian." Mo Wentian said to Xiao Yan using a special method of sound transmission, playfully patting Xiao Yan's hand, who was focused on secretly watching. Xiao Yan's face instantly changed, startled and nearly stumbling, but after hearing Mo Wentian's words, he quickly calmed down. However, Xiao Yan's slightly handsome face turned red, clearly embarrassed to be caught peeking at a woman bathing. "Why are you here? Did you come to find me, Brother Mo?" A white transparent energy shield appeared around Xiao Yan, enveloping Mo Wentian as well, indicating that they could speak without being overheard. "Pretty much. How about that woman in front?" Is she a looker? Mo Wentian grinned lewdly at Xiao Yin, revealing a smile that all men would understand. However, when he looked at the pond, he discovered that the stunning woman was actually a snake woman. This is a member of the snake people, likely Queen Medusa. I've been observing her for a few days. She is something I really need. Brother Mo, can you stay and help me? Xiao Yin said, looking at Mo Wentian tentatively, clearly understanding his purpose for coming. That something should be the exotic fire, right? I can help you, but if we encounter any pets, they belong to me. Mo Wentian cleverly grinned to Xiao Yin, speaking seriously. All right, no problem. Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed, fearing Mo Wentian would go back on his word, completely unaware that his caution had made him lose something. Since you're in so much pain, I won't be polite. I have a scroll of fighting techniques that should be the type you need, so I'll give it to you. Seeing that Xiao Yin was about to give his wife to him as a henchman, Mo Wentian naturally couldn't be stingy and casually threw the already memorized low-level Heavenly Tier Dragon Roar Tiger Howl to Xiao Yin. Heavenly Tier! Heavenly Tier! Xiao Yin was shocked when he caught it, and even Yao Lao couldn't hide his surprise, revealing his soul form and looking at Mo Wentian in astonishment. Xiao Yin looked at Mo Wentian with gratitude, feeling conflicted about whether to accept it or not, mainly reluctant to refuse. Since I've already mastered it, holding on to it would be a waste, so I'll give it to you. Mo Wentian was so noble, not wanting to take advantage of others, especially his brother. Brother Mo, you are the most generous and open-minded person I've ever met. You are so good to me, even giving me such a precious thing as a heavenly tier. Xiao Yin said, looking at Mo Wentian with a grateful expression. Meanwhile, Yao Lao was carefully observing Mo Wentian's performance, noticing two different fighting energy within him. One similar to Xiao Yan's, and the other surprisingly comparable to a Do Wang, fighting king, level expert, and even more pure. This left him stunned. After taking the celestial pill he exchanged with Mo Wentian, his soul power had significantly increased, allowing him to exert the strength of a mid-level Do Zone, fighting sovereign. Unconsciously, he began to trust Mo Wentian and even regretted not letting the ring fall into Mo Wentian's hands. You are also very generous. Mo Wentian thought about how Xiao Yin had generously given his wife to him, and if he were stingy, it would be too ungrateful to his brother. Although Medusa was not Xiao Yan's wife at the moment, Mo Wentian still felt somewhat embarrassed to take someone else's wife for no reason. Aha! Those alchemy formulas and are of no use to me. After giving them to you, I can still cultivate, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, what you gave me is even more precious. Xiao Yin mistakenly thought Mo Wentian was referring to the previous exchange of feeling a bit embarrassed. He could never have imagined that Mo Wentian's generosity meant he was giving away his wife to someone else as a henchman. Because Xiao Yin had not encountered Xiao Yixian, many events in between did not happen. He simply trained in the Monster Beast Mountains, fought against the Wolf Mercenary Group, coincidentally met Yun Yun and obtained the Purple Fire Exotic Crystal Flame, then went to his brother's place, met the Ice Emperor Hai Dompa, and was caught by Mo Wentian while investigating the Snake People. Be careful. That woman ahead seems a bit unusual. Is she dancing for some kind of ceremony? Mo Wentian did not look at Xiao Yin, but instead addressed Yao Lao, who thought no one could see him. You can see me? Yao Lao asked in surprise, looking at Mo Wentian. I've noticed your presence since the first time you appeared before me. I just didn't speak out to avoid misunderstandings. Now, with my relationship with Xiao Yin, I don't think there will be any grudges, so there's no need to pretend anymore. Hee, young man greets Elder Yao Lao. After explaining, Mo Wentian respectfully clasped his fists. Yao Lao was a Dozun, fighting sovereign, level expert in life, equivalent to a god in the god realm of Douluo continent. Naturally deserving of Mo Wentian's respect. Not bad, meticulous and generous, but still lacking in experience. Aren't you afraid we might be bad people? Yao Lao calmed down, thinking Mo Wentian had merely sensed his presence and had not seen his actual position. He didn't expect that he had already seen his existence. Elder, you jest. I have a unique eye technique that allows me to discern good and evil and understand right and wrong. So I naturally believe that you and Xiao Yin are not those kinds of people worthy of my friendship. Montag Vencian totfully ansviet, addressing Yao Lao's doubts while dispelling his suspicions. However, Yao Lao was not entirely wrong. Mo Wentian indeed lacked experience. Although he had gone through a lot due to his high status, he was overly reliant on the broken, forgetting eye for understanding human nature. Xiao Yin smiled lightly, not speaking. He finally understood why Mo Wentian was so good to him and so generous without guile. The feeling of being seen through and trusted made him inexplicably comfortable. There are actually such magical in the world. I truly have been isolated and ignorant. Yao Lao adjusted his beard, somewhat astonished, but looking at Mo Wentian's serious words. He had no choice but to believe. Teacher, you are too humble. Brother Mo's background is inherently mysterious. It's normal for us not to know. Xiaoyan thought that this was Mo Wentian's golden finger and couldn't help but explain for him. Mo Wentian touched his nose, smiled bitterly, and did not speak, but instead looked towards the beautiful snake woman who had already completed the ancient ritual. The snake body of this beauty did not detract from her overall beauty at all. Instead, it added a unique charm. The upper body was only covered by an unknown green straw that concealed essential parts, while her skin was as smooth as jade. Her flat and delicate abdomen and her unparalleled beauty captivated everyone. She was Queen Medusa, as far as I knew. The Blue Lotus Earthheart fire had been taken by her, but she must have also sustained serious injuries. Therefore, the teacher said that if she wanted to devour she would definitely wait until her injuries recovered before starting, and we should still have time to plan. Xiaoyan also came to Mo Wentian's side with a serious look and said, perhaps because Mo Wentian felt embarrassed, he did not look at Queen Medusa's graceful figure. Suddenly, a sound of someone swallowing saliva came from behind. Who is it? At this moment, Queen Medusa, who had just draped a red veil over herself, suddenly looked towards the direction of the giant stone where Xiao Yin and the others were, shouting loudly. Sorry, we were just passing by. Xiao Yin awkwardly walked out from behind the giant stone, waving his hand. Idiot! Didn't we say that we? Yao Lao scolded Xiao Yin for being useless. Whoosh! Two masked figures, one male and one female, appeared at great speed in front of a giant tree not far behind Mo Wentian and the others as soon as Yao Lao finished speaking. Hee, the night is really beautiful today. That little Yinzi, let's go somewhere else. Mo Wentian's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the all-black-clad Xiao Yin, who was casually carrying a mysterious heavy ruler on his back. He discovered that the two newly appeared figures were actually a Do Huang and a Do Wang, plus the peak Do Huang strongman Queen Medusa, making them surrounded by threats. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit of anxiety. I didn't expect so many strong figures to descend upon my snake people's territory today, and there's even a soul body strongman. Very nice. I wonder if you all have come to my snake people for any important matters. Queen Medusa looked at Mo Wentian and the others, then glanced at the newly appeared Do Huang and Do Wang, speaking charmingly. Since we have been discovered, I will speak frankly. I am Dan Wang Guhi, and I have come to the snake people for the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. I wonder if your majesty the queen can part with it. I am willing to exchange 3 6th-grade elixirs for it, and I'm also willing to agree to one request from your majesty that does not violate principles. What do you think? The male Do Wang strongman removed his mask and said gracefully, revealing himself to be the famous Dan Wang Gu, he from the Gamma Empire. And you two, little ones? Queen Medusa did not speak, but turned to Mo Wentian and the others, clearly wanting to incite conflict between the two sides and reap the benefits. However, what no one noticed was the surprise in the eyes of the masked female, Do Huang, when she looked at Xiao Yan's back. Chapter 164, Grassroots Heroes. Yao Lao, who innocently took the blame, had no idea how many years he had lived. Being called a little one by Medusa made his old face naturally flush. He was too lazy to get involved in this verbal dispute and transformed into a breeze, entering the storage ring in Xiao Yan's hand, ready to control Xiao Yan's body for combat at any time. The Soul Clan's ability to capture soul bodies was still quite strong, but Yao Lao was not very worried now because he knew that in places like the Gamma Empire, even if the Soul Clan sent someone, they would not send a Do Zun level strongman. As long as it was not a Do Zun, there would be a chance to fight. This was also the confidence Mo Wentian gave him. If it weren't for Mo Wentian's special 6th-grade elixir, his soul body would never have recovered to this extent. This beautiful sister, what is? You must be mistaken. My brother and I just accidentally heard that the legendary Queen Medusa is incredibly beautiful and powerful. So we came here to admire her. I wonder if this beautiful sister from the snake people knows the legendary Queen Medusa? Mo Wentian naturally understood what she meant, pretending not to know that the stunning woman before him was Queen Medusa, and acted confused as he spoke. Little one, your mouth is really sweet. But sister doesn't believe your nonsense. Don't worry, sister will definitely be gentle later. Queen Medusa said in a soft voice, yet it did not seem forced, as if it was very natural. She naturally did not believe that Mo Wentian and the others had come to seek refuge with the impoverished snake people. But as the saying goes, flattery never hurts. Queen Medusa, thinking that Mo Wentian did not know she was Queen Medusa, felt much better after being praised. Which woman does not love beauty? Even Queen Medusa was no exception. Brother Mo, can you have some backbone? If you want to make a move, just come, In Xiao, I'm not afraid of you, Xiao Yan said with a silly look. However, Xiao Yan's words still made Mo Wentian's mouth twitch. Can you be more shameless? If you have backbone, just reveal your true name. As Xiao Yan's words fell, the masked female, Do Huang's eyes revealed an unusual expression. Mo Wentian, noticing this scene, naturally knew that the female Do Huang following Gu He was definitely Yun Yun, the leader of Yunlan's sect, as well as Yun Ji, whom Xiao Yan saved in the magical Beast Mountain range. Who are you two kids? Why don't you hurry and leave? Dan Wang Gu He looked disdainfully at the young Mo Wentian and the others and said. Sure enough, he was successfully distracted by Queen Medusa's words. As a Do Wang, he naturally could not see the strength of Mo Wentian and the others. He could barely sense that only Medusa and Yun Yun had a vague idea of a soul body existing and could not clearly see its appearance. This was also the effect of Yao Lao's soul power recovery. It prevented the Wuhuan temple from discovering Yao Lao's true identity and dispatching strong reinforcements. Who are you calling kid? You idiot, medicinal pot. Do you think just because you are a 6th grade alchemist, you are superior? Dan Wang? What is that? Nonsense. I can casually refine 6th grade elixirs. What is there to be proud of? Mo Wentian did not indulge such self-righteous people and disliked it when someone put on a superior expression in front of him. Hee, kid, you can refine 6th grade elixirs? Do you know what an alchemist is? Haha, you are really making me laugh. An 18-year-old child telling me you are a 6th grade alchemist. If you are a 6th grade alchemist, I dare not touch the alchemy furnace for the rest of my life. Dan Wang Gu He said with a face full of disdain. Not taking Mo Wentian's words seriously, but he did not immediately attack the two. Idiot, Xiao Yan and Mo Wentian said in unison. Mo Wentian, even without Yao Lao's help, could refine 6th grade elixirs, and he could independently refine 4th grade elixirs. To boast so boldly without knowing the opponent's background was not foolishness. What was it? Xiao Yan absolutely believed that Mo Wentian had that strength and could not stand by while someone was so self-righteous, showing a superior attitude. You're looking for death. Gu He's face instantly darkened, and his tone turned cold. As one of the top 3 alchemists in the Gamma Empire, Dan Wang Gu He had always been pursued by the crowd. When had he ever been insulted like this? Gu He, don't forget our purpose. The female, Do Huang Yun Yun, sternly reprimanded, knowing that one of the boys before her was Yao Yan, and naturally did not want to have a conflict with Mo Wentian and the others. You two hurry and leave. I won't hold you 2 young brats accountable. Otherwise, you won't think of leaving here alive. Gu Hua let out a long breath and, recalling looked at Mo Wentian and threatened him. I'm not afraid of threats, but if we fight, won't that just let the serpent people benefit? Mo Wentian shrugged indifferently and then turned to Queen Medusa, resuming his harmless demeanor as he said, Don't you think so, beautiful queen? It seems you know my identity. It looks like you came for the 2, but the isn't with my sister. What should we do? Would you like to go back with my sister? How about I give you the... Queen Medusa looked at Mo Wentian with a seemingly enlightened expression, not angry, but rather tempting him. No, you should let this so-called Dan Wang go. I'm not Su Xian. Mo Wentian waved his hands repeatedly, helplessly saying, Su Xian? Who is that? Queen Medusa asked curiously, her face filled with confusion, not even glancing at the Dan Yao Guhua. Don't tell me you're interested in Big Brother Mo. Your Majesty, I've heard of Su Xian. He's a very famous figure from my hometown, well known as a grassroots hero. Xiao Yan looked at Queen Medusa in surprise and then very ungratefully betrayed Mo Wentian. A grassroots hero? Is he a hero without any background? I would like to see him if I get the chance. Since you don't want to visit my serpent people, I won't make things difficult for you. You may leave. Queen Medusa didn't catch the deeper meaning and found Mo Wentian more and more mysterious. Mo Wentian, although somewhat powerful, posed no significant threat to her. Even Elder Yao was not taken seriously by her. However, seeing that the two were so young, she dismissed the thought of offending them and instead turned her serious gaze towards Yun Yun and the others. These two were the ones that truly made her feel a bit challenged, especially since her injuries had not fully healed yet. Whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of air being sliced came through. We greet your majesty. Several figures from the Serpent People tribe respectfully approached Medusa and said. Mo and Tion's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. They were all Do Wong-level experts. The development of the situation seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations, slipping out of his control and completely different from what was written in the plot. Chapter 165. The Avatar Shakes the Serpent Man. Mo Wentian was unaware that they had arrived at an inopportune time. The leaders of the 8 major tribes of the Serpent People had just finished a secret meeting regarding the injury of Queen Medusa. As soon as the aura of these unfamiliar strong figures appeared, it naturally drew their attention, and they rushed over. "Two little brothers, how about we join forces? Otherwise, it might be very difficult for us to leave the Serpent People today," Yunyan said softly, looking at Mo Wentian and the others. She knew Xiao Yan's strength and could sense a bit of the soul power intensity from Mo Wentian, so her tone was not condescending. Xiao Yan only felt that the voice of this Do Huang strong person was somewhat familiar, but he did not recognize that this was the woman he had seen naked. "Yun, what can these 2 kids help us with, Sectmaster? Let's go. The Serpent People wouldn't dare to stop us." As a 6th grade alchemist, my connections are not something they can provoke. Guhi frowned and said somewhat unhappily to the masked woman, Yun. If you don't listen to me, then let's go our separate ways," Yun said angrily with a cold snort, then worriedly glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Two little brothers, please forgive me. Guhi is used to being high and mighty and speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. Master Guhi, the Serpent People indeed wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Even a Do Huang strong person can be invited. You are indeed extraordinary. However, if you rashly enter our Serpent People and want to leave, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, in this wilderness, even if a person disappears, I don't think anyone would know," Queen Medusa said politely, but her words did not sound as harmonious as they appeared. With her words, the leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent People spread out and blocked the path of the 4. "I think, Queen, you must have been seriously injured when you took the... I have been following the trail of thee and encountered many bloodied scales. As far as I know, these only drop when the Queen is fighting with all her strength and is seriously injured." Guhi stepped forward and said arrogantly. Queen Medusa's eyes instantly turned cold, and a hint of chill appeared in her gaze as she looked at Guhi. Guhi quickly took a few steps back, hiding behind Yun, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. It's just that the is of great importance to alchemists. I am willing to offer 2 6th grade Doling pills and 1 7th grade transformation pill in exchange for the... What do you think?" Even a 7th grade alchemist can't refine a 7th grade transformation pill. This Guhi really knows how to write bad checks, Mo Wentian thought with a sneer in his heart. But he did not expose him, as the current situation was indeed not favorable to them. Master Guhi, your conditions are indeed very tempting, and I really need them. However, I still cannot exchange with you because the is of greater importance to me now. Since you are so sincere, I will treat this matter as if it never happened. As long as you swear never to step into the Serpent People again, I will let you leave," Queen Medusa said with a faint smile, as if she had softened a bit. "Your Majesty, why waste words with them? Let's attack together. They can't escape," a burly Serpent People leader said angrily. "Shut up," Queen Medusa shouted coldly, and the man immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. "Sister Queen, will you let us leave?" Mo Wentian turned to look at Queen Medusa and said lightly. After swearing, "You can naturally leave," Queen Medusa replied indifferently, clearly indicating that even Mo Wentian, whom she was interested in, was no exception. "Then it can't end like this. That must be Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect." Mo Wentian's expression also turned cold as he quickly approached Yun and said. Xiao Yan also followed Mo Wentian's movements and formed a formation with Yun, simultaneously exuding a powerful aura. 4th soul skill, 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Instantly, 8 clones of Mo Wentian appeared, adding his main body made it 9. Each Mo Wentian released an aura equivalent to that of a Do Wong. "So, are you still not letting us leave?" Mo Wentian said calmly and unceremoniously. Such an action not only shocked Queen Medusa and the others, but even Xiao Yan was also immensely astonished, his eyes darting back and forth among Mo Wentian's clones. "This, little guy, you really surprise me. Since that's the case, you may leave, but those 2 cannot be let off so easily." After several seconds of being stunned, Queen Medusa finally reacted, and her gaze towards Mo Wentian showed a bit more interest. "Then we will take our leave. We are going." Mo Wentian ungraciously pulled Xiao Yan and wanted to leave. "Wait a moment, little brother. As long as you can help me obtain I will help you refine 3 6th grade Doling pills. You provide the materials. What do you think?" At this moment, Gu He's gaze towards Mo Wentian finally changed, and he said politely, "Sorry, I can also refine 6th grade Doling pills, and the quality will definitely be higher than yours," Mo Wentian said with a smile, looking at Gu He without any courtesy. "Huh, could be that you're actually telling the truth. You really are a 6th grade alchemist," Gu He said in disbelief. But feeling the strength from Mo Wentian that was not inferior to his own, he couldn't help but believe it a bit. "Little brother, are you really a 6th grade alchemist? How about considering joining the Serpent People? I am willing to make you the Grand Elder of the Serpent People, and if you perform well, even I will be yours." Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of allure, and without waiting for Mo Wentian to respond to Gu He, she looked at Mo Wentian with a charming expression. Mo Wentian couldn't help but shiver. The Medusa Queen was indeed beautiful, but she wasn't human before her transformation into the 9-colored sky-devouring python, and he didn't want to emulate Su Xian. The leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent People, including that irritable middle-aged man, looked at Mo Wentian with grave expressions. The auras emanating from these avatars clearly indicated they all possessed the strength of a Do Wang. Yin didn't say much either. With her strength, leaving was extremely easy, at most sustaining some injuries, but it would be more difficult for Gu He. "Just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Since we have nothing to do with this, we'll be leaving now. Brother, if there's any..." Mo Wentian pulled Xiao Yan with an avatar and instantly broke through the encirclement, and those Serpent People leaders didn't dare to stop them. Chapter 166. Mysterious Butterfly Powder. Brother Mo, your move was really impressive. Those leaders of the Serpent People didn't dare to stop us at all. I think we don't even need to leave. We could directly hold those leaders hostage and force them to hand over the strange fire. After leaving the territory of the Serpent People, Xiaoyan still wore a shocked expression. He didn't expect Mo Wentian to be so powerful. Just a moment ago, he had even asked Yao Lao, who in his peak period didn't possess such avatar techniques as Mo Wentian, and he was a Dozun. Such techniques were not even available to Dozun experts. In fact, if it weren't for the strong restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao of the small world on the 9-leaved GrassMartial soul's defiant skills, Mo Wentian might have been able to split into thousands of avatars. Of course, their strength would be progressively reduced, but even so, it was still incredibly defiant. That's what it means for one person to be able to become an army. It's not that easy. Even injured, the Medusa Queen is not someone I can deal with right now. She is a peak Do Huang expert. If it were only the early or mid-phase Do Huang, I would have the strength to fight. Xiaoyan, remember your master Yao Lao's power. Use it as little as possible. That's his soul power. The less you use, the better. Relying solely on self-recovery cannot keep up with the demands of battle. Mo Wentian reminded Xiaoyan seriously, not wanting him to regret it later. Is that so, master? Xiaoyan's face suddenly stiffened, and he looked at the ring in his hand seriously. He is not wrong. For the soul body to recover, besides needing Do Qi to nurture and accelerate recovery, it can only rely on pills that restore soul power. Yao Lao's soul body emerged and sighed helplessly. Smack! A loud slap echoed. Xiaoyan slapped himself hard, feeling guilty as he said, "I'm sorry, master. I didn't know using your power would hurt you so much. It's all my fault. Luckily, Brother Mo reminded me. Master, why didn't you tell me earlier now?" Xiaoyan understood why Yao Lao didn't tell him. He was afraid that using his power would make him feel guilty. Actually, you should have told Xiaoyan sooner. Sometimes a moment of guilt is much more comfortable than prolonged discomfort. Mo Wentian inexplicably said something that left both of them bewildered. Yao Lao just sighed, gave Xiaoyan a reassuring glance, and returned to the ring. All right, you don't need to feel guilty. Your master is fine now, right? The power you used before isn't too much for him. Just be a bit more careful in the future. If it's not life-threatening, try to use Yao Lao's power as little as possible. Mo Wentian patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder to comfort him. Xiaoyan nodded heavily, looking gratefully at Mo Wentian, the desire to become stronger in his heart growing even stronger. The two exchanged glances for a long time, filled with admiration for each other, regarding each other as confidants. Brother Mo, do you want them to fight while we wait to be the fishermen? Xiaoyan broke the awkward atmosphere first, asking with some confusion. Not all, don't worry. The Medusa Queen won't immediately absorb the strange fire. We'll come back in a few days. Mo Wentian smiled mysteriously, speaking confidently. He had secretly placed a colorless and odorless tracking powder called Mysterious Butterfly Powder around the Medusa Queen, which was difficult for even Dozong experts to detect. This was a rare special magical beast he had encountered while searching for Xiaoyan. After a lot of effort, he successfully subdued the mysterious butterfly. Its speed was extremely fast, and even with Mo Wentian's top-tier lightness skill, he was still significantly slower. In the end, he had to use his fourth soul skill, the avatar technique, to successfully capture it, which also took a lot of time to subdue, explaining why it took Mo Wentian so long to arrive here. I trust you, Brother Mo. Since she won't absorb it now, it's impossible for us to forcibly snatch it with our strength. So let us return to Shimo City and wait. Xiaoyan nodded trustingly, and then said with a mischievous smile, Haha, you little rascal. You really know how to pick a bargain. Waiting for her to absorb it and be at her weakest before making a move. Mo Wentian couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Xiaoyan with amusement. The two were in sync, exchanging smiles before leaving the Serpent People's territory. However, after they left, a shocking battle erupted within the Serpent People's region. No one knew the outcome. All that was known was that the next day, a piece of news shocked the entire Jiama Empire. Dan Wanggu, he summoned powerful experts to gather at the Tagar Desert, intending to annihilate the Serpent Clan. It seemed that Guhi had no intention of exposing the existence of the strange fire. After hearing this news from his subordinate mercenaries, Xiaoyan revealed a look of I knew it. I was wrong, was I, Xiaoyan? My method is still quite effective, Mo. Wentian walked in at that moment and said seriously, Brother Mo, actually, I also have a way to know the condition of the strange fire. Look at this. Xiaoyan, seeing that there was no one around in the hall, took out a blue lotus platform from his ring and said, The lotus platform of the green lotus heart fire. It can indeed sense the condition of this strange fire. This way it's foolproof. We'll set off in 3 days to infiltrate the Serpent People and act when the opportunity arises. Mo Wentian wasn't surprised. He had known about the green lotus heart fire, lotus platform being with Xiaoyan for a long time. However, if Medusa absorbed the strange fire and entered that underground space, such sensing would become extremely weak, far less useful than his mysterious butterfly. After returning to Shimo City last night, Xiaoyan took Mo Wentian to stay at his brother's mercenary group, the Mo Tai mercenary group. At the same time, Mo Wentian also met a sealed Do Huang expert, Ice Emperor Haiboidong. Taking the opportunity, he also tidied up some trivial matters for his brother, which helped to resolve many difficulties for the mercenary group in advance. Brother Mo is indeed knowledgeable. Here, this is for you. Xiaoyan handed over a lotus seed casually. This is a lotus seed from the green lotus heart fire lotus platform. It's a good thing. So I want to be polite. Mo Wentian accepted it without hesitation and casually tossed it into his time and space divine fate ring, thinking that taking it back to the Douluo world should help fire attribute soul masters around level 50 increase a few levels of soul power. Mo Wentian knows only 2 fire attribute soul masters, his sister Mo Yudi and the chubby Ma Hongjun. Mo Yudi's role is not significant since she is already a soul emperor and soon to reach the soul sage realm. But she still has a great impact on Ma Hongjun. Mo Wentian thought that after returning, he could use it to win over Ma Hongjun to officially enter the demon sect. 3 days later, Mo Wentian took Xiaoyan and secretly infiltrated the central tribal area of the Serpent People in the Tagore Desert. Chapter 167, Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Upon arriving at the central tribe of the Serpent People, Mo Wentian and his companion chose not to reveal their identities, but instead disguised themselves as members of the Serpent People to blend in. They knew that the best opportunity to seize the would be when Guhi brought people to steal it. The two knocked out a pair of Serpent People guards who were having an affair, changed into their clothes, and, after a simple disguise, successfully blended into the patrol team of the Serpent People. In less than half a day, the plot unfolded exactly as they had planned, with Guhi bringing 9 Do Huang experts along with Yun Yun, the master of Yunlan's sect, who was a Do Huang, to attack the central city of the Serpent People's central tribe. A colossal battle ensued, one that even Mo Wentian had never witnessed before. After several rounds of back-and-forth combat, the battle concluded with Medusa being pierced through the heart by Yun Yun's sword. However, everyone soon realized that this was merely an energy clone of Queen Medusa, similar to Mo Wentian's fourth soul skill. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Mo Wentian had already entered the depths of the underground after avoiding the Serpent People guards. Guided by Yao Lao's perception and Mo Wentian's mysterious butterfly, they fell into a vast space deep underground. Queen Medusa should be nearby. Look at how excited this mysterious butterfly is. Medusa's true body must be close, as it only gets this excited when she's near her pollen, Mo Wentian said, pointing at the colorful butterfly fluttering rapidly in front of him. Yes, I really envy you, Brother Mo. This little creature is worth so much more than those talented treasures. Such a rare magical beast is even rarer than, Xiao Yin said enviously, watching the colorful butterfly dancing on Mo Wentian's shoulder. All right, stop envying. Let's hurry over. Medusa should already be devouring the. As far as I know, if Queen Medusa devours the, she is very likely to ascend to the ancient nine-color devouring sky python. Mo Wentian took the lead, heading in the direction indicated by the mysterious butterfly. Xiaoyan glanced deeply at Mo Wentian and resolutely followed him toward Queen Medusa's direction. When Mo Wentian spotted a small green lake, he couldn't help but stop, gazing warily at the water. Why aren't we moving, Brother Mo? Xiaoyan asked, confused. Shoo! Look at that small island in the center of the lake, and then look at this lake water, Mo Wentian said, throwing a piece of rag onto the lake's surface, which was instantly corroded to nothing. Xiaoyan gasped, following Mo Wentian's gaze toward a small island about 100 meters wide at the center of the lake, where lightning flashed. A beautiful large snake was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the lightning fire, which seemed to have a life of its own. No matter how the large snake dodged, it could still wrap around it, burning its skin and flesh. Then, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky, adding to its woes. To become strong, one must first endure pain that ordinary people cannot withstand. Queen Medusa's current achievements are not solely due to her bloodline. Her fighting spirit is also something we should learn from, Mo Wentian remarked with admiration, showing no pity, only a hint of respect. Are you saying that beautiful large snake is Queen Medusa's true body? Should we sneak over while she's unprepared? At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were only on the, with no interest in these minor details. Sire's still too young, Brother Xiao Yan. If you give me half of your purple fire, it will be useful to me, Mo Wentian said helplessly, looking at Xiao Yan. All right, I'll keep 2 bottles. You can have all these. Consider it part of the reward for helping me obtain the, Xiao Yan said generously, with a hint of joking in his tone. He knew that the value of this purple fire was far less than that of the, but it was indeed the only thing he could offer besides the burning decision. No problem. Haha. Brother should be clear about accounts. In the future, as we travel the vast world together, we must support each other, Mo Wentian said, taking the several jade bottles Xiao Yan handed over without any concern. During the days he spent with Xiao Yan, he had also mentioned that there were even higher-level worlds beyond the Duki continent. Although Xiao Yan had crossed over relatively early, he still knew a bit about the concept of the vast world. Good. Xiao Yan nodded heavily, thinking that as long as Mo Wentian truly wanted to help him obtain this time, he would genuinely recognize this big brother from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Queen Medusa at the center of the lake successfully passed the lightning tribulation and noticed Mo Wentian and Xiao Yan. However, she did not stop her steps to devour the, transforming into a half-human form as she wobbled toward the central platform of the small island. Don't rush. With the current power of the, unless we use your teacher's soul power, we can't subdue it. Let's wait for her to fail at absorbing it before we act, Mo Wentian said firmly. Xiao Yan nodded heavily, as the information from Yao Lao was the same. It could be said that Mo Wentian and Yao Lao were the 2 people he trusted most besides his father. Even though he was eager and desperate to become stronger, he had to suppress his excitement when both of them advised caution. Sure enough, half an hour later, Medusa's evolution failed. She did not absorb the. Of course, it couldn't be considered a complete failure, as her soul fell into a deep sleep. The 2 protected themselves with soul power and easily reached the small island, while the guardian beast in the lake was effortlessly dealt with by Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian pulled out a small, harmless, beautiful snake the size of a finger from the big pit and said, "This little snake belongs to me. It should be the juvenile form of the ancient beast, the 7-colored sky swallowing python." The soul of Queen Medusa must have fallen into a deep sleep, and the current soul of this little snake should be the instinct born from the battle with this strange fire. Good. That belongs to me. And the 7-colored sky swallowing python belongs to you. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively and then looked at the weakened. Mo Wentian fed a bit of the purple fire essence to the little snake, which happily coiled around his finger. Take out your lotus platform. I'll help you subdue it and put it in. We should leave here first, or when Gu He and the others realize they are going in the wrong direction, they will definitely come looking for us one by one, Mo Wentian said to Xiao Yan with a serious expression. All right. Xiao Yan also knew that Queen Medusa had created several false fire auras to draw Gu He and the others' attention and delay the absorption of the. but they would eventually find the right direction, so it was better to leave early. Mo Wentian's 9-leaf GrassMartial soul began to emit a gentle glow, enveloping the azure lotus heart fire, which resembled a lotus flower as it entered the lotus platform, and then handed it to Xiaoyan. After receiving it gratefully, the two quickly left the underground world and headed directly to a beast mountain range, preparing to begin absorbing the Chapter 168, a 3-year appointment 1 year later. At the peak of the Yunlan sect, the weather was beautiful, with clear skies and no clouds. The snow-white peaks stood proudly at the top of the Jiaomai Empire. Xiaoyan came for the 3-year appointment, and naturally, Mo Wentian also came to oversee the situation, along with the Ice Emperor Haibuodong, who had been freed from his seal. In the past year, Mo Wentian's cultivation had made remarkable progress, reaching level 60, and the restriction of his 8th spirit ring had also been lifted ahead of schedule. Mo Wentian didn't do much. He simply broke through to the Douluo level through a battle of wills, and quietly unlocked the restriction of the 8th spirit ring. After a year of training, both Xiaoyan and Mo Wentian had matured a lot, and their relationship had progressed rapidly, with Mo Wentian becoming an existence even closer than Xiaoyan's older brothers. After Xiaoyan successfully absorbed the level of the burning decision reached the mid-level of the Xian rank. When the two practiced the heavenly ranked Do technique, Dragon Roar and Tiger Howl, it was truly a cacophony, and Xiaoyan even hoarsely practiced to the minor success realm. Mo Wentian had achieved great success in his cultivation due to his earlier training and higher comprehension, making his sound wave attacks extremely powerful, definitely stronger than ordinary soul techniques. The two participated together in the Alchemist Conference for a year, with Mo Wentian winning the championship and Xiaoyan unexpectedly taking the runner-up position. Their reputation in the Jiaomai Empire had naturally spread far and wide, and they were known as the Monster Duo. Any enemies who offended them had not survived. Of course, for the safety of the Xiao family, Xiaoyan used the alias Yao Yin, while Mo Wentian had no such concerns and kept his real name. Young Master Tian, Young Master Yin, do you need me to call the Royal Elder Xing to join us? Ice Emperor Haibuodong respectfully asked Mo Wentian and Xiaoyan. Currently, Mo Wentian's strength was on par with Ice Emperor Haibuodong. He only lacked the additional soul rings to directly reach the soul Douluo level, equivalent to the strength of an ordinary Dohuang. Once he advanced to title Douluo, he would be at the peak of Dohuang, and the peak title Douluo level would be Do Zone 1 star, while Do Zone 3 stars and above would be at the level of Limit Douluo. No need. We are not here to cause trouble this time, but to fulfill an appointment. You don't need to take action. With my current strength at the peak of Great Do, sure 9 stars, I can easily defeat that arrogant woman, Nailin Yinran. Xiaoyan directly interrupted. Well, we will stay here to support you. You have grown quite a bit during these 3 years of training, but there are some things that are better left undone. Otherwise, you might regret it later, Mo Wentian said meaningfully, recalling the ambiguous relationship between Yun and Xiaoyan. Okay, I understand. Brother Tian, let today's grievances be completely settled with this 3-year appointment. Xiaoyan shouted angrily, directly unleashing his purple cloud wings and heading towards the Yunlan sex gate. The 3 years of trials and the humiliation he faced made Xiao Yin erupt at this moment, eagerly wanting to reclaim his dignity from Nailin Yinran. Mo Wentian and the other person closely followed Xiao Yin without saying anything, because if it were Mo Wentian himself who faced such grievances, he would have exploded long ago. At this moment, Xiao Yin completely embodied the saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the poor youth. Xiao Yin, who was about to advance to the Doling realm and possessed, was definitely not someone Nalan Yinran could stop at this moment. It is important to know that Xiao Yan's fighting techniques, whether heavenly or earthly, were not lacking. And the speed of progress when the two trained together was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Xiao Yin, dressed in black, with a huge black heavy ruler on his back, stood proudly in a square at the entrance of the Yunlan sect, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Among these people were members of the Xiao family, members of the Nalan family, and those who came to watch the excitement. Here comes the kid from the Xiao family. An elder of the Yunlan sect at the Doling realm shouted from a high platform in the square. Looking in Xiao Yan's direction, I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao family, here today to fulfill the 3-year appointment. Nalan Yinran, come out and fight. Xiao Yan exuded a powerful aura, ignoring the elder, and directly shouted angrily at the entrance of the Yunlan sect. With Xiao Yan's angry shout, a group of people walked out from the direction of the Yunlan sect's entrance, and at the center of this group was a beautiful woman in a green dress, her face darkening as she stepped forward. She never expected that her 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan would become widely known, nor did she expect that the once useless person would have such a strong aura. I must admit your current strength is indeed surprising. I didn't expect you to catch up to my level. Nalan Yinran, not to be outdone, also unleashed her aura as a Grando Master. Ha! You didn't expect this, did you? Do you still remember the humiliation you inflicted on my Xiao family back then? Do you know how much effort I put in for today's appointment? Do you know how great the shame and hurt is for a man when a woman comes to break off an engagement? Come, let us decide our fates in battle. Xiao Yan's suppressed anger completely erupted at this moment. I didn't expect to cause you such harm. I'm sorry, but today I will not let you win this bet, because I now represent the face of the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yanran said with a hint of guilt in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yan, then drew a slender sword and pointed it at him. 3 years ago, a useless kid from the Xiao family has grown to this level. It really is, as you said, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the poor youth. Yes. Who would have thought that a kid who couldn't hold Do Chi would turn out to be a genius in Do Chi cultivation? The Nalan family must be regretting it now. The two stood apart in the arena, and the surrounding onlookers began to discuss. With both Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran manifesting their Do Chi armor that represented the Grand Dome Master Realm. Do Chi transformation armor. I didn't expect you, Nalan Yinran, to have also reached the Grand Dome Master Realm. Unfortunately, it is still no match for me. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan, slightly surprised at Nalan Yinran's Do Chi armor, thought about the humiliation he suffered from her and the hardships he faced over the years, attributing it all to her breaking off the engagement, and shouted as he unleashed his most skilled technique, 8 extremes collapse. A terrifying gale rushed towards Nalan Yinran's back, and she never expected Xiao Yan to be so ferocious. As soon as the battle began, such a powerful move was unleashed, and the ground was instantly filled with dust, creating a deep pit. Chapter 169, The Monster Duo, Part 1. As the dust settled, Nalan Yinran appeared not far from the edge of the pit. There was a hint of redness at the corner of her mouth, and she licked her lips, biting her lower lip with a trace of tears in her eyes. It was not because she was beaten, but because of Xiao Yan's attitude. His determination to kill her made her feel wronged and cold. Was she really that inadequate? Was she really so unworthy? Her former fiancé looked like he wanted to kill her, and who wouldn't feel heartbroken in such a situation? Did I really make a mistake? No, I did not make a mistake. If I were given another chance, I would still want to control my marriage matters myself. Nalan Yinran murmured to herself, but when she thought of Xiao Yan's cold gaze towards her, she instantly firmed her resolve. There was a hint of coldness in her gaze towards Xiao Yan. Since he wanted to kill her, she naturally would not surrender easily. If she had known that Xiao Yan would achieve what he has today, she would not have gone to break off the engagement, but she didn't know. Any woman would be unwilling to entrust herself to a useless person. If she had to identify where she went wrong, it was that her methods were too radical, which is why she felt a hint of guilt toward Xiao Yan. Nalan Yinran, is this all the strength you have? Is this your lofty capital? Xiao Yan said coldly, looking at Nalan Yinran with disdain. In the distance, Hai Buodong and Mo Wentian, who were watching the duel from the sky, couldn't help but show a look of worry. It seems that brother Xiao Yan has been repressing himself for too long and has shown slight signs of going mad. This will be detrimental to his future cultivation, Mo Wentian said with concern. For now, the only thing we can do is let him vent his feelings. Hopefully, he can suppress the demons within and step further into the Doling realm. Hai Buodong nodded in agreement. As a Do Huang expert, although he was not the match for the peak Do Huang Medusa, he was still one of the top 10 experts in the Jiama Empire. So he certainly understood these cultivation obstacles. I don't know if you were right or wrong, but I don't want to argue with you about this. Anyone in such a vastly different position would probably not choose to marry a useless person. But the real mistake was your public breaking off the engagement with the Yunlan sect's backing, ruthlessly insulting the Xiao family, belittling my father, and inflicting the greatest humiliation on a man. Show me your true abilities, Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly, but he still looked at Nalan Yinran coldly. No wonder you are the future Flame Emperor, clear about grievances and enmities. The Lord of the 3,000 fire regions can awaken so quickly from anger. Compared to Xiao Yan, Tang San was much weaker, both in character and strength, with a noticeable gap. Mo Wentian smiled slightly, and Xiao Yan indeed did not disappoint him. He couldn't help but think back to when he first started cultivating. He used to want to compete with Tang San. But now even the future Flame Emperor Xiao Yan was not as good as himself. It was undeniable that the miraculous 9-leaf grass had allowed him to stay a step ahead of these people. Along the way, he also had plenty of opportunities, and he was not inferior to those protagonists at all. He had never thought of himself as the protagonist. All his achievements could only be attributed to luck. The prototype of the 9-leaf grass was the 4-leaf clover, which naturally brought good fortune, and later he obtained the space artifact, the time-space divine fate ring, a great opportunity. With the combination of both, Mo Wintian had reached the current level of soul Douluo strength without experiencing any major setbacks. I deeply apologize for causing you such great harm. 3 years ago, I was young and impulsive, and I did lack consideration in my actions. However, today, for the face of the Yunlan sect, I will not easily lose to your wind spirit, splitting sword. Hearing Xiao Yan's heartfelt words, Nalan Yinran looked at him with a hint of apology in her beautiful eyes. But she thought about how they were at the peak of the Yunlan sect, and that she could not lose face for her sect, nor could she let her master be shamed. However, she did not know that her master was secretly watching their duel with a conflicted expression. Yao Yin was Xiao Yan. From the moment Xiao Yan rushed to the peak of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun sensed the familiar aura of Xiao Yan. However, seeing Xiao Yan's fierce demeanor, and today was the 3-year agreement of her disciple, the Yunlan sect had gathered people from all directions. So it was not convenient for her to come out and meet him. Delighted in her heart, Yun Yun remained hidden to observe. But the development of events was beyond her expectations. She did not expect that the waste Xiao Yan, who had made a 3-year agreement with her disciple, was actually the person she had been thinking about every day. Nalan Yinran flipped her long sword, wind attribute Do Qi enveloping the scene. Her figure instantly disappeared from the spot and reappeared behind Xiao Yan. Her long sword suddenly trembling rapidly, then slowly moving, leaving behind sword-shaped phantoms that appeared almost tangible with each movement. The summer sun blazed, heat waves surged, but thankfully the Yunlan sect's mountains were high and layered, and as the wind attribute Do Qi gathered, a cool breeze began to blow around them. It was indeed not that simple, as expected of the top disciple of the Yunlan sect, but I am no longer that waste from before. Wanting to turn the tables? This is not enough. Dragon roar tiger howl break. Xiao Yan's expression slightly tightened as the wind spirit's sword energy that Nalan Yinran had condensed shot towards him. His face showed no signs of panic, but his usual caution led him to directly unleash the Tianjia skill dragon roar tiger howl break, which consumed the most Do Qi. This Tianjia technique was one that he and Mo Wintian had practiced together, powerful enough that when cultivated to a high level, it could directly affect the soul. Even at the early stage of Tianjia, with Xiao Yan's current realm, he could only unleash it once, but its power was extremely formidable. Only someone like Mo Wintian, who practiced both soul power and Do Qi and had them both in pure forms, could release it multiple times. During their usual practice, even without using Do Qi, they could stun passing small rabbits and squirrels, let alone this strike infused with most of the Do Qi from a peak Do master. Nearly a full-powered attack. A roar similar to a dragon's roar suddenly echoed. The powerful sound wave made the spectators in the distance cover their ears and retreat. Not to mention Nalan Yinran, who was at the center of the sound wave attack. Nalan Yinran's rapidly moving and graceful figure suddenly halted, and the energy sword blades shooting toward Xiao Yan were shattered by the shockwave. Nalan Yinran could not endure the discomfort and wanted to forcefully attack. But as the continuous sound waves persisted, she ultimately could not hold on, letting out a scream as she fell to the ground, clutching her head, as if her mind was being torn apart in pain. You lost. Xiao Yan stopped his attack. Although he had very little Do Qi left, he still had the strength to fight, while Nalan Yinran had completely lost her combat ability and fainted. Chapter 170. The Monster Duo, 2 Hiss. Nalan Yinran was actually no match for the waste of the Xiao family. It was truly shocking. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have thought that the top disciple of the Yunlan sect was not at all a match for the former waste of the Xiao family. This child from the Xiao family is indeed terrifying. A strong person at the Great Dome Master level watching couldn't help but say, "Sure, if you want to find death, don't drag me with you. Didn't you see that standing behind Xiao Yan is the Ice Emperor Hebedong? It's rumored that the monster duo has a close relationship with Ice Emperor Hebedong. That figure in the air behind Xiao Yan, radiating ice attribute Do Qi energy, is undoubtedly one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, Ice Emperor Hebedong. The other one, if I guess correctly, should be the big brother of the monster duo, Mo Wintian." The companion of the person quickly hushed him, then glanced at Mo Wintian and Hebedong hovering in the air behind Xiao Yan. What? Does that mean Xiao Yan is very likely to be the other fire absolute Yao Yan of the monster duo? The Great Dome Master was shocked and covered his mouth. The companion nodded, confirming his speculation, and immediately, the identity of Xiao Yin as Yao Yin spread among the onlookers. Above the Yunlan sect, the hidden Yin Yun could no longer sit still, instantly appearing beside her disciple and feeding him a pill, then looking complicatedly at Xiao Yin. I didn't expect you to be the fiancé of my disciple who has a 3-year agreement, Xiao Yin. Yao Yin, you've hidden it from me so well. Yin Yun looked at Xiao Yin with misty eyes, her tone extremely complex. Huh, it's you, Yinji. She is your disciple. You are the sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yin Yun. Xiao Yin pointed at Yun Yun in disbelief and asked. After obtaining the Xiao Yin and Mo Wentian were ambushed by Yun Yun on their way to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, and the two staged a reunion scene like in the original story, using fake names. The mischievous Mo Wentian had not informed his good brother Xiao Yin of the fact that Yun Ji was Yun Yun's disciple, so Xiao Yin naturally had no way of knowing. Haha, it's me. Truly, fate is a plaything. Now that you have achieved your goal, hurry and leave the Yunlan sect. I don't want to see you again. Yin Yun's seemingly heartless words. But the glimmer of a plea in her gaze towards Xiao Yin clearly indicated that she was afraid Xiao Yin would be harmed in the Yunlan sect, deliberately finding an excuse for him to leave. Even Mo Wentian, not far behind Xiao Yin, could see this clearly, let alone Xiao Yin himself. Do you really want me to leave? Xiao Yin didn't know what to say, but this thought in his heart slipped out uncontrollably. It must be said that Xiao Yin had indeed developed considerable feelings for Yun Yun, feelings that were only slightly weaker than for Xiao Suner. Please behave yourself. Yin Yun glared, her tone cold. All right, since the matter is done, let us leave, Brother Xiao Yin. Mo Wentian was not afraid of the Yunlan sect, nor was he afraid of the Soul Palace behind the Yunlan sect. Although Do Zone powerhouses were terrifying, he still had means to counter them. At least if he couldn't win, he could still run. The reason he wanted Xiao Yin to leave directly was that he didn't want Xiao Yin to mistakenly burden Yun Yun's heartfelt intentions and do something that would hurt his loved ones and please his enemies. Hearing Mo Wentian's call, Xiao Yin looked at him in confusion, but did not refuse. Wait a moment, I still have one thing to do. Xiao Yin responded and no longer looked at Yun Yun, as if he had come to terms with it. Xiao Yin took out a piece of white paper and a brush from his storage ring. He picked up the brush and began to write, starting with 2 large characters, divorce letter. I, Xiao Yin, today fulfill the 3-year agreement and defeat Nalan Yanran at the peak of the Yunlan sect. She is no longer worthy of being my fiancée, and I hereby present this divorce letter. Xiao Yin used the remaining bit of douqi to wrap and throw the white paper, which accurately landed beside Nalan Yanran. The onlookers were Aldo masters, so their eyesight was naturally sharp. Upon seeing the divorce letter thrown by Xiao Yin, they exchanged glances in fear. What a display of dominance and irony. Everyone knew the backstory. 3 years ago, Nalan Yanran had come to the Xiao family with the might of the Yunlan sect, publicly pressuring the Xiao family and Xiao Yin to break off the engagement, forcing that stubborn waste of a boy to utter the words, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the youth for being poor in order to maintain a shred of dignity. 3 years later, that so-called waste had risen to power and written a divorce letter in front of the sect leader of the Yunlan sect. This was bound to create a huge sensation, enough to shock the entire Gamma Empire. If the Yunlan sect allowed the boy to leave safely, their authority would be undermined. Just as everyone expected a grand battle to erupt, the leader of the Yunlan sect showed no reaction, only looking even more displeased. Are you satisfied now? This time, the matter is on my Yunlan sect's part. Leave quickly and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, do not blame my Yunlan sect for being merciless. Even if you have the Ice Emperor behind you, I, Tian Jumo Wentian, will not hesitate to fight. Although Yun Yun appeared extremely angry and spoke coldly, her words were all excuses to let Xiao Yin go. Among the crowd, only Mo Wentian understood the meaning behind Yun Yun's words. The Yunlan sect was not solely her decision, and she did not want to confront Xiao Yin or become his enemy. Xiao Yin, let's go, Mo Wentian said with a serious tone once more. He truly did not want to see this beautiful woman, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, completely oppose Xiao Yin due to their differing stances. All right, I'm leaving. Xiao Yin glanced at Yun Yun, as if he understood something, and popped a recovery pill into his mouth, quickly restoring a significant amount of douqi. Just like that, a young man dressed in black, carrying a heavy ruler on his back, sprouted a pair of douqi wings and flew down from the Yunlan sect. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Tian. Otherwise, I might have done something I would regret later. Xiao Yin no longer harbored thoughts of wanting to eat Nalan Yanran. Leaving early also provided a buffer for his relationship with the Yunlin sect. However, when Tian shook his head and said nothing. There would certainly be a battle between the Yunlin sect and Xiao Yin in the future. Retreating today would not lead to reconciliation. After all, the Yunlin sect was backed by the Dou Zone powerhouse Yinshan, as well as the powerful Soul Clan among the ancient 8 clans, or rather, the Soul Palace force of the Soul Clan. 3 months later, Xiao Yin successfully broke through to the Dou Ling realm. But Mo and Tian had to inform him of something. What? You're leaving? Brother Tian, but have I done something wrong? Isn't it better for us to go to the Jialan Academy together? Xiao Yin looked at Mo when Tian in shock, asking excitedly. Over the past 3 years, he had genuinely acknowledged Mo when Tian as a gentle older brother, even placing Mo when Tian's status above that of his own biological brother. My wife is still waiting for me at home. I can't accompany you on your training journey. But remember this. The Yunlin sect is not the enemy you need to eliminate. The existence behind them is your future enemy. I hope that when we meet next time, you will already be a peak powerhouse on this continent. Tell Xiao Yixian that I will return to Finer in no more than 8 or 9 years. At least 2 or 3 years. After giving his instructions, Mo and Tian did not hesitate and directly headed toward the suddenly appearing spatial passage. He had a bad feeling that the situation on the Douluo continent was likely developing in an unfavorable direction, and he needed to return immediately. The 3-year period was over. If he didn't come back now, when would he? At the same time, a cute little snake from the time and space divine Ring accompanied him back to the Douluo continent. P.S. New book, Douluo the Grassroots Phoenix. Chapter 171, Return to Douluo. With a step forward, Mo and Tian suddenly appeared in a vast white space. Is this still the extreme north? It seems I have a strong connection with this place. Then let's obtain a soul ring before leaving. Mo and Tian said with a slight smile. First, finding a safe place to recover the soul power consumed in the spatial passage. Mo and Tian opened the space-time divine fate ring and found that Medusa, the little snake, had fallen into a deep sleep. He couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that she's about to complete her evolution? After all, Mo and Tian have been feeding her good things for over a year. My dear baby, you need to wake up soon. I'm counting on you to help me deal with those evil soul masters in the Spear Hall. Mo Wintian secretly thought, wondering if the name he gave to Medusa would make the awakened Medusa queen come looking for him to settle accounts. Initially, Mo Wintian approached her with a purpose, but over time, as he spent more time with the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, it seemed to have become a spiritual anchor for him. Therefore, the relationship between him and the 7-colored sky-swallowing python was very good. The little creature could sense the goodness and evil in people, if Mo Wintian treated it well. It would get close to him. He understood that even if the Medusa queen awakened, given their relationship, she wouldn't be heartless enough to harm him. This was also why he dared to bring the Medusa queen back to the Douluo continent. With his current strength, ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts were no match for him. So he should be able to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring on his own. After recovering his soul power, Mo Wintian stood up and thought to himself. Indeed, as Mo Wintian had anticipated, his level could no longer be simply categorized within the Douluo or Dopa World S ranking systems. He was dual cultivating both Do Chi and Soul Power, which did not interfere with each other, and his combat power was not as simple as 1+1. Based on Mo Wintian's estimation, his strength was roughly on par with a Do Huang from the Dopa World, equivalent to a newly entered title Douluo in the Douluo world. With confidence, Mo Wintian headed toward the interior of the extreme north, but he kept his movements concealed. Although he had means to protect himself against powerful beings like the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, that didn't mean he wanted to escape. Therefore, it was better to avoid encounters. He didn't think he could persuade the 2 women to willingly help him grow his soul spirit or martial soul with just his words. Even with the fortune artifact, he didn't dare to try, and he wasn't in a hurry to obtain the 8th and 9th soul rings until he encountered suitable soul beasts. Because even with his current soul power limit of level 89, it would take him several years to cultivate. And the training of Do Chi was not affected by the rules of the Douluo continent. As long as he had enough resources and time, he could continue to advance. The issue of the 9th soul ring restriction was still unclear, so he wasn't in a hurry to obtain it, thinking that he would take it step by step. With his luck, he felt he would definitely not stop at the 89th level soul Douluo realm. Based on his current strength, once the 9-leafed grass fully applied the soul rings, it could not only cover the stars with a sword, but also cut down titled Douluos, overpowering the peak Douluos. In the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, at the Yi residence, Many familiar faces of the major experts of the Demon Gate gathered, as today marked the return of the Demon Lord's wife, Yi Lingling, from a forbidden area of the Yi family. A year ago, Yi Lingling entered the secret realm to complete the 8th test of the Life God King, spending an entire year inside, while the people of the Demon Gate anxiously watched the exit of the secret realm. The current situation of the Empire was urgent, with the Spirit Hall and Evil Soul Masters pressing in. If Yi Lingling could complete the 8th test and advance to title Douluo, it would be immensely beneficial for the entire Demon Gate. Now, the Demon Gate, allied with the 3 major sects and the 2 great empires, had gathered in Tiando City. The Star Luo Empire had already been breached by the Spirit Hall in conjunction with numerous small kingdoms and principalities. Fortunately, the Demon Gate was well informed and prepared, heading to rescue, which allowed most of the strong from the Star Luo Empire to survive. In the end, they allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Haotian sect to station in Tiando City, forming a Righteous Soul Master alliance. They used public opinion to label the Spirit Hall and Evil Soul Masters as evil. The city walls of Tiando Empire were solid, making them easy to defend but hard to attack, coupled with many strong experts stationed there. The loose alliance of the Spirit Hall and Evil Soul Masters had their own agendas, which gave Tiando Empire a chance to protect itself. According to news from the Demon Gate, Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall and Luo Feng of Evil Soul Island were both 99-level peak title Douluos. Even with the assistance of the world's strongest support-type Soul Master from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the world's strongest healing-type Soul Master from the 9 Heart Sea Tang, they could only barely manage to protect themselves. The situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, with the Demon Lord in charge, the strength of the Righteous Alliance and the Spirit Hall could still be compared, but the top combat power was significantly lacking. The last attack from the Spirit Hall almost breached the defenses of Tiando City. Fortunately, the combined powers of Swordbone Daw, Holy Spirit Haotian Daw, and others successfully repelled the invasion of the great offering Luo Feng from Evil Soul Island. Qian Douluo did not personally lead the attack, but sent some offerings from the Spirit Hall to assist. In fact, the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall had their own difficulties. Bibi Dong was busy with the divine examination and had no time to attend to the affairs of the Spirit Hall, while Qian Douluo was also preoccupied with Qian Rinchua's assessment. There were many voices within the Spirit Hall opposing the alliance with Evil Soul Masters, which was also a reason why the Spirit Hall was unwilling to exert their full strength. Otherwise, if the 2 peak titled Douluos joined forces, given the current strength of Tiando Empire, there would be no reason for them to escape unscathed. It is worth mentioning that Old Jack, having consumed another top-grade immortal pill, seemed to have awakened the hidden talent within his body. In terms of one-on-one combat capability, even the strength of Haotian Douluo Tang, Hao could only be evenly matched with him. At the entrance of a room within the Yi residence, many familiar faces, including Swordbone Douluo, Haotian Douluo, Poison Douluo, and Yumian Douluo, walked out one after another. If Lingling could emerge from the secret realm, she would undoubtedly grow into a healing-type title Douluo powerhouse. I wonder where Tian went. They haven't returned yet. I don't know how long Tiando City can hold on. A stern-looking man, watching the departing title Douluos, sighed instead of expressing joy and muttered to himself. The people just now were representatives of various factions. Because of Ning Rongrong, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Tiando Empire were still fully supportive of the Demon Gate. But the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were not as supportive. Including the Star Luo Empire, they were all thinking of their own interests. Although this was understandable, they must unite in their current situation to resist the ambitions of the Spirit Hall and Evil Soul Masters. The Evil Soul Masters wanted to live on the continent again, no longer treated like rats scurrying in the streets, while the Spirit Hall aimed to unify the continent. Over the past 3 years, Qian Rinchue had long sensed the intelligence capabilities of the Demon Gate and left Tiando City, playing a trick on the Tiando Empire and the Demon Gate before leaving. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall were evident, with the alliance with the Evil Soul Masters. All the territories they occupied belonged to the Spirit Hall's influence, and anyone could see their objectives. Single chapter note: the updates for this book will pause for now. The author is focusing on writing Douluo's Grassroots Phoenix. Once Grassroots Phoenix stabilizes, both will be updated together. I hope everyone can go and support it. Chapter 172, Semi-Divine Body. Inside the interior area of the extreme North Forest, Mo Wentian cautiously watched the great battle ahead, where 200,000-year spirit beasts were fighting each other for territory. It turned out that both of these spirit beasts were indeed at the 100,000-year level. It seemed that I truly am favored by the goddess of luck. Mo Wentian looked at the battle ahead with a joyful expression, secretly rejoicing in his heart. His 6th and 7th spirit rings now had a chance of being obtained. And surprisingly, not all of the 200,000-year spirit beasts were ice attribute. One of them was actually a fire-type spirit beast, exuding an aura similar to that of Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Mo Wentian was unsure of his current strength. But having reached level 60 for quite some time, he felt that after obtaining the soul rings, he could at least achieve soul power above level 63. If he were to obtain the soul rings from these two soul beasts together, he would definitely reach a high-level Soul Emperor's soul power of over level 65. Returning to the world of Douluo, Mo Wentian realized that the current restrictions of his martial soul seemed to have become irrelevant to him. Now, he could directly obtain the 6th and 8th soul rings, and he had a feeling that he might soon unlock the restriction for the 9th soul ring. At his level of cultivation, such premonitions were often quite accurate, and it was not surprising for Mo Wentian, who practiced both fighting spirit and soul power, to have such intuitions. The Nether Cold Flame Beast and the Ice Kirin Armored Beast were two extremely rare soul beasts, both over 100,000 years old. Very few soul masters came to the extreme north to obtain soul rings, so the soul beasts in that region were not only numerous but also more powerful. Currently, apart from the 7th soul ring being 100,000 years old, the other soul rings he possessed were at most around 80,000 years from the Ice Fire Lizard. Additionally, within Mo Wentian's time and space Divine Fate Ring, there was also a right-leg tiger bone from the 100,000-year soul beast, the Nether Emperor, which had not been absorbed yet. Naturally, soul bones from 100,000-year soul beasts were extremely complete. Unlike soul rings, the more complete a soul bone is, the stronger the enhancement it provides to the soul master. For instance, a very complete 40,000-year soul bone would enhance a soul master better than an incomplete 60,000-year soul bone. 3 days later, Mo Wentian successfully broke through to level 65 in soul power, and he also possessed 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. However, he did not rush to absorb them, but decided to wait a bit longer. His current soul ring configuration had changed to yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, 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 with 8 soul rings, completely distancing his level from the conventional levels on Douluo continent. Typically, a soul master would need to be above level 80 to have 8 soul rings, yet he was still in his 60s. However, correspondingly, the purity of his soul power was absolutely unmatched by ordinary soul Douluo. This was also a result of his efforts to compress his soul power. Mo Wentian estimated that if he raised his soul power to level 70, it might solidify and form a soul crystal within his body. Moreover, his cultivation of fighting spirit had also advanced to the fighting emperor level with the absorption of these 200,000-year soul rings. These 200,000-year soul rings were naturally from the last battle, where 2 tigers contended, ultimately benefiting Mo Wentian. 3 months later, Mo Wentian did not return immediately, but lingered in the Arctic for 3 months. The reason, of course, was to find the Snow Empress and see if there was a way to cooperate in absorbing her as his 9th spirit ring. Unfortunately, Mo Wentian did not find any trace of the Snow Empress. This was also related to his reluctance to search extensively. If he were discovered and besieged by several powerful soul beasts in the extreme north, even with his current strength, he would not fare well. At present, Mo Wentian's strength was definitely not below that of an ordinary tidal Douluo, especially in terms of attack power, which had become even more fierce and powerful, coupled with the enhanced stealth ability of his 9-leaf clover martial soul. It was still easy for him to ambush 2 severely injured 100,000-year soul beasts. 3 months ago, those 200,000-year soul beasts naturally became his spirit rings. With his current physical strength, absorbing 100,000-year spirit rings was not a problem. However, when absorbing 200,000-year spirit rings simultaneously, Mo Wentian encountered significant trouble and sustained considerable hidden injuries, which was another reason for his 3-month stay. 3 months later, his injuries had finally healed completely. He was at the Do Huang realm, level 66 soul Douluo, completely unorthodox, while others were at level 80 soul Douluo. He was only at level 65. At the same time, his 6th and 8th spirit rings brought him the rewards he deserved. The 6th spirit ring granted him a demigod body, and the 8th spirit ring gave him the ability to unlock the final restriction of his spirit ring. In fact, the 8th spirit ring had 2 options. One was to obtain demigod consciousness, and the other was to unlock the final spirit ring. Weighing the pros and cons, Mo Wentian unhesitatingly chose to unlock all restrictions on the spirit ring. With the demigod body, Mo Wentian was not invincible, but he was close. Even Douluo could not kill him now, though Mo Wentian also had no way to deal with him. At this time, the Spirit Hall had disappeared from his continent, replaced by the Spirit Empire. Yes, the Spirit Hall had launched a war against the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire ahead of schedule. In the 3 years since Mo Wentian's absence, Tang San has gone to the City of Slaughter to obtain the Domain of Slaughter, while Yi Lingling has smoothly passed the 8th assessment of the Life God King, just one step away from the final assessment, after which she can successfully advance to a God-level powerhouse. Yi Lingling has now become a 99-level limit title Douluo, possessing strength no less than that of a title Douluo herself. Jialing Pass is the last fortress checkpoint of the Tiando Empire. Over the past 3 years, the Wuhuan Empire has not only received support from evil soul masters, but has also gained the backing of many kingdoms and principalities, greatly increasing its strength and forming the Wuhuan Empire. Devil Monarch, the sect master's wife, has arrived. When will you inform His Majesty to launch the attack? Poison Douluo asked respectfully as he slightly bowed in a tent. Under Dugamion, when there's no one around, we don't need to stand on ceremony. Your help to Tian'er is no less than that of me, his father. The current scale of the Devil sect owes much to your efforts. Mo Jun helplessly shook his head and said, showing indifference to the impending war, the Devil Monarch is too humble. As the actual power holder of our Devil sect, it is appropriate for me to pay my respects to you. Moreover, you are about to become a title Douluo, and your actual combat power is not much inferior to mine, worthy of this old man's respect. Haha. Although he said this, Dugabo was quite pleased and smiled. Since Lingling is here, we can launch the attack. What does it matter if it's a limit Douluo? With Lingling's assistance, our title Douluo will be an indestructible existence, able to wear down even Kindaliu, the Devil Monarch said with a faint smile, turning to the main topic. Indeed, although the little monster is not here, his wife has helped our Devil sect greatly, Dugu Bo said with a sense of emotion. At this time, it had been 2 months since the Wuhuan Hall and the Tiando Empire declared war. During this period, Yi Lingling had long since emerged from the place of inheritance and had advanced to the realm of 99-level limit title Douluo. Many disciples and powerhouses of the Devil sect were injured, but regardless of the severity of their injuries, as long as they could survive to be in front of Yi Lingling, they could be instantly healed. Chapter 173. I'll support you. At night, under the moonlight, the entire Jialing Pass was peaceful before the great battle began. Wentian, when will you come back? I miss you so much. In a boudoir, Yi Lingling, who had grown into a beautiful young lady, looked even more charming and had become more mature and noble. At this moment, having become a peak limit title Douluo, Yi Lingling was sitting alone by the window, looking despondent and melancholic. In front of her was a portrait, and she was currently sketching someone from her memories. Lingling, I'm back. A familiar voice filled with longing suddenly sounded from outside the window. As the voice rang out, the pen in Yi Lingling's hand fell on her white skirt, leaving a few blacking spots without her noticing. She stared blankly at the figure suspended in midair outside the window, the one she longed for. Mo Wentian held Yi Lingling without any unusual thoughts, only endless longing and heartache. He held her all night without doing anything, just like when Yi Lingling recounted her experiences over the years. Hearing about accompanying Xiao Yan to fulfill their 3-year promise made even Yi Lingling, as a woman, feel a surge of blood and excitement. Mo Wentian had no secrets from Yi Lingling, even explaining the matters concerning the little medical fairy and the Medusa Queen clearly. You mentioned that the little medical fairy might encounter danger on the Duki continent. After all, according to what you said, the Duki continent is a world countless times more dangerous than the Douluo continent. Kind-hearted Yi Lingling not only did not blame the little medical fairy, but instead worried about her safety for Mo Wentian. She believed that Mo Wentian would not do anything to let her down regarding Zhu Zhuqing, as he had promised her that he would not flirt with others. She felt that she should not encounter any danger while cultivating at the Jialan Academy, unless Mo Wentian did not continue, unless a Soul Clan Do Emperor appeared, a powerful being aiming to destroy the entire world, or if Xiao Yin caused some major incident. Otherwise, the Jialan Academy would be safe. After all, the Jialan Academy had trained countless powerful beings throughout history, and it could be said that they could rally 100 responses. Unless what? Yi Lingling asked curiously. It's nothing. You should tell me about the general situation on the Douluo continent over the past few years. Mo Wentian changed the topic and asked. Over the past 3 years, several major events have occurred on the continent. First, Evil soul masters have emerged and secretly reached some cooperation with the Wuhuan Palace. Secondly, there was the incident with the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, a year ago. After reaching an agreement with the evil soul masters, his furious father, based on the information you provided, resolutely chose to confront the Wuhuan Palace, not only secretly exposing Qian Rinchue's disguise, but also severely injuring her, successfully leaving behind the poison Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, who were quite restrained against poison. Yi Lingling said in a rather calm tone. However, Mo Wentian knew that things were definitely not as easy as Yi Lingling described. The process must have been extremely dangerous, and the fall of two title Douluo would surely make the demon sect go all out. During the battle, the poisoned Douluo nearly lost his life, but fortunately, thanks to his mother, who risked her own energy to save him, he was healed and even made progress in strength, reaching the level of a 97th ranked title Douluo. Yi Lingling's relaxed expression changed slightly as she spoke. What else? Mo Wentian, relieved to hear that the poisoned Douluo and his mother were fine, continued to ask. Another thing is that because Qian Rinchue's mission to infiltrate the Tiando Empire failed, she became enraged, and after returning to the Wuhuan Palace, she began to gather forces to attack the Tiando Empire, secretly consolidating those kingdoms and principalities that originally belonged to the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire to form the Wuhuan Empire. These are things I heard from my mother, so I'm not very clear about them. Yi Lingling answered all of Mo Wentian's questions while tightly snuggling in his arms, showing no trace of the dignity of a limit Douluo. You must have completed the first 8 tests of the Goddess of Life, right? I can't even tell what your current realm is. How did you complete it so quickly? Mo Wentian asked with confusion. It's because of Tang-san. He said he didn't want to owe you a favor and wanted to thank you for helping his father, so he personally brought me a crystal blood dragon ginseng, saying it would somewhat enhance the effects of absorbing the Heartbreak Red. After I took it, my strength advanced rapidly, and in just 2 years, I went from the peak of Soul Emperor to Soul Douluo level, and then I chose to accept the Goddess of Life's test early. At this point, Yi Lingling hesitated to look into Mo Wentian's eyes, clearly afraid that her risky behavior would anger him. "Sai, you're being too reckless. Didn't the half-god Haidang say it would be safer to ascend to title Douluo first? Besides, I promised to take you with me. So be careful next time, or I'll hit you." Mo Wentian said helplessly, pretending to be angry as he patted Yi Lingling's pert bottom. It's okay. The tests of the Goddess of Life are quite simple. I completed several tests without much effort. Only the last 9th test was not conducted. Yi Lingling shyly grasped Mo Wentian's large hand, blushing as she spoke. We've been together for so long, and you still blush so easily. Tell me why you didn't conduct the 9th test of the Goddess of Life. Mo Wentian did not continue, but rather pressed for more. Because I heard you say that if I conduct the 9th test and accept the divine inheritance, the half-god Haidang who holds the inheritance ceremony for me will die from the sacrifice, and I don't want that. Yi Lingling said with a hint of sadness, then spoke very firmly. "Sai, you're just too kind-hearted, but this is fine. Otherwise, if you become a god, I would still just be a soul Douluo. Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Mo Wentian sighed, and then joked. "So what? Even if you're just an ordinary person, you're still my man. At worst, I'll support you," Yi Lingling said very seriously while hugging Mo Wentian. "Hey, can you not be so mushy? This queen can barely stand it. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated. No wonder you treat this queen so indifferently. It turns out it's because you have such a beauty at home." A purple light flashed, and another stunning figure appeared before their bed. It was the Medusa Queen, transformed into human form. At this moment, the Medusa showed no hostility towards Mo Wentian, clearly having become very familiar with him. "Why are you out again? We are husband and wife. Do we need you here to point fingers? Hurry back, or I don't mind showing you what a living spring skill looks like." Mo Wentian scolded without any courtesy. He was quite troubled by this pet snake that popped up from time to time, but he knew that while the Medusa Queen seemed bold, she was actually very shy. Sure enough, after hearing Mo Wentian's words, the Medusa Queen's pretty face turned slightly red, and with a flash of light, she transformed into a thumb-sized little white snake, coiling around Mo Wentian's long hair as a hairband. Chapter 174, titled Douluo War the next morning. Mo Wentian had just taken Yi Lingling to pay respects to his father and had not yet returned to Tiando City to see his mother when the war drums began to sound in front of Jialing Pass. Although the empress of the Wuhuan Empire was Bibi Dong, the leader of the Wuhuan Palace faction this time was someone else. On the surface, it was led by the former pope's daughter, Qian Rinchue, but in reality, Douluo was secretly in command. This was also one of the important reasons we had not acted rashly. However, now that the Wuhuan Empire was recklessly attacking the city, since Lingling and you have arrived, we have no more worries. Do you all dare to join me in battle? The demon lord said spiritedly on top of the city wall. The main general of Jialing Pass stood behind the demon lord, also looking eager to move. Demon lord, you, as the actual controller of the demon sect, must not take risks. Let me, the old man, replace the demon lord to boost morale. Old Jack appeared before the demon lord with his cane, blocking his path. Long time no see, holy soul Douluo. Seeing it was old Jack, Mo Wentian hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, demon lord. It was only at this moment that everyone noticed Mo Wentian's presence. At this time, Mo Wentian seemed to have a layer of thin mist surrounding him, making his entire aura appear quite ethereal, giving a feeling of being unfathomable. Standing at the back of the crowd, no one had noticed his presence. You all don't need to be too polite. I just returned from seclusion and am not very familiar with the situation here on the continent, so I will not participate in the tactics. However, everyone has the responsibility to protect the empire. With a great enemy before us, no one can retreat. Both the demon lord and I will directly participate in this war. Seeing everyone notice him, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak helplessly. He originally didn't want to get involved and prefer to be a transparent person, but if he didn't step forward at this moment, it would undoubtedly affect morale. However, old Jack also meant well, and the demon lord couldn't directly reject his sincerity, so Mo Wentian was the most suitable person to stand up and speak. War is cruel, especially the war among soul masters, which is even more brutal by 100 times. Losing an arm or a leg can still condense soul power into an arm to continue fighting. It is simply a fight to the death, bloody to the extreme. Haha, stop the pointless struggles. No one can stop the spirit hall from unifying the continent. And no one can stop the brilliance of our evil soul masters from descending upon this continent once again. A man in a black robe appeared beneath the city wall. Second worship of Evil Soul Island. Poison Douluo exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the evil soul masters would almost fully mobilize to assist the spirit hall. Long time no see, old Poison, don't be anxious. Your opponents this time are me and Old Ghost. How about it? Do you dare to come down and play with us? A handsome middle-aged man with a charming face descended from the sky, twirling his fingers elegantly, looking at Poison Douluo with an ambiguous expression. Mo Wentian felt a chill and glanced meaningfully at Poison Douluo, realizing that there was some underlying tension. He didn't think that Zhu Huaguan was an irredeemable person. As long as one is sincere and good to friends and family, can you really call such a person irredeemable? But his friends can't say the same. Who can define good and evil? You can judge as you wish. Mountains are mountains. Water is water. Mountains are not mountains. Water is not water. After seeing through everything and understanding the essence, how do all things matter? After seeing through it, what does good and evil matter? What one does is merely to survive, living according to what one has seen and understood. However, the unfortunate part is that he is not his friend. So Mo Wentian would not hold back against the spirit hall. He has now unlocked the 8th spirit ring restriction of the 9-leaf sword grass spirit, greatly enhancing his talent. The meaning represented by the 8th leaf of the 4-leaf clover is precisely talent, unparalleled talent, becoming the truest version of oneself. And the world will be proud because of you. The predecessor of the 9-leaf sword grass spirit ultimately comes from the 4-leaf clover, also known as the lucky clover. His strength is unfathomable. An ordinary title Douluo is simply not his opponent. Even Zhu Douluo, who has reached level 95 and possesses a powerful spirit fusion skill, is not worth his attention now. His current strength, combined with the Do Chi from the Do Pa Sangqion world, is far beyond the simple equation of 1-1-2. The martial skills of the Do Chi continent are not comparable to those of the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun may not reach the Divine King realm at the peak Do Saint level, but his strength is about equal to that of the Divine Kings in the Douluo world. Enough with the nonsense. You go on. Since you are willing to be a dog and refuse to let go of my Tiando Empire, then let us fight. My demon sect is not a soft persimmon to be squashed. Poison Douluo coldly snorted and was the first to release his martial spirit pressure. 9 soul rings lit up in sequence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 100,000-year soul ring. The experts from the spirit hall and the evil soul master side who had just arrived widened their eyes in disbelief at the pressure emanating from Poison Douluo. Although he was only at the level of title 95, he was not far from level 96, and with the 100,000-year soul ring, even a level 97 super title Douluo could be held off for a while. Sword name 7 kills. As long as the sword exists, so do the people. If the sword perishes, so do the people. I, Chunixin, vow today by the way of the sword. If the city falls and the people die, as long as the city stands, so shall the people. Another formidable and astonishing aura, even more fierce than that of poisoned Douluo, approached from afar. An old man with white hair and beard, a face like jade, and a figure like a sword stepped forward on a sword, accompanied by 3 figures behind him. It turned out that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had brought its only 2 super titled Douluos, Sword Douluo, Chanexen, and Ancient Doa Gurong, to assist. Nice to see you, Sect Leader Ning, Sword Douluo, Ancient Douluo. Rong, long time no see. What brings you here? Mo Wentian looked at Sword Douluo and was the first to step forward to greet him. Mo Wentian had already anticipated that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would send someone over, but he didn't expect Ning Rong to come along with Ning, Fengji, and the others. Well, Brother Tian, it's not just me. Besides Big Brother Dai needing to protect the Star Luo Empire and resist the evil spirit masters from the Spirit Hall there, Zhu Qing is coming too. Ma Ongjun, Xiao Ao, and Singu Xiao Wu are all here as well. They should be arriving soon. Ning Grong, Smilet Briktli. I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to reach the Soul Sage realm so quickly. Not bad, not bad. Mo Wentian nodded and said with emotion. Hee. I did have a bit of good fortune, and my strength has indeed improved a lot, but I'm still not as good as you, Brother Tian. Ning Rong's pretty face flushed, and she couldn't help but say shyly. Mo Wentian's dismissive attitude towards the Spirit Hall completely enraged the title de law on the opposite side. They were all quite upset. Damn, you are the demon Lord Mo Wentian? Truly arrogant. Do you dare to come down and fight me? The 5th Elder of Evil Soul Island couldn't help but step forward to mock him. You are not worthy. Mo Wentian wanted to retort with this phrase, but after some thought, he still said, come on, I, a humble one, would like to experience your skills. After saying this, he boldly walked down from the city, each step accompanied by a soul ring, blooming like a lotus, with 8 soul rings dazzling the eyes of everyone present. Although the 5th Elder of Evil Soul Island was surprised by Mo Wentian's stunning soul ring configuration, he was pleased to see only 8 soul rings, but quickly concealed his expression. In fact, the gap in soul rings was hard to make up for, especially between Title de Law and Soul de Law, where there was an irreparable difference. But that was for others. Mo Wentian, without saying a word, stepped into the void, not giving anyone a chance to react, and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of the 5th Elder of Evil Soul Island, Xiefeng, without giving anyone a chance to respond. He unleashed his strongest 8th soul skill. The last 100,000-year soul ring shone with a brilliant red light. It began the 8th soul skill, Moment of Glory. The void froze, and Mo Wentian's feet flashed, and with wings formed from fighting spirit behind him, he appeared before Xiefeng at an incredible speed. Xiefeng didn't even have time to release his soul skill before he was struck in the throat by the Ghost Vine parasitic sword transformed from Mo Wentian's martial soul. Title, Douluo fell. Everyone present was astonished. Even Jian Dao Qinshin's eyes flickered with disbelief, as the speed was such that even he could only defend, having no time to release his skill. The 8th soul skill, Moment of Glory, ignores the enemy's level and binds the enemy for 3 seconds, during which the enemy cannot release any skills or fighting techniques. As a growth-type soul skill, for each level gained, the binding time increases by 1 second. Although it may seem like a brief 1-second increase, this is practically the pinnacle among divine skills. When Mo Wentian obtained this soul ring, he himself felt it was incredible. The special ability of the 8th soul skill is quite ordinary, yet extraordinary, as it enhances the effect of the soul skill, making the 8th soul skill a growth-type soul skill. Mo Wentian was very pleased with the abilities granted to him by the 8th spirit ring of the 9-leaf SilverGrass soul. Such a powerful soul skill, even if it wasn't directed at me, still made me feel a sense of confinement. The Demon Lord of the Demon Gate truly lives up to his reputation. He is indeed a person capable of establishing a strong force. I am not his equal. On the city tower, Jian Daochen's pupils contracted as he secretly marveled. By now, Mo Wentian's identity had already surfaced, and among the younger generation on the continent, he had almost overshadowed everyone. Even Tang San, with his twin martial souls, was still just a younger brother in front of Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian wielding a sword alone, single-handedly blocked numerous titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, striking fear into the hearts of the titled Douluos. In the end, the sword Douluo, Chun Xan, also personally took the field, forcing the Spirit Hall to retreat completely. In an instant, both the Spirit Hall and the Evil Soul Island retreated, and the Heaven-Do Empire achieved victory in this war. Mo Wentian led the members of the demon sect back to Tiando City. The world began to show signs of peace. But Mo Wentian knew this was just a precursor to the coming storm. However, Mo Wentian was not afraid. He had been diligently cultivating, though progress was slow. With Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing by his side, Mo Wentian enjoyed a carefree life, just as he began to set aside his cultivation and settle into a simple life. A message finally arrived from the Shrek Seven Devils. On that day, Tang San and the others came to him, preparing to take Zhu Zhuqing to Sea God Island. Mo Wentian naturally would not obstruct Zhu Zhuqing's opportunity and immediately decided to take her along. Although Tang San was unwilling in his heart, he felt it would be inappropriate to refuse because the seven monsters were united and with the support of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. He had no choice but to agree to Mo Wentian taking them all along. It wasn't that Mo Wentian didn't want to search alone, but he simply couldn't. Although he was confident that his talent far surpassed Tang San's, he knew that Tang San was the one favored by the Sea God. Without Tang San leading the way, even he would not be able to leave Sea God Island. In simple terms, it meant there was entry but no exit. His half-body form ensured that he would not die below the divine level, but being imprisoned was still inescapable. As for Yi Lingling, besides her insistence on coming along, there was also the unanimous agreement from the others. With Yi Lingling present, there was almost no need to worry about injuries, eliminating all concerns, which was definitely beneficial for the journey to Sea God Island. Additionally, the sudden retreat of the Spirit Hall and the forces of the Evil God Island made everyone aware that it was not as simple as a superficial defeat. There was a pervasive scent of conspiracy, and only Mo Wentian knew that it must be because the Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong was at a critical moment in her divine assessment. Of course, it was also possible that there had been a dispute between the Pope's faction and the Elder Hall of Qianrenshue. As Mo Wentian had anticipated, the direction of Bibi Dong's divine assessment suddenly changed, forcing the Spirit Hall's forces to withdraw. Because of Bibi Dong's influence, Qianrenshue also entered the Angel Divine Assessment ahead of schedule. This triggered a series of butterfly effects, causing even the Shrek 7 monsters to enter Sea God Island early to participate in the divine assessment. Naturally, Mo Wentian would not miss the opportunity to quickly enhance his strength. Furthermore, the Queen Medusa in the storage space also awakened, but to Ma Hongjuan's surprise, she had lost her memory. Fortunately, her strength was not significantly affected, and under Mo Wentian's guidance, her power had already approached the 99-level limit title Douluo level. Even against Qian Douluo, she could resist to some extent and not be crushed. However, if she were to face the more powerful Poseidon of Sea God Island, who could harness the power of the ocean, Mo Wentian still felt there was a bit of distance. It is important to note that even among the 99-level limit title Douluos, there were significant gaps, let alone the strength of Poseidon, who was suspected to have reached demigod level. Mo Wentian hardly took care of affairs in the demon sect, as most were handled by his father, the demon lord. After briefly explaining some matters and leaving his daughter with her mother, he set off to Sea God Island with Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. During this time, Mo Wentian also handed over the treasures he had obtained from the Heavenly Do royal family to Tang San. Mo Wentian naturally has his own plans. Although Tang San is not particularly likable, he does not have any major flaws at the moment. If he were to become a god first, he definitely would not harm him or the demon sect, and he remains an important force against the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Mo Wentian is confident that he can become a god even without the divine assessment. Brother Mo, where have you been for the past 3 years? I never see you when I come play with Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu continuously asked Mo Wentian about his whereabouts over the past 3 years. Since the Continental Soul Master Elite competition ended not long ago, Mo Wentian had gone to the Dopa continent, and 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling quite saddened. Fortunately, with the birth of their daughter Xiao Xiao, the two women found solace, and during their leisure time from cultivation, they entertained their daughter, which brightened their spirits considerably. A month and a half later, on Sea God Island, 3 consecutive red top-level 7 assessments appeared, shocking the entire Sea God Island. Chapter 176. The mutated top-level 9 assessment, the first to be tested was Ning Rongrong, Top Level 7 Assessment. Zhu Zhuqing, Top Level 7 Assessment. Yi Lingling, Top Level 7 Assessment. 3 beams of red light shot straight into the sky, astonishing the entire Sea God Island. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling's talents had far surpassed their original selves in the story, and with their current strength also exceeding that of the original work. This was all within Mo Wentian's expectations. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, apart from Ning Rongrong reaching the red top level 7 assessment, Xiao Wu's talent also reached the red level 7 assessment. Xiao Wu, exempt from sacrifice, had also reached a top level status due to the celestial product she consumed. Tang San. Due to the celestial product, an elixir Mo Wentian had given to Tang Hao, barely reached the original work's level of talent. Yet, as if it were fate, Tang San still achieved the Sea God 9 assessment, instantly stirring the entire Sea God Island. The Grand Priest Poseidon was so astonished that she appeared directly before everyone. She stood about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender figure, cloaked in a bright red robe. Her sea blue long hair cascaded down her back, nearly reaching the ground. Her delicate features appeared no older than 30, with her beauty stemming more from her noble, elegant, and warm temperament. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long staff, which was golden, resembling the gold that had appeared in the sky moments ago, intricately carved with magical patterns. The top of the staff featured a diamond-shaped protrusion resembling a spear, with a golden diamond gem embedded 5 inches below the spear tip. At this moment, Poseidon was astonished as she looked at the group of youths before her, secretly wondering why there had been so few outsiders on Sea God Island for many years. And now so many had appeared, each with formidable talents, some even surpassing her own. Among them, only Dai Mubai had sufficient talent, even without consuming the celestial product. His talent had reached the Black Level 6 assessment. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, having decided to remain at Shrek, were also bestowed celestial products to enhance their talents, also reaching the Black Level 6 assessment. Mo Wentian's final test on stage only began after the High Priest Poseidon appeared, as he stepped onto the holy pillar. The color of the Sea God's light beam instantly turned red, showing no signs of stopping. The color of the beam continued to break through upwards in the shocked eyes of the crowd, reaching the 8th test, 9th test, and finally stabilizing at the red level 9th test at full marks, radiating a dazzling golden light that was even more brilliant than Tang San's Sea God 9th test. The holy pillar began to creak under Mo Wentian's talent, as if it were about to shatter. This is impossible. How could there be a 9th test beyond the Sea God 9th test? Poseidon quickly waved her staff, releasing a blended energy to stabilize the seahorse holy pillar. At this moment, the other guardians of the 7 holy pillars also arrived, all looking at Mo Wentian in shock. There's nothing impossible. Perhaps my power is just too strong, which is why this situation occurred. Red level 9th test. Mo Wentian's unique aura of the title Douluo burst forth, possessing the strength of a title Douluo above level 95 in the early stages. Title Douluo, I wonder what brings you to Sea God Island. With your strength, it seems that the assessment should not be difficult for you, right? Please clarify your intentions. Poseidon looked coldly at Mo Wentian, as if facing a great enemy. I came here purely to enhance my strength, with no malicious intent. It seems that what you should be most concerned about now is not me, but rather the one who will inherit the Sea God's legacy. Mo Wentian retracted his aura, shifting everyone's attention to Tang San. Sure enough, everyone's gaze was drawn to the Sea God's trident on Tang San's forehead. Me? Sea God legacy? Tang San looked astonished, glancing at High Priest Poseidon. Yes, the Sea God assessment consists of 9 tests. Yellow level 1st test, purple level 3 tests, black level 5 tests, and red level 7 tests. Your talents are all very strong. The worst among you is the top level black level 6 test, so the content of your assessment will be personally released by me through the Sea God's guidance. Poseidon calmed down, seeing that Mo Wentian indeed had no malicious intent, and explained to everyone. What is the difference between the red level 9th test and the Sea God 9th test? Tang San looked at Mo Wentian and then turned to Poseidon to ask. The Sea God 9th test is an assessment for the inheritor and can only have one person, perhaps because you were the first to take the test. You gained the Sea God's recognition, so he would only consider you for the red level 9th test. Poseidon thought for a moment and explained. Indeed, it's the first time in history that both the Sea God 9th test and the red level 9th test have appeared simultaneously. Once you inherit the Sea God's position, you will be our king, although your talent seems inferior to that of this young, titled lord. Perhaps it is because you appeared before the Sea God first that you were chosen. The seahorse also explained from the side. I see. After hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel relieved that he had taken the stage first, while also looking at Mo Wintian with a guilty expression. Can we begin? Mo Wintian said nonchalantly. He had long suspected this, but he didn't want to inherit the power of the sea goddess divine, thrown to rise to greatness instantly. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own efforts to cultivate and become a deity. Otherwise, perhaps the peak of the God King would be the end of cultivation. Now that he had a method to enter the Douluo world, Mo Wintian naturally wouldn't limit himself to the peak of this world. As a foundational existence in fantasy, the Douluo world is far inferior to the ceiling of Douluo in terms of upper limits. All right, Poseidon sincerely bowed to the statue of the sea god, then released a special energy wave. Several beams of light shot up into the sky and enveloped everyone. Each person had a corresponding card appear on them. Mo Wintian flipped over his own card and was surprised to see the writing on it. Red level first trial. Cross 5 times the sea god's light and ascend to the 330th step. If you remember correctly, the first trial of the sea god S9 trials was to cross twice the sea god's light and ascend to the 333rd step. This was not just several times more difficult. The higher he went, the harder it became to walk. Moreover, Mo Wintian noticed that his card was significantly larger than everyone else's. The writing was also much more extensive, not only displaying the first trial, but all 9 trials. Second trial. Break through the circular blockade and reach the opposite shore without killing any sea soul beasts or blockers. No soul ring or soul bone skills may be used. Similar to the second trial of the sea god, but several times more difficult. Even soul bone skills were prohibited and blockers were added, which he could guess were definitely the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god. Third trial, tidal body training, requiring him to endure on the silver pillar for 12 hours every day without using any soul power. Fourth trial, battle of the whale extermination. Slay the evil demon tiger whale king alone among the evil demon tiger whale group. Fifth trial, defeat the 7 sacred pillar guardians simultaneously. Only defeating all 7 guardians at once counts as passing. Sixth trial, defeat the sea god's grand offering, Poseidon. Seventh trial, find the heart of the sea god. Eighth trial, slay the deep sea demon whale king. Ninth trial, become a limit title Douluo. Time limit for the 9 trials, 5 years. Failure of the task, obliteration.